After being bitten by a vampire, the first thing I did was inject the raging werewolf serum. Everyone thought I was about to explode and die, because everyone knew werewolves were the natural enemies of vampires. The boiling hot blood and the vampire clan's icy cold must reject each other. However, what they never expected was that the vampire poison in my body slowly merged with the werewolf serum, and finally miraculously evolved into something that swayed left and right. Originally I was just an ordinary high school student, somehow chosen by a vampire, turned into a blood bag for feeding. Now the poison was about to spread through my whole body, so in order to stay alive, I could only go to the black market to buy a tube of supernatural creature serum. I returned to my place, wrote my last letter, then without hesitation pushed the serum into my body. The pale blue liquid quickly drew clear pulse lines on my arm, but I only felt my eyelids getting heavier and heavier, finally falling into deep sleep. It turned out that 100 years ago, all kinds of supernatural creatures began appearing on Blue Star. They possessed power that humans couldn't even imagine reaching. But these supernatural creatures, besides being natural-born, could also be created through technology. The serum sold on the black market was one such method. But the success rate was extremely low. Once you failed, you would become a mindless walking corpse. And I, in order to stay alive, had no choice. I don't know how long passed, I suddenly woke up with a shock, gasping for air in big gulps, only remembering I just had a dream I often had. I stumbled forward in overwhelming flames, staggering as I pushed open the tightly closed door, then looked up to see a bright moon. I looked at myself in the mirror. My current body no longer had that weak and powerless feeling from before. Instead there was a strong force growing in my body, as if all my 5 senses were changing. It seemed I had successfully evolved into an awakened one, but what direction had I awakened in? I looked up at the flickering light bulb in the room, unconsciously thinking of the scattered bright moonlight I saw in my sleep just now. Almost instantly, I felt my body change, that bright moon hanging in mid-air, as if it instantly triggered some kind of feeding switch. I could clearly feel every cell in my body crying out with hunger. Then my left hand began changing and swelling, drawing out sharp muscle lines. Then white fur suddenly grew out, even my nails began growing wildly. In just the blink of an eye, it became a giant wolf claw. My first talent after awakening was actually beast transformation, but the feeling of wrongness in my heart grew stronger. Even after deep thinking I couldn't reach a conclusion. I unconsciously placed my palm on my chest, suddenly froze for a moment, then held my breath and counted quietly, until after a full minute, my heart beat once. I quickly got up and rushed into the bathroom. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I finally discovered what felt wrong. The me in the mirror had a sickly paleness, as if I hadn't seen sunlight in a very long time. Then I blinked, even seeing blood-red eyes in the reflection. Without doubt, these were vampire characteristics. But everyone knew that among supernatural creatures, werewolves and vampires were completely opposing species, so why could two forms exist in the same body? Forget it, I shook my head, no longer thinking about it. At least now I could continue living. However, what I didn't know was that in a room in the building across, a woman was staring at my room. Mutant, too bad it's just ordinary physical enhancement. The werewolf serum activated the test subject's gene sequence, but physical enhancement is just the lowest level talent in the most basic sequence. I originally thought it would at least be a psychic type awakened one. The woman yawned with boredom. For a proxy who could still survive more than 48 hours after being bitten by gluttony, she had actually been quite hopeful, but unfortunately the beast transformation talent ability was too ordinary. This would greatly reduce the recruitment value. So what do we do? The staff member beside her stopped recording and looked up to ask. Of course, make contact. At least this way our nuclear power brigade has one more member, right? As for recruitment work, let Lucky Carp handle it. After saying this, the woman shrugged, yawning as she walked outside. Here I bought daily disposable contact lenses to cover my blood-red eyes after evolution, then prepared to go to work at the convenience store. I changed into the convenience store uniform in the changing room. Unfortunately it was a bit short. After injecting the serum my body size had grown a whole section taller than before. Previously my build was a genuine skinny dog among skinny dogs, but now it was different. Evolution brought not just super 5 sense enhancement, my body was also changing. Height was the most obvious, followed by my body's strength level. When I finished changing and walked out of the changing room, a girl wearing a convenience store uniform with black-framed glasses on her nose poked her head out, asking with concern, "Chinjin, why don't you rest 2 more days?" I waved my hand, indicating I was fine. Really nothing wrong. Jiangyu walked toward me with confusion, but when she stood in front of me, she froze for a moment, because Jiangyu discovered she was now a whole head shorter than me, and my face had also undergone subtle changes. As she was thinking, I suddenly stepped back 2 steps, turned my head away, and covered my mouth with my hand. I forced myself to look away, but every cell in my body was moaning, sending out hungry signals, especially when Jiangyu raised her head, exposing her white neck. The body scent floating past my nose made my stomach growl twice, as if what was in front of me wasn't Jiangyu's neck, but a delicious little cake. I forced myself to suppress this feeling. I knew this was inseparably related to my evolution after injecting the serum. But clearly, when I experimented with fresh animal blood at home, I wasn't interested. I moved back 2 more steps, afraid that if I couldn't control myself I would bite Jiangyu's neck. At this time the TV on the wall started the evening news. The West District has now had over 10 cases of missing persons. The Safety Bureau calls on all Bay City citizens, in the West District where cases are frequent, please do not go out alone. If you discover any abnormalities, please immediately call the Safety Bureau phone number. Hearing this I froze for a moment, because the West District was exactly where the convenience store was located. But seeing Jiang Yu about to walk over again, I quickly waved my hand. You should get off work early, recently it doesn't seem very peaceful. You go ahead and rest early, I'll handle the rest, see you tomorrow morning at school. Hearing that, Jiang Yu froze for a second, wanting to say something. But seeing Chenja's evasive eyes, she grew suspicious, wondering if she had done something to make this usually gentle brother Chen avoid her like this. Was she disliked? Yet Jiang Yu didn't pursue it further. She nodded, quickly wrapping up her recent work, then slung her bag over her shoulder and picked up the umbrella from the storage rack. So, Chenja, see you tomorrow? See you tomorrow. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, then waved her hand, opened the umbrella, and stepped quickly into the rainy night. Watching her figure gradually disappear from sight, Chenja finally collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. God knew that if Jiang Yu stayed a moment longer, he might lose his mind. But is it really just a simple case of missing people? Chapter 4. Chenja muttered to himself, staring through the glass window at the rain outside. Then he raised his head and glanced at the wall clock. The time was 1 a.m. As a seasoned part-timer at the convenience store, Chenja knew very well where the store's customers came from, those office workers pulling all-nighters in the building next door. Usually, a 24-hour convenience store had 2 peak periods every day, one between 9 and 11, and the other was this very moment. But until now, Chenja had been at the store for over an hour, and not a single customer had entered. Maybe it was because of the rain. Still, it was strange. More importantly, he could hear it, see it, and even smell it. After injecting the werewolf serum from a supernatural creature, Chenja could feel the changes in his body. Although he didn't understand why he was weird enough to keep bouncing between vampire and werewolf, being able to transform like a beast, yet also having vampire traits, the sensory changes brought by super senses were absolutely real. He could see the empty street in the rain, eerily quiet, not even a single pedestrian in sight. Only the traffic lights at the intersection kept changing colors. He could hear that on the stone-paved roadside, there wasn't even the sound of insects, as if nothing alive existed outside the store. It felt deeply strange. Hope it's just my imagination. Chenja shook his head, forcing down the unease in his heart, and continued with his organizing task. To him, no matter what was happening outside, it had nothing to do with him. At the very least, Chenja wasn't stupid enough to call the Safety Bureau's report line. That would only push himself into the spotlight. He liked his life now, hard work bringing rewards, and didn't want to ruin it. But just then, Chenja saw an umbrella. A bright red umbrella. Someone in a black trench coat was holding a vivid red umbrella, walking past the entrance of the convenience store. That blazing red stood out starkly against the rain's black and white tone. That red, flowing like a living thing, looked like it was soaked in blood, and the bloodthirst he had barely suppressed surged up again. That person had no heartbeat. Suddenly, fragments of images flashed through Chenja's mind. Over 10 people have gone missing in the West District. The Safety Bureau urges all city residents not to go out alone in the high-incident West District. If you notice anything strange, call the Safety Bureau immediately. Chenja, why don't you take a couple more days off? See you tomorrow. Crack. A flash of lightning split the sky above the base city, lighting up Chenja's pale face. In an instant, the fragments in his mind and the strangeness before him all connected. Chenja quickly took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Jiang Yu's number. Beep, beep, beep. The continuous beeping lasted for more than 30 seconds before it was automatically disconnected without anyone answering. Chenja's bad premonition grew stronger in his heart. He knew very well that at times like this, calling the Security Bureau was usually the best course of action, but just thinking about the heavy concerns in his heart made him feel inexplicably anxious. Damn it! Chenja cursed, disregarding the umbrella, and ran wildly toward the direction where Jiang Yu had left. Report, the special target has entered the designated area. Repeat, the special target has entered the designated area. On the high building across from the convenience store, several observers were vigilantly watching their surroundings, setting up various detection instruments. There were also more than a dozen soldiers armed with guns, bullets loaded, ready to respond to the danger that might arrive at any moment. Is this the new one that Red Moon mentioned? In the rain, a girl stood under an eave, her ponytail swaying as she wore a cyberpunk jacket and blue bubbles, watching with great interest the person running wildly in the rain below. The other person's speed was quite fast, almost drawing a line through the rain. But the girl was at ease, her eyes able to easily capture every movement of the special target without missing a single detail. The report in her hand rustled, getting wet from the wind and rain. Clean-up task, brainless worm. Action goal, eliminate the human body occupied by the brainless worm to eliminate the hidden danger. Task difficulty, E level. The target is suspected to be a horror-level monster, handle with caution. Task evaluation, overall risk level is not high, but be wary of the brainless worm's mental possession. Once the body is occupied, it cannot be completely expelled, and will cause irreversible damage to the mind. The currently occupied subject is an instructor at a martial arts gym in the base city with certain combat skills. Handle carefully, do not make any mistakes. The girl put down the file in her hand and clapped her hands. Miss Koi, what should we do? An observer stepped forward and asked for instructions. Pop. The bubble she had blown popped, and the girl in the cyberpunk jacket smiled and grinned, saying, of course, we proceed with our work as usual. It's just perfect to carry out the cleanup and recruitment at the same time. I want to see if this new one has potential to be recruited by our team with their ability to beastify upon awakening. But the support troops. The observer tried to speak again. But Koi didn't listen. She stretched lazily and then leaped down from the several-story high building. The rain grew heavier. Chenja ran wildly through the rain. His speed was fast. Even though Chenja rarely paid attention to the various sports events in the base city, he knew his speed must have already surpassed that of any long-distance running champions. His chest did not rise and fall, his slow heartbeat remained unaffected by the intense running, always steady at 1 beat per minute. But his speed kept increasing. At this moment, his enhanced senses were at their peak, catching any subtle movements or sounds under the rain. Chenja was tireless, not knowing how many streets he had run through. He had already reached the shantytown redevelopment area 3 kilometers away from the convenience store. Chenja vaguely remembered that this was the direction of Jiang Yu's home. As a younger colleague who worked at the convenience store, Chenja had seen Jiang Yu's resume. Suddenly, his steps stopped. In the dirty, messy drainage ditch, a pair of black-framed, old-fashioned glasses lay there, covered in mud. Chenja had often thought that these glasses didn't match Jiang Yu's sweet face. It was nearby. He took a deep breath, his senses at their peak, trying to capture any faint sound from every direction. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched sound of air braking came into his ears. Boom! A crimson tentacle slammed hard into the cement ground. Smashed a big hole. 1 meter away, Chenja was half-squatting on the ground. Because of the rolling, the ill-fitting convenience store uniform was covered in muddy water, making him look quite miserable. In front of him, a person, or rather a thing, holding a red umbrella was staring at him. No face, not even any facial features, only a pitch-black bloody hole on the face, from which a dark brown tentacle more than 3 meters long was constantly wriggling. Monster. Chapter 5. Chenja could only use the word monster to describe it, even though it clearly had a human body, every part of it exuded monstrous traits. For some reason, even though the monster had no clear facial features, he felt that it was staring at him tightly. Rain hit Chenja's face, he wiped it with his hand, and his rapid breathing showed how extremely nervous he was, yet his heartbeat was still slow. This kind of emotional fluctuation that his body couldn't keep up with made Chenja a bit dazed. Is this the negative effect brought by the mutation? In fact, the monster holding the red umbrella didn't give him any chance to continue feeling sorry for himself. The 3-meter-long tentacle passed through the rain like a sharp blade, quickly cutting through the water. Almost at the same moment Chenja noticed it, the tentacle had already closed in on his face. Only then did he realize that the front end of the tentacle was something like a sucker. Parasite. These 3 words suddenly appeared in Chenja's mind, but he had no combat experience, and facing the strange tentacle charging toward him, he couldn't react in time. Not far away, Koi saw this scene, curled her lips, her eyes full of surprise and disappointment. Sister Red Moon wants me to win over this kind of guy? For the first time, she seriously doubted Red Moon's decision, thinking that pulling someone like Chenja into the special unit was simply a waste of resources. As for Chenja's value, Koi deeply felt it wasn't worth recruiting, and even less worth keeping. In her eyes, Chenja was just 1 word, weak. 2 words, too weak. I think I'll just. Koi was mumbling to herself, about to turn and leave. She thought she'd just go back and report to Red Moon that recruiting Chenja had failed. But then, she saw Chenja actually dodge the tentacle's frontal attack. How is that possible? Koi slightly furrowed her brows. She judged that, just from the tentacle's strike just now, given how close they were, even she couldn't have dodged it perfectly. Could he be hiding his strength on purpose? If Chenja knew she was thinking that, he'd probably go crazy. Just now, in that critical moment, he was already prepared to take the hit head-on. After all, he had awakened the partial beastification of a werewolf, and his physical strength had greatly increased. Even if he couldn't escape unscathed, he felt he wouldn't die either. But at the most dangerous moment, his body suddenly moved uncontrollably to the right, so fast it almost turned into a blur. Chenja was half-bent, still in a state of lingering fear. He turned his head and saw the tentacle make a 90-degree turn and attack him from the side again. Why won't it give up already? Cursing, Chenja ran forward with all his strength, and the tentacle chased him quickly from behind. Foolish. Even if you have amazing stamina, you can't possibly outrun a brainless worm kind of extraordinary creature. Koi, who had just been amazed by Chenja's dodging speed, now shook her head and denied him, thinking that Chenja's strength was weak, and his combat mind was even worse. She forgot that before mutation, Chenja was just an ordinary high school student. As he ran quickly to dodge, Chenja suddenly made an emergency stop. His feet slid through the puddle, drawing a waterline, and then he changed direction. He wants to? Koi saw Chenja's intention. Yes, Chenja was running straight toward the monster's body, the strange man holding the umbrella. Idiot, the one parasitized by the brainless worm is a martial artist from the dojo. Someone like him, with no formal training, will just get crushed to death. Koi complained with her mouth, but still raised her hand and made a gunfire gesture. Aim at the umbrella-holding monster. But she suddenly stopped moving. Let me see again just how far you can go. When Chenja rushed to the monster, he suddenly shifted sideways, making the tentacle chasing him crash directly into the main body before it could turn. The umbrella-holding monster flew up like a kite with its string cut. The umbrella slipped from its hand. Then Chenja saw the tentacle separate from the monster's mouth and fall to the ground. A strong man fell from midair, rolling several times in the rain. The tentacle twisted on the ground like an earthworm. Chenja thought it was finished, and let down his guard. Suddenly, the twisted tentacle sprang up from the ground. Its speed was extreme, so fast that even his instinctive reaction couldn't dodge it. The tip of the tentacle opened like a four-petal mouth, revealing inside sharp, backward-facing teeth. It was chewing. Chenja's scalp went numb. If this thing bit him, in seconds he would be a bloody mess. Run! Right now, there was only one thought in Chenja's mind. He turned around. In that moment, even the falling rain seemed to move in slow motion. Bang! Chenja felt a hot liquid splash onto the back of his head and the side of his face. His whole body froze in place. At that moment, time seemed to return to normal. He turned to look and saw the tentacle, shattered into who knows how many pieces, lying motionless on the ground. Stunned? A woman's voice suddenly rang out, making Chenja's slightly relaxed nerves tense up again. He looked warily at the woman walking toward him. Kid, no need to be so nervous. Chenja raised an eyebrow, wanting to roll his eyes. You don't look much older than me. Jinli ignored him and said to herself, low mutation awakening level, poor control ability, and worst of all, terrible combat awareness. TSK. A strange woman suddenly showed up. Although Chenja guessed she was the one who killed the tentacle, the moment she opened her mouth to scold him, he felt very annoyed. Who are you? Jinli tore open a new lollipop and tossed it in her mouth. You don't need to know who I am. If I hadn't saved you just now, you'd have already been eaten by a brainless worm. Brainless worm? Chenja muttered, then suddenly remembered his reason for chasing out Jiang Yu. Just now I think I heard a loud heartbeat. Chenja thought to himself, no need to mention his own heartbeat. Before beast transformation, it's always slow. He looked again at Jinli in front of him. A normal human heartbeat. Then there was only one possibility for that intense heartbeat, Jiang Yu. Chenja turned and ran toward the direction of the loud heartbeat, completely ignoring Jinli. This made Jinli very annoyed. You dare ignore me. She also chased after him. Chenja ran past two intersections, turned a corner, and saw someone lying in the water on the ground, trembling. Jiang Yu. Chenja ran forward and squatted down to check. Jiang Yu was crying like rain, her eyes empty as she looked at Chenja. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly hugged him and burst into loud sobs. For a moment, Chenja was at a loss. Then he gently patted Jiang Yu's back and softly comforted her. It's okay now. It's okay. Jinli came close, looked around, and said nothing. Not until Chenja helped Jiang Yu up did she speak again. Chenja, on behalf of the special unit, I invite you to join. Chenja helped Jiang Yu walk past her, coldly said 3 words. I don't want to. Chapter 6. The refusal was crisp and firm, without the slightest hesitation. Jinli laughed angrily. So many mutants, unaffiliated extraordinaries want to join their special unit, and Chenja just flat out refused? At first, Jinli didn't think highly of Chenja. Now being rejected so rudely, her temper flared. Do you even know what kind of organization you just refused? Do you know how many people would kill to get in? Chenja didn't even glance at Jinli, who kept chasing and wouldn't let go. Then go join those people if you want. I already said, I don't want to. Jinli gritted her teeth in anger. Fine, just don't regret it later. As she spoke, she took out something like a glow stick and moved closer to Jiang Yu. What are you doing? Chenja immediately glared at Jinli with alert anger and pushed that thing away. Jiang Yu, trembling under his support, had only fear in her eyes. She is just an ordinary person. Are you really going to make her remember everything that happened? Chenja was stunned. Even though Jinli always seemed arrogant to him, what she said was right. Even if ordinary people now know a lot about extraordinary beings, what Jiang Yu went through tonight was far from pleasant. If Jiang Yu remembered it all, it would be like a nightmare that would haunt her forever, leaving a scar in her heart that could never be erased. Chenja looked at Jiang Yu. Her eyes were full of tears, and she kept shaking her head. She didn't understand what the two were talking about, but she was scared. It's okay, Jiang Yu. This is a good thing for you. Since even Chenja said so, Jinli snorted, pouted, and lightly tapped Jiang Yu's head with the tool in her hand. The tool gave off a green light as it touched Jiang Yu's head, then the light sank into her brain. Jiang Yu passed out. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu? Chenja looked at Jinli, waiting for her to explain why Jiang Yu had fainted. Jinli put away the short-term memory eraser and ignored Chenja's judging eyes as she walked forward. While walking, she said, "This is a memory eraser. Short-term. It will erase everything that happened in the last 2 hours. She only passed out for a while. She'll wake up in less than half an hour. When she asks questions, just make something up yourself." Jinli left Chenja with a carefree back view. Chenja stared at Jinli as she left, showing no emotion in his eyes. On her way back, Jinli kept cursing under her breath, furious about Chenja's attitude. Chenja ran back. The store was empty. If the store manager found out, he'd definitely get fined. And if anything got stolen, even a week's pay wouldn't cover it. He helped Jiang Yu back into the store. Luckily, because of the heavy rain and the earlier monster incident, the street was completely empty. He gently placed Jiang Yu on a chair and started to worry. What kind of excuse should I make up? He thought for a long time, until Jiang Yu woke up, holding her head. Ugh! Jiang Yu gasped. Where am I? Chenja didn't expect her to wake up so suddenly. He blurted out, I ran out to chase you and found you had fallen by the road, so I helped you back. Huh? Jiang Yu looked confused. Why can't I remember anything? Chenja thought to himself, of course you can't remember. That short-term memory eraser must be powerful, just from the name alone. After all, things used by extraordinary people are always strange. Maybe you hit your head when you fell, he made something up. Jiang Yu slowly nodded, not thinking too much about it. You rest here for a while. I'll get you a cup of hot water. You're all wet. Don't catch a cold. Chenja just wanted to end the topic quickly. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Yu called out to him, wait, why did you run out to chase me? Chenja felt his scalp go numb. As he turned around, he quickly racked his brain. Then, with a forced laugh, he said, I suddenly remembered I still owe you some money. I wanted to ask if you could give me a little more time. I'll pay you after I get my salary in a few days. Huh? Jiang Yu looked even more confused. Didn't you already pay me back? And that was so long ago. Ugh. My brain must still be messed up from being sick recently. Jiang Yu let out a laugh. Chenja took a deep breath, knowing the matter was finally over. He was fine now, but Jinli was still fuming on her side. Sister Han looked at Jinli, who had a very unhappy expression. Just knew what happened, and laughed. What, got humiliated? Sister Han. Jinli pouted cutely and said angrily, that Chenja is totally uncooperative, he refused before I even finished my sentence, he's dead set on not joining us, I don't think he's all that anyway, why must we have him join? Chen Hanyue was actually also unsure in her heart, after all, from observation, the mutated ability Chenja showed was really too weak. I know what you're thinking, but he's still a person who was bitten by A-rank sequence 02037 gluttony and didn't die after 24 hours, he's still very worth observing. Jinli frowned slightly, if looking at it from that point, Chenja indeed still had some value to win over. Knowing Chenja was still quite important, Jinli knew the pulling in effort had to continue. But Chenja was stubborn and uncooperative, Jinli's eyes suddenly lit up, she thought of a good idea. She looked at Chen Hanyue, and chuckled. Sister Hong, is it okay as long as we get Chenja to join us? As for what method to use, she didn't finish the words, knowing that team leader Hanyue would surely understand. Seeing Jinli's expression, Hanyue also knew what this girl was plotting in her heart, but she didn't mind, still reminded her. Just don't hurt him. Jinli smiled, alright then, Sister Han, just wait for my good news, I don't believe that a little high schooler like him can escape from my palm. Chen Hanyue and the special team members nearby who heard her couldn't help but smile, this girl Jinli always acted and spoke in such a wild way. Those who knew her knew she was a special team member, those who didn't might think she was an evil god from the Godslayers Association. Jinli squinted her eyes, the corners of her mouth already couldn't help but lift up. Chenja, oh Chenja, this young lady has never failed to win over someone she wants, congratulations, you've successfully triggered my competitive spirit, just wait and surrender obediently. A special team outsider who heard Jinli's muttering couldn't help but shiver. Don't be fooled by Jinli's lowly-looking face, her means were really crazy. He was already praying in his heart for that high school student. Chenja during the night shift was dazing with his chin propped up, because there wasn't a single customer, What troubled him now was the bloodthirsty instinct he had to constantly suppress, and the desire to eat. Animal blood obviously doesn't work, don't tell me I really have to drink human blood like a vampire? Thinking of this, Chenja's face turned even paler, and his stomach churned violently. No, absolutely not. His head shook like a rattle drum. Looks like I still have to go find that fat boss again, but my pockets? Chapter 7. Now Chenja's pockets were cleaner than his face. If there really was some nutrient that could replace human blood, he probably couldn't even afford a drop. Things provided to mutants are really expensive, looks like I have to consider finding another part-time job. Now Chenja was still worrying about his future living expenses, completely unaware that Jean Li's claws were already calculating him. The next day, Chenja went to school as usual. At the school gate he even bumped into Jiang Yu. When greeting her, Chenja observed her. She didn't seem abnormal, so he was relieved. He was afraid that Jean Li's temporary memory wiper had some side effects, but he had worried too much. When he arrived at the classroom, his deskmate, the chubby guy, had arrived early, and when he saw Chenja he immediately leaned in mysteriously. Chenja pressed his face and pushed him away a bit. Chubby guy complained, "I've got gossip about extraordinary beings, don't you want to hear?" Before, Chenja was indeed very interested in everything about the extraordinary. After all, he wanted to become one. But now that everything had happened, he wasn't interested in any damn extraordinary gossip anymore. But the chubby guy continued talking on his own. "Do you know, a big extraordinary figure has come to our city." Originally not caring, Chenja now got interested. The base city he was in wasn't very high-ranked, usually no high-ranked extraordinary would come. Could it be that another wild transcendent is trying to attack the base city from the Red Moon world again? Chenja thought to himself. When the red moon rises and transcendents appear, not only humans, but vampires, werewolves, and even some beasts undergo mutations. They go mad, attacking humans and taking over human lands. Through continuous resistance, the current base cities were established for human habitation. But outside the base cities lies a danger zone, known as the Red Moon World. Countless mutated beasts and evil transcendents survive there. Even though the base cities are protected by energy barriers, they have never stopped attacking human territory. Thus, the Transcendent Action Squad was born to protect the base cities. What kind of big figure? Chenja asked immediately. Little Fatty blinked, looking like he knew Chenja would definitely want to know. They say it's an illegitimate son of a wolf king. That answer was unexpected to Chenja, but it really was a big figure. Werewolves are divided into tribes, and the tribal leader is called the Wolf King, a position with great power and status. But just an illegitimate son? Chenja felt Little Fatty was making a big deal out of it. Not to mention illegitimate sons, even the official sons of the Wolf King might not all be born from the same woman. The Wolf King had only one official wife, but countless concubines, and the number of children was too many to count. Some, even the Wolf King himself couldn't remember. What's so strange about it? Seeing that Chenja was losing interest again, Little Fatty threw out a bombshell of information. This illegitimate son was born from the Wolf King and an ordinary human woman. This time Chenja couldn't hold back. He let out a sound, drawing the attention of many classmates, and he quickly shut his mouth. A half-human son of the Wolf King? That was something Chenja really didn't expect. After all, races like werewolves and vampires are extremely concerned about bloodlines. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the transcendent power. So while they might take human women, they would never have children with them. Seeing Chenja so shocked, Little Fatty looked extremely proud. Amazing, right? When I first heard it, I was stunned too. It seems that human woman must have been incredibly important to the Wolf King, to break racial rules and have a child with her. Chenja nodded. That was true. Then why would such an important son come to our base city? Little Fatty shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Even if the Wolf King allowed him to be born under pressure, life in the werewolf tribe must be extremely hard for him. That's true. Although it's dangerous, as long as the Wolf King sends a lot of guards, he can move freely in the base city, Chenja said. But Little Fatty sneered, There were plenty of bodyguards, but he was still ambushed. They say he lost a lot of blood. That really happened? Chenja felt like the amount of information was overwhelming. Of course. Little Fatty went on, this illegitimate son is really something. He perfectly inherited the Wolf King's pure bloodline, but with some changes. His blood isn't dark red, it's blue. The only one of his kind. Amazing, right? Chenja's face changed instantly. Blue blood. One of a kind. Could it be? He thought of the serum he had injected, wasn't it werewolf blue blood? No way. That little shop didn't look like it had the power to touch a heavily guarded Wolf King's son. Seeing Chenja's strange expression, Little Fatty felt it was odd. Bro, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Chenja answered half-heartedly. If his heart could beat like a normal person's, it would probably be jumping out of his throat. Little fatty, got any other rumors? Chenja was now desperate to know everything about this illegitimate son, so he could figure out what to do next. The thing transcendent races hate the most is being captured and having their mutated blood drawn. Once discovered, they become targets to be eliminated. Chenja didn't want to barely survive, only to end up being ground into dust, with all his blood drained. What more news could there be? His father's tribe has already made it clear that if they catch the person responsible, they'll drain their blood, skin them, crush their bones, and scatter their ashes. They're also investigating the flow of blood, and anyone involved will be killed on the spot. Hiss. Chenja sucked in a cold breath, just as he had suspected. After that, he didn't hear anything else the chubby kid said. His mind was focused on how to hide next. Across the street from the school, in the high-rise building directly facing Chenja's classroom window, a pair of eyes were watching him. Koi. Seeing Chenja's expression, Koi giggled. Are you scared now? You little thing, you still want to fight me? In the room, besides Koi, there was also a young man, dressed in camouflage, with a hat pulled low, hiding his face. Don't push it too far. If he manages to hide well because of this, it might cause the mutation to stop progressing. That would be a huge loss. Hearing this, Koi clicked her tongue. Although we've barely interacted, this kid is definitely not easy. He's deep in thought. The man said nothing, continuing to speak to himself. This time, we are cooperating with the Wolf King. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. He wants to cleanse the internal forces, and we want to use this special wolf blood for research. So, Chenja is a very important experiment. Koi seemed a bit impatient. I know. I won't go too far. But this news will make him understand that if he doesn't find a strong backing, no matter how careful he is, there will be a day when paper can't cover fire. The man agreed with this. He got up and walked to the side of the bed, looking across. Clearly just using his eyes, his pupils were shrinking and expanding like a camera lens. The classroom window, which was dozens of meters away, looked extremely close to him. Chapter 8. At this moment, Chenja no longer cared about anything around him. His mind was filled with how to hide his mutation. Right now, my mutation level is low, and my awakened skill is weak. No one will notice from my aura. And my mutation is somewhere between a vampire and a werewolf. It's hard to tell from the outside what my mutation attributes are, which gives me a great disguise. If vampires find me, as long as I don't show vampire traits or display beast-like abilities, they will think I've only injected werewolf serum. Vampires don't care at all as long as it's not their own bloodline. As for being discovered by the Wolf Clan, that's easier. I just need to show my vampire side, but the premise is my blood. Chenja looked at the veins bulging on the back of his hand. I wonder what color my blood is now. If it's blue, hiding it will be very difficult. Thinking about this, Chenja told the chubby kid he was going to the bathroom and ran out. He went to the bathroom, locked himself in a stall, and transformed a finger into a sharp claw. He lightly scratched his vein, and blood immediately started flowing out. Red. Chenja let out a sigh of relief. This was the perfect disguise. He was glad his blood hadn't changed. If it had turned blue, no matter how many lies he told, he wouldn't be able to hide it. After all, blue wolf blood was unique. Even 100 of him wouldn't be enough to die. He walked out of the bathroom. Though he had thought of countless possibilities, he still felt this was a ticking time bomb, one that could blow him to pieces at any moment. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he heard a commotion coming from the direction of the playground. He rushed to the corridor wall and looked towards the playground. He saw many students running in a panic out of the cafeteria, shouting as they ran. Extraordinary, extraordinary. Someone's been killed, someone's been eaten. Chenja furrowed his brows. Extraordinary beings had appeared on campus and were attacking normal students? He found it incredibly unbelievable. After all, the students at his school were all ordinary people. As for those extraordinary beings, they had their own exclusive schools, so he couldn't understand why one would appear here and even attack the students. Many people in the teaching building heard the noise and came out, and once they figured out what was going on, it became total chaos. Even though Chenja's 5 senses had been enhanced, the distance between him and the cafeteria was over 100 meters, and he still couldn't see clearly from that far. How could an extraordinary being show up at school? Fatty's voice appeared beside his ear. After seeing Fatty, Chenja urgently said to him, "Find a place to hide, shut the door, and no matter what happens outside, don't come out until the crisis is over." As he spoke, he ran toward the stairway, and Fatty shouted in surprise, "What are you doing?" "It's too dangerous down there." "I'll be right back, don't worry about me," Chenja replied. It wasn't that he wanted to act like a hero and save people. Being a hero when you can't even protect yourself was stupid. Besides, he had to hide the fact that he had mutated. The reason he wanted to go down now was to figure out what exactly was going on, so he could respond properly. Besides, he was confident that in such a big crowd, he could retreat safely without being noticed. At that moment, the coy girl in the building across also noticed what was happening in the school and cursed in a low voice, "How can there be walkers in the school, and so many of them?" The young man beside her, Aoki, had his pupils shrink and immediately said, "Notify Red Moon's leader at once, get the special team brothers moving, move fast." After saying that, he began to transform, turning into a vine and slipping out through the window crack. The coy girl quickly took out an encrypted phone and called Red Moon to report the situation here. After speaking, she opened the window and leapt out, landing steadily from over a dozen floors high. Chenju arrived at the edge of the playground and moved toward the cafeteria along the green belt. The closer he got, the more he noticed something. His heartbeat was slightly faster than before. Why is this happening? Could it be because of the extraordinary being appearing at school? That's not right. I met that extraordinary called Koi before, and nothing like this happened. With this heartbeat speed, I could awaken a power in just a week. Even though he didn't understand why his heart was speeding up, the benefits that came with it made Shinju extremely excited, and his eyes turned feverish. After his mutation, he inherited vampire traits, including pale skin and a slow heartbeat. A vampire's heart beats very slowly. Each beat is like a pump of power. After 1,000 beats, his strength would grow once. So aside from vampire bloodline, what matters is how long you live. The longer you live, the stronger you become. Based on his previous heartbeat of 10 times a day, he would need at least 3 months to awaken one mutation. But with this current speed, a week is enough. The shortened time was heaven-defying. I just don't know what exactly is causing the heartbeat to speed up. While thinking, he had already gotten very close to the cafeteria. Along the way, panicked classmates were all running toward the teaching building, and Shenja finally saw the so-called extraordinary being. With one glance, his heart trembled. Is that a walker? That's right, they weren't real extraordinary beings but failed mutants called walkers. Some of their faces were dark, some were pale, but all of them moved slower than normal people, and their limbs were stiff. Otherwise, more people would have died already. These walkers weren't wearing school uniforms, which showed they weren't students, and they didn't look like teachers or staff either. Shinja didn't recognize any of them, which meant they had come from outside. This made him feel even more puzzled. How could such obviously mutated walkers just swagger into the school in broad daylight? The only possibility was they appeared directly inside the school. There were no powers. It was absolutely impossible for it to be teleportation or any other kind of supernatural ability. Shenja lay hidden in the grass, observing. Now on the playground, there were 5 walkers, and they were chasing after the fleeing students ahead. Looking again into the cafeteria, there were still walkers that hadn't come out yet, and the number was likely over 10. Walkers looked very much like zombies, but they were far more powerful than zombies. Zombies could be completely destroyed as long as they were attacked in their limbs or head, but not walkers. Walkers' brains had not mutated, so their heads were almost useless. Even if they lost their heads, their movements weren't affected at all. Their only fatal weak point was the heart, but the skin of walkers was like iron, and normal people using normal weapons couldn't pierce this layer of defense at all. Damn it, where are the base's guard team and the special unit people? Why haven't they shown up yet? Shenja watched helplessly as a classmate tripped and was pounced on and bitten by a walker in a gruesome scene. He clenched his fists but didn't dare step out to stop it. He was confident that with his current level of mutation, he could definitely handle a walker. But if he made a move in front of so many people, there was no way he could keep his mutation a secret. Chapter 9. Shenja's hesitation saved him. Just as he was unsure what to do, a huge rat broke out from the cafeteria door. That rat was more than 10 meters long, with a high, raised back lined with spikes. Its blood-red eyes were just like red traffic lights. Especially those long, thin teeth. Shinja had no doubt they could easily pierce through a steel plate several centimeters thick. Demonic transcendent creature, backspiked demon rat. He had thought it was just walkers, but he hadn't expected a demonic transcendent creature to show up. Could it be that the base city's defense barrier has been breached? How could a demonic transcendent creature appear inside the city? Things seemed far beyond expectations, already out of control. The backspiked demon rat let out a sharp cry toward the sky. Those walkers, as if controlled, suddenly moved much faster. Many students who were slower were tragically slaughtered. At that moment, Shinja hadn't realized that his heart was beating 10 times faster than normal. When he finally noticed, he found the blood-red eyes of the backspiked demon rat looking in his direction. Shinja quickly turned around and lay flat, not even daring to breathe. It sensed my presence from so far away. Truly a demonic transcendent creature, what perception? Shinja was very self-aware. With his current strength, he was no match for the backspiked demon rat. He definitely didn't want to become rat food. Drip! A drop of unknown liquid fell on Shinja's head. Almost instantly, he reacted on instinct, using both hands and feet to scramble forward. He knew he had still been discovered by the backspike demon rat. Damn these beast-type demonic transcendent creatures, their sense of smell was just too good. Chinja knew it must have smelled the mutation scent on him. Otherwise, why would it ignore the locations of all the other students and go straight for him? The pounding footsteps behind him were like a death sentence. Chinja clenched his teeth and ran wildly. If it weren't for the crowds of people and all the eyes, whether it was a vampire or a werewolf, their speed could definitely compete with the backspike demon rat. After all, the backspike demon rat wasn't a demonic transcendent creature known for speed. When Chinja darted behind a tree and broke its line of sight, he beastified. His hands beastified into wolf claws and landed on the wall first. Then his hind legs pushed hard against the ground, and he sprang forward in a flash. When he widened the gap between himself and the backspike demon rat by 4 or 5 meters and got out of its line of sight, Chinja immediately retracted his beastification and rolled on the ground a few times looking completely miserable. Help! He didn't forget to cry out for help. Lying on his back and looking up at the backspike demon rat, it was just too huge. A distance of 4 or 5 meters was nothing more than half a step. Now it's hard not to be exposed. Chinja was very helpless, but he didn't want to die either. If he was really exposed, then he would just leave this base city. He looked at the backstabbing demon rat as it leapt up, and he was already ready to make a move. At this critical moment, a sharp tree branch shot out from the crown of a nearby big tree, directly stabbing toward the backstabbing demon rat in midair. The backstabbing demon rat was too big and not very agile, it couldn't dodge the tree branch at all, and was pierced by the sharp branch, crashing straight into a nearby wall. The wall was directly smashed open, leaving a big gap. While Chinja was still shocked, he saw a tall man in camouflage appear beside him, wearing a hat so his eyes couldn't be seen. To avoid being exposed, you really held back. You're not afraid of dying, huh? Chinja's heart tightened. There was no one else around, so it was clear these words were meant for him. Who is he, that he knows I've mutated? Could he be from the werewolf tribe? As if seeing through Chinja's thoughts, the man left behind 2 words, then passed by Chinju and went straight to the backstabbing demon rat. Koi. Hearing Koi, Chinju understood. The man was on the same side as Koi. They were both members of the special team of the base city. Since the man was also an extraordinary, then things would be much easier. And judging by his strength, he was clearly far stronger than the backstabbing demon rat. Chinja quickly got up and left, but he didn't return to the teaching building. Instead, he left the school and went back home. Before taking out his key to open the door, Chinja checked the door. A toothpick was broken and lying at the doorway. His expression immediately changed. He knew someone had broken into his home. Ever since his mutation, every time before he left, he would stick a toothpick in the door crack. If the door was opened, the toothpick would naturally fall. Did they really come so fast? Worried that there were still people inside, Chinju immediately turned and went upstairs, all the way to the rooftop, where there was a water tank that could serve as cover. He looked around and checked the situation downstairs, and soon found several suspicious people wandering near his building. Werewolves! They didn't even try to hide their wolf tails, almost like they were afraid no one would know they were werewolves. This made Chinja frown slightly. He felt they were being too arrogant. If they were trying to capture him, shouldn't they be more secretive? Making such a scene would only alert him and let him prepare in advance. Chinja had a bit of doubt in his heart. But no matter what their reason was for being so bold, he couldn't go home today. Chinja turned back and returned to the school. The aftermath was already being cleaned up there. From a distance, Chinja saw that man on Koi's team surrounded by a group of people, probably giving instructions. Very soon, the corpse of the backstabbing demon rat was carried away, and those walkers were also tied up and taken away together. As if sensing his gaze, the man turned his head and looked at Chinja. Chinja immediately turned and walked toward the teaching building, but at the entrance, he ran into Koi. Chinja frowned slightly. Koi had a lollipop in her mouth and was looking at Chinja with a half-smile, a meaningful expression in her eyes. He didn't want to bother with Koi, so he walked straight past her. You're a mutant, and even if you couldn't beat the backstabbing demon rat, you still had the power to fight. But you just stood there watching it control walkers and devour your classmates without doing anything. Even when it chased you, you didn't fight back. I gotta say, I'm impressed. The mocking tone was obvious. Chinja stopped and sneered, his back still facing Koi. Throwing yourself into danger without absolute certainty isn't bravery, it's stupidity. There was no expression on Koi's face, but a look of appreciation flashed in her eyes. But she had no intention of letting Chinja go just yet. She deliberately appeared here to add more fuel to the fire. So, when Chinja took another step, he heard her speak faintly. Recently, it seems like there have been a lot of werewolves in the base city. I heard that the illegitimate child of their king had blood drawn from him to make serum. I wonder where the serum will end up. Hearing what Jinli said, Chenja's shoulder slightly trembled, but he desperately suppressed the panic inside and tried to speak in the calmest tone possible.
Oh? Is that so? Then shouldn't your special team hurry up and figure out where the serum is going?
Otherwise, if the Wolf King's tribe causes trouble in the base city, your special team will also have a hard time. After saying this, Chenju immediately regretted it. These words somehow sounded like he was shifting the blame, feeling guilty. When Chenja turned his head to look at Jinli, her expression was very mocking. Seeing him look over, she even winked at him. Chenja tried to maintain a calm appearance, but still had the feeling that Jinli saw right through him. He quickly decided to go upstairs to avoid further interaction with Jinli. Watching Chenja flee in a hurry, Jinli felt that adding a little more fire would be enough. Little brat, trying to fight with me, sooner or later you will come to me willingly.
Jinli turned and walked towards Qingmu. When Qingmu saw Jinli coming, he slightly nodded. Jinli asked, "Is everything taken care of?" Qingmu's pupils slightly contracted. This situation is odd. The demonized extraordinary creatures suddenly appearing in the city might be a sign that the guarding troops made a mistake. Ask Hongjie, she'll definitely think of it right away and see if there's any response from the guarding troops.
If these demonized extraordinary creatures from outside the base city in the Red Moon world are planning to launch another round of siege, the base city might not last more than half a month. Qingmu understood and immediately moved aside to contact Shun Hongjie.
Chenja returned to the classroom but did not see little fatty.
He quickly sent him a message, informing him that everything outside had been handled. The entire school was still in a chaotic state, and Chenju estimated that at least a dozen students had met a tragic end. If it weren't for that special team member arriving in time, the casualties would probably have increased exponentially. Little Fatty, covered in sweat, returned to the classroom. When he saw Chenja, he quickly rushed forward, looking him up and down before letting out a long sigh.
You scared me to death. Do you know how worried I was when you suddenly ran off?
As an orphan, it felt very touching to Chenja to have someone care about him so sincerely.
Where did you hide?
Little Fatty said with a pained expression, in the storage room on our floor.
There were so many things piled up inside, I almost couldn't squeeze in. I almost suffocated.
Chenja couldn't help but laugh lightly. It must have been tough for little Fatty to squeeze his big body into such a small space. Although the teachers were maintaining order, everyone was still chattering and discussing the demonized extraordinary creatures and the walkers. This was a huge issue, and classes might be suspended. As expected, close to noon, the teacher came back with a serious expression and said that classes would be suspended, and that we would wait for further notice about when classes would resume. This didn't surprise Chenja, but what the homeroom teacher said next made his heart skip a beat. During the suspension, no one is allowed to run around, and don't take the boundary trains to leave the base city. Everyone must check in and report in the group every day. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class was in an uproar. They couldn't understand why the school was imposing such a requirement. But for Chenja, being an altered one, the situation was not that simple. Could it be that the base city is really in danger? Should I? Chenja thought about asking Jinli. As a member of the special team, she would definitely receive any news about changes in the base city. But then Chenja hesitated. He had so decisively rejected Jinli's invitation before that he probably wouldn't receive any information from her. He decided it was better to forget it. Although all the students were confused. It's a joy not to have to go to school, each face filled with excitement. Chenja kept his eyes fixed on the teacher, noticing that the teacher's face was full of seriousness. Forget it, when the enemy comes, we'll meet them head-on, when the water rises, we'll dam it. He packed his things and went home. However, this time he didn't go directly upstairs. Instead, he observed from a distance for a while, and after not spotting any traces of the werewolves, he returned home. Once at home, he checked around. As he had nothing of value, his house was nearly empty, and there was no sign of it being disturbed. Could it be? Chenja had a bold thought in his mind, that his door had indeed been opened but no werewolf had entered. Thinking about those werewolves blatantly patrolling nearby, he became even more certain that this bold thought was likely accurate. He sat on the chair, staring at the livestock blood he had taken out from the fridge earlier, having no desire to eat at all. Chenja sighed helplessly. Looks like I'll have to figure out a way to make money and buy some blood food potions. Chenja didn't want to become a monster that roams around sucking human blood. That would be a sure path to self-destruction. Unfortunately, his awakening level was too low. Only when a vampire reaches 100 years can they ignore the restriction of blood. I'll go ask the fat boss at the shop, how much is a bottle of blood food potion? Chenja left the house and went to the store located in the rundown slum area of the base city, but unfortunately, the store was already empty. Hiss. In less than 2 days, it closed down? Chenja was puzzled. A shady shop selling extraordinary items was still quite popular and had many customers. It was no exaggeration to say it made a lot of money every day, so how could it close down? Could it be because of the werewolf tribe? Chenja, who had originally suspected something was wrong, was now a little unsure. Seeing the store empty, he suspected that the owner was afraid of the werewolf tribe coming after him, so he ran away. Otherwise, how could a perfectly good store close down in less than 2 days?
What's going on? Are you going to find the boss?
The boss was afraid that the Wolf King's subordinates would come after him and his life would be in danger, so after selling that bottle of blue serum, he ran away. Chenja didn't need to turn around, just from hearing the voice, he knew who it was. It was Jinli. Ha! Chenja sneered softly, you really don't know when to give up. You said it yourself, I'm just a low-level mutant, yet I can make a special team expert like you go to such lengths to try and win me over? Jinli replied in a tone that could be interpreted either way, there's a reason for that. As long as you agree to join us, it'll all be settled. Chenja smiled as he turned around to look at Jinli, his gaze sharp. In an instant, Jinli felt as though she had been seen through. Stop with the lofty words.
I think the matter of the Wolf King's illegitimate child and the werewolves openly appearing near my house and deliberately opening the door are all you're doing, right?
This time, Jinli was truly stunned. She had said before that Chenja was a deep thinker, but she hadn't expected that he would actually think of this layer. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chenja continued, as for why the Wolf King agreed to cooperate with you, I don't know. But your purpose in doing all this is to make me feel a sense of crisis. After all, with my strength, I have no way of contending with a werewolf tribe. In order to survive, desperately improving myself and gaining more power is one way, but the premise is that there must be a lot of resources. Obviously, as a poor student who can only work to support my studies, I can't do it.
Anything else? Jinli asked, intrigued, wanting to hear what else Chenja had to say.
Chenja raised an eyebrow. Another way to protect myself is to rely on a force that even the Wolf King fears, and the special team is one such force.
Am I right?
Chenja laid his cards on the table, and Jinli stopped pretending.
You are indeed very clever. You're right, I like dealing with smart people.
Although the search for the blood serum is a lie, the wolf's illegitimate child is real, and the blood of a bastard being special is true, and needing a huge amount of resources just to grow stronger by oneself is also true.
And all of this, my special unit can give you. Chapter 11.
The offer the Koi threw out was too tempting, it was impossible for Chenja not to be moved. After all, the difficulties in front of Chenja were too great. He had to deliberately hide his mutation, and he had to worry about how to improve his power. Even though Chenja had awakened not just beastification but also the vampire bloodline that could enhance his strength with his heartbeat, daily blood food and supplement potions all needed money, and it wasn't a small amount. Seeing through Chenja's thoughts, the Koi pressed the advantage. Let's not talk about the money for now, just the knowledge about mutants and the extraordinary. This isn't something you can find in normal human society. Without this, you'd be like a headless fly feeling your way around.
You know very well what the result would be. What would the result be? Obviously, not only a waste of time, but maybe ending up with nothing.
Chenja was very clear about one thing: after his mutation, no matter how hard he tried to hide and act like a normal person, it was useless. In the end, he would walk the path of the extraordinary. Since he was going to walk this path, then everything the Koi said would become obstacles on that road forward.
Although Chenja was young, that didn't mean he had no brain.
Without a strong backing, everything he needed would eventually be extremely difficult to get. She said these things to tempt me into agreeing to her conditions in joining the special unit, but I can't deny everything she said hits the key points.
These are things I urgently need. Chenja was thinking, but he didn't agree right away. Chenja asked the Koi back, since you want me to join the special unit, you should at least make clear what the cost is, right? I don't believe in the kind of luck where pies fall from the sky. If there are benefits, then there must be a price to pay. That's why I like dealing with smart people. The Koi looked at Chenja with an approving gaze. After the Red Moon arrived and mutations began, as awakened ones appeared in large numbers and led humanity to build base cities, the three major extraordinary systems were born: the Defense Department, the Guard Forces, and the Multi-Race Alliance. Of course, there's also the Scattered Extraordinary Alliance, but they're too small to mention. Our special unit belongs to the Defense Department of the Dragon Nation, and our main duties are monitoring, eliminating, and joint combat. After thinking a little, Chenja understood monitoring meant keeping watch on all extraordinary races within the base city, checking if any demonized extraordinary beings or demonized awakeners from the Red Moon world had appeared. Elimination was self-explanatory. If those unstable factors disrupted peace in the base city or harmed ordinary people, the special unit was responsible for capturing, eliminating, and destroying them. Joint combat, Chenja thought, should be cooperation with the guard forces of the base city. After all, maintaining a stable base city needed the joint effort of all extraordinary beings and mutants within the city. So it didn't feel strange to Chenja that joining the special unit meant having to do these things. It made sense. What else? The Koi spread her hands. That's all. But doing these things isn't easy. If you're not ready to sacrifice for it, then I advise you not to join. Because once you join, it's no longer up to you. When she said this, the Koi's eyes became sharp. Chenjo understood she wasn't just saying it. The meaning was clear. If he joined but then became afraid and ran away, the result would be internal cleansing. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Chenja said coldly. The Koi shrugged. Of course I know. Alright, I've said all I needed to say. You can make your decision now. The Koi had to get a clear answer from Chenja today. She no longer had the patience to waste time on whether or not Chenja would join the special unit. I join. Chenja directly answered her with 3 words. Great, Chenja. The Linhai base city welcomes your joining. Jinli extended her hand, but Chenja acted as if he didn't see it and had no intention of shaking hands. Jinli pouted, you have quite the temper for someone so young. Then she pulled something out of her pocket and threw it to Chenja. He caught it and looked closely. It was a blood food supplement. The leader of our special team in Linhai base city is called Chen Hongyue. She instructed me to give you this blood food supplement if you agreed to join. It's been almost 2 days since your mutation, and you haven't eaten. This is not good for enhancing your abilities after the mutation. Without saying a word, Chenjo opened the bottle cap and tilted his head to drink it all down. He thought it would taste bloody, but instead, it had a sweet and refreshing flavor. As the small tube of blood food supplement went down his throat, Chenjo felt as if his heart skipped a beat, but all the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Although he didn't feel any awakening of powers, Chenjo distinctly felt changes in his body, as if he had become a bit stronger. Jinli handed him a business card. Come here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, on time. After saying this, she turned around and left. Chenjo looked at the business card in his hand, feeling indescribable emotions. After a long silence, he mumbled, forget it, I'll just go along with it. At least I'm earning a meal ticket, otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could have my first meal. As a vampire, he had already received the blood food supplement, but as a werewolf with a human body, he still needed to eat normal food. Sigh, I'm so short on money. Looking at his pitiful balance on his phone, Chenja quietly exited and had to settle for instant noodles for lunch. I still need money. Not just for the supplement, but I also need meat now. If I can get meat from mutated extraordinary creatures, that would be best, otherwise, it will be hard to enhance my werewolf side. The strength of the werewolf's body is vital to its power. If he ate instant noodles every day, Chenja suspected he would become the first malnourished werewolf in history. He had never seen a werewolf so thin it looked like a pole. After resting for 3 hours, Chenja left the house and headed to the convenience store, ready for today's work. At the store, he had a handover with Jiangyu. After the handover, before leaving, Jiangyu reminded Chenja, I just saw the news saying that recently, if not necessary, we should try to reduce going out, especially to dark and damp places. Is something big going to happen in our base city? Seeing Jiangyu looking nervous and scared, Chenja didn't want her to worry too much. It's fine. What could happen? We are just ordinary people living in the base city. The patrol team and the special group of extraordinary beings are constantly checking the safety of the base city, so don't worry. After saying this, he quickly changed the topic. The area where you live will undergo renovation. Once it's done, you can also live in a base defensive building. Talking about this, Zhang Yu's worried expression turned very happy. The buildings in the base city are divided into 2 types. One is ordinary residential areas like the one where Chenja and Zhang Yu live, and the other is base defensive buildings that can defend against mutated extraordinary creatures. However, Chenja could only afford a toilet in a base defensive building with the money he earned from working if he didn't eat or drink for a year, so being able to be planned for a base city is naturally a good thing. Chapter 12. Chenja didn't know when he would be able to live in a defensive building, but he was already very satisfied with his current situation. After finishing his work for the night and returning home, Chenja washed up and didn't rest, but set out with a backpack. Following the address on the business card Jinli gave him, Chenja arrived at the station location of the special group in Linhai Base City. What he didn't expect was that the location of the base wasn't far from him, it was at the ruins of the old city. Chenja knew this place, it used to be a school. He thought it was usually empty, but he didn't expect it to be the headquarters of the special team of the coastal base city. But this place doesn't look like anyone is here, Chenja thought anxiously as he looked at the old, dilapidated buildings ahead, finding no signs of life. As he was puzzled, he heard a beeping sound, and then a door opened in the air before him. Chenja stepped back in surprise, and then he saw Jinli smiling at him from inside the door. Come in. Only then did Chenja dare to step forward. Once he entered, the door behind him closed, blending back into the air. He could still see pedestrians and vehicles in the distance. What is this? He looked at Jinli in confusion. Jinli smiled and explained, there is a barrier outside the headquarters, making it look like just an old, abandoned school from the outside, for the sake of concealment. Understanding, Chenja turned around to see that the old school, despite its antiquity, showed no signs of disrepair. The red brick walls were covered in ivy, and the surrounding environment was quite pleasant. Occasionally, he could see people coming in and out, likely all members of the special team, who greeted Jinli with nods. Following Jinli, Chenja walked into the building, listening to her explanation. It turned out that the building he saw on the ground was only a part of the special team. It was used for document work, while the activity area for the extraordinary members was underground. So Jinli led Chenja to a table frame, turning a book on top of it, causing the bookshelf to sink inward with a click. Stay close. Jinli brought Chenja into the empty space left by the moving bookshelf, then pressed a button on a nearby shelf, and surprisingly, the area beneath their feet began to descend. This caught Chenja off guard. He nearly lost his balance. At this moment, Chenja was filled with curiosity about the headquarters of the special team. Everything felt like a movie to him, full of hidden mechanisms. He estimated that the floor descended at least 10 meters before stopping, leaving him in awe. The unusual lift finally came to a halt, and when Chenja stepped out, he discovered there were 2 more lifts like this nearby. He now found himself in a large underground space, which was quite spacious but not very crowded with people. In the center was a huge screen, divided into many square sections, in front of which stood a large fan-shaped control console. I guess you've noticed, the images on this screen show the entire street of the coastal base city. Chenja nodded. He had just noticed that the entire coastal base city seemed to be under the control of the special team. These images are not just simple surveillance footage, they are created using the eyes of the magic-enhanced extraordinary creature, the Iron Feather Eagle. They're clearer than today's most advanced instruments. Chenja felt a great shock inside, thinking, is this the world of the extraordinary? If what he had previously heard about extraordinary beings was merely gossip, what he saw now was like a cascade of water. Usually, there are at least 5 operators monitoring the images. If there's anything unusual, they will press the alarm, and personnel from the special team will be dispatched. Chenja nodded and listened as Jinli continued. The special team is not made up entirely of extraordinary beings or mutated individuals. It is divided into 2 parts, the police force and the special operations team. The police force consists of elite personnel who possess superior skills and can use both cold and hot weapons. They are responsible for monitoring regular wanderers or magical creatures, or assisting the special operations team members in handling scenes, as well as keeping ordinary crowds in check. Chenja had a brand new understanding of the special team. He had previously thought the special team was just a group of extraordinary fighters relying solely on their powers. Once they encountered magical creatures or problems caused by extraordinary beings, they would step in to suppress. He never expected there were so many work processes involved. Koi led him into an office. This is our extraordinary office, rarely used. Then he showed him the AI simulation training room, the combat against room, and other places, finally arriving in front of a heavy titanium alloy metal door. This is the door to the underground prison. Inside, extremely dangerous extraordinary beings or magical creatures are held. Without the team leader's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Hiss. Chenja felt a chill in his heart. With such a heavy titanium alloy metal door for defense, what was inside must not be simple. He thought that even without Koi warning him, he didn't want to get close. Okay, next, I will take you to the testing room. Testing room? Chenja said suspiciously. Koi raised an eyebrow. Of course, we need to have a brand new understanding of your current strength. Otherwise, allowing you to handle events without knowing anything will just be sending you to your death. Oh. Chenja was now like a puppet. Whatever Koi said, he just followed. When he arrived at the testing room, Chenja entered an incubation chamber. As the chamber door closed, countless tentacle-like lines stuck to his body. Chenja immediately felt dizzy and soon closed his eyes, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Koi pressed the test button and watched the data screen in front of him. Then Aoki, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, appeared beside Koi, along with a tall, muscular man with his upper body bare and a large knife on his shoulder entering the testing room, followed by a delicate man dressed in white, even more feminine than a woman, named Wenwu, who entered while fanning himself with a folding fan. Lastly, there was Chen Hanyue. The 5 of them stared at the data screen. Chen Hanyue had no expression, but the other 4 looked shocked. Koi exclaimed, he actually has dual awakenings, both vampire and werewolf mutations. It's indeed strange. According to the serum he injected, he should have mutated into a werewolf. How come there are vampire characteristics? Aoki was quite surprised, as this situation was unheard of among the mutated or extraordinary beings. He. The delicate man laughed lightly. Isn't this great? Otherwise, with his mutated attributes, it would be too weak. At this point, the muscular man, Zhou Haojuan, coldly snorted. He looked down on the power attributes detected in Chenja. The 4 looked to Chen Hanyue. Chen Hanyue had no expression, with his pupils reflecting Chenja's ability data pillar. It is indeed too weak. It seems he still has a long way to go for growth.
Fortunately, Chenju was still unconscious in the incubation chamber, otherwise, hearing the 5 people's conversation would have made him feel miserable.
Chapter 13. Dong 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 dong.
As Chen Hongyue was about to signal Koi that the testing could end, all 5 of them heard a thumping sound. The 5 immediately showed puzzled expressions, looking around to find the source of the sound.
Strange, where does the sound come from? The sound sounds familiar, but I can't remember what it is right now.
Everyone had the same expression, feeling that the sound was very familiar, but when it came to their lips, they just couldn't say what it was.
Until Chen Hongyue said, "It's a heartbeat." Right, right. Koi exclaimed, "It's the sound of a heartbeat, but whose heartbeat is so loud? Could it be that little Geo at the control panel is playing a prank?"
Koi thought that little Geo at the control panel intentionally brought the heart close to the microphone, amplifying the heartbeat through the speaker to this extent.
But Chen Hongyue pointed at the incubation chamber. "No way, is it that kid Chincha's heartbeat?"
Koi opened his mouth wide and said, "That's impossible. Not to mention that a vampire's heartbeat can almost be ignored. Even when a werewolf goes into a frenzy, their heartbeat shouldn't sound this loud." Her words earned nods from a few others, but Chen Hongyue urged them to look closely. At this moment, Chenja still had his eyes closed, but his mind was wide awake. Chenja clearly felt his heart racing, as if it was stimulated by something.
This feeling was different from the previous instances of his heartbeat quickening. Strange, why was my heartbeat normal after transforming into a mutated vampire, but it's been racing strangely lately?
Although this was a good sign, the inexplicable acceleration made Chenja worry that there was a problem with his mutation. For vampires, a wildly beating heart was undoubtedly like having a time bomb hidden inside, which could explode and lead to death. Blood power was crucial for vampires. A heart pumping so wildly would put tremendous pressure on the heart and blood vessels.
One wrong move, and a blood vessel could burst.
But before he could figure out the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat, he felt his bones beginning to change.
Could it be?
This feeling was not unfamiliar to Chenja, it was a sensation that appeared when awakening abilities.
Is this awakening ability related to my bones?
Apart from his bones changing, his flesh was also transforming, though he couldn't feel it at all. However, the people outside could see it clearly. Jinkai had already dashed to the front of the incubation chamber, staring at Chenja's face with her large, expressive eyes in disbelief. Because his face was changing, as soon as Chenja's facial changes became a bit noticeable, she gasped and pointed, he. She repeated he 3 times but couldn't finish her sentence. It was Stillone whose soft voice that broke the silence. His face is changing to look like yours. That's right, Chenja's face was gradually transforming to resemble Jinsai's.
Jingmu pressed down his hat. Do vampires or werewolves have this kind of ability to change appearance? Everyone shook their heads, there was absolutely none.
But Chen Hongyue was smiling at this moment.
Exactly, how could a person bitten by a glutton not die and is still injected with a unique werewolf blue blood turn out to be useless after mutation?
Chen Hongyue thought that it was time to add some data to the experiment. As the changes continued, Chenja felt his bones shrinking considerably, the skeletal frame now appeared to be more like that of a girl, and he could even feel himself getting slightly shorter. This sudden change left Chenja uncertain whether to be happy or worried, as he didn't know how to control this transformation.
If he couldn't revert back, he could only cry.
Outside, after Chenja's body stopped changing completely, Chen Hongyue signaled the still-in-shock Jinkai to capture the data for testing. When the button was pressed again, the door of the testing chamber opened, and the tentacle-like instruments retracted. Chenja slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that besides Jinkai, there were 4 other people surprised him slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and stepped out of the incubation chamber. However, as he took a step, he realized that his clothes had become very large, and when he raised his hand, he discovered that his hands had transformed to look like a girl's.
What's happened to me?
Zhou Haojuan aimed the blade of his big knife at Chenja, reflecting Chenja's current appearance like a mirror.
At first glance, Chenja was unresponsive.
On the second glance, he began to furrow his brows and opened his mouth.
On the third glance, Chenja let out a screech. Oh my gosh, why have I become like this? His intense reaction immediately annoyed Jinkai, who shouted angrily, what's with that reaction? Is it such a big deal to turn into me?
After all, Chenja now had a face identical to hers. Chenja's disgusted expression made it hard for the Koi to feel good. Chenja wanted to cry but had no tears, thinking to himself, is it about beauty or ugliness?
Is that the point?
The point is that he has now turned into a woman.
No way?
If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have loved to touch his chest and crotch to confirm if those 2 places had also changed. It seemed Koi saw Chenja's thoughts and moved in to hook his neck, restraining him, warning, if you dare make any strange moves, I guarantee your head will move to a new neighborhood in no time.
Put. When Hu and Zhou Haojuan couldn't hold back their laughter, even Chang Mu lowered his hat, desperately trying to stifle his chuckle.
Koi was about to explode with anger, giving them a fierce glare. Hongyu waved her hand, and Koi reluctantly let go, saying, "Enough messing around, let's talk business. Chenja, tell us about how you felt just now." Chenja was still reeling from shock, speaking in broken phrases. After hearing his description, Hongyu became more certain that Chenja had awakened a new ability, but Chenja did not mention the rapid heartbeat. Even though he didn't think the 5 people in front of him were bad, it was wise to stay cautious. You have awakened a new ability, and familiarizing yourself with it requires a process. Based on your description, your new skill should be related to transformation or disguise, but the fact that it can even change bones is truly astonishing. You can give this ability a name, although it doesn't count as an attacking ability and isn't even a defensive one. It is very useful for hiding in undercover work. Awakening a new skill in such a confused manner, Chenja thought for a moment and decided to call this ability Bone Change. Bone Change? A nice name. Shen Hongyu nodded and continued, "Now you are officially a member of my special group. From today on, besides going to school, you need to come here. You are still too weak. I will arrange a training plan for you that you need to complete 100%. Got it. It wasn't that Chenja had compromised and was being controlled, but rather that he truly needed to quickly enhance his strength and gain the ability to protect himself. The training in the special group would surely be very systematic and comprehensive, which was something he had been longing for. Chapter 14. Our school is on break because of the occurrence of magical, powerful creatures. Chenja said directly. That's even better. Later, let Koi take you to collect your badge, training outfit, pass, execution certificate, and other things. Hongyu signaled Koi. Koi nodded. Then Koi raised her hand, looking very excited, and asked, "So who will be responsible for training this kid?" Hongyu understood Koi's implication and glanced at the other 3, who also seemed unwilling to volunteer. So, Hongyu nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, but remember to know your limits." Hee, don't worry, I will make sure little brother Chenja grows up quickly. When Chenja heard Koi call him little brother, a chill ran down his spine, especially with Koi's expression, which gave him a strong feeling of revenge. "Captain, can I protest?" Protests are invalid. Before Hongyu could speak, Koi had already dismissed Chenja's request, dragging him out. Xingmu was somewhat worried about this. "Captain, are you sure you want Koi to be responsible for Chenja's training? Koi can be heavy-handed." Hongyu laughed, "Don't worry, although Koi can be silly sometimes, she still knows her limits. With Chenja's current strength, Koi is the best fit to train him." Chenja followed Koi to gather the basic gear for being a member of the special group and then brought her to the training room. "You should familiarize yourself with Bone Change first. I don't want to face someone who looks exactly like me." Chenja nodded, seated cross-legged, and began to adapt to his newly awakened power, which lasted over 2 hours before he finally returned to his original appearance. Meanwhile, Koi had already consumed an unknown number of lollipops. She pouted with obvious disdain. "It actually took over 2 hours to adapt to a new ability, you really?" Koi was speechless. "Alright, you still have to work tonight, time is tight, let's start now. You, beast transformation, I'll test your strength level first, attack me with all your might." Just like that, when Chenja left the special team, he felt like he was falling apart. If it weren't for the repair potion, he would definitely have come out looking like a pig's head. This stinky woman, she's really taking personal revenge, so harsh. Chenja recalled Koi's fierce punches that hit hard. Although she was petite, her 2 fists combined were still smaller than one of his fists after transformation, yet her attacking power was so strong. Complaints aside, Chenja actually envied Koi's powerful strength deep down. Although it was only a short time of less than 3 hours, Chenja felt his speed, reaction time, and even combat awareness had greatly improved. Of course, the road to improvement was still very long. On his way to the convenience store to work, Chenja checked in the class group, otherwise the teacher would definitely think he was missing. After looking at the messages in the group, it seemed they were still waiting for notification on whether classes would resume. Is it really that serious? During a break in training with Koi, Chenja took the opportunity to ask her about the situation of the demonized extraordinary creatures entering the city area of the base, as he was now a member of the special team. Koi didn't hide anything from him. Currently, the special team had no clues about this matter. Team leader Hongyu had communicated with the officials of the base city's guard troops, and there had been no large-scale demonized extraordinary creatures showing any intention to approach the base city's defensive barrier, indicating that the extraordinary demonized creatures outside the high base city had no plans to attack. This relieved Chenja, but Koi also mentioned that it was strange, and she would inform Chenja if there were any changes later. When he was changing shifts with Jiangyu was still very worried about the school's suspension. Chenja comforted her a few times and moved on from the topic, reminding Chenja before leaving. "The store manager came today. I don't know where he got some weird fruits, leaving one for you and one for me." Chenja exclaimed, opening the drawer, and found a black fruit bigger than a fist, its surface showing black with purple sparkles, feeling as hard as a rock. Chenja had indeed never seen this kind of fruit and observed it for quite a while. The store was quite busy that night, and Chenja hardly got any rest. The next day he still had to report to the special team for another round of intense training, dragging his exhausted body to the special team. Seeing him looking so dispirited, Koi planned to let him take a nap first. As a mutant, his physical recovery was still fast. Even if he didn't sleep for a day and a night, he could fully recover after just 1 hour of sleep. Chenja felt Koi was really considerate today. As he casually tossed his backpack aside to sleep on the spot, the fruit rolled out of the bag. Ah! Koi suddenly let out a scream, startling all of Chenja's drowsiness away. Why are you screaming? Are you trying to scare people to death? Koi completely ignored his complaints and picked up the fruit, demanding, "Tell me, where did this fruit come from?" Chenja had not yet reacted when Koi raised her voice. "I'm asking you, where did this fruit come from?" The convenience store manager, what's wrong?" Seeing Koi's expression was off, Chenja realized the fruit might be a problem. Is there something wrong with this fruit? Come with me. Koi didn't answer, pulling Chenja to find Chen Honyue. When Chen Honyue saw the fruit in Koi's hand, she immediately stood up excitedly from behind her desk, a hint of panic showing even in her usually calm demeanor. Are you saying this fruit was given to you and another staff member by your convenience store manager? Chenja, still unclear about the situation, nodded. Jiang Yu said so. She said the manager mentioned that someone gave him some unfamiliar fruits during his inspection, and he left one for me and one for Jiang Yu. Well, Jiang Yu's fruit is a bit different from mine. It's green, but generally, they look similar. After reflecting, Chenja realized the fruit Jiang Yu took indeed looked slightly different in color. Chen Honyue picked up the fruit and murmured, "This is the extraordinary eye, the extraordinary eye." Extraordinary eye? Chenja repeated, even though he still didn't know what this fruit was, he could tell from the name that it seemed very powerful. Chen Honyue threw the extraordinary eye back to Chenja, who caught the fruit. Leader, what is this extraordinary eye exactly? Jinli, beside them, spoke in an exaggerated tone, what is it? It's a treasure. This thing is worth a fortune. One extraordinary tree can yield 1,000 fruits to produce just one extraordinary eye. Do you know how many extraordinary trees are outside Linhai Bay City in the Red Moon world? Chenja shook his head, he truly did not know. One, just one. There are not more than 10 in the entire dragon country, and they only bear fruit every 3 years, yielding only 100 fruits at a time. Chenja was dumbfounded. So every 3 years, 100 fruits result in a chance for just one extraordinary eye? This means it would take 300 years to get one? Chenja felt like he was going crazy. Chapter 15. It was no surprise Chenja was going crazy. The fruit of the extraordinary eye was simply too precious for him to just receive it this easily. Although he still wasn't clear about the specific effects of the extraordinary eye fruit, he could tell from Chen Honyue's expression that this thing was far from ordinary. Seeing Chenja's shocked face, Chen Honyue knew what he was thinking. These are just rumors. In reality, the extraordinary eye fruit is indeed incredibly precious, but it does not take 300 years to get such an exaggerated number. But Jinli has a point, there are indeed only 10 extraordinary trees in the entire dragon country. As for whether there are undiscovered ones, it's hard to say. Take good care of this fruit, whether you use it for yourself later or auction it at the Extraordinary Business Guild, it will greatly benefit you. Despite saying this, Chen Honyue still didn't explain what the extraordinary eye fruit was for, so Chenja directly asked. Leader, this fruit is so rare and sought after, what exactly is its use? Before Chen Honyue could answer, Jinli spoke first, her expression and tone very exaggerated. What use? The benefits are huge. Let's put it this way, if an ordinary person eats this fruit, there is a 100% chance of mutation, and a 70% chance of becoming extraordinary. Chenja's mouth could fit a fist after hearing Jinli's words, he was completely shocked inside. While mutations are beneath the extraordinary level, they are already extremely rare. This fruit can make an ordinary person mutate 100% and even 70% achieve extraordinary? That's beyond shocking, it's terrifying. However, Chenja had already succeeded in mutation, as a half-vampire, as long as he was alive, his strength would eventually rise to the extraordinary level. So, this fruit seemed a bit useless to him. Kid, do you think you're already mutated and will eventually become extraordinary, so this fruit is of no use to you? Jinli looked at Chenja as if he were an idiot, instantly seeing through him. Chenja didn't deny it and nodded directly. Jinli looked at Chenja as if he were foolish, you're really clueless about the fortune you're in. Do you know how much less detours this fruit can save you? He can. Enough. Chen Honyue interrupted Jinli, now that he knows too much, it does not bring any benefits, and his strength is still not enough. Jinli obediently closed his mouth. Chen Honyue turned to Chenja, my suggestion is to keep it well and use it when the time is right. Remember, this thing must not be known by others, or it will not be good for you. Even without Chen Honyue saying it, Chenja understood this matter, it is just like not revealing wealth. The eye of the extraordinary fruit is so precious that many will covet it. He certainly does not want to attract trouble and lose his life because of it. He nodded to show that he understood.
Chenja still trusted Chen Hanyue and Jinli, they would certainly want it as well, but they absolutely have a bottom line. Now Chenja had another question in mind: where did the convenience store manager get these fruits? Did the person who gave it to him not know about the eye of the extraordinary fruit, and was anyone else aware of these fruits he had during this time? I need to investigate this matter later. This matter was briefly put aside. After resting for an hour, Chenja continued to train with Jinli. In just 2 short days, Chenja felt that his reflexes and adaptability had improved. Dinner was eaten in the special team's cafeteria along with everyone else. He planned to eat dinner and then take over duty. In the afternoon, he checked in on the class group, but there was still no response regarding resuming classes. It seemed he would have to continue attending classes. As it turned out, before he could leave, a young man from the special team named Xiaojiu rushed over, looking urgent. He had an important report. What's wrong, Xiaojiu? You look like you've seen a ghost. Jinli hooked her arm around Xiaojiu's neck, just like a little devil. Aoki smiled and reminded, Jinli, if you keep that tight, Xiaojiu won't be able to breathe. Only then did Jinli let go. Xiaojiu coughed a couple of times and then revealed shocking news. The team received the latest news. A batch of counterfeit eye of the extraordinary fruits has entered the market in the coastal base city. What? Chenja's heart tightened. Could it be that the eye of the extraordinary fruit in his hands is fake? Jinli immediately looked at Chenja, while Chen Hanyue shook her head slightly at him. Only then did Chenja feel at ease. It seems that the eye of the extraordinary fruit I have is real. This point reassured him. Chen Hanyue would not misjudge, and she could tell the difference between real and fake eyes of the extraordinary. What are the consequences of these fruits? Chen Hanyue asked. Xiaojiu swallowed hard. The walkers, those who were deceived into eating these fruits, have all become walkers, including several who were already mutated or extraordinary. Hiss. Chenja gasped, realizing that these counterfeit eye of the extraordinary fruits were not only meant to scam money, they were harming people. Instinctively, Chenja sensed a trace of conspiracy, feeling that this matter was definitely not simple. It's not hard for ordinary people to become walkers, serums can achieve this too, just a failed mutation. But to turn someone who is already mutated or extraordinary into a walker is not something simple means can do. The other party must have ulterior motives. Chen Hanyue immediately put down her chopsticks, stood up, and walked out. The others followed, and of course, Chenja was among them. Arriving in the office area, everyone settled down. Xiaojiu, do you have control over the current fruit flow? Xiaojiu quickly opened a small screen on the office wall, displaying a map of the coastal base city, the city scale being 10 times that of the old city. As Xiaojiu manipulated the map, it gradually zoomed in on a certain area, which Chenja recognized as the eastern old district of the coastal base city. Damn it, why is it the old district again? His living range, including home, convenience store, and school, all fell within the old district. It seems I must move away from there once I make some money. Chenja thought. Xiaojiu pressed another button. Many red dots appeared on the map of the old city, flashing. Do these red dots represent the flow of imitation fruits? Chenja asked. Xiaojiu nodded, yes, among the clues currently held by the special team, 13 have confirmed flows of imitation fruits. 13 points is indeed not a small number, capturing them will require a lot of manpower. Xiaojiu continued, among the 13, 11 are ordinary people turned into walkers. The police team has already moved out to capture them, so that shouldn't be a problem. The most critical issue is these 2 points. Xiaojiu pointed to 2 red dots next to each other. One of these 2 places has a mutant, and the other has a super being that has become a walker. The police can't control them, only your special team can be dispatched. Chapter 16. Introduce the specific situation. Chen Hanyue asked decisively. Xiaojiu immediately displayed the information of the walkers at the 2 red dots on the screen, and Chenja watched closely. The mutant-turned-walker was a man in his 40s who had mutated for 10 years without completing the super transformation. His mutation ability was the charming eye of the Meizu. The last piece of information was about the strength evaluation. Apart from the charming eye, his strength level was rated 1 star. Chenja quietly asked Koi what a 1-star rating represented. Koi scoffed, saying that 1 star is just a bit stronger than an ordinary martial artist. She even compared it to the martial artist previously parasitized by the brainless bug, saying it was just slightly stronger than that. With this, Chenja had a clearer concept and felt much more relaxed. He was confident that dealing with this would not be difficult with his current skills. What worried him most was the owner of the other red, a super walker whose ability was to control objects and had reached a strength level of 3 stars. This was no joke. Chenja felt that even if 3 of him teamed up, they would not stand a chance against the opponent. The walker's mind was completely emptied, relying only on instinct, and Chenja could not imagine the madness driven by a super control being's instincts. After finishing the information, Chen Hanyue stood up. Everyone, pay attention, I will arrange our next actions. Koi, you take Chinja with you. The two of you will deal with that one-star charming eye walker, helping Chinja familiarize himself with the task mode and gain some combat experience. This time, Koi didn't say much, nodded to indicate her understanding, and Chinja nodded too. Xingmu, you go with Wenhu, Zhou Haojuan, and the three of you will deal with that 3-star super control being. Yes. The three answered. Chen Hongyue continued, if possible, it's best to capture them alive. If that's not feasible, then kill them on the spot. They must not be allowed to escape. Yes. The five replied in unison, then set off. When setting out with Koi, Chinja felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all, it was his first official mission. Koi glanced at Chinja, no need to be nervous, a 1-star walker is not difficult for you. What you lack is just experience, so watch me more. Got it. But I'm more worried about the number of fruits flowing into the market. If we can't intercept them quickly, such incidents will happen frequently in the future. What Chinja said made sense. If the source cannot be controlled, the root cause of all this will lead to walkers appearing from time to time. After all, the eye of the supernatural fruit is incredibly tempting. How can it not move people's hearts when there are many wealthy people? Becoming a mutant or a super being not only represents wealth but also status and identity. Who can resist the temptation of wealth and power? Koi nodded slowly, you're right. It's been calm for so long, but lately, the Linhai-based city is truly facing a lot of troubles. It was rare for the usually unpredictable Koi to express such a heavy sentiment, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. The journey took just over half an hour to reach the incident area, where the police team had already sealed off the site, pulling back all ordinary people within a 50-meter radius to avoid harming innocents during the confrontation. Seeing Jinko and Chenju arrive at the scene, the leader of the police team came forward to greet them and introduce the current situation. The walker is currently wandering inside a shopping mall, positioned right here. He pointed to the walker's location on his tablet. He seems to be searching for living beings, but all ordinary people within this 50-meter radius have been evacuated. He has no target. Jinko nodded, but Chenja frowned. No. His abrupt response caught the attention of Jinko and the police team leader, and Jinko gestured for him to speak. Chenja spoke, it's not that I don't trust the police team, but the walker is a machine that only reacts to living things. If there are no living beings in the mall, he absolutely won't stay there. His current reaction is more of a search than wandering, looking for a living person that is still hiding inside the mall. The person is just well hidden, making it difficult for the walker to accurately catch their scent. Jinko pondered Chenja's words and found them very reasonable, while the police team leader's expression was not too pleasant. It wasn't that he disagreed with Chenja's words, it was simply that if Chenja was right, it would mean the police team had not done their job well, which embarrassed him. It's okay, I'll go in with him to see for myself. You all set up a perimeter, make sure no one gets in, Jinko instructed, noticing the leader's odd expression. Chenja chimed in, yeah, you guys have a tough task. If someone sneaks in and gets bitten by the walker, that would be disastrous. Thank you for your hard work. Though Chenja was young, it didn't mean he lacked emotional intelligence. The leader's expression softened significantly, assuring them he would get the job done. Chenja followed Jinko into the perimeter, heading towards the target mall. Watching the two figures walk away, the police team leader looked on with envy in his eyes, murmuring, no wonder people are so crazed about imitating the fruit. If it were me, if I had a real extraordinary eye, I would spend everything to buy it. The mall was over 20 meters away from the outer perimeter, its doors were wide open, and the two walked in without obstruction. Jinko raised her wrist, where a round electronic watch was located. Though it seemed like an unremarkable watch, it served a significant purpose. In addition to electronic communication, it functioned like a tablet. At that moment, the display was showing a map of the mall interior, with a red dot blinking indicating the walker's location. Jinko lowered her voice and pointed upwards, and Chenja nodded in understanding. They split up, with Jinko taking the elevator while Chenja went up the escalator, perfectly surrounding the red dot of the walker. Chenja carefully climbed upstairs, his hands already beginning to show signs of beastification, and his feet also showed slight signs of transformation. This was the result of 2 days of training. Once his feet fully transformed, the strength of his legs could triple, allowing him to jump up to 5 meters high. Upon reaching the second floor, Jinko had already arrived. They exchanged glances, and Jinko pointed to the right, as Chenja nodded, having already heard the walker's distinctive strange footsteps nearby. They cautiously made their way toward the source of the sound, with Chenja peeking inside a nearby shop for cover. Sure enough, he saw a walker that looked to be in his 40s. The creature was moving forward, its body contorted like a zombie, the corridor connected on both sides, and it was headed that way. Is the hidden one in one of those shops over there? We must find the hidden one before the walker reaches him, or his life will be in great danger. Chapter 17. Chenju immediately signaled to Jinli, asking her if they should strike now. There wasn't much space on the second floor of the mall, so there was no need to wait for the right moment. Chenju felt it was best to act now, as they were very close and could launch a surprise attack from behind. However, just as he thought this, the walker, who had been facing away from them, suddenly turned around, and Chenju saw his eyes.
Purple. His eyes were actually purple, and for a moment, Chenja felt like his soul was hit by some mysterious force, and his head spun. He reached out and held onto the wall of the nearby shop, his breathing becoming rapid. Jinli across from him showed a worried expression. She knew that Chenja was unprepared to meet the alluring eyes and was affected by their power. When she prepared to check on Chenja's condition, she noticed he shook his head and seemed to regain a lot of clarity. Jinli couldn't help but feel surprised, while Chenja felt a wave of fear. Chenja had indeed felt extremely dizzy, his body somewhat out of control, and a voice in his mind kept urging him to jump, to jump. This was urging him to jump off the building, although it was only the second floor, falling headfirst could still be deadly. A thread of rationality remained in Chenja's mind, telling him to stay calm, but unfortunately, the more he thought this way, the louder the alluring voice became, making his body uncontrollable. Just as he was about to turn towards the edge of the corridor under the influence of that voice, he heard a thumping sound in his head. The sound of his racing heartbeat swept away the alluring voice, and Chenja immediately regained control of his body. This was the scene Jinli saw as he shook his head and stood straight again. Chenja waved his hand at Jinli to signify he was fine, while he also realized something in his heart. He had experienced a racing heartbeat before and was still unsure of the situation. Now he had a guess. The racing heartbeat was related to the walker, or rather, to the extraordinary being that was hostile to him. This was quite a mysterious thing. Perhaps this is also a kind of extraordinary ability obtained after the mutation, who knows? Moreover, this could be a huge benefit for me. The quicker my heart beats, the faster I could gain this new ability. If it weren't for the unsuitability of the situation, Chenja might have burst into laughter. The two were already discovered by the walker. Since that's the case, they no longer pretended and directly rushed towards the walker. The two attacked from left and right, and under the walker's instinct, he fought back, but unfortunately, his movements were too slow compared to Chenja and Jinli. Chenja had always avoided making eye contact with the other party. As long as the alluring eyes were not met, they had no effect. As an auxiliary ability, it was not bad, but as a main skill, it was quite useless. Because once someone sees through this skill, they would intentionally avoid it, and under much weaker strength, the alluring eyes would hardly have any effect. No wonder he was rated only 1 star in strength. When Jinli kicked the walker and sent him stumbling, Chenja seized the opportunity and clawed towards the walker's left leg, the sharp claws leaving 4 bloody holes on the walker's leg. The walker's attacked leg immediately buckled, kneeling on the ground. Chenja then followed up with a knee strike to the walker's chin, sending him crashing backward to the ground. Chenja stepped on the walker's chest, preventing him from struggling to get up. Well done. Jinli gave Chenja a thumbs up. Such performance on your first mission, you're quite impressive for someone so young, a great candidate for the extraordinary. Chenja wanted to roll his eyes. This Jinli was putting on a show again. Speaking in an intentionally old-fashioned way. Feeling too lazy to respond to her, Chenja said, he has already lost his ability to move. How can we restrain him? This could be considered an easy capture of a walker, but Chenja realized that neither of them had prepared ropes in advance to tie him up. Jinli smiled and took out a black wristband from her waist bag, which had a gem-like object sparkling with green light on it. With a flick of her wrist, Jinli aimed the metal ring at the walker's wrists that were bound together, and the metal ring snapped shut like handcuffs, emitting a green glow from the gem that immediately turned red. Chenja watched in surprise, wondering why he didn't have such a thing. Before he could ask Jinli, she tore off a strip of cloth from his shirt's hem. What are you doing? Chenja looked at his already short t-shirt that could barely cover his waist and smiled bitterly, thinking it just worsened the already tight situation for his not-so-wealthy family. Of course, I'm covering his eyes. Do you want to swagger out with him like this? Indeed, he was subdued but not unconscious. The purple bewitching eye was still there. If he was taken out and someone made eye contact, it could lead to trouble. Jinli used the fabric she tore from Chenja's shirt to blindfold the walker, so he couldn't bewitch others. Chenja pulled the walker up from the ground. The walker still twisted and struggled, but unfortunately couldn't break free. Just as they were about to leave, a young voice rang out. Are you members of the special team from Linhai Base City? The other party actually knew about the special team, and the fact that they appeared silently without Chenja and Jinli noticing made Chenja break out in a cold sweat. If the other party attacked, weren't the two of them in a passive situation now? Turning around, Chenja saw a boy about his age, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a rugged appearance. The other boy did indeed have a strong build, with sculpted features, his jawline seeming as if it was chiseled by a knife. This appearance really doesn't match his voice. Chenja held back, but Jinli couldn't stop herself and blurted out. Chenja felt a headache, wanting to manually make Jinli shut up for teasing someone in front of them. The boy seemed unfazed by Jinli's comment, showing no particular discomfort. He spoke again. Are you members of the special team from Linhai Base City? Chenja looked at Jinli, who didn't hide the truth, and nodded. That's great, now that you're here, I am safe, the boy said, a bit overjoyed. Now it was Jinli's turn to ask him, who are you? My name is iOS, a half-werewolf. Chenja stumbled slightly, looking at iOS with an odd expression.
Should he say iOS is innocent or not very bright, revealing his identity so easily as a half-werewolf? Wait a minute. Jinli suddenly thought of something, repeating iOS's name about 10 times before exclaiming, "You are the illegitimate son of the Wolf King." Ah! Chenja could not hold back and gasped. He never expected the one whose serum he had injected would appear right before him. He immediately felt uncomfortable. If one were to consider bloodlines concerning the vampires, it was somewhat forced to say iOS was Chenja's father, but he could be regarded as a disciple. When Jinli revealed iOS's illegitimate child identity, the calm expression on iOS's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 18. Jinli also realized she had misspoken, but the atmosphere was already awkward, and forcing an explanation would only complicate things. At that moment, Chenja chuckled, drawing the attention of both individuals. I used to know that even an ordinary person like me knew every Wolf King has a bunch of wives and kids, so many that they wouldn't even recognize their own. The young man's illegitimacy is well known. It seems he has a decent ranking among the Wolf King's offspring. Chenja's teasing tone eased the atmosphere a lot. Ios's face turned slightly red with a smile. He knew Chenja said this on purpose to prevent him from feeling embarrassed about his identity. He shrugged and pouted, saying, "What ranking or whatever, but it's true that being a bastard is a hassle." Chenja had an expression that showed he thought Ios didn't know how lucky he was. "You aren't subtly bragging in front of me, are you? The Wolf King's son, with power and wealth at your fingertips, is it really as good as an orphan like me who struggles for a living every day?" Hiss. Ios hurriedly waved his hand. He just wanted to express himself and didn't expect Chenja to be an orphan, so he quickly explained. Chenja laughed. "No need to explain, I'm used to it." Indeed, if he had truly wallowed in self-pity, he wouldn't have worked so hard to earn money after being bitten by the glutton to buy serum for himself. "Alright, you too." Jinli couldn't stand it anymore, not even looking at what occasion it was. Was this a casual chat? "Now we need to take this person away. Ios, why are you here alone? Where are the bodyguards?" Ios had bodyguards sent by the Wolf King around him, and Jinli naturally knew this. Ios said, "They watch me like a prisoner every day. I really couldn't stand it, so I secretly slipped out." He. Chenja sneered internally. "I knew it, this little young master always thinks freedom is the most precious, without considering how many eyes are on him in the Wolf King's tribe and other races, how many people want to harm him." Since it was someone else's matter, Chenja didn't want to say much, just waved his hand at him. "Let's go." Saying this, he and Jinli took the criminal and started to walk forward. Ios hurriedly caught up. "I'm about to enter high school, you can come find me when you have time." Hearing Ios mention the name of the school, Chenja was taken aback. He wasn't the only one shocked. Jinli directly exclaimed, "What? You? An extraordinary being and the Wolf King's son, you're actually going to a high school full of ordinary people." After saying this, Jinli felt it was inappropriate. Not everyone was an ordinary person. Wasn't there one extraordinary person right in front of them? Of course, she was referring to Chenja. Chenja's thoughts were the same as Jinli's. He truly couldn't understand Ios. Why choose this school to be among a group of ordinary people? It provided him no advantage. If he wanted to establish himself in the Wolf King's tribe, he should go to a school full of extraordinary beings. That way, he could build connections and expand his influence to make sure he wouldn't be easily attacked in the Wolf King's tribe. But this was only a thought in his mind. He wasn't interested in other people's matters. Nodding to Ios, the two sides parted ways. After they finished handling their side, they returned to the special team. Aoki and the others had only played for half an hour longer, and seeing them a bit disheveled, they knew their opponent was tough to deal with. "Are you guys okay?" Chenja asked with concern. One who covered his mouth with a fan and chuckled, "It's fine, fine, is the little handsome guy concerned about us?" Chenja couldn't help but shiver, one who really couldn't speak properly. "By the way, little Gio." Chenja turned his head to the control panel where Xiaojio was. "Do we have complete control over the flow of the imitation fruits now? Has there been an increase in the number of mutations?" Xiaojio, busy at the control panel, didn't look at Chenju and answered, "The flow is too complicated, and we haven't fully controlled it yet. The numbers are increasing but thankfully still within a controllable range." Although Xiaojio said this, Chenja felt pessimistic. If the special team's monitoring measures couldn't fully control the flow, it was terrifying. With each addition of a red dot, one more person is poisoned by the imitation fruit, leading to one more trouble. Ordinary walkers are manageable, but if there are two more mutants or extraordinary beings, it becomes a thorny issue for the special group. The uncontrollable aspect is what worries Chenja the most. What the entire special group doesn't know is that the troubles they face are merely a pretext, or a disguise. The true purpose of the opponent hasn't even begun yet. After imprisoning the two individuals, Chen Hanyue came to the hall and told Chenju and the other group members, due to the severity of the situation, everyone will need to work overtime and stay at the base. Before Chenja could speak, Chen Hanyue looked at him, "Except for you, Chenja. At the end of this month, you should quit your convenience store job. The special group's compensation is enough for you to live on." Actually, Chenja had already planned to leave that job. His energy was limited, and he couldn't stretch himself too thin. It was too tiring and would prevent him from doing his best in every task. Chenja nodded, and Chen Hongyue continued, "This matter is not that simple. I have a strong feeling that there might be some conspiracy behind it. We must strictly control all information and not overlook any suspicions." "Yes, leader." The 5 of them answered in unison. With time still left before his shift at the convenience store, Chenja followed the koi to the training room to continue training. He had now mastered 80% of the bone transformation technique, and could completely change his appearance and bones to become another person. However, it took a long time to do so. Based on Chenja's judgment, he could fully master the bone transformation in less than 2 days and would be able to transform into another person in an instant. This is truly a disguise weapon. In the future, if I can't reveal my identity as a mutant, I can just change my appearance to act. This way, no one will discover me. Because of this, Chenja practiced the bone transformation with even more effort, transforming into koi without her noticing any flaws. Koi rushed to the now transformed Chenja, eyes wide like brass bells, and said slowly, "I warn you, kid. If you ever dare to disguise as me again, don't blame me for being rude." She pointed her handgun style at Chenja's forehead, and he immediately dispersed his powers, returning to his original appearance. "Alright, today's training ends here. You should clean up and get ready to go to work." Chenja looked at the time and realized it was indeed almost time, so he went to freshen up and changed his clothes before heading out. When he arrived at the convenience store, he saw Jiang Yu, who immediately asked, "Did you eat the fruit the manager gave us yesterday? It was so delicious. I've never tasted such sweet fruit before." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Chenja furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 19. Last night, he didn't know that the fruit was the precious eye of the extraordinary, so he didn't pay much attention to what Jiang Yu was holding. He worried that Jiang Yu's fruit also wasn't simple, and she had eaten it so quickly. Chenja couldn't help but worry that Jiang Yu might mutate and become a walker. So, during their interaction, Chenja secretly observed Jiang Yu to see if there were any changes. Fortunately, Chenja's worries were unnecessary. Jiang Yu showed no physical changes, indicating that what she ate was likely just a peculiar fruit unrelated to the extraordinary. Chenja let out a sigh of relief. He truly didn't want to see Jiang Yu, who he had been close to for so long, ultimately become a walker. That would be no different from dying. During a break, Chenja clocked in. Just as Jiang Yu was about to leave the convenience store, she suddenly exclaimed, turning to Chenja, "You have a class group too, right? Quickly check if there are any messages. I just received a notice that classes will resume tomorrow." "What?" Chenja had just clocked in and hadn't seen any information about class resumption in the group. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was a newly sent message. "Tomorrow classes will resume as usual. Has the issue been resolved?" Chenja thought little of it, as many classmates had already responded below. Chenja also sent 2 words, "received." Then he scrolled to the work group, the special group, and sent a message telling them that classes would start tomorrow, so he could only go to the base before work in the evening. Chen Hongyue replied with an and be careful, which could be seen as approval of what Chenja said. There were quite a few customers that night, and Chenja was a bit busy, wondering why there were so many customers in the store when it wasn't the weekend. Chenja only took a break shortly before closing, before finishing his shift in the early morning and leaving the convenience store to head home. In the pitch-black night, Chenja noticed that there were still quite a few pedestrians on the road, which surprised him. It was said that the base city had no nightlife, but only in the new district. The old district was fine in the first half of the night, but almost no pedestrians could be seen in the latter half because it was unsafe. The old district had a complex layout with many vacant buildings, so many black shops and black markets hid in these buildings, a mix of good and bad. A careless stroll at night might lead to encountering unspeakable deals, and that could be deadly. Thinking of this, Chenja became more cautious and observed the people around him. An instinct for self-defense formed after his mutation. After walking 2 streets, there were far fewer people around, basically sparse. Although nothing happened, Chenja sensed that someone was following him. "Why am I being followed? I'm just a student working at a convenience store, definitely not someone with a fortune who would be targeted for a big robbery. Could it be that my identity as a mutant has been discovered? The other party is obviously an ordinary person, so they shouldn't be able to tell that I'm a mutant. Let's wait and see." In a short time, Chenja considered many possibilities and finally decided to hold back for now and observe the other party's intentions. If they really wanted to harm him, Chenja wouldn't mind making them pay a price. So Chenja deliberately walked through some more remote alleys, believing that the other party would definitely notice that he was aware of being followed, forcing the other side to act. Sure enough, after turning into another alley, that person quickened their pace, ready to act based on the sound of their footsteps. Chenja still did not stop and continued walking forward. When he judged the other party was less than 2 meters away from him, Chenja suddenly turned around and made his move. "Walker." Chenja saw the other person's face and actions clearly and was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a walker again. He cursed in his heart, "Am I really tangled up with walkers recently? Why do I keep running into these things?" The other party was an ordinary person mutated into a walker, so Chenja didn't even use his powers, he just used martial arts to quickly subdue the other party and pin them against the wall. Tell me, who sent you to attack me? After asking, Chenja felt that perhaps he was out of his mind. Walkers had no consciousness and obviously wouldn't be able to speak. Sure enough, the walker made a muffled sound but couldn't utter a single word. Chenja frowned, originally planning to go home to rest for class the next morning, but it seemed impossible now. He took the walker and hailed a cab to the special group's base. The taxi driver looked at Chenja, who was holding what seemed to be a dazed man, with a strange gaze, feeling quite odd. Chenja cursed this walker silently. Now, in front of the driver, he looked like a freak. He had no choice but to act as if nothing was wrong. The driver drove slowly and stayed nearby. Chenja had to stand still until the driver couldn't wait any longer and left his line of sight. Only then did he use his badge to open the barrier and enter the base. He skillfully led the walker into the underground base, and in the control hall, he saw Aoki. Aoki frowned when he saw Chenja returning so late and bringing a walker with him. What's wrong, Chenja? Chenja threw the walker to one side and pointed at him, saying, I was followed by this walker after work tonight. After subduing him, I figured it was better to bring him here. Aoki responded with an showing no surprise. Chenja knew Aoki's personality was a bit gruff, but there was clearly something else in his silence. Am I not the only one being followed by walkers? You are indeed smart, that's correct, Aoki admitted without denying it, pointing at the large screen. Since 8 o'clock tonight, until you arrived at this moment, there have been over a dozen attacks by walkers on ordinary people. The police force has already gone to handle it. This is the 8th walker brought back to the base. Hearing Aoki's words, Chenja frowned slightly. Recently, Linhai Base City has really been quite unstable. Why would there suddenly be so many walkers? Could it be caused by those fruits? Walkers, although they are unsuccessful mutated supers, are also rare. After all, those who can afford the serum are well prepared for the mutation and certainly wouldn't gamble with their lives. Under such circumstances, the chance of becoming a walker is greatly reduced. The other scenario involves acquiring the serum through unofficial channels and trying it secretly in a desperate bid to change their fate. In such cases, the serums purchased are usually of poor quality, with a nearly 80 to 90% chance of becoming a walker. However, in such cases, becoming a walker usually results in death, and it's impossible for them to attack people while still alive. In any case, it seems everything might be related to the fruits. Aoki shook his head. This matter is still under investigation, but one thing you're right about, recently, Linhai Base City has indeed been unsettled. I have a feeling that some hidden hand has reached into Linhai Base City. At first, Chenja thought it was a stroke of luck after his mutation was complete, but since the mutation began, it seemed Linhai Base City had turned into this. He felt completely speechless. Chapter 20. Seeing Chenja's expression flickering between dark and light, Aoki thought Chenja was worried and scared, so he stepped forward and patted Chenja's shoulder to comfort him. No need to worry too much. The base city is not so easily toppled, and besides, we are here. The guard troops will also join in protecting the base city when necessary. So even if there are more walkers, they will not pose a threat. Hearing what Aoki said, Chenja realized he had misunderstood, and shook his head, responding. Brother Aoki, what I'm worried about is the hidden hand behind all this. You must know that the cost of turning so many people into walkers is immeasurable, not to mention that among them are already mutated individuals who have reached the supernatural level. They are not easy to deceive. Getting them to willingly inject the serum or swallow the fake fruits isn't something easy. Chenja's analysis was spot on, and Aoki found it very reasonable, falling into thought. The two fell silent, only to hear Xiao Jiu over there continuously reporting the situation. The number of walker attacks on ordinary people had already reached 18, with 6 injured and still alive, while the other 11 had died under the walker's claws. Only Chenja had escaped completely unscathed. Chenja felt his heart sink as he listened to Xiao Jiu's reports. If they didn't uproot the whole incident quickly, Linhai Base City would indeed face huge troubles. Tomorrow morning, news of walker attacks would spread thoroughly, making everyone feel precarious, and public panic would destabilize the base city. Come and sit down. Aoki beckoned Chenja to take a seat. It's getting late, let's eat something. Today was Qingmu's duty, so there were snacks and drinks on the coffee table. Chenju was indeed a bit hungry, so he started to eat. After 3 in the morning, Chenja returned to his single room at the base to rest, leaving for school around 6 in the morning. As for what happened last night, when Chenja ran into Zhou Haojuan in the morning, he said he already knew, and the team leader also knew. The team leader went to the Extraordinary Alliance building to report the matter to the Extraordinary Elder Council. Hearing this news, Chenja knew that the situation was beyond the control of the special team, otherwise, Chen Hanyue wouldn't have gone to the Extraordinary Alliance building so early. After Chenja joined the special team, Koi once told him that this organization is a management institution created by various mutated extraordinary powers, having authority over mutated extraordinary persons. Chen Hongyue going there was indeed the right move. If this matter wasn't handled well, the special team would face severe penalties, and it couldn't rely solely on Chen Hongyue's decisions anymore. Until reaching school, Chenja's mind was full of this matter, especially upon entering the school and hearing classmates discussing the large number of walkers found last night, who were attacking people. Everyone was quite worried. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Chenja knew the news would spread today, but he didn't expect it to spread this fast. It was still before 7. When he arrived in the classroom, little Fatty was already there. As soon as Chenja sat down, little Fatty leaned over with a worried face. Have you heard? There were a lot of walkers in the base city last night, and many people were attacked. There were quite a few casualties. Chenja nodded. Since everyone was talking about it, he couldn't pretend he didn't know. Little Fatty continued, you come home after working late every night. There aren't many people on the streets at that time. You should be careful. Chenja felt warm inside at his friend's concern, nodding to show he understood and reminded little Fatty to be careful too. However, Chenja wasn't too worried. Little Fatty was so timid that he surely wouldn't dare to go out at night, and besides, little Fatty lived in the new district, so he was relatively safe. Classmates arrived one after another. Just before class started, little Fatty seemed to suddenly think of something and reached into his desk, rummaging for a long time until he pulled out a fruit. When he handed the fruit to Chenja, Chenja almost jumped up in shock if he hadn't held back. Extraordinary eye fruit. No, Chenja calmed down and realized that this fruit looked somewhat different from the extraordinary eye but could easily be mistaken for it. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that this fruit in front of him was likely a counterfeit of the extraordinary eye. Before little Fatty could say that he brought it specially for Chenja, Chenja was already speaking, his tone very excited. Where did you get this? Did you eat it? Little Fatty proudly said, my dad specially brought this back last night. It was really expensive. Of course, I ate some. This one is specially saved for you, otherwise, I would have eaten them all. Hiss. Chenja thought to himself that it was over. If little Fatty ate it, didn't that mean he might become a walker too? Just as Chenja was about to ask little Fatty if he felt unwell, suddenly little Fatty's eyes went blank, and he collapsed on the desk. Not just little Fatty, but many others in the class followed suit, collapsing on their desks, looking just like little Fatty. Chenja scanned the room and found that all the fainted students were from well-off families. Sure enough, this kind of fruit, to keep it under wraps, wouldn't be sold at a terrifying price, but it certainly wasn't something an ordinary family could afford or would buy. What's going on? Class is about to start, and you all are still sleeping. Wake up. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, known for her strict demeanor, entered. Seeing so many people sprawled on their desks, she thought they were just sleeping. Completely unaware of the other classmates who had not fainted, showing signs of nervous agitation. Chenja looked at the teacher and found a familiar face standing next to her, which surprised him greatly. Ios. At this moment, Ios also noticed him, but did not greet him. His expression was serious as he stared at the fainted classmates. I guess you didn't hear what I said, did you? Hurry up and get up. Chenja was sending the situation to the special team group when Ios stopped the teacher from continuing to speak. Something's not right, teacher. These classmates don't seem to be sleeping, they seem to have fainted. What? The head teacher was taken aback. Over a dozen people had fainted, this was no joke. The teacher shook the nearest fainted student. When the student showed no response, the head teacher believed it and quickly reassured everyone, everyone stay quiet in the classroom and don't go anywhere, I will step out to handle something. As the head teacher rushed out of the classroom, she happened to bump into teachers from other classes, all wearing panicked expressions. After asking around, she learned that this fainting situation was not limited to Chenja's class, it was occurring in other classes as well. Just after resuming classes, such an incident happened. Could the school still function after this got out? Chenja received a reply from Chen Hongyue, telling him to closely monitor these fainted classmates. If they began to mutate, he should knock them out first, a true fainting, perhaps there was still hope. Chenja replied with okay and then stood up to walk to Ios' side. How is your strength now? Ios felt a bit shy, stammering to answer Chenja, I haven't awakened yet, but I have undergone strict martial arts training. That's enough. Chapter 21. Very good, Chenja had already gained confidence. He was confident that he could handle these ordinary classmates turned walkers alone, but 2 fists are ultimately no match for 4 hands, the numbers were just too many. There were already over a dozen in their class, not to mention the entire school. Even if there were just over a dozen in each class, there could easily be hundreds combined, and Chenja alone couldn't manage it at all. But now with Ios, it was different. Although Ios hadn't awakened yet, he had a natural advantage in physical strength, and with martial arts training, they could definitely cooperate. Together, they would be able to suppress this group of walkers until the special team's police arrived for backup. As long as we hold out until the special team arrives, that's all we need to do. Remember, don't take any lethal actions, maybe these people still have hope. Chenja said to Ios. Ios nodded in understanding, don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Chenja believed this. Ayos looked rather simple and soft in character, so he shouldn't be someone who craves killing. After discussing this with Ayos, Chenja left the classroom. He needed to check the situation in other classes. First, he found that the two adjacent classes also had over a dozen people who had fallen into a coma, but fortunately, none had woken up yet. They were still slumped over their desks. At this moment, a teacher rushed in and saw Chenja and Ayos checking one classroom after another. He thought they were loitering and immediately scolded. "Which class are you from? Hurry back to your classroom and stop wandering around." Loitering? Chenja thought to himself, but this was not the time to debate. He told the teacher, "Teacher, it's best to gather all the classmates who haven't fainted and leave the school." The teacher frowned, clearly having something very important to deal with, not wanting to waste time arguing with Chenja. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, "What does a child understand? Hurry back to your classroom, you're just in the way." Chenja knew the teacher definitely wouldn't agree with his words. Damn it, when will Jean Li and the others arrive? At this moment, he could only rely on his identity as part of the special team. Chenja said to Ayos, "Now you help me continue checking the situation inside the school. I have a little matter to deal with." Still, Ayos isn't the kind of person who pries into others' affairs. Nodded, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." After Chenja nodded and acknowledged, he quickly left, hiding in the bathroom. Change form. Chenja's appearance and figure began to change, until he turned into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, one that couldn't be found in a crowd. Chenja looked at himself in the bathroom mirror and felt it was perfect. This way, no one will raise suspicion. While out, identity is something he gives himself. He deliberately changed into this stable middle-aged man's appearance to make people feel he was dependable and trustworthy. Exiting the bathroom, Chenja headed straight for the principal's office. Chenja was sure the principal must already know about the situation, so when he knocked on the office door, the head of discipline opened it and stared at him blankly. "May I ask who you are?" Chenja glanced into the office, noticing quite a few school leaders and teachers gathered there, looking worried and troubled as if facing a great enemy. Chenja directly revealed his special group badge, and the head of discipline suddenly looked as if he had seen a long-lost relative. "You've finally arrived, please come in, come in." Upon learning a member of the special group had arrived, everyone inside exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into smiles, and hurriedly explained the school situation to Chenja. After all, no one dared impersonate a member of the special group, so they had no doubt about Chenja's identity. Seeing that he had achieved his purpose, Chenja immediately said, "Right now, quickly organize people to gather the unaffected students together to evacuate the school, and then move the unconscious students to the gym. Then lock down the gym, no one can approach without my permission." Yes, we will follow your orders." The principal dared not have any objections and immediately began to command, and all the teachers and students started to act. Over an hour later, Chenja, having returned to his original appearance, and Ayos looked at the gym floor, where over 200 affected students lay sprawled out. Chenja kept Ayos there under the pretense of his Wolf King bloodline. He was short-handed and could use the assistance. The principal knew Ayos' true identity, so when Chenja made this request, he got Ayos' consent before agreeing. "Chenja, what should we do now? These people are all unconscious, and they don't seem to be mutating either." Ayos still lacked understanding in this area, knowing very little about many things. Chenja shook his head. "We have to be cautious. If over 200 people mutate into walkers at once, dealing with it would surely be troublesome." Ayos thought what Chenja said made a lot of sense, but he had not awakened, let alone had any powers. He could confidently say he could handle knocking people out and tying them up, but when it came to how to save them from potentially mutating, he felt utterly helpless. So he could only look at Chenja, waiting for his next instructions. Chenja stroked his chin. Actually, he didn't know either. After all, the powers he controlled had no effect on changing mutations. Could it be that he turned into a vampire and bit them one by one to see if he could use poison to counter poison? He thought that idea was ridiculous. Maybe if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't save anyone but rather end up a bloodthirsty, lowly vampire killer. This method wouldn't work, and Chenja felt anxious, only hoping that Jean Li and the others would arrive quickly with a way to rescue these students. Just as he pondered how to resolve the dilemma before him, Ayos suddenly gasped. Chenja didn't need to ask, he already knew why Ayos was surprised. Someone began to move. Although they hadn't fully awakened yet, their limbs were starting to move, indicating they were about to wake up and mutate into walkers. "We have no choice, find some ropes and tie these people up for now." Ordinary people turned into walkers have limited strength. As long as they find a thicker rope, they can't break free in less than an hour. Aiosi nodded and ran out. But this is a school, where can he find a thick rope? Chenja was in a panic, feeling that he had to do something. Aiosi went to find the rope, while Chenja focused on watching the changes in these people. As he was patrolling, suddenly a hand grabbed his ankle. A male classmate had successfully mutated, his hand gripping Chenja's ankle like a claw. Hiss! Chenja, with a strong body, felt as if his bones were about to break, and quickly tried to pull away to create distance. Unexpectedly, all the classmates around Chenja had completed their mutations and were clawing at him.
Helpless, he could only be astified to strengthen his own toughness. Even if he was struck by a walker, it would feel like just a tickle. The werewolf is fast, but in terms of agility, it is not as light as a vampire, so after several attempts, Shinja found himself unable to escape. Feeling helpless, he transformed into a vampire, becoming much lighter and more agile. Hiss. With all his focus on escaping, Shinja suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Looking down, he saw 5 bloody scratches had appeared on his leg without him noticing. Damn. Chapter 22. Indeed, while transforming into a vampire made him agile, the strength of his flesh had greatly diminished, and he didn't realize he had been wounded by a walker until it was too late. Transform. Shinja transformed back into a werewolf, and the scratches on his calf healed at a visible speed. This is the werewolf's incredible self-healing ability. However, with Shinja's current power, he could only heal ordinary wounds. After recovering, Shinja made a high leap and pushed off the ground with one hand, trying to dart forward, but unfortunately, there were too many walkers, and he couldn't escape the encirclement. Damn it, why won't they go away? The walkers, like having caught an exquisite meal, all congregated towards him to the point where there was no way out, so no matter how much Shinja changed his mutated race, he couldn't break free. However, there was one advantage: now Shinja could smoothly switch between the two mutated races, almost doing it with just a thought. Damn it, if this continues, my abilities will be exhausted. In this surrounded situation, the consequences of depleting his abilities would be unimaginable. Even if this group of mutated students turned into walkers with limited strength, there's a saying that many ants can kill an elephant, and Shinja wouldn't be able to withstand it. What should I do? If I can't find a breakthrough, I'm finished. Where is AIOSI? Why hasn't he come back yet? Time was tight, and AIOSI still hadn't returned. Shinja felt isolated and helpless, relying only on himself. So even though he tried repeatedly and failed to succeed, Shinja continued to switch between mutated races to avoid being completely overwhelmed in the encirclement. Shinja suddenly felt a chill in his heart because he discovered something. When he wanted to transform from beastification back to a vampire, he found he couldn't transform. What's going on? Could it be that my powers have been used up? But upon probing with his consciousness, Shinja realized that even though his powers were low, they weren't depleted to the point of being unable to transform. Could the constant switching have caused a problem? Shinja's mouth twitched. He didn't want to be the first person in history to die because of switching abilities. After kicking away a walker, Shinja stood firm and looked around. Because he was concerned that they might still have the potential to recover, he never went all out, which resulted in the group constantly falling down and then rushing back up. In that brief moment of distraction, Shinja was grabbed by 3 walkers, and he struggled to shake them off. But these guys are like sticky medicine, clinging onto him. Although I don't want to harm you, my own life is still more important, I'm sorry. Shinja, who had never used much force, decided to go all out this time. He erupted with intense blood energy, which is one of the most basic attack methods of a vampire: blood surge. The strong explosion of blood energy sent the 3 people hanging on him flying away, and at the same time, they collided with a large group of walkers. Finally, Shinja had some space to breathe. But he was horrified to find that the erupting blood energy could not be contained. If this continued, he would exhaust all his blood energy and eventually become a dried corpse. Stop, please stop. He couldn't stop it with all his might, his eyes filled with terror and panic. He even felt his head becoming a little dizzy from the rapid loss of blood energy, which was a sign of excessive blood loss leading to fainting. It's over, this time it's really over. Maybe my mutation really has flaws after all. Shinja believed this was due to his impure mutation. Previously, he easily dealt with opponents and had never used the blood surge, so he hadn't noticed. Now, using it for real exposed the flaws of his mutation, which was possible. Despair. At this moment, Shinja's mind was filled with despair. And just when he was in despair, his body suddenly began to change. He was shocked to discover that his legs started to beastify. The beastification began to spread up his legs to his entire body. It seemed as though some mysterious power was forcing him to bend down, and as he put his limbs on the ground, he realized his hands had also beastified. Am I going to turn into a wolf shape? This was something he could have done since awakening his wolf bloodline, but he had never tried because he didn't want to become a wolf. Now, unexpectedly, he started beastifying without control. Without a mirror, if there had been one, he would have noticed that he looked completely like a wolf. If there was a difference, it was that his wolf fangs were longer and sharper, his wolf eyes were not the normal green but the blood red of a vampire, and especially, 2 wings had sprouted from his back, bat-like wings. Awah! Completely beastified, he raised his head and let out a wolf howl that stunned the advancing walkers, and then Shinja was surprised to find that his limbs had lifted off the ground, hearing the sound of wings flapping in his ears. The sound of flapping wings was very close to him, and just as he turned to look, he was frozen. He saw the bat wings sprouting from his back. Am I a wolf with vampire wings? He was filled with confusion, and at that moment, he managed to think of one term: hybrid. The harsher word he didn't want to mention. The flapping wings lifted his body out of the encirclement, and then the wings suddenly disappeared, causing Chinja to fall towards the ground. Luckily, the fall wasn't high and his beastification hadn't completely faded yet, so he didn't directly break his limbs. However, not long after landing, all signs of his mutation disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Could it be that just now, my two mutated races fused? Although the time was short, it really helped a lot. Chinja felt fortunate. After struggling for so long without escaping, he had now broken free from the encirclement. Chinja, are you okay? Finally, Ayos arrived. As he entered the gym with ropes, he saw the scene before him, a large number of walkers gathered in the middle of the gym. Ayos quickly ran to Chinja, looking him up and down to see if he was injured. Are you okay? Chinja shook his head. Why did you take so long? Now they've all mutated, these ropes might not be of any use. Ayos was very straightforward. He casually threw the ropes aside, as even if the mutation had failed, those ropes would be insufficient. They have mutated into walkers. What should we do next? What to do? Chinja's face was gloomy. Knock them out. Attack the heart. Walkers don't have brains. Attacking the head is useless. Understood. The two teamed up, turning defense into offense, rushing into the circle of walkers, killing fiercely. On the other side, the others in the special team took action after seeing the message from Chenju and the group. The delay was because they needed to bring enough recovery potion number 1. Recovery potion number 1 is extremely precious. It can maximize the chance of saving someone who has mutated failed within 3 hours. Of course, it doesn't completely work. It can only be considered a glimmer of hope. Chenju was panting heavily. He had consumed too much, and now after taking down more than 10 walkers, the last bit of his ability was almost exhausted. Chapter 23. Chenja knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. Ayos saw this and understood that Chenja had overexerted himself. Drink this. Ayos handed Chenja a test tube filled with blue liquid. Chenja's face showed surprise. He was very familiar with this liquid. Wasn't this the blue werewolf blood? What is this? Ayos showed some unease but still told Chenja, this is my blood, someone took some from me earlier, a total of 2 test tubes worth. They took one, and the other is in my hand. I saw your mutation is of the werewolf bloodline. My blood can help you recover your powers quickly. Chenja's heart was complicated. He didn't expect things to be this way. If Ayos knew that the other bottle was the one Chenja drank, and that Chenja's mutation was also due to Ayos's blood, he didn't know how Ayos would feel. But Chenja also understood that if he accepted it, everything he had now would have a reasonable explanation. Even if someone found out his blood was blue, he awakened 2 different extraordinary races, he could easily say it was given by Ayos, and no one could find any traces. Stop being dazed. If you can't recover quickly, do you think I alone can handle these walkers? Giving it to you is helping myself too. Ayos said this to prevent Chenja from feeling shy, and seeing that he still didn't take it, Ayos simply pushed it directly into Chenja's hand. It cannot be denied that Chenja knew Ayos was right. There were still more than 100 walkers in front of him, and relying solely on Ayos, who hadn't awakened and only knew martial arts to fight, was too difficult. Thank you. Chenja sealed the test tube, pressed it, and a very fine needle popped out. Then he pierced it into his arm and pushed the entire tube of blood into his bloodstream. Huff! As the blood from the test tube gradually entered Chenja's body, he let out a long breath, feeling his heart racing and surging his blood throughout his body. That feeling made Chenja feel suffocated, as if he were on the brink of death. At the same time, he noticed that his ability was gradually recovering at 3 times the normal rate. Not only that, but he sensed that the capacity for ability in his body was also increasing. Ayos's blood is surprisingly powerful. As he marveled, he also worried about Ayos. Chenja did not know if Ayos's blood only worked for werewolves or for all extraordinary beings, but either way, it posed a huge risk for Ayos. If someone found out, he would be a living enhancing potion, and with just a little caution, he would be an endless source of enhancement potion. Just thinking about it made Chenja break into a cold sweat. This simpleton, knowing this could expose him to danger, still offers me this blood. Although he complained verbally, Chenja felt very warm inside. The fact that Ayos could trust him so much, even though they had only met twice, truly moved Chenja. During the fight against the Wanderers, Ayos frequently turned back to check on Chenja's condition. Deep down, he was also uncertain, worried that Chenja might have problems because of his blood, and he would truly regret it. Fortunately, after about 5 minutes, the changes in Chenja's body came to an end. When he checked, he was astonished to find that his abilities had recovered by 40% in just 5 minutes. It may not seem like much, but anyone with abnormal powers would be dumbfounded by such a terrifying recovery speed. I'll help you. Chenja stepped out and leaped 3 meters forward, fully beastified but standing upright as a human. Ayos breathed a sigh of relief. The worries he had feared did not happen. Chenja's involvement stabilized the situation significantly. At least Ayos wouldn't be surrounded by several wanderers at the same time. After taking down a dozen wanderers, the two retreated simultaneously, maintaining a certain distance from the wanderers, ensuring they couldn't approach within a minute. They exchanged glances and smiled wryly. After so much effort, we only handled a few dozen, and there are still over 100.
When will the special team arrive?
Ios was truly at his wit's end. Even if he practiced martial arts and had the bloodline of a wolf king, his physique still wasn't extraordinary without awakening. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Not to mention him, at this moment, Shinja also felt that his current state was similar to training for 5 consecutive hours in the training room with Koi.
Just as they were complaining, the doors of the gymnasium swung open.
When Shinja thought it was a schoolteacher unable to resist entering, he heard Koi's voice.
Little Shinja, are you dead? Big sister is here to help you.
Never had Shinja wanted to hear Koi's voice so much, even though it was not very pleasant.
Koi arrived with the police unit.
Shinja did not see any other team members, which meant it was not a big deal for Koi to bring the police unit to handle it alone.
When she reached the scene, Koi frowned slightly and immediately signaled the police unit.
They rushed into the midst of wanderers, subdued them, and began to inject recovery agents. She then came to Shinja's side and nodded at Ios upon seeing him.
Ios also nodded back without speaking.
Koi was about to tease Shinja when she froze, looking him up and down.
Shinja felt uncomfortable under her gaze and finally couldn't hold back. Can you stop looking at me like that? You're making me feel uneasy.
Koi rolled her eyes at him before speaking. You're acting strange.
Strange?
Shinja was puzzled, not understanding where Koi was coming from. You seem to have gotten stronger, I mean your abilities. Unexpectedly, Koi immediately saw through Shinja's changes.
Shinja glanced at Ios, who understood his meaning and did not stop him.
So Shinja explained about the serum Ios had given him, and then Koi looked at the two of them with a strange gaze, her expression a mix of amusement and doubt.
Shinja understood what she meant and didn't bother to respond. He looked at the police unit that was injecting recovery agents into the Wanderers and asked Koi. What are they injecting into the Wanderers? Recovery agents. What's the chance of saving them?
Koi shook her head, her tone heavy as she said to Shinja, it's all about luck.
Luck?
What a ridiculous phrase, just saying luck meant that out of over 200 people, a large number might lose their lives. But Shinja couldn't blame anyone, after all, no one dared to guarantee anything.
He didn't want to continue this topic and instead asked Koi about the others.
As a result, he learned from Koi that the situation he encountered was happening in many places throughout the base city.
Now everyone in the special team brings a police force to handle it.
When Shinja heard this news, 2 words jumped into his mind.
City slaughter. Chapter 24.
Koi noticed the serious and shocked expression on Shinja's face, not knowing what he was thinking.
What are you thinking? Why do you have that expression?
Ios beside him couldn't help but look over in curiosity, wanting to hear what Shinja would say.
Shinja glanced at the two, looked at the walkers below, and spoke with a heavy tone, expressing his thoughts. How many deaths do you think there would be if these more than 200 walkers spread out? He didn't answer directly but asked the two back.
Ios frowned and thought, while Koi with experience roughly stated a number. After all, they are just ordinary students' mutations, and their attack power is still low. Even so, if they spread out, more than 200 of them could cause thousands of casualties. That's about 5 times, and this is only in the case of the low attack power of what Koi said regarding ordinary student mutations.
Then what if there are 2,000 or 20,000, and among them there may be mutants or extraordinary beings?
What do you think the casualties would be? Both of them changed their expressions, as they dared not think too much about it. The consequences would be terrifying.
Shinja, what exactly are you trying to say?
Koi frowned at Shinja. She actually had a thought in her mind, but she didn't dare to say it.
Shinja said, city slaughter. What did you say? City slaughter?
Both Koi and Ios reacted strongly.
That's right, attacking the base city from the outside will be greatly hindered, but what if it collapses from within? Or if there's huge chaos inside that ties up most of the defense, then at this moment, take the chance to attack the base city?
This idea was bold but didn't mean it wasn't possible. Shinja wasn't exaggerating. Koi linked it to the multiple incidents of large numbers of people mutating into walkers today and felt that what Shinja said was quite possible. No, this matter must be reported to the team leader to reassess the security level. The special team divided extraordinary cases into 5 levels, from low to high, 1 star to 5 stars. Today's incident was initially classified as 1 star, but now it seemed it might have to be raised to 4 stars. The reason it wasn't 5 stars was that there were no clear signs indicating that the magical extraordinary beings in the Red Moon world were about to attack the base.
Hopefully, that's the case. I just hope I'm overthinking it.
With many people, actions move quickly. The police team has injected over 200 walkers with recovery agents, and now all the walkers are in a comatose state. The agents need time to take effect. It won't be long, probably just 10 minutes, to see if the agents work. Shinja looked at his tablemate, Fatty, and prayed in his heart that he was okay. 10 minutes may seem short, but for the anxious Shinja, these 10 minutes felt incredibly long. Equally impatient, Koi paced back and forth, making Shinja dizzy from her swaying.
Can you stop pacing back and forth? I'm getting a headache from watching you. Koi rolled her eyes at him. Shut up.
Chenja shrugged and turned his head away. He actually wanted to do the same but had held it back.
All right.
Suddenly, a member of the police team exclaimed, and Chenja jumped up from the ground and quickly walked over. He indeed saw some classmates starting to slowly open their eyes. From their open eyes, it was clear that they had awakened, and Fatty was one of them.
Chenja was overjoyed.
However, there were still many people who hadn't woken up yet, and it was unclear whether the agents hadn't taken effect or.
Continuing to wait.
About 10 more minutes passed, and during this time, people awoke one after another. Chenja glanced around and found that there were still more than 60 people who had not woken up.
More than 60 people.
Chenja was truly afraid that their outcome would be ineffective drugs, leaving them as vegetative states. This result would be a cruel torture for both themselves and their families. Chenja could no longer bear to stay. He turned and walked outside, transforming his appearance back to the way it was before he changed into bones.
AIOS also followed.
Jinli stayed behind to direct but felt very upset at that moment, her face extremely grim.
Once outside, Chenja took deep breaths repeatedly to calm his emotions.
The principal hurriedly ran over to ask about the situation as soon as he saw him come out, especially since they were not allowed to enter the gymnasium. The special team had been in there for so long, and he felt immense agony in his heart.
Sir, I don't know how things are inside.
Chenja looked at the principal, who felt a jolt in his heart.
From Chenja's serious expression, the principal knew things were likely not going well, so he became anxious. Sir, please tell me, what's the situation inside?
After saying this, he made a move to rush into the gym, but was stopped by Chenja. Chenja looked at the principal and painfully told him the current situation inside.
No, how could this happen? It's impossible.
The principal retreated repeatedly, appearing disbelieving, and if not for another teacher supporting him, he might have collapsed.
How could this happen? They are just a bunch of kids, why?
The principal shed 2 lines of clear tears. The other teachers also reddened their eyes upon learning this, filled with sorrow.
No one expected things to turn out like this. It was only the first day back to school, and such a disaster occurred. How could one not be filled with emotion?
About half an hour later, Jinli walked out. Chenja noticed her heavy steps and already knew the result in his heart. After Jinli walked up to Chenja, she told him the situation inside. The good news was that a few more people had woken up in the half hour since Chenja came out. Now, 57 people still lay unconscious. From Jinli's perspective, they had already been sentenced to death, as during previous clinical trials of the restorative drug, no one had taken more than an hour to wake up.
No, maybe there's still a miracle. Didn't some just wake up? Perhaps these people are just slower in recovery, maybe there is still hope.
Jinli looked at Chenja, fully aware that he was only deceiving himself. But seeing his demeanor, she found it hard to voice her thoughts and simply nodded. As Jinli spoke about the situation inside, her voice was not quiet, nor did she intend to hide anything, so the principal and the other teachers naturally heard her.
57 people had not yet woken up.
The principal, struggling to hold himself together, asked Jinli if the teachers could go in. Jinli nodded. Go ahead, the follow-up matters still need your school to handle. To notify the parents of the students who had woken up, and even more so, to inform the parents of those who had not woken up, was such a cruel task. Everyone go in and see which class the students who haven't woken up belong to, and then the teachers of those classes should write down the students' names and parents' phone numbers and hand them to me. I'll make those calls, the principal instructed.
Chapter 25.
Chenja suspected that someone intended to undermine the base city from within, and along with the extraordinary magical creatures from the Red Moon world, to launch a joint attack on the seaside base city. In the face of internal and external troubles, if the seaside base city does not have other external support, it would undoubtedly be doomed. Jinli also fully agreed with Chenja's suspicion, realizing the severity of the matter, and urged Chenja to return with her to the base to meet with team leader Chen Hongwei to discuss this matter. The atmosphere at school was very oppressive, and since Chenja was leaving with Jinli, he warned AIOS to be careful.
He pulled AIOS aside. A bit mysterious. Ios felt a bit confused by Chenja's serious expression. What's wrong, Chenja? Your expression looks scary?
Chenja chuckled, unsure whether to say Ios was smart or naive.
About your blood.
Chenja organized his words repeatedly. At that time, I knew you meant well, and I was deeply moved and grateful for your trust in me, but please never do such things again in the future.
I believe you understand what I mean.
After listening to Chenja's reminder, Io smiled, leaving Chenja feeling puzzled.
That's why I gave my blood to you after just meeting you twice, because you are very sincere. Hearing Io say this made Chenja blush and feel a bit guilty. He worried about what Ios would think if he knew that the other vial of serum was used by him. Your blood is too special, be very careful. Not all the extraordinary people are good, there might be someone who covets your blood and does something. Chenja sincerely warned, knowing that even if Ios was the son of the Wolf King, it wouldn't be possible to protect him at all times, making it easy for someone to take advantage, leading Ios into a situation where he couldn't survive or die. Ios nodded, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Having conveyed what he needed to, Shinja followed Jinli back to the special group's base. When they returned to the base, Aoki and the others were there, and everyone updated each other about their situations. Generally, they were all the same, but the mutated groups were different. Have you noticed? The places where mutations occurred are all densely populated areas where transmission is easy. Shinja seized the key point. He and Jinli worked on the school, which goes without saying was densely populated. Aoki handled a factory with over 1,000 workers. If things were not controlled, the consequences were imaginable. One who dealt with an amusement park, and Zhou Haojuan was in a hospital. No matter which, the population was heavily concentrated, and if the mutation spread without timely handling, it could instantly lead to hundreds of mutated individuals. The five fell silent. Chen Hongyue had not yet returned from the extraordinary management meeting, and everyone was waiting for her. It was only in the evening that Chen Hongyue returned to the base, and everyone quickly gathered in the office for a meeting. Everyone recounted what had happened that day to Chen Hongyue, who fell into silence after listening. The others also remained quiet, waiting for her to speak. Chen Hongyue was silent for a few minutes before looking up at Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe's concern is not without reason. Actually, today at the Council of Elders, we also suspected this direction, but currently the guard troops are confident that there are no movements from the demonized extraordinary creatures in Hongyue world, so we have excluded this direction. But now it seems the other party wants to catch the Linhai base city off guard. If things really unfold in this direction, it would be completely uncontrollable. The words of the Hongyue leader made the five wrinkled their brows and fall into silence. It truly was uncontrollable. Just think about it, if thousands of mutated walkers appeared in the base city attacking people, while outside there were demonized extraordinary creatures attacking the base city, it would be an incredibly terrifying disaster. After all, the defense level of Linhai base city is not high, and the city level is also low. The number of extraordinary people is limited, and the skilled ones are extremely few. If a tribe of 100,000 demonized extraordinary creatures from Hongyue world launched an attack, the result for Linhai base would be complete destruction. What Shinja cared about most were the demonized extraordinary creatures in Hongyue world. They were the most dangerous. As for the mutated walkers in the city, they were still within control. The ones outside were the completely uncontrollable and most lethal existences. Team leader, we still need the scout team from the guard unit to keep a close watch on the nearby tribes in the Red Moon world's coastal base city. We can't miss any anomalies. I have a feeling that there's definitely a master behind this. Shinja, although having become an aberrant not long ago, understood that most mutated super beings lacked intelligence and acted solely on bloodthirsty instincts. The tightness of this incident surely couldn't have been carried out by ordinary super beings. Jinli raised her eyebrows, her voice growing louder. Are you saying there are renegades behind this? Renegades are those extraordinary beings or aberrants who have defected from humanity. They willingly ally with mutated super beings against human beings, and in the eyes of humanity, they are even more dreadful than the mutated super beings themselves. This is why Jean Li's voice rose when she mentioned renegades, gritting her teeth in anger. I can't rule this possibility out. Shinja spoke frankly, don't forget the backstabbing magic rats that appeared at our school recently. How did they sneak into the base city? Everyone fell silent again. It seemed that too many things had happened in just a week, which inevitably raised suspicions. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Shinja's mind, and he said, what if there are renegades embedded within the base city? Could they be the ones secretly manipulating all of this? Could they be the ones who found a way to release the backstabbing magic rats into the base city? Impossible, how could? Jean Li reflexively opposed, but as she spoke, she felt guilty. Was it really impossible? Chen Hongyue stood up. Everyone must spring into action and search the entire base city. Don't overlook any suspicious places. I'll go to the management meeting again. Chen Hongyue left shortly after returning, and Shang Mu went to arrange for the police to increase patrols throughout the base city, as well as to communicate with the city defense for joint actions. Jean Li said to Chen Zhe, after what happened at school, classes are definitely going to be suspended. You're about to take the college entrance exam, and now this has happened. What a troublesome season. Chen Zhe shrugged indifferently. I've already prepared for the extraordinary assessments before the regular college entrance exam, getting ready to apply to extraordinary universities. So whether the school suspends classes doesn't matter much to me. Jean Li's eyes brightened. I knew it. I wanted to ask if you had plans to apply to extraordinary universities, and it turns out you really do. However, she looked Chen Zhe up and down. Chen Zhe understood her meaning. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to get accepted into an extraordinary university. Don't worry, there are still 3 months. That's enough time for you to grow. Jean Li patted Chen Zhe's shoulder. She had high hopes for him. Chen Zhe shrugged, of course. Chapter 26. Chen Zhe was holding back a breath. As long as he smoothly entered the extraordinary university, his status would greatly change. Furthermore, the aberrant issues could provide him with a valid excuse. Killing two birds with one stone. However, before that, he still needed to return to school and inform the convenience store manager to resign. Since he had already joined the special team to earn commissions, he should take responsibility. He couldn't expect everyone else to be busy while he sat idly. But before he reached the school, he received notice: classes were suspended indefinitely. So he didn't have to go back. An indefinite suspension held no firm promise. It might be 3 days or 3 weeks. After all, dozens of classmates had become vegetative. They wouldn't die until their internal skills aged and withered with time, which would be an incredibly painful process. Chenja clicked on AIAOC's WeChat avatar, which they had exchanged after cooperating previously. The coastal-based city is not peaceful lately. Don't run around without reason. Keep your bodyguards close, and don't let them out of your sight. After sending the message, he went to the convenience store to handle his resignation. Just as the manager was counting the goods, Chenja spoke out about his intention to resign. The manager treated Chenja well and asked if he was facing any difficulties. If so, he could help in any way, which touched Chenja deeply. If it weren't for the recent complicated situations, he actually didn't want to give up his job at the convenience store, as he had feelings for it. Chenja then spoke about school matters and fabricated a lie. At that time, I helped deal with some altered students and caught the attention of the special units police team, who recruited me into the police force. I think this is a rare opportunity for me, so... This lie wasn't completely false, as he really was now a member of the special unit. When the manager heard that Chenja had become a member of the police team in Linhai City, he was shocked and looked Chenja up and down, not expecting that he had this capability. But he was genuinely happy for Chenja, saying, "Good, good. I've heard that the police team has good benefits. This way, you can have solid support for your life and help the orphanage even more." The manager knew Chenja still supported the orphanage. Chenja felt very grateful for this. The manager then said, "Though the police team has good benefits, it is also very dangerous. Be careful in the future. This place will always be your home, so feel free to ask for help if you need it." Chenja's eyes turned slightly red, and his nose felt sour. "Aha! Thank you." He deeply bowed to the manager, who also had red-rimmed eyes, and patted Chenja's shoulder, as he had watched Chenja grow up, knowing how hard life could be. Originally, things would have ended here, but Chenja suddenly remembered the fruit. He intentionally asked, "Manager, the fruit you give me was really good. I've never tasted such delicious fruit. Where did you get it?" Upon mentioning it, the manager looked proud, saying, "Tasty, right? This is a good thing. A buddy of mine has a channel for that fruit. Those fruits are high-end fruits produced in the Red Moon world, which others can't easily get." High-end fruits from the Red Moon world? Chenja felt a wave of darkness hit his brain, impressed that the manager could boast like that. Trying such things casually was risky. If it wasn't officially released, eating it could lead to mutations and serious consequences. I wonder if the manager could introduce me to this friend. The manager looked at him with a strange expression, and Chenja quickly explained, "It's nothing. I just want to buy some as a meeting gift for my colleagues since I'll need their guidance in the future." The manager looked enlightened and patted his chest, assuring, "No problem. I'm close with that buddy," he said. "As long as I ask, there's as much as I want. I'm even planning to stock some to sell in the store." Hiss. Chenja broke out in a cold sweat. His convenience store was becoming a distribution point for the imitation extraordinary eye fruits, and the consequences would be terrifying. Chenja quickly said, "Don't rush into a decision, manager. That stuff is so rare, the price must be high. Most of the customers at our store are ordinary people, so how many would be willing to buy such expensive fruits? Don't end up losing everything. After all, the shelf life of fruit is too short." You have a point, I'll think it over." Seeing the manager being swayed by his words, Chenja finally felt a little relief, but he still decided to have Jiangyu keep an eye on it afterward. Before Chenja left the convenience store, the manager said he would message him once he communicated with his buddy, and then let Chenja come back. As Chenja left the convenience store, he planned to return to the base. Suddenly, his heart raced, pounding intensely. He knew he was about to awaken a new skill. Considering the time, it's been about a week. I wonder what kind of skill I will awaken this time. Hoping to improve his combat power, this would help me with the extraordinary university assessment in 3 months. So Chenja turned around and went home. Once home, he locked the door and pulled all the curtains shut, quietly sitting on the living room floor waiting. Thump, thump. His heart beat rhythmically. Chenja felt that his current heart rate was 3 times that of when he had just transformed, allowing him to gain a new skill awakening in just 1 week. With an excited heart, Chenja waited for the new skill to awaken. What will it be? The supernatural ability Chenja currently possessed was dual race conversion, with werewolves in the lead and vampires as support, transforming bones.
These two supernatural abilities, aside from the basic skills of the two races themselves, had no offensive powers, and Chenja felt anxious. After all, in upcoming missions, his opponents would focus on combat power, and he was still too weak. As time slowly passed, Chenja felt the blood flow in his body accelerate. Restless, he knew the new supernatural ability was about to awaken. Boom! Chenja's body uncontrollably transformed into beast form, gradually revealing the appearance of a werewolf. It's a supernatural ability related to werewolves. Chenja thought to himself. Oh whoa! He instinctively jumped up from the ground and rushed to the bedside, pulling open the curtains. The bright moonlight outside made him tilt his head back and howl at the snow-white moon. The blood within him surged even more evidently, and the room in which he was initially dark without lights now turned completely black. Then, centered on him, his body emitted piercing moonlight that no one dared to look at directly. Night Howl under the moon. A new skill, Night Howl under the moon. Chenja sprang into action, his hind legs pushing powerfully, jumping into the air with his hands crossed in a cross slash, leaving a cross-shaped mark on the ground. Hiss. Seeing the mark, Chenja gasped. He had held back his strength since he was inside the room, and the floor was marble. With just 1/3 of his strength, he left a clear mark on the marble floor. If he unleashed his full power on an opponent, the attack power would be absolutely fierce. Chenja couldn't help but let out a few more wolf howls. Damn it, which lunatic studies wolf calls? Be quiet, can't you let anyone sleep? His excitement drew the complaints and curses of the surrounding neighbors. Chenja quickly shut his mouth, and everything in the room returned to normal, including his beast form. Feeling the power inside him surge, Chenja felt an indescribable bliss. Tomorrow when I arrive at the base, I'll spar with Jinli in the training ground. I can definitely surprise her and catch her off guard. Chapter 27. Due to excitement, Chenja hadn't slept well all night and left early for the base before dawn. Arriving at the base control room, the staff on duty nodded to greet him. Chenja returned a nod and noticed Aoki slumped over the desk. Chenja pointed at Aoki, and the staff member monitoring the screens whispered, Aoki was at the control panel all night, he just rested for a bit. Got it. Chenja quietly sat down beside him and asked softly if there were any unusual incidents in the whole base city last night. The staff replied, so far, there haven't been any particularly serious incidents. However, the police force was dispatched 6 times last night. According to gathered information, the number of walkers who have completely turned into vegetative states exceeds 1,000. Hearing this number, Chenja gasped. The coastal base city, being lower in level and not very large, had a population ranging from 3.5 million to 4 million. 1,000 people compared to 4 million seems small, but this was just in one night's time and did not include the number rescued by the police using recovery agents. Therefore, this number exceeding 1,000 was already very terrifying. Chenja asked the staff to help retrieve the flow detection chart for the imitation extraordinary eye fruit. He stared at the image, and dense red dots appeared on the entire coastal base city overview. During his observation, more red dots lit up, indicating that the fruit was still spreading. This was a huge hidden danger. The opponent was indeed powerful. Even with so many police deployed by the special unit, they had not been able to completely control and block the source. Who could it be, hiding so deep? I wonder when the manager will let me meet that so-called well-connected friend of his. Chenja thought to himself. He planned to track clues from this friend, hoping to uncover the mastermind behind it all. But he also understood that this was just a possibility. Whether the opponent knew the channels for spreading was still unknown. Everything had to wait until he met this person. He nodded to the staff, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." After expressing his gratitude, he stood up and walked toward the training room. After entering the training room and changing into his training outfit, Chenja began to run around the room, constantly shifting between beast form and vampire form. This not only trained his speed but also allowed his dual race forms to transition quickly. Then, transformed into a werewolf, he picked up 2 200-pound kettlebells and started doing squats. The strength of a werewolf was incredibly important, and the muscular strength of the Wolf King's beast form was terrifying. Chenja's 2 beast-formed legs together were not even as thick as one of the Wolf King's beast-formed arms. A single punch from the Wolf King could send him flying hundreds of meters. This was the ferocious power of the werewolf. So, Chenja needed to strengthen his muscle power. After doing 100 squats, he was completely drained, which was his current limit. Since his legs had reached their limits, he decided to train his arms and fists. When he was punching a sandbag filled with iron sand, Jinli appeared at the door of the training room. I was wondering who was working so hard. Turns out it's you, kid. Jinli leaned against the door, a lollipop in her mouth. Chenja turned around and saw Jinli waving at her. Come over and spar. Oh ho! Jinli laughed, quite arrogant, huh? Alright, let me show you the consequences of provocation. With a leap, Jinli jumped beside Chenja, throwing a punch directly. Chenja immediately dodged, and Jinli showed a hint of surprise, saying, your speed is growing. You even left an afterimage while moving. Not bad, come again. The two exchanged several blows. Jean Li, of course, did not use her full strength, but she was stunned to discover that Chenja's progress was astonishing. Even without her full strength, a day ago, Chenja couldn't last so long. How is this possible? I've never seen any mutant improve so quickly. Jean Li was shocked internally. Chenja's exhibited growth astonished Jean Li, his speed was too fast. She even doubted that soon she wouldn't be a match for him in speed. What are you thinking? Pay attention, how about this move? Chenja's words interrupted Jean Li's thoughts. She looked closely and was shocked to see Chenja fully transformed. Although she was shocked, Jean Li had confidence in her ability to completely suppress Chenja, so she shrugged it off and smiled casually. Alright, let me see what other tricks you have. Transforming bones won't work on me. Before she finished speaking, Jean Li saw Chenja raise his head and let out a wolf howl. After he howled, the surrounding light began to dim. This is a superpower. Jean Li had never seen Chenja use the superpower before, and now she had to take him 3 times more seriously. Soon, the surroundings were completely engulfed in darkness, but Jean Li still stood in place with a calm smile. You know my superpower is sniping, even in complete darkness. While it affects me, it absolutely won't stop me from finding your location. She thought Chenja's intention was to hide in the dark to ambush her, but unfortunately, she was mistaken. What are you looking at? The Koi was surprised that Chenja's voice came from mid-air, but she immediately caught his position. Before she could act, she saw a dazzling moonlight appear in the targeted direction, like a round of reed shoots. In an instant, her eyes felt like they were illuminated by a bright light, causing a momentary blur of vision. Be careful. Chenja immediately crossed his hands and executed a cross slash. The Koi, truly a remarkable extraordinary being with years of awakened combat experience, still managed to evade Chenja's attack, even at such a close and unexpected range. When the training ground's lights were restored, Chenja found the Koi standing right in front of him, her finger pressed against his forehead. Bang! You lost. Chenja indeed lost, but he felt completely refreshed and confident instead, as after this practical sparring, he had learned to appreciate the beauty of this night wolf's howling. The Koi withdrew her hand and looked at the attack marks left by the cross slash on the ground where she had originally stood. Not bad. When did you awaken this new ability? If the Koi could not tell this was Chenja's new ability now, then she should not even be in the special squad. Last night. Chenja did not hide it. The Koi nodded. Not bad. This ability is quite useful for you, it can be both offensive and defensive. Chenja smiled and nodded. I think so too, but its duration is too short, and its power is not strong enough. Regarding Chenja's words, the Koi teased, stop showing off to me. Time is still short? You don't know that, in battles between extraordinary masters, even 1 second can turn the tide. Your darkness just now should have lasted over 30 seconds, you could do so much in that time. Then I will need your help, senior. The Koi rolled her eyes at him. Now you know to call me senior. Enough with the sweet talk, hurry up, wash up and change into a new outfit. We need to go out and patrol. Right away. Chapter 28. After washing up, Chenja changed into a special squad member's uniform, marking the first time he officially wore the special squad member's outfit. With the badge showcasing the special squad member identity, Chenja followed the Koi to the first floor. Chenja, you haven't eaten. A soft voice belonging to one who sounded, throwing a piece of bread to Chenja, who caught it with one hand. Thanks. After reaching the upper floor, Chenja hopped into the armed vehicle, and a convoy of 3 vehicles drove out of the special squad base. Aside from him and the Koi, the other 2 vehicles were filled with members of the police force. On the vehicle, the Koi explained to Chenja about the tasks ahead, which were quite simple. They would work with the city patrol team to inspect the entire base city. The armed vehicles were equipped with detection devices for magic-infused extraordinary creatures. If such a creature was detected, an alert would sound, and its location would display on the map. They would then need to arrive at the site immediately to investigate and potentially apprehend. This morning, after I arrived, I asked those who watched the surveillance from last night. They said there were multiple fruit trafficking points, and several mutated attacks on people occurred last night. The Koi replied, indeed, this time, the coastal base city is facing a huge test. You know the coastal base city is not large and has a low level. If this situation is not handled properly, the coastal base city will become a part of Longwa's history. What do you mean by that? The Koi's words shocked Chenja deeply. He was stunned that this situation was not small, but it might determine whether the coastal city could still exist. Leaving aside internal matters of the base city, even in the worst-case scenario, if the city gets attacked by magic-infused creatures from the Red Moon world, there would still be other major base city guards coming to reinforce, and extraordinary families to lend a hand. It can't genuinely lead to the destruction of the city, so how could it become part of Longwa's history? The Koi looked at Chenja, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts on whether to speak or not. In the final moments of Chenja's gaze, the Koi clicked its tongue. Alright, I'll be frank with you, this matter is known only by the high-ups in the Linhai base city and a few special individuals.
You absolutely must not let this slip. Chenja furrowed his brow, not expecting there to be a secret involved. Chenja nodded firmly, assuring that he would keep it to himself. Only then did Koi lower its voice to reveal a shocking secret to Chenja. You should know that since the appearance of the Red Moon and the extraordinary changes, humanity has managed to preserve its foundation, but ultimately, our survival area has shrunk. In our Dragon Nation, which once had vast territories, now surrounded by the Red Moon world, we have only managed to build 9 super base cities. Each super base city has 3 diamond base cities, 6 gold base cities, 12 silver base cities, and 24 iron red level cities. For instance, our Linhai base city is just an iron red level city, the lowest tier in the hierarchy. Chenja nodded. This was common knowledge and not really a secret at all. Given the massive population base of our Dragon Nation, these base cities are actually quite few. However, we need to defend against the invasion of demonic energy from the Red Moon world and the attacks from mutated extraordinary beings. The energy consumption required to maintain the defensive barriers of the entire base city is enormous. Therefore, in recent years, there have been proposals from the high-ups to reduce the number of base cities, so we can protect more people with limited energy and prevent it from being spread too thin. Upon hearing this, Chenja understood. According to Koi, it was naturally about cutting down on iron red level base cities. After all, the black iron level base cities have less population and are far from the super base cities, making energy transmission a huge drain on resources. Although this seems reasonable, the thought of leaving one's hometown evokes a deep sense of melancholy, leaving a feeling of dependency on others. Koi glanced at Chenja and continued, so, I say, if we mishandle this situation and suffer heavy losses, it means the Linhai base city lacks the ability to protect itself. Then it could be merged, right? Chenja finished Koi's sentence. Koi nodded without saying anything further. After hearing all of this from Koi, Chenja's mood turned heavy. He knew that if a merger really happened, leaving one's hometown would be the least of the worries. Currently, no base city can expand outward, meaning the size of each base city is basically fixed. Suddenly integrating a few 100,000 people would create a daunting challenge for resettlement. Chenja could hardly imagine how life would change for the population of the Linhai base city after all moving to a higher level gold base city. He shook his head, trying to cast these chaotic thoughts aside. Koi looked at him sideways and said, I'm telling you all this just to help you understand that sometimes, even if you are extraordinary, there are things beyond your control. Don't think too much, just take one step at a time, and let's do our best. Koi, usually so wild and eccentric, suddenly turned serious, making Chenja feel a bit unaccustomed. However, Koi's words made sense. Doing one's best is all that matters. Even if things turned out for the worst, Chenja was not the type to whine. Their 3 armed vehicles had joined the patrol vehicles of the base city's security team and began patrolling the streets. This was a routine they underwent every day, so even if ordinary people saw them, they wouldn't be surprised, preventing any unnecessary panic. Their route today would take them from the old main city all the way north to the outskirts of the old main city. This area marks the division between the base city's outer walls and the urban area. Beyond that region lies a quarantine zone, and further ahead is the wall where the garrison troops are stationed. The wall stands 30 meters tall, encircling the interior of the base city, and is 20 meters thick. Inside is like a city within a city. 80,000 guarding troops are stationed at the coastal base city. The vehicle drove along, and Chenja kept staring at the screen for detecting corrupted creatures, where the radar scan showed no abnormalities, indicating that there were no corrupted extraordinary creatures in the areas they passed. This made Chenja feel much more relaxed, so when the vehicle reached the suburbs, the special team's 3 vehicles and the patrol team's 2 vehicles all stopped to rest and adjust. Chenja got out of the car. At this moment, he was standing over 1,000 meters away from the city wall, yet he could still see the imposing black pressure of the majestic wall. Jinli came down and tossed a bottle of water to Chenja, who opened it and took 2 big gulps, stretching lazily. While scanning his surroundings, he inadvertently noticed a sunken area. What's that place over there? Why is there such a large depression? Jinli took a glance and said, oh, that's the entrance to the underground water network. Underground water network? Chenja asked, does it mean a sewer? Kind of, but not entirely. It's much more than just a sewer that only handles wastewater, it's on a different level. Jinli explained, the underground water network here is very large. The area you see within a kilometer radius is all part of the underground water network, encompassing many tasks like water supply, drainage, and wastewater treatment. After all, it provides for the livelihood of the 80,000 guarding troops inside the city wall. I see. Chenja didn't think much of it, and at this moment, members of the special team and the patrol squad were all resting by the vehicles. Did you hear that beeping sound? Chenja's ears twitched. Just a moment ago, he had heard that sound. Chapter 29. The beeping sound came from multiple directions, and everyone's faces turned pale in the next second because they realized what was making that sound. The corrupted creature aura detector. Everyone ran to check inside the armed vehicles, and sure enough, every vehicle's radar screen showed a red dot, which indicated the presence of corrupted creatures. Chenju identified the direction, got out of the car, and scanned the surroundings. Finally his gaze settled on the entrance to the water network. It's over there.
Jinli nodded. That's right, the corrupted extraordinary creature is really bold. This place was just a kilometer away from the city wall where the guarding troops were located. This distance was completely within the range that the guards could catch, yet the corrupted extraordinary creature dared to appear here.
Should we go in and investigate?
Chenju looked at Jinli, waiting for her to make a decision. Jinli immediately called over the captain of the police team to find the leader of the patrol team. They needed to discuss the next actions. Chenju followed beside them, listening without speaking. According to the results of their discussion, the police team would designate a team to guard the entrance alongside a team from the patrol squad, prohibiting anyone from getting close. At the same time, they would unite with the headquarters to send out a large number of personnel to block all entrances to the water network. After all, there were no less than 100 such entrances around the entire base city. If they really found corrupted extraordinary creatures after going down into the water network, they were worried that they might escape through other exits, so all entrances and exits had to be secured. The remaining people on site then entered the water network to search, to see if there really were any corrupted extraordinary creatures hiding inside.
Chenja, on the side, remained silent, thinking about the backstabbing magic rat that had appeared at school. This type of corrupted extraordinary creature willing to live in the dark, could it have entered the main city through the underground water network and appeared at school?
So he suspected that there might still be lurking backstabbing magic rats within the underground water network. At this moment, he was already on high alert before entering. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather cautious. At the same time, there was a kind of fervent excitement within him, as since he had mutated, he hadn't unleashed his full strength. He wanted to see what level he had reached now.
Alright, let's move.
Jinli waved her hand after finishing contact with headquarters. Leading the way towards the entrance and exit of the underground water network, Chenja walked beside her. Only he and the koi fish were transformed in extraordinary, so naturally, the two of them took the lead. In the middle were the patrol team, and at the back was a group of police officers ready to support. When they arrived at the entrance and exit, Chenja noticed that the entrance of the underground water network was truly vast, about 10 meters wide and 2 stories high. Not to mention the backstabbing rat demons, even a large transformed creature like a demon lizard could easily pass through here. Such a hidden danger, and yet there were no station personnel here.
Was the hideout base city too confident, or had it overlooked exposing such a huge risk to the transformed creatures?
The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If a large number of backstabbing rat demons entered the main city through the underground water network, they would suddenly appear in every corner, catching hideout off guard. Even if the extraordinary individuals in the city reacted with the fastest speed, there would still be many casualties then. As they entered, the vision immediately darkened, and a cold, damp smell hit their noses, accompanied by the occasional sound of dripping water. The ground was slippery, and there was garbage everywhere.
Chenja frowned. Some of the garbage looked quite new, suggesting it had not been here long and did not seem to have been soaked in sewage. Seeing Chenja frown, Koi Fish knew what he was thinking and asked, "Are you wondering why this garbage looks new and doesn't seem washed up here?"
Chenja nodded. He indeed thought so and continued from Koi's words, "Since no one is supervising, does it mean that people often come here?" "Indeed, some young folks come here to seek thrills in this messy place, so this stuff must be left by them."
Koi knew a bit about this. Chenja's frown did not ease. What if there are transformed creatures here, and you say these people come here for thrills? What would the outcome be?
Koi's expression changed. The outcome would naturally be that they became food for the transformed creatures.
Move quickly, search. Everyone sped up, searching through the waterway for clues.
Along the way, Chenja did not find anything suspicious, no bloodstains, no large creature footprints. After all, this was a dirty and chaotic underground water network. They left footprints along the way, so it was not easy to cover them up. If there was a large transformed creature, it would surely leave footprints.
"Strange, we detected nothing," Chenja said.
Koi also said, "This really is a bit odd. If there were transformed creatures, they would definitely leave traces when coming and going. Maybe they simply didn't enter or exit from this entrance. Let's not rush it." Chenja could only comfort himself this way, though he felt extremely anxious inside, worried about worse things happening. At this point, they had already ventured far into the underground water network. The intersections were somewhat complex. Fortunately, they had enough people, and everyone entered to search through different passages. The underground water network had gathering points, so no matter which passage they came in from, they would eventually meet at a central point without worrying about getting lost. Chenju and Koi chose the widest and most central waterway because it was easier for large transformed creatures to enter and exit here.
"How long have we been in here?" Chenja asked.
Koi thought for a moment and said, "It should be over half an hour."
"I don't know much about the underground water network. How much area do you think we have yet to search according to our speed in this time?"
Hearing this question from Chenja, Koi pondered for a while and replied, "Based on our walking speed and time, we probably haven't searched even 1/3 yet. The area of this underground water network surrounding the main city is very large."
"Let's continue."
Chenja nodded and continued to walk forward with the koi. This time they walked for less than 5 minutes before both of them almost simultaneously stopped to look down. Chenja and the koi turned their heads to look at each other, and Chenja smiled, found it. On the ground were clear, huge footprints. The footprints had 3 webbed toes, that is, 3 long, sharp claws.
Do these footprints match any magical and extraordinary creature?
Chenja, having just entered the field, knew little about many magical beings, so he had to rely on the koi in this regard. The koi had been looking solemn since seeing the footprints. Chenja guessed that the magical creature that left these footprints was likely not simple, its level far surpassing that of the backstab demon mouse. He dared not think further, because although the backstab demon mouse was not very high level, its destructive power was not to be underestimated, and a magical creature of a higher level than it would make things even more complicated. It's a magical lizard, a mutated magical lizard, at least at the level of red iron 3 stars.
What?
Chenja was very shocked. Chapter 30. Through these few days of training with the koi, Chenja not only improved his combat experience but also increased his understanding of mutations and the extraordinary world. For example, in the human world, the classification of magical creatures is based on the levels of base cities, but each level is represented by 5 stars. This magical lizard, although the lowest kind of lizard, is not 1 star but 3 star. 1 star is nothing in front of 3 stars, that existence can use abilities. Don't worry, it's just 3 stars, it's not enough to cause us too much trouble, but... The koi said, then changed the topic, but the premise is the quantity. Chenja had already considered this issue, quantity.
If it was 1, he wouldn't worry, but what if there were 2, 3, or even more?
It is important to know that magical lizards are also social magical creatures and usually do not appear alone, so Chenja reasonably suspected that a group of magical lizards might exist in the underground water network.
This is the worst outcome.
According to human extraordinary investigations, the smallest group of magical lizards usually has more than 10 individuals.
Forget it, no need to think so much.
The boat will get to the bridge naturally, he thought. Overthinking would only make his mood worse, so rather than getting anxious, Chenja felt it was better not to think. The koi hummed in response, reminding Chenja to be careful, then the two continued walking along the footprints. Not long after, the footprints changed, leading into a fork on the right-hand side, and Chenja stopped. It should have come from somewhere ahead. This position should be very close to the city wall, right?
Exactly,
it seems there's a problem with the guards underneath the city wall, the koi replied coldly. A problem in such an important place as the city wall guards is concerning, especially since the guard troops claimed there was no movement among the magical creatures in the Red Moon world, which was quite intriguing.
Let's not think too much about the possibilities. Just say, if it's exactly as we think, that these magical creatures entered through some gap beneath the city wall, how did they evade the guards?
After all, according to what you said, the guard troops have the most advanced scanning instruments, which are very strong in both radiation breadth and depth.
Could it be that these magical creatures dug deep underground to avoid the scanning?
After all, over 100 meters is already the limit of deep scanning, and avoiding the scan is indeed very possible. We can't rule out that possibility, but talking too much now is all speculation. We should find these magical creatures quickly and catch them all, otherwise, if they enter the main city area, it's no different from sheep entering a tiger's mouth, the koi said urgently, seeming not to expect things to develop beyond their expectations.
Okay, let's speed up.
Chenja and Jinli quickened their search speed while keeping communication open through the walkie-talkie, confirming that everyone else was safe and sound. Soon, Chenja heard some movement and reached out to stop Jinli from moving forward, saying, "There's movement ahead, don't make a sound." Jinli nodded at him and quieted down to listen to the sounds ahead. But she had to admit that after calming down, she could only vaguely hear a little. She looked at Chenja with slight surprise and whispered, "Your hearing is really strong." "Indeed, after the mutation, my 5 senses enhanced first, but it's not too exaggerated." Chenja replied honestly, "The sound we hear definitely isn't from our people, it should be the magic lizards, and there are quite a few."
"Can you tell how many?"
"Some extraordinary beings with amazing hearing could discern the subtle differences in breathing to determine numbers." Chenja shook his head helplessly, "I can't do that.
I can only feel from the chaotic footsteps that there should be a lot. Can we handle the number of people we have coming in?"
There were too few of them, and only Chenja and Jinli had abilities. If they had to really engage and completely anger a large number of magic lizards, they probably couldn't cope. "We can't worry about that too much, we should at least give it a try." Jinli bluntly expressed her thoughts. With Jinli saying this, Chenja felt it was pointless to hesitate, so the two slowed their pace and stepped lightly forward. Ahead there was a turn, and the sounds became clearer, indicating they were getting closer to the magic lizards. When they reached the corner, the two used the wall to shield their bodies as they peeked out. 4 or 5 magic lizards appeared in their view, soaking in the sewage of the river, but there was no water flowing above.
5. Chenja exclaimed after seeing clearly, "Is it only 5?
They couldn't see further. Around the bend, there were only those 5 within visual range.
Surprise attack.
Jinli gave an attack plan directly, "My ability can attack from a distance."
In a moment, I'll start attacking to draw their attention. You should rush in for close combat. Okay. Currently, Chenja didn't have any long-range attacking abilities, so he decided to follow Jean Li's plan. Jean Li raised her hand, making a gesture like a gun, while signaling to Chenja to count to 3 before she would attack. Bang! 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 The noise immediately attracted the attention of the magic lizards. Their massive heads popped out of the sewage, letting out a thunderous roar. Make your move! Jean Li shouted, and Chenja already sprang out. He had transformed, his limbs resembling those of a werewolf. He pushed back, propelled forward with great speed toward the magic lizards in the sewage. Seeing someone approaching, the magic lizards, with the bloodline's instinctive hatred, immediately opened their mouths to gather energy. Sure enough, the red iron star can use abilities now. Is that a water ball? Chenja, closing in on the magic lizard, observed the water elemental energy pooling in its mouth, guessing that the lizard's ability was a water-based water ball. The speed at which the magic lizard gathered the water elements was incredibly fast. Just as Chenja thought he could get close before the magic lizard launched an attack, one had already blasted a water ball at him. The water ball was as large as a basketball and shot out at high speed. By the time Chenja saw the magic lizard launching the water ball, the next second it was almost upon him. Such speed, dodge! Chenja immediately crossed his claws and attacked the water ball that was coming closer. The width of the waterway was limited, there was no space to dodge behind the water ball, so Chenja had to take it head-on. With his beast-like claws crossed, he caught the water ball, which spun quickly with great force. Chenja's legs were firmly planted on the ground, but he was still slowly pushed back. I said, get lost. Feeling the overwhelming force from the water ball, Chenja roared, his forehead pulsating with veins, showing the immense pressure he was under. After the angry shout, his entire body's energy surged, open up for me. Chenja actually tore the water ball apart with sheer strength, leaving the koi, who had just stepped out of hiding, with a shocked expression. When did this kid become so strong? Chapter 31. After Chenja forcefully ripped through the water ball, he felt no joy at all, because several more magical lizards had already formed their water elements. He was about to face an attack from 4 water balls, and he immediately ran backward, having no intention of being a hero who stubbornly held on to his pride. He believed that charging forward knowing he would lose was foolish, so when he saw the koi already standing out, he hurriedly shouted at her, quick, get out of the way. There are 4 attacks coming from behind. It's too small here to dodge. In that moment, Chenja felt his heartbeat was as fast as an ordinary person's. If it weren't for the timing, he would have pondered this carefully. Dodge? What a joke, I never intended to dodge, said the koi, standing still, you quickly hide behind me. With no other option, Chenja slid and ducked behind the koi, as the 4 attacks came right after him. Once Chenja moved away, the koi unleashed her attack, and this time she fired continuously. All he heard was the sound of gunfire, bang bang bang. Then came the immense sound of explosions, shaking the ceiling to the point that tiny cement chunks fell down. If Chenja hadn't transformed, the impact of the explosion alone would have turned his insides into mush. Phew! Chenja exhaled, looking back into the passage where the 5 magical lizards had flipped on their backs in the sewage, having been killed by the shockwave. He also realized something, his heartbeat had returned to a very slow rhythm, beating once a minute. What's going on? Logically, my transformation means my heartbeat should never change because of intense exercise or stress. What caused my heart to beat like an ordinary person's just now? Chenja was filled with questions, and at the same time, he had a very intuitive sense of the koi's power. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. But before he could praise her strength, he noticed something was off about the koi's expression. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Koi shook her head. To blow up 4 attacks from the magical lizards at once takes quite a toll. As she spoke, she took out a test tube, opened the cap, and drank from it. A recovery potion. It replenished her energy. Chenja positioned himself in front of her. With such a big commotion, if there were still magical lizards in the underground water network, it would definitely attract them. Koi needed some time to recover, and he had to protect her now. Koi smiled slightly, sitting down nearby. After 1 minute, we'll set off again. Are you all okay? A team of police personnel arrived upon hearing the noise. Chenja shook his head, no problem, contact the others to meet here. There are definitely magical mutated creatures in the underground water network, magical lizards. The 5 police team members saw the magical lizards lying face up in the sewage, and a solemn worry appeared on their faces. I didn't expect there would actually be magical lizards in the underground water network. Fortunately, we discovered them in time. If magical creatures of this level had entered densely populated areas of the main city, it surely would have been a bloodbath. Chenja agreed with the police team members' words as he looked at him. A minute passed quickly, and Koi had mostly recovered, but the other team members had yet to return, so Chenja and the others set off again. This explosion made such a huge noise, yet they hadn't seen any other magical lizards, making Chenja feel that something was off. Could it be that only 5 magic lizards have mixed into the base city this time?
Chenja did not quite believe it in his heart, but after they walked through all the nearby passages, they truly did not see any other mutated extraordinary creatures. The group came out of the underground water network and finally could breathe in fresh air. It's strange, a group of magic lizards usually has at least 10, why did we only find 5 this time? Did the others go to nearby exits? Jinli felt there was a possibility in Chenja's words, otherwise, it would be hard to explain why such a vast area only found 5. But things are not absolute, it all depends on the results of the searches in other places now. Beep beep. Chenja and Jean Li's communication watches emitted a prompt. Upon checking, it was a message from team leader Chen Hanhua, letting them know to stand by in place as she and Qingmu would rush over to meet them. Seeing this message, Chenja felt that other places must also have discovered mutated extraordinary creatures. If what I suspect is true, things have progressed to an uncontrollable stage, allowing so many mutated extraordinary creatures to enter the base city unnoticed. It's frightening to think about. More than an hour later, Chen Hanhua, Qingmu, Wenhu, and Zhou Haojuan arrived with a large number of armed personnel. Upon meeting, Jean Li quickly reported the situation here and then asked them how things were handled on their side. The result was that out of a total of 137 underground water network exits, 3 exits, including this one, had found magic lizards. One spot found 2, and another found 3. The numbers were not many, but along with the 5 here, it just happened to reach the minimum number limit for a group of magic lizards. However, the key issue was how these 10 magic lizards managed to break through the heavily guarded city walls and enter the base city. If this situation wasn't clarified, it would be like a sword hanging over the head of the coastal base city, ready to fall and stab down at any moment. Later, we will enter the underground water network again. Aside from those guarding outside, everyone else will go in and look for possible gaps that the magic lizards used to enter the base city, and notify me immediately if anything is found. Chen Hanhua began to deploy the next actions. Chenja knew Chen Hanhua was right, mutated extraordinary creatures entering the base city was already a fact, and extermination was necessary. Right now, it was crucial to figure out how they got in. If this gap wasn't blocked, today it was magic lizards, tomorrow it might be even more terrifying mutated extraordinary creatures. Chen Hanhua absolutely did not allow such a situation to happen, so she eagerly wanted to find this gap to seal it off and prevent future troubles. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and after taking a 10-minute break, they began to act. With so many people this time, they were almost using a carpet search method near the wall underground, but during this process, Chenja was also on guard for one thing, the teleportation array. If someone had left coordinate traces in both Hongnua's world and the underground water network, then by setting up a teleportation array at those 2 traces, mutated extraordinary creatures could be transported directly from Hongnua's world to the underground water network, which would explain how they bypassed the guarding troops. Of course, mutated extraordinary creatures could not use arrays, the only possible way to do this was through a reverse type with awakened array abilities. In this process, Chenja remained quiet and walked at the back, lost in thought. He was considering one thing, anyone able to act under the watchful eyes of the guarding troops was certainly not an ordinary person, so how did these mutated extraordinary creatures mix into the base city right under such a group of people's noses? Chenja found it hard to believe. Of course, people make mistakes in horses trip, sometimes errors are unavoidable, but Chenja felt that things seemed more complicated, as if there was a link they all missed. What are you thinking about, walking behind with a gloomy face? Jean Li suddenly bumped Chenja with her shoulder, handing him a lollipop. Here, have some candy, it's good for your mood. Chenja usually didn't eat candy, but his mind was in chaos right now. After thanking her, he took it, unwrapped it, and spoke while sucking it. I always feel like we missed some detail. I can't shake the feeling that there's a link that is broken, but I just can't remember it for a moment. Hearing this, Jean Li didn't immediately deny but pondered for a moment, carefully sorting through all the events leading up to now, before shaking her head. There's nothing wrong, at least I can't think of where the problem is. Maybe I'm overthinking. Let's see if we can find the connection point between the underground water network and the Red Moon world, Chenja said. Since he couldn't come up with an answer, he didn't want to dwell on it. At times like this, it was essential to relax, otherwise, a tightly wound mind would make thinking even slower, and he wouldn't be able to come to any conclusions. This time, the special team deployed nearly all their police force, and all their mutated extraordinary members. Almost the entire city defense patrol team was also involved, as the search area was vast, and with this number of people spread out, it felt somewhat stretched. They entered through the entrances and exits of the underground water network, gradually moving toward the city wall. Along the way, no other mutated extraordinary creatures were found, nor any anomalies, until they had walked for a long time and everyone stopped to rest. Chenja then asked, I remember that among the extraordinary, there is a type of person whose awakened ability is formation-based. One of the skills in formations is the teleportation array, right? You're right. Changmu replied in a deep voice, there are indeed such extraordinary beings. The power of powerful formations can be incredibly formidable, but they are considered auxiliary extraordinary beings. After all, during combat, the enemy won't give you the time to set up complicated formations.
Shangmu wasn't wrong. In battle, the enemy wouldn't give you that time. You might not even have time to set up 2 moves before the enemy was already upon you. What about the mutated extraordinary creatures? Among them, is there anyone who possesses formation-releasing skills? This was what Shinja cared about the most, because if they could use teleportation arrays, they wouldn't have to dig tunnels, greatly reducing the risk of being detected. Shangmu frowned, clearly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Wenhu chuckled softly and said, "Of course. I remember there's a type of White King Demon Tiger that can utilize wind elements to release extraordinary abilities, and this ability contains the power of formations." Shinja was taken aback. The White King Demon Tiger was a terrifying existence rated at Golden Level 2 stars. According to what Jinli said, none of the 6 members of their coastal city special team were a match for a Golden Level 2 stars. So Jinli didn't want to encounter such mutated extraordinary creatures. If they really encountered them, even with their 6 people teaming up with others, the casualties would be severe, even if they managed to escape. Let's not dwell on that for now, things may not be as bad as we think. Chen Hanyue didn't want to lower morale, letting a terrifying atmosphere suppress everyone. It would be detrimental if they were scared before even fighting. Everyone immediately closed their mouths and rested. After adjusting for 15 minutes, they set off again. This time, they were going straight to the base of the city wall. Throughout their journey, individuals entering from various entrances and exits were using walkie-talkies to communicate, reporting their progress and discoveries. So far, no signs of teleportation arrays or tunnels had been found, and at this moment, they were less than 200 meters from the city wall. "It's really strange," Jinli suddenly muttered. Curious, Shinja asked her as he walked beside her. "What's strange?" "Of course, it's that we still haven't discovered anything," said Jinli. "After reaching this position, we should have found either the tunnel or the teleportation array." "Why say that?" "There's still a long way to go." Shinja didn't quite understand Jinli's words. To him, there was no need to feel discouraged with so much distance left. Jinli shook his head at him. "What do you know? Let's assume the teleportation array or the tunnel really exists, then it should be set up farther from the city wall as an entrance and exit. This is to avoid being detected too close to the walls. You must understand that the detection range of the guarded troops' demonized extraordinary creature detectors is quite far. If we're careless, we could be detected early and wiped out. If we're discovered, how can we enter the main city and attack the human race?" "You're right." After hearing Jinli's analysis, Shinja suddenly understood and felt that Jinli was very reasonable. But logic is one thing, in reality, we haven't found anything so far. Life isn't absolute, maybe if we go a bit further, we will find something. And indeed, Shinja was right. After they moved forward about 50 to 60 meters, the leader Chen Hanyue called a stop. "Don't move." Everyone stopped, and Shinja curiously looked ahead. On the surface of the murky water, a formation diagram appeared. They had found the teleportation array. Hiss. Although Chen Hanyue was not a formation master, she was quite knowledgeable. When she saw the teleportation array, her brow furrowed, and her fists clenched in a very annoyed manner. "What's wrong, team leader?" Jinli asked. Chen Honyue's eyes had not left the diagram ever since she saw it. After Jinli's question, Chen Honyue slowly spoke, her tone a bit gritted. "This teleportation array was set up by human race formation masters, not arranged by demonized extraordinary creatures. Reverse species." Shinja didn't expect it to be the work of reverse species. "Wait a minute," Shinju immediately clapped his hands. In this vast and currently very quiet environment, his clap was loud, attracting everyone's attention. "Shinja, what are you doing?" Jinli was startled and quite displeased. Ignoring her complaints, Shinju excitedly said, "Just now, I felt like something was missing from the whole matter, and now I finally remembered." "Remembered what? Speak up already." Jinli impatiently fired back. "An inside man. Inside man." Everyone was first shocked and repeated it. "That's right, I suspect there is an inside man within the guard troops." After Shinja finished speaking, everyone fell silent, their expressions varying. Clearly, everyone was pondering whether what Shinja said about an inside man was truly possible. After a moment of silence, Chen Hanyue spoke gravely. "What Shinja said has its reason. Even if the selection for the guard troops was strict, as long as they are human, there will always be many variables, no one can guarantee anything." Chapter 33. Since that's the case, should we contact the guard troops now and let them in on it so they can secretly investigate? Aoki suggested. Chen Hanyue shook her head. "These are just our guesses. If we recklessly tell the guard troops, no matter how tight the measures are, there will be no wall that won't let the wind through. This could create discord within the guard troops. If the hearts of the people are unstable, it's not a good thing." Shinja felt Chen Hanyue was right. Without solid evidence, these were mere speculations, and one wrong move could lead to being accused of trying to sow discord within the guard troops, causing the morale to collapse and harming their defense. Everyone should just know about this matter. Before there is solid evidence, no one should speak of it outside. Chen Honyue warned everyone and walked towards the teleportation array. She was going to destroy it. Be careful. Chen Honyue stopped and turned her head in surprise to look at Chen Zhe, and the others did the same. Be careful of what? Chen Zhe's warning was not a concerned reminder but a dangerous alert, yet it was clear that there was no danger around. Chen Zhe didn't know how to explain to them because just now, when Chen Honyue approached the teleportation array, his heart started to beat rapidly. He had previously guessed that the moment he encountered a hostile mutated super creature, his heart would race. At that moment, his heart showed that kind of reaction, indicating that there were mutated super creatures nearby. And they were very close, otherwise, Chen Zhe wouldn't have felt such a clear sensation. Seeing Chen Zhe's troubled expression, Chen Honyue realized he had something he couldn't say and didn't press further. Instead, she reminded everyone, since Chen Zhe has said this, everyone should stay alert and on guard. The police force and the patrol team should get to the back and be ready. At this moment, of course, the mutants and superhumans were at the front, ready to respond immediately to any sudden changes. Just as Chen Honyue was about to turn around and continue to the teleportation array, this time not only Chen Zhe, but everyone also cried out in alarm, warning Chen Honyue to be careful as they rushed towards her. In the previous second, a magic lizard suddenly popped out from the teleportation array, opening its mouth to bite at Chen Honyue. Chen Zhe was anxious. Chen Honyue was too close to the teleportation array now, and the giant mouth of the magic lizard was less than half a meter away from her. If the lizard pushed out a bit more, it would bite off half of Chen Honyue's arm. Although Qing Mu and the others were not far from Chen Honyue, they were too late to help. The next second, Chen Honyue moved. Chen Zhe, who had been watching her closely, couldn't even see her movement clearly, only a blur as she dodged the giant mouth of the lizard. Then a sharp long sword pierced through the lizard's head from the side. Condense object. Chen Zhe finally understood what Chen Honyue's supernatural ability was. It was to condense objects, and the stronger the superhuman, the more powerful the objects they could create. With the ability to pierce the magic lizard's head in one strike like Chen Honyue, Chen Zhe felt that her strength must be at the level of a red iron 5-star, about to step into the gold rank. No wonder Chen Honyue can be the leader. Not only is she smart, but her strength is truly impressive. Chen Honyue withdrew her long sword and shook it. The body of the magic lizard fell into the sewage, splashing quite a bit of water, and then the teleportation array began to glow continuously, indicating that mutated super creatures were about to come through. Be on guard, attack as soon as they show up. Chen Honyue shouted. Chen Zhe immediately transformed his hands into claws. Now they were in control, surrounding the teleportation array with the outer circle formed by Chen Honyue leading them, the police force in the second circle, and the patrol team on the outside, all on high alert, not daring to be careless. We're walking into an ambush, otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that after such a long time, these mutated super creatures only appear when we get close? This is really a well-played move. Chen Zhe had no doubt that if it weren't for Chen Honyue's formidable strength, neither he nor Qingmu would have been able to escape unscathed from the earlier surprise attack by the magic lizard, and even if they didn't die, they would surely be injured. But now there was no time for Chen Zhe to ponder. Two more magic lizards emerged from the teleportation array. Bang bang! Jinli immediately pulled the trigger, shooting at the heads of the two magic lizards. Qingmu's power was plant-based, but in this underground water network, there were no plants for him to manipulate, severely limiting his abilities. But he was not defenseless. He condensed several vines with his supernatural powers to entangle the two magic lizards. What shocked Chen Zhe the most was Wenhu. Wenhu was always teased by the Koi for being too soft, but when he struck, he really was skillful, decisive, and quick. Chen Zhe discovered that the fan in Wenhu's hand was actually a special weapon. Just now, Wenhu had lightly flashed the fan at the magic lizard, and two blades of wind immediately shot out, slicing across the magic lizard's neck. The two magic lizards immediately lost their heads, and before the bodies fell to the ground, another magic lizard emerged from the teleportation portal. This time it was Zhou Haojuan. Inflate! He swung his fist, and as he swung it, his fist began to swell, surprisingly expanding to 10 times its original size, a fist bigger than a head, smashing down heavily onto the magic lizard's head. The magic lizard was smashed into the sewage, and at this moment, Chen Zhe finally had the chance to strike, slicing down in a cross pattern on the magic lizard's back, tearing its body apart. This was the first time Chen Zhe collaborated with everyone to deal with the mutated extraordinary creature, and their teamwork was even better than expected. The Koi and the others gave Chen Zhe a thumbs up. Even Chen Honyue smiled and nodded in affirmation towards him. Fortunately, the teleportation portal was small, and the number of magic lizards emerging at once was limited. Based on Chen Zhe's judgment, there might only be 2 at most. If 4, 5, or even more appeared at the same time, it would be impossible for them to handle it so easily. At this moment, everyone also realized they had fallen into an ambush. The mutated extraordinary creatures on the other side of the teleportation portal had long anticipated that the paper could not contain the fire, and the portal would eventually be discovered, so they simply waited outside. As soon as there was any movement here, they would pop out for a sneak attack. Is there really no way to seal this teleportation portal? The Koi asked after blowing the head off a magic lizard. This was already the 17th magic lizard they had taken down, and the surrounding sewage was filled with the massive corpses of magic lizards. But the magic lizards seemed endless, still crawling out.
Now, if they did not destroy the teleportation portal, they might never finish killing them all.
We don't have a formation master among us, how can we destroy it?
Chenja said as he once again tore a magic lizard apart. He also wished someone could destroy the portal, as he had the lowest strength among them. After this battle, his internal energy was depleting too quickly, and he feared he wouldn't be able to hold up for another wave.
Here, a recovery potion.
Xingmu threw a vial of recovery potion to Chenja. Next time, remember to bring sufficient supplies for the mission.
Recovery potions are crucial for prolonged battles. Thanks, Brother Changmu. Chapter 34.
There was no choice, they didn't have a formation master, so the only thing they could do was forcefully break the formation. So, after careful consideration, Chen Hangyue decided to attack the formation while the new magic lizards had not yet appeared, hoping to break the formation this way. As for whether it would succeed, she also felt uncertain in her heart. After the 6 of them worked together to take down 3 more magic lizards, finally no new magic lizards crawled out. Chen Hangyue immediately shouted, "Now, attack!" Everyone launched their attacks on the formation on the sewage surface together, and the entire underground water network shook, with debris continuously falling from above. Shinju was really worried that one mishap would cause the place to collapse, and then they would truly have nowhere to bury themselves. Fortunately, the shaking lasted for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Shinju didn't care about that, his eyes were fixed on the surface of the sewage. The water surface rippled, and the formation had twisted to the point where it was unclear whether there were signs of damage. Once the water ripples calmed down, the formation reappeared.
It hasn't been destroyed.
The koi was very displeased. But Chenja noticed that although the formation had not been completely destroyed, there was a clear break in one spot, and he was overjoyed. The leader's method is effective. Look over there, the formation's lines are broken. As long as all the lines break, the formation will definitely be unable to maintain operation.
Then let's keep attacking.
Chen Hangyue ordered again, and everyone continued their assault on the formation. The vibrations continued without end. After spending a full 10 minutes, Chenja stopped his beast transformation and withdrew. He had exhausted all his strength. If this time is unsuccessful, I won't be able to unleash the cross-cutting slash again, Chenja said.
The koi elegantly brushed his bangs. Don't mention it, I'm feeling completely drained myself.
The koi took out a recovery potion, used half of it, and handed the rest to Chenja. Chenja learned his lesson, thinking to himself that he must bring more recovery potions next time. A mage can't do without healing.
So, can we sever all the formation points this time? Chenja asked, gasping for breath. It worked, it worked.
The recovering koi exclaimed excitedly, all the formation points are severed, the formation can't operate anymore. We have successfully deactivated the teleportation array, and now no more corrupted extraordinary beings will emerge.
Hearing this, Chenja plopped down on the ground, finally sighing in relief.
The danger in the Linhai base city was momentarily lifted, at least he wouldn't have to bear the blame for failing to protect it. The forced breakup of the formation was over, and what to do next depended on Chen Hongyue's decision. If it were up to Chenja, he would want to investigate the city wall's defense forces. Some matters could not be avoided, and they must be thoroughly investigated to prevent future troubles. Regardless of whether there were spies, failing to investigate could lead to a second or third occurrence with just a slight oversight. The reason there hadn't been a large influx of corrupted extraordinary beings into the base city this time, Chenja suspected, was that the teleportation array wasn't strong enough to bring through more corrupted beings. Otherwise, they would certainly have launched an attack. This was a prime opportunity to catch Linhai base city off guard. The lack of an attack indicated that the formation was still not complete, perhaps it was merely a prototype. Once they found the right moment and improved the teleportation array, they could unleash a significant wave of beings. Not only would there be more, but they might also be of a higher rank. At that point, Linhai base city would truly be finished. Chenja was grateful to have discovered this early, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Captain, what do we do next? Do we go back or? Xingmu asked Chen Hongyue.
Chen Hongyue slightly closed her eyes, no one disturbed her. She seemed to be making a decision, one that was very hard for her to choose. Chenja wanted to propose going to the guard forces for an investigation, but the implications were too great, and he ultimately could not voice it.
Everything awaited Chen Hongyue's decision.
As the leader of the special team in Linhai base city, her status and strength were sufficient for her to take the lead. Even the head of the guard forces would show her respect. She should be able to negotiate without being turned away. Chen Hangyue opened her eyes and said, since we've come this far, let's consult with the police unit and the patrol team about the guarding of the underground water network's entrances and exits.
You all will come with me to the guard forces.
Chenja smiled. Chen Hangyue had finally made up her mind. Everyone got ready to head back, but as they turned, a massive formation suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Chen Hangyue warned everyone to run, but it was already too late. They were trapped by this formation.
Damn it! The koi continuously pulled the trigger at the rising purple light curtain ahead. Bullets formed from ability energy relentlessly struck the curtain, yet aside from the ripples caused by the bullets hitting it, there was no sign of weakening or shattering. Qingmu, Wenhu, and Zhou Haojuan all tried, but the result was the same. They couldn't break the light curtain, and they were all blocked and unable to escape. "We're in an ambush, we can't get out now," the koi said, feeling frustrated and annoyed. "I only wonder whether this bothersome formation was set up earlier or if someone is lurking around, waiting to strike just as we attempt to leave. What is their purpose? What advantage do they gain by trapping us? We already destroyed the teleportation array, so why didn't they attack us before we broke the formation?" Jinli raised a series of questions that Chen Zhe also found puzzling. Jinli was right, to trap so many people unnoticed, even skilled individuals like Chen Hongyue couldn't sense it, so why didn't they directly use a killing formation to eliminate everyone? Wouldn't that have been a better situation for the hidden mastermind? Why bother with all that now? Finding a way to escape is the main priority. Just because they haven't activated the killing formation yet doesn't mean they won't later. "We are too passive," Zhou Haojuan said in a coarse voice. "What can we do? Old Zhou, everyone has attacked separately, but look, has the barrier of this trapping formation broken?" "It's just a waste of effort," Jinli said helplessly. "If she could, she would gladly break through this barrier with sheer force." "Everyone, don't panic. The situation isn't that bad yet. Let's calm down for now. Since we can forcibly break the teleportation array once, we can destroy this formation." Chen Hongyue, ever the team leader, remained calm. "From what we can see now, the fact that the enemy can trap us without our knowledge but can't use lethal moves suggests their strength isn't enough. This makes things easier." Chen Hongyue's words opened the eyes of Chen Zhu and the others. Jinli's questions became irrelevant. The enemy's inadequate strength indicated that they could have hoped to break the formation without needing a formation master. "Everyone, take a short break and then we'll strike." Having drained too much energy from breaking the formation before, Chen Hongyue suggested everyone recover to their original strength before attacking again. In Chapter 35, Chen Hongyue handed Chen Zhu a vial of restorative potion. Chen Zhu accepted it without hesitation, injected the potion, and began to restore his energy. Among the group, his strength was the lowest, still not reaching the extraordinary level. He needed to maximize the supernatural energy within him so that his attack would have some effect, otherwise, he'd be nothing but a decoration. The personnel from the police force and the patrol team were anxiously watching but couldn't assist. After all, they were just ordinary people. They could only surround Chen Zhu and the others, guarding them. Time passed slowly, and the first to wake up was naturally Chen Hongyue, the strongest among the six. She first glanced at the others, her expression completely neutral. After another 10 minutes, Qingmu and the others gradually regained consciousness, and the last to wake was Chen Zhe. Noticing that Chen Zhe was awake, Chen Hongyue stood up and stared at the barrier before them. "Since that's the case, let's begin." The six stood in a line, each using their means to attack the barrier. Chen Zhe exerted all his strength, but unfortunately, the result was minimal, and he couldn't help but wonder why this formation was so powerful. Although the six weren't top-tier experts, a formation that wasn't top-tier shouldn't withstand continuous attacks without effect for this long. Chen Zhe looked at the others and noticed that despite their continuous strikes, their expressions revealed a hint of seriousness. It makes sense that even I, the weakest one here, sensed something was wrong. How could they, being extraordinary, not recognize the oddities? After attacking for over 10 minutes, the recently restored supernatural energy of the few had already been drained by more than half. Chen Hongyue gently ordered, "Stop." Only then did everyone cease their efforts. Could it be that we've failed? I didn't expect this formation to be so formidable. This is terrible. Does that mean we can't get out and will die trapped here? What nonsense. With Captain Chen leading 5 extraordinary individuals, we will definitely break this formation. Chen Zhe heard members of the police force whispering anxiously together. They must be worried because they couldn't break the array. "Team leader, this array is very strange, it can't be damaged at all, which is odd," Jinli said. "In the previous teleportation array, we didn't use this much effort to break the formation, this one hasn't moved a bit, showing no signs of damage." Jinli was right, Chen Zhe also found this array very strange. Even he, someone who knew nothing about formations, could tell that this array was too powerful. Whoever could cast such a strong array wouldn't need to hide, they could just confront them directly without issue. Moreover, the current trapping array was on a completely different level from the previous teleportation array, which made it hard not to suspect something unusual. Chen Hongyue remained silent, but Zhou Haojuan said in a rough voice, "I once heard someone say on a mission that if an array is set up with blood from its own life for the final formation, then its power can increase by at least 30%. Could this array be that kind, which is why we've been attacking for so long without any results?" Hearing Zhou Haojuan's words indeed made some sense, and the situation seemed even more troublesome. The longer they stayed trapped in one place, the more difficult it would be.
No one knew if the enemy had accomplices or backup. If someone caught them off guard, they would truly have no way out.
Everyone, stop arguing for now. Chen Hongyue finally spoke up to interrupt. Shinja looked at Chen Hongyue, team leader, do you have a plan?
You heard what Zhou Haojuan just said, I think it's probably true. Chen Hongyue stared at the array beneath their feet.
If we want to break the array, we may need to put in some more effort.
Efforts are fine, team leader, just tell us what to do.
Jinli was already eager to try. You are so impatient. Wenhu teased, lightly tapping Jinli's forehead with a fan, making Jinli quite displeased.
Shinja listened quietly, waiting for Chen Hongyue to reveal the method to break the array. Because their attention was fully on this, they completely missed the tentacle-like thing that had extended from the array's totem, silently approaching Shinja.
Hiss.
Shinja suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm, and when he looked down, he saw blood droplets seeping out.
Not good. Shinja quickly wiped away the blood droplets, as it was blue.
There were many people around, especially the others from the special group. They would definitely know his secret. But there were also a lot of police and patrol members here. If they found out someone from the special group had blue blood, it would definitely lead to trouble.
Jinli accidentally caught sight of his movement and leaned closer to him. What happened?
Shinja glanced around to see no one was paying attention and opened his palm for Jinli to see. Although Jinli was usually carefree, she immediately checked her surroundings and, seeing no one watching, quickly gestured for him to wipe it away so no one would notice.
How did you get hurt for no reason?
Jinli was puzzled. They had all been attacking the array, and it showed no signs of retaliating. How could he suddenly be hurt and bleeding? Shinja shook his head. It's strange, just a moment ago, I suddenly felt a sharp sting in my palm, and when I looked down, I found my palm was injured, bleeding droplets. That is strange, how could that happen? Before Jinli could finish her sentence, she hissed as she looked down to see blood droplets seeping from her fingertip. This is too strange, how could it suddenly? As she spoke, Jinli looked down at the array. Could it be it? Everyone, be careful, this array has offensive capabilities. Shinja also realized that there were no mutated extraordinary beings around, and aside from their six, there was no one else nearby.
How could they be attacked without even realizing it?
The only suspicious thing was the formation beneath their feet.
Chen Hongyue looked over at the two, her gaze seemingly asking what was happening.
But there was no time to answer her, as a mass of tentacles that looked like hair suddenly crawled out from the formation, wrapping around the bodies of the six people. This time, the sheer number of them was so great that even the hair-like strands could be felt, and Chen Hongyue once again summoned a sharp sword to slash at the black strands, while Wenhu also swung his fan to release wind blades to cut them. Chenju and the others did not intervene, as their powers had no effect on these hair-thin, unknown things. They simply let the two handle it. Shinja thought this way at first, but then he realized that no matter how many they cut, the same number would emerge from the formation, which was utterly useless. Stop. It's no use, Chen Hongyue came to understand. Instead of wasting their supernatural energy, it was better to retreat timely. At this moment, Shinja noticed that the tiny wound in his palm was still bleeding and showed no sign of stopping.
Koi, how is your wound?
Koi looked down and was equally stunned. It's still bleeding, how is this possible?
Chapter 36.
Shinja looked down at Koi's feet and found a pool of blood already forming. It was simply unbelievable. After all, Koi was extraordinary, and for someone extraordinary to not even be able to ignore such a wound was concerning. But the fact was that the wound had not healed, and the blood was still flowing. Shinja looked down at his own feet and noticed a few drops of blue blood. If he hadn't been clenching his fists tightly, there would have been even more blood, as his palm had long been soaked in blue blood.
The paper can't contain the fire. Shinja panicked. Calm down.
Koi advised Shinja to keep cool. She walked to Chen Hongyue's side, turned away from everyone's view, and opened her palm to inform her about Shinja's condition.
Chen Hongyue furrowed her brows tightly. What kind of powerful formation is this?
Its attacking method is so fierce, it's really strange. Seeing Chen Hongyue say this, Koi rarely showed a hint of panic in her eyes.
Captain, you can't do anything either?
Chen Hongyue remained silent, indirectly responding to Koi's inquiry. She also had no idea for the moment. Meanwhile, Shinja noticed something. The drops of blood falling to the ground were seeping into the formation, and he exclaimed in his heart, could it be that this formation is sucking blood? He hurried to Chen Hongyue's side, calling the others to come closer, and shared his thoughts. I suspect that the attacking method of this formation is to suck blood.
I have an idea, I don't know if you all agree?
You should tell us your idea first. Chen Hongyue had no plan, so whoever had an idea should speak, perhaps it could work.
My idea is like this. The expressions of the five people gradually changed. Koi raised her brow. Is it really possible? How would we know if we don't try? Rather than being trapped like this, we might as well take a risk. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't deter it. Shinja's lips curled up, his eyes filled with determination. Alright, we'll go with you, but you can't participate. Chen Hongyue's meaning was clear. After all, it was inconvenient for Shinja's blood to be exposed. Chenja, stand aside and watch for a while. If there is really a change, then use your beast transformation power to tear the formation apart, understood?
Chen Hanyue said this last part intentionally loud, not for Chenju and the others to hear, but for the members of the police force and the patrol team. The team members relaxed significantly upon hearing that Chen Hanyue had a plan in mind. The captain of the police force immediately stepped forward to ask, Officer Chen, may I know what idea you have to deal with this formation? Could you share it with us so we can be prepared?
Yes, Officer Chen, we've been waiting for your decision.
The captain of the patrol team also stepped forward to inquire. Chen Hanyue smiled and said, of course I have to make this clear to you, after all, I still need your help.
Us?
The two captains looked at each other, not knowing what Chen Hanyue had in mind.
They were just ordinary people. If even the extraordinary couldn't deal with the formation, what could an ordinary person do?
Chen Hanyue pointed at the formation patterns on the ground and said, just now, all of us were attacked by killing moves emerging from the formation. Although we weren't seriously hurt, we thought of a possible way to break the formation. Blood, the formation absorbs blood.
What? This formation is so evil.
Then we should leave here as soon as possible.
Otherwise, before we die of thirst or hunger, we will be drained dry. Chen Hongyue's words made them all panic. After all, it was too wicked, and no one wanted to die a miserable death drained of blood. Chen Hongyue lightly coughed, interrupting everyone's discussion, so we have a plan. Since it absorbs blood, then we let it absorb. Let it take so much that it bursts, unable to absorb anymore. This, Officer Chen, means we have to feed it blood on purpose?
Everyone showed difficult expressions. After all, this formation was wicked, and Chen Hongyue's idea was also wicked.
No one could decide right away. They were not afraid of bleeding, they were afraid that if the blood was useless, they would bleed for nothing, and might even die from too much blood loss.
Chen Hanyue also knew this plan sounded a bit wrong. She condensed a long sword and was the first to cut her palm, letting her blood drip onto the formation in front of everyone. The formation really glowed and quickly absorbed the dripping blood. Seeing that Chen Hanyue had done it, Jinli, Qingmu, Wenhu, and Zhou Haojuan also followed. Only Qinja stood behind with beast-sized hands, ready to strike when the formation weakened.
Those police force and patrol team members saw the special group take action, how could they hesitate?
They immediately took out daggers, cut their palms, and let their blood drip onto the formation.
The light from the formation grew even stronger.
Qinja kept watching from the side and found that the light from the formation was not growing endlessly but was reaching its peak and starting to weaken. It seemed the method really worked. He was already prepared to strike.
As long as the formation couldn't hold on, he would use his beast-sized wolf claws to smash the ground and destroy the formation pattern. Time passed little by little.
Even though there were many people, bleeding like this was not a long-term solution.
The formation was still absorbing and glowing.
Some brothers were already unable to endure, feeling dizzy.
If they didn't stop the bleeding, they might faint from blood loss.
Chen Hanyue bit her pale lips. Brothers who can't hold on, inject recovery medicine immediately and stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Those who couldn't hold on felt relieved and quickly injected recovery medicine, then bandaged their wounds. Fortunately, they all carried these with them, and now they were put to good use.
Can you still hold on?
Chenja looked at Chen Hanyue and the others with concern. Even the extraordinary couldn't endure bleeding so much.
Don't worry, we can still hold on. Chen Hanyue smiled a little reluctantly, it should be about enough. Dozens of people feeding it blood, this formation can't take it.
Not long after Chen Hanyue said this, the light of the formation quickly dimmed.
Do it!
Chen Hanyue used the last of her strength to shout, then collapsed to the ground. Qingmu and the other three also sat on the ground and immediately injected recovery medicine to stop the bleeding.
Cross slash. Chenja had long been ready.
As soon as Chen Hanyue gave the order, he roared with force and smashed both hands heavily on the ground, directly creating a big pit. At the same time, he heard a crisp sound of glass breaking.
The formation was broken.
The members of the police force and patrol team all breathed a long sigh of relief. At least the blood they shed was not in vain.
Everyone hurry to treat your wounds and leave here as soon as possible.
Chen Hanyue was worried that staying here might lead to unknown threats, so she urged everyone to hurry up and heal their injuries.
Okay.
Chen Hanyue and the extraordinary ones recovered their mobility quickly, but losing so much blood meant they would need days to fully recover, and for the common people, it would take even longer. Chen Hanyue didn't expect everyone to fully recover, she just waited for them to be able to move conveniently so they could leave.
Chapter 37.
It took nearly 2 hours for everyone to stand and walk steadily, and without saying a word, Chen Hanyue ordered an immediate departure from the underground water network. On the way, no one spoke, there were only weak gasps of breath. Qinja, not having lost blood, moved through the crowd and helped those who couldn't hold on any longer.
When they walked out of the underground water network, it was already dark outside, occasionally illuminated by sweeping beams of searchlights from the city wall.
Chenja turned to look at the city wall. Aside from the strong light points, he could see nothing else.
Captain, what should we do next?
The situation seemed resolved, but it was far from over.
Who had set up the teleportation array and the trapping formations?
Until this issue was completely resolved, the Linhai base city was like being built on a pile of time bombs, which could explode at any moment, turning the city to ashes.
With a pale face, Chun Hanhua looked back toward the city wall. The police unit and patrol team should return first. We will immediately head to the guard troops at the city wall.
Yes. Zhou Haojuan drove the armed vehicle, with Chenja, Chun Hanhua, Jinli, Qingmu, and Wenyu all inside. Chenja never expected he would one day be able to enter the city wall. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. In his heart, Chenja felt a slight excitement, but more than that was worry.
Could the commander of the guard troops really believe that there were traitors among them? If things didn't go smoothly and the relations became strained, how could Linhai base city continue?
One wrong move could lead to being swallowed up or even destroyed. Such things had happened over the past few centuries.
Hey! Jinli noticed that Chenja had been silent with a tense expression and nudged his shoulder, asking, "What are you thinking about? Why such a serious face? Is it because it's your first time facing such a serious mission, and you're scared?"
Chenja turned to look at Jinli and shook his head. "I'm worried that this trip might not go smoothly."
What's the difference between directly confronting them about the traitor?
There were only these people in the vehicle, and Chenja spoke without lowering his voice, so the others naturally heard him. Chen Hanhua smiled slightly. "You're overthinking it, Chenja.
Every single person in the guard troops is dedicated to protecting humanity.
Even if one or two bad apples are mixed in, it won't erase their passion for defending our race. While being told there are traitors is a harsh slap in the face, they absolutely won't ignore it when it comes to the safety of humanity." Since Chenja had never dealt with the guard troops, he looked at Chen Hanhua with slight surprise. "Captain, I believe that every member of the guard has this passion, but with 80,000 people, how easy is it to find a traitor among so many?"
"Unfortunately, we don't have much time left."
Chenja's words were correct. Everyone fell silent. For the members of the guard troops, whether to trust or not trust the existence of a traitor wasn't the main issue, time was the key. Now, a teleportation array had already been found under their noses.
What about those that were undiscovered? Would they only realize there were more teleportation arrays in Linhai base city when a large number of corrupted extraordinary creatures appeared? For now, we can only take it step by step. Let's negotiate with the guard troops first. After leaving the guard troops, I will go to the management board to report the entire matter to the extraordinary elders. I believe they will make a decision. After all, the coastal base city is not just their special team alone. Some things cannot be fully controlled by just the 6 of them. This is a reality issue. Oh no!
Seeing everyone worry, Jinli could hardly take it anymore. It's pointless for us to guess here, worrying about this and that before anything has even happened.
It's exhausting. Anyway, the boat will straighten itself when it gets to the bridge. We just need to do our best.
After all, we are just ordinary extraordinary people, not some divine sect that can determine everything with a single word.
Let's not put that much pressure on ourselves, alright?
Everyone looked at Jinli in unison, leaving Jinli utterly bewildered.
Why are you all looking at me like that?
Qingmu chuckled softly. "I really didn't expect our Jinli to say something so reasonable."
Hey! Qingmu, what do you mean by that? Jinli was really annoyed by Qingmu's teasing. Why can't I say something reasonable? It's infuriating. Jinli's expression made everyone burst into laughter, lightening the mood in the car.
Soon, they arrived at the foot of the city wall. Chenja looked out of the window and was truly awed by the sight. It felt completely different from seeing it in the distance. Just looking at the thick heavy gate in front of him, Chenja felt that even if he burned all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake it at all. After checking Chen Hongyue's documents, the guard reported to his superiors. Only with permission did he press the switch, and the gate slowly opened with a booming sound. The car drove into the square inside the city wall, and the deeper Chenja went, the more astonished he became. He truly didn't expect the inside of the wall to be comparable to a city. It was simply too magnificent, with strong lights illuminating everything and soldiers constantly coming and going. As soon as the group got out of the car, someone was already waiting for them. Seeing the 6 people get out, he came forward.
"Team Leader Chen, everyone, hello.
I am Ran Ming, the captain of the first team of the guard troops. I am here on the orders of the city defense officer to wait for you all and guide you to the war room to meet with the city defense officer." Chen Hanyue nodded. "Thank you, Captain Ran. There's no need for formalities, Team Leader Chen. Please this way." Led by Ran Ming, they passed through layers of guards to reach the command room of the guard troops.
Chenja saw the city defense officer mentioned by Ran Ming, Shenlong.
He was a robust man with a scruffy beard, his face rugged and tough. A scar stretched from his forehead to the tip of his nose, which not only didn't seem scary but instead gave a sense of security.
Team Leader Chen, long time no see. Officer Shun, it's been a while. Your strength seems to have grown again.
At this rate, you will soon step into the golden 5-star level. The two exchanged pleasantries while Chen Zhu and the others stood behind Chen Hongyue, naturally not speaking.
Team Leader Chen and everyone, please take a seat.
They all sat down, and it was time to get to the main topic. Chen Hongyue recounted the events and their findings to Officer Shen, and Chen Jin noticed Chen Long's expression growing darker, the scar on his forehead becoming more menacing.
Damn it!
Shen Long slammed his palm on the conference table, leaving a deep 5-finger mark.
Strength.
Chen Zhu immediately deduced that the awakening ability of Officer Shen Long was probably the same as that of Zhou Haojuan, all about strength.
Officer Shen Long, you are a smart man. I believe you have already guessed what I mean between the lines. I wonder what you think in your heart.
Chen Hongyue was, of course, referring to the issue of the traitor. Chen Zhu's hands tightened on his knees unconsciously. They were getting into the main topic now.
Chen Zhu was thinking, what will Officer Shen Long think? What will he decide? Chapter 38.
Officer Shen Long looked at Chen Hongyue, but his eyes betrayed nothing of his inner thoughts. After Chen Hongyue finished asking, she didn't speak again, giving Officer Shen Long time to contemplate. This matter is not a joke, no one can make an immediate judgment. After about 10 minutes of silence, those minutes truly made Chen Zhu feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, living a year in a day. The defense officer, Shen Longchang, spoke up, his tone cold and revealing nothing of joy or anger. Of course, I understand what Team Leader Chen means, but this matter is significant, and I cannot make an immediate decision. I will discuss it with the other commanders and give Team Leader Chen an answer afterwards. After saying this, he continued, I see that Team Leader Chen and everyone else seem to be injured. Why not rest in my guarding troops?
I will have someone arrange everything.
Not giving an immediate response, Shen Longcheng had the special team stay in the guarding troops to rest, and Chen Zhu frowned slightly.
He.
Chen Zhu's small movement did not escape the eyes of Shen Longcheng, who laughed and said, Does this young man think I am stalling for time or perhaps keeping you under house arrest? Lost in thought, Chen Zhu was naturally not managing his expressions well, but he did not expect Shen Longcheng to notice the change in his expression. He hurriedly awkwardly smiled and said, Sir, you are joking. I absolutely did not mean that. I was just too absorbed in my thoughts.
Ha ha.
No worries, no worries. Shen Longcheng certainly would not take Chen Zhu seriously, it was merely a jest.
Then I must trouble you, Minister Shen.
Chen Hongyue did not refuse Shen Longcheng's proposal, and the special team temporarily stayed within the walls of the guarding troops. Ran Ming led the members of the special team to the resting area. There was a separate area just right for the 6 members of the special team, ensuring they would not be disturbed. As he delivered the special team to their place, Ran Ming smiled and said, The conditions inside the walls are limited, so please do not mind. The rooms are already prepared, and there are 5 recovery potions in the room. You all are injured, so please use the potions to recover.
Too much trouble, Captain Ran, thank you.
Chen Hongyue did not hold back. After all, this was what they needed right now. Entering the resting area, each person had a separate room. Chen Zhu chose the room closest to the inside and opened the door. The room was simple and small, with a single bed, a desk on one side, and a small wardrobe. It looked to be about 5 square meters. Still pretty good. Although small, Chen Zhu knew that given the conditions inside the walls and the number of people staying, having this level of single room was already quite good. Chen Zhu had not bled, so apart from some significant energy consumption, there were no other injuries. He saw the 5 recovery potions on the desk and curled his lip.
5 recovery potions cost $1 million, a bit too hot to handle.
5 recovery potions were not a small amount. The special team that Chen Zhu was part of only received 2 per month as benefits. He did not inject the recovery potions but instead lay down on the bed, fully relaxing. He felt his heartbeat. It was normal, which meant there was no danger around him at this moment. The accelerated heartbeat now served as an early warning. If any corrupted extraordinary beings were within a certain range, his heartbeat would speed up. He sat up. There was a round window in the room, and outside the window was the red moon world, with red moonlight filtering through the glass, casting a faint red glow. Through the window, he could see the endless mountains and forests, with distant mountain peaks. It looks peaceful, but who knows how many corrupted extraordinary beings are hidden in those dense mountains, Chen Zhu murmured to himself. During dinner, Ran Ming came, leading everyone to the dining hall. With the recovery potions taken and after resting for 2 hours, everyone felt somewhat recovered, and at least their faces were not as pale anymore. As Ran Ming brought Chen Zhu and the special team members into the dining hall, the once noisy restaurant suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the special team appearing at the door. Chen Zhu felt the atmosphere become a bit strange. Why were these people looking at the special team with such eyes? Here, it was Chen Zhu's first time, but Chen Hongyue and the others were definitely not newcomers. Their gazes were odd and intriguing, leaving Chen Zhu wondering what they were thinking, and he even sensed a hint of hostility. It's strange, why is there hostility?
Although the guard troops and the special team do not belong to the same department, both are here to protect humanity. They should be brother organizations. How could anyone show hostility? Chenja thought carefully, wanting to find an opportunity to investigate. Ranming naturally noticed the change in the atmosphere. He awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times, partly to cover up the embarrassment and partly to remind the soldiers in the restaurant. The awkward tension lasted for about 10 seconds before returning to normal. The restaurant became noisy again, but Chenja noticed that many people seemed to be chatting with others while their eyes suddenly flicked towards the special team. Ranming led everyone to get their trays and food, then found an empty table to sit down at. The food is simple. I don't know if it suits your taste, so let's make do. Captain Ranming, what are you talking about? The food is already very good. We barged in and disturbed you, Chen Hongyue said with a smile. This statement was meant to ease Ranming's embarrassment and also to point out that the soldiers were being too rude. Why were they hostile towards the special team for no reason? No one continued the awkward topic, and everyone ate in silence, but Chenja overheard some conversations. It's this group of guys. We brothers guard the wall, enduring wind and sun, living and dying, yet they just come over and say there are traitors among us. It's simply shameful and hateful. Exactly. Which of us in the guard troops doesn't fight against demonized extraordinary beings, risking our lives to protect our home? Even if there are no merits, there's hard work. Why do they say there are traitors among us? I think it's the special team trying to deflect blame. Sho, lower your voice, don't let them hear. What's there to be afraid of? It's the truth. Although they were speaking quietly, who among them wasn't extraordinary? Of course, Chenja wasn't, but after his five senses awakened, he could hear them clearly despite their soft voices. Ranming, who had kept his head down in silence, felt more embarrassed. He couldn't scold these brothers and could only awkwardly smile at the 6 members of the special team. Of the 6, Jinli had a fiery temper and couldn't tolerate any nonsense. Hearing them talk like this made her angry. If it weren't for Chen Hongyue giving her a glare, Chenja had no doubt Jinli would have charged over and punched those gossiping people. Chenja wasn't surprised. After all, he had been mentally prepared for this. It seems the city defense officer Shenlong has leaked the information about the traitor in the guard troops. It's really strange. Wasn't he very opposed to it? The soldiers of the guard troops around were discussing the matter of the traitor. When the special team entered, they suddenly fell silent because they were talking about this issue. As for the hostility, it was clear that they did not believe there was a traitor within their ranks, suspecting that the special team was throwing dirt on their names, causing them to feel indignant. Chenja took his time eating while quickly thinking in his mind. He knew that Shenlong had already made a decision, otherwise, these soldiers wouldn't know about the traitor at all. As for why he spoke up, Chenja had his own thoughts. I think he plans to release this news to make the traitor hidden within the guard troops panic and expose themselves. He wants to use this to test everyone in the guard troops. There are no spies, we will know for sure. Chenja thought through the entire situation and felt much more relaxed. No matter what the test results are, they will be good. If there is a spy, then they can be directly eliminated. If not, they can exclude the guard troops and attack from another direction. The coastal base city, no matter how small, is still a base city with a population of millions. Anyone could be that spy. If one wants to hide, finding them is not an easy task. Dinner ended in a very poor atmosphere. Ranming hurriedly left after taking them back to the resting area. He felt that if he stayed with the special team any longer, they might not be able to resist attacking him. City defense officer. Ranming stood opposite Shenlong. Shenlong raised an eyebrow. So, what's the attitude of the special team? Ranming clearly knew what Shenlong was asking. He shook his head. The 6 members of the special team definitely heard what was discussed in the restaurant, but they didn't show any unusual reactions. Oh? Shenlong smiled slightly. A group of young kids managed to stay calm. I thought they would directly get angry and confront others, making a bigger scene, but it seems I underestimated them. But this doesn't hinder my plan. Tonight, I want the brothers of the Royal Guard to keep their eyes sharp. Don't miss any unusual movements. If there really is a spy in the team, we will see if they can hold their composure. Shenlong narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with a fierce killing intent. Ranming couldn't help but shudder. City defense officer, rest assured. I will keep a close watch on the brothers. Go ahead. Since we want to startle the snake, we mustn't show our hand and let them notice. If there is a spy, and they have managed to stay hidden for so long, they must be quite deep in thought. Any slip-up could expose our intentions. Understood, I will go down and make arrangements. Ranming exited the command room to organize the subsequent actions. The large command room was left with only Shenlong. He slightly narrowed his eyes. I hope you won't disappoint me. His tone revealed no emotions. It was evident he was lamenting but showed no signs of worry. In Chen Hongyue's room, everyone gathered there. What do you all think of what just happened in the restaurant? Jinli sneered. If it weren't for the team leader stopping me, I would definitely have a good debate with them. How dare they say that there are spies in our special team? If they didn't have a problem, how can the underground water network, closest to them, allow corrupted super beings to appear without knowing? Who would believe that?
They are the experienced guard troops.
Little Jean-Lee, don't get angry, it's not worth it.
One who concealed his mouth with a fan and laughed lightly, in my view, the city defense officer has already made his own judgment, but he doesn't completely believe that there are spies among his subordinates. The reason he spread the word that we are here to inform about spies is, on the surface, to deflect blame and incite dissatisfaction, but in reality, it's to test.
What do you mean by that? Jean-Lee was still unhappy.
The entire guard troop has 80,000 people, that's no small number. If we investigate one by one, not to mention whether we can find any clues, just completing the investigation would take a long time.
Chenja nodded, he had thought of what Wenhu mentioned.
So the city defense officer is using us to stimulate everyone in the guard troop, to provoke conflicts, and also to make the hidden spies worry about their plans being exposed. I believe that if there really is a spy, they cannot possibly be the mastermind. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes. So when we inform the guard troop about the spies, the hidden spies will be worried that their plans will be exposed and will naturally look for opportunities to contact their superiors.
This is the perfect time to capture them.
Jean-Lee was stunned, and Chenja felt that after Wenhu said so much, Jean-Lee just wanted to rush in and catch them immediately.
Team leader, are we just going to do nothing?
Koi was eager, clearly wanting to get involved.
Chen Hanyue shot her a glance, you, just behave. After all, this is the guard unit, not something we can control. If we act recklessly and mess up the city defense officer's plans, it would be bad.
Since he isn't telling us anything, let's just rest well tonight.
Whatever happens will fall on the city defense officer anyway.
Chen Hanyue certainly did not want to shirk responsibility. She felt that with Shenlong's abilities, he would be able to manage whatever happens. As for their special team, not knowing the plan and jumping in could likely ruin Shenlong's strategy, so it's better to just leave it alone.
Team leader, can we really do nothing?
Koi was still trying to argue her case.
Do nothing. Just go back to sleep.
But Chen Honyue's expression suddenly became serious. Stay alert while you sleep tonight. If something happens, we need to react quickly. Understood, team leader.
Everyone left Chen Honyue's room and returned to their own quarters.
Lying on his bed, Shinjo, of course, couldn't fall asleep. He sat by the window, gazing at the dense forest below in the purple moonlight, not knowing what was on his mind. Shinjo rubbed his eyes, feeling as if he was seeing things after staring too long in one spot. He had just seen many red lights flickering in the forest. When he looked again, there was nothing.
Am I too tired, seeing things?
Checking the time, he found it was already past midnight.
Chenja decided to get some rest and lay back down to sleep.
But before he could fall asleep, the alarm bells rang in his ears. Chenja sprang up, wide awake, jumped out of bed, and opened the door, all in one fluid motion. He had barely opened the door for a second when other doors flew open, and the members of the special team emerged too.
What's going on? The alarm is so urgent. Could it be that mutated extraordinary creatures have started an attack?
Koi was really eager to grab a guard and ask what this alarm truly meant. The alarm kept ringing, growing more frantic, and they heard fast footsteps down the hallway. Looking over, they saw armed soldiers from the guard unit sprinting down the stairs.
Let's go see. Chen Hanyue frowned, knowing something was seriously wrong with the guard unit.
Koi was somewhat excited. Wow, tonight is really thrilling.
Chenja shook his head helplessly. Is there anything in this world that you actually fear? Is this a time to be excited? Chapter 40.
Koi was eager to witness the spectacle, and Chenja truly admired her spirit. Shouldn't others be feeling nervous in this situation? Where they were, was the wall of the guard unit that protected the entire coastal base city, and having the alarm bell ringing here meant something serious must have happened.
Chenju and the others looked at Chen Hanyue, waiting for her decision.
After all, this was someone else's territory, and as outsiders, they shouldn't roam freely.
Let's go take a look. If needed, we can assist. Chen Hanyue, feeling uneasy, ultimately decided to take everyone along, thinking that if there really was an issue, they could lend a hand. As they made their way to the operations room, they saw many stern-faced soldiers running past, fully armed.
It seems like this is serious. Is the whole guard unit mobilized? Chenja thought to himself, not slowing down his pace. When they were close to the operations room, they ran into Ran Ming. Surprised to see them, Ran Ming quickly approached the group. Why are you all here? Chen Hanyue straightforwardly asked. I know we are outsiders and shouldn't interfere with guard unit matters, but why is the alarm ringing so urgently? What has happened? Ran Ming's expression was ambiguous, and he did not answer. Knowing he was in a difficult position, Chen Hanyue spoke again. How about this? Help me report to City Defense Officer Shenlong. Just say everyone in our special team wants to see him. Okay. After a moment of contemplation, Ran Ming agreed and quickly entered the command room, soon coming out again. Please, a few.
Chen Hanyue nodded, and the members of the special team entered the command room, seeing Shenlong with his back to them, watching the surveillance screen on the front wall. Chenja looked over and found that the screen displayed scenes inside and outside the city walls, monitoring the movements from Red Moon World to the edge of the main city. At this moment, Chenja noticed an area that was part of Red Moon World, where many green, glimmering eyes were shining among the bushes. Without thinking, he knew what those green eyes represented. Chenja frowned, aware that everyone clearly understood what the screen full of green eyes signified. Demonized extraordinary creatures, the numbers are extremely alarming. Are we going to be attacked by them? Although our guard troops greatly outnumber these demonized extraordinary creatures, they hold a natural advantage. If they truly surround us, the guard troops might find it hard to gain an upper hand. Moreover, with such a vast perimeter of city walls, it's impossible for all 80,000 soldiers to gather in one place. Doing so would risk the city wall's safety. If other checkpoints are attacked at this time, that would be disastrous. In a short time, Chenja's mind raced with thoughts. No matter how he viewed it, this crisis was indeed alarming, justifying the blaring alarm. Damn it, how could this happen? Chenja wasn't scared, it was just that the coastal base city was going through turbulent times. If the demonized extraordinary creatures from Red Moon World launched a massive attack at this moment, it would be surrounded on all sides, jeopardizing the city's survival. Chen Hanyue walked up to Shenlong, defense officer, what's the current situation? Do we know what kind of demonized extraordinary creatures they are and their numbers? Shenlong stood up, hands behind his back. Scouts report that it's a tribe of Howling Moon demonic wolves, numbering over 10,000. What? Jean Li couldn't help but exclaim, Howling Moon demonic wolves are demonized extraordinary creatures rated at the Red Iron 4 stars. Their strength is bolstered in the dark, and while they can't enhance their rating by a star, they are definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, they can use elemental powers, making their attack power formidable. Jean Li initially held a casual attitude, but upon learning of the tens of thousands of Howling Moon demonic wolves, her expression changed dramatically as the seriousness of the situation dawned on her. Chen Hanyue hadn't expected to confront the demonized extraordinary creatures attacking the city wall at this time. If the guard troops suffered too many casualties now, it would greatly weaken the defenses of the coastal base city. Humph. Shenlong snorted coldly, his disdain unclear if directed at the Howling Moon demonic wolves or what Jean Li had just said. Chen Hanyue exchanged glances with Jean Li. Jean Li wanted to say something, but Chenja discreetly pulled her back, silencing her. Shenlong, the defense officer, stated, a mere tribe of moon demonic wolves, my brothers in the coastal guard have no fear. If they dare to attack tonight, I will wipe out their clan. I have already mobilized the elite from the 1st and 2nd guard troops on standby. Should they dare to strike, we will flay them and make clothes from their hides. Shenlong spoke with confidence, clearly assured of victory. Chen Hanyue nodded slightly, I believe Defense Officer Shen. Since you say so, you must have full confidence. We will surely get through this crisis of demonized extraordinary creatures. Naturally. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Shenlong's stern face. Chenja, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, addressing Defense Officer Shen. Defense Officer, I have a question that I am unsure if I should ask. What does the young man want to ask? Is it about why I don't order my brothers to take the initiative and seize an advantage first? Chenja nodded, that was indeed what he was thinking. Strike first for strength. Knowing the enemy is so close to the city wall, just a few dozen meters away, for the Moonhowlers who excel in speed, that distance could be covered in mere seconds. Thus, seizing the inherent advantage is key, catching the enemy off guard. This will not only inflict great damage on them but also reduce our own losses. My men and I are not afraid of them, but as long as they don't attack us, we won't attack first. I know you think since they are so close to the city wall, we should strike first to gain the advantage, but commanding a battle isn't just about showing off bravado. Unless necessary, the defensive forces of every major base city won't take the initiative to engage with the corrupted extraordinary beings. After all, engaging will inevitably lead to casualties. Chenja suddenly understood, meaning both sides are now testing each other, seeing who will be the first to strike. The corrupt extraordinary creatures are provoking, while the defensive forces are standing ready on the city wall, exuding powerful morale, both sides in a standoff, waiting to see who breaks first. The war room fell silent again, and everyone stopped talking, clearly hearing each other's breathing. Chenja's heartbeat started to race again, and he couldn't help but wonder, it's strange, I'm not facing the corrupt extraordinary beings directly this time, they aren't even targeting me, so why am I feeling so excited? Time passed, and Chenja doubted if the sky had stopped, but the corrupt extraordinary creatures remained unmoving. Just when he thought the night would pass without incident, that the Howling Moon wolves wouldn't attack the city wall, those green eyes began to move. They moved. They moved. Jean Li pointed at the screen and shouted. I see it, don't shout so loudly. Chenja tugged at Jean Li and whispered in her ear, we're on their territory, keep it down a bit. Chapter 41. Shenlong immediately turned around, his momentum very strong, and ordered Ran Ming.
Have the men on the city wall prepare to attack. If they dare come within 50 meters of the city wall, we strike immediately.
No need for me to give further orders. Yes, Commander. Ranming quickly left the war room to relay Shenlong's order for city defense.
Chen Hanyue looked at Chen Zhu and the other teammates and said to Shenlong, City Defense Officer, I know it's a bit overstepping to make this request now, but opportunities are rare. I want my teammates to witness the scene of battling the corrupted extraordinary beings from the Red Moon world, so they can broaden their horizons, and they can help too. Shenlong frowned and looked at Chen Hanyue, then scanned Chen Zhu and the others, finally nodding, Go ahead, but be careful. I know you are skilled, but small skirmishes cannot compare with large-scale conflicts.
Don't be overly reckless. Understood, City Defense Officer, we won't cause you any trouble.
With Shenlong's permission, Chen Hanyue took her people and left the war room, heading to the top of the city wall. Because they had the pass given by Shenlong, the special group of 6 reached the very top of the city wall, where the defensive forces were patrolling, without any obstruction. Once at the top, Chen Zhu saw over 1,000 soldiers of the defensive forces standing ready on the wide city wall, their expressions solemn and prepared. Each of them had steady gazes and determined looks, and Chen Zhu knew they had probably made up their minds to face death. Yet, at this critical moment, he saw no signs of fear on their faces. Chen Hanyue pointed to the edge of the city wall, and a few people walked to the edge to gaze into the distance. They were all extraordinary, even Chen Zhu had enhanced senses. Thus, even under the red moon, the dark red sky did not affect their sight. Chen Zhu saw pairs of green eyes tightly clustered together under the shadowy red, just looking at them made his scalp tingle. There really are a lot of them. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it.
Koi pouted. Your focus is really odd. Can't you be a bit more serious? Do you have any idea what it means to have over 10,000 howling moon demon wolves?
Chen Zhu was genuinely exasperated with Koi's attitude.
Koi rolled her eyes at Chen Zhu. What's wrong? Is being scared helpful? Fear only makes people hesitant and prevents them from giving their all. If you can't give your best when fighting against transformed super creatures, what does that represent? Do I really need to say more?
For a moment, Chen Zhu was at a loss for words, feeling that Koi's statement, oddly enough, made some sense. Ranming had already issued Shenlong's orders, the 2 teams from the guard department were on high alert, and the scouts were closely watching the movements of the Howling Moon demon wolves. As soon as they came within 50 meters of the city wall, Ranming would give the command to attack.
Chen Zhu stood at the edge of the city wall, watching the moving Howling Moon demon wolves. What were they waiting for? They kept pacing sideways but didn't approach.
Chen Zhu's hands clung to the railing, gripping so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He had an unsettling feeling in his heart, as if something major was about to happen.
Could it be that these transformed super creatures have some sort of hidden scheme?
The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. Chen Zhu wanted to voice his concerns, but as just an outsider, it felt unreasonable to claim that the transformed super creatures had a conspiracy without any evidence and to urge the guard troops to take the initiative. He could only hold back his thoughts and wait and see. Fortunately, the guard troops had a clear numerical advantage and held the geographical high ground, making their offensive a prime strategic position. After all, these Howling Moon demon wolves couldn't fly.
With this realization, the tension in Chen Zhu's heart relaxed a bit.
Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere on the city wall was extremely tense. The soldiers were ready for battle, and there were catapults at the edge of the wall, but they didn't use ancient rocks. Instead, they loaded explosive energy stones. The explosive energy stones were formed from mutated ores after the appearance of the red moon, with intense explosive effects. Ordinary explosives were ineffective against transformed super creatures, but explosive energy stones were the best option. However, these stones were very precious. Even the guard department of Coastal City had limited stock, and they wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. But they could be used as a deterrent, as launching a few in a critical moment would definitely catch the enemy off guard and cause chaos. It was a good strategy. Dawn was breaking, but due to the red moon's influence, daylight in the red moon world could only be counted by time. You couldn't tell anything just by looking at the sky. Chen Zhu had forgotten this. He was still thinking that after dawn, the Howling Moon demon wolves would be weaker, benefiting the human side, but forgot that the red moon world was essentially a realm of eternal night, saying daylight was meaningless. Chen Zhu initially felt a sigh of relief but quickly tensed up again, feeling entirely muddled. His heart was racing.
I say, Chen Zhu, do you know how terrible your expression looks? I'm really amazed that you can't handle such a little scene.
Koi mocked Chen Zhu again, and just as he was about to retort, he heard Ranming's voice. He shouted the order to attack, and all the soldiers moved in perfect unison, rushing toward the edge of the wall. When they reached the edge, they leapt down towards the ground. The sudden change startled the 6 members of the special team. They hurriedly looked toward the opposing green glowing points and noticed they were moving, not side to side, but advancing forward, intending to attack the wall.
Not good. They're racing toward the wall.
The Howling Moon demon wolves are fast. They'll cover this distance of several dozen meters in just a few seconds. A voice, cold and stern, came from Qingmu. Ran Ming shouted to them from a distance, "Be careful, everyone, I am going to lead the attack." With that, he soared into the air and flew away. Flight skill. Chenja did not expect that Ran Ming had awakened the ability to fly. This was truly an incredible ability. Watching Ran Ming fly toward the Scarlet Moon world, Chenja felt his entire body shining, filled with envy. The Koi noticed his thoughts and said, "Don't worry, when you enter the Iron Red Star level, you will awaken a skill. At that time, there is a chance to awaken the flight ability." Really? Chenja became excited. He truly thought flying was very cool. Yes, sort of, huh? The Koi felt that the words were too full. After all, none of their extraordinary group had awakened the flight ability. Chenja's smiling face froze. "Are you making fun of me?" After exchanging a few banter, Chenja looked at the soldiers of the guard division rushing ahead after landing. Each one was battle-hardened and moving very quickly. The soldiers of the guard division were about to clash head-on with the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. "Captain, are we just going to watch?" This time it was not the Koi asking, but Zhou Haojuan, his eyes reflecting excitement, clearly eager to try. Chapter 42. Facing the eager teammates, Chen Hanyue knew that taking action at this time was a rare experience for all members of the special group. If it wasn't for suspicion that there was a traitor in the guard division, the defense officer would not have let them stay on the city wall for so long, nor would they have been allowed to get involved in the guard division's battle. Experience was a benefit. More importantly, it was to assist the guard division in resisting the attacks of the demonized extraordinary beings, killing two birds with one stone. Qin Zhe, who was watching Chen Hanyue with attention, realized that the team leader was tempted. He also had a desire to try, but he didn't know where this urge came from. Was it for humanity's duty? For gaining combat experience? He was unsure but felt a strong desire from somewhere in his body, wanting to jump off the high city wall and charge forward, fighting the demonized extraordinary beings. What Shinja didn't know was that this was a pull of bloodline. His awakened race was werewolf, and the enemy facing the guard division was the demonized extraordinary being, the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, which was also a wolf. This was a pull between two similar bloodlines. After Zhou Haojuan finished speaking, he did not say another word, quietly waiting for Chen Hanyue to make a decision. This was the tacit understanding of the special group members. No matter what they thought, they had to follow the rules and wait for orders, otherwise, it would be disorganized and undisciplined. Shinja shifted his gaze to the distance. At that moment, the area between the city wall and the Scarlet Moon world was already occupied by the guard division soldiers. It was also at this moment that Shinja discovered a problem. There was a vacuum zone between the city wall and the Scarlet Moon world, a stone and dirt path extending from the corner of the city wall to the forest in the Scarlet Moon world, similar to the situation between the city wall and the coastal base city, both having a vacuum zone. Looking again, Shinja noticed something else, which was the energy barrier. He saw the Howling Moon Demon Wolf attacking, but the elemental orbs it spat out were blocked by a layer of light curtain. He understood in his heart, as long as the Howling Moon Demon Wolf can't break the energy barrier, it won't be able to break through to the city wall. I am still too inexperienced. How could the defensive power of a base city wall be so weak, with only ordinary soldiers guarding it? There are actually many methods, but I just didn't know. Shinja felt that his experience was too lacking. Many things were completely unknown to him. Humanity had awakened extraordinary powers only 300 years ago. The development over these 300 years has been rapid. Many top technologies and methods have naturally been used to guard the base city against the mutated creatures of the Red Moon world. Just as Shinja's thoughts were racing, he heard Chen Hanyue say, "You can make your move, but you must follow my command. Do not disturb the operations of the defense forces, and do not recklessly charge in without considering the consequences." Understood, team leader. Hurry up and go down. If we don't act quickly, we might not catch a single mutated creature. Jean Li rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable. Chen Hanyue shook her head, helpless. "Really, I can't do anything with you all." After speaking, she turned to Qinzhe. "Qinzhe, although your power has grown quite well recently due to the mutation, you still lack experience. Since you will be facing higher-level mutated creatures, you should stay on the wall." "No, team leader." Qinzhe immediately expressed his desire to follow. Such an opportunity was rare, and not to mention his inexplicable thirst, he definitely didn't want to miss out on the chance to battle with mutated creatures, as it could speed up his heart rate and shorten the awakening of his powers, which was a good thing. Seeing Qinzhe's serious expression and earnest words, Chen Hanyue sighed and agreed to his request to join the attack, but with a condition: he could not act on his own and must stay within 10 meters of the 5 of them. This way, if anything happened to him, the others could quickly come to his aid. "Okay, team leader, I understand." Qinzhe naturally agreed wholeheartedly, but once in battle with the mutated creatures, the situation would change rapidly, and it would be impossible to manage every detail in the chaos. "Alright, since you understand, everyone, be careful." After Chen Hanyue finished speaking, she nodded at everyone and jumped down from the city wall. In the operations room, Chen Long noticed Chen Hanyue jumping from the wall and frowned. He immediately shouted, "Someone come." A subordinate entered the operations room. "Defense officer. Send a team down to protect the special group. don't let them die among the defense forces.
Yes.
Shenlong squinted his eyes, a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, showing no sign of his previous seriousness, just a bunch of little wolves. I only wanted to train the soldiers.
How did the special group get mixed in?
In fact, Shenlong had never been worried about the attack of the magic wolves on the city wall. If he were afraid of a pack of over 10,000 magic wolves, he wouldn't need to be the defense officer or guard the wall at all. He knew that outside the base city of Lim Hai in the Red Moon world, there were countless mutated creatures, many of which were higher level than the magic wolves. The defense forces were certainly not an easy hurdle to overcome. Unaware, the 6 members of the special group had already jumped down from the city wall, and Jin Li even cheered excitedly like Zhou Haojuan, feeling that the fearsome mutated creatures had now turned into exciting potions in their eyes. At this moment, only Chenja remained on the city wall. He couldn't fly, and facing a drop of over 10 meters to jump down was one thing, but actually doing it made him feel a bit hesitant.
Even if I activate the transformation using the rugged and thick-skinned werewolf beast transformation skill, can my current strength withstand such a high fall? I won't end up as a meat pie, will I? Doubt filled Chenja's mind.
In the monitoring footage, the camera focused on Chenja's face, his hesitant expression clear to Shenlong.
His name is Chenja, he's just a mutation, not even extraordinary, and he seems to be inexperienced. How will he jump down? Shenlong was curious about Chenju and wanted to see what he planned to do.
Chenju was not a person to hesitate, although he had doubts in his heart, it was merely for an instant, and soon he came up with an idea.
Beast transformation.
His limbs immediately transformed into wolf-like hands and feet, then he pushed off the ground with his limbs and shot out. His body leaped into the air, briefly suspended before quickly descending. The wind howled past his ears, and Chenja maintained a head-down falling position. As the ground approached within 5 meters, his beastly hands and feet shot out sharp claws, aiming for the city wall. Screech! The claws scraped against the wall, producing a harsh sliding sound, even creating sparks. But Chenja's falling speed slowed down, and the impact force lessened, allowing him to fully control his body. Seeing this scene, Shenlong nodded slightly in satisfaction. Not bad, your brain is quite agile. With 4 limbs assisting to slow his fall, Chenja landed steadily on the ground. Noticing others standing not far away watching him, he quickly joined the group.
Good boy, not bad. Zhou Haojuan stepped forward, put his arm around Chenja's shoulder, and punched him lightly in approval. Chapter 43.
From the moment Chenja jumped off the city wall, every move he made fell into the eyes of the other team members. Chen Hanyue also wanted to see what Chenja planned to do. After all, besides being a member of the special team, he had another identity, that of a guinea pig. After all, he was still in the experimental observation phase. In the early stage, he survived the bites of a glutton and did not die, even injected with serum mutation, considered passing the first observation. But unfortunately, his awakening power was insufficient, which slightly disappointed Chen Hanyue. However, observing the many events after Chenja joined the special team, Chen Hanyue felt that Chenja still had a lot of merits, at least he was not useless.
Alright, let's hurry up and chase the guarding troops, or it will be too late.
Jin Li urged, and the 6 of them quickly ran forward. In the air were sounds of explosive blasts, and the ground shook slightly underfoot, all caused by the impact of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's elemental light spheres on the energy barrier. As they got closer to the Red Moon world, Chenja felt the tremor within him becoming clearer, his heartbeat quickened, even exceeding the fastest pace he had before.
Is it because of the number of enemies?
While running, Chenja noted the changes within himself. His experience was too limited, and he was still in the exploration phase regarding various changes after his transformation, so he wouldn't miss any unusual sensations. In just a few seconds, the group covered the distance of dozens of meters and soon saw the guarding troop brothers. They were now in front of the energy barrier, arranged in several layers, standing in perfect order, facing the undulating energy barrier without any change in expression.
Is this the murderous aura of those battle-hardened? Seeing their appearance, Chenja couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing his exclamation, Jin Li laughed. Do you really think they have just been doing nothing on the city wall every day watching the movements of demonized creatures in the Red Moon world? You are sorely mistaken.
Jin Li is right, Xiaoxia has only recently joined the extraordinary world and doesn't know much. Anyone who can be a member of the guarding troops is no weakling, and Shenlong is a hard-nosed city defense officer. Under his command, no one dares to slack off. In addition to regular training, every half-month, soldiers are sent to actively enter the Red Moon world to hunt indistinct extraordinary creatures for practice, so. Cheng Mu suddenly stopped speaking, furrowing his brow as if he thought of something. Under his duckbill cap, he looked at Chen Hanyue, and she glanced back at him, seemingly thinking of something as well. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle, and Chenja pondered Cheng Mu's previous words, quickly realizing that everything was just a form of training. He. Really don't know what to say. Chenja felt a bit helpless, mistakenly thinking there was a big issue. When Hu used a fan to cover his mouth, chuckling, realizing it as well, while Jin Li and Zhou Haojuan were still in the dark, looking at each other in confusion.
Team leader, what's going on? Why do you all look so strange? Yeah, team leader, is there any problem? Shenja looked at the two with a bit of sweat on his brow. In his heart, he wondered whether this Koi and Zhou Haojuan were really smart or just foolish. Qingmu chuckled lightly, actually, it's nothing. We just suspect that this attack by the Howling Moon Demon Wolves is actually an exercise cleverly arranged by the defense official of Shenlong City. What? Madman, this Shenlong is just a freak. The Koi, shocked internally, immediately let slip some careless words and was quickly scolded by Chen Hongyue. Koi, don't talk nonsense. How can you slander the defense official behind his back? Oh. The Koi pouted, not forgetting to make a face at Chen Hongyue. Shinja smiled, knowing that this Koi was not someone who easily admitted mistakes. But regardless of whether this was a spontaneous attack by the demonic creatures or a clever trap set by Shenlong, the result was the same. They all needed to eliminate these Howling Moon Demon Wolves. The 6 of them stood slightly further back to avoid disturbing the other soldiers. The energy barrier was being continuously attacked by the Howling Moon Demon Wolves, and the rippling waves became increasingly dense. Under the energy barrier, the Howling Moon Demon Wolves were indeed no match, but their numbers were not small, and the continuous attacks left no one able to guarantee that the barrier would hold up for long. So, they were all prepared to act the moment the energy barrier could no longer sustain itself, still attacking with the power of a thunderous strike. In such large-scale battles, seizing the first opportunity was of utmost importance. When the energy barrier shattered, the Howling Moon Demon Wolves would surely pause for a brief moment, allowing them to strike first and catch them off guard. Shenja thought to himself that he had not yet reached the extraordinary level and did not even have a rank. Facing a group of Howling Moon Demon Wolves of the Red Iron 3rd star rank, how could he gain the upper hand without being torn to pieces? The Howling Moon Demon Wolves had been attacking for more than half an hour. They weren't fools. Rather than attacking all at once, they had split into several waves. One wave would attack for a while, then another wave would take over. This ensured a relentless assault, as once the energy barrier had even a small breach, they could invade the interior. The Red Iron 3rd star demonic creatures have such wisdom? Shenja could not help but be taken aback, seeing the intention behind the Howling Moon Demon Wolves' actions. Or are they under orders to act this way? If so, wouldn't there be even more powerful demonic creatures controlling them from behind? Shenja's doubts were not unfounded or baseless. After a moment, Chen Hongyue replied, what you suspect is not without possibility. Although the Red Iron 3rd star is not low in rank, they are just pawns among demonic creatures and cannot possess true intelligence. So, I agree with your latter thought, there must be higher-ranked demonic creatures controlling them. Then that's serious, leader. Earlier, you all suspected that the defense official was intentionally setting traps for training, but what if there are high-ranking demonic creatures behind it? Wouldn't the defense official be in over his head? Although the Koi's words were unkind, Shenja felt that there might be some truth in it. Should we go find Ran Ming and inform him? Qingmu, always calm, felt that such potentiality could not be ignored. Chen Hongyue shook her head, no need. We can't interfere with the internal affairs of the guarding troops, and I believe that with the defense official's level, he would never act recklessly just for the sake of training his subordinates. That's true. Then let's not overthink it and just watch the changes. Shinja had been keeping an eye on the time. After the Howling Moon Demon Wolves had attacked the energy barrier for over an hour, he noticed a significant disturbance and distortion appear in the barrier right opposite him. It seemed it was starting to give way. It won't hold much longer, Koi also noticed and pointed at the distorted section, saying, if you ask me, it won't be more than 5 minutes. The barrier in that area is sure to break, but I wonder if it will just crack a little opening or if it will collapse entirely like a chain reaction. Chapter 44. Whatever is said will happen. Not long after the Koi finishes speaking, the energy barrier lets out a crisp sound like glass breaking. Chen Hongyue said, the energy barrier is going to break, everyone prepare yourselves. Yes. When the special team members answered affirmatively, Ran Ming also said something similar to Chen Hongyue. When the soldiers answered in unison, there was an overwhelming feeling of rising into the clouds. The atmosphere suddenly shifted from solemn to tense, and the Howling Moon Demon Wolf seemed to know the energy barrier couldn't hold much longer, frantically attacking it. In less than a minute, the energy barrier had developed a spiderweb-like crack. In the next second, a hole the size of a fist broke open in the energy barrier, and then the crack began to spread outward from this hole, not long after directly collapsing into an opening with a diameter of 5 meters. Charge! With a single command from Ran Ming, the soldiers rushed like mad towards the opening. Absolutely do not allow the Howling Moon Demon Wolf to step into the vacuum zone even for a moment. Ran Ming shouted. Looking at the special team, the Koi asked Chen Hongyue when they would strike. Chen Hongyue said to wait a bit longer, as the guard troops clearly had a formation. It looked chaotic due to their fervor, but if you looked closely, you could see they maintained a subtle combat formation despite the chaos. Chen Hongyue didn't want the addition of the special team to break the subtlety, so she urged everyone to wait until the soldiers had all charged into the Red Moon world before they acted.
Everyone patiently waited, and fortunately, it didn't take long for all the attacking guard troops to rush into the Red Moon world to confront the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. In an instant, abilities and energy scattered everywhere, elemental power surged, and roars and curses filled the air. Shinja stood dumbfounded, watching the chaotic battle between the guard troops and the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. For the first time, he truly felt the ferocity of the fight between humans and demonic extraordinary beings. The atmosphere made him feel a surge of blood, as if there was a voice in his heart wanting to roar along. "Make your move," Chen Hanyue commanded, and without hesitation, everyone charged out. Shinja was among them. Of course, as he entered the boundary of the Red Moon world, he felt the uncomfortable, sticky sensation of the Red Moon world in a very real way. Though aside from the dark red environment of the Red Moon hanging overhead, there wasn't anything particularly strange. There was a sense of discomfort as if he was immersed in a sticky liquid. It wasn't discomfort from the surface of his body but rather an instinctive revulsion. Shinja even felt reluctant to breathe deeply. "Don't stray too far from us. This isn't just one or two enemies but tens of thousands. The demonic extraordinary beings have an innate advantage since they have been living in the Red Moon world." The Koi reminded Shinja with concern. Shinja smiled gratefully at the Koi. "Don't worry, I value my life." Saying this, Shinja had already beastified his limbs, and the color of his pupils had changed. The Koi watched, nodding and smiling. A howl interrupted their conversation. A Howling Moon Demon Wolf had noticed Shinja. "I'll handle this." The Koi was preparing to shoot, but Shinja stopped her. "This one is mine." "Okay, be careful." The Koi said little else and quickly aimed at her target, eagerly raising her gun. Meanwhile, Shinja remained still, his eyes locked on the Howling Moon Demon Wolf that had noticed him. The wolf crouched low, slightly raising its head. "Come on, let me see how strong you really are." To engage with the Howling Moon Demon Wolf of the Red Iron 3-star rank, it would be impossible for Shinja to feel completely relaxed, but the wildly beating heart made him deeply obsessed with this sensation. At that moment, he felt as if he had found the feeling of being a normal person again. The speed of his heartbeat and the tension made him feel as if he were in another world. Soon, the wolf began to run, and its target was naturally Shinja. Shinja took a stance, ready to meet its attack. When the two were less than 5 meters apart, the magical wolf leaped high, lunging at the top of Shinja's head. "Come on!" Shinja felt excited, pushing off with his powerful legs, jumping up nearly 3 meters to meet the howl of the moon magical wolf's attack. Seeing that this human not only dared to approach but also was ready to attack, the magical wolf's eyes turned even bloodier, as if it were already tasting a delicious meal. "Die!" Shinja crossed his hands, delivering a cross slash. The cross slash hit the magical wolf's abdomen. Normally, this area would be its greatest weakness, but unfortunately, after Shinja's strike, the wolf stepped back without a single injury. As he landed, Shinja couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's a magical creature of the Red Iron 3 stars, its body's defensive power would keep me occupied for a long time. Shinja knew well how strong the tearing force of the cross slash was. During training in the base, even a 5 centimeter thick steel plate had been torn with a thin crack from his full strength strike. Although he hadn't given his all just now, any ordinary beast would have been cut open already. "If that's the case, then take another hit from me." Shinja wasn't discouraged. He gathered all the energy of his supernatural power, and the werewolf blood in him began to boil, awakening the power of his bloodline. His form gradually began to transform into a werewolf, not just his limbs but his entire body. The howl of the moon magical wolf, which had been poised to attack again, suddenly discovered that Shinja's body was changing and emanating an aura that made it afraid. When Shinja fully transformed into a werewolf, the magical wolf's blood-red eyes dimmed significantly, its once proud wolf head began to droop, its arched body collapsing, presenting a submissive posture with its head down and eyes lowered, letting out a soft whimpering howl. "Ha! What's happening?" Seeing the magical wolf like this, Shinja couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. Wasn't it fierce just now? Why did it suddenly change like this? Chen Hanyue, who had been watching Shinja, also noticed the situation. Her gaze shifted from confusion to brightness as she quickly cut down the magical wolves around her and moved swiftly towards Shinja. Arriving at Shinja's side, Chen Hanyue said excitedly, "Well done, Shinja. Your werewolf bloodline has a bloodline suppression over the howl of the moon magical wolf. Otherwise, it certainly would not show such a submissive posture. If you attack it now, even if you can't kill it in one blow, you can still injure it." After all, Shinja was at a level disadvantage compared to the howl of the moon magical wolf, making it difficult to cross 3 levels for a fatal strike, even with bloodline suppression. Hearing Chen Hanyue say this, Shinja's mouth dropped open in surprise. He had never imagined it could be like this. Although he did not want to have a bloodline connection with a magical wolf, didn't this provide an inherent advantage against wolf-type magical creatures? Quick, give it a try. Chen Hanyue stood guard for Shinja, preventing other howl of the moon magical wolves from sneaking up on him. Okay, team leader. Shinja nodded firmly and began to gather his strength. Chapter 45. This time, Shinja used 50% of his strength for the cross slash, attacking the low-headed howl of the moon magical wolf.
The magical wolf trembled in terror and let out a sorrowful whimper, showing no signs of dodging or resisting, as if welcoming death. In that moment, Chenja thought of a term, superior being. Now he was like a wolf clan superior punishing an inferior. The inferior dared not resist in the face of death. This was the hierarchy. The howling moon demon wolf, struck by the cross slash, shattered instantly into pieces and died, its blood exploding into mist that drifted towards Chenja. No one expected such a strange situation to occur, and Chenju instinctively wanted to dodge the blood mist. Don't dodge, try to accept this blood mist, it might be useful for you. Chen Hongyue blocked Chenja's escape and urged him to accept the blood mist from the demonic creature. Although Chenja didn't understand Chen Hongyue's intentions, he reasoned that she had no reason to harm him, so he didn't dodge and let the blood mist stick to him. Chenja's heart raced as he wondered what changes would occur with the blood mist on his body. The mist didn't feel strange, rather, it landed on his skin and then seeped into it. Captain? Chenja looked at Chen Hongyue in panic. The blood mist is entering my body, will there be any problems? It should be fine. Since you have a bloodline suppression against the howling moon demon wolf, this blood mist won't harm you, Chen Hongyue replied thoughtfully, as she had reasoned through her decision to let Chenja try it. Chenja could only wait quietly, and after all the blood mist from the slain howling moon demon wolf entered his body, he felt a strange stirring within his blood. It's like my blood is boiling. Chenja exclaimed, it feels like a sign of awakening and ability. If there's such a benefit, let's quickly assist you in killing more howling moon demon wolves. The more blood mist you absorb, the closer you might be to awakening, Chen Hongyue said immediately, helping Chenja target a new enemy. Chenja used the same tactic to exert his wolf attributes and suppress the howling moon demon wolf with his bloodline, followed by the cross-slash attack. He had previously used 50% of his strength, now he only needed 30 to kill it, and indeed, blood mist erupted as the demon wolf's body fell apart. However, compared to the previous wolf, this one released significantly less blood mist. It seems this howling moon demon wolf is weaker than the last one. The amount of blood mist released is likely based on their strength, Chen Hongyue guessed quickly, showing her expertise. Once again, the blood mist drifted towards Chenja. He couldn't pause his beast transformation, as he needed to maintain that state to absorb the mist, otherwise, it would disperse. Having absorbed more blood mist from another howling moon demon wolf, the power within Chenja's blood surged, and his heartbeat quickened, getting closer to awakening his ability. Not enough yet? I feel it coming, maybe I just need one more howling moon demon wolf's blood mist. Alright, can you hold on? Let's find another target. Chenja nodded at Chen Hongyue, I can hold on. Although he had bloodline power suppressing the howling moon demon wolves, he still had to attack them, and his ability energy had been significantly consumed. Without hesitation, Chen Hongyue pointed to a nearby howling moon demon wolf, let's go for that one. It's stronger than the first, hold nothing back and use all your remaining strength. Alright. Chenja attacked the chosen target as Chen Hongyue instructed, using his bloodline suppression and pouring all his remaining energy into the cross-slash. He wasn't afraid of exhausting all his strength, as long as he could awaken a new skill, his energy would recover to its peak instantly. If lucky, Chenja could step into the realm of the extraordinary with this one move, becoming a true red iron 1-star instead of the fake 1-star he was now. Under full force, the howling moon demon wolf naturally could not withstand it, and was shattered into bits with a single strike. The exploding blood mist was indeed more intense than the first howling moon demon wolf. Chenja's heartbeat quickened, as if it would leap out of his throat, and his blood surged more violently. This was still before absorbing the blood mist. Once he absorbed it, the feeling would likely be even more intense. This time, Chenja did not wait for the blood mist to float to him, he actively welcomed the blood mist. Compared to the first time's alert unease, he was now immensely enjoying it. Hurry up and absorb it, all of it into my body. Chenja murmured in his heart, eagerly anticipating the changes in his body after absorbing all this blood mist and what skills would awaken. He was not like the extraordinary ones who awakened only a specific skill or element. Just like Chen Hongyue's material condensation or Qingmu's plant system, Chenja mutated into an extraordinary race. So his awakening would stem from this race, not limited to a single attribute skill. The blood mist trickled into his body, and the surging blood reached a critical point. His heartbeat began to pound like a drum, faster than ever before. Suddenly, Chenja let out a roar to the heavens, a roar that shook the sky, resembling a human's wrath and the wolf clan's long howl at the moon. As he roared, intense blood mist erupted around him. The blood mist floated towards the distant howling moon demon wolves, and when it reached a certain distance, those demon wolves immediately felt the bloodline suppression from the superior and lowered themselves to the ground like lambs awaiting slaughter. The blood mist surrounded them, and in the next second, it detonated like a series of bombs. The explosive power instantly shattered the 5 howling moon demon wolves enveloped in the blood mist. Many people, besides Chenju and Chen Hongyue, witnessed the scene or were attracted by the explosion's sound. When they saw this, they shared the same expression, mouths agape and eyes filled with disbelief. Chenja felt as if he were dreaming. He had actually killed 5 howling moon demon wolves at once. His combat power was incredible, and he truly did not expect such an effect. New skill, Blood Chi Explosion. Chenja was thrilled, the attack power was too strong. It was definitely a powerful offensive ability. Not bad, very good. Chen Honyue praised wholeheartedly. But after you exploded your blood chi, is there any abnormality in your body? Any uncomfortable feelings? After all, this was a blood chi explosion, and that was Chenja's blood. If this ability caused him to lose too much blood and faint, wouldn't he become an easy target in battle? Chenja felt for a moment and shook his head. There are no abnormalities or discomforts, it's as if nothing has happened. Good, congratulations on acquiring another powerful attack ability. Chapter 46. Killing 5 Howling Moon Demon Wolves at once, though they were blown to pieces, the exploding blood mist still lingered. The scene of the 5 Howling Moon Demon Wolves. Then what did he become, a person or a beast? Thinking about it made his mouth twitch, he couldn't say such ghostly words out loud. Hurry up and absorb them. Chen Hongwei urged Chenja not to get lost in thought and quickly absorb the blood energy of the 5 recently slain Howling Moon magic wolves. Although Chenja had inner complaints, he did not hesitate to absorb the blood mist. Many people from the guarding troops witnessed the scene just now, and they were inevitably shocked to find that it was Chenja who did this. Because they could tell that Chenja's strength wasn't impressive at all, he wasn't even extraordinary, being the weakest among the special group of 6. It was surprising that someone so weak could kill 5 Howling Moon magic wolves at once, something even Ran Ming couldn't do. They couldn't help but pay more attention to Chenja, curious about what method he used. Chenja indeed caught many people's eyes with one move, he became famous with this battle. Congratulations! After just blasting the head of a Howling Moon magic wolf, Koi swam over to Chenja. Plus, your strength has increased a lot, I think you won't need much longer before you step into the extraordinary ranks, no more than a week. Chen Honyue nodded in agreement beside him. Indeed, once you step into the extraordinary, you will officially become a member of the extraordinary world. Chenja didn't know whether to be happy or worried, sometimes not knowing the limits allowed one to live more easily, but once aware of them, the weight of responsibility became much heavier. The battlefield was extremely fierce, although many Howling Moon magic wolves had been eliminated, there were also numerous casualties in the guarding troops. Chenja looked around, feeling heavy-hearted, this was the brutality of fighting against demonic extraordinary creatures. He knew that in the future, he might have to face many such horrors unless all the demonic extraordinary creatures in the Hongwei world were completely eradicated. Could the human race really achieve that? He realized that at that time, buying a serum blind box and forcibly injecting the serum to attempt mutation was merely an instinct for survival, a desperate measure to avoid death. But after successfully mutating, he found himself becoming timid, realizing that some harsh truths could only be understood once you were deep within them. Stop daydreaming, the Howling Moon magic wolves are closing in. Koi reminded the dazed Chenja from not far away. This is a battlefield, can you afford to space out here? Do you want to die? Snapped back to reality, Chenja saw 3 Howling Moon magic wolves already gathering around him, less than 10 meters away. Chenja broke out in a cold sweat. Koi was right, spacing out while facing the enemy on the battlefield was no different from seeking death. Now regaining his composure, Chenja nodded at Koi, signaling that he understood, and prepared for battle. At this moment, Chenja had not yet unleashed his blood power, so the 3 Howling Moon magic wolves wouldn't be suppressed by his bloodline. With a certain distance between them, the 3 Howling Moon magic wolves were spread out. For safety, Chenja refrained from unleashing his blood power yet. He aimed to strike with certainty, waiting for the Howling Moon magic wolves to come a bit closer first. When the 3 Howling Moon magic wolves were less than 2 meters away from him, and he noticed them preparing to pounce, Chenja unleashed his blood power. The 3 Howling Moon magic wolves indeed retreated, unleashing their power to lunge forward, but before even touching a corner of Chenja, they were forced down to the ground, trembling in fear due to the blood pressure. Die! He didn't use the explosion of blood power or the cross slash, instead, he attacked directly with his wolf claws, the long and sharp nails on his hands slicing through the tops of the 3 Howling Moon magic wolves, sending countless droplets of blood flying. It seemed still not enough. The reason Chenja didn't use his abilities to attack was also to test how much damage he could inflict on an opponent of the Howling Moon magic wolves level with only his racial talents. The result, although he cut through the fur of the Howling Moon magic wolves, the effect was far too weak, unable to cause any decisive harm. If one time doesn't work, then let's do it multiple times. Chenja moved at an incredible speed, completely like a combination of a werewolf and a vampire, both with enhanced planting speed talent. The soldiers of the guarding team nearby were astonished at Chenja's attack, for they could no longer see the path of his strike, only the afterimage of his actions, indicating just how fast he was moving. In their hearts, these soldiers had only one thought: is this guy even human? Seeing that Chenja seemed to manage just fine on his own, Chen Hongwei and the others also decided to unleash their efforts to seek out targets and attack. With over 10,000 Howling Moon Demon Wolves against 3,000 soldiers of the guarding team, the overwhelming number difference was evident. However, the Howling Moon Demon Wolves did not seem to have the upper hand and weren't sweeping through their opponents as expected. Chenja finally understood what they meant when they said that none of those who joined the guarding team were weaklings. Chenja realized that he couldn't absorb the Howling Moon Demon Wolves killed by others, nor would they erupt in blood mist upon death, only those he killed himself would do so. Chenja understood that this might be related to bloodline. I wonder if absorbing the red blood mist from the Howling Moon Demon Wolves has changed my blood from blue to something else. Soon, he got the chance to verify his doubt, as he accidentally brushed against the claw of a Howling Moon Demon Wolf. The claws of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf were similarly sharp. He felt a chill in his abdomen as his clothes were torn, leaving a wound. Fortunately, Chenja dodged in time, otherwise, it would have been more than just a simple wound. Upon inspection, although he was bleeding, the wound was not deep, perhaps just a scratch. However, the blood that flowed out was indeed still blue, indicating that absorbing the blood mist from the Howling Moon Demon Wolves did not change the color of his blood. Chenja wiped away the blood with his clothes to avoid being seen by outsiders and swiftly chased after the Howling Moon Demon Wolf that had hurt him, relentlessly attacking it until he tore it in half with his bloodline suppression. With the help of the guarding team and the special group, the last Howling Moon Demon Wolf fell under the attacking formation of the guarding team. Captain Ran Ming immediately contacted the team leader to report the casualties and losses among the different squads. The final result showed that the guarding team lost 132 men and sustained 549 injuries, annihilating over 10,000 Howling Moon Demon Wolves at that cost. Chapter 47. Captain Ran Ming was busy directing his subordinates to count the numbers and clean up the battlefield. If they did not clean up properly, the blood and flesh of the Howling Moon Demon Wolves could attract other mutated extraordinary creatures. Meanwhile, in the special group, Chen Hongyu gathered everyone together to discuss their thoughts on this operation. This was Chenja's first time participating in such a high-level battle, and the others were in a similar situation, except for Chen Hongyu. So everyone had much to say. After listening to everyone, Chen Hongyu smiled and nodded. What everyone has said is valid. After all, this level of battle is rare and valuable. Of course, we don't wish for such battles, but having experienced this gives you a certain level of accumulated experience for the future. She continued, as you've seen, the guarding team fought the Howling Moon Demon Wolves in a formation. This greatly enhances combat effectiveness compared to fighting alone, showcasing the skills of the commander. What I want to emphasize is that when your individual strength cannot reach a level where you can fight in and out alone, teamwork is critical in group combats. This greatly reduces the mortality rate while allowing effective attacks on the enemy. Chen Zhu and the others nodded, realizing that Chen Hongyu was indeed correct. If one was at the golden level of extraordinary power, Chen Zhu believed one could still retreat unscathed even in solo battles. When you are at the level of a god, even tens of thousands of Howling Moon Wolves can be obliterated with just a wave of your hand. Strength is the key to everything. Chen Zhu clenched his fists, and at this moment, his desire to become stronger reached an unprecedented level. Cleaning the battlefield takes time, and of course, there is no need for a special team to help, so Chen Hongyu took her people back to the city wall first. Upon returning to the wall, they went to the operations room to meet Shenlong, as informed by the soldiers defending the city when they entered. Shenlong sat in the main seat, watching the special team enter the operations room, with a smile on his face. As expected of the special team from the coastal-based city, strong and wise. Shenlong was generous with his praise for the special team because the 6 members were indeed outstanding, both in skills and intellect. He had been monitoring the battle from the screen, and of course, he had seen every move made by the special team, especially Chen Zhu. He turned to Chen Zhu and asked, "Brother Chen Zhu, do you have any interest in joining our guard team? I can promise you a team leader's position, leading over 100 subordinates." Chen Zhu was taken aback. He didn't expect Shenlong to extend an olive branch to recruit him into the guard team, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to react. However, Jinko was a firecracker that ignited easily, and Shenlong dared to lure Chen Zhu right in front of them, clearly disregarding the special team's members. Jinko was about to retort but was stopped by Chen Hongyu. She smiled at Shenlong. "Thank you, City Defense Officer, for recognizing Chen Zhu, but he is a member of our special team, and we have many tasks every day, so he doesn't have spare time to join the guard team." Chen Hongyu was polite in her words, but the refusal was quite clear, reminding him to stop thinking about Chen Zhu. Shenlong was not angry and continued to gaze at Chen Zhu, saying, "Of course, I am not asking you to hold 2 positions but to leave the special team and join my guard team directly. Our guard team, while dangerous, offers very generous benefits. The special team is just as dangerous, so you won't be at a loss." Chen Zhu truly did not expect Shenlong, the city defense officer, to be so persistent, speaking more directly without considering that Chen Hongyu, the leader of the special team, was present. Did he really think he wouldn't face consequences for poaching? Chen Zhu awkwardly looked at Chen Hongyu, not because he was tempted by Shenlong's offer, but because Shenlong was putting him on the spot right in front of her. "Alright, senior brother, is it really okay to say these things in front of me?" Chen Hongyu chuckled, stepping forward and playfully punching Shenlong's shoulder. Shenlong laughed heartily, and their interaction was completely different from usual, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. "Senior brother? Junior sister?
Jinko exaggeratedly pointed back and forth between Chen Hongyue and Shenlong, unable to believe that the two had any connection at all. Chenja was also in a daze. From Chen Hongyue's previous words, it was impossible to see any hint of them having such a close relationship as siblings. That's right. Shenlong signaled for everyone to take a seat. I and Hongyue are from the same master. What I just said was just joking. Little brother Chenja, don't take it to heart. However, although your strength is still insufficient, your intelligence and skills shown during the battle against the Howling Moon Wolves were commendable. Not bad, the future is promising. Chenja breathed a sigh of relief and politely nodded to Shenlong. Thank you, City Defense Officer, for your praise, but I am still too weak. You shouldn't say that. How old are you? Moreover, I see you have not awakened extraordinary powers but have undergone a mutation awakening, so your talent may start a bit later. But as long as you are willing to put in the effort, surpassing others who naturally awakened is not a difficult thing. Receiving such praise from a master like Shenlong made Chenja's heart swell with hope. Chenja felt more confident in his heart, especially since he had a secret weapon. His accelerated heartbeat could allow him to awaken several times faster than an ordinary vampire, greatly shortening the time for his strength to grow. But this secret must never be revealed. It would not only be detrimental to him but, upon closer inspection, even Ios would undeniably face the fate of being captured. Alright, let's get back to the point. After some casual talk, Shenlong shifted the conversation to the main topic. I've already leaked the information about the mole you mentioned earlier, and I arranged this abrupt training session, which really helped me uncover some tricks. What do you mean? Did you catch them? Chen Hongyue's eyes lit up. This time, I believe that senior brother didn't directly explain it, and everyone in the wall guard unit thinks it's a sudden attack from a tribe of demonized extraordinary beings, right? Shenlong nodded, exactly. This way, the other side can feel at ease, and they can take action. What a clever move. No wonder Shenlong spread the word about the mole in the guard unit so quickly. It seems he was naturally aware of his sister disciple's character and knew she had her reasons for suspicion. Moreover, he also wanted to test the waters to see if there really was a mole. Chenja couldn't help but admire Shenlong. Such a person is suited to lead the city's defense and command 80,000 guards. He has both strength and intellect, and acts decisively. Senior brother, stop teasing us. Please tell us the details of what happened and the current situation. Now, the Linhai base city is surrounded by crises, and things do not look optimistic. Shenlong glanced at Chen Hongyue before recounting the internal surveillance process after the troops were dispatched. After hearing Shenlong's account, Chenja was alarmed. If this incident hadn't been exposed, it would have been truly difficult to discover the mole. By the time more powerful demonized extraordinary beings infiltrated, even if Linhai base city could resist, the casualties would be astronomical. Chapter 48. The more one thought about it, the scarier it became. The defense capability of Linhai base city was still too weak to withstand a large-scale attack by demonized extraordinary beings. According to the city defense officer Shenlong, there existed tribes of demonized extraordinary beings at the level of hundreds of thousands in the world of Red Moon outside the Linhai base city. However, why they hadn't directly attacked Linhai base city over the years remained unknown. But no one dared to ignore their presence as if they didn't exist. Once they truly mobilized to attack Linhai base city, the city would definitely not last 3 days. Senior brother, where is that person now? Did he say who he is working for? Is it the demonized extraordinary beings or the reverse race? What are their plans? Where did they dig their tunnels? Shenlong waved his hand to tell Chen Hongyue not to rush. These questions you have are exactly what I want to know. The person is currently being controlled and hasn't been interrogated yet. Let's interrogate together. Come here. Shenlong commanded, and a subordinate entered the operations room. Shenlong instructed him to bring the person to the operations room. To interrogate such an important criminal, it might unveil many high-level secrets. Chenja felt that it wouldn't be appropriate for the special team members to stay here, so he proactively said, City Defense Officer, Team Leader, shouldn't we step out for a moment? Right, we should go back first. As the special team leader, Chen Hongyue's rank was not low. It was reasonable for her to stay here for the interrogation, especially since she had this relationship with senior brother Shenlong. But the other team members of the special team were different. So after Chenja brought it up, they all stood up and prepared to leave the operations room. It's fine, you all stay and listen. Shenlong called the 5 back. Our guard unit's duty is to protect Linhai base city from the invasion of demonized extraordinary beings from the world of Red Moon, and your special team's duty is also to safeguard the citizens of the base city. Everyone has the same responsibilities and the same goals. Naturally, they have the right to accompany and listen to what he has to say. The special group of 5 looked at Chen Hongyue, who nodded, allowing Chenja and the others to sit back down. Soon, a subordinate entered with a man whose hands and neck were comfortably bound by an energy lock ring. The man had a simple appearance that did not look evil at all, yet it was surprising that this face was involved in the most vicious deeds.
Jinli, who hated evil passionately, couldn't help but snort coldly when she saw the other party.
Chenja also frowned and glared at the man, thinking that he was clearly a human but was helping demonic extraordinary creatures to fight against humans. Wanting to plunge Linhai Bay City into bloodshed was simply insane.
City Defense Officer, the person is here. Shenlong nodded and waved his hand, saying, "You can leave now. Stand at the door to guard and do not let anyone in to disturb us, and don't let any word leak out." "Yes, City Defense Officer." The person exited and closed the door.
Shenlong's expression immediately darkened, and his eyes felt like knives. Although it was unintentional, at that moment, Shenlong exuded an intimidating aura that was incredibly shocking. Chenja could feel a chilling sensation radiating from him. As expected of Shenlong, a seasoned warrior who has killed countless demonic extraordinary creatures, this imposing presence without anger is enough to intimidate the enemy, Chenja thought to himself.
Shenlong looked at the man with a cold voice. "Since you are here, you should know what I want to know. Will you speak on your own, or do you want me to help you speak?"
Upon hearing Shenlong's icy voice and seeing his sharp gaze, the man displayed a horrified expression, as he knew Shenlong's methods too well after lurking in the guard division for many years. However, if he spoke, death awaited him. He remained silent.
"Ha!"
Shenlong laughed, but this smile was extremely terrifying that Chenja did not dare to look at.
"Zhou Hao, you have been in my guard division for 5 years.
You rose from a low-ranking soldier to the position of team leader, gaining quite a few military achievements and killing many demonic extraordinary creatures. Why did you join the traitors?" Shenlong's anger was tinged with regret, as he recalled that Zhou Hao came from his guard division. Although he was the officer, he remembered the names of all 80,000 people in the Linhai Bay City Guard Division, knowing their performances. Hearing the words black prison, Zhou Hao's legs went soft and he collapsed to the ground. The subordinate who entered also had a terrified look in his eyes. Chenja knew that this black prison was definitely unusual. Zhou Hao was dragged away, and Shenlong sat down, somewhat frustrated. "This truly feels like misfortune at our doorstep. Zhou Hao must have some handle over him held by the enemy, but no matter what, he has committed acts of betrayal against humanity. His fate will be to reveal the truth and then go to the extraordinary court to await judgment." Although Shenlong felt regret, he would never show mercy. The lives of millions were at stake, and even if he knew Zhou Hao might be coerced, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Everyone has their own choices, but since he holds the position of city defense officer, he must fulfill the responsibilities that come with it.
Nothing can change that. Chenja remained silent, unsure of what he was thinking.
After all, he was still young and many things were new to him. He had not yet faced many harsh realities. "Senior brother, we need to pry Zhou Hao's mouth open quickly so we can follow the clues and disrupt their plans.
Tomorrow morning, I will bring people back to report to the management. We need to raise the security level of the Lehigh Bay City to red." Io smiled knowingly. "I understand, but I want to give it a try.
To put it bluntly, if I really can't hold on, with my status, it wouldn't be hard to retreat unscathed." If an unaware person heard that, they might think Ios was bragging, but Chenja knew he was speaking the truth. For a wolf king from a werewolf tribe, escaping with his life was indeed easy as pie.
"That's good, don't worry your family." Chenja nodded and said. Ios looked at Chenja very seriously. If Lehigh Bay City can't hold on, would you want to leave with me?" Chenja was stunned. He didn't expect Ios to ask that. "I'm not suggesting that you flee in battle."
For nearly 300 years, when other base cities suffered heavy losses and knew it was hopeless, they encouraged everyone to escape. This way, they could preserve extraordinary combat strength for future endeavors, Ios quickly explained, fearing Chenja would misunderstand.
Chenja smiled and patted Ios' shoulder.
Ios saying this showed he truly regarded Chenja as a friend, which warmed Chenja's heart.
He laughed and said, "You don't need to explain. I'm not a saint. When I know it's hopeless, I certainly won't just throw away my life. If that moment really comes, I will leave with you for the future." "Then that's good." Ios smiled. The two began to order food, chatting casually while they ate. Outside, one of the two bodyguards saw Ios animatedly chatting with Chenja with a smile in his eyes, revealing an expression of relief. "I don't know how many years it has been since I've seen the young master smile like this. No wonder he insists on staying, he has found a true friend here." The other bodyguard nodded in agreement. "Yes, this is actually quite good. Besides, we have backup plans. If Lehigh Bay City can't protect the young master, he can leave safely, so there's no need to worry." While they were talking, a man dressed entirely in black hooded clothing passed by them. One of the bodyguards glanced at him because the man was dressed all in black, and even his hood was pulled tight, looking like someone who had something to hide. After observing him for a moment, the bodyguard thought perhaps this was just his style and didn't look any further. The man in black entered the restaurant, ordered food, and then found a seat, right at a diagonal from Chenja's line of sight. Chenja glanced over but didn't pay it much attention and continued chatting with Ios.
But because of his angle, even if he didn't mean to look, his eyes always unconsciously glanced at the other person. He felt something strange about the person, a little timid, as if he was feeling guilty like a thief, occasionally looking up to scan his surroundings. Could it be that he is a fugitive? Chenja thought this, until he accidentally caught sight of a tattoo on the other person's tiger mouth, a small one, but Chenja felt like he had seen it somewhere recently. For a moment, he couldn't remember, and the more he thought about it, the more restless he felt, wanting to figure out where he had seen it. It's really strange, this black heart tattoo, I just saw it recently, why can't I remember? Chenja muttered in his heart. But one thing Chenja was sure of was that this person was suspicious. No matter if it was because of this inconspicuous tattoo or his strange behavior, he felt the man was definitely not a good person. Seeing that they had nearly finished eating, Io suggested inviting Chenja to his home, saying he had something good to show him. So the two planned to get up and settle the bill. At this moment, Io's words left Chenja stunned in his place, as he heard Io say, "My bodyguard just got a batch of extraordinary equipment, among which is a suppression ring. Once the extraordinary is caught, it loses its extraordinary energy. Isn't that awesome?" This sentence lit up Chenja's mind like a firestone. He suddenly remembered where he had seen the tattoo Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had the same tattoo on the tiger mouth of his right hand that was identical to the black-clothed man's. Chenja became excited again because he suspected that the black-clothed man might be associated with Zhou Hao. Chenja felt that even if his guess was wrong, it was necessary to investigate further. If this was really Zhou Hao's accomplice, wouldn't it mean a new breakthrough? Fortunately, Io spoke very softly just now, otherwise, the other party would definitely get suspicious if they heard him. Seeing Chenja's expression was off, Io's asked with concern what was wrong. Chenja saw the other party slightly looking up at him and Io's, quickly averted his gaze and smiled, saying, "I ate too much, I didn't pay attention to how much I ate while chatting, I'm stuffed." Unconsciously agreeing, Io's also rubbed his belly, claiming he was stuffed. Chenja noticed that the other had lowered his head again, which seemed to ease his doubts, and he finally sighed in relief. When they reached the bar, Io's was about to pay, but Chenja stopped him. "I invited you out, I'll treat you this time, you can treat me next time." Chenja was Io's first true friend in a meaningful sense. Things like competing to pay and saying the next time they would treat each other felt very amusing to him. Seeing Io's excited look, Chenja sighed in his heart, what does it matter to have a noble identity? This identity isn't necessarily good, maybe it's a constraint. After they paid, Chenja glanced back at the black-clothed man and found he was almost done eating. He had to act quickly. After leaving the small restaurant, Chenja told Io's to let the bodyguard take him back, he didn't need to be sent off. But Io's pulled Chenja aside and whispered, "What's wrong with that black-clothed man? You've been looking at him intentionally and unintentionally." Chenja showed a slight look of surprise, he truly hadn't expected Io's to notice. Seeing his surprised expression, Io's felt very satisfied, even a little proud. "No need to be so surprised, although I haven't awakened any changes or extraordinary powers, my racial talent is still pretty good, and I'm sharp at observing." Seeing him so pleased, Chenja smiled. Yes, you're the best." Chenja lowered his voice, "I suspect this person is a rebel. I need to follow him. It's too dangerous, hurry and go back with the bodyguard." Who knew Io shook his head, leaving Chenja feeling helpless. "This is too dangerous, your bodyguard definitely won't agree. You should hurry back." Chenja wasn't rejecting Io's, he was worried that if Io's followed and something happened, he would feel guilty about it. Little did Io's know, with a serious face, since it's dangerous, I must follow. Although my own strength is lacking, my two bodyguards have the power of Crimson Iron 2 stars and they are battle-hardened. With them here, maybe I can help you. Chenja thought about it and it seemed reasonable. It was probably too late to contact the Koi, so he agreed. Alright, go talk to the two bodyguards. Of course, the two bodyguards disagreed upon hearing this. But faced with Io's threat that if they refused, he would shout in the bustling snack street that he was the Wolf King's illegitimate child, they had no choice but to agree. Chenja, who was listening, couldn't help but laugh. If someone else had the identity of the Wolf King's illegitimate child, they would likely hide it, fearing others would find out. But Io's acted as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. At that moment, the man in black had finished eating and stood up. Chapter 50. Shenlong nodded, go ahead. This matter requires all extraordinary beings, extraordinary families, and races in the entire Linghai base city to work together to pass safely. Otherwise. He did not continue, but everyone who heard his words, including Chenja, understood. Otherwise, they would face city destruction or be swallowed by other cities, and Linghai base city would cease to exist. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy. Shenlong changed his serious tone and added a hint of light laughter, things are far from reaching a dead end. Everyone shouldn't be so serious and heavy, boats will find their way to the shore. What brother said is right. Linghai base city has been around for over 100 years, and it has weathered many storms.
It won't easily collapse, Chen Hanhua chimed in, saying light-hearted words to prevent Chenju and others from feeling too burdened. Exactly. Although our Linghai base city is not high in rank and is small, it's not something that can be easily manipulated. Whether it's reverse species or demonized extraordinary beings, do they think we extraordinary beings are dead? Koi was the most carefree. She understood the seriousness of the situation, but she was not afraid. Chenja clenched his fists, already having his own thoughts in mind. After leaving the operations room, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Chenja sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the crimson moon outside, reflecting on the previous battle and summarizing his combat experience. After that, he began to cultivate, as he wanted to familiarize himself with the newly awakened ability. Having practiced for an entire night, Chenja felt not tired at all but rather invigorated. He had fully mastered the new skill of blood chi detonation, a large area attack technique that was very suitable for group battles. Although this skill consumes blood chi, as long as I kill a demonized extraordinary being, I can detonate their blood chi after death to replenish myself. This way, I won't have to worry about depleting blood chi beyond the blue blood. It's like having a super long health bar. After washing up, Chenja stepped out of his room to meet up with the others. After breakfast, he followed Chen Hanhua, leaving the city walls and heading back inside. Chen Hanhua sent the others back to the base first and then headed to the Extraordinary Management Association to report to the elders about the matter. The people who returned to the base didn't stay long before receiving the order to raise the city defense level of Linghai Base City to red. It's worth noting that Linghai Base City had also faced a tide of demonized extraordinary beings attacking for 100 years, yet at that time, the defense order level was only blue. The defense order has 5 levels, from lowest to highest: white, black, yellow, blue, and red. Generally, when a red defense order is issued, it signifies that there is a danger of city annihilation. Chenjo asked Xiaojiu, "Is the defense order issued to everyone in the base city?" "No." Xiaojiu shook his head. According to the announcement, to avoid causing panic, the defense order is only issued to the guarding troops, special groups, extraordinary beings, and extraordinary families. Ordinary citizens do not know. Chenja thought this approach was quite good. Now there are signs, but the specific situation is still unknown. If we directly inform the whole city, it will surely cause panic, leading to casualties before the battle even begins. Chen Hanhua hasn't returned yet. We will have to wait until she gets back to the base to know the details. Chenja sat on the sofa, browsing the class group chat. There has been no news about resuming classes, and with the college entrance exam approaching, many students who will take the exam are anxiously waiting. However, with the attacks from the magical extraordinary creatures and the mutations occurring at school, parents are worried about their children having accidents when classes resume. The chat is in complete chaos. At that moment, a new WeChat message suddenly popped up, sent by Ios. Chenja then noticed that Ios had sent him multiple messages. The city's walls block signals to prevent spies from spreading information, so Chenja had his phone on airplane mode while inside the walls. Now that the network has been restored, various messages flooded in, making his phone vibrate like crazy. He opened the chat with Ios and scrolled down through the unread messages. The first few were just asking Chenja what he was doing at home during the school suspension and if he had time to go out for a meal and chat because he felt incredibly bored. Later, Ios asked if something had happened recently, saying he sensed the presence of magical extraordinary creatures in Linhai Base City. Reading this, Chenja couldn't help but admire Ios' talent. The werewolf's keen sense of smell was impressive, even to this extent. The latest 2 messages were about the red defense level in Linhai Base City. Chenja thought for a moment and felt it was too troublesome to discuss this matter on WeChat, so he sent Ios a location, suggesting they meet up to talk. Ios replied almost instantly, "Okay." An hour later, the two sat in a small eatery. Chenja noticed 2 men in black sitting outside who didn't enter the shop with Ios. However, their position outside allowed them to see everything happening inside the shop. Chenja knew these 2 must be Ios' bodyguards. What's the deal with the red defense order? Are the magical extraordinary creatures in the Red Moon world outside the Linhai Base City preparing to attack? Ios couldn't help but ask as soon as they were seated. Chenja wasn't sure how to respond. Many matters concerned the guard troops, making it inconvenient for him to discuss. He could only share what he could. After hearing this, Ios looked enlightened but also worried. Ios stared at Chenja for a few seconds and then sighed. "My mother wants me to leave Linhai Base City after she learns about this." Chenja wasn't surprised by this. Ios was not extraordinary and had not even undergone any mutations. Although he had racial talents and martial arts skills, along with protection from skilled werewolves, if magical extraordinary creatures launched a massive attack on the base city, 1 or 2 experts wouldn't be able to protect anyone. In chaos, a mere moment of inattention could cost a life. "But you don't want to leave?" Seeing Ios' expression, Chenja realized he probably did not want to leave Linhai. Ios nodded. "For years, I always leave shortly after settling in one place."
The drifting made me very anxious and gave me no sense of belonging, so this time I didn't want to listen to my mother's request and continue to stay in Linhai. But your mother's worries are not without reason. If chaos breaks out, your safety can't be guaranteed. Chenja and Ios didn't have a deep relationship, but both considered each other as friends, so Chenja naturally thought about him.
Chapter 51.
The other person had already walked past the bar, and Chenja quickly pulled Ios to hide in the corner of the shop, waiting for an opportunity to act. After waiting for a long time, the person still didn't come out. If it weren't for the angle allowing them to see him, he would have thought he was detected and slipped away through the back door.
Ios said, "He seems to have ordered food again. Does that mean he wants to take it away?" Chenja frowned slightly. Very likely. Maybe he has accomplices.
He goes out to find food and then brings it back for his mates. Just as he said this, the snack shop owner handed over a packed meal to the person. The entire head of the man was almost covered by a black hat, making it hard to see his face. He just nodded slightly to the owner and walked out of the small shop with the meal. He stopped at the doorway and looked around.
Chenja quickly stepped back to avoid being noticed and only emerged after the man walked away.
"Follow him, and be very careful not to be detected," Chenja said as if he were an expert, but it was his first time doing such a thing, and he was actually very nervous, not even noticing that Jin Kai had replied to him to be careful. Once he confirmed the tracking, Chenja sent a message to Jin Kai and opened location sharing, allowing Jin Kai to know his real-time location and come to find him. In the special operations base, seeing Chenja had not replied, Jin Kai was anxiously pacing back and forth, scolding, "This kid is really out of control, he has never learned any tracking skills." The opposite side is sly and crafty. If he recklessly follows them and gets discovered, it will be disastrous. "Stop saying so much, he shared his location with you in real time. Hurry and see where he is right now, we should go find him," Aoki said. Jin Kai cursed while opening the shared location. "I will definitely teach this unaware kid a lesson when I get there, he's really going too far." Chen Hanyue had not returned since they separated yesterday for a management meeting. When who needed to stay at the base, so in the end, it was Jin Kai, Aoki, and Zhou Haojuan who got in the car and left the base to find Chinju at the snack street.
Chinju, following the man in the black hat, was cautious.
Fortunately, the other person chose a crowded spot on the snack street, which didn't draw attention and also provided Chinju and the others with a chance to hide. There were many people here, so it was not strange for them to take the same route.
Chenja tried to blend in as if he were just wandering around on the snack street.
He and Ios did not stay too close to the two bodyguards. The bodyguards were too noticeable and attracted a lot of people's gazes. But with some distance, it seemed like a young master was out for a stroll on the snack street, a place not befitting of a wealthy family's son. The bodyguards quietly followed behind, not making it feel odd.
The man in the black hat didn't look around but walked back quickly.
Just when Shinja thought he might be driving or taking a taxi here, which would make it more difficult to follow, the man in the black hat unexpectedly turned into a building. Shinja stopped and looked up at the building the man entered. It was a residential building, but there were many billboards hanging on the outer wall. It seemed that many businesses were operating inside, so it could be considered a mixed-use building.
Is his hideout really in such a place? It's so bustling right on the snack street. Isn't he afraid of being exposed with so many people coming and going outside every day? Shinja wondered, could it be that he has learned to hide in plain sight?
No one would expect these shady characters to choose such a place to hide.
But no matter what the other party is thinking, the situation in this building is so complicated. How can we find them? Shinja, he's been inside for a long time, what should we do?
Io's worried that if they didn't follow him now, they might not find him later.
Did they really have to search floor by floor? If he went into a room, how would they find him then?
Right, I forgot. Shinja, lacking experience, hesitated and lost the trail. The two of them followed inside. Luckily the man in the black hat was waiting for the elevator, allowing Shinju and Ios to stand beside him. They weren't too noticeable since there were others around. For safety's sake, Shinja smiled at Ios and said, "I tell you, there's a dessert shop upstairs that's really delicious. You're treating me later." Ios, not foolish, quickly understood that Shinja was speaking for the other man's benefit. He snapped his fingers and said, "You treated me to dinner earlier, so I'll treat you to dessert. Order whatever you want." "That sounds great, the elevator's here, let's go." There were many people, but they managed to squeeze in. Shinja wasn't just saying empty words, there really was a famous dessert shop here, as he overheard some young girls talking about it before entering the building. It was on the 8th floor. This would serve as a cover, perfectly fitting their situation. Let's see which floor he presses. As they squeezed into the elevator, Shinja pulled Ios to the back. The two bodyguards didn't get in, and they felt anxious. Shinja secretly turned to look at the man in the black hat to see which floor he pressed. As long as he knew, it would help narrow down their search range. However, there were many people in the elevator, and the black hat man intentionally obstructed his view. Shinja was anxious, but the next second he caught sight of the reflection on the elevator wall beside the black hat man. 13th floor. What shops are on the 13th floor, or are they just living there? Shenja wondered, even suspecting that the other party deliberately chose the 13th floor to throw them off. There was no time to think further, the 8th floor had arrived, and he and Ios needed to get off. If they didn't, it would blow their cover after previously claiming they were going for dessert. He and Ios followed the other guests off the elevator, and when they reached the 8th floor, instead of entering the shop, he quickly pulled Ios to the stairwell, unnoticed. "Let's take the stairs." The two of them quickly ran up to the 13th floor, but their speed couldn't match the elevator. By the time they arrived at the 13th floor, the elevator displayed that it had already reached the 15th floor. "Damn it, we lost him." Shenja cursed quietly, careful not to draw attention, and began to observe what was on the 13th floor. There were 6 households on each floor. On the 13th floor, there was a private dining restaurant, a custom suit shop, and then there was a shop that Shenja could never dream of finding. Extraordinary Private Detective Agency. Why is there an extraordinary detective agency in a place like this? Could it be? Shenja thought of a possibility and had no doubt that the Black Hat Man entered the office of this extraordinary private detective agency. There was no other possibility. Why do you say that? Ios didn't quite understand. Shenju explained, if they were just hiding in other rooms, wouldn't the people at this extraordinary private detective agency notice? What are they doing as private detectives then? Right, as long as these reverse types come and go, the people at the detective agency could easily get suspicious and expose them. Rather than this way, pretending to be private detectives to hide is simply too clever. Chapter 52. Coming up with the idea of using the identity of private detectives for concealment is truly smart. There are many extraordinary private detective agencies in Linghai Bay City. They are mainly operated by mutants or extraordinary beings. The extraordinary detectives take on the job of accepting commissions, helping people investigate magical extraordinary beings. For example, if you suspect that a family member might be possessed or disguised by a magical extraordinary being, or if they have been attacked by one, you can seek help from these extraordinary private detectives. This has become an important choice for many extraordinary folks in the major base cities today. However, those who work in this field must be registered with the special team in the base city. If they are a legitimate private detective agency, their registration information can be found within the special team. Shinja thought things seemed to be going smoothly. After observing in the stairwell for a while, to avoid raising suspicion, Shinja pulled Ios away from the 13th floor. "My young master, you finally came down. You scared us to death." 2 bodyguards rushed over to check Ios, worried he might have run into trouble. "What could happen? We're just following them, not breaking into their lair and provoking them. It's fine." That's good, that's good. So what are we going to do now?" Ios looked at Shinja. After all, he was a member of the special team, and everything depended on him to decide. Shinja looked up at the sign of the extraordinary private detective agency hanging on the 13th floor and said, "We have a target now, that's enough. The next steps need to be discussed with our companions in the special team. Since we found a possible hiding place for the reverse kind, this is too important to be careless, so it's best to plan carefully." That makes sense. I won't say much more. Just let me know if you need my help, I can assist, Ios said. Shinja smiled and patted his shoulder. "All right, if I need you, I will definitely ask." Feeling useful, Ios was extremely happy. "Shinja!" Koi's voice called out from nearby. Shinja turned to look and saw Koi, Aoki, and Zhou Haojuan. They were dressed very casually, unlike usual, probably to avoid drawing too much attention. Shinja nodded at Koi and then quickly walked over. Standing at the bottom of the reverse kind's lair was too eye-catching. They should leave the snack street and talk elsewhere. Koi approached and punched Shinja's shoulder. "You are way too bold. If the other side is really the reverse kind and they discover you stalking, that would mean death." Then Koi noticed Ios was also there and nodded at him. "You're here too, young master." "Miss Koi, please don't call me young master, just call me by my name." Koi hummed in response, and Aoki along with Zhou Haojuan also nodded at Ios, as a form of greeting. Then, "Shinja, I'll take my leave now. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up." "Alright, see you next time." Ios left with his group, and Shinja and the others sat in the car while Koi and the other two listened to Shinja recount the events. After hearing the story, Koi excitedly clapped her hands. "It's pretty close. I noticed the tattoo you mentioned, the black heart tattoo is indeed rare. I think they surely are connected." There's a strong possibility, but we can't be 100% sure. Just because it's rare doesn't mean it doesn't exist, so we need further confirmation. Otherwise, we might alert the snake in the grass. Aoki, ever cautious, consider things thoroughly. Shinja nodded. "I think the same. Although I feel it's 100% connected, we still need to monitor and confirm. But before that, I remember that workers at such extraordinary private detective agencies must register with the special team. Let's find the records and see how many people they have registered and if there are any photos. Yes, all levels of staff must have photos attached. You can check and see for yourself." Koi looked at Shinja with approval. "Indeed, young brains are smart.
Koi rolled her eyes at Chinja. You don't seem much older than me, do you? Still a young little brain. Hey. Koi pretended to act as if she would hit him, even though I'm a year older. Are you still daring to talk back? Alright, stop messing around, let's get to the real business. Qingmu interrupted the two, otherwise, who knew how off track they would go. Qingmu sent a message to one who holding down the base, asking him to pull up the information from the extraordinary private detective agency and send it over. In less than 5 minutes, Qingmu received the message and opened it. The four of them gathered to watch together. It's him. Chinja pointed at the third photo. It's him, the person I saw is him. Although the man had his hat pulled down low, when he walked out of the shop and looked around, Chinja still saw his profile. With his enhanced senses, he could remember clearly, so he was sure it was this man. Hu Feng. Abnormal variation 5 stars. Awakened skill, object control. Chinja read the information about this man in the black hat named Hu Feng. It turned out that he was similar to him but hadn't reached the extraordinary level yet. No wonder the tracking went unnoticed, and his awakened ability was object control. According to the level record at the extraordinary private detective agency, there were a total of 5 people together with the boss. The number was normal, but this was just the registered part. No one knew how many they actually had hidden. So Chenja said, if they wish to hide, then our surveillance probably won't reveal the whole picture. As long as their comings and goings are registered and those receiving tasks are also on the record, it will be impossible for us to know the complete truth. Yeah, Chenja is right. Qingmu nodded, agreeing with Chenja's words, but we still need to monitor. While keeping an eye on them, we should also find someone to feign a commission to see the internal situation. That's simple, I'll disguise myself and pretend to have a commission, Koi said, pouting, feeling that this was not difficult at all. No. Chenja, Qingmu, and even Zhou Haojuan all simultaneously rejected Koi's suggestion, leaving her stunned as she looked at the three of them. What's the problem? Chenja said, of course, you're extraordinary. If you, an extraordinary person, go to commission, it has to be a big case, making it hard not to raise suspicion or get rejected. So, the person that pretends to commission can only be an ordinary person or someone like me who hasn't reached extraordinary. You can't do it either, Chenja. Although you haven't reached extraordinary, it would still be reasonable for you to commission, but no one can guarantee that your status as a special team member hasn't been exposed. Therefore, finding a newcomer who is not extraordinary would be the most suitable. Hearing Qingmu say this, Chenju immediately thought of someone, Ios. How about Ios, the Wolf King's son? The three of them looked at Chenja, their faces filled with shock. No. The three said in unison, it was just a change of person, from Koi to Chenja. Chapter 53. Chenja was surprised by everyone's reaction. In his opinion, Ios's identity was simply perfect. Even if they were the reverse species, they would have to weigh Ios's identity. According to Chenja's thoughts, no matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare to act against Ios, or else it would provoke the entire wolf tribe's revenge, which they couldn't bear. Now, these extraordinary races, such as werewolves, vampires, and witches, although they lived in human-based cities and helped humans resist the reverse species and magical extraordinary creatures, their stance was not firm. If one day the reverse species or magical extraordinary creatures gained the upper hand, they could also betray humans and retreat safely. So, whether reverse species or magical extraordinary creatures, these extraordinary races had to disregard them to some extent. Their main enemies were the human extraordinary. That's why Chenja proposed having Ios, the Wolf King's son, come forward. He believed this wouldn't raise any suspicion regarding their safety and would provide assurance. Compared to the 6 from the special team or the police disguised, it was far more advantageous. Why not? I think. Chenja spoke about the benefits of letting Ios step forward to the 3, hoping to persuade them to agree. If they didn't agree, it would be hard to handle. Chenja couldn't just act on his own, because if the mission failed, he would regret it immensely. Chenja's words did make the 3 think more actively since the benefits were clear on the table. Koi looked at Qingmu and Zhou Haojuan. I have to say, Chenja makes a good point. Do you two have any other better candidates or ideas? I admit he has a point, but many things are risky, Qingmu replied, being steady in his nature. The Wolf King placed people at the seaside base and sent experts for the safety of young Master Ios. Now you want young Master to take the risk. If something goes wrong, the Wolf King will definitely retaliate. The current seaside base can't bear another enemy force. Koi fell silent, as Qingmu's concerns were not without reason. They were once again caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward. Chenja thought for a moment and said, since both my and Qingmu's views make sense, why not post this in the group and see what Brother Wenghu and the team leader think? Yes, that would be good. Like this, we can't decide on our own. Koi clapped his hands and, without waiting for Qingmu's agreement, took out his phone to post what the 4 had just discussed in the group. Soon, Wenghu replied, I support Chenja's suggestion. Even if young Master Ios goes, there will be bodyguards to protect him. If they dare to retaliate, they won't be able to harm young Master. With Wenghu's support and Koi's agreement, Qingmu disagreed. While Zhou Haojuan had not fully expressed his stance, clearly weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to take this risk. Now it all depended on the team leader Chen Hongyue's attitude. If she agreed, Chenju would immediately call Ios to inform him and see what he thought. If Ios disagreed, then Chenju couldn't force him, they would have to find another way later. After about 10 minutes, Chen Hongyue finally responded with just one word. Okay. Qingmu sighed, since the team leader thinks it's feasible after consideration, then Chenju should contact young master to see what he thinks. If he agrees, we will discuss the next plan. We can't just rely on the bodyguards, we need to do our own protection too. Okay, I will handle it right away. Chenju walked aside to send a message to Ios, asking if he was available for a voice call, as there was something important to discuss. At this moment, Chen Hongyue sent another message in the group stating, if young Master Ios agrees, then give him a title as an external member of the special group, we can't let him work for us for free. Chen Zhe, who was contacting Ios, did not see this message. On the other end, Ios quickly replied that he could do a voice call. Chenju immediately dialed the number. Ios, I have something to ask for your help. But first, you need to listen carefully. This matter is very dangerous and will reveal your identity as the Wolf King's son, so please think it through. Go ahead, I have my own considerations. Chenju then explained the request to Ios, this is how it is, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Please do not feel pressured to agree just because it's my request, after all, this matter does carry certain risks. Ios's laughter came from the other end of the line, you are overthinking, Chenju. If this were your own matter, as your friend, I would agree despite the danger. But since this is a request from you as a special group member, I naturally need to weigh the pros and cons. Give me a moment. I'll reply to you in a moment. Chenju did not feel any dissatisfaction because Ios needed to consider, instead, he felt a huge weight lifted off his heart. If Ios had agreed immediately, it would have burdened him. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, Chenju relayed Ios' words, and everyone had no objections. At that moment, Jinli told Chenju about a message Chen Hongyue sent to the group. Chenju was somewhat surprised, he did not expect Chen Hongyue would be willing to give Ios an identity. This was good, otherwise, it felt a bit unfounded to let Ios venture into this mess. The four of them loitered around, monitoring the building where the extraordinary private detective agency was located, while Chenju waited for Ios' reply. Ios didn't take long, in less than 5 minutes, Chenju received Ios' message, I agree, what's the specific plan? Chenju showed a slight smile and told Ios an address, explaining that he was now an auxiliary member of the special team, specifically for this mission. After seeing this message, Ios appeared very excited, sending Chenju several excited emojis, leaving Chenju a bit stunned. What's this guy's deal? This is great. Always feeling protected makes me feel useless, now that I'm part of the special team in Linhai Base City, even if I'm just an auxiliary member, I feel a bit useful, that's wonderful. When Chenju saw this message, he felt a bit uneasy. This task had its risks, but Ios didn't care, what mattered to him was feeling useful. The identity of the Wolf King's son was really hard to tell if it was good or bad. Now that Ios had agreed, it was time to discuss a mission strategy, so Chenju sent Ios the address of the special team's base. He was now an auxiliary member, which counted as an insider, so informing him the address was no problem. The four of them monitored until evening, it was time to switch shifts. During this nearly one-day event, Chenju saw that man in the black hat again, who was out buying food. Chapter 54. So Chenju was convinced that the other party was afraid of exposure, allowing only one person to go in and out to buy. This way, even if they were exposed, it would only reveal one person, keeping the others safe and preventing anyone from knowing how many of them there really were. When they switched shifts at night, they knew their presence there would easily raise suspicion, so one who chose capable police team members to take over monitoring that building. Fortunately, the night market was bustling with more people, making it easy to conceal their tracks. As Chenju and his team drove back, Chenju said, from the amount of goods he's buying, it really seems to be just enough for about 5 people. So can we be sure there are only 5 of them and no one else is hiding in the detective agency? Unless the ones hiding inside were very light eaters, otherwise the quantity bought by the man in the black hat could not possibly serve more than 5 people. Of course, this doesn't rule out other things being in the detective agency, after all, they had only discovered their traces within this day, who knew what they had bought before. The main issue was the supernatural abilities, if someone inside could freely move between places, then it was possible for Chenju to go out and buy things when no one was around at night. This matter is indeed hard to determine, let's go back and discuss how to proceed next. After ending this topic, everyone in the car fell silent. By the time they reached the base, Ios was already standing outside, protected by 2 bodyguards. Chenju got out of the car and quickly walked over, saying no more words of thanks, both of them understood each other without needing to speak. However, Aoki still expressed gratitude on behalf of the special team for Ios' actions. And again confirm whether Ios truly understands the significance of this matter and whether he really wants to agree. Ios expressed certainty, and Aoki simply smiled and said nothing more. Because outsiders were not allowed to enter the base, Ios had his bodyguards wait outside.
The two skilled bodyguards understood that it was safe within the special group, and since the special group would not be harmful to Ios, they agreed. Upon entering the base, he met up with Wenhu, and several people sat in the conference room. Chen Hanyue had not yet returned and had completely entrusted the matter to them to handle on their own. Among the 5 team members of the special group, except for Chen Jie, who lacked experience, the others were seasoned veterans, so Chen Hanyue felt assured to hand over the matter to them. Alright, let's discuss the details of the upcoming disguise reconnaissance mission, Aoki said. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, and Aoki continued, the purpose of this mission is to enter the detective agency to investigate a truth or a lie. There's no need to clash with the other party, as the main goal is to see the internal situation of the detective agency and whether the 5 people registered are indeed there. The opposing faction is comprised of a cunning group with high vigilance, so to deceive them, we must ask young Master Ios to approach the detective agency under the pretense of a commission, taking the opportunity to investigate the truth. Ios nodded, please trust me, I will complete the task and find out just how many people are hiding in the detective agency. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenja directly denied his words. No, if there are truly hidden people in the detective agency, they definitely wouldn't appear boldly before you, they must be hiding in some room. You are going there to commission them, so there's no reason to check their other rooms. If you bring it up, it will definitely arouse their suspicion. Chenju is right, once you enter, just see if the person who receives you matches the registered personnel. If they don't match up, it's obvious there are other people mixed in. Moreover, although you haven't reached the extraordinary level yet, your racial talent still exists, your hearing should be quite good, right? If someone is truly hiding, you should be able to sense them. Jean Li said. Okay, I understand now. I'll be more attentive. My hearing is indeed good, at least, I can hear the heartbeat of the brother outside operating the control panel. Ios was referring to Xiaojiu. Chenja looked outside, it was more than 20 meters from their office to the control panel, and Ios could hear it, so his hearing was indeed impressive. Even if the hidden ones are altered or extraordinary beings, they can remain concealed, but how big can the house be? With Ios's hearing, Chenja believed he could catch even a slight sound. Everyone nodded, then Wenhu, fanning himself, said, the general direction of the mission is set, but young Master Ios must have a reason to make the commission, right? How should this reason be presented? If he reveals his identity, the other party should know that there are Wolf Clan experts guarding him. With such an identity, does he still need to commission them? Wenhu hit the nail on the head, and this point Chenja had actually thought of earlier, he just hadn't come up with a good reason that was very reasonable for Ios to ask for help. This question immediately stumped everyone, and the office fell into silence. Along the way, everyone brought up many reasons, but these reasons seemed normal for ordinary people, yet they became far-fetched for someone like Ios, so they were all dismissed. While brainstorming for ideas, Chenja suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said excitedly, I can act as bait. You, bait? Jean Li looked puzzled. What do you mean? How will you be the bait? Not just Jean Li, but everyone else also wanted to know what Chenja's idea was. Chenja immediately explained, I am a classmate of Ios. I believe that if the other party investigates privately, they will find it confirmed, and there will be no problems. As for how to become this bait, of course, it's for Ios to ask them for help to kill me. What? Everyone was shocked, truly astonished by Chenja's startling words, saying that Ios commissioned others to kill Chenja. I say, Chenja, what nonsense are you talking? Do you know how dangerous this is? If you're not careful, you could really get killed by them. Moreover, there should be a reason to kill you, right? Jean Li felt that such an excuse could only come from a madman. But Chenja shrugged as if nothing was wrong. Conflicts between classmates, for example, if I secretly mock him as the Wolf King's illegitimate son while publicly targeting him, how could a young master possibly tolerate that? When Chenja directly said Ios was the Wolf King's illegitimate son, Aoki and the others frowned, glancing at Ios, fearing this statement might anger him. After all, this identity was a bit sensitive. Did Chenja not fear Ios turning against him? But they found Ios still smiled, as if the words illegitimate son did not apply to him at all, which finally made Aoki and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Chenju is right, since he is a young master, he can naturally be arrogant. Being called this way is certainly hard to swallow, so seeking revenge is reasonable. Ios quickly understood Chenja's meaning. Okay, even so, why doesn't the young master ask his own bodyguards to do it? Wouldn't that be more discreet? Wenhu immediately raised his doubt. For a moment, Ios could not think of how to answer Wenhu's question and looked at Chenja. Chenja thought for a moment and immediately provided a reasonable explanation. Of course, it's to avoid suspicion. The young master can have bodyguards handle such dark matters privately, but there is always a risk of being discovered. If found out, it would undoubtedly cause conflict between the human race in the Linhai base city and the werewolf tribe. Therefore, hiring outsiders is the safest way, avoiding bringing trouble upon oneself. Yes, Chenja's mind is so sharp, this is truly cunning. Hearing Jean Li say this, Chenja's mouth twitched, not knowing if she was complimenting or mocking him. After listening to Chenja's explanation, Aoki felt it could indeed make sense.
Though not perfect, it was a reasonable explanation. However, I still think this is very dangerous. If you use yourself as bait and the other party hires a private detective for stealth, they will definitely carry out the task, ensuring they won't raise suspicion, putting you in a dangerous situation. Aoki is right, Shinja, once you're a bait, you have to act alone. We can protect you secretly but can't get too close. You haven't reached the extraordinary level, and this group of reverse species at least are at the mutation level. If we can't keep an eye on you, it's easy for you to fall into danger or even lose your life. Zhou Haojuan remained skeptical about Shinja using himself as bait, always feeling it was too dangerous. Shinja smiled, although I haven't reached the extraordinary level yet, do you think too little of me? Even if I am not the opponent's match, I can still escape or hold on until you arrive. It's not bragging, although Shinja's strength is low now, he already has quite a few methods to rely on. Moreover, he is not far from awakening the extraordinary. Counting it all, he is already at the level of mutated Crimson Iron 5 stars, which is not low at all and completely sufficient to handle emergencies. As long as the other party cannot kill him in one blow, Shinja is confident he can hold on until Jinli and others arrive for reinforcement. Jinli and others looked at each other. Clearly, Shinja was determined to be the bait to draw out the enemy, and after discussing for so long, it seemed this method was the most reasonable. Then, since that's the case, we'll do things according to Shinja's suggestion. After a glance exchange, Aoki agreed to Shinja's proposal. Wenhu, Zhou Haojuan, and Jinli also had no objections. Ios looked at Shinja, still a bit worried. Shinja, are you sure? Shinja smiled and nodded at him. Sure, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. How could I put myself in a life-threatening situation if I'm so afraid of dying? Ios remained skeptical of his words. Thinking back to when he first met Shinja, every single thing Shinja did was life-threatening, yet he never truly acted like he was afraid of death. Alright, since we've decided, let's not beat around the bush. Next, we need to discuss the specifics and arrangements, and then we'll execute it according to this plan tomorrow. Jinli said. For more than an hour, they all went over the details and ultimately finalized the execution plan. Once everything was ready, Aoki and the others thanked Ios again, and Shinja escorted Ios out of the base. Don't worry, Shinja. When the time comes, I'll have bodyguards follow you secretly. If things go wrong, they can rush out to save you. You definitely won't be in danger. Thank you. Shinja expressed his gratitude to Ios, feeling really warm inside. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Ios was very sincere. Sincerity is always a powerful weapon, and it was vividly demonstrated at this moment. From Ios's level of concern for Shinja, one would think they were longtime friends. After watching Ios get into the car and leave, Shinja returned to the base. Jinli was on duty at the console and turned to walk towards Shinja when she saw him come back. How was it? Are you feeling nervous or scared? Shinja smiled. As long as it's something Shinja, believe in, I won't feel nervous or scared even if it's dangerous. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have made this suggestion. Jinli pouted and nodded. Alright, you are quite brave. Shinja rolled his eyes. I really can't believe you can't speak more politely. I'm done with it. No more words were exchanged that night. The next day, everyone gradually began to implement the plan they had discussed the night before. Ios would leave the villa accompanied by bodyguards and head to the extraordinary private detective agency, while Shinja left the base and returned home to wait. According to the plan, once Ios successfully made the commission, he would send a message to Shinja to prepare for the next steps. Sitting by the bed, staring at the time displayed on his phone, Shinja murmured, it's been over 2 hours since Ios left. Based on the distance, he should have finished discussing with the other side. Why hasn't there been any message? Even if the other side doesn't accept, they should at least give some reason or reply. He felt restless, worried that something might go wrong and Ios could be in danger. But then he thought about the bodyguards being there. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for Ios to have no time to send a message. Shinja could only force himself to be patient and wait. After about 3 hours, Shinja's eyes, which had been glued to the phone screen, started to blur. Rubbing his eyes, he finally noticed that Ios had sent a message. The other side accepted the commission. Besides the 5 people registered at the agency, there are others. I suspect there are at least 10 people in total. 10 people? That's not a small number. Just thinking about 10 rogue types lurking in the coastal base city is terrifying. If they suddenly caused trouble in the downtown area, the casualties would be unimaginable. Okay, be careful, and follow the plan. After replying, Shinja immediately sent a message to the special group, informing them that Ios had successfully made the commission. We can proceed to the second step now. Shinja sent out another message. Received. It was a reply from Jinli. She replied, which meant everyone else was also aware and started the second step of the plan. Shinja immediately tidied up and left home, heading to a noodle shop 2 streets away to eat.
After finishing his meal, he went to the cinema to watch a movie, then strolled around the shopping mall. These were the places everyone had discussed last night, and there were people from the police lurking in each location. As for the koi fish, they followed Chinja all the way. Everything seemed normal at first until they heard Koi's voice in the headphones while they were strolling in the shopping mall.
That Hu Feng is following you.
Hearing this, Chinja slightly lowered his head and chuckled, finally got the bait.
Only discovered Hu Feng? No one else?
Chinja was a bit unsure if the other side was too confident, thinking just one person could kill him.
No, they don't know I am the variant, they think I am just an ordinary high school student.
Chinja realized, the conclusion from last night's discussion was that Ios would not reveal that Chinja was a variant, so the reverse species would think he was just an ordinary high school student.
Dealing with an ordinary high school student, one variant is enough. Chapter 56.
Since the fish was already hooked, Chinja felt relieved. He was really worried that the other side wouldn't take the bait and he would have to reconsider the strategy. He whispered, since the other side has set out, let's proceed according to the plan. We'll use the door to close the dog. You all wait for me at the agreed place.
Received.
Voices echoed in the earpiece, all prepared for this mission. When Chinja came out of the shopping mall, it was already dark. He stood at the mall entrance as if he suddenly remembered something, then walked towards the taxi stand. Hu Feng had been following him. If it weren't for Chinja already knowing he was being tracked, it would have been hard to notice.
Are reverse species really this deep and cautious?
Chinja thought that this time it might actually succeed due to the other side's carelessness, assuming that he, an ordinary high school student, was easy prey and not taking it seriously. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to grasp him at all. The car drove from the new city area towards the old city area. Seeing this, Hu Feng in the car behind muttered, this direction isn't going home, he should be going to the convenience store where he works. Exactly, the direction Chinja drove was indeed towards the convenience store. He purposely let Ios inform the reverse species of this news, wanting to dispel their suspicion. Even though it was this time in the old city area, the passing vehicles and crowd weren't too few, providing just the right opportunity for Hu Feng to hide while tracking. When they were 3 streets away from the convenience store, Chinja's car stopped, and naturally, Hu Feng's car also stopped so he could pay and get out. He then kept a certain distance from Chinja to observe what he would do before reaching the destination, only to see Chinja turn into a small alley. Hu Feng was a bit puzzled but didn't think much. He assumed that as a variant, he could easily evade a normal high school student if he was just a little careful. Fortunately, when Hu Feng followed him to the alley's entrance and peeked inside, he saw Chinja squatting on the ground, seemingly tying his shoelaces. There's no one here, and it's remote. Even if I kill him here, no one will notice. Hu Feng revealed a cold smile and slowly walked out, approaching Chinja. Chinja still squatted on the ground, appearing completely unaware that someone with ill intentions was approaching. When Hu Feng was less than 10 meters from Chinja, a glinting dagger fell from his sleeve as he slowly moved closer to Chinja, planning to deliver a fatal blow. Just when Hu Feng was less than 3 meters away, raising the dagger, Chinja said,
"What am I?" Chinja said with a smile, "Hu Feng, do you think that as an ordinary high school student, you can easily handle a mutant like me? That's why you are so bold. You actually know my name, and I am a mutant." Hu Feng's face changed dramatically. "You are also."
After saying that, Hu Feng turned and dashed ahead without looking back. Chinja did not expect the other party to be so decisive, really decisive, knowing he has fallen into a trap but choosing to run instead of using his powers, not bad. Chinja changed his tone, but unfortunately, since you know you've been tricked, you should also know that you can't escape.
What do you mean?
Although Hu Feng said so, he had already realized that there were other ambushers here, and his heart couldn't help but grow vigilant.
Where do you think you're running to, Hu Feng?
Jinli and Changmu appeared to block Hu Feng's path.
Get out of the way.
Hu Feng swung the dagger in his hand, sweeping at the two in front of him, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the wall of plants that rose before Changmu. After a moment of panic, Hu Feng calmed down and began to slash at the wall of plants with his dagger, quickly tearing it to shreds. But just when he thought breaking through the plant wall would allow him to attack Jinli and Changmu, what greeted him was Jinli's finger. However, that finger was glowing at the tip, a bullet already chambered. Hu Feng exclaimed that it was bad, but he was quick, blocking with a stone slab just as Jinli pulled the trigger.
Control object. Chenji exclaimed, forgetting about this move.
But how could such a simple control be a match for a special team of extraordinary beings? The stone slab blocking the bullet indeed gave Hu Feng a chance to escape as he turned to run toward Chinja.
They are extraordinary beings, I can't handle them.
A mere ordinary kid like you, I can still take care of.
Die.
Hu Feng roared fiercely, and the dagger that fell from his hand hovered before him, looking as if he was certain of victory, completely unaware that Qingmu and Jinli stood motionless behind him, showing no sign of intervening to save him. Facing the aggressively approaching and menacing Hu Feng, Chinja smiled. When Hu Feng saw that smile, his heart skipped a beat, but with the arrow on the string, he had to shoot. He merely thought Chinja was being mysterious. As the dagger drew nearer, Chinja prepared to transform his hands to deliver a cross slash, but just as he was about to beastify, he suddenly felt his heart pound and uncontrollably went astray in his transformation.
What's going on? Is there a problem with mobilizing the power?
Chinja thought in a daze, realizing the dagger was about to reach him, but his body was unresponsive.
Across from him, Jinli was puzzled. What is this kid Chinja planning to do? The attack is right in front of him, why isn't he attacking or even dodging?
While Jinli was confused, Changmu realized something was wrong and exclaimed, "Not good, it seems Chinja is having trouble mobilizing his powers."
What? Jinli was shocked, she hadn't expected it to be a real problem. Damn it, at this distance, if we act now, it will be too late. Chinja! She shouted, trying to warn Chinja.
At this moment, Chinja was also extremely anxious.
With this strike, even if it was not fatal, he would lose half his life. Am I really going to die like this?
In Chinja's despair, he suddenly felt an explosive increase of energy in his body, moving in a way completely different from the powers he currently possessed.
What on earth is happening?
Before Chinja could think further, his whole body burst into a cloud of white smoke, rising into the air. At the same time, Hu Feng's dagger had already stabbed down, but it only stabbed into empty air.
What is happening?
Hu Feng maintained his thrusting motion, standing dumbfounded, not knowing why Chinja had vanished. At this moment, Chinja was also dumbfounded because he found himself looking down from a high place. He realized he was flying. He heard the sound of flapping wings and turned his gaze to see a pair of bat wings.
Oh my god, could it be that I've awakened the vampire's bat transformation skill?
Chinja understood that this was a new ability, but the timing of this awakening was really bad. If it had been just a little later, he would have had a dagger stuck in his chest now.
Chapter 57.
Jinli and Xingmu were dumbfounded, staring at Chinja, who had transformed into a bat in mid-air, completely frozen.
Wait, wasn't he supposed to awaken the werewolf bloodline? How did he turn into a bat? Can werewolves even turn into bats? In response to Jinli's question, Xingmu muttered, how is that possible? Werewolves and vampires are two different bloodline races. They can't switch. But how do we explain this? He has clearly turned into a bat.
Jinli pointed at the bat Chinju in the air, as if all their previous understandings had become a joke. It was too shocking.
Xingmu was also at a loss, trying to reason it out himself. Isn't he mutated? Maybe something went wrong during the mutation, or maybe it's a hidden ability? He. Jinli could only laugh in confusion.
Hu Feng looked up at the bat flying above and was also shocked. You are indeed a mutant too. Today, I admit defeat, but you all dream of catching me. Hu Feng was a tough guy too. He unleashed all his energy, causing the bricks on the surrounding walls to tremble as if drawn by some amazing force.
Not good, he's planning to escape.
Realizing Hu Feng's intention, Chinja shouted, Jinli, bro Xingmu, quickly stop him.
He wants to control the bricks to block us so he can escape. In your dreams.
Jinli raised her hand and pulled the trigger repeatedly, shooting at Hu Feng.
Although Hu Feng was not yet extraordinary, he was just a step away from achieving 5-star mutation. While using his ability, he managed to dodge all of Jinli's attacks, infuriating her as she shouted in frustration. I refuse to believe I can't hit you.
Jinli shot while moving forward, and Xingmu also acted beside her, but without any plants nearby, he had to use his own energy to create plants to attack Hu Feng, which cost a lot of time. Still in bat form, Chinja couldn't control his first involuntary transformation and had no idea how to manage it, so he was anxious but didn't know how to block or attack Hu Feng, only hoping for Xingmu and Jinli. Due to overloading his powers, blood trickled from the corner of Hu Feng's mouth. If he failed this strike, the result awaiting him would be exhaustion and capture.
Boom!
Bricks from the walls began to fall around Hu Feng, initially just a few scattered ones blocking Jinli's attack. As more and more bricks accumulated, they formed a wall in front of him, and Hu Feng smiled.
I'm done playing with you. I, Hu Feng, will remember this debt and settle it with you later.
Hu Feng's voice came from the other side of the wall, causing Jinli to scream in rage as her bullets were all blocked by the wall.
A tiny wall can't stop us. Xingmu finally conjured vines, stacking them to form a staircase.
He grabbed Jinli to jump up the ladder, preparing to climb over the wall. By this time, Hu Feng had already disappeared from the other side of the wall. When the two climbed over, they were filled with anger at not seeing anyone.
Strange, where is Chinja? Neither Hu Feng nor the bat transformed from Chinja could be seen. It's fine. Chinja must be tracking Hu Feng. Let's move forward and see. Xingmu said.
He guessed correctly, seeing Hu Feng escape, Chinja wouldn't let it go easily. So he exerted all his strength and finally gained a bit of control over his body, using his wings to follow Hu Feng in flight. The escaping Hu Feng saw the bats flying above his head and gnashed his teeth in hatred, but now he had no strength left to use his powers. He could only run with all his might like a baby sucking milk. But how could two legs possibly outrun something that could fly? No matter what, he could not get rid of Chinja who was chasing him. While following Hu Feng, Chenja was slowly getting used to the vampire beast transformation, and finally figured out a little of how it worked. After turning into a vampire beast, I actually come with a kind of attack method. I don't know if it will work while moving. He had no confidence, and he still didn't know how to change back to human form, so he could only try. Chenja dived straight down toward Hu Feng, and the bat-form Chenja suddenly appeared in front of him. Hu Feng was so shocked that he braked hard and raised his dagger across his body to defend. He didn't know what kind of moves the bat-form Chenja would have. Floating in front of Hu Feng, bat-form Chenja was overjoyed in his heart. He had just been worried about not knowing how to make eye contact with Hu Feng, but now Hu Feng was staring at him without blinking, giving him a perfect chance. Hypnosis. Layer after layer of red light circles shot out from the bat-form Chenja's eyes. By the time Hu Feng sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. The red light circles imprinted into his pupils. At first he didn't feel anything strange, but very soon he felt his head go empty, his eyes became dazed, and his body swayed gently like a pendulum. What kind of move is this? The last bit of Hu Feng's remaining consciousness muttered in confusion. The bat-form Chenja saw Hu Feng's eyes slowly turn gray-white, and the expression on his face became dull and foolish. He knew the hypnosis had taken effect. Hu Feng was now under his control. Drop the dagger in your hand. Chenja's voice sounded magical in Hu Feng's mind. His hand holding the dagger loosened unconsciously, and the dagger fell to the ground. Just as Chenja was about to give the second command, his whole body fell to the ground. Luckily, he was not far from the ground now, otherwise the fall would have really hurt. I've turned back. Chenja looked at his human hands and knew the beast form had ended. He had returned to his human form. Better catch him first. Worried that the hypnosis power might disappear after the vampire beast form ended, Chenja quickly rushed in front of Hu Feng and kicked the back of his knee. Under hypnosis, Hu Feng didn't resist at all and directly knelt on the ground. Chenja then twisted his arms behind his back. Now even if Hu Feng regained consciousness, he was no longer a threat. I've subdued Hu Feng, hurry over here. Chenja spoke into the walkie-talkie, contacting Aoki and Jinli, and reported his current location. Got it. Don't let him get away. We're coming right now. At the same time, in the extraordinary private detective agency building, the rebel types sensed something wrong, because just now, the Vow crystal ball for Hu Feng, which was enshrined in the room, cracked. The Vow crystal ball is something formed when a human mutant or extraordinary being betrays humanity. It serves as both a vow binding and a kind of life token. If something happens to the owner of the vow, the crystal ball cracks or even shatters. What do we do, boss? Have we been exposed? Should we retreat right away? One of the rebel types said. The middle-aged man called boss frowned tightly, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. At last he said, retreat first. This place is no longer safe. We can't let the special team from Linhai Base City catch us all at once. But don't go back. If we return with the mission failed, it's death. Let's lay low for now. Understood. Several rebel subordinates began to pack up. Before long, 7 people, fully covered, left the private detective agency and headed to the underground B1 parking lot. Chapter 58. Jinli and Aoki came to Chenja's side. Both of them looked at him with strange eyes, but they were very tactful and didn't ask about the bat situation. Chenja of course pretended to be confused. The person has already been caught, what should we do now? Take him back to the base and interrogate him slowly, then inform the guard forces at Shenlong City that when they interrogate Zhou Hao, they should reveal that Hu Feng has been captured, and see how Zhou Hao reacts. As Jinli said this, Chenja was staring at Hu Feng, and sure enough, when Jinli mentioned Zhou Hao, Hu Feng's eyes clearly flickered. Chenja could not help but raise the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. Looks like it won't be that troublesome, the two must have a connection, right, Hu Feng? Chenja leaned down, looking at Hu Feng with playful amusement in his eyes. Hu Feng turned his head aside, closing his eyes to pretend he didn't hear. His actions indeed said it all, he needed no further explanation. Jinli said something into the walkie-talkie, and soon a large number of police force members entered the alley, using extraordinary suppressors to hold Hu Feng's neck and hands, taking him away. This mission went so smoothly thanks to Ioza's help, you better treat him to a meal later. Jinli said to Chenja. Chenja exaggeratedly pointed at himself and asked, why is it me? You two are friends. Jinli replied as if it were only natural, leaving Chenja speechless since the rail help came from the Linhai Base City's special group, but in the end, it became about helping his friend. However, without Jinli saying it, Chenja already had such a plan, but now was not the time to talk about these afterwards. He asked what the two of them would do next. Capturing Hu Feng was far from the end, and there were still more reverse species to capture in the supernatural private detective agency. Mentioning this, Cheng Mu said, we have dispatched a lot of personnel to monitor the building where the detective agency is located. As soon as there is any movement from them, we will immediately carry out the capture. Chenja nodded. It didn't seem like there were too many people on the other side, but capturing them wouldn't be easy.
If they were careless, one could escape, and the mission would fail. Just as Cheng Mu finished speaking, his phone rang. He answered the call, and his face changed instantly. Chen Zhe knew something must have gone wrong. When he hung up the phone, Jean Li hurriedly asked what happened, seeing his grim face. Chang Mu looked at the two. Not good, they are suspicious and have noticed the exposure, they escaped. How is that possible? Jean Li gasped, wasn't someone monitoring them? How could they still escape? Yeah, with so many people monitoring, how could they still get away? Do we know which direction they fled? Chen Zhe also found it hard to believe about the remaining reverse species escaping from the supernatural private detective agency. Xing Mu's face was dark. We were too careless and didn't expect there to be a level underground. Clearly, during the investigation, it was already sealed off and unusable, yet they managed to escape from there. Fortunately, they were noticed when they exited the building, and they are currently heading towards the northern district of the old city. The northern district of the old city is the area with the most complicated residential situation, densely populated with streets that are incredibly intricate and narrow. If they really escaped there and got into the city, it would be difficult to catch them again. On the way to the northern district of the old city, Chinju analyzed, I'm thinking they might have escaped to the northern district because the terrain is suitable for fleeing, and I suspect there might also be a reverse species nest or a secret teleportation array there? Chang Mu, who was driving, nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense, there is indeed such a possibility. Jean Li in the back seat was still indignant about the escape of the reverse species. Damn it, I thought the mission was going smoothly, but I didn't expect there to be a mishap. If it's really as Chinja said, it seems impossible for us to wipe them all out. If one escapes, our mission will fail and will provoke them into doing even crazier things. What Jean Li said was exactly what Chinja was worried about. The reverse kind are a group of madmen who cannot be judged by common sense. They have been lurking in the base city for so long that they must be planning something. Now that people are exposed, it is very likely to trigger their plan ahead of time, but the special team knows nothing about this plan. If it is triggered, the outcome is imaginable. Has the team leader not returned to the base yet? Is there no news from the management committee at all? Now the situation has become extremely tricky. Without reinforcements, it is hard to assure success relying solely on the special team. The escape this time is a bloody lesson. There's still no news. You don't know those old guys in the management committee, they have been in power for so long that they calculate everything, afraid to take responsibility. They're very cunning. Regarding the management committee, Jean Li felt quite a bit. Clearly, the coastal base city is already in a critical state, but they still hesitate to report and gather reinforcements, still deliberating. Chenja fell silent, thinking that it's really hard on team leader Chen Hanyue. She's probably arguing with these old guys right now, trying to persuade them to request reinforcements from the higher-ups. Meanwhile, Hu Fengren has already been taken back to the base by the police force for detention and interrogation, while Chen Zhu and others are heading to the old city's northern district to track down other individuals from the private detective agency. Where are they now? Chenja asked into the intercom. The voice of the tracker immediately came through the intercom. We are currently less than 5 kilometers from the old city's northern district. The situation is not looking good. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 people in the car turned grim. Only 5 kilometers, and they are still at least 15 kilometers away from the northern district. There's simply not enough time. How about letting the tracking brothers intercept them first? Otherwise, once they enter the northern district, we really will be searching for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible to catch them all. Chenja has already seen the situation clearly, so he planned to take a risk and let the pursuing police force directly intercept the vehicle outside the northern district until they arrived. Qingmu frowned and thought, while Jinli directly agreed, the tracking group has Zhou Haojuan with them, it's not impossible to intercept. Alright, let's do it this way, otherwise, it really will be difficult. Qingmu also agreed. Jinli immediately spoke into the intercom, Brother Jun, find a way to intercept them before they enter the northern district, we'll be there shortly. Okay, I got it, you guys hurry up. Zhou Haojuan agreed. Qingmu then slammed the gas pedal to the floor, driving the car at top speed. Luckily, his driving skills were good, otherwise, it would be hard to drive this fast among so many vehicles. However, there were simply too many cars on the street, and even though Qingmu was showing off his driving skills, he still couldn't reach the highest speed. The pressure inside the car was very low, filled with silence due to the anxious hearts. After more than 10 minutes, the intercom buzzed with noise. It was Zhou Haojuan. We couldn't stop the car. Chapter 59. The worst outcome has occurred. Zhou Haojuan and his team couldn't stop the vehicle of the reverse kind, which has already entered the northern district, and they actually lost track of them. Damn it! Jinli cursed, what do we do now? Chenja spoke heavily, the situation is already the worst, we can only enter the northern district and try to search. As for whether we can find them, it's unknown, the situation in the northern district is too complex. Chenju is right, this mission is truly a failure, despite all the precautions, we still overlooked something. Qingmu was frustrated, we were too careless, they have been holed up in that building for so many years, definitely preparing to escape after they are exposed. We were so negligent and didn't properly check the underground part, allowing them to escape right under our noses. Talking about this matter made everyone feel down. Clearly in control, in the end, it was all for nothing. Alright, Aoki, there's no use talking about this now that we're here, we should think of a way to make up for it. Every capture counts. With that in mind, Chenja could only think this way, regretting was pointless. When their car reached the North District, it was already in chaos outside. As Chenja got out of the car, he saw that the area was cordoned off with police lines, and a crowd gathered outside, unsure of what was happening. Pushing through the crowd, he saw members of the police force on duty, and only after showing his identification could he enter. What's the situation now? Chenja asked. A police officer pointed ahead with a serious expression and said, "Not good. Everyone knows that cars can't drive in the city, but this crazy group actually drove in and crashed." Chenja saw the broken streets and houses, and ambulances clearing injured people, couldn't help but curse, "Crazies." Joe has already gone in with the brothers to track them down, but there's been no news yet. Aoki nodded beside him. "Let's go in too. If those crazies drove in, they must have left a lot of traces behind, which would help us find them." "Right, let's hurry in and help June." Jinli couldn't wait any longer. Before finishing his sentence, he dashed into the city. Chenja and Aoki quickly followed. The three of them sprinted along the damaged streets, and after several blocks, they saw a car crashed into a house. They got out. It was unrealistic to drive on such a narrow street. They must have crashed into the house and fled. Chenja's earlier plan to track the destruction along the street fell apart. "Can we contact June and ask where they are now?" Jinli shook his head. "I tried, but I don't know why I can't get through, it's so frustrating." "Don't worry, June is quite powerful. Even if he's in a tough spot, he won't be at a disadvantage against those mutated ones, they're just a bunch of aberrations." "How June can handle it," Aoki said. "That's good, let's keep going." They asked a resident if they had seen Hao June, and the person pointed them in a direction. The three quickly ran that way. After going deeper into the city for a few more streets, they discovered injured members of the police force lying on the ground, resting. Chenja hurried over. "Brothers, how's it going?" Seeing Chenju and the others, the injured man replied with a heavy breath, "Many of our brothers got hurt, and Lord Zhou chased after those mutations further ahead." "Okay, got it." "You're all right?" Chenja asked with concern. The man waved his hand. "Don't mind us, hurry and go after Lord Zhou, it's too many for him to handle alone." "We're sorry we couldn't help." The morale among the police was low, and Chenja patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't say that. You stay here and recover, we'll go." "Let's go." Chenja called out, and the three set off again. This time, they hadn't run far when they heard an explosion, and looking up, they saw black smoke rising not far away. Chenja pointed, "Over there, we're getting close." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Jinli leap onto the adjacent house, jumping further away. Aoki had a thick vine springing forth from his feet, supporting him as he quickly moved in the direction of the explosion. Seeing both of them use their powers to accelerate, Chenja transformed into a bat. Flying was indeed faster than running. Within seconds, he saw Hao June battling the mutations below him. Although Chenja was a bit slower in transforming, he still landed beside Hao June around the same time as Jinli and Aoki. Hao June gasped for breath, his clothes in tatters, and many members of the police force lay around him, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. The 9 reverse types across from him were no better off. 3 of them clutched their stomachs, collapsed on the ground, and 1 had a broken leg, completely unable to move. The remaining individuals had varying degrees of injuries, and when they saw more people arriving, still extraordinary, their faces turned grim. "Die, you all!" Seeing so many brothers wounded, Koi's anger flared, and he raised his hand, pulling the trigger towards the reverse types ahead, unleashing a barrage of energy bullets. A few reverse types still standing hurriedly dodged, while those who couldn't rise were within Koi's attack range. They could only crawl awkwardly on the ground to escape the bullets. Ah! While dodging, the short-legged reverse type was shot in the head by Koi, a spray of blood bursting forth as he fell back lifelessly. "Great!" Chenja shouted great, as he transformed, racing towards the reverse types on all fours. "Chenja, be careful, they are all at the 5th level of mutation." Seeing Chenja charge forward, Koi quickly shouted a warning to him. "Got it." Chenja replied as he leaped into the air, crossing his arms to strike. The group of reverse types, humiliated by Koi's bullets, held their breath. Now seeing a mutated child boldly charging at them, they all revealed sinister smiles. "Little brat, you dare to charge in alone at your mutation level? You're looking for death." One of the reverse types suddenly clapped his hands, and when he spread them apart again, lightning flickered in his palms. Awakening of the lightning element. Chenja thought to himself, sensing trouble. Within elemental powers, lightning attacks increased in speed and power, and being airborne without a footing meant if struck, he would be instantly paralyzed. "Chenja, I'll help you."
Aoki dashed forward in a quick step, unleashing his powers. Two vines immediately sprang up from the ground beneath Shinja, rapidly growing upwards, arriving at Shinja's side just as the reverse type's lightning attack did. As the whip-like lightning was about to strike Shinja, the vine landed right at his feet. Shinja bent back, pushing off the vine leaves and sliding sideways, the lightning whip just grazing his nose, missing him. That was close. Shinja breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly slid down the vine, landing just in time, but the lightning attack came again, this time in the form of a lightning orb. This one using lightning powers is truly troublesome. His strength is not far from extraordinary and may be the strongest among the reverse types. Realizing this, Shinja shouted, "This one using lightning is probably the strongest among them, let's take him down first." Koi responded and rushed forward, ready to join forces with Shinja to attack. "Shinja, I'll hold him off while you attack up close." The awakening of the elements was best at long-range attacks, making close combat a bit weaker. Thus, Koi used the collapsed house as cover, shooting at the enemy to distract them, allowing Shinja to close in without being fully engaged. Sure enough, this tactic worked. They had no time to pay attention to Shinja's attack, giving him the chance to quickly close in on the enemy. Aoki and Zhou Haojuan exchanged glances and charged forward together, knowing that the remaining reverse types would soon regroup and counterattack. Shinja alone could hardly withstand so many attackers. Shinja approached the enemy and attacked with a claw aimed at their abdomen. His hand had transformed with the strength of a werewolf, 10 times that of an ordinary person. With this punch, even if the opponent is a changed being, they can't withstand it. Facing Shinja's approaching attack, that reversed being was not easy to deal with either. He couldn't use his lightning to attack Shinja now, but surprisingly, he gathered the lightning in his belly to form a defense, intended to block Shinja's punch. With a loud bang, this solid punch hit his abdomen. Hiss! Shinja's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a clear numbing sensation of lightning from his fist. Fortunately, the effect of beastification covered it, otherwise, he would have been hit back by the lightning. "You're really cunning, using lightning as defense to counterattack your opponent. Your calculations are good, but unfortunately, our strengths are on par, and this little counterattack won't work. Get lost." Shinja exerted force again, and the power in his fist clearly increased several times. The reversed being felt the immense strength from the punch, revealing panic in his eyes. He wanted to counterattack again, but his feet were trapped by two vines. It was Aoki's wood-type ability, taking the opportunity to bind his ankles. Shinja's lips curved into a smile. "You have no chance now." In the next second, this reversed being flew backward, forcefully breaking free from the binding binds below his feet, showing just how great his strength was. After being flung back, he fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. The nearby reversed being rushed over to check. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I didn't expect this kid to have such great strength. You all be careful and find a way to escape, otherwise, if we get caught, it will definitely end badly." Unexpectedly, the one who was attacked and flew away by Shinja was actually the boss of the extraordinary private detective agency, the leader of this group of reversed beings. "Everyone, let's go. Don't let them escape." Jean Lee shouted to the police group brothers in the distance, as 100 police officers rushed forward, surrounding this group of people. One of the reversed beings' subordinates said to the boss, "Boss, we are surrounded now, it will be difficult to escape intact. You go first, we will hold them off and complete the subsequent tasks. Otherwise, even if we escape, we won't escape death." After that, the subordinate rushed towards the police group, trying to tear a hole for the reversed boss to escape. The reversed boss knew his subordinate was right, being a reversed being was not easy, and if they couldn't complete the task, the result would be painfully tragic. Truly, escaping was impossible and dying was futile. The scene became extremely chaotic. Even though the opponent was not numerous, they were changed beings, and these ordinary people with only martial arts skills were too weak. Soon, they were restrained, making it even harder for Shinju and the others to attack. "Clear away, clear away." Shinju wanted to squeeze through the crowd to catch that fleeing reversed boss, but the chaos made it difficult. These reversed beings were attacking wildly to create confusion, making many residents panic and run around, obstructing Shinju and others from making a move. "Damn it, isn't this letting the person run away?" Jean Lee was furious, but helpless. Acting rashly could easily hurt innocent people, which would be a sin. After thinking it over, Shinja transformed again, becoming a bat, and flew forward. "Shinja, you must capture that reversed boss, absolutely must not let him escape." Jean Lee shouted at the transformed Shinja from below. "I understand." Shinja flew high to get a clear view, locking onto the position of the reversed boss and the crowd and chasing after him. He believed that Jean Lee and the others could handle it, just a few altered beings were not their opponents. Following the reversed boss, they turned through countless streets, the road ahead becoming tighter, accommodating only one person at a time. If it weren't for Shinja transforming into a bat to fly, it would have been hard to catch up with that reversed being. While tracking, Shinja flew and began to sense something was wrong. The densely packed streets showed that this person was completely at ease, not like a headless fly running around aimlessly. Could it be that he often came here? After having doubts in his heart, Shinja also did not rule out the possibility that he had planned an escape route long ago.
But soon, Chenja dismissed this possibility. The northern district was chaotic, a good route for escape, but it was impossible to completely escape from the base city. Here, hiding for a while was still alright, but hiding for a lifetime was completely impossible. The only possibility was that there was a place here that he needed to visit often, which is why he was so familiar with the routes. Could it be true, as guessed before, that there is a reverse breed nest here? Thinking of this possibility, Chenja immediately became alert. The closer he got to such a place, the more likely there could be an ambush. Maybe he intentionally escaped here to catch the special tracking team off guard. While he was pondering, Chenja suddenly felt a force pulling at him, and he found himself somewhat unable to control the energy of the beastly bat transformation. What's going on? Chenja was surprised and looked around, finding no threads of ability energy pulling him, yet this feeling was incredibly obvious. The leader of the reverse breed, who was desperately fleeing, looked up at the bat form Chenja and revealed a smug smile, then vanished right before Chenja's eyes. Damn it! Chenja was suppressed by the ability energy, otherwise, just with that brief eye contact, he would have wanted to use the hypnosis technique, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. My strength is still too weak, this person has help. Once the person disappeared, the pulling, suppressing force vanished as well, and Chenja understood that the other party did not want to complicate matters. Chapter 61. Chenja transformed into a bat and flew back without any pause. When he met up with Jinli and Xingmu, all other reverse breeds had been captured, and the police force was conducting follow-up sorting. Seeing Chenja return, Jinli hurriedly stepped forward to ask about the reverse breed leader. Where is the reverse breed leader? She looked behind Chenja but did not see any trace of the leader. Chenja shook his head, let him escape. What? Jinli exclaimed, that reverse breed leader was already injured and could not possibly be your opponent. How could you let him escape? Chenja recounted the chase process and finally said, there must be other reverse breeds in the northern district, and their levels are higher than the reverse breed leader, much stronger than me. I could not possibly catch him. Jinli and Xingmu exchanged glances and both saw the pressure and seriousness in each other's eyes. Their special team and the patrol team of the coastal base city had been on guard, yet so many reverse breeds had infiltrated for years, making them lose all face. Let's not talk about this for now. The team leader has returned to the base, we should hurry and bring the people back. No matter what other issues are at hand, we can discuss them carefully once we sit down, Xingmu said. Chenja and Jinli nodded, leaving the follow-up negotiations to the police force and patrol team. The northern district had destroyed so many houses and would require subsequent repairs and reconstruction, which involved a lot. Upon returning to the base, Chen Hanyue was indeed already at the base. She smiled and nodded at everyone, praising them for their handling of the matter. Chenja then mentioned that the reverse breed leader had escaped with assistance. Jinli took over the conversation and continued, based on Chenja's thoughts, we also strongly agree. There probably is a reverse breed nest in the northern district, but the situation in the urban area is chaotic. If we really want to conduct a thorough search, it will not only rouse suspicion but will also face obstruction. Chen Hanyue did not rush to comment on this matter, first signaling everyone to take a seat and then speaking. I already know about the current situation and have informed the elders of the management council. They? Humph. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jinli's cold grunt. What do those high and mighty elders know? They are always scheming this and that. Not doing any serious work at all. Now the situation in the coastal base city is so urgent, they can still stay in the management meeting, and they can sit still. Regarding Jinli's complaints, Chen Hanyue chuckled lightly, you don't have a single proper word in your mouth. It's fine to say such things in front of us at the base, but make sure you don't say it outside, to avoid attracting trouble. I'm not stupid. Who would I tell such things to when I go out? Jinli pouted, she was hot-tempered, but not lacking in brains. All right. Chen Hanyue shifted the topic, back to the point, I understand your thoughts now. I find your speculations very plausible, a search is inevitable, but how to conduct the search still requires a method. The northern district is indeed a tricky place, filled with many shady businesses, and there is no shortage of vicious individuals. While these people do not have rebellious types, they have no morals either, which makes them wary of officials. If the special team gets involved with the patrol team in the northern district, they will probably face significant obstruction. The captain is right, the leader of the detective agency is a variational level 5 powerhouse, and those rebellious types seeking refuge must also possess extraordinary abilities. As for how many of them are extraordinary, we are in the dark about the enemy while they know everything about us. The clues we have at hand are completely insufficient, and the situation is very unfavorable for us. Aoki expressed his thoughts honestly, revealing the challenges they were facing, which were indeed hard to overcome. After Aoki finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Hanyue scanned the others again, indicating that anyone with ideas should speak up. Chenja spoke up, these difficulties are indeed tricky, but I am most worried about one more thing. What is it? Jinli looked at Chenja, although he was young, she knew he was quite sharp-minded, don't keep me in suspense, just say it.
The rebellious types in the coastal base city have already been exposed, especially since their leader has escaped into the northern district. When they escaped right under my nose, they made it clear that there is something fishy going on in the northern district. I have not encountered rebellious types, but you should know that they are capable of anything. They're a bunch of lunatics. You're right, referring to these people as lunatics is entirely appropriate, Zhou Haojuan said.
Chenja continued, so since they know they have been exposed, what will they do? What to do?
Jinli twirled the lollipop in her mouth and said dismissively, of course, they will think of a way to escape from the northern district into the Honghua world, otherwise, what else can they do?
Just stay there and wait to be caught?
Chenja didn't want to bother refuting Jinli's statement, he instead looked at the others.
Wen Hu chuckled softly, shaking his fan, they won't escape.
This group of rebellious types has gone to great lengths to infiltrate the coastal base city, they must have a mission. Even if they know they might get caught or killed, they won't give up the mission. Because if they fail, returning would be even worse than death. Exactly, since that's the case, they are left with no way out. I suspect they might act out of desperation, taking drastic measures. Chenja's brows furrowed, his tone filled with worry.
Chen Hanyue nodded slowly. Chenju is right, when cornered, these lunatics will become even crazier.
They might use all means possible to complete their mission, and this mission will bring a huge disaster to the coastal base city.
Yes, this is what I am worried about.
Just like I said before, we know nothing about how many of them are there or their strengths. Similarly, we know nothing about their mission, leaving us completely passive. Now, apart from knowing that there are rebellious types in the coastal base city, Shen Zhu and the others gained no advantage at all. The koi fish listened, feeling overwhelmed, analyzing without finding anything beneficial for their side. All results showed unfavorable factors.
Chen Hanyue waved her hand to stop everyone from continuing, saying, what everyone said makes sense, so time is pressing. Next, we must find any possible locations of the reverse species in the North District by any means. Even if we can't catch them, we need to make them feel like they are being watched and dare not act rashly, which will delay their completion of plans and give us a chance to figure out what they might be doing. Chenja felt that what Chen Hanyue was doing was indeed the best approach right now. Making the reverse species think that any small move would lead to their discovery would not only prevent them from succeeding but also slow down their progress, allowing them to find any clues and ruin their mission. Chapter 62.
Afterward, everyone discussed what to do next, and then Chen Hanyue let everyone go back to rest.
There have been too many things to deal with, and everyone has worked hard.
Until we destroy all the lurking reverse species in the coastal city, we must gather our strength. As she said this, Chen Hanyue looked at Chenja. Little young Master Ios helped a lot this time.
Please thank him properly for me.
Since he is an extra member, if he is willing, he can stay at our base temporarily. He can participate in some less risky activities that don't expose him too much. We need all the help we can get to complete the mission of capturing reverse species. The more people, the more strength.
Okay, I understand, team leader. As long as it wouldn't put Ios in danger, Chenja had no objections.
After dinner, Chenja went from the underground base to the top special group office building and sent a message to Ios. We have finished our end. The detective agency has captured everyone except for one reverse species leader, who escaped and is currently being interrogated. Not long after sending the message, Chenja got a response from Ios, which started with a surprised emoji.
No way, your special group is all extraordinary, how could someone escape? All extraordinary?
Chenja felt his mouth twitch, he was not one of them. They really escaped. They slipped into that chaotic place in the North District, and they have helpers there.
What? Are you saying that there are not only those 7 reverse species in Coastal City but also others? Seeing Ios reply, Chenja couldn't help but admire his sharp mind, immediately identifying the key issue. He replied with an aha.
I really didn't expect there to be so many reverse species lurking in Coastal City. You must be very frustrated in your special group.
Phew. Chenja exhaled and replied, yeah. This is indeed tricky.
Our group leader said, now that you are also an extra member of our special group, if you're willing, you can stay at the base.
We won't let you take on dangerous work, and you can help us with this task. Really? Ios almost instantly replied, along with an excited emoji.
Really? We need a lot of helpers, and your good mind might help us analyze the situation.
Okay, I promise. Seeing Ios reply, Chenja knew this kid was indeed too bored.
However, he still suggested that he discuss it with his mother and the Wolf King father. This was not a small matter, a son of the Wolf King joining the special group of the base city might be unique. Little did he know, Ios was also a rebellious one, directly replying to Chenja, asking them what? They don't even know which beach they are vacationing at right now, how could they have time to care about me?
I can decide my own matters.
Seeing this situation, Chenja no longer wasted words and let AI Austin handle it himself. If he arrived at the base, he would send a message to him, and he would come up to pick them up.
Chenja thought it would take the kid until tomorrow to get to the base, but he had barely gone down when he received a message from AI Austin, telling him that he had already arrived. Time is of the essence. Chenja muttered as he went up to pick up AI Austin. His bodyguards were still following him, but they couldn't enter the base, so AI Austin let them return on their own. This group of bodyguards was reluctant to agree, and in the end, AI Austin had no choice but to allow them to stay near the base, but he also sent 4 of the bodyguards to the North District. What are they going to do in the North District? Chenja asked curiously. AI Austin smiled. Although I am only an auxiliary member of the special team, since I am considered one, I should do something practical. They are my bodyguards, not your special team or the base city patrol squad. They will not be noticed in the North District, just right to monitor the area and see if there are any strange happenings. Chenja understood and gave AI Austin a big thumbs up. But those 4 bodyguards aren't the ones you took to the detective agency, right? Of course not. Would I be that foolish? The head of the mutants was still alive, and Chenja was worried he might notice. Since it was confirmed to be safe, having 4 capable and experienced bodyguards checking things out secretly was a good idea. You 4, be sharp and don't miss any suspicious places. Notify me immediately if there is any news, AI Austin said to the 4 departing bodyguards. Yes, rest assured, young master. The 4 bodyguards left, and the other 6 remained in the car, which was not far from the base. Once inside the underground base, AI Austin reintroduced himself to everyone. He was quite unhappy that everyone addressed him as young master AI Austin and insisted that they call him by his name directly. The special team members were not particular, and since AI Austin was a companion, they no longer needed to be so polite. Chenja arranged a room for AI Austin right next to his own, so they could look out for each other. The next day, everyone followed the plans made the night before. Chenja, Jinli, and AI Austin went to patrol the underground waterway, searching for and preventing any more teleportation arrays from forming. Chen Hanyue took the remaining people to disguise themselves and carry out a secret investigation in the North District. Last night, Chen Hanyue had been interrogating Hu Feng and other mutants, trying to extract useful information from them. However, no matter how much they were tortured, these crazed individuals remained silent, leaving Chen Hanyue with no choice but to wait for an extraordinary being summoned from another base city by the management elders. This extraordinary individual was someone who had awakened the soul-searching ability and could directly delve into the minds of living beings. Lower-level mutated extraordinary beings had no hope of escaping his soul-searching technique. Since it was soul-searching, what secrets could you hide in your mind? Unless you could seal off certain memories, which was nearly impossible. The situation with the guard troops was similar to that of the special team. Zhou remained tight-lipped, even though he had been tortured beyond recognition, barely hanging on to life, yet he still said not a word. Chen Zhu and the others headed to the underground waterway, starting their search from the one marked as number 1. Although none of them had awakened array abilities, as long as it was a teleportation array, there would definitely be some kind of supernatural energy fluctuation, which Chenja could not miss. Once inside the waterway, Chenja transformed into a bat, which surprised AI Austin, who had no mental preparation for it. Chenja, weren't you a werewolf? This transformation into a bat looks like a vampire's ability. The two were friends, and Ios asked without much thought. After asking, Ios regretted it, not to mention that there were still the Koi and the police team members around, but asking about someone's background like this was really out of line. Ios looked a bit embarrassed at Chenja. Chapter 63. Chenja wouldn't blame Ios, knowing he didn't mean to pry into such secrets, so he just smiled and said nothing. The entire underground waterway surrounded the coastal base city, with a total of 132 entrances and exits. They were currently searching for the 6th one. There were no abnormalities in the previous 5 underground waterways. In fact, Chenja thought there shouldn't be any more teleportation arrays in the underground waterway. After all, it had only been a few days since they destroyed the teleportation array, and the other side must know that the extraordinary beings in the coastal base city would be paying more attention to the underground waterway, so they shouldn't cause trouble again. But soon reality slapped Chenja hard in the face. When they reached the area of the 7th underground waterway, as soon as Chenja entered, he felt his heart racing faster. At first, he thought there might be demonized extraordinary creatures here again, otherwise, his heartbeat couldn't possibly quicken. But then he realized it was wrong. The appearance of demonized extraordinary creatures meant they must have entered the base city through a teleportation array. They couldn't just appear out of nowhere. What a slap in the face! How could another teleportation array appear in just a few days? The other side should know the situation has been exposed. How could they possibly build a new teleportation array so quickly? With a heart full of confusion, Chenja did not speak directly. He intended to observe the situation a bit longer. When they reached the middle of the 7th underground waterway, Chenja felt his heart racing wildly and stopped. Wait a moment. Koi and Ios looked at him. Chenja asked them, "Don't you feel anything?" Hearing him say this, Koi knew that Chenja must have sensed something, though she didn't understand why a mere extraordinary being of 2 realms lower than her could perceive it while she couldn't. However, Koi wasn't stubborn. She immediately stopped, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the fluctuations of the extraordinary energy around her.
As long as extraordinary combat techniques or formation barriers were used, there would definitely be extraordinary fluctuations. Although some techniques or higher-level practitioners' formations or barriers might be hard to detect, any leakage of extraordinary energy couldn't escape an extraordinary being's perception. Ios looked around. He had no sense of perception, as he wasn't even a mutant yet, and his racial talent didn't work on this. Shinju was similar to Koi. He closed his eyes, calmed himself, and carefully sensed the extraordinary energy fluctuations around him, and he really found something. There! Shinju and Koi almost pointed to the same spot at nearly the same time, which was a corner of the ceiling. Shinju and Koi exchanged glances and smiled at each other.
How do we activate the formation there? Shinju didn't know this method.
Koi said, actually, it's simple. You don't need to be an awakened formation mutant or extraordinary. As long as you attack that spot with extraordinary combat techniques, if there's a formation, it will definitely be activated. Since Koi said so, Shinju wasted no time and transformed his hands into wolf claws, slashing diagonally up at the corner of the ceiling. He controlled his strength well. Shinju didn't want to hit the ceiling too hard and create a hole, as that might lead to dozens of people being buried alive if the ceiling collapsed. The cross slash struck the corner of the ceiling without making a sound, which was clearly abnormal. The next second, an array pattern the size of a basin appeared. The formation is red, the red light flickering in and out, and Shinju feels like he has seen this red light somewhere before.
Koi, don't you think this red light seems familiar, like we've seen it before, but I just can't remember right now?
When Shinju asked this, Koi also carefully observed and felt the same way as Shinju. You're right, I have the same feeling. It's so familiar, it's on the tip of my tongue but I just can't recall. The two of them fell into deep thought, and finally, it was Ios who said, the red light emitted by the red moon and the red moon world resembles this very much. Both of them immediately had a sudden realization. Koi clapped her hands repeatedly. Yes, 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 this is exactly the feeling. The red light emitted by the formation is just like the red light emitted by the red moon. It's exactly the same. Shinju furrowed his brows slightly, wondering what the relationship was between the formation and the red moon. One is an ordinary teleportation array, while the other is the culprit that caused today's human shelter cities to shrink back. The two are completely incomparable on a scale. After the formation flashed a few times, it disappeared. Koi exclaimed, how is this possible? Once the formation's true form is activated, it should not disappear, yet this inconspicuous teleportation array truly vanished, from activation to disappearance taking less than 3 minutes.
What does this represent?
Shinju knows little about many things in this extraordinary world. He could only look towards Koi. Koi also had a serious expression filled with doubt in her eyes. I don't know the specifics, I only know that this teleportation array is even more powerful than we imagined.
Is that so?
It seems we underestimated the enemy. Things are more troublesome than we expected. Shinju immediately instructed the police force's brothers to set up markers here, and then dispatched a small team to guard this place. This mission is quite difficult, so the police force's equipment is very sufficient. Even if only a small team is guarding here, there wouldn't be any danger. Let's continue searching forward. I'm worried that there is more than just this one teleportation array in the underground waterway. Koi looked at Shinju, saying nothing, but only nodded. Next, they found a teleportation array almost every 3 to 5 underground waterways, and when they finished searching all the underground waterways at night, they discovered a total of 13 teleportation arrays. The teleportation arrays were identical in patterns and sizes, and of course, included that red light that was exactly like the one emitted by the red moon. The 13 teleportation arrays all appeared and then disappeared again, so they could only use flags as markers to remember their exact locations. After spending a whole day in the underground waterway smelling the scent of gutters, they finally came out. After taking a few breaths of fresh air outside, Shinju said, I wonder how the situation is with the leader. We need to report what's happening here to her. Maybe she can find some clues.
Alright, I'll notify the leader right away.
Koi informed Shin Hangyue, briefly explaining the situation. Shin Hangyue told Shinju and the others to wait in place while she rushed over with Qingmu and the others.
When Shen Hangyue and the others arrived, it was already after 8 in the evening. Where is the teleportation array you found?
As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the city defense officer, Shenlong, also sounded.
Junior sister, where is the teleportation array?
Shinju was surprised. He didn't expect Shenlong, the city defense officer, to also arrive. It seemed that it was indeed Shin Hangyue who had informed him. But Shinju thought about it. It was such a big matter so close to the city wall. It was only natural that Shenlong, the city defense officer, should know that 13 teleportation arrays had appeared right under their noses.
Chapter 64.
Setting up 13 teleportation arrays right under the eyes of the guarding troops was simply a slap in the face for them, so it was no wonder that Shenlong, the city defense officer, had such a terrible expression. Senior brother, you're here. Shin Hangyue stepped forward to greet Shenlong. She understood that Shenlong's mood at this moment was extremely terrible.
Senior brother, let's go in and take a look.
Although it's tricky, we at least discovered it in time. Shenlong grunted sullenly, and a group of people, led by Chinju and his 2 companions, entered the underground waterway. They checked all 13 places with teleportation arrays according to the prepared numbers.
By the time they emerged from the underground waterway, it was already midnight. During this time, everyone remained silent. Chenja could sense the gloomy aura emanating from Shenlong. It seems that Shenlong, the city defense officer, is already seething with anger and could erupt at any moment. Chenja even suspected that Shenlong was feeling a strong urge to burst out of the guarded city walls and slay the mutated extraordinary creatures in the Red Moon world to vent his rage. Establishing 13 teleportation arrays right under the noses of the guarding troops could indeed be blamed on him, the city defense officer, for inadequate safeguarding. So how could he not be furious? His silence and the pressure radiating from him made it difficult for others to approach, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Finally, it was Chen Hongyue who spoke up. After observing the arrays, your guess is not without reason. That red light is indeed similar to the red glow emitted by the red moon. Could it be that the array is connected to the moon in the red moon world? Chen Hongyue's shocking idea caused everyone's expressions to become incredibly vivid, including Chen Zhe, who widened his eyes in disbelief. If what Chen Hongyue said is true, then this array, no matter how small, must not be ignored because the arrays also have energy requirements. If it's just a barrier set up by someone with no follow-up supernatural energy to support it, the array would automatically dissipate after a certain period. But if the array is connected to the red moon, it means that as long as the red moon does not disappear, the array will not vanish even if no one is supporting it. In the world of the red moon, countless mutated extraordinary creatures could continuously enter the coastal base city through the array. This is not just a matter of casualties, it's a threat to the city's existence. Team leader, no matter what it's connected to, shouldn't our first priority be to destroy the array? We need to prevent the mutated extraordinary creatures from entering the coastal base city through the array. Jin Li didn't like all those twists and turns and just wanted to solve the problem as quickly and efficiently as possible. Chen Zhe thought about what Jin Li said and found it reasonable. I agree with Jin Li. Our priority is to destroy the array, and we need to have many people on guard watching the underground waterway, conducting patrols at irregular intervals. His meaning was clear. The appearance of new teleportation arrays so quickly indicates that those who set them up are constantly observing the situation in the underground waterway. Even if we destroy these 13, what good will it do? Perhaps before we can be done, new teleportation arrays will appear again, endlessly catching us off guard. Cheng Mu, with his usual fair-minded character, thought carefully and felt this was indeed a good idea, so he nodded in agreement with Jin Li's plan to destroy the teleportation arrays. I agree too. Wen Hu voiced his support. Zhou Haojuan was also quick to agree with Jin Li's suggestion, to destroy the teleportation arrays and assign people to guard and patrol to prevent the other side from exploiting any gaps in setting up new teleportation arrays, completely blocking any mutated extraordinary creatures from entering the coastal base city, not even a fly. You are all right, it makes sense. Shenlong, who had been silent, spoke up. With 13 teleportation arrays, if they truly connect to the mutated extraordinary creatures, the number will be incalculable. When that happens, countless mutated extraordinary creatures will enter the base city, and it will likely lead to the city's destruction. Standing next to him, Jinja pondered Shenlong's words. It must be said that this was indeed possible. If it were just the teleportation arrays, they could simply wait for the prey to arrive, but in the world of the Red Moon, that group of demonic extraordinary beings was already restless, and if they attacked the city walls at this time, they would directly tie up the guarding troops, losing a large portion of their strength. At that point, both internal troubles and external threats would simultaneously fall upon the coastal base city, making it essentially sentenced to death given its current defensive capabilities. Since you also think this way, senior brother, let's not waste any time and break the formation. Yes. The group re-entered the underground waterway to begin destroying the discovered formations. Formations are just inanimate objects. Regardless of whether Shenlong took action, even a special team of 6 could easily dismantle 13 teleportation arrays. After finishing everything, it was already past 5 o'clock in the early morning of the next day, and the sky was already dimly bright. With the formation broken, the special unit dispatched several police personnel to guard it. Shenlong, the city defense official, instructed Ran Ming to mobilize 2 squads to assist with guarding. According to his orders, if any teleportation array was discovered again, it should be destroyed immediately. If demonic extraordinary beings appeared alongside the teleportation array, they would be killed on the spot, and their bodies stuffed back into the teleportation array to let the enemy understand that no matter what clever plans they made, they would never set foot in the coastal base city. Let the enemy know that the coastal base city was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Ran Ming immediately complied. Shenlong remained to guard the city walls and did not follow the special team back. While the special team was on the way home, they speculated over who had set up these teleportation arrays. I think it must be the reverse beings hidden in the city. Jin Li directly expressed her thoughts. If not, who could do it so quickly? It must be that after we left, the reverse beings came here and somehow tricked the guards on the city walls, setting up 13 teleportation arrays in one go. Jin Li spoke without thinking at all. Fortunately, Shenlong wasn't in the car, or she would have been provoking him for sure. Because there were only special team members in the car,
they didn't have to be so formal and could speak freely. I don't think so, Chenja explained. Although Jinli's words had some possibility, if it was really the reverse beings in the city, with their abilities, why not set up the teleportation arrays directly within the city? That would be faster and more effective, directly drawing the demonic extraordinary beings into the city. Even if they were cunning and crafty enough to set up 13 teleportation arrays in the underground waterways, that was indeed impressive, but how could so many demonic extraordinary beings avoid the eyes of the city wall guards when coming out through the teleportation arrays? Perhaps they would be wiped out completely before even stepping into the city. If the reverse beings wanted to destroy the city, they should have been more fully prepared, so Chenja felt it could be the reverse beings but definitely not those within the city. Hu Feng and his group didn't have any awakeners of the formation changes, they only had the group that helped Hu Feng escape. How many of them were hidden in what places, the special team knew nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hanyue said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. We will interrogate Hu Feng and the others after returning. I refuse to believe they cannot give any useful information." Chapter 65. Of course, Chen Hanyue was referring to the elder from the management council who had invited a mind power master with soul-searching abilities from other base cities. As long as he took action to probe the minds, even if Hu Feng was tough, it would be of no use. However, when they returned to the base, the message they received was that the extraordinary being with soul-searching skills could not come. Chen Hanyue frowned tightly. Jinli immediately asked Xiaojiu, "What's going on? Did the management council relay that he couldn't come? Did they say why he couldn't come?" Xiaojiu nodded. It was a call from the management council, saying that the extraordinary being with soul-searching abilities was urgently recalled due to other important matters. In a short time, there's no chance to come back. Damn it, how unreasonable. We clearly agreed, how can they back out now? Do we not deserve this in the coastal base city? Jinli was so angry that her teeth were clenched, feeling that the management committee was playing with the special group. After all, the management committee was one of the highest management levels of the base city. How could someone they invited suddenly change their mind? It was hard to believe there was no trick behind it, and it was no wonder Jinli was so furious. Chenja also didn't expect things could turn out this way. He had been eagerly waiting for the chance to pry open the mouths of these rebellious types, and now, it felt like drawing water with a bamboo basket, completely fruitless. Alright, let's not say more. Since they can't come, we'll question them ourselves. I still don't believe we can't get a confession from these few little rebels. Chen Hanyue felt a stab of betrayal. She couldn't swallow this anger. It was as if without this soul-searching extraordinary power, the special group couldn't extract anything. For the sake of her pride, she didn't want to beg the management committee anymore. The team leader is right. Why should our special group bow our heads to ask for help? Are we really unable to accomplish anything without them? Although Jinli said this, she wasn't entirely confident in her heart. These rebellious types were tough nuts to crack. Even under torture, they might not open up. Truly, soul-searching was the most effective method. The originally heavy atmosphere from discovering 13 teleportation arrays became even more burdensome with the management committee's interference. At that moment, Chenja stepped forward and said, "How about I give it a try?" Till now, it was Chen Hanyue who had led the questioning, and Chenja had not participated. Suddenly, he expressed his wish to interrogate the rebels, surprising everyone. Jinli shook her head. She didn't doubt Chenja, but these rebels were all seasoned tricksters, and Chenja was still too young. "Chenja, it's not that I look down on you, but you probably can't do it." Jinli's words and everyone's reactions were all noticed by Chenja, but he wasn't angry. "I know I'm still young and inexperienced in questioning, but isn't there a first time for everything? Since there's no better solution right now, why not let me have a try? What's the harm?" Chen Hanyue looked at Chenja seriously. At first, she wasn't optimistic about him. She only asked Jinli to recruit Chenju into the special group because he was like a test subject. But after getting to know him through this period, she found him quite satisfactory. Although young, he acted with a maturity that belied his years, being clever and hardworking, and at least he didn't disappoint her too much. Remembering this, Chen Hanyue nodded in agreement with Chenja's request and asked Jinli to take him into the underground prison to question Hu Feng and the other rebels. After Chenja's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, Zhou Haojuan expressed his concern, saying, "Can Xiao Chenja really do it? Each of these rebels is a cunning veteran, he might not succeed." "You are mistaken, big guy. How can you know without trying? Maybe Chenja's lack of experience could lead to unexpected results." Unlike Zhou Haojuan, one who was somewhat optimistic about Chenja. Both of their points were reasonable. Chengmu laughed. "Anyway, there's no other way right now. Just like Chenja said, how will we know if we don't try? Failure doesn't matter. If he succeeds, wouldn't it be a pleasant surprise? Yes, you all make good points. Let's wait and see the results." Chen Hanyue concluded the topic. She walked towards the control panel and asked Xiaojiu to pull up the surveillance footage from the underground prison. "Turn on the audio, too."
Yes, team leader. After Xiaojiu fumbled with the control panel, Chenjia and Jinli appeared in the middle of the large screen, making their way down the stairs, walking towards the prison cell where the rogue species were held. On the way, Koi asked Chenjia what he planned to do and told him about the cunning nature of the rogue species, reminding him not to fall for their tricks. Chenjia did not tell Koi his specific plans, only smiled and told Koi to wait and see. This made Koi anxious, thinking Chenjia was being mysterious, curious about what he really intended to do. Even seasoned Chen Hanyue had no way to deal with these rogue species. What could a newcomer like Chenjia do? As the two got deeper, Koi finally stopped, and Chenjia saw Hufeng inside the cell. Compared to his previous fierce and arrogant demeanor, he seemed like a completely different person. He had only been imprisoned for a day, yet now he looked as if he had been locked away for years, appearing a bit paranoid. What's wrong with him? Chenjia wondered. Koi shrugged, it's nothing. Torture always requires some methods, otherwise, how could we get these vicious guys to talk? Although Chenjia did not know what Koi meant by methods, he imagined they could not be pleasant, otherwise, how could a madman like Hufeng be tortured like this? Despite the torment, they still refused to reveal the mastermind behind it all, whether there were more rogue species in the city, or the location of the rogue's lair. This showed the cunning and madness of these fierce villains. Of course, Hufeng saw the two. His bulging eyes were filled with blood, and his gaze towards them was full of resentment, even grinning at Chenjia, looking extremely terrifying and fierce. Chenjia remained expressionless, while Koi stepped back a bit. Alright, I've brought you here, the next part is up to you. Okay. Chenjia smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he transformed into a bat and flew into the cell. You? Koi didn't understand why Chenjia would be asked to fly into a bat at this time. If it was just to enter the cell, she had the code to open it, so there was no need to turn into a bat, right? Under Koi's puzzled gaze, the bat transformed Chenjia said, look into my eyes, look into my eyes. His voice was filled with a mysterious allure. Remembering Chenjia's previous methods when he transformed into a bat, Koi realized he intended to hypnotize Hufeng. Can this trick really work? Koi thought, but she didn't interrupt, just crossed her arms and waited to see Chenjia's methods. Hufeng had been glaring at Chenjia, his eyes fixed on him, giving the bat-transformed Chenjia the opportunity to make eye contact. Chapter 66. With just one look from Hufeng, his originally fierce and resentful eyes gradually became hazy, his pupils starting to dilate as he appeared to be hypnotized by Chenjia. Seeing Hufeng's dazed expression, Chenjia knew it was effective, so he changed back to his original form. Koi watched this scene from outside the cell, shaking her head. Hufeng, now I ask, can you answer? If you dare to deceive me with even half a word, I will make you wish you were dead. Yes, wish I were dead. Hufeng nodded like a machine, repeating Chenjia's words. Chenjia was very satisfied. He didn't expect such a good result the first time he used this ability, so he thought for a moment and asked what was on his mind. I ask you, how many rogue species are hiding in the Linghai base city? Hufeng immediately replied, 20 people. 20 people? This number seemed small, but in reality, it was definitely not a few. No human race hated rogue species, even the werewolves and vampires among the extraordinary races deeply despised traitors. Therefore, all major base cities strictly guarded against rogue species, so to have 20 people hide in at once was definitely not a small feat. Chenjia looked at Koi outside the cell, and she had a shocked expression as well. Chenjia continued to ask, besides you, 8 are in the extraordinary private detective office. A weak how managed to infiltrate the guard unit, but where are the remaining 11 people? Hufeng replied, the rapid delivery company in the northern old city is where the remaining 11 are hiding. This question hit the key point. Chenjia feared that Hufeng's status was insufficient for him to know where the other mutants were hiding. The next question was naturally the most critical. What were they planning by going through all this trouble to enter Linhai base city? Alright, I now ask you, what exactly are you planning by entering Linhai base city? What conspiracy do you have, and to what extent has it progressed? Who would have guessed that just as this question was asked, Hufeng's body suddenly convulsed as if someone was choking him by the neck. Hufeng clawed at his neck with both hands, leaving bloody marks. The abrupt change shocked Chenjia, and he quickly glanced outside the cell at Jinli. Jinli immediately entered the password to access the cell. What's going on here? Did your ability go wrong? She thought it might be Chenjia's hypnosis that caused Hufeng to go into this state. Chenjia shook his head. It has nothing to do with my ability. I suspect that my question triggered a taboo, causing him to become like this. Although he didn't understand the mutants' methods, he knew that given their nature, they must have defensive measures. Infiltrating the base city could easily expose them to danger. To prevent crucial information about the mutants from being tortured out if someone was captured, employing various devious means on their own people was a certainty. He had previously asked questions smoothly, and before Hufeng became like this, his eyes were still in a dazed state, indicating that the hypnosis effect was still there. But now he seemed to have gone mad, thus, Chenjia had this guess. What do we do now? Chenjia asked. Jinli sighed and shook her head. He's probably done for.
We should go out and report to the team leader to see if we need to apply your methods to the other mutants. Hu Feng's neck was already a bloody mess. Qinjia had tried to stop it but had been unsuccessful. Now, he was clearly on the brink of death. The methods of the mutants are truly ruthless, even their own people are not spared. Jinli scoffed disdainfully at the actions of the mutants. Qinjia sneered, anyone who can betray their own kind is not a good thing. It's not surprising they act ruthlessly towards their own. Let's go, we are leaving. Qinjia felt no burden in his heart at the brutal death of the mutant and left the cell with Jinli to meet up with the others on the ground floor. In the hall, Chen Hongyue and the others were present. Seeing the two come out with grim expressions, they all felt a sense of dread, thinking that Qinjia's method had not worked and they had not gotten anything useful. Since there were no cameras in the cell, they naturally did not see Hu Feng's final state. Did you fail? Ios asked. Qinjia nodded and then shook his head. Xiao Qinjia, why are you nodding and shaking your head? What does that mean? Stop keeping us in suspense and just say it, Wen Hu urged impatiently. Jinli glanced at Qinjia, signaling him to speak. Qinjia recounted the interrogation process, and when he got to the end, he said, he probably won't survive. I don't know what the team leader thinks, should we try with the other mutants? Chen Hongyue shook her head, there's no need to waste time. Your guess is probably correct, simply inquiring about their tasks will trigger the curse planted within these mutants, and the outcome will be the same, we won't get anything out of them. Humph. Zhou Haojuan snorted coldly, these mutants are simply a bunch of heartless demons. Haojuan is right, we cannot use common sense to judge the mutants. Their actions are erratic and cruel, and their ability to hide 20 people indicates something substantial, Qingwu said, his tone filled with resentment. Qinzhou understood what he was resentful about, particularly that the special unit was responsible for dealing with magical extraordinary beings and mutants in Linhai Base City. Self-proclaimed as having an extensive intelligence network, yet they never imagined that 20 reverse species had infiltrated and remained undetected for so long, feeling as if they had been slapped several times across the face. Enough! Chen Hongyue interrupted everyone's conversation, the established facts cannot be reversed. We must be more cautious from now on. This is not the time for regret. Since we cannot find out their mission, isn't it more important to know where the reverse species hiding in the North District are? We must act immediately and unite with the guard department and the patrol teams. If we delay, they may escape. Right, Junior's sister is correct. We should move right away and meet outside the North District, Shenlong said as he planned to go back and gather more people. Shenjia quickly stopped him, disguise. If we go over so ostentatiously, the other side will definitely sense something odd. If they truly escape, it will be over. Yes, what Shenjia said is true, we cannot alarm the snake before striking. Everyone immediately got to work, disguising themselves, then splitting into several groups to infiltrate the North District quietly. They had already pinpointed the location of the delivery company and began gathering in teams toward it. The North District was a chaotic mixture of people, outsiders came in for treasure or pleasure. After all, many dirty, shady things flowed out from here. Thus, these unfamiliar teams would not raise suspicion, as they could easily be mistaken for treasure hunters. As Chenju approached the delivery company, he felt uneasy, sensing that something was about to go wrong. Sure enough, when they surrounded the delivery company, they found it already abandoned, not a single shadow left behind. It seems we are a step too late. The delivery company was merely a small house. Chenju walked to a nearby shop to inquire, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you happen to know where everyone from this delivery company went?" The old woman glanced at Chenju, then pretended she hadn't heard anything and turned her head away. Confused, just as Chenju was about to ask again, AIAOC stepped forward and immediately offered several hundred yuan bills. Seeing the money, the old woman instantly changed her cold demeanor, her face lighting up with a smile. "Oh, you are asking the right person. Well, I don't know what happened. Just over an hour before you arrived, they all suddenly left together, even leaving the door open. I have no idea where they went, but it looks like they won't be coming back." Chenju understood, no wonder the shop was in disarray. It seemed the reverse species had sensed trouble, abandoned the shop, and left the door wide open. This store in the North District was now probably ransacked by others. He had thought knowing the reverse species lair would allow them to capture them all, even if they couldn't wipe them out, capturing one more reverse species would be a victory. But now, they were still a step too late, and the clue was cut off. How about we go back to try hypnotizing the other captured reverse species to find out what their scheme is? Since they hadn't captured anyone and the clues have been severed, Jinli felt that perhaps they could still extract something from the other captured reverse species. Chenju stood there, annoyed at not capturing anyone, yet his mind was racing, pondering the true scheme of these people. With such a large number of 20 individuals infiltrating, it was not an easy task, ordinary schemes wouldn't warrant such a big operation. Their intentions must be something grand, something that could upheave the entire Linhai Base City, or even bring devastation. If that were the case, relying solely on these 20 individuals wouldn't be enough to achieve that goal, they must be depending on magical, extraordinary beings. But between Linhai Base City and the Red Moon World, there were guard troops protecting the city walls. As long as the walls remained intact, a large number of magical beings couldn't pass through the walls and enter the base city. The only way is the teleportation array. Thinking of the teleportation array, Chenju exclaimed, "Oh no!" Everyone looked at him, and Ios asked, "What happened? Did you think of something?" Chenju scanned the group. "Time is tight, let's talk on the way. We need to hurry to the underground passage." Underground passage? Everyone's eyes lit up. They were all smart people, and with just a hint from Chenju, they all understood, quickly running toward the city outskirts, speeding toward the underground passage. At that moment, in the underground passage, 12 people stood there, both men and women, their expressions excited, with cruel smiles and fiery eyes. Among them, a middle-aged man laughed loudly. "It's almost time, in less than half an hour, the enhanced teleportation array will be completed. A large number of magical corrupted beings will invade the coastal base city, swallowing it whole in a river of blood, and we will have achieved a great deed. Even if we die, our names will be written in bold on the achievement list." Exactly. We will be the great contributors. Who will dare to stand over us? We will gain the king's attention, receive endless wealth, and enjoy boundless glory and riches. I can't wait for this day to come. If we destroy the coastal base city, we become the masters of this city. This group of corrupted beings seemed to already have the coastal base city under their feet, intending to slaughter all human residents and replace them, becoming the new masters of the base city. The vehicle carrying Chenju and others was pushing the gas pedal to the limit, and Chenju kept muttering, "Faster, faster." "Chenju, what's going on?" Koi couldn't hold back any longer. Chenju replied in a deep voice, "I think you can probably guess. Since the teleportation array has repeatedly appeared in the underground passage, isn't the matter already clear? They want to set up a teleportation array in the base city, letting magical corrupted beings enter and slaughter. If they manage to destroy the coastal base city, who do you think it will belong to?" "Hiss," Koi gasped, "it's definitely the corrupted beings. If they occupy the base city, this will be the world of the corrupted beings. At that time, the Red Moon World will cover the entire base city. Even if we want to take it back, it will be difficult. Not to mention whether it can be taken back, even if we do manage, the price will be painfully high. The wise thing is for the higher-ups to abandon the coastal base city." "You're right. That's why I suspect this group of corrupted beings' scheme is to seize the coastal base city as their base. This is better than hiding like rats in the sewers," Chenju said. "They are dreaming, deluding themselves." Koi gritted her teeth. "Do they really think the coastal base city can be destroyed so easily? This is a base city, how could it lack any defenses? Not to mention the 80,000 guards, do they think they can easily deal with them? Their wishful thinking is absurd. Can we go any faster? There's no time left." Chenju thought of the teleportation array in the underground passage, and he was suspicious about one thing: the appearance of 13 small teleportation arrays in such a short time was definitely not simple. Even the first teleportation array was probably an experiment. Perhaps the super private detective agency where Hufeng was located was discovered and taken down as expected by the corrupted beings, leading people step by step to the North District, while they seized the chaos to act in the underground passage and restart the teleportation array to bring in magical corrupted beings. At this moment, the vehicle sped forward, getting closer to the underground passage. Chenju felt extremely anxious, his unease was growing stronger. He believed that the situation was probably beyond control and could not be stopped. Just as he was lost in thought, Shenlong's phone rang. Shenlong glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing, and everyone immediately looked at him. Shenlong answered the phone, and the next second came a thunderous shout. "What? Say it again?" Chenju knew that something had definitely happened, and it was something very serious. The atmosphere in the car became extremely heavy and oppressive. Shenlong quickly hung up the phone, giving various commands and arrangements. Just by listening to these orders, everyone guessed the situation: a large number of corrupted extraordinary creatures had entered the base city area. As expected, we were still too late. Not only late, but the situation has also spiraled out of control. "Senior brother, did the corrupted extraordinary creatures enter the base city?" Before Shenlong could speak, Chen Hanyue asked. Shenlong nodded. "I must rush back to guard the city wall. You all hurry to intercept the corrupted extraordinary creatures in the underground waterway. According to reports, the corrupted extraordinary creatures that have appeared so far are limited and still within a controllable range, but we must be prepared for the massive appearance of high-level corrupted extraordinary creatures later. You also need to notify the management meeting. The coastal base city is facing a life and death crisis. Don't worry, those old folks are not fools. The loss of the coastal base city would not be beneficial for them either," Chen Hanyue said, her eyes blood-red. Chenju clenched his fists. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he had never participated in a battle against a wave of corrupted extraordinary creatures attacking a base city.
This battle would be a bloody storm, and he might even lose his life. Chapter 68. After about 10 minutes, the car was very close to the underground waterway, and through the car window, they could already see the shapes of the corrupted extraordinary creatures in the distance. Even from this far away, they could see the tall silhouettes. The physique of the corrupted extraordinary creatures was definitely not small. That seems to be a North Sand demon bear. Although it's only a Scarlet Iron 3-star, its physical attack power is extremely strong. We absolutely cannot engage it closely, Shenlong said, experienced and immediately reminding everyone to avoid suffering losses when they began to fight. Don't worry, senior brother, we won't be careless, Chen Hongyue replied with a cold expression. At this moment, she was not just a special group leader but exuded the aura of an extraordinary expert. Chenja looked towards Jinli, Chengmu, Wenhu, and Zhou Haojuan. All four had serious expressions, ready for battle, and were determined to defend the coastal bay city at all costs. Ios. Chenja turned to Ios beside him. You must not get out of the car later. Have your bodyguard hurry back to the city, it's too dangerous here. Ios did not oppose or foolishly insist on staying to fight alongside them. He knew that he was only skilled in hand-to-hand combat and could not use his powers against the corrupted extraordinary creatures. Fighting them with just martial arts was like a baby provoking an adult with a stick. What was the difference from seeking death? I understand. Be careful, and I hope that when I see you again, you are still alive. While speaking, Ios took out something the size of a thermos from his pocket. Here are 3 recovery potions and 2 restorative potions. Keep them for emergencies. Chenja didn't decline and took them, nodding to express his gratitude. One must know that fighting against corrupted extraordinary creatures would be a war of attrition, and having restorative and supplementary potions was advantageous for battle. Seeing him take it without a second thought, Ios was very happy. At least he knew that Chenja truly regarded him as a friend and was not pretending to be polite. As they spoke, the car had already approached the underground waterway, and they were spotted by the corrupted extraordinary creatures, which began to gather towards the vehicle. From Chenja's rough glance, there were at least 20 corrupted extraordinary creatures, all between Scarlet Iron 1-star and 3-star. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The number and strength of the corrupted extraordinary creatures were still within a controllable range and not the opponents of everyone present. Stop the car. Chen Hongyue said. Zhou Haojuan, the driver, stopped the car. Everyone got off the car, and Chenja told Ios to quickly find his bodyguard and leave this area. Chenja believed that a bodyguard with extraordinary power could ensure Ios' safe departure. Otherwise, once a fight broke out, they couldn't worry about so much, and if things went wrong, Ios would be affected. So getting him away quickly was the safest choice. Be careful, Ios nodded to several others, then quickly ran towards the back. The bodyguard was already on high alert. Watching Ios get into the car and leave, Chenja finally felt at ease. At that moment, the ground trembled noticeably as the mutated extraordinary creatures were approaching everyone. Shenlong called out to start the car and rushed towards the city wall guarded by the troops. He needed to return to command and deploy forces to help the special group at the underground waterway. Currently, there were 20 mutated extraordinary creatures outside, and who knows how many more were in the underground waterway? Plus, they needed to destroy the teleportation array quickly to prevent higher-level mutated extraordinary creatures from appearing. If a golden-level mutated extraordinary creature appeared, the coastal base city would truly be in danger. The police team and patrol team will guard the area 1 kilometer outside the abnormality and extraordinary beings. No ordinary person is allowed to approach. This also serves as a line of defense. Additionally, the special team should work together to eliminate the 20 mutated extraordinary creatures in front of us. Among this group were 2 organizations. The special team and the police team were one force, while the patrol team was another. But the highest authority was Chen Hongyue, and no one opposed the orders she gave. They immediately began to act. It must be said that, although the situation was urgent, everyone moved quickly and orderly, not at all panicked. All right, let's move. With a command from Chen Hongyue, everyone charged towards the oncoming mutated extraordinary creatures. As Chenja raced towards the mutated extraordinary creatures, his heart raced faster than before, faster than any time in the past, because of the enemy's number and level. Great! Such a rapid heartbeat means the next awakening of my abilities isn't far away, Chenja thought, as his limbs had already transformed, becoming wolf-like. His sharp claws exuded the owner's resolute murderous intent. Chenja, you are only a 5-star mutation and have not yet reached the extraordinary level. You should stay close to us, ambushing or looking for a 1-star mutated extraordinary creature. Do not engage with high-level mutated extraordinary creatures at this moment. This is not the time to be a hero. Chen Hongyue was worried about Chenja. After all, his level was too low. This was not a solo fight but a group battle, and while you fought one enemy, others might attack from another direction. You had to be alert in every direction and could not be careless. Chenja nodded. Don't worry, Captain. I'm not the type to seek death. Chen Hongyue agreed with this. Chenja wasn't careless or arrogant.
She was just expressing her concern with a reminder. At this moment, both sides had clashed. Chenja dodged a North Sand demon bear and charged towards a three-colored demon snake. The three-colored demon snake had three different colored heads, but all three heads were attached to the same snake body. Each snake head represented a different elemental attribute, but the one in front of him was just in its juvenile stage, only a one-star red iron. Chenja was confident he could slay it. Die! Chenja rushed toward the three-colored demon snake, leaped high, and struck down with a cross slash at its heads. Clang! The cross slash landed on the three heads of the demon snake, producing a metallic clang. Chenja was taken aback. I didn't expect the scales of the three-colored demon snake to be this hard, providing the effect of a defensive shield. It seems that this cross-shaped slash doesn't work on it at all. Understanding this, Chenja began to run in a zigzag pattern around the three-colored magic snake. The middle head of the three-colored magic snake was red, and a fireball made of fire elements was already forming in its mouth. Damn, it can attack from a distance. Chenja knew that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to get close to the three-colored magic snake. So, just as the three-colored magic snake was about to complete its fireball formation, Chenja activated his special ability. A large amount of blood mist surged out from his body, bloodline suppression. This bloodline suppression, which had turned into a combat skill, was no longer limited to just werewolf lineage. The emitted blood mist covered the three-colored magic snake. As long as the three-colored magic snake was affected by the bloodline suppression and became sluggish, Chenja was ready to launch a close-range attack at its weak abdomen. He didn't believe that the three-colored magic snake could still withstand the cross-shaped slash. Chapter 69. This time, it was a certain kill. When the three-colored magic snake fell down, it probably couldn't believe that a mutated being who wasn't even extraordinary could kill it. After killing the three-colored magic snake in front of him, Chenja didn't feel excited but turned to look for his next opponent. More than 20 magical extraordinary creatures couldn't threaten the 6 members of the special team, but he still couldn't be careless. Chenja knew very well that he had to eliminate them before a large-scale appearance of magical extraordinary creatures, otherwise, the overwhelming numbers would make it impossible for even the 6 of them to handle it. After taking down another three-colored magic snake, he paused to recover briefly. Although he could kill with one blow, he had to exert himself 100% each time, which drained too much of his special ability. After catching his breath, just as Chenja was about to look for another target, he heard a loud warning from a nearby koi, "Watch your back, North Sand Magic Bear." Chenja frowned slightly and turned to look, only to see a North Sand Magic Bear charging towards him with heavy footsteps, each landing kicking up thick dust. This was the nature of the North Sand Magic Bear. They could manipulate dust, and every time they struck, the dust would confuse and disrupt enemies. The North Sand Magic Bear was not to be compared with the three-colored magic snake, so Chenja had to be cautious. I wonder if my bloodline suppression can restrain the North Sand Magic Bear. After all, there was still a gap in strength, 3 levels he felt uncertain about. The ground trembled slightly. The North Sand Magic Bear's size was too immense, and even though it was still nearly 10 meters away, its shadow had already covered Chenja's position. It moved like a small hill. Hiss. Chenja inhaled sharply. This huge magical extraordinary creature definitely couldn't be approached. Even though its large size made it slower, its defensive power was also very high, and even if Chenja launched continuous attacks, he might not break through the North Sand Magic Bear's defense. If attacked, even a slight hit could crack bones, and the worst-case scenario could be deadly. Flank it! After figuring out the characteristics of the North Sand Magic Bear, Chenja immediately made a judgment. He absolutely couldn't confront it head-on. He had to find a way to outmaneuver it and activate bloodline suppression. Thinking of this, Chenja immediately dodged to avoid a frontal confrontation and circled around to the side of the North Sand Magic Bear. Given its enormous size and speed, once it lost sight of its target, it couldn't immediately change direction due to inertia. Chenja seized this opportunity. When the North Sand Magic Bear couldn't help but lean its body, he struck. He aimed for the soft flank of the North Sand Magic Bear and delivered a cross-shaped slash. The slash hit the rib area of the North Sand Magic Bear and actually sparked. It was as if 2 metal weapons were violently colliding. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe at how thick the North Sand Magic Bear's skin was. Its defense was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he never intended to kill the North Sand Magic Bear with this one cross-shaped slash. The North Sand Demon Bear, caught off guard, took Chenja's cross slash. Though it wasn't injured, it certainly felt some pain, which enraged the North Sand Demon Bear, causing it to roar to the sky. Wow! My eardrums hurt so much. Chenja couldn't launch a second attack. The North Sand Demon Bear's roar felt like a hammer striking his eardrums. He had to cover his ears with both hands to ease the piercing pain. After its roar, the North Sand Demon Bear turned and charged towards Chenja. Chenja quickly removed his hands and transformed into his vampire beast form, becoming a bat. He had no chance to use bloodline suppression, and with 3 levels of difference, Chenja felt it would be pointless anyway. Turning into a bat made him agile and small, just right to counter the large North Sand Demon Bear. Flapping his wings, Chenja did not hesitate and charged directly at the North Sand Demon Bear. The bear swung its fist, as large as a basin, to attack the bat Chinja. At that moment, the North Sand Demon Bear's fist was dozens of times bigger than the bat Chinja, but to Chinja, the attack was too slow, and he easily dodged it. He was looking for a chance to fly close to the North Sand Demon Bear and use his hypnosis technique. "I'll help you." At that moment, Sheng Mu, who had appeared nearby, shouted as he realized Chinja's intent.
"Okay, thank you, Brother Chang Mu," Chinja replied while avoiding the North Sand Demon Bear's attack.
Sheng Mu activated his plant control ability, causing 2 vines as thick as his wrists to sprout beneath the North Sand Demon Bear, curling around its ankles. By the time the North Sand Demon Bear noticed, the vines had already wrapped around its ankles. With a fierce roar, the bear tried to break free from their grip. Sheng Mu would not give it that chance, desperately holding on to prevent the vines from snapping or being thrown off. Chenja saw Sheng Mu's expression and understood that he was also pushing himself. The strength of the North Sand Demon Bear was too great. "Brother Cheng Mu can't hold on much longer, I have to hypnotize this big guy quickly." Chenja carefully dodged the North Sand Demon Bear's wildly swinging arms and finally got close enough to meet the bear's eyes. "Big guy, behave yourself." Chenja activated his hypnosis technique. Hypnotic light beams shot out from his bat eyes, striking the bear's eyes.
"No way, I can't hold it."
Chenja had already been casting his technique for over 10 seconds, but the North Sand Demon Bear showed no sign of being affected, still thrashing its arms wildly, causing Chenja to feel urgent anxiety.
Damn it, is hypnosis useless too?
After all, the gap was 3 realms wide, and Chenja was furious that his realm was still only at 5-star transformation. If he were at iron level, even just 1 star, he would confidently control the North Sand Demon Bear and prevent it from being so aggressive. "Hurry, Chenja, I can't hold on much longer." Sheng Mu gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain control over the vines wrapped around the North Sand Demon Bear. Sweat the size of beans beaded on his forehead, and it wouldn't be long before he couldn't hold on and the bear broke free. Chenja did not respond, holding his breath and increasing the strength of his hypnosis.
Finally, Chenja noticed the North Sand Demon Bear's struggles were lessening, and its fi.
At this moment, Chenja's hypnosis finally succeeded. The North Sand Demon Bear was hypnotized, its pupils unfocused and disoriented.
Die.
As Chenja returned to his human form, he unleashed a cross slash on the North Sand Demon Bear, determined to deliver a fatal blow this time.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The North Sand Demon Bear fell to the ground. He had finally achieved it, killing this powerful, demonized creature with 1 strike.
Chapter 70. Ah.
Chenja felt like his whole body was falling apart, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air.
Sheng Mu slowly walked over to him. "Get up. Do you know you are on a battlefield? There are enemies all around you, lying there could get you attacked and killed at any moment."
Chenja forced a weak smile, pushing himself up to stand, looking around the battlefield. About 20 demonized supernatural creatures had been dealt with.
"Aren't they mostly taken care of?"
"There won't be any demonized creatures sneak attacking me. I truly feel like my energy has been drained, as if my body is falling apart."
Sheng Mu chuckled helplessly. "Yes, overexerting your supernatural power will definitely make you feel this way.
After all, you forced the hypnosis against a being 3 levels above you, it's bound to have side effects.
Quickly use a recovery potion."
Saying this, Sheng Mu took out a recovery potion and injected himself. Chenja also pulled out a syringe to restore his body, slowly feeling better, unlike the sharp pain from earlier. After this experience, Chenja learned his lesson. No matter what, he must never overexert his supernatural power again, it's too painful. Everyone gathered together, looking a bit defeated, but overall, they hadn't sustained serious injuries, which was a small blessing in their misfortune.
"Captain, what's the current situation?" Chenja asked.
Chen Hanyue pointed to the underground passage. "The people who went in to investigate still haven't returned. I see the situation inside is not optimistic. Fortunately, the demonized creatures that have emerged from the underground passage are still within controllable limits."
Though Chen Hanyue said this calmly, she was internally anxious. This was only one part of the underground passage. What about other exits? What if demonized creatures appeared there too?
Especially since some entrances were very close to the urban area, one misstep could allow a demonized creature to enter the city and start a massacre. Chenja looked into the distance, where brothers from the security team stood guard, forming a protective line.
He thought of a good idea and shared it. "I think for safety's sake, we should establish a warning line in a certain area.
This will both prevent demonized creatures from rushing into the city and protect people from entering this dangerous zone and facing death." Everyone agreed with Chenja's idea, but the special team at the coastal base city only had 6 awakened individuals, leaving them stretched too thin. Their only hope was the defense troops. "Don't worry, the Shenlong City defense officer will surely think of this.
I believe the defense troops will arrive soon.
We can only leave the matter of the warning line to them, it is the final line of defense. If the line fails, the city will run red with blood."
Chen Hanyue was not exaggerating. Given the ferocity of these demonized creatures, ordinary people would hardly escape alive. The atmosphere was tense, completely unlike celebrating a victorious battle. At that moment, a tremor resonated from afar. Following the sound, they saw countless figures rushing towards their location. These were soldiers from the guards, emerging from the city walls. Their numbers exceeded 10,000. Shenlong City had mobilized 10 full squads, and leading them was none other than Ran Ming. After the two sides met, they briefly exchanged their current situations. After hearing this, Chenja let out a slight sigh of relief. At least the world of the Red Moon was relatively stable, and there was no sign of a large gathering of magical extraordinary creatures attacking the walls. Ran Ming, we must set up a quarantine zone at least 5 kilometers away to ensure that no magical extraordinary creature breaks through the defenses into the city. Chen Honyue said to Ran Ming. Ran Ming nodded. Before setting out, the city defense officer Shenlong also told him the same thing. He nodded and said, the city defense officer has already instructed me. Soon, I will have 5 large teams set up a quarantine zone around the city, 5 kilometers away from the underground waterway for defense. We will absolutely not let any magical extraordinary creature pass unless we are dead. That kind of determination made Chenja feel an involuntary respect. Leave 5 large teams to start exploring and clearing the underground waterways. We must crush the magical extraordinary creatures in their cradle, making sure they cannot even take a step into the underground waterway area. Okay. Chen Honyue replied loudly, our special team is willing to accompany. Thank you. How is the preparation in the city? Their deployment here was naturally important, but they also couldn't afford to be careless in the city. The battlefield changes rapidly, and anything could happen. They couldn't blindly believe that they could control the magical extraordinary creatures or that they wouldn't break through their defenses. Therefore, the city residents must enter the safety barrier swiftly, allowing not only the extraordinary families but also other forces to act together, overcoming this crisis. Chen Honyue stated that she had communicated with the elders of the management council, and actions had already begun in the city. The entire coastal base city had opened 100 defensive barrier caves, and the city's citizens were moving in to take shelter. However, even a small coastal base city had millions of inhabitants, and how many could be relocated in a timely manner just depended on fate. The coastal base city has 18 major extraordinary families, as well as vampire and werewolf families. The Witch Coven has also joined the defense. I believe as long as we aren't faced with a tide of magical extraordinary creatures attacking the base city, we can get through this disaster with minimal casualties. This time, Chen Honyue did not feel apprehensive. When she saw the message from the elders, she became extremely excited and had a great deal of confidence. Chenja felt that the current situation was favorable for the coastal base city. As long as there were no mistakes, the coastal base city could definitely pass through this man-made disaster smoothly. After this incident, he increasingly loathed the reverse species. For the sake of their hidden interests, they actually aided the magical extraordinary creatures in attacking human base cities, which was simply unforgivable. Alright, time is tight. Let's act quickly. This time, the guarding troops dispatched 40,000 people, which was already half of the guarding force. They began to disperse into many small teams, entering one underground waterway after another. The special team of 6 followed Ran Ming and went into the nearest entrance. As soon as they entered the underground waterway, Chenja felt his heartbeat bouncing like never before. He could even hear his heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Blood was continuously pumping, and it felt as if the blood was boiling. Could it be that I'm about to awaken my abilities again? This boiling sensation in his blood made Chenja feel that he was one step closer to awakening his abilities again. Originally, after his first awakening, the abnormal heartbeat allowed him to awaken abilities once a week. He had not expected to have an unusual constitution. When encountering enemies related to the mutated extraordinary, his heartbeat would quicken even more, greatly shortening the awakening time. I hope this time I can awaken a powerful offensive ability, so I can exert greater power in battle. Chapter 71, as Ran Ming's team continued to advance, the special team walked at the back of the group as a rear guard. Did you sense anything? The Koi asked, leaning closer to Chenja. Chenja shook his head. Apart from the crazy beating of his heart, he didn't feel any proximity to magical extraordinary creatures, nor did he sense any hidden teleportation array. The Koi nodded silently. She was surprised, but Chenja's perception was even better than hers, as proven in previous encounters with the teleportation arrays. It's not just the Koi who found it strange, even Chenja himself was puzzled. He understood the abnormal heart rate, but that kind of perception was simply astounding to him. To say it was due to enhanced senses from mutation must be questioned. Which extraordinary person doesn't have heightened senses? Chenja wasn't even an extraordinary being, yet his sensory ability surpassed even theirs, unbelievable to anyone who heard it. As they continued forward, the team suddenly stopped after walking for about 10 minutes. Before Chenja could figure out why they halted, a strong gust of wind swept back from the front,
pushing them all to the back of their special group. This wind was fierce, and Chenja witnessed it leaving deep scratches on the walls. Anyone unaware would think it was done by the claws of a giant beast. He considered that even with his beastly wolf claw, it would be hard to leave such deep marks. Everyone, quickly take cover. We cannot be hit by the wind blades hidden in this gust, they are incredibly powerful and sharp. The soldiers in the front were seasoned fighters and immediately dove to the sides, displaying remarkable coordination. By the time it reached the special group at the back, they were already a bit late. Fortunately, Chen Hongwei quickly conjured a net to shield the 6 of them in front. The net twisted and deformed under the wind's impact, but Chen Hongwei managed to hold up against the attack with her strength despite being overwhelmed. The gust appeared fast and vanished just as quickly, leaving no trace behind, making it seem as if it had simply materialized out of thin air. However, how could such a gust appear out of nowhere? Chenja felt it was too much like an enemy's special ability. Even so, everyone remained on high alert, maintaining their evasive movements for a few minutes, ensuring no second gust would strike before regrouping and moving out. But because of the earlier wind attack, everyone had become extremely vigilant, causing their speed to slow as they prepared for sudden ambushes. Just before leaving the area, Chenja suddenly stopped, causing the other 5 in the special group to look at him in surprise.
What's wrong, Chenja? Chen Hongwei asked. Did you find something unusual?
The Koi's eyes brightened. She thought Chenja's sudden stop must mean he sensed something strange and couldn't wait to know. Chenja didn't answer the 2 questions. Instead, he turned to look at the horizontal lines on the wall diagonally to the left, his brow furrowing, his eyes filled with doubt, as if he had discovered something yet couldn't confirm it.
I'm asking you, say something.
The Koi, impatient, wanted to pull on Chenja's clothes to make him speak, but Chen Hongwei stopped her. Chen Hongwei shook her head at the Koi. He probably sensed something unusual but can't confirm it. Don't disturb him, sometimes a fleeting thought in his mind can be lost if interrupted. Although anxious, the Koi dared not disturb Chenja any further and waited for him to speak on his own. After several seconds, Chenja pointed to the horizontal line at the top of the cave in the left diagonal direction and said, I suspect there's a teleportation array there.
The teleportation array is very small.
Koi, shoot over there. Chen Hongwei directly ordered Koi to shoot in the direction indicated by Chenja, without wasting any words. Koi curled her lips into a smile. Team leader, just watch. The pistol was raised, and then the fingertip condensed metal elements to form a bullet, shooting. As the gunfire sounded, Ran Ming, who heard it ahead, immediately raised his hand and clenched his fist for the team to stop. He quickly walked back from the front. When he arrived at the rear where the special group was located, he saw Koi shooting at the top of the cave, frowning slightly. Team leader Chen, what are you doing? Chen Hongwei simply replied, just wait and see, maybe we'll find something. Hearing that Chen Hongwei also seemed uncertain, Ran Ming didn't ask any more questions. In this situation, even a small doubt couldn't be overlooked. When Koi shot the 3rd bullet, the bullet did not hit the top of the cave but disappeared. Everyone saw it and exchanged shocked glances. It was clear without further discussion that there was indeed a teleportation array. The bullet vanished through it. Unfortunately, the teleportation array did not appear, but a black dot appeared in midair, gradually expanding. Everyone became alert, thinking that a corrupted extraordinary creature was appearing in the underground waterway through the teleportation array. As the black dot became clearer, Chenja realized that it was not a single black dot but countless black dots grouped together, mistakenly making it look like a huge corrupted extraordinary creature was passing through the teleportation array.
What is that thing?
It's so densely packed that it makes my scalp crawl. Koi exclaimed with a look of disgust, clearly suffering from a fear of clusters. It's spiders. Chenja saw clearly that those black dots were, in fact, tiny spiders the size of fingernails. This made him feel surprised. If they wanted to destroy a city, why would they send a bunch of such small spiders through the teleportation array?
Could it be that there were no corrupted extraordinary creatures left in Hongnua's world, and they were even sending out these tiny spiders?
But when others also discovered that they were indeed spiders, Ran Ming's expression became grave enough to drip water. These are cursed poisonous spiders.
Cursed poisonous spiders?
Chenja had seen pictures and descriptions of cursed poisonous spiders in the base's database. No wonder Ran Ming looked so serious. Although small, poisonous things are often more dangerous the smaller they are, just like this cursed poisonous spider. Cursed poisonous spiders not only carry poison but also possess cursed power. If bitten, one would be cursed, and within 5 minutes, they would surely die from total body rot. This amount must not be allowed to pass through the teleportation array, otherwise, it will be troublesome. Seeing that the cursed poisonous spiders were about to completely pass through the teleportation array, Chenja quickly reminded everyone to take action first. Based on the area of those black dots, it was no less than thousands of poisonous spiders. If they allowed a large number to pass through the teleportation array, even with many people present, there was no guarantee that a few wouldn't slip through unnoticed. Cursed poisonous spiders are too small, they could easily avoid detection and no one would notice them at all. Prepare to attack. With Ran Ming's command, the soldiers of the guards immediately gathered their supernatural energy, ready to unleash their respective supernatural skills.
Chapter 72.
Thinking about the ground and walls filled with densely packed black spiders, even if they were just ordinary spiders, Chenja felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps all over his body.
What are we waiting for?
Chenju was the first to strike at the teleportation array, executing a cross-slash with all his strength. Clearly, everyone envisioned that scene and began to attack, instantly filling the underground waterway space with various supernatural moves. After a wave of attacks, everyone paused to look at the teleportation array, hissing. Chenja took a breath of cold air, finding that it had no effect at all.
What's going on? Even if we have this many people attacking, even a gold tier 3-star expert should be wary. Why is nothing happening at all?
Chenja was astonished, as the results were truly baffling, and others around him also looked puzzled. No way, these cursed venomous spiders are just a group of low-level red iron 1-star magical creatures. Why are they so hard to kill? Koi, unfazed, shot several times at the teleportation array ahead. Since the cursed venomous spiders were densely packed, there was no need to aim, but the result was that the bullets entered the teleportation array and didn't stir a single ripple. Chen Hongyue intervened, stopping Koi from continuing her attack, and shook her head at her.
Forget it, don't waste your abilities.
They are still inside the teleportation array, our attacks will probably be ineffective.
I looked at the team leader in confusion, wanting to hear the reason behind it.
Chen Hongyue turned to stare at the teleportation array. In my opinion, the reason our attacks are ineffective is that they haven't appeared from the teleportation array yet. Our attacks can enter the teleportation array, but due to spatial distortion, they eventually deviate and are swallowed by the powers of time and space distortion. In fact, the attacks haven't even touched the cursed venomous spiders. Although this was also Chen Hongyue's guess, Chenja felt it had a good chance of being true. Therefore, further attacks would indeed be in vain, leaving them only to wait for the moment when the spiders would emerge from the teleportation array to strike.
Chen Hongyue immediately ordered everyone to be on high alert. As soon as any cursed venomous spiders appear, we start attacking. We absolutely cannot let them escape the teleportation array.
Yes. Everyone faced the teleportation array in a battle-ready formation, just waiting for the cursed venomous spiders to emerge. As soon as one showed up, they would take it down, watching how they would dare to come out and cause trouble. The shadows became more and more pronounced, and Chenju instinctively clenched his fists because he knew the cursed venomous spiders were about to appear from the teleportation array.
They're coming out.
Someone shouted, and Chenja had already struck. However, he didn't use all his strength, it was purely a reflex reaction under extreme tension. Before the cross-slash could reach that cursed venomous spider, the attacks from others had already begun. Explosions erupted one after another, and the cursed venomous spiders were no longer visible, all obscured by various attacks. However, the continuous falling bodies of the venomous spiders clearly indicated that a large number of cursed venomous spiders had emerged from the teleportation array. The sheer number was staggering. Chenja didn't even need to aim, he could just keep attacking toward the direction of the teleportation array. After 30 seconds of attack from those at the front, they immediately retreated, and the next layer of people stepped up to replace them. This cascade of attacks lasted for more than 10 minutes before they finally stopped. A layer of venomous spider bodies floated on the misty water, fully covering the surface and leaving not a trace of the mist. The number of cursed venomous spiders is truly astonishing. Seeing so many spider bodies, Chenja felt a chill on his scalp and sighed, how can there be so many? During the exchange of layers, Chenja finally got a clear look at the teleportation array and discovered that even after killing so many cursed venomous spiders, there were still so many emerging from the array.
This is very normal.
Koi beside him spoke in a calm tone, clearly unfazed by the large number of spiders. Chenja turned to look at her, and Koi continued, cursed venomous spiders, being small-sized magical creatures with low elemental attack power, live in groups.
Do you know how many spiders are in a swarm of cursed venomous spiders?
Chenja shook his head, completely unaware of it. Koi held up one finger, watching as Chenja appeared still clueless, and said, 100 million.
What?
Chenja could not fathom the number.
100 million was an unimaginable figure.
Just the thought of 100 million spiders, even if they didn't attack people, would scare someone to death just from seeing them.
Koi nodded, that's right, you heard me correctly.
100 million, a cursed venomous spider swarm is measured in units of 100 million, so killing these is just a fraction. Chenja's chest surged violently, his heart truly overwhelmed by a huge shock. Many people were present, each experienced and skilled, but Chenja felt that perhaps there were still too few people to deal with a cursed venomous spider swarm.
Jean Li sighed, you must be thinking that we can't possibly deal with so many cursed venomous spiders, right?
Chenja nodded without hesitation, this was indeed what he thought.
Everyone knows that it's about human effort, we should kill as many as we can.
Chenja suddenly understood, actually, everyone knew this but hoped to kill as many as possible before more poisonous spiders emerged, thus reducing the spreading curse and minimizing future troubles. Since this was the case, Chenja couldn't slack off. He rushed into the crowd to help everyone attack together. His cross-slash attack had a large range, capable of killing dozens of cursed venomous spiders with one strike. Unfortunately, they were all focused on attacking and completely failed to notice that under the vast area covered by the poisonous spiders, the teleportation array had expanded significantly compared to before.
Have you noticed that the number of cursed venomous spiders appearing seems to have increased? That's not scientific.
One soldier from the guard unit expressed his confusion. We've been attacking steadily, even if the numbers can't decrease, they shouldn't increase. Everyone heard his words.
After taking a closer look, they realized he was right.
Chenja fixed his gaze on it. Indeed, the area from which the venomous spiders were pouring out was much larger than before. Originally, about 20 people could cover the area with one wave of attack, but now 30 were needed.
Could it be?
Chenju immediately thought of a possibility, shouting to Chen Hongyue, team leader, I suspect the area of the teleportation array has expanded, the array is changing. In the distance, Chen Hongyue frowned when she heard Chenja's words, her eyes flashing. She quickly found Ran Ming, the teleportation array is indeed changing.
We must find a way to deal with this, if it exceeds.
She wanted to say that if a certain number of venomous spiders emerged together, it would exceed the attack range of everyone present, and then some venomous spiders would slip through.
Damn, why is the teleportation array changing? That's not normal.
Ran Ming frowned tightly, knowing the situation was serious. Unfortunately, before they could come up with a countermeasure, a large number of cursed venomous spiders began to fall from the sky, just like rain. No one expected this turn of events, and the scene began to descend into chaos as everyone abandoned their attacks on the venomous spiders to protect themselves from the falling cursed spiders. Hiss! Chenja took a sharp breath, turning his head to see a venomous spider landing on his shoulder. It was biting him just then.
Chenja!
Jinli also noticed the cursed venomous spider on Chenja's shoulder and shot at it directly. The bullet brushed past the cursed spider, killing it and removing it from Chenja's shoulder without injuring him at all.
Jinli quickly approached Chenja, concerned, were you bitten? What's the situation? How do you feel right now?
Aoki walked over as well, urging Chenja to quickly inject the recovery potion. The cursed venomous spider will sow a curse through its bite. The cursed person will initially feel dizzy, then lose consciousness, and finally be bound by the curse until they become a dried corpse. Hurry and inject the recovery potion, it might help counteract some of the curse's power. Chenja nodded and immediately took out the recovery potion to inject himself, then closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive, and Chen Hongyue loudly reminded everyone to be extremely careful. They must never let a cursed venomous spider bite them. There were too many spiders here, perhaps one bite could be resisted with internal abilities, but if bitten by 2, 3, or even more, it would be truly hopeless.
How do you feel?
Aoki looked at Chenja with concern, his heart heavy. Chenja did not open his eyes. He slightly shook his head. He already felt uncomfortable, as if his mind was a little hazy. Aoki's words echoed in his mind, like being in an empty cave where Aoki's question about how he felt reverberated everywhere. Seeing Chenja's body slightly swaying, Jinkoi felt anxious, knowing that the curse power of the venomous spider was starting to affect Chenja's consciousness. The curse power is attacking his mental strength.
Aoki, what should we do now? Is there a better way? Jinkoi looked at Aoki. Aoki shook his head.
The recovery potion has been injected. Now we can only rely on his own psychic energy.
There is no other good way. Damn it!
Jinkoi cursed, then softly said to Chenja, you must hold on. Don't let the curse power defeat and take over.
If that happens, you will really be doomed.
Chenja's consciousness was already beginning to blur, but he could still hear Jinkoi's words.
However, he could no longer speak and could only nod slightly as a response to her.
Seeing that Chenja could still retain some rationality, Jinkoi felt a little relieved, and she and Aoki worked together to move Chenja to a place far away from the teleportation array, where the cursed venomous spider did not roam. Aoki asked Jinkoi to stay at the original spot and guard Chenja while he returned to the teleport array site to continue the attack.
Jinkoi did not disturb Chenja, silently praying that he would be okay.
Meanwhile, Chenja was battling against the curse power within his body. He could clearly feel a strange purple force flowing through his blood like spider silk, destroying his body. I will survive this calamity, I absolutely cannot let you, a mere curse power, defeat me.
Chenja thought fiercely, using his psychic energy to counter this purple thread.
But doing this caused his body to bear an immense impact, as if a group of people were fighting inside him, and beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead quickly. Jinkoi, who had been watching him, naturally noticed that Chenja was frowning, his forehead covered in sweat, knowing he was enduring immense pain. Chenja could no longer hear any sounds from the outside. His consciousness was hazy, fully relying on instinct to resist the impact of this external force. Thud, thud, thud. In his blurred state, he completely failed to notice that his heart was beating at an unprecedented speed. His blood flow also began to accelerate. The curse power submerged in his blood faced great resistance, twisting and struggling to break free from this force, but it was utterly futile. Though ineffective, the two forces seemed to reach a balance, neither able to outdo the other. At that moment, it seemed that another force appeared and crashed directly into the curse power. The curse power twisted in pain, gradually losing its resistance as the circulating blood carried it toward the heart. As time passed, the curse power flowed with the blood circulation to the position of Chenja's heart, finally wrapping around it. With each heartbeat, the curse power gradually faded, while a trace of strange purple force lingered within Chenja's heart. Chenja's consciousness slowly began to clear, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and even his breathing became much steadier, shocking Jinkoi, who had been watching him intently.
What happened to him? Why does he suddenly seem to be in less pain?
Jinkoi was not unhappy that Chenja was no longer suffering. She simply could not understand the situation, especially since it was her first time seeing someone bitten by the cursed venomous spider. With his mind slightly restored, Chenja immediately began to check his body. Naturally, he noticed the changes in his heart. He felt an incredible shock. Strange, how is the cursed thread wrapped around the heart and still being absorbed by the heart, and a purple thread is gradually revealing itself on the heart? He was also confused about the situation, but he knew it shouldn't be life-threatening. Thump! Thump! At this moment, the heart beat violently twice, and Chenja was shocked because this was a sign of awakening new abilities. Cursed power. My god, I actually awakened a mental curse with cursed power after being bitten by the cursed poisonous spider? Chenja was extremely excited, not expecting to turn misfortune into fortune, unaware that this was the special aspect of his constitution, otherwise, he would have already died after being bitten by the glutton. In a few more seconds, the cursed power wrapped around his heart was completely absorbed by the heart, and Chenja opened his eyes. You're awake, Chenja, that's great. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable in your body? Seeing Chenja wake up, Jinli was overjoyed and quickly inquired about his condition. Being cared for by his teammate made Chenja feel warm inside. He knew Jinli had been watching over him. After expressing his gratitude, Chenja smiled and said, I feel really good now. Not only am I fine, I've awakened new abilities. What? It can be like this? Jinli's perception was completely overturned. Not only had Chenja not been harmed by the cursed power, but he had also awakened new skills. You're simply a monster. You were bitten by the glutton before and didn't get hurt, you can't be judged by common sense. Chenja wore a proud smile and continued, not only have I awakened new skills, but I'm also about to step into the extraordinary. From now on, I will also be an extraordinary person. Jinli was left speechless, knowing that it was good that Chenja was really fine. Alright, since you're okay, let's hurry back. Everyone is very worried. Okay. The two of them quickly returned to the teleportation array, where Chenja discovered that the scene was very brutal. Many cursed poisonous spiders had avoided attacks and had landed on the waterway, starting to attack people. Not good, someone has been bitten. Jinli's expression became serious as he noticed 3 people leaning against the wall, their lips turning purple and their eyes hollow, clearly bitten by cursed poisonous spiders. Chapter 74. Seeing the appearance of those 3 bitten people made Chenja feel immensely fearful. Although he didn't know why he was fine and had instead gained so much, if it weren't for this, he would be just like those 3 now. When Chen Hongyue and the others saw Chenja appear, they knew he was fine and finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding at him. Jinli had already joined the attack, and Chenja wasn't idle either. Through his actions, he clearly felt that he was more composed than before. Is this the feeling of about to step into the extraordinary? It's simply too amazing. He understood why the extraordinary dealt with mutations so easily. The two were completely incomparable, the gap was enormous. The more he anticipated awakening to become extraordinary, the faster he struck, wanting to let himself experience a thrilling battle ahead of time. Unfortunately, there were simply too many cursed poisonous spiders. Everyone had exhausted themselves after continuous battles. If it weren't for the replenishing potions, they would have probably run out of energy and been overwhelmed by the cursed poisonous spiders. This can't go on, but we can't escape. If we run away, not to mention these cursed poisonous spiders, this group of cursed poisonous spiders is merely cannon fodder in front, and surely there are more troublesome monsters behind them. Chenja quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind, knowing it was very unfavorable for them. If only there were a way to capture all these cursed poisonous spiders at once. But this was easier said than done. The highest level here, Chen Hongyue and Ran Ming, were both experts at the Red Iron 5-star level, yet they were both being suppressed and could hardly cope with the cursed poisonous spiders. No one else, it seemed, would have a solution either. Should we give it a try? Chenja thought about his newly awakened wide-range mental curse attack. Unfortunately, he had just awakened and wasn't sure if it would work. No matter, the situation is urgent, I can't think too much. After making up his mind, Chenja immediately shouted to Chen Hongyue and Ran Ming, I just awakened a new ability, a wide-range mental attack technique. I want to try it on these cursed poisonous spiders.
Everyone, stand back. Are you confident? A new ability, a wide-range mental attack, all of these require a lot of ability energy as a foundation. Chenja was just a 5-star variation, not yet extraordinary. Ran Ming worried that if it failed, all their previous efforts would be in vain. But Ran Ming wasn't familiar with Chenja, so he didn't know what his true strength was, whether he could really do what he said. So he looked towards Chen Hanyue. Chen Hanyue was obviously also judging the feasibility of the situation in her heart, but in the end, she decided to trust Chenja this time. She noticed Ran Ming looking at her, understanding what he was thinking, and then nodded at him. I believe he can do it, let him try. Since team leader Chen said so, let's do it this way. Everyone, step back. With Ran Ming's command, all the soldiers of the guard team stopped attacking and retreated, leaving the coverage of the teleportation array. Chen Hanyue nodded to Wenhu and the others, and Jinli, Chang Mu, Wenhu, Zhou Haojuan, and the others also stepped back. After everyone stopped attacking, the cursed poisonous spiders began to pour out of the teleportation array like a tide, without any obstacles. Chenja clenched his fists anxiously. This matter was critical, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He couldn't afford to fail. Seeing him hesitate to act, Chen Hanyue knew he was worried, carrying too much psychological burden. So she said to Chenja, do it boldly. Even if you fail, we are here to support you. Don't carry too much psychological burden, that will affect your ability. Chenja nodded and took a deep breath. Got it, team leader. Chenja's feet had already left the ground. This mental curse relied on the bloodline combat skills of vampires, and Chenja didn't care about hiding anything now. His transformation began. His skin turned cold and pale, his clothes transformed into a tailcoat, 2 sharp vampire fangs appeared on his lips, and his pupils became blue. Ha! This scene stunned many people because they all thought Chenja was a werewolf variation. They didn't expect he could also transform into a vampire. Chen Hongyue's eyes gleamed, and her heart was also filled with excitement, thinking, it seems the experimental data will need major changes. After the transformation, Chenja shouted loudly, gathering all his strength to channel his ability energy. His blue pupils emitted a ghostly blue light, rippling outward in layers, enveloping the cursed poisonous spiders. The cursed poisonous spiders were very afraid of this ghostly blue light and tried to struggle, but it was useless. The cursed poisonous spiders covered by the ghostly blue light increased, placing great pressure on Chenja, and he felt it becoming strenuous. But he couldn't give up. Once he did, all would be lost. So he gritted his teeth tightly and continuously urged the ability energy within him, ensuring that his combat skill wouldn't weaken. Watching him exert himself, Chen Hanyue could naturally see Chenja struggle. She clenched her fists silently, her heart racing with uncertainty. Chenja, you must hold on. Go, Chenja, you can do it. Chen Hanyue prayed silently, while Jinli got carried away, excitedly waving her arms to cheer for Chenja. Seeing her like this, Wenhu was also inspired and cheered, and soon the soldiers of the guard team started waving their fists and shouting, Go, Chenja. Hearing everyone's encouragement, Chenja felt he absolutely couldn't fail. The energy of supernatural abilities within him was draining too quickly. Chenja saw that a large number of cursed toxic spiders were still not enveloped by the mental curse's dark blue light. He gritted his teeth and managed to move his hands, pulling out a recovery potion. He is injecting a recovery potion. It seems that this coverage is making his supernatural energy deplete too fast. He can't hold on anymore, Koi said worriedly. If he fails, not only could the cursed toxic spiders survive, but Chenja might also suffer repercussions from excessive depletion. Don't make a sound, don't disturb him, Chen Hanyue said, appearing very confident in Chenja. But her trembling voice gave away how anxious she truly was. Chenja was given high hopes, and this attempt was his own request. He absolutely could not give up. After injecting the recovery potion, his supernatural energy began to recover. But compared to the speed at which it was draining, the recovery was far too slow. Chenja could only grit his teeth and endure, yet the burden on his body from the rapid energy loss made him feel like every inch of his skin was about to crack. I, Chenja, refuse to believe this evil. I can definitely do it. Chenja let out a tremendous roar, his heartbeat thundering in his ears, like a thunderous blast. The supernatural energy surrounding him exploded forth, shining like a glowing star. Is this advancing? Ran Ming was utterly shocked. He never expected Chenja would break through at that moment, evolving from a mutant to a transcendent being. This was a qualitative leap. After advancing, Chenja's supernatural energy received a significant boost, instantly expanding the range of the mental curse, almost completely covering all the cursed toxic spiders that had appeared within a single breath. Die! As Chenja raised his hand and tightened his fist, the cursed toxic spiders under the mental curse first froze, then began to attack their fellow kind, starting to kill each other. Hiss! This scene made everyone present gasp in shock. They never expected Chenja's mental curse could control the cursed beings to slaughter each other. With such a wide range, the cursed toxic spiders had already surrounded the teleportation array, preventing any new enemies from emerging.
The already cursed toxic spiders began to slaughter one another, and their bodies fell from the air like rain, abundant and dense.
Great! Chenja, you did it so well, Koi cheered, waving her fist excitedly. Phew! Numerous guard soldiers exhaled deeply, sitting down to inject recovery potions.
They didn't need to fight right now and could recover their exhausted supernatural energy.
Chen Hongwei and Ran Ming walked over to Chenja's side. Ran Ming patted Chenja's shoulder with a smile. Well done.
No wonder Officer Shen Longcheng wanted you to join the guard team, you really have unlimited potential. Chenja felt a bit embarrassed by Ran Ming's praise.
It was just a coincidence, he never expected to gain unexpected benefits from being bitten.
Chen Hongwei also smiled and nodded at Chenja, praising his good performance.
Captain, what should we do next?
It seems it will take some time for these cursed toxic spiders to completely consume each other, Chenja remarked, noting that even with them killing each other, it would be hard to wipe them out within the hour. Chen Hongwei turned to look at the cursed toxic spiders wildly fighting in the air.
Since it needs time, that's just right for us to rest. Everyone has consumed too much. Those who were bitten need to be sent to the Transcendent Hospital for curse removal treatment as soon as possible. Ran Ming immediately ordered a small team to take the bitten soldiers away.
The remaining people stood by to recover their supernatural energy, ready for the next round of battle. Chenja has just advanced to become an extraordinary being, but he has not yet reached the first level of red iron. However, his supernatural energy is still abundant and does not need adjustment, so he naturally takes on the duty of guarding, allowing everyone to rest and recover in peace. During this time, Chenja keeps an eye on the cursed venomous spiders fighting in the air and the teleportation array hidden behind them. He does not dare to be careless about this bizarre teleportation array, as it can expand its range on its own. If it suddenly expands now, new enemies could enter the underground waterway, which must not be allowed at this moment. Clap, clap. The bodies of the cursed venomous spiders fall onto the foggy water with a clapping sound, but after some time, Chenja realizes he has not heard this sound for a long while and looks down at the sewage in confusion. To his surprise, he quickly walks to the edge of the sewage to check carefully, where are the venomous spider bodies? Just a moment ago, the surface of the sewage was floating with countless cursed venomous spider bodies, but now, apart from some new ones that fell, the ones everyone had killed before have completely vanished. Not only that, but the originally dark sewage has also become much clearer. If there were only one point of doubt, it might just be a coincidence, but with so many doubts, there must be a huge problem. So, Chenja Beast transforms one of his hands and reaches into the sewage, wanting to see what exactly is wrong inside. Just as his werewolf claw is about to get close to the sewage, a tentacle made of water suddenly emerges from below, wrapping around his wrist. The sudden change shocks Chenja, causing him to jump up and try to break free from the tentacle. However, the other end of the tentacle exerts a powerful pulling force. Even with his current extraordinary strength, he can easily lift a 500-pound iron block, yet he cannot break free from a tentacle made of water, which leaves him in astonishment. What exactly is this thing? Get out here! After shouting angrily, Chenja uses all his strength to raise his arm. When his arm is not long enough, he jumps into the air and finally drags out whatever is beneath the tentacle. When he sees the appearance of the owner of the tentacle, he is even more baffled. It is actually a blob of water, only flat, with countless tentacles resembling a jellyfish. Jellyfish Beast Demon. Chenja, quickly cut off its tentacles, or your flesh will be drained, and you will be struck by lightning. As Chen Hongwei opens her eyes after recovery, she sees Chenja being attacked by a demonic extraordinary creature and recognizes immediately what it is. Hearing Chen Hongwei's warning, Chenja instantly beast transforms his other arm and slashes through the tentacles of the jellyfish beast demon with his sharp claws, performing a backflip to land next to Chen Hongwei. Captain, you said this thing is a beast demon. Why have I never heard of beast demons? Chenja has indeed heard of demonic extraordinary creatures, but it's his first time hearing the term beast demon. What kind of race is this? The world is vast, and within the Hongwei world, there are countless unknowns, so not knowing is only normal. Chen Hongwei's expression becomes serious. We were all careless. Our focus was entirely on the demonic extraordinary creature, and we forgot that in the Hongwei world, there exists a mutated race produced under the red moon. The jellyfish beast demon is one of those races. However, they are not naturally mutated life forms, but rather liquid mutated beings formed by the pollution of red moon blood energy. They are just called jellyfish beast demons by humans because of their appearance. Hearing so much information at once overwhelms Chenja, and he closes his eyes, taking deep breaths to gradually digest it. How did they appear? We have so many people watching the teleportation array, yet there were no other mutated extraordinary creatures besides the cursed poison spider. This was what surprised Chenja very much. If he had not noticed that all the corpses of the cursed poison spiders had disappeared, he would not have reached out to check the sewage, nor would he have discovered the jellyfish beast demon. Chen Hongwei shook her head. I also don't know. The jellyfish beast demon is a liquid mutated creature, appearing in liquid form.
It may have mixed in with the cursed poison spiders. The number of cursed poison spiders was too great. If there were liquids mixed in, everyone might mistakenly think it was just water and not pay attention. However, it was not impossible that they fell into the sewage, absorbed the waste, and formed jellyfish beast demons that devoured the spider corpses. As the two talked, jellyfish beast demons gradually floated out of the sewage waterway. Fight, fight! Chenju immediately shouted, waking up the others who were recovering. Hearing Chenju's call, many people gradually opened their eyes. Chenju, you don't need to recover, why are you shouting like a ghost? The koi, who had only recovered 80%, expressed her dissatisfaction as soon as she opened her eyes. Chenju was too lazy to argue with her, pointing at the waterway above, look for yourself. Only then did the koi notice the new enemies that had appeared. She recognized these creatures. Oh no, how could there be beast demons, jellyfish beast demons? Jellyfish beast demons? Many people repeated the name, clearly as clueless about it as Chenju was. Waking up, Ranming spoke with a serious tone, just as one wave calms, another rises. Why would liquid mutated creatures appear out of nowhere? These things don't even have a solid body. Attacking them is like attacking water. Unless fire-type abilities can evaporate the liquid directly, ordinary attacks won't harm them at all. I didn't expect this. Chenju never thought that these seemingly weak jellyfish beast demons would be so difficult to deal with, making him feel a bit awkward. He had not awakened any fire-type ability techniques since he had mutated into a hybrid of werewolf and vampire, both of which were associated with shadow, spirit, and strength, completely unrelated to fire. I am fire-type. Although it can only be considered a derivative of metal abilities, explosive bullets can also produce flame effects, but they need assistance from wind-type techniques, the koi said immediately. Ranming immediately issued an order, all fire-type and wind-type soldiers, step forward. Immediately, over 100 guard soldiers stood up and moved to the front row. Split into 2 rows. First row fire-type, second row wind-type support. As Ranming's command was given, these hundreds of soldiers quickly divided into 2 rows by their attributes. Chenju glanced over and saw that there were 83 fire-type soldiers and 37 wind-type soldiers. This number was not small, especially since only the koi and one who echoed them, while the rest stood at the periphery for defense. If their subsequent actions did not go well, even if these people could not completely eliminate the jellyfish beast demons with their techniques, their attack power was still strong enough to hold them back. The jellyfish beast demons began to move, extending countless tentacles from their bodies. Chenju felt that calling them jellyfish was really inappropriate since the number of tentacles was at least twice that of the jellyfish seen on TV, seeming like just a small body among countless tentacles. Prepare to start the attack. With Ranming's command, the temperature in the waterway space began to rise immediately, and Chenju felt his throat become dry. All the fire elements in the air began to gather around them due to the fire-type ability techniques, and everyone took out their most powerful fire element techniques, while Chenju covered his eyes with both hands. The tentacles crazily extended towards the guard soldiers in front, launching attacks. When Ranming gave the command, all soldiers with fire element battle skills launched their attack, while behind them, the wind element battle skills activated simultaneously. The wind stirred the fire, and the flames surged fiercely, enhancing the power of the fire element battle skills. Not good. Feeling this overwhelming force, Chenju saw through his fingers the violent fire element battle skills. He thought to himself that this fierce fire element might shatter the space here. Everyone, control the range of the battle skills. Otherwise, the buildings here won't be able to withstand this power. Chenju hurriedly shouted for everyone to hear, but unfortunately, it was too late. The walls above the waterway had already started to crack, and nearby walls began to show signs of crumbling. It's over, I've still arrived too late. Chenju immediately began to beastify to enhance his body strength. Suddenly, a huge piece of the wall cracked and fell, directly above the soldiers maintaining the battle skills. Chenju pushed off the ground with all his strength and shot out, punching that falling piece of wall, smashing it to pieces, thus preventing any injuries to the soldiers below. Captain Ranming, team leader, this place won't hold up for long, it will collapse. We must leave quickly, or we'll all be buried alive here. Ranming and Chen Hongyue exchanged glances and looked around. They noticed that the cracks in the surrounding walls were indeed significant, with small stones falling in abundance. The collapse was imminent. Everyone, retreat from the underground waterway. Both shouted in unison, no longer able to worry about the teleportation array and the jellyfish beast demons. Hundreds of lives were at stake. If they didn't leave now, they would truly be buried here. They were just iron-level extraordinary beings, their bodies unable to withstand the impact. If the waterway collapsed, they would surely be crushed to death. Everyone withdrew their hands and began to run towards the exit of the waterway. Just as they left their spot, stones began to fall from the ceiling above them. Although the jellyfish beast demons had shrunk significantly due to the heat of the fire element battle skills, they had not completely disappeared. Unfortunately, before they could pursue, they were crushed into the ground by falling stones, unable to move. While running, Chenja looked back, urging everyone to hurry. The collapse behind them was extensive, gradually spreading towards their direction. The collapse of the waterway triggered a chain reaction, and the rumbling sounds of the collapse urged everyone to run for their lives. However, there were too many people, and the ground in the waterway was too narrow for everyone to escape fully. Damn it! Cross/slash. Chenja launched an attack, smashing a large stone that was falling. The soldiers below looked at him with gratitude, and Chenja waved his hand at them, urging them to run faster. Thus, they ran while smashing the falling stones, and finally, everyone escaped from the waterway. Chenja looked back and saw that the entrance and exit were completely blocked by fallen rubble, dust rising and spreading outwards. All squad leaders immediately account for the number of people. Let's see if everyone has gotten out. Chen Hongyu hurriedly searched for the special group members. Seeing everyone was there, she let out a sigh of relief. After counting, everyone had safely escaped, and no one was trapped. Everyone sat down on the ground. Chenja smiled bitterly, unsure whether this mission could be considered a success or failure. Such a large-scale collapse would surely be difficult to protect the teleportation array. This ticking time bomb had been disarmed, no magic-corrupted extraordinary beings would emerge from here. I wonder how the situation is at other locations. Chenja looked toward the distant urban area of the base, seeing no signs of battle, indicating that no magic-corrupted extraordinary beings had entered the city. Things still seemed to be under control. But before Chenja could breathe a sigh of relief, a large number of guard soldiers suddenly rushed out from the nearest entrance and exit, followed by the sound of explosions. A giant shadow appeared. What is that? Chenja had never seen such a magical super creature. It looked like an elephant, but its size was more than twice that of a normal elephant. Even the ancient woolly mammoth would seem like a small dog in front of it. Chapter 77. Giant Rock Elephant. How is this possible? How could a magical super creature like the giant rock elephant appear? Impossible, it can't be. Some soldiers who discovered it exclaimed in disbelief. Chenja noticed their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. Although he didn't know the exact level of this giant rock elephant, he could guess from their expressions and tones that this creature was definitely beyond his capacity to handle. Similarly, Chen Hongyue's serious voice echoed beside him. What kind of large teleportation array could allow such a massive magical creature to pass through? I hope it's just this one. If a herd of giant rock elephants appears, then the city of Lehigh Base will surely be destroyed before the experts arrive. What? Since Lehigh Base City faced the possible attack of a tide of magical super creatures, Chenja had never seen Chen Hongyue look so grave. No, not grave, her face was ashen, as if she had already foreseen the city's destruction. Team leader, is the giant rock elephant really that strong? Lehigh Base City may not be large and its strength is insufficient, but it's not hard to find 5 golden-level super beings in the city. Could it be that the giant rock elephant can't even handle 5 golden-level supers? Chen Hongyue was one of the golden-level experts. She was a 1-star golden-level master, while the city defense officer was a 3-star golden-level master. This was already a very strong rank. There was also an elder from the management committee stationed in town, who was a 3-star golden level. That made 4. Adding the super families and super races residing in Lehigh Base City, was there really not a single golden-level individual among them? Chenja couldn't believe it. Even if there were only 4, those 4 golden-level supermasters already constituted a terrifying combat force. Could it be that they couldn't even compare to this giant rock elephant? Chen Hongyue shook her head. You're underestimating the giant rock elephant. Although its level is only 2-star golden, its whole body is armored in rock just like armor. If we can't break through this defensive armor, it will be invincible at the same rank. How could this be? At that moment, Chenja felt as though all his strength had been drained away. He took 2 steps back in disbelief, his heart struck by a tremendous blow. It's over. If this is true, it really is over. He had initially thought that with the effort of the entire city, even if Lehigh Base City were to suffer a heavy blow, it wouldn't lead to its complete destruction. But the emergence of the giant rock elephant shattered Chenja's illusions. Not to mention other magical super creatures, just this one giant rock elephant could truly lead Lehigh Base City to a tragic death and final destruction. Everyone's faces became extremely grim. The despair was palpable, and they could all sense each other's hopeless feelings without needing to speak. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. That sense of unwillingness mixed with a powerlessness to resist weighed heavily on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Chenja gripped his fists tightly. Is there really not a single way to deal with this? No one could answer him because no one knew. Everyone, immediately go to reinforce. Ran Ming had already given the command. The guarding soldiers, forced into a dire situation by the giant rock elephant, were in a very pitiful state. Fortunately, due to its massive size, the giant rock elephant was very slow, or else none of the soldiers would have survived.
Although they all knew this battle was undoubtedly a loss and that heading out was like walking to their deaths, every guard soldier stood up to respond without hesitation after Ran Ming's command. Then, under Ran Ming's lead, they marched toward the giant rock elephant. Only 6 special group members were left behind. Chen Hangyue did not look back at them, but gazed ahead at the massive figure of the giant rock elephant.
I must go. You are no match for it, going would just be a waste of your lives. You must return to the city immediately, for the sake of preserving your lives. Leave Linhai Base City.
Group leader. No one expected Chen Hangyue to say this. She was planning to abandon the city. No, group leader. I want to stay, even if Linhai Base City really falls. Xingmu still wore his baseball cap, and his words were firm. Without any hesitation, he was merely stating a fact.
And me. One who lightly waved his folding fan, still wearing a charming smile on his face. Of course, I will stay too.
Zhou Haojuan patted his chest. Against such a strong opponent, it's not my style to just stand by.
Jin Li scoffed, my strength doesn't matter much. I'm from Linhai Base City, so I can't run away at such a critical moment for the city. If I flee now, I will never forgive myself. You guys, why go through this? Chen Hangyue shook her head. She wasn't saying to abandon the city and run, she just didn't want them to make unnecessary sacrifices. After all, the appearance of the giant rock elephant was like a death sentence for Linhai Base City. Though they were currently in the suburbs and not in the city center, one could imagine the chaos in the city. The defensive barrier set up in Linhai Base City might hold against other mutated supernatural creatures, but it would certainly not withstand a giant rock elephant of this level. So residents fleeing there would be of no use. The only chance they had to survive was if Chinja left Linhai Base City before the giant rock elephant entered the city. Others began to speak up, expressing their desire to stay. However, Chenja remained silent. He looked back at the guard troops and police units, the last line of defense formed by the patrol team between the suburbs and the city. He knew this defense was now virtually meaningless. It would not hold against the giant rock elephant. Chenja. While Chenja was lost in thought, Chen Hangyue called his name. After calling twice, Chenja finally reacted. What's wrong, group leader? You have just entered the realm of the extraordinary. You are young with good potential, likely to become a higher-level extraordinary being. Don't be stubborn, leave quickly. Chen Hangyue did not look down on Chenja, she simply did not want him to perish for no reason. What the group leader said is correct, Chenja. Listen to the group leader and leave quickly. No one will blame you for running away now, everyone knows we are bound to lose this battle. Go back, maybe one day you can avenge us. That's right. By then, teach the giant rock elephant a good lesson, and wipe out its entire race if possible. Others also came forward to persuade, hoping that Chenja would not be impulsive and feel any guilt. Leaving at this moment was not cowardice. Chenja looked at them and smiled. Why be so pessimistic? Things are far from over, there may still be a turning point. Although I have not been in the special group for long, since I am part of it, I cannot abandon my teammates and leave alone. I didn't express my intention to stay earlier because it didn't need to be said. You. Why put yourself through this? Chen Hangyue was moved by Chenja's words, but was there really a turning point? She understood very well that she was not a pessimistic person who couldn't keep calm, but at this moment, she couldn't think of any way for Linhai Base City to be saved. Chenju and the others looked resolute, absolutely not backing down. Chen Hangyue looked at them and smiled knowingly, saying no more. In that case, we will fight to the death, swearing to protect Linhai Base City. Yes, we will protect Linhai Base City at all costs. Chenju and the others shouted in unison, then ran towards the direction of the giant rock elephant. The giant rock elephant, while moving slowly, had such an enormous body that even a slow step covered several meters. It chased after the group of guard soldiers, who were in utter disarray. Even when they stopped to fight back, the result was simply being knocked over by a single kick from the giant rock elephant. Ran Ming and others had arrived, attacking the giant rock elephant from all sides in an attempt to block its advance, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Chenja, who was running, had already seen that the attacks from over 100 people, including Ran Ming, struck the giant rock elephant, creating sparks everywhere. Aside from a slight reaction from Ran Ming's attack, the giant rock elephant completely ignored the other soldiers' attempts. This is the strength of the giant rock elephant. After hearing Chen Hangyue talk about it, seeing it with his own eyes left him deeply shocked. I am confident that my strongest move, the cross slash, could contend even against a transcendent-level red iron 3-star opponent, but against this giant rock elephant, it would probably only spark a few flames without having any real effect. So hitting it head-on with the cross slash is utterly useless. Chenja thought very clearly. It seems we can only find a way to hypnotize it or place a mental curse on it. But with such a large difference in levels, will hypnosis or curses really work? He was unsure in his heart but planned to go all out and test it when the time came. When they were less than 100 meters from the giant rock elephant,
Chenja heard an explosion sound coming from a distance. He turned his head and discovered that the explosion originated from the defense line, where thick smoke was rising, indicating intense fighting had already occurred there. It should be that demonic, transcendent creatures have appeared from other entrances and started attacking the defense line, Jean Li said. The demonic, transcendent creatures at the inlet and outlet of the underground waterway they had investigated had been blocked, but that didn't mean there were no demonic creatures appearing at other entrances. It seemed the defense line had indeed been breached. I must immediately contact the city defense officer, Shen Longcheng, and tell him to send reinforcements. Chen Hanyue said as she quickly pulled out a communicator, then turned to Cheng Mu and said, Cheng Mu, you contact the management committee and report the situation here. Please ask Lord Lin to come for reinforcements, and have him request help from superiors, informing them that there is a giant rock elephant here. Yes. Cheng Mu immediately took out the communicator to contact the management committee. As one of the earliest members of the special team, he held a position equivalent to deputy leader, so he naturally had a way to reach the management committee. Chenja looked at Jean Li, Wen Hu, and Zhou Haojuan. The three of them had serious expressions. Everyone was resolved to stay behind and accept their fate, but that didn't mean they were unafraid. Even a golden-level transcendent would feel their scalp tingling in such a situation, let alone their group of red iron-level individuals. Chen Hanyue had already finished her communication. The city defense officer will send another 10,000 people as reinforcements. Within 10 minutes, the city defense officer will personally lead them here. Chenja felt great joy. Having one more golden-level expert would significantly reduce their pressure. However, he began to worry about the outside of the wall regarding the Red Moon world. Team leader, with the city defense officer personally bringing people, what will happen to the outside of the Red Moon world? Don't worry, the situation inside the Red Moon world is currently calm, with no signs of demonic transcendent creatures gathering. It seems this time the demonic creatures want to come in directly through the teleportation array and start their massacre inside the base city. Chen Hanyue said with a tone filled with resentment. If the demonic creatures came directly to attack, it would be less of an issue, as the city walls and the energy stone weapons on them would provide defense. But now that the demonic creatures appeared directly inside the city walls, all defenses were rendered moot. The more this was the case, the more Chenja hated these traitorous beings. If it weren't for their collusion, how could the coastal base city be so passive and caught off guard? Shang Mu also reported, Lord Lin is immediately bringing transcendent reinforcements from the management committee. Currently, there are no magical extraordinary creatures roaming the city, and the city lord has sent a distress signal to Feng City, believing that Feng City will send people for immediate reinforcement. Feng City is a higher-level base city than Linhai base city, with a size 3 times that of Linhai and several times more extraordinary beings, so with their support, Linhai base city can surely overcome this crisis. Right now, let's not worry about that. Our victory lies in fully stopping the giant rock elephant from breaking through the defense line. Chen Hanyue immediately urged everyone to focus and begin attacking the giant rock elephant. Yes, team leader. Everyone started to run again, and in an instant, they reached the giant rock elephant in less than 100 meters. From a distance, it was shocking, but when they came face to face with it, they realized how terrifying the giant rock elephant really was. Humans stood before it as small as ants. The internal shock suddenly extinguished their will to attack, as they were utterly intimidated by this colossal creature. Chen Hanyue noticed the thoughts of her team. This was understandable. The giant rock elephant was far too terrifying. Consolidate matter, hammer of the earth. Chen Hanyue raised her hands high above her head and forcefully brought them together, as the energy of her special ability gradually formed a massive hammer made of rock. She let out a fierce roar, swinging the hammer of the earth from bottom to top, smashing it towards the giant rock elephant. Her shout immediately awakened the stunned Chenja and the other 5. They exchanged glances and sprang into action. Chenja immediately transformed into a werewolf, sprinting swiftly on all fours. He quickly approached the giant rock elephant, not just coming close but moving under its massive body. The giant rock elephant's size created vast spaces between its limbs, giving Chenja moving room. While other soldiers and teammates attacked and distracted the giant rock elephant, Chenja, having transformed into a werewolf, made it under the giant rock elephant's body, raising his wolf head to gaze at its belly. Chenja estimated that the ground was about 10 meters away. At this height, he only needed a light leap to reach it while maintaining his werewolf form. Let's see if this is its weak point. Chenja planned to strike the giant rock elephant's belly, hoping it would be a weak spot with thin defenses. Just as Chenja was about to strike, he heard a scream. He was startled and turned to see the source of the scream. It was the guarding soldiers, all of whom had been frozen into ice blocks. How is this possible? Before Chenja could be shocked, the giant rock elephant powerfully flapped its massive ears, and those frozen soldiers turned into dust. How is this possible? This is dozens of guarding soldiers. Chenja was deeply shaken. How did dozens of soldiers get frozen by the giant rock elephant and then shattered into powder? Chapter 79. Terrifying. This word echoed in Chenja's mind. The giant rock elephant was indeed too horrifying, capable of manipulating both ice and wind attributes at the same time. It could kill dozens of people in one breath, and currently, everyone's attacks had no effect on it. Chenja heard Ran Ming's voice, reminding the guarding soldiers to be extremely cautious of the icy breaths emitted by the giant rock elephant. The giant rock elephant roared towards the sky, temporarily forced and unable to move forward again. Chenja focused all his energy on the upcoming attack. War is ultimately brutal. This was Chenja's first witnessing of such a terrible reality, and he could only keep adjusting his mental state. Gathering his focus, he leaped high into the air, aiming for the giant rock elephant's belly. Focusing all his attention on mobilizing his special abilities' energy, he unleashed his full power for a cross-slash aimed at the giant rock elephant's belly. A roar! The cross-slash struck the belly of the giant rock elephant, causing it to stop and let out a wail. This hit was not like a tickle to him, at least it made the giant rock elephant feel pain. Chenja looked at the place where the giant rock elephant was attacked, and surprisingly, a cross-shaped wound appeared. Chenja felt immense joy in his heart, excited beyond measure, as the attack finally worked. Indeed, the giant rock elephant's weakness is its belly, as long as I. Chenja's excited smile had not lasted 10 seconds before it froze. Because that wound was visibly healing at a speed that was alarming. How is this possible? Does the giant rock elephant have such strong healing abilities? Alright, you can heal, then I will hit you until you can't heal anymore. Chenja was filled with rage and jumped again to unleash the cross slash, targeting the area that hadn't fully healed, breaking the giant rock elephant's healing and widening the wound again. 1 hit, 2 hits, Chenja unleashed 5 consecutive cross slashes in one breath. Chenja stopped attacking, gasping for breath, unable to maintain his werewolf form and revert to his original state. He didn't have time to use a healing potion and look towards the place where the giant rock elephant was attacked. With such a large wound, I don't believe it can heal this time. Chenja clenched his fists tightly and stared at the giant rock elephant's wound. At this moment, the giant rock elephant's long trunk had extended from the front to below its body, and Chenja was completely unaware. Chenja, get back, hurry and get back. The koi, sensing something amiss, shouted with all its might towards Chenja. Only then did Chenja realize something was wrong and saw that the giant rock elephant's trunk was very close to him, its 2 nostrils as big as millstones. Not good. The white smoke spewing from the giant rock elephant's nostrils made Chenja suspect it was icy gas. If sprayed on him, the result would be just like the soldiers of the previous guard unit, turning into ice blocks. Chenja no longer could observe whether the wound was healing. He turned and fled outward from the giant rock elephant. A roar! The giant rock elephant let out a roar, and 2 streams of icy gas shot out from its nostrils. At that moment, its huge body became a burden, preventing it from seeing Chenja below it. Chenja felt the temperature around him drop drastically, and he dared not look back, running forward with all his strength. That cold air brushed past Chenja, and he felt a momentary numbness in his back, as if he had been instantly burned by freezing. Chenja gasped in pain, losing his balance and falling to the ground, rolling forward a few times. However, this allowed him to escape the giant rock elephant's range successfully. Chenja! Qingmu waved plant vines to wrap around Chenja, bringing him to safety beside him. Chenja, are you okay? Chengmu carefully knocked the ice layer off Chenja's back with vines. Fortunately, it's just a scrape from the icy gas, otherwise, the muscles in your entire back would have frozen to death, leaving you useless. You are really too reckless. The koi complained, but the tone was filled with concern. Chenja shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not like I'm fine, let's talk seriously. I was able to break its defenses and deal damage by attacking the belly of the giant rock elephant continuously, but it can heal itself. Just now I executed 5 cross slashes at the same spot, which widened the wound, but I didn't have time to check it closely before I was attacked again. Otherwise, I could have seen if such a large wound would also heal. I'm afraid it will still heal, but it probably can't fully recover right away. Chen Hanyue walked over at this moment, otherwise, the giant rock elephant wouldn't have stopped attacking. After she said this, Chenja noticed the giant rock elephant was standing still and had not launched any attacks on the nearby guard soldiers. Great, then we can launch a group attack on it. Ants can bite an elephant to death. I don't believe that if hundreds or even thousands of people attack it at the same time, it can still act like nothing happened. That giant rock elephant isn't some top-tier god of supernatural powers. It's strong, but it's only a gold 3-star. There's no way it can stand against an attack from hundreds or thousands of transcendent beings. No matter what, let's try. Chen Hanyue shouted loudly to Ran Ming in the distance, and Ran Ming immediately called his people to bring out their strongest moves to attack the giant rock elephant. Chenja attacked the belly of the giant rock elephant. Just like Chen Hanyue guessed, the wound was healing, but much slower than before. There was still a huge cross-shaped wound there. Then at that moment, hundreds and thousands of attacks came flying in. The giant rock elephant was furious. These tiny humans it once ignored had now gained up while it was still healing, completely enraging it. It raised its trunk and let out a roar full of rage, and the surrounding elemental power started to gather like crazy. Not good, it's going to strike back. The explosion caused by clashing wild elemental power is unimaginably strong. Hurry, fall back. Chen Hanyue and Ran Ming gave the retreat order almost at the same time. Everyone stopped attacking and ran wildly into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion began. Even though everyone had stayed far from the center, the shockwaves that spread out in all directions were still incredibly powerful. Chenja felt like a giant wave hit him. His throat felt sweet, and he rolled forward a few times. Hiss. Chenja felt like all the bones in his body were broken. He forced himself through the pain and pulled out a healing injection and gave it to himself. The pain finally eased a little. He barely held himself up and looked around. What he saw made his eyes turn red with rage. The ground was a mess, blood was everywhere, and the sound of cries filled the air. Even though they escaped from the explosion center, the strong shockwaves still heavily injured hundreds of people. Those at the very back died right away in horrible ways. Seeing so many people sacrifice their lives, Chenja gritted his teeth with hatred. Beast! I'll fight you to the death. Ran Ming saw so many of his fellow guards die terribly. He went mad and rushed toward the giant rock elephant. Ran Ming, don't be reckless. Chenja shouted at Ran Ming, but Ran Ming didn't listen at all. All he wanted now was revenge. He wanted the giant rock elephant to pay with blood. Chapter 80. Right now the giant rock elephant was fully enraged. It had just used the element collision to make a huge explosion. Even though it couldn't use element collision again for a while, its strength was still terrifying. Ran Ming was only a red iron 5-star. Rushing in alone now was no different from asking to die. What's more, the mad giant rock elephant smashed its right leg into the ground. The earth was shaking, cracking, and even starting to collapse. Ran Ming jumped quickly on the parts that hadn't collapsed. One wrong step and he could fall into a bottomless crack. Ran Ming, you've lost your mind. Just when Chenja thought Ran Ming was going to die, a voice appeared, and a whip made of lightning fell from the sky, wrapped around Ran Ming, and pulled him to a safe place far away from the giant rock elephant. Chenja saw the city defense officer Shenlong appear. He was standing on a flying energy device, holding a lightning whip in his hand. It's the city defense officer. The soldiers of the guard unit, who had just survived the explosion, became excited. They shouted loudly at Shenlong. In the eyes of these guards, Shenlong was like a god of war. Seeing him arrive made them feel much more confident. Chenja also let out a slight sigh of relief. Shenlong was a transcendent being of the same gold 3-star level as the giant rock elephant, and his awakened power was lightning element. Lightning element powers were known for being extremely aggressive. And when Chenja saw that he held a whip formed from lightning, he immediately knew that Shenlong must have also awakened the object forming power. Only by using energy tools could lightning be transformed into a whip. You are all the pride of my guard corps. Even if the enemy is powerful, our guard corps will not fear, nor retreat, only charge forward. Charge forward, without fear. After Shenlong's reassuring praise, all the surviving soldiers at the scene, holding back the pain of losing their comrades, shouted the oath of the guard corps loudly. Charge forward, without fear, very good. Shenlong was very satisfied. On the day I became part of the guard corps, I made a vow of certain death. Now, we must justly slay this giant rock elephant, in honor of our fallen brothers. Seeing so many brothers tragically killed, Shenlong felt deep sorrow in his heart, but as the city defense officer, he suppressed his grief. The primary goal now was to kill the giant rock elephant, absolutely not letting it cross the last line of defense, nor allowing it to enter the city. Kill. Ran Ming calmed his thoughts, feeling an overwhelming guilt. He did not regret charging alone to kill the giant rock elephant for the sake of revenge for his brothers, but mindlessly rushing in like a headless fly was a foolish action. Alright, let's start the triangular attack formation. Shenlong waved his hand. All the soldiers of the guard corps, whether able to move or heavily injured, sprang into action, splitting into 3 groups to run towards the front, left, and right sides of the giant rock elephant. Shenlong looked at Chen Hanyue, team leader Chen. The rear of the giant rock elephant is up to you and your special team. Rest assured, city defense officer, my special team will not let you down. The special team was not under the control of the guard corps, but now everyone was one team, united against the enemy and using all means to eliminate it. Chen Hanyue looked at the members of the special team. Follow me. The 6 of them ran to the rear of the giant rock elephant, and Chenja looked towards the direction of the last line of defense. Explosions were still ongoing, and thick smoke was rising. Chenja knew that the mutated extraordinary creatures emerging from other underground entrances must be numerous. I hope they can hold on. Chenja silently prayed in his heart. Upon reaching the rear of the giant rock elephant, it was already surrounded from 4 directions, gathering its strength and not immediately launching an attack. But its red, bloodshot eyes revealed everything. The giant rock elephant was furious, wanting to kill everyone blocking its path. It was also wary of Shenlong. It sensed the dangerous aura on him. Although it was not afraid, it knew that this human was not easy to deal with. Now, everyone was gathering strength, waiting for Shenlong's command. They would unleash their most powerful attacks at the giant rock elephant. At present, there were 2 golden-level extraordinary beings among them. 2 were at the Crimson Iron 5-star level, and the remaining ones ranged from Crimson Iron 1-star to 4-star, with significant combat power. Prepare, attack. With Shenlong's command, everyone let out a roar and launched their attacks, so did Xinjia, who struck towards the tail of the giant rock elephant. Now that the giant rock elephant was being bombarded by countless attacks, Xinjia couldn't find the right moment to get into the abdomen of the giant rock elephant. If only I could get past, perhaps I could continue attacking from the wound I caused earlier. Even if I can't kill it, I could at least distract it and reduce its defense. Xinjia thought, suddenly realizing he could transform into bat form. Upon this thought, he acted immediately, transforming into a bat and flying towards the abdomen of the giant rock elephant. Be careful, Xinjia. His teammates did not stop him. Chen Hongwei reminded him to be cautious. At this moment, the giant rock elephant was furious, its limbs continuously moving. If he wasn't careful, he could be crushed to pieces. Got it, team leader. Bat Xinjia replied as he soared through the air in a curved line, diving underneath the giant rock elephant. He looked at the wound caused by the previous attack. Sure enough, it's completely healed inside, just right. Although the wound had healed quite a bit, a large scar remained. Xinjia held back his nausea and flew towards the wound, then the bat's teeth bit into the giant rock elephant's wound. There was no rock surface covering the wound, allowing Xinjia to directly bite into its flesh. He aimed to spread the curse power through the wound to the giant rock elephant's entire body. The curse wouldn't kill it, but it would be enough to disturb its mind. As long as it was confused, it wouldn't be able to strike back accurately, giving others a chance to attack. After biting down, the intense smell of blood made Xinjia feel nauseous. He fought against the urge to vomit and unleashed the curse power. The purple curse power spread along the bat's teeth into the giant rock elephant's flesh and then flowed through its bloodstream to its entire body. In bat form, Xinjia's teeth were thin and sharp. Because they were long and slender, the giant rock elephant felt nothing when bitten, so naturally, it wouldn't stop Xinjia. However, the giant rock elephant was thrashing around, causing Xinjia to sway in the wild wind. The bat's claws gripped tightly to the giant rock elephant's skin, otherwise, he could be thrown off at any moment. The giant rock elephant was too massive, and Xinjia worried that if the curse power was insufficient, it wouldn't take effect at all. So, he continuously poured curse power into the giant rock elephant's flesh. I can't hold on much longer, the energy from my powers is depleting too quickly. After about a minute, Xinjia released his teeth and flew outward. I hope this curse power can have some effect. Chapter 81. The giant rock elephant fell into madness, its long trunk swirling as it wildly spat out icy air. The water molecules in the air instantly turned into ice beads. The surrounding guard soldiers dared not approach and even raised their power shields to defend against the icy breath. This is bad, the giant rock elephant has gone crazy. Everyone retreat at least 100 meters away for defense. Ran Ming immediately made the call, waving to command everyone back. The guard soldiers quickly retreated, leaving only Xinjia, Chen Hongwei, and other special team members near the giant rock elephant. On the guard team side were Ran Ming, 3 squad leaders, and the city defense officer Shen Longcheng. From the base city, it was Lord Lin. After pouring the last trace of curse power into the giant rock elephant's wound, Xinjia turned and flew outward to join Chen Hongwei and the other special team members. How confident are you? Chen Hongwei, not knowing what Xinjia was up to, had to ask. Xinjia shook his head. I have no confidence either. I poured all the curse power through its wound into its body. As the blood circulates, this curse power will flow throughout. But the gap between our realms is still vast, and whether it will work remains unknown. It will definitely work. Before Chen Hongwei could say anything, Jinko cheered Xinjia on. It will definitely work. I believe in your curse power. Xinjia smiled and quietly thought, I hope so. The rampaging giant rock elephant continued to spew icy breath, its massive limbs, like pillars supporting the sky, stomped forcefully on the ground, causing cracks to spread like a spider web. Xinjia noticed that several golden-level experts had no immediate intention to attack and couldn't help but be curious. Were they waiting for some opportunity? Captain, why are you all not moving? Is there still something wrong? Now time was tight, and resolving the giant rock elephant problem sooner would be better to assist other defenses and stop the attacks of corrupted super beings. Chen Hongwei said, the higher the rank of the battle, the more cautious we must be, especially as it is now in a state of madness. Its strength will increase even further. Not only that, but its icy breath is at absolute zero, even I don't dare to touch it. Unexpectedly, things turned out like this, but looking at the giant rock elephant, it seemed that this guy wouldn't stop attacking anytime soon, so we could only wait. I don't even know when my mental curse will take effect. Could it really be completely useless? Xinjia felt uncertain. Judging from the giant rock elephant's current state, the mental curse indeed seemed ineffective. Damn it, it's all my fault for being too weak. If I could reach the level of a red iron 3-star, maybe it would be effective. Nobody knew the deep self-blame that Xinjia felt at that moment. The giant rock elephant, which had been wildly spewing icy air, gradually calmed down.
Chen Hongwei, Shenlong, and Lord Lin, 3 golden-level giants, immediately formed a triangle to encircle it from 3 directions. They're about to take action. Qingmu immediately signaled everyone to step back. For battles at this level, it's better to keep a distance, otherwise, we could be hurt by the shockwaves. Chenja nodded and retreated with the others to a spot 50 meters away from the giant rock elephant. For all of them, this distance felt no different than being right in front of it. Before the 3 could make their move, Chenja suddenly sensed something was off with the giant rock elephant. He disregarded Jinko's obstruction and returned. Team leader, city defense officer, Lord, wait a moment. The 3 men, about to strike, stopped upon hearing Chenja's voice and turned to look at him. Jinko and the others, though unsure of Chenja's intentions, also ran back. My mental curse seems to be working. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise and looked toward the giant rock elephant. Sure enough, the giant rock elephant's blood-red eyes seemed to become hollow. When it was rampaging and attacking wildly, its red eyes were glowing ominously, but now they not only lost their glow but even dimmed, swaying slightly. If it weren't for the connection Shinja had with the mental curse, they might have thought the giant rock elephant was about to go wild again. Now it became clear that the reaction was a sign of the mental curse taking effect, and everyone was ecstatic. With the giant rock elephant under the control of the mental curse, it wouldn't retaliate, essentially making it a living target as long as they could break through its rocky defenses. The giant rock elephant no longer posed a threat. In that case, let's wait a bit longer. Lord Lin said. What's your name? Are you a member of the special team? Lord Lin looked at Chenja with an appreciative gaze. Hello, Lord. I am one of the members of the special team from Elenhai Base City, Chenja. Chenja nodded slightly at Lord Lin as he introduced himself. Lord Lin smiled and nodded in response, then looked at Chen Hongyue. Team leader Chen recruited a commendable member. Seeing her team member recognized by the Lord, Chen Hongyue felt a surge of pride, though it wasn't the time to celebrate. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. However, Chenja is still young and has much room to grow, Chen Hongyue said, exchanging a few polite words before turning to Chenja. Your mental curse has taken effect, but how long will it last? Chenja observed the giant rock elephant's symptoms and said, I am too far from the giant rock elephant in strength. The mental curse likely won't last long. It should be in a brief state of mental confusion, unable to attack or defend normally. So, I hope the team leader and the 2 gentlemen can attack next, and we can finish it off with 1 strike. 1 strike to finish. Is that really possible? Okay, I understand. Chen Honyue nodded, then said to Shenlong and Lord Lin, City Defense Officer, Lord, it's up to us now. All right. Both nodded in agreement. Chenju and the others stepped back once again, leaving the battlefield to the 3. Then they saw the 3 of them each take out their signature skills and unleash attacks on the giant rock elephant. The blinding light of the exploding energy abilities made it impossible for Chenju to see anything, but given the explosive power, he felt that even if the giant rock elephant didn't die, it would be left seriously injured and no longer a threat. The situation here looked promising. But the explosion right after made Chenju's face turn dark. It's over, there's an explosion inside the city. Chenju's heart tightened, has the defense line been breached? Jinli opened her mouth wide, how is this possible? There are so many soldiers guarding the line, and each of them is skilled. How could the line be broken so fast? Not only were Chenja and her shocked, even Aoki frowned in confusion, it shouldn't be. Look, the battle at the defense line is still going on, there's no sign of it being broken, why is the city under attack? Or maybe there's a teleportation array inside the city, and we all ignored it. One whose words made everyone tense up. Before, everyone focused their attention on the sewers, because the previously discovered teleportation arrays and the demonic extraordinary creatures were all in the sewers. No one thought there would be a teleportation array inside the city too. It's over, now it's really over. Jinli's face was gray like ash. After all, the extraordinary ones in the city were all on this side. Chapter 82. Jinli's face had no color for a reason. All the extraordinary beings in the city were gathered in the sewers here. Even the guards were either at the city walls or on this side. The city's defense was empty. Chenja clenched his fists tightly, his pupils shrinking. What about those extraordinary families in the city? Could it be that they're just watching the demonic extraordinary creatures attack the city without doing anything? One who, rarely speaking calmly, showed that he too was deeply worried at the moment. That's really hard to say. Those families and clans of extraordinary races usually don't belong to any base city. They just temporarily stay in a certain place. So if a large number of demonic extraordinary creatures really appear in the city, they might actually do nothing and just leave. Damn it! When he heard this, Chenja cursed, they enjoy everything from living in the base city, but when danger comes they just stand by and do nothing. Are they even human? Jinli looked at Chenja, and there was a sentence she didn't say out loud. Because if you really think about it, those extraordinary races truly don't count as human. Can you say werewolves or vampires are purely human? Chenja's eyebrows were furrowed like a river character. Jinli saw his expression and knew that Chenja probably thought of this possibility too. Sigh. Chenja was angry, but in the end he let out a long sigh. What do we do next? Should we go back to the city first to see what's going on? Over here, Chen Hanyue and the other two were enough to deal with the giant rock elephant. There was no need for their help. Staying here was just a waste of time. Now time was tight, and every second counted. After saying this, Chenja looked at Aoki. He was like the deputy leader, so now everyone waited for him to give a decision. Aoki saw everyone looking at him and knew they were waiting for him to make a decision. If that's the case, let's go back to the city first. All right. Everyone glanced at the giant rock elephant's side. The aftermath of the explosion had not cleared yet. Nothing could be seen. The five of them had already turned around and were running toward the city. When passing by the defense line, Chenja saw a large number of demonic extraordinary creatures gathered at the line. The guarding soldiers were doing everything they could to hold them back, not letting them get a single step closer to the city. Chenja looked around. Everywhere his eyes reached, the defense line was fighting the demonic extraordinary creatures. There are so many demonic creatures, just how many teleportation arrays must there be for so many of them to appear inside the city walls? Damn it, if only we had sealed all the sewer entrances and exits earlier. Jinli deeply regretted when she saw this scene. But it was already decided and carried out. Saying more was useless now. The brothers in the guarding forces here can hold on for now. Let's hurry into the city and see what's going on. Aoki felt a sense of unease. Seeing the black smoke rising from the city in the distance, he feared the number of demonic extraordinary creatures in the city was also high. All right. After passing the defense line, the five of them got into the armored vehicle they came in before. Aoki stepped on the gas pedal, racing towards the urban area. Although it should take more than half an hour to reach the city, they arrived in less than 15 minutes. As they got closer to the city, they realized things were much worse than they had imagined. The outskirts of the city seemed alright, but inside, thick smoke billowed, and they could hear cries and screams from far away. They could see flying transformed extraordinary creatures attacking the buildings. The beams of elemental power struck the tall buildings, causing them to explode and collapse. The five of them exchanged glances, eager to push forward in the car. The vehicle sped into the city, weaving through many cars that were careening chaotically. Fortunately, Aoki's driving skills were exceptional, or they would have surely had an accident by now. What are they doing, like headless flies? Going towards the suburbs is just running into the mutated creatures. Chenja couldn't help but feel anxious as he saw the cars heading towards the outskirts. It's actually understandable, they're too far from the defensive energy shield. They must think heading towards the suburbs will lead them to the city wall, where there are guard troops. They believe that is where they can find protection. Koi said with a tone of helplessness. If they could choose, they probably wouldn't go in this direction. After all, mutated extraordinary creatures were ahead, and heading that way might lead to death. Sigh. Chenja sighed, giving up the thought of rolling down the window to stop them from going to the suburbs. He could only look forward, as they were now less than 100 meters from where the mutated extraordinary creatures appeared. They were about to clash soon. He hadn't seen any extraordinary beings along the way, so the extraordinary families living in the city probably hadn't taken action. Fortunately, Koi had said those words earlier, otherwise, Chenja would definitely be very disappointed right now. We are almost at the destination. After getting out of the car, find cover and launch an attack on the mutated creatures. Aoki said. Understood. The four of them replied in unison, and Chenja had already placed his hand on the door handle. As Aoki parked the car, he opened the door and transformed into a bat, flying towards the diagonal front. Koi ran towards the opposite building for cover, aiming the trigger at the red-mouthed blue parrot flying in the sky. Wenhu unleashed a series of wind blades with his fan, targeting the ground-dwelling magic lizard ahead. Zhou Haojuan, skilled in close combat, did not seek cover but charged directly forward. As the bat, Chenja flew into the air and cast a mental curse on the flying mutated creatures, instantly freezing more than a dozen of them, leaving them suspended in midair. Get down for me. In his bat form, Chenja's voice sounded like sharp needles, piercing unbearably, but for those affected by the mental curse, it was as if they were enchanted, responding to his command and plummeting downwards. At this height, falling down would either kill them or leave a significant impact. Boom! More than a dozen mutated creatures crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating large pits from the impact. Their massive bodies ensured that falling from such a height doubled the force of their fall. Now that they had fallen, Chenja didn't even glance back. He was already searching for his next target, when Aoki suddenly shouted a warning. Chenja immediately flew to the right, and in the next second, half a building collapsed. If Aoki hadn't warned him in time, he would have been caught in the disaster. Thank you. Be careful. The sight of 6 or 7 floors collapsing was truly spectacular. Chenja knew that even if the coastal base city survived, it would surely need to be rebuilt. Just as Chenja was lost in thought, he felt danger approaching and immediately flew up. Then a huge head broke through the building, positioned parallel to where Batchenja was. The giant mouth of the magical crocodile opened and closed, making a crunching sound of teeth grinding together. Chenja thought to himself how dangerous it was and then dove down, landing on the crocodile's mouth to use hypnosis. Go, attack! The hypnotized magical crocodile was instructed to open its mouth and bite the neck of another similar creature that had just emerged. Chapter 83. After using hypnosis to control the magical creature to attack other magical creatures, Chenja saved himself a lot of trouble. Following the same routine, the magical creatures that broke through from the high floors of the building were all attacking each other under his control, getting into a chaotic mess. Large pieces of the building crumbled, and even half of the building cracked and collapsed. After Batchenja flew away and turned back into human form, he landed and asked, "How is everything on your side?" "It's fine, still under control." "It's fine here too, but there are quite a few magical creatures entering the city. With just a few of us, we can't handle it. We must find the teleportation point, otherwise, no matter how many we kill, magical creatures will still appear." Fortunately, no particularly high-level magical creatures have appeared yet, otherwise, the entire city would not just be half destroyed, but completely annihilated. The Forkoi spoke up in response to Chenja, and seeing that everyone was fine, Chenja felt relieved. Just as one who said, if high-level magical creatures appeared, they would only have to run, then the whole city would truly have no hope. "I'll fly up high to see where the magical creatures are most concentrated. That place must be where the teleportation array is located," Chenja said, already transforming back into a bat and wanted to fly upwards. The koi shouted loudly from below, reminding Chenja to be careful, as there were still flying magical creatures in mid-air. Chenja used his small bat form to evade the flying magical creatures and quickly ascended to overlook the entire coastal base city. He thought clearly that these magical creatures appearing here shouldn't be too far from the teleportation array. After all, given the limited time, magical creatures couldn't stray too far from the teleportation point, so Chenja carefully scrutinized every suspicious spot. As a result, he did find it. Over 1,000 meters to the southeast from their position, a large group of magical extraordinary creatures were gathering, and their numbers were continually increasing. Chenja suspected that this must be the teleportation point. Feeling suspicious, Chenja flew down and told the other 4 about this matter. After finishing, he asked the 4 of them for their thoughts. Changmu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Your suspicion is very reasonable, the teleportation array is likely there." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go destroy the teleportation array right now. As long as it's gone, new magical creatures won't appear, and we can just deal with the ones that have already shown up," Koi said, as if it were obvious. Wenhu shook his head. "You speak too lightly. Didn't you just hear Chenja say a large number of magical extraordinary creatures are gathering there? We only have 5 people, do you think we can break in to look for the teleportation array?" Koi was left speechless. She was only thinking about reducing the emergence of magical creatures but forgot that a large number of magical creatures had already appeared. Their 5-person team was too weak to really break into the encirclement of magical creatures to find the teleportation array. Then what do we do? Just ignore the obvious problem that we know is there? Chengmu shook his head. "We are not ignoring it, we need to think carefully about how to act. Otherwise, aren't we like headless flies? One wrong move might not only fail to resolve the massive hidden danger of the teleportation array but also cost us our lives." What Chengmu said is right, we can't be careless. Koi, you are too impulsive. Chenja also agreed with Aoki. Even though they knew that was really the location of the teleportation array, they couldn't act too recklessly. One wrong move could not only fail to destroy the teleportation array but also throw themselves into danger. "So what do? Do we just hide here?" Koi spoke while shifting sideways into the alley as a triangular rhino passed by. Thankfully, they had hidden well and were not discovered. "From my observation, the straight line distance over there is at least over 1,000 meters, and most of the buildings along the way have collapsed. It's uncertain if vehicles can pass through, not to mention that there are demonized creatures flooding that direction." Chenja continued, "None of us are golden 5-star supers and we don't have flying energy devices, so we simply can't fly over. The only way to get through that area is to run." The group fell silent. Not to mention the large number of demonized creatures there, even the area itself was problematic. The uncertainties along the way were too many. None of the 5 present were super experts capable of crushing demonized creatures easily. If they were unfortunate enough to be discovered by demonized creatures, everyone would be trapped. "This won't work, and that won't work either, so shall we just do nothing?" Koi felt that being cautious was fine, but such constant hesitation meant that nothing would ever get done. Every minute they wasted allowed more demonized creatures to pass through the teleportation array, making it even harder to eliminate all the demonized creatures that had entered the city.
Here, Chenja had the least experience and the lowest level. He finally looked at Aoki. Brother Aoki, although Koi is reckless and impulsive, she does have a point. Why don't you decide whether we should go now or deal with the demonized creatures here a little at a time, and then wait until the team leader and the others arrive? Aoki nodded, deep in thought. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his decision. Seconds later, Aoki clenched his fists, his eyes firm. Let's take a chance. The coastal base city is in grave danger. If we keep considering everything, it will really be too late. We move towards the direction identified by Chinja and must be cautious along the way. We should avoid direct confrontations with the demonized creatures. Our goal is to reach that area to find out if there is a teleportation array and focus on destroying it. Understood. Once the plan was set, everyone immediately set off, crawling out from the other side of the alley and quickly running in the direction pointed out by Chinja. As for their speed, the five weren't novices. They moved swiftly with strong alertness, jumping quickly amidst the ruins. Naturally, there were demonized creatures along the way. If they could bypass them, they did. If they couldn't, they passed by quickly and carefully. By the time the demonized creatures reacted, the humans had already run far away. Did you see that? Chenja pointed ahead. They were now less than 500 meters from their destination. It's over there. Aoki's brows furrowed tightly. With so many demonized creatures gathered, it seems the teleportation array is almost certainly located there. Oh my god, there are so many demonized creatures, at least over 100. If we get surrounded, we're done for. Koi, though a bit impulsive, was not foolish. The disparity in numbers and strength on both sides was too great, they absolutely could not confront them head-on. We're getting closer now, we can't continue walking on the ground. We need to find a safe way to get through, Aoki said cautiously. He felt that with so many demonized creatures, they would easily be exposed, and a safe route had to be found. As soon as Aoki finished speaking, Chenja's gaze fell on the uncovered manhole cover ahead on the road, not hidden by the ruins. In Chapter 84, Chenja thought of a good idea. He pointed at the manhole cover in front and said, "We can go through the sewer. Even in the sewers, there are mutated creatures, but I think it's better than all the ones on the surface." The four of them immediately considered Chenja's proposal, and in the end, they all agreed that it was a good idea. Since that's the case, let's go down immediately. Aoki decided, lifting the lid and jumping down first, followed closely by Jinli, then Chinja, and finally Wenhu and Zhou Haojuan. After Zhou Haojuan jumped down, he closed the lid again to avoid being detected by the mutated creatures. The sewers in the city were no wider than those near the city walls, dark and damp, with waves of foul odor accompanying them. The five of them didn't care about the filth and stench now. After finding their direction, they ran madly through the sewers. Although they were anxious, they remained vigilant, running silently without making any loud noises or talking, worried that there might be mutated creatures in the sewers. As they dashed forward, Chenja felt that they should be about in the right place. They had not seen a single mutated creature along the way. How strange, aren't mutated creatures like the magic mice most fond of dark and damp places? Why haven't they occupied the sewers? Despite the confusion, not encountering any mutated creatures was actually a good thing. Aoki, who was leading the way, had already stopped, and the other four followed suit, knowing that they had reached a stopping point. Above their heads, they heard the rumbling sound of a large creature moving. The area above must be where a lot of mutated creatures are gathered. Do you think this teleportation array is here? Once they reached the location, everyone felt a bit uncertain. Aoki looked around and said, "If there really is a teleportation array in the city, it must be hidden among the mutants we haven't completely eradicated. This could be a secret set up by the mutants, or this teleportation array may have been established long ago, we just haven't found it." Aoki had thought of this before, and now that he expressed it, it was similar to what the others had in mind. Perhaps there really was a mutant who was an array master, hiding very well to avoid being discovered and taken out along with other mutants. I wonder if the leader and the others have resolved their situation yet. Jinli's words at this moment awakened Chenja. Chenja said, with the strength of the leader, the city defense officer, and Lord Lin, dealing with a disoriented giant rock elephant should not be a problem. Let's send our location to the leader, so they can meet us here, which will increase our chances of success. Right, how could I forget this? Jinli quickly took out her phone, sending a message with location to Chen Hongyue, urging her to bring people quickly to their location. Of course, she also briefly reported the current situation in the city. Half of the city had already fallen into chaos and ruin. After sending the message, Jinli planned to put her phone away to discuss with everyone what to do next, but unexpectedly, Chen Hongyue replied so quickly. "We are already on our way back. Please do not act rashly until we arrive. Half of the city has been destroyed. I'm afraid the seaside base may really face the possibility of being abandoned or annexed this time. Okay, don't think too much. We will do our best." Seeing these three cautious messages, Jinli felt quite uncomfortable.
Reading those words about abandonment or annexation, didn't that mean the end result was that the seaside-based city would completely disappear? She had originally wanted to fight to the death, thinking that even if half the city was destroyed, so what? Wasn't half still remaining? As long as everyone's spirit remained, the seaside-based city would not perish. Jinli gloomily shared Chen Hongyue's messages with the others. She looked at them and asked, "What do you think? Should we abandon the city or fight to the end?" Her question clearly expressed her inner thoughts. Jinli believed that the coastal-based city had not reached a dead end yet, the reinforcements had not arrived, and when they did, these monstrous creatures would pose no real threat. After all, except for the pesky high-level mutated creature, the rock giant, there were no other threatening beings. They still had the strength to fight. Fight to the death. After Jinli asked, Chenja was the first to express his opinion. Seeing everyone looking at him with strange eyes, Chenja laughed and said, "I am alone and I do fear death, but I also don't want the coastal-based city to vanish from history. Besides, our situation isn't that bad, we still have room to turn things around." Chenja is right. Fight to the end. They are just a group of low-level mutated creatures. Can they really wipe out the city? Zhou Haojuan's rough voice echoed, as he waved his fist to express his thoughts. Wen Hu covered her face and giggled, "I have no intention of abandoning the city before it reaches an irreversible point. As you all said, the base city hasn't yet taken that final step." Chang Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Well said. I believe the team leader must think the same way, and others still remaining in the base city are also thinking like this. If we don't fight hard, how will we know for sure we will fail?" The five of them exchanged smiles. They had formed a united front. Because Chen Hanyue had said not to act rashly until they arrived, they initially planned to discuss how to reach the ground to find the teleportation array. Now, the five of them could only sit on the ground to rest and recover until Chen Hanyue and the others arrived. At this moment, chaos reigned in the city. The remaining residents were fleeing toward the energy barrier. Once inside, they would at least be temporarily safe. The management had sent people to help, but due to limited manpower, everyone still had to rely on self-help. Ios, at this moment, was under the protection of a dozen bodyguards and had entered the safety of the energy barrier. He sat on a high platform, staring at the raging fire and the billowing black smoke in the distance, his face as dark as water. "Young master, we should leave the coastal base city by helicopter. The Wolf King called and ordered us to take you to Fengcheng," one of the bodyguards said. Ios seemed not to hear. The bodyguard felt helpless. Ios was unwilling to leave, and they couldn't force him without further orders. "Chenja, how are things going with the special team right now? It's all my fault for being useless. If I were extraordinary, I would definitely be standing with you all to tackle these mutated creatures." Ios was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. He was just an ordinary person with decent physique and agility, who couldn't deal with the mutated creatures at all. Even though he wasn't an official member of the special team, since he was a non-staff member, Ios considered himself one of Chenja's group. Now while Chenju and the others were fighting for their lives against the mutated creatures, he was sitting safely in the energy barrier, which made Ios very unhappy. Chapter 85. The more Ios thought about it, the more upset he became. He jumped off the wall and walked indoors. The bodyguards of course wanted to follow, but Ios shot them a sharp look, stopping them. "I just want some quiet time, I will be in the room, and you don't need to follow me." Seeing Ios like this and knowing they were in the safe energy barrier where no mutated creatures could appear, the bodyguards decided not to follow, wanting him to calm down. In fact, the bodyguards quite sympathized with Ios. It was hard to find a place where he could stay a bit longer, make good friends, and be valued by extraordinary beings from the special team. Completely different from the past life. Now, good friends are fighting desperately against the mutated creatures outside, their lives uncertain. He, on the other hand, is alone in the safety energy barrier, likely thinking he is afraid of death. That's why the bodyguards did not follow closely, allowing Ios to be alone for a while. Pity aside, it is absolutely not allowed for Ios to break through the safety energy barrier to find the special team and kill the guards. Back in the city, Ios had a cunning look in his eyes. He looked out the window at the guards. They were not closely watching the direction of the room. Ios quietly tiptoed down the stairs. Inside the safety energy barrier, it was like a small internal city. With Ios' status, he was naturally assigned a two-story independent building. It was not special treatment, he had a considerable number of bodyguards, and this building was just right for use. After Ios sneaked downstairs, he quickly circled to the back of the house. He knew very well that if there was no movement for a long time, the bodyguards would definitely become suspicious and come inside to check. He had to escape before he was discovered. By the time the bodyguards realized it and burst into the room, Ios had already driven the Wolf Clan war vehicle out of the safety energy barrier, contacting Chinju on the way. "Damn it, hurry and chase. If the Wolf King knows the young master is missing, we would have more than one life to lose."
The captain of the bodyguards panicked and immediately took people out of the safety energy barrier to pursue Ios. While waiting for Chen Hongwei, Chenja's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Ios. "Don't worry, we are all alive. Have you left the Linghai base city?" "No, send me a location. I'm driving the Wolf Clan's war vehicle to find you." Upon seeing Ios's response, Chenja suddenly stood up from the ground, startling the other 4 people. "What are you so jumpy about? Who sent you a message that has you so excited?" the Koi asked with dissatisfaction. Chenja felt overwhelmed and didn't have time to respond to the Koi. He directly sent a voice message to Ios. "What are you joking about? Is this place where you should be? Hurry and leave. Are your bodyguards just watching you go out alone without caring?" Although Chenja did not clarify, everyone understood from his words that it was the Wolf Clan's young master Ios. "No, I never left the Linghai base city. I love this city and love making friends. If my friends are in danger, I can't just run away alone. Tell me your location, or I will directly charge into the mutated creatures." Seeing Ios's threatening reply, Chenja felt helpless but warmed inside. Although they had not known each other for long, sometimes just a meeting can lead to a lifelong friendship. Helpless, Chenja was truly afraid Ios would impulsively rush into the group of mutated creatures, where no matter what armed vehicle he drove, it would probably be torn apart by the mutated creatures. So he sent Ios a location, and Ios replied with a victorious emoji, which almost made Chenja furious. "Ios is coming to find us. What kind of Wolf Clan armored vehicle is he driving?" Seeing everyone still looking at him, Chenja briefly mentioned the situation. "This Wolf Clan young master is really bold. He dares to meddle in things even when he is not considered an abnormal being." The Koi was not looking down on Ios, just lamenting. But Aoki's eyes brightened. "The Wolf Clan armored vehicle is definitely a big weapon. It seems the Wolf King really favors this young son, even giving him such a treasure." Chenja did not know what made the Wolf Clan armored vehicle special, but from Aoki's tone, it sounded incredibly powerful. "Aoki, is this thing really that powerful?" "Of course." Aoki explained, "The armored vehicles of the Wolf Clan have been famous throughout human history for their sturdiness. The weapons equipped on these vehicles are incredibly powerful. Even a Crimson Iron 5-star transformed creature can't break through the armored shell's defenses." "Wow!" Chenja gasped. He didn't expect Ios to have such a treasure in hand. No wonder Ios dared to drive alone, he had something to rely on. This was just a minor episode, now they waited for people to gather. Chenja had already consumed his energy, eager to teach Ios a lesson for being so reckless and unaware of danger. Everyone had recovered enough and was discussing what to do next. "I wonder when the reinforcements from Fengchang will arrive." Until now, there had been no sound, and Ji Luo couldn't help but worry if the reinforcements would make it in time. Aoki shook his head. "That's hard to say. After all, the number of reinforcements can't be small. Transporting such a large number of people is definitely a big problem. It's possible that it could take some time." "That's right. Let's not think about the reinforcements for now. Finding the teleportation array in the city is the key." Chenja said, "In my opinion, the defensive line can handle the transformed creatures coming from the underground waterway, as long as there aren't any monsters at the level of a giant rock elephant." Everyone agreed on this point, so there was no need to worry about the transformed creatures from the underground waterway. The biggest concern remained in the city. Transformed creatures are extremely destructive, they have already destroyed half the city. If they trash the other half, then there's no need to struggle. Abandoning the city is the only option, as a base city that has been completely destroyed is simply not worth rebuilding. Although the coastal base city is not large, rebuilding a new city would cost an astronomical amount. It would be less costly to directly integrate the city into other base cities. What's left is the transformed creatures in the city, which are the most difficult to deal with. They must be eliminated before they completely destroy the base city. There might still be a glimmer of hope for recovery. While discussing this, Chenja's ears twitched, and he made a gesture for silence. "I hear a sound approaching, everyone stay quiet." The 4 of them nodded slowly, not making a single sound. Chenja listened intently to the approaching sound, and when it became clearer, he realized it was footsteps. The footsteps were not many, and Chenja could tell that there weren't many people coming. It should be the leader and the others arriving. As soon as Chenja finished speaking, Chen Hongwei, the defense officer Shen Longcheng, and Mayor Lin appeared before the 5 of them. Chapter 86. Seeing that the 5 were unharmed, Chen Hongwei let out a breath of relief. She was truly afraid that the 5 would act impulsively in the heat of the moment. The crisis facing the coastal base city was no longer something 5 people could control. After arriving, Aoki explained the current situation and Chenja's speculation about the teleportation array to the 3 of them. After listening, Chen Hongwei looked at Shenlong and Mayor Lin. "What do you two think?" Mayor Lin spoke slowly. "What Chenja said makes sense. We saw a large number of transformed creatures gathering on our way here.
They definitely couldn't have broken through the defensive line to enter the city. The only possibility is that they entered through the teleportation array in the city. To allow more transformed creatures to enter the city, the transformed creatures must protect the teleportation array. Where they gather, there is likely to be a teleportation array. Clearly, Mayor Lin found Chenja's speculation quite reasonable. Shenlong nodded in agreement with Chenja's thoughts.
Since both of you think this way, let's go investigate and find the teleportation array.
This will help us reduce the entry of more transformed creatures into the city.
Once the two experts had no objections, Chen Hongwei immediately made a suggestion, and everyone began to act immediately.
Every second of delay might bring another dark creature.
After saying this, Chen Hongwei looked at Chen Jia and the 5 others.
It's too dangerous above. You must not follow me. Now, you need to patrol around the sewer to see if there are any signs of a teleportation array. I have a feeling that the teleportation array is actually inside the sewer.
In fact, Chen Jia had considered that the sewer, usually unvisited, was relatively safe for doing secretive things inside, while the ground above was densely populated and bustling.
Setting up a huge teleportation array for so many dark creatures to come and go quickly isn't easy.
However, since they entered the sewer and had not seen any dark creatures or sensed the energy fluctuations of a teleportation array, Chen Jia dismissed this thought. Now that Chen Hongwei mentioned it again, the 5 of them nodded in agreement.
Okay, team leader, city defense officer, Mayor Lin, please be careful.
Chen Hongwei nodded, and Mayor Lin raised his hand, causing a golden energy sphere to blast a hole in the sewer ceiling, and the 3 of them jumped out.
Let's move quickly,
Koi urged. Chen Jia looked outside and heard the sounds of battle nearby.
He said, you go first, I'll wait for iOS here.
Koi suddenly realized, right, how could I forget about this young master? You should go outside to meet him, his armored vehicle can't enter the sewer. It would be bad if he gets attacked by dark creatures after getting out. Chen Jia agreed with Koi's words, nodded, and then hurried outside. After exiting the sewer, he sent iOS the updated location, telling him to meet him at that spot. The explosions were very close. Chen Jia knew that Chen Hongwei and the others had already engaged in furious battle with many dark creatures. The ground shook as buildings collapsed one after another, and dust spread in all directions. Chen Jia used the fallen buildings for cover and saw 2 earth demonic lizards lurking nearby.
If iOS comes over, it will definitely attract the attention of those 2 earth demonic lizards. But fortunately, there are only 2, and I can instantly kill them.
For Chen Jia, who had reached an extraordinary level at this moment, creatures like the earth demonic lizard were not a challenge at all. Chen Jia's heart was racing faster than ever, clearly due to the large number of hostile dark creatures. Too many enemy creatures made his heart race uncontrollably.
At this rate, I believe it won't be long before I awaken a new ability. Chen Jia began to look forward to it.
He checked his phone, which he had set to silent to avoid attracting dark creatures.
He opened WeChat and saw that iOS was almost at the location. There are 2 earth demonic lizards here, don't be shocked when you come here. I'll be waiting for you.
A quick reply came back, just 2 little earth demonic lizards, don't worry Chen Jia, I'll show you the power of the werewolf's armored vehicle. Seeing iOS say this, Chen Jia became intrigued. He was also eager to see just how powerful the werewolf tribe's armored vehicle was that had amazed the specially assigned team. Less than 20 minutes after their exchange, Chen Jia heard the sound of vehicles approaching in the distance. Looking ahead, he saw a cloud of dust rapidly nearing his location, and he knew iOS was coming.
In no time, he saw a vehicle entirely made of titanium alloy appear in his sight.
The vehicle looked like a moving fortress, with 4 visible heavy weapons attached, though he couldn't tell if they fired shells or bullets.
The entire vehicle didn't appear streamlined at all.
Various diamond-shaped titanium alloy plates embedded with sharp spikes, any ordinary magically mutated creature crashing into them would surely be pierced. Most importantly, this armored vehicle stood 3 times taller than an ordinary vehicle. Just looking at it was incredibly intimidating. Wow, no wonder Jinli and the others looked that way after hearing it was the werewolf tribe's armored vehicle. Ordinary magically mutated creatures wouldn't stand a chance against it, like chopping vegetables. Ios drove at high speed, so when the armored vehicle appeared, the 2 earth demon lizards immediately raised their heads and began to charge towards it. To ensure everything was perfect, Chen Jia still jumped out to assist Ios. As the massive bodies of the earth demon lizards approached the armored vehicle, Ios inside revealed a cold smile. I haven't provoked you 2 beasts, yet you come to provoke me.
Let me show you the power of my armored vehicle.
Ios pressed an orange button, and the gun barrels on both diagonal front sides of the vehicle aimed at the charging earth demon lizards.
Explosive shells. Ios pressed the button again, activating it.
Chen Jia, who was stealthily approaching, immediately stopped, amazed at the firepower of the armored vehicle. When the shells fired, he felt the ground shaking beneath his feet, illustrating how powerful it was. Before the 2 earth demon lizards could even get within 10 meters of the armored vehicle, they were hit by concentrated shells, blasted into countless pieces scattered on the ground.
Wow, is it that fierce? Chen Jia gasped, Though the earth demon lizards were not high level, they still had decent defense, and ordinary mortars couldn't achieve such an effect against them. Impressive. Chenja had to give a thumbs up.
Inside the vehicle, Ios cheered with a proud smile on his face. He had already spotted Chenju and drove the vehicle to a relatively flat spot before jumping out.
Over here. Chenja waved.
After meeting Ios, Chenja led him down into the sewer. Just after closing the lid, they heard a roar from a magically mutated creature, and Chenja instantly felt a surge of fear. Ios felt the same way.
Chapter 87. What kind of magically mutated creature is that roar from?
I feel a primal fear coursing through my body, Ios said, his face pale, his eyes flickering toward Chenja. Chenja was not in a better state. He didn't expect Ios to feel this way too, thinking it was only him. Now, Chenja felt like he was facing a monster that didn't even let him think of fighting back. The fear came from the depths of his soul.
This is bad.
Facing a cumbersome rock elephant, he didn't have this fear, which indicated that the roaring magically mutated creature was above the rock elephant. His face turned gray.
The rock elephant was already tough, but he didn't expect an even more powerful foe to emerge.
Ios looked at Chenju and said, I have something to say that might make you uncomfortable, but I must say it, the coastal base city is truly finished this time.
After this beast tide, the coastal base city will likely become history.
Chenja knew Ios was not exaggerating. A magically mutated creature higher than the rock elephant appearing in the city would bring unimaginable destruction. He now worried whether Chen Hanyue and the others could handle this newly emerged magical super creature. I don't even know what this newly appeared magical super creature is, but from the sound, it is incredibly furious right now. Although Ios was not an aberrant or super being, as a werewolf, he had an innate sensitivity to magical super creatures. Chenja also heard it, a raging magical super creature even more powerful than the rock elephant. Chenja's hands trembled slightly involuntarily. But Chenja quickly adjusted. It was not something he could interfere with a golden level super sitting outside. Now finding the teleportation array is the most urgent task, so he dragged Ios and ran forward wildly, wanting to join the others. After reaching the previous stopping point, Chenja discovered a demon rat burrowing into a hole, the hole created by the forest lord, proving that demonized creatures had indeed entered here.
Die!
Chenja directly transformed one hand into a beast claw and snapped the demon rat's neck, throwing it into the nearby ditch without looking back.
Ios was astonished. You're really amazing now. The demon rat had no power to resist in front of you at all.
Chenja felt it too, but he was not in a celebratory mood. I've already entered the extraordinary stage, but I'm not yet at a high rank.
Ah? You're already extraordinary? Congratulations.
You've worked so hard that as your friend I can't slack off either. Are you pushing yourself too hard?
Ios joked.
Chenja knew Ios was just joking to lighten his mood, but he couldn't deny that he hoped Ios would soon mutate or awaken his extraordinary abilities. He was indeed the son of the Wolf King, with bodyguards to protect him, but in Chenja's eyes, nothing provided safety like having strong personal power.
Ios, remember what you just said, work hard to become extraordinary as soon as possible.
Ios was surprised by Chenja's words. He saw the sincerity in Chenja's eyes, sensing that Chenja genuinely hoped for his growth and ability to protect himself. So Ios nodded earnestly, don't worry, I'm not a wastrel, I know my situation.
Ending that topic, Chenju encountered Jinsi.
At a glance, he could see Jinsi had not found the teleportation array and was returning to the base location. Seeing Chenju and Ios, he approached. Ios has arrived. Ios nodded, and Jinsi said to Chenja, none of the sewer lines I searched showed any sign of a teleportation array, and I'm not sure if anyone else has found anything. They had been searching for a while but had received no news from anyone else, indicating that they probably hadn't found the teleportation array either.
By the way, did you hear that roar just now?
Jinsi suddenly remembered the sound and asked Chenju and Ios if they had heard it. We heard it too. It should have come from a demonized extraordinary creature of a high level. I'm afraid a big guy has already passed through the teleportation array, Chenju replied with a serious tone. Knowing that a high-level demonized extraordinary creature had appeared made him worry that there could be a second or third one. The base city couldn't withstand this kind of devastation. Jinsi's expression grew more serious. Damn it, how could there be high-level demonized creatures? Normally, such situations don't occur in beast tides. After all, it's very difficult for high-level demonized creatures to pass through the teleportation array.
Could it be that the teleportation array we've been searching for is actually a medium-sized one?
Chenja interrupted Jinsi. Regardless if it's small or medium-sized, we must find and destroy it quickly. We absolutely cannot allow high-level demonized extraordinary creatures to appear again.
Ios also chimed in, and Jinsi nodded. Yes, you're right. Let's go find the others. If there's really nothing in the sewer, what should we do?
Chenja squinted his eyes, his gaze incredibly firm. He looked up toward the surface. Of course, we need to go above ground to search. He understood that if high-level demonized extraordinary creatures appeared outside, Chen Hanyue and the others would be tied up and have no time to find the teleportation array. They could only rely on themselves.
All right.
Jinsi rubbed his fists together, agreeing with Chenja's proposal.
When the three of them met up with Qingmu, Wang Hu, and Zhou Haojuan again, they could tell from the expressions of the three that the sewers had been thoroughly searched, and no teleportation array had been found. Since that's the case, let's go up, Qinja said. Qingmu and the other three were slightly surprised but quickly understood, they had also heard the roar of the beasts earlier. Knowing that high-level demonized creatures had appeared, Chen Hongyue and the three of them must have been held up, with no time to look for a teleportation array. I'll do it. Zhou Haojuan leaped high, pushing off the wall with one foot to jump to the top of the sewer, roaring as he punched heavily upwards, directly breaking a hole. It worked. Shenja said to Ios, "You go out and drive your armored vehicle, it's safer that way. Assist us in the attack from a distance at the place with the most demonized creatures." Okay, I understand. Ios knew very well that his personal strength was not enough to fight alongside everyone, so Shenja's suggestion was the best. After nodding to everyone, he ran outside. Let's move, Shenja said. After a few nods, the five of them jumped out of the sewer and into the outside world. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately discovered by the surrounding demonized creatures, which began to approach them. But now, Shenja's attention was completely on the high-level demonized creature, his gaze never leaving it. It's actually a two-headed demon snake, oh my god, how can it be this big? Jean Koi covered her mouth in disbelief. If before the giant rock elephant, she was eager to try, then with her fearless nature, she couldn't bring herself to confront the two-headed demon snake. The two-headed demon snake, a gold-level 4-stage demonized extraordinary creature, was usually a solitary demonized creature. If it were social, they would only have the option to flee. Chen Hongyue and the three engaged in battle with the two-headed demon snake, the explosive light flashing brightly. Stop looking. We are already surrounded. Chapter 88. A large number of demonized extraordinary creatures surrounded Shinju and the five of them layer by layer. If they wanted to go support Chen Hongyue and the three, they had to break through these demonized extraordinary beings. Do we have a chance to break through? Shinju looked at the countless demonized extraordinary beings, feeling uncertain in his heart. After all, there were too many. Jinkoi maintained her shooting stance, pouting, "Although it's tricky, we have to charge whether we're sure or not, otherwise, we'd be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, becoming food for the demonized creatures." Jinkoi was right, if they couldn't break through, it meant not only could they not support team leader Chen, but they would also become food for the demonized extraordinary beings, turning into nothing left behind. Roar! The golden-beaked iron-feathered magic bird screeched and dove from mid-air, its hard beak and claws were its strongest attack methods. If it poked or grabbed, it would definitely pierce through. Attack! The golden-beaked iron-feathered magic bird's diving attack seemed to spark the other demonized creatures, who immediately launched their attacks, while the five of them also began to act in perfect harmony, each taking a different direction and unleashing their attacks. Shinja fully beastified into a werewolf. In this siege, his powerful and agile movement was incredibly important. He weaved between the demonized creatures, approaching the attack targets and using his wolf claws to strike. As a changer, his wolf claws could leave 5-toothed scratches on a 1-meter-thick iron plate. Now, as an extraordinary being, breaking through the demonized creature's outer defense was effortless. The blood of the demonized creatures splattered on him, and Shenju couldn't care less about it. In fact, the burning sensation of this blood made him even more excited because he found that when the blood of the demonized creatures splashed on him, his heartbeat accelerated beyond critical speed. If he weren't an extraordinary body, this heartbeat alone could have burst his body. A heart beating so wildly shouldn't be a bad thing. I feel like my strength is becoming stronger, my speed and explosive power are all becoming faster and fiercer, and I don't feel tired or overexerted at all. Shenju was overjoyed, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Coordinating with his movements, he wove through the demonized creatures, becoming the one who killed the most demonized creatures among the five of them. With a clang, Shenju felt as if his beast claw had struck against a hill. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mount tiger with a crimson iron star, resembling a tiger but with a hard hill-like structure on its back, tougher than granite. Hiss! This is troublesome. Shenju immediately leaped back to create distance from the Mount Tiger. Although tiger-like magical creatures were normally fast, the Mount Tiger moved slowly, so once Shenju distanced himself, the Mount Tiger couldn't immediately attack him. Looks like I need to change my battle strategy. Shenju jumped to dodge an attacking serpent-like magical creature, and during his descent, he shattered the serpent's head with a claw before transforming into bat form, flying toward the Mount Tiger using his vampire lineage's ability. Hypnosis. Just when the Mount Tiger moved slowly, with eyes as big as copper bells, Shenju easily fixed the Mount Tiger in place. Mental Curse. After immobilizing the Mount Tiger with hypnosis, Shenju cast the Mental Curse, controlling the Mount Tiger to act as a meat shield in front of him. Come on. Shenju transformed back into wolfman form, standing on the hill-like back of the Mount Tiger, cross-slash. On this side, 5 people were caught in a fierce battle. Although they were not in a desperate situation, there were simply too many magical creatures around. After several cross-slashes, while Shenju had killed a few magical creatures, countless others rushed forward, both on the ground and in the air. This is bad. Although he had the Mount Tiger as a meat shield, the current situation was still dire. He couldn't attack more than a dozen magical creatures at once. Chenja was preparing to control the Mount Tiger to charge into the attacking creatures, hoping to pull back, when suddenly a bright light appeared, and 3 attacking magical creatures exploded. It's Ios. Chenja was overjoyed. Ios had finally arrived. His armored vehicle stood not far away like a moving fortress. Although it was also under attack from magical creatures, its attack power remained strong and wouldn't face any problems in a short time. With Ios's armored vehicle's help, Chenja's pressure instantly decreased a lot, allowing him to unleash his full strength against these damned magical creatures. Inside, Chenja was actually very anxious. The 2-headed serpent was unharmed, and 3 golden-level experts couldn't even dent it, while the battles had flattened the surrounding buildings. Thankfully, Chen Hongyue and the others had kept the battlefield within a certain range, or the untouched half of the city would have turned to ashes. Damn it! Chenja clenched his fists tightly, his attacks becoming faster and more ferocious. Despite being the weakest among the 5, he had the least magical creatures around him and also killed the most. What Chenja didn't realize was, although his realm was indeed inferior to Genie and the others, his attack power was not weak at all. Even those at the extraordinary Crimson Iron 3 stars couldn't match him. His abilities, because of his pounding heart, had become purer and more solid, resulting in 3 times the power of ordinary abilities, making his effects naturally better. Finally, with the firepower support from Ios's armored vehicle, Chenja had almost cleared the magical extraordinary creatures near him. When the last magical creature fell, turning into a corpse, Chenja commanded the Mount Tiger to move toward the nearest Qingmu. At the same time, he messaged Ios to help clear the surrounding magical creatures, reducing the attack pressure on everyone. The Mount Tiger was covered in wounds. Without the control of the mental curse, it would have been difficult for the Mount Tiger to move at all. Go, unleash your last bit of warmth. Chenja controlled the Camel Mountain Tiger to float up and smash down onto a flying mutated creature in front of Chengmu, the tiger's gigantic body turning the flying beast into meat paste. Chengmu gasped for breath and took the opportunity to inject a recovery potion. Chenja guarded him, suddenly feeling his heart's beating slow down, and he was shocked, thinking something had gone wrong. After all, there were still hostile mutated creatures around, so it shouldn't be slowing. Then he realized that while the heartbeat had slowed, its intensity was increasing. Chenja knew he was about to awaken a new power, and his lips couldn't help but curve up with a smile. Here it comes, I hope this time it's a powerful ability. Boom! Chenja floated up, his body beginning to vampirize. Chengmu, who had temporarily regained his strength after injecting the recovery potion, opened his eyes only to discover that Chenja was floating in midair, and most importantly, he now looked like a vampire. Is he about to awaken a new ability? Chengmu smiled bitterly. Awakening a power on the battlefield was risky, as one wrong move could mean death before the ability even manifested. Chapter 89. Now the situation had changed. Chengmu protected Chenja. Ios in the armored vehicle also noticed this, so he drove the vehicle closer to Chenju and Changmu, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding mutated creatures. Whenever someone attempted to attack the two, he immediately launched a counterattack to help eliminate them, greatly easing Chengmu's pressure and preventing him from being disturbed at this critical moment. After 5 people attacked continuously, the number of surrounding mutated creatures decreased significantly, but many still hovered around. Most importantly, they still had no idea where the teleportation array was. No matter how many they killed, new ones would always come. Jean Li and the others attacked the mutated creatures while searching the area, but unfortunately, due to the overwhelming number of mutated beasts, sensing the teleportation array's energy fluctuations became much more difficult, and they had nothing to show for their efforts. But they believed the teleportation array must be nearby, within a kilometer radius. Chenja, now a vampire, looked completely pale, as if devoid of any blood, which caused Changmu to frown. He didn't know what it was like for a vampire to awaken their powers. After about 10 seconds, a swarm of blood-sucking bats appeared around Chenja. They were all energy entities, and Changmu felt a chill run down his back at the sight. These energy blood-sucking bats give me chills just by looking at them. It feels like they can really suck blood. Unbeknownst to him, these blood-sucking bats were indeed just as Changmu feared. Although they were energy entities, they were genuine blood-sucking bats. Blood-sucking bats. The vampire Chenja opened his blood-red eyes and spread his arms wide, his tailcoat mimicking a bat's wings. Hundreds and thousands of blood-sucking bats appeared and scattered in all directions at Chenja's command. These blood-sucking bats flew at incredible speed, completely defying their species' characteristics, heading straight for the nearby mutated creatures. The mutated creatures felt the threat from the blood-sucking bats and stopped attacking the humans, turning their attention instead to the annoying bats. But a single blood-sucking bat was small, making it difficult to attack effectively. However, once a blood-sucking bat latched onto a mutated creature, it stuck like glue. No matter how much they tried to shake it off, the bats were not just hindering but truly sucking blood. When the first blood-sucking bat began to drain the blood from the attached mutated creature, Chenja joyfully discovered that his power energy was rising. I didn't expect the blood-sucking bats would have this function, replenishing energy. Chenja couldn't quite grasp this phenomenon as it was his first time awakening such a power. In fact, this was the very characteristic of vampires. These energy bodies, like the blood-sucking bats, operate just like Chenja's doppelgangers. When they suck the blood of their enemies, they naturally convert that blood into energy to replenish his original body. Chenja felt the energy around him increasing, reaching a critical point. His realm was rising. Chenja successfully stepped over the threshold of extraordinary red iron 1-star, his power greatly enhanced. Great! My realm has risen. Chenja could not help but shout. Congratulations! Changmu, standing beside him, was incredibly shocked. Chenja has only entered the extraordinary for 2 days, and within that time, he has already raised a level. This speed of improvement is simply astonishing. Chenja smiled at Changmu and slowly landed, returning to his normal form. Now, with the help of the blood-sucking bats, our pressure can be greatly reduced. The magical creatures don't have time to pay attention to us. Let's hurry and search for the teleportation circle. Chenja reminded Changmu. Despite the magical creatures still being a threat, the teleportation circle was the most important. It's a pity none of us have awakened the formation skills, otherwise, we could easily find the teleportation circle. Changmu sighed. Yeah, we don't even have a basic understanding of the teleportation circle. We can only rely on luck. After gathering with Jinli, Wenhu, and Zhou Haojuan, the five began searching the area while also observing where new magical creatures were appearing, remaining on guard against potential attacks. Ios could not get out of the vehicle, so he stayed in the armored vehicle, clearing obstacles for them. Chenja kept a close watch on the magical creatures around, each of them had at least one blood-sucking bat attached to them. The longer the bats stayed, the smaller these magical creatures became, drained of their blood and looking shriveled. Therefore, Chenju and the others were not being attacked by the magical creatures at present, but once the surrounding creatures were entirely drained, the outer magical creatures would definitely attack again. Boom! Another tremor like an earthquake shook the ground. The five who were searching for the teleportation circle looked up towards the source of the noise, and indeed it was the two-headed demon serpent. The two-headed demon serpent was once again hit by the combined force of 3 people, its gigantic body tipping backward. Chenja's face lit up with joy. Was that it? Did we take it down? No, it just lost control and tilted back from the massive impact, Changmu replied. Chenja felt regret, he had thought they had eliminated this huge threat. While they were searching for the teleportation circle, Ran Ming had already led 2 battalions of 20,000 soldiers to arrive. Under Ran Ming's command, the guards began attacking the magical creatures from the outer perimeter. Chenju and the others, being in the center, remained unaware of this. The 5 searched the area for the teleportation circle meticulously, not allowing any suspicion to go unnoticed, fully extending their senses to ensure no faint traces of abnormal energy were missed. After searching for over half an hour, Chenja finally realized, strangely, my blood-sucking bats have all dissipated. The magical creatures that were attacked by them have all died, yet why have no new magical creatures come to attack us? Yeah, it's really strange. Everyone looked up and surveyed the surroundings. The piles of dead magical creatures were like small mountains, yet none noticed the 5 of them at all. Could it be that there are reinforcements on the outskirts, distracting the magical creatures? Chenja thought of a possibility. The guard troops wouldn't abandon the city to be attacked without doing anything. The management team also had supernatural squads, though small in number, plus there were scattered supernatural forces also likely attacking the invading magical creatures in the city. Chenja could only hope that the ordinary citizens would suffer fewer casualties. Homes could be rebuilt, but if lives were lost, everything would turn to nothing. At this point, they had walked quite far and still had not discovered any traces of the teleportation circle. Also, after all, they had been so close and hadn't even noticed the newly appeared mutated creatures. How could they possibly find the teleportation array? After fighting for so long, Chen Hongwei and the other 2 were exhausted, yet the two-headed demon snake showed no signs of fatal damage, which left all 3 feeling disheartened. If this continues, our powers will be completely drained, and we still won't be able to kill this two-headed demon snake, Chen Hongwei said with a serious tone. Damn it, where is old Wang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Mayor Lin cursed quietly. Old Wang, in his words, was the other and last golden level extraordinary from the Lin High base city. Chapter 90. Chen Zhu and his group, of course, had no idea about the situation with Chen Hongwei and the others. At that moment, the 5 of them were covered in sweat, their hearts racing with urgency. If they couldn't find the teleportation array soon, they might have to give up on searching for it and instead deal with the mutated extraordinary beings that had already appeared. Fortunately, hard work pays off. When they reached a well-preserved 2-story building, Chenja stopped. Seeing him stop, everyone followed suit, and Jili looked at Chenja in surprise, asking, "What's wrong?" Chenja didn't answer her immediately but turned to look at the 2-story building in front of them. The building was oddly well-preserved. While the surrounding houses were in ruins, it, despite its broken windows and cracked walls, hadn't collapsed. Don't you think this two-story building is too well preserved? Chenja asked. Jinli looked around and nodded. It does seem like it. All the buildings nearby are in ruins, yet this one is so lucky. Lucky? Chenja's mouth twitched. Was now the time for such admiration? And was this even a sensible thing to say?
Of course, Chenja didn't dare to voice his thoughts, or Jinli would immediately teach him a lesson.
Qingmu stepped forward and quickly understood Chenja's meaning after inspecting the building. You suspect the teleportation array is in this building? Exactly.
I hadn't paid much attention to this building earlier, but I felt a wave of energy earlier, different from that emitted by mutated creatures.
This wave is coming from the building in front of us. I suspect the teleportation array is inside. Chenja pointed to the house. Then what are we waiting for?
Let's go in and take a look, Jinli said, already rushing toward the building, with the others following closely behind. As they entered the building, they felt the clear energy wave even more, confirming that the teleportation array was likely there without a doubt. The exterior of the house didn't seem problematic, but the inside was already hollowed out. It appeared that only the outer walls were still standing, while the interior had long turned into ruins. This strange situation hinted at one possibility, that the teleportation array was right here. Although the collapsed rubble hid it from view, Chenja discovered a spot on the ground with a large hole, as if the ground had caved in. Just as they were about to approach, a mutant rat crawled out from the hole. The five of them exchanged glances, all wearing smiles. It seemed they had found the right place this time. Die! Jinli shouted, killing the mutant rat with a single shot. The five of them moved to the edge of the big hole and looked down. It was dark below, and after exchanging glances, they jumped in one after another. The hole wasn't as deep as they had imagined. Once they landed and steadied themselves, they noticed a faint light flickering off to the side and heard a lot of noisy sounds. I didn't expect so many mutated creatures to gather underground, Chenja said in amazement. Although he hadn't seen them yet, all five of them had enhanced senses, allowing them to easily discern where the noisy sounds were coming from. Chenja continued, I suspect that this beast-type attack must be controlled by a high-level mutated creature, otherwise, with the low-level mutated creature's intelligence, they would have caused rampant destruction in the base city instead of gathering obediently underground. Chenju is right, but I hope this high-level mutated creature is not a two-headed magic snake.
Qingmu's worry is not unfounded, just one two-headed magic snake is enough to bring despair. If another one appears, we can only give up resistance and completely evacuate the base city. Zhou Haojuan scoffed, stop scaring yourself, do you think high-level mutated creatures can just sneak out from the teleportation array so easily?
Yeah. One whose soft voice chimed in, also, if it's a high-level mutated creature, the level of the teleportation array has to be higher, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to teleport here at all.
During teleportation, it could get ripped apart by twisted spacetime in the array.
Originally worried, Chenja felt slightly more at ease after hearing Wenhu's words and then suggested, let's stop talking about this, let's go in and have a look.
No matter how many hidden mutated creatures are there, we must eliminate them and destroy the teleportation array.
Well said, so what are we waiting for? Let's go, Jinli was already impatient. The five of them moved towards the glowing area, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, a huge space appeared ahead. Chenja could never have imagined there would be such a large area beneath the building. No wonder there are no traces in the sewer, turns out they are all here. Chenja scanned the area, there were at least hundreds of mutated creatures of various races, but fortunately, their levels were all mediocre. Seeing Jinli was about to take action, Chenja quickly stopped her. I want to let out blood-sucking bats to create some chaos, and then we can act. Although the mutated superior creatures before them were generally of low rank, the sheer number was overwhelming. The five of them rushing in carelessly would definitely lead to being surrounded, so Chenja suggested letting the blood-sucking bats deal with these mutated creatures while they stealthily attacked. All five of them had ranged attack capabilities and didn't need to get close, putting themselves in a potentially dangerous situation of being surrounded.
Okay, I'll follow your lead. Everyone agreed with Chenja's suggestion. Below the hundreds of mutated creatures lay a huge teleportation array, which explained how even a massive two-headed magic snake could emerge. Blood-sucking bats.
Chenja transformed into a vampire, and the wave of supernatural energy during the transformation alerted the mutated creatures in the area ahead, whose fierce eyes turned towards the five of them.
Not good, we've been discovered.
Hurry up and take action, Jinli urged.
Right away.
Successfully transformed, Chenju immediately stretched out his hand and released one blood-sucking bat after another. With his current strength of a 1-star extraordinary red iron, he could release 200 to 300 blood-sucking bats at once, which was enough for the mutated creatures ahead to drink their fill. Seeing a large swarm of dark blood-sucking bats flying over, Jinli felt her scalp tingle, knowing that future training sessions against Chenja would probably not be favorable for her.
Let's take action too. With the blood-sucking bats released, Qingmu immediately attacked as well.
Jinli had long been unable to wait, while Wenhu and Zhou Haojuan also pulled out their ranged attack supernatural skills.
In an instant, the underground space was thrown into chaos. The massive vibrations made the space unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shinja blended in among the mutated creatures. He wanted to take this opportunity to sabotage the teleportation array on the ground. However, he didn't understand the teleportation array, he could only try to destroy the runes. As long as one rune was incorrect, the entire teleportation array would definitely fail to operate. Seeing Shinja sneak in, Qingmu, although not familiar with formations, had seen a lot and reminded him. Use your blood infused with supernatural energy to destroy the runes. General means cannot destroy it. Chapter 91. Shinja nodded, understanding. Blood? A trace of cold laughter appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had to completely destroy the formation. The others focused their firepower on the demonic creatures to give Shinja a chance. Shinja transformed into a bat form and flew into the crowd of demonic creatures. He used his bat form to hide, so the demonic beings wouldn't notice him. After all, he was now in a beast-like body, small and perfectly inconspicuous among the gigantic demonic creatures. Once inside the group of demonic creatures, Shinja quickly searched for an opportunity. Although this group of demonic creatures was being attacked by other special team members, making their formation seem chaotic, there was still a group that hadn't moved at all. They were all guarding the teleportation formation. It seems they are guarding the teleportation formation. Damn, do these guys have such high intelligence? It's no wonder Shinja had this doubt. Most low-level demonic creatures acted purely on instinct, lacking any high intelligence or strategy. But now, it appeared that part of them were guarding the teleportation formation to prevent a sneak attack. It seemed there were indeed higher intelligent beings controlling them. I can't find any opportunity to strike. Shinja felt anxious. The longer he delayed, the worse it would get, and his teammates wouldn't hold out for long either. Shinja could only fly lower, almost a meter off the ground, quickly weaving through the crowd of demonic creatures. He had thought that as long as he exposed a part of the teleportation formation, he would have a chance to act. Finally, after avoiding one demonic creature, Shinja spotted a glimmer of the formation's patterns at its feet. His eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity has come. As he transformed back into his human form, Shinja bit his fingertip, turning his head down and pressing the bleeding wound against the rune. As he transformed back into his human shape, the demonic creatures noticed him. Unfortunately, they couldn't match his speed. After pressing his bleeding finger on the rune, he wiped it forcefully. The rune, which originally emitted a faint glow, was covered by blood and lost its brilliance, then began to collapse like a dam bursting. Awah! The teleportation formation was destroyed, and the demonic creatures roared in anger, going mad. Outside the passage, the four Koi members had relied on cover and the fact that demonic creatures in the teleportation formation didn't dare to approach. They had been coping very easily, but suddenly they saw the demonic creatures seem to go berserk, and the four exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had happened. But there was no time to think. A large number of demonic creatures charged out from the massive space of the teleportation formation. As they rushed forward, the four were slightly startled but not afraid. They quickly dispersed to minimize the targets of attack and began to fight back. After destroying the teleportation formation, Shinja dared not linger. Surrounded by the rampaging demonic creatures, one wrong move could trap him. Now that the task was complete, Shinja transformed back into a bat and flew into the sky. Previously, he had the teleportation formation to rely on, so in bat form, he had been reckless weaving through the demonic creatures. Now that he lost the teleportation formation, the demonic creatures no longer held back, attacking his small bat form madly. Just as Shinja performed a complete 360-degree turn to evade a claw from a demonic creature, he shot straight up into the sky like a spring uprooting from the ground. All the demonic creatures gazed up at him, converging toward him. You think I'm made of clay? Let's see how you like my mental curse. After advancing to a first-tier extraordinary level in Red Iron, he had never used the mental curse. Now was the perfect time to test its power under the current conditions. Layers of purple waves shot from his eyes, rippling around him. The magical creatures touched by his purple spiritual curse light seemed to be frozen in midair for a moment. Shinja observed that some of the cursed magical creatures were completely dazed and confused, but most simply froze briefly before showing no response. It seems my power is still too low, and dealing with so many magical creatures at once has greatly reduced the curse's effectiveness, having no effect at all on higher-level magical creatures. Shinja realized that, although it wasn't the effect he hoped for, it gave him an opportunity to escape from his original spot. He quickly dashed toward the direction where Jinli and the others were. Over here underground was fascinating beyond belief, but above ground was just as incredible, even more dramatic. iOS in the armored vehicle was dumbfounded. This is a superpowered fighter jet. Wow, only state-level base cities have such high-tech energy combat weapons. I didn't expect the coastal base city to dispatch this big treasure in response to the beast tide. The superpowered fighter jets were sent to reinforce the coastal base city by the Lord of Feng City. Feng City was a major state-level base city, and the coastal base city was under his control. He definitely didn't want the coastal base city to vanish from the Dragon Kingdom's history. Although Feng City controlled other bases, if the coastal base city completely fell into ruin, it could allow other base cities to merge. But the Lord of Feng City felt that this might threaten his position and also allow other state-level base cities to take advantage. After receiving the rescue message from Lord Lin, the management of Feng City had gone through many discussions and disputes, which was why the reinforcements took so long to arrive. As soon as the super-powered fighter jets appeared, they unleashed laser cannons to sweep across the flying magical creatures in the air. The bodies of the cursed extraordinary creatures fell like rain, many even hitting the magical creatures on the ground, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not far away, Chen Hongyue, Commander Shenlong of the city defense, and Lord Lin, along with another golden-level master who arrived later, worked together to control the 2-headed magic snake. They managed to prevent it from moving toward the undestroyed part of the base city but were unable to deliver a fatal blow. Aside from the superpowered fighter jets, Feng City also sent 50,000 mutated soldiers. Their arrival immediately relieved the pressure on the defense soldiers of the coastal base city, and they began to fight back. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Zhu and the others were rapidly running up from underground, pursued by hundreds of magical creatures. Once they jumped to the ground, they quickly moved toward iOS, wanting to use the armored vehicle's assistance to deal with the group of magical creatures. iOS saw them and, noticing the 5 of them running toward his location, immediately opened the hatch. "Over here, get in the car quickly." iOS leaned halfway out to wave at them. Chen Zhu and the 5 hastened their steps and finally jumped into the armored vehicle just before the magical creatures caught up. "Hold on tight." iOS loudly warned them before quickly starting the vehicle and turning it toward the battlefield's outskirts. Who are these people? At that moment, Chen Zhu noticed a group of people on the battlefield wearing outfits similar to the guard soldiers, but they definitely weren't the type worn by the coastal base city's guard soldiers. iOS said, "Reinforcements have arrived. The tide of battle has started to turn." Everyone begins to consolidate and encircle to eliminate the remaining magical creatures. Chapter 92. What? Are you serious? Everyone thought they had misheard, their emotions highly agitated. Chenja slumped back in his chair, shaking his head with a bitter smile, feeling an overwhelming fatigue in his body. This was the side effect of the sudden relaxation following a state of extreme tension. A sense of weakness spread through his entire body. Seeing Shinju and the others so excited, Ios nodded and smiled. "There's no doubt about it, the coastal base city is safe now. Didn't you see the super-powered fighter jets? Wow, they really are super-powered fighter jets, so cool." Looking through the glass at the powerful super-powered jets in the sky, Jinli's eyes sparkled with eager excitement. This time it wasn't just her, even Aoki, who was usually very calm, looked greedy at the super-powered jets. Who wouldn't be tempted by super-powered jets? But these things were ridiculously expensive, even the lowest grade ones cost over 10 billion. Even though extraordinary people can make money easily, they still can't afford them. With reinforcements and superpowered jets, Shinja felt that the coastal base city was truly secure now, at least it hadn't been destroyed. But the 2-headed demon snake hasn't been dealt with yet. Jinli punched the car wall. "This damn 2-headed demon snake is so tough to handle, even 3 golden tier experts are at a stalemate." From the time Chen Hongyue and the others started fighting the 2-headed demon snake, it had been at least 2 hours, and during these 2 hours, the 3 golden tier extraordinary people hadn't killed a single demonized creature, which was indeed a bit disheartening. Ios chuckled. "It's not just 3 golden tiers anymore, it's 4. Huh? Everyone was surprised again and gasped. It was all because they had relaxed their minds, they hadn't even noticed that there was now an extra golden tier extraordinary person. All 4 golden tier experts of the coastal base city had appeared, and Shenja clenched his fists then relaxed them. In battles of this level, even if he participated, his impact would be limited, so he decided not to waste his energy thinking about it. The car drove out of the battlefield for a while before Ios stopped the vehicle, and everyone crawled out of the armored car. They stood on top of the car, gazing at the distant battlefield. Thick smoke ascended into the sky, and the sounds of extraordinary attacks and explosions could clearly be heard even from so far away. They could even feel the tremor of the ground. From the looks of this situation, it should take just one more day to completely annihilate the demonized creatures that have already appeared. Aoki evaluated the current situation and came to this conclusion. This conclusion was met with agreement from everyone. Shinja looked up at the sky. After the appearance of the red moon, there was no distinction between day and night. The darkness in the base city was merely a transformation of man-made technology, and right now, it was the dark night of the base city. Night actually isn't favorable for combat, but the flames burning from the attacked buildings illuminated the battlefield brightly, so this concern was negligible. "Are we just watching?" Chenja asked. Jinli shrugged. "We've already completed the most important task, from now on, it's up to them. In terms of numbers, we definitely have the advantage right now, so even if we don't take action, it won't be a problem." To put it plainly, having 5 more of them wouldn't change much, and using this method of attack was something the guarding troops had trained and refined together, so suddenly joining in might disrupt the formation, which wouldn't be good. Chenja nonetheless turned his gaze toward the two-headed demon snake. The two-headed demon snake hadn't received any fatal injuries, but it also looked listless. After all, being attacked by 4 golden tier experts for over 2 hours had taken a toll. Chen Hongyue and the others could recover with potions, but the two-headed demon snake had no such luxury. It was purely on a path of depletion without replenishment. At this rate, we can wear down this two-headed demon snake, Chenja thought to himself. More than an hour later, the two-headed demon snake finally fell to the ground after taking a combined blow from the 4 golden tier extraordinary beings. Great! The 6 people in the car jumped up and cheered. With the death of the two-headed demon snake, the remaining demonized extraordinary creatures were no longer a concern. As the sky of the base city gradually brightened the next day, the cheers echoed across the entire battlefield. We have one! We have one! Jinli jumped with joy, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Chenja felt his eyes sting, his eyelids were already red. This was truly difficult. I don't know how many lives were lost this time. Winning was certainly a cause for celebration, but they had fought with a determination that suggested certain death, and casualties must have reached a staggering number. The Linhai base city managed to save half of its territory, but the losses were immense. It would likely take more than a year and a half to recover. Originally the lowest ranking base city, now it seemed even worse off. The lower the base city's rank, the fewer resources it could obtain each year. This was why all the major base cities wanted to strengthen themselves. The more resources they obtained, the more extraordinary experts they could cultivate, thus making the base city safer. Clearly, Linhai base city had already been removed from that list. Looking ahead, Chenja had a blank expression, as if he were speaking to everyone and also to himself. After this battle, we don't know where Linhai base city will go in the future. What can we do? Hearing his lament, everyone fell silent, completely devoid of their earlier excitement. Indeed, while Linhai base city had not been destroyed, its post-war position was extremely awkward, and the future was uncertain. If Linhai base city was to be preserved, then the reconstruction after the war would be of utmost importance for a long time to come. Although Chenja had joined the special group and was now an extraordinary, he still had another identity. He was a senior in high school. Previously, he had resolutely declared he would take the entrance exam for extraordinary academies, but now he did not even know if anyone from Linhai base city would be able to participate. If he could not take part this time, he would have to wait another year, and Chenja felt this was a waste of time. Jinli pouted and pretended to be relaxed. Anyway, we've done what we needed to do. As for what comes next, let's leave it to fate. Such high-level decisions are beyond our control. Jinli was right. They, the 5 of them, could not influence what would happen to Linhai base city. They could only take it step by step. At least they had fought hard, and after doing all that was within their power, they could only leave it to destiny. Let's hurry and regroup with the team leader. Chenja shook his head, pushing aside all his regrets. Now was not the time to think long-term. Although the demonic creatures had been dealt with, there were still many tasks to tackle. Yes, let's find the team leader quickly. They jumped into the car and drove off to find Chen Hongyue and the others. After the two-headed demon snake was killed, Chen Hongyue had been looking for Chenju and his team, but she hadn't seen them on the battlefield, causing her immense anxiety. Finally, when she spotted the 6 of them, Chen Hongyue hurried toward them. It's so good that you all are safe. Chen Hongyue finally smiled, having been holding it in for so long. Team leader, are you okay? I'm fine. Did you find and destroy the teleportation circle? The 5 nodded, and a proud smile spread across Chen Hongyue's face. You all did great. Chapter 93. The wave of demonic extraordinary creatures attacking Linhai base city came to an end. For an entire month, they were involved in cleanup and organization. The city lord's mansion, the management council, various organizations, and even the special group helped daily. The base where the special group was located was extremely far from the battlefield and was unaffected, so when Chenja saw the battle reports from Linhai base city, the death toll had reached tens of thousands, and the number of destroyed buildings was countless. Half the city had turned into ruins. Now, some people from Linhai base city had already left for other base cities, but 80% had not left. This group was all concentrated in the undamaged half of the city, living in temporary accommodations. It is clear that the places where people can live are extremely cramped and chaotic. Team leader, what does Lord Lin plan to do next? The areas that needed cleaning have already been tidied up, and now the coastal base city feels quite strange, with dense buildings on one side and flat ruins on the other. Hearing Chenja's question, others also curiously gathered around, wanting to hear what Chen Hongyue would say. Chen Hongyue, who was looking at documents, lifted her head and saw that everyone seemed to be very concerned about this matter, so she simply put down her work and said, at present, the higher-ups have not given a clear answer regarding the fate of the coastal base city, but from what Lord Lin means, the higher-ups still intend to keep the coastal base city. After all, there is the Red Moon world surrounding it, and it cannot be easily touched.
Everyone's hearts are filled with joy, at least their hometown has been preserved. After humans built base cities, the concept of hometown has become just that, a concept, because for many, what they called their hometown had long turned into bubbles after the emergence of the Red Moon world. But everyone present was born in the coastal base city, so here can indeed be said to be their hometown. However, you should also know that half of the city has been leveled to the ground, and the manpower and material resources needed to rebuild everything will be an astronomical number. Everyone fell silent, as they all knew that Chen Hongyue was right. The manpower alone to rebuild half of the coastal base city is unimaginable, and as for the material resources, talking in billions might not be enough, they would need to calculate in trillions. Shenja thought to himself that thankfully this beast tide was only because the teleportation array sent a large number of demonized creatures into the city. If the demonized creatures from the Red Moon world took the opportunity to attack the coastal base city, then half of the city would be gone, and even the protective walls would be damaged, making any chance of reconstruction almost impossible. The materials for building the protective walls are extremely valuable, as they are a special energy stone mined from the Red Moon world, and mining in the Red Moon world is incredibly difficult, making their worth astronomical. If that's the case, preparing might take at least a year and a half, Chanmu said after considering it. Chen Hanyue nodded. Indeed, the matter of reconstruction cannot be rushed, the rest will naturally be handled by the Lord and the management committee with the higher-ups. Our special team's task is still to protect the base city and prevent anyone from fishing in troubled waters and causing trouble. Speaking of this is what Chen Hanyue has been busy with lately, who set up such a large teleportation array in the city without them knowing. The special team has frequently held meetings with the upper levels of the patrol team, but unfortunately, they have not investigated any clues. Shinja knew what they were most worried about. If this person is still lurking in the city, it poses a huge hidden danger, like a time bomb. If they don't catch this person, then after this beast tide, there will likely be more to come. Alright, the matter of rebuilding is one thing, we also need to do our own jobs well. Also, Shinja, because the coastal base city has been heavily damaged, the ordinary college entrance examination and the extraordinary academy assessment have been postponed for 3 months. At that time, the candidates from the coastal base city will take the exam and assessment separately, so you should not participate in the special team's work for the next 3 months. Focusing on preparing for the exam is key. This was something Shinja had not expected. He nodded at Chen Hanyue. I understand, team leader. You better study hard. Let us, the special team from the coastal base city, produce a top scorer in the extraordinary examination. Jean Li said, returning to her lively personality, patting Shinja on the shoulder. Shinja felt a headache coming, jokingly thinking, can anyone just become a top scorer in the extraordinary exam with a casual effort? Although the coastal base city was independently assessed, the evaluation results needed to be compared with others. In the entire Long Kingdom, many geniuses emerged, and Shinja felt uncertain. Shinja will be fine. Even before entering the Super Ability Academy, he has already passed the assessment with the strength of a Red Iron 1-star extraordinary. It's just unclear what level of Super Ability school he can get into. Aoki was quite optimistic about Shinja. After all, everyone had witnessed Shinja's strength, and entering the Extraordinary Academy was a sure thing. But Aoki also believed that Shinja's vision was not just about getting into an Extraordinary Academy but rather aiming for the top. By the way, when who suddenly thought of Ios, why hasn't young Master Ios come these days? What is he busy with? Is he also taking the assessment for the Extraordinary Academy or just regular exams? Mentioning Ios made Shinja unable to hold back his laughter. Oh, he is currently grounded. His situation was reported by his bodyguards to the Wolf King, who was so angry that his face turned green and directly ordered that Ios should not go outside. Ha ha! Ios's miserable encounter caused everyone to burst into laughter, and Shinja continued, I asked Ios, and he said he has a feeling that he is about to enter the mutation phase, so he also wants to participate in the Extraordinary Academy assessment. Chen Hanyue said, with his background, it wouldn't be hard for him to enter the Extraordinary Academy, even if he isn't a mutated being. After all, the Extraordinary Academy also has recruitment quotas for disciples with such backgrounds. It's a means for the human high-ranking officials to win over the extraordinary races. Chen Hanyue did not continue, but Shenjo understood that the closer these young disciples of extraordinary races integrated into human society, the tighter the relationship would become once they gained real power. If the human race ever faced difficulties, they would not stand idly by, becoming a significant help. Well then, you two brothers work hard and aim for a decent extraordinary academy. Everyone offered their heartfelt blessings to Chenju and Ios. Shenja nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, everyone. I will not embarrass our special team. After having dinner with everyone at the base, Shenja left the base and returned home. He hadn't been back for a long time. Now, he no longer needed to work everywhere to make a living, but as an extraordinary individual, the resources needed to improve his power consumed even more money. Fortunately, Shenja had the golden finger of accelerated heartbeat, which allowed him to improve quickly even without resources. However, without battling against hostile mutated creatures, his heartbeat hadn't raced violently for a long time.
It seems I need to think of a way. Chapter 94.
In recent days, Chenja's heart rate had indeed dropped too rapidly, making him a bit unaccustomed. If other vampire races knew, they would surely be infuriated because even what he felt was slow would be an incredible heartbeat speed among other vampires. He had already planned to find an opportunity to battle mutated extraordinary creatures to maintain the best heartbeat rate, which could significantly shorten the awakening time of his powers. Of course, others didn't know his thoughts, or else just the luck he'd been having would lead to him being scolded.
The battles against beast tides had ended, and the entire coastal base city was in a state of rebuilding. Any mutated beings or extraordinary people did not want to mention the words mutated extraordinary creatures, as it was almost a reflex. However, Chenja also understood that this matter needed to be gradual. He couldn't rush it, especially since many tasks needed to be done now. A night passed without a word. He contacted Ios, but Ios hadn't replied. Chenja knew that Ios's phone had probably been confiscated, leaving him to mourn silently for Ios. That night, after injecting a vial of edible serum, Chenja began his training. When dawn broke the next day, Chenja still went to the special team base. When I went down to the next level, it was rare to see the members of the special team all gathered together. After chatting for a bit, we naturally brought up the topic of the assessment. Talking about the assessment, Chenja was actually quite confused since he had never thought he would become an awakened one day. Seeing Chenja in a daze, Aoki thought he was worried about the Extraordinary Academy assessment in 3 months, so he approached Chenja with a tablet. I have organized the assessment information from major extraordinary schools over the past 5 years here. Take a good look when you get home. While there are different paths between schools, the main focus is pretty much the same. Mental power, speed, and explosive power are all essential assessment items. Beside them, Koi immediately chimed in when they mentioned the assessment items. Aoki, you seem to have forgotten the most important thing. Oh? What thing? Aoki felt he hadn't overlooked anything.
Koi waved a finger. Of course, it's the basic level.
Basic level? Chenja was a bit confused. Do you mean the minimum requirements for mental power, speed, and explosive power?
Of course not, Koi continued. This basic level refers to the level that a mutation or extraordinary must reach in order to participate in the assessment.
Chenja understood, this was reasonable.
Otherwise, anyone could take the assessment, which would greatly increase the time cost.
Aoki laughed lightly, pointing at Chenja. He is currently Extraordinary Copper Class 1, does he really need to worry about basic level?
Indeed, he doesn't need to worry. His level is already more than enough, Koi reminded him and didn't think Chenja was below this standard, but she still explained, generally, we divide extraordinary academies into 3 levels. The 3rd level is the lowest tier of extraordinary academies, setting the participant level at mutation class 1, meaning you can participate as long as you reach mutation.
But to pass the assessment, you must at least be mutation class 3 or above.
One who wavered his folding fan and strolled, explaining the requirements for 2nd-tier academies. When you reach a 2nd-tier extraordinary academy, the requirements double.
The minimum participant level must be mutation class 4.
Upon hearing this, Chenja gasped.
The 2nd-tier extraordinary academy indeed had strict requirements. Mutation class 4 was considered quite strong even in Lehigh Bay City.
As for the 3rd level, which is the highest extraordinary school also known as the Extraordinary Institute, their minimum assessment requirement is extraordinary class 1. Chen Hanyu pointed at Chenja, and you just barely meet the minimum qualification to participate in the assessment of the Extraordinary Institute.
No way.
Before even taking the assessment, Chenja was already drenched in sweat. His goal was, of course, the 3rd level Extraordinary Academy, but he never expected the minimum requirement of a higher extraordinary school to be so high. He had previously thought that with his strength of Extraordinary Class 1, he could easily pass the assessment. Now he had to reconsider.
Noticing Chenja's thoughts, Aoki patted his shoulder. Don't put too much mental pressure on yourself. Not all extraordinary class 1 strengths are the same. In my opinion, you will definitely pass the assessment with ease. Although Aoki was encouraging Chenja, what he said also made sense.
Chenja had good combat thinking and was decent in practical strength, so passing the assessment should not be a problem. Now that you meet the minimum requirement, you must pay attention to training in mental power, explosive power, and other assessment items in the next 3 months. Of course, practical combat cannot be neglected either.
Anyone who has time, you can ask them to train with you.
You should know that the high-level extraordinary academies place great importance on practical combat, otherwise, what's the use of recruiting some who are just for show? Zhou Haojuan had always been a practical combat type.
So in his view, even if his realm wasn't high enough, being skilled in combat could still allow him to overcome all assessments.
Everyone cared so much, Chenja was very touched, giving a firm nod to express his gratitude. Chenja left the base after having lunch at noon, and he had not gone far when he sensed someone was following him.
Following me? This is the special group base, how dare someone track me? Is this madness? Chenja continued walking forward without showing any signs.
Until he reached a corner, he quickly dodged, and the person followed closely behind. Chenja suddenly sprang out and grabbed the person's wrist, pulling them behind him, restraining them.
Hey, it's me. Ios?
Chenja recognized the voice. It was Ios, who was under confinement.
He hurriedly released his grip and looked at Ios, dressed in all black with a baseball cap. Weren't you locked up by the Wolf King?
How did you get over here? Mentioning this made Ios turn gloomy. Don't mention it, I barely managed to escape, and now the bodyguards are looking everywhere for me.
Hurry, take me to a hidden place.
Chenja felt helpless and took Ios to his home.
It's a bit messy at home, don't mind it.
Ios was indifferent and actually found Chenja's little place quite cozy, filled with a sense of life.
After handing Ios a bottle of water, Chenja asked, "You've arrived at the base, why not go inside?"
I don't want to make things difficult for the leader and the others. After all, everyone knows I'm under confinement by my father.
If the special group, as official personnel, shelters me, it won't sit well with the Wolf King tribe. Chenja suddenly realized, so what do you plan to do next?
His home wasn't completely safe, and Ios only knew a few people and places in the Limhai base city, so it was only a matter of time before they would find out about Chenja's home.
Sigh, I don't know either, but being locked up in a room with so many people watching me, I'm going crazy.
Chenja stared at Ios for a while, and gradually his eyes lit up. He had an idea in mind.
Chapter 95. Ios sensed the change in Chenja's gaze and shrank back. Why do I feel like there's something sinister in your eyes?
Chenja got up from across and sat beside Ios, draping his arm over Ios' shoulder with a mischievous smile. Brother, look at what you're saying, I'm a good person, how could I have bad intentions?
Ios pushed him away. Cut it out, you think I don't know you're hiding something? Come on, what do you want to do? Alright, since you're straightforward, I won't hold back. I plan to enter the Red Moon world. Upon hearing this, Ios jumped straight up from the sofa. Are you crazy? Haven't you had enough battling the beast tide and the mutated extraordinary creatures? It's only been a few days of peace, and you want to stir something up again? Ios found Chenja's idea utterly insane.
Right now in the entire Limhai base city, mentioning mutated extraordinary creatures was met with horror. No one wanted to recall that painful experience.
The atmosphere was extremely tense.
That Chenja wanted to take the initiative to provoke mutated extraordinary creatures, and then actually wanted to enter the Red Moon world was beyond understanding. I admit your strength is quite good, but the Red Moon world is full of dangers. It's not just mutated extraordinary creatures, even a seemingly ordinary plant might be deadly. With your extraordinary Crimson Iron 1-star strength, going in is simply seeking death. This wasn't Ios exaggerating, it was the harsh reality that the Red Moon world was perilous. Without golden level strength, even saying you could return safely after entering was risky. Even golden level individuals wouldn't dare go deep, they could only operate near the border of the base city, and going deeper into the Red Moon world was like a one-way ticket, with no chance of return. Of course, I know that, but the greater the danger, the higher the reward. Besides, I'm not planning to go deep, just to wander around near the guarded city walls.
Chenja certainly wasn't a fool, he wouldn't venture deep even if asked. You know I'm participating in the Extraordinary Academy assessment.
I plan to apply to the Extraordinary Academy, so I need real combat experience, not the kind of friendly sparring, but life and death fighting. Although Zhou Haojuan had suggested that Chenja spar with other teammates, Chenja felt that was just superficial exchange, completely not the kind of life and death struggle that truly improves skills. Ios's eyes gradually lit up, he understood that Chenja was right, and in his heart, there was a hint of eagerness to try.
What kind of look is that? Chenja noticed Ios's strangely bright eyes. You can't be thinking of joining me, right?
No, if something happens to you, the Wolf King will tear me apart.
Ios smirked at Chenja, keep pretending. The way you acted just now clearly showed you wanted me to join. Now you're putting on a show.
I see you're not trying to get into the Extraordinary Academy, you're planning to enter the entertainment industry to become a movie star.
Put. Caught by Ios's words, Chenja stopped pretending. Alright, I was just trying to tease you. Since you know my thoughts, how about we give it a try?
Ios nodded without hesitation, of course. I'm sure the bodyguards won't expect me to enter the Red Moon world, and I also want to awaken as quickly as possible.
In the werewolf tribe, strength is everything.
Right now, I'm not even considered a mutant and have to be protected by bodyguards, while there are countless people behind my back gossiping about me. I suggested this because I saw your predicament, but you need to think carefully. You said before that the Red Moon world is full of dangers.
Are you sure you want to take this risk with me?
Chenja suddenly suggested that Ios join him in entering the Red Moon world, but it was just a moment's inspiration. Now that Ios had agreed so readily, he felt a bit hesitant.
I've agreed, so why are you hesitating? You're not forcing me or binding me, it's my own choice. What are you afraid of? Fine, since you've said that, let's pack up and leave tomorrow.
Chenja felt an impatient excitement, but Io stopped him. Hold on, you think the Red Moon World is somewhere you can just go? Without the approval of the defense officer of Shenlong City, no one can enter the Red Moon World freely. Not to mention, we can't even get past the city wall. How can we get through to the Red Moon World? We're not array masters. Of course, we can't use the teleportation array, I don't have that ability. But I think the defense officer of Shenlong City won't refuse if I ask to see him. The defense officer had previously wanted to recruit Chenja to join the defense forces, so Chenja thought he would not refuse if he asked to see him. At that time, he would mention his desire to enter the Red Moon World. As for whether the defense officer could agree, Chenja felt uncertain inside. Because to enter such a dangerous place, Chenja and Ios needed to prepare a lot of supplies. First, food. Ordinary food would be a waste in the Red Moon World, so they needed to buy a large amount of edible serum, then supplements, and healing potions. As for energy devices, they could do nothing about that, as even the most ordinary energy devices cost millions, and Chenja certainly didn't have that much money now. Of course, Ios had the money, but he couldn't purchase. Once he used the bank card, the bodyguards would definitely notice, and before they even entered the city wall, they would be caught and taken back. Forget it, anyway, my combat doesn't rely on energy devices. You're not a mutant yet and can't use devices that require your own abilities to provide energy. Those things are useless for both of us. Then we won't buy them. I'm skilled in combat and not good with energy devices. The two went to bed early that night and set off quietly towards the city wall before dawn the next day. By the time the bodyguards found Chenja's home, he had long since left. At the guard wall, they were blocked by the guards. After Chenja showed his identity badge, he asked the guard to help convey their request to the city defense officer, Shenlong. The guard asked them to wait a moment. Before long, he informed them that Shenlong had allowed them to enter. The two followed the guard to Shenlong's office. Upon seeing Chenju and Ios together, Shenlong was momentarily stunned, not knowing why they had come to the guard wall together. He originally thought Chenja had changed his mind and decided to join the guard team, but it was clear now that it was not the case. City Defense Officer. Chenja and Ios greeted Shenlong, who smiled and nodded, indicating for them to sit down. Is there something you want to discuss so early? City Defense Officer, we want to enter the Red Moon World for training. Chenja stated his purpose plainly. Oh, you want to enter the Red Moon World for training? Shenlong repeated with a smile before suddenly pausing, raising his voice to repeat, you want to enter the Red Moon World for training? Seeing Shenlong's exaggerated reaction, Chenja knew that this idea was indeed crazy. Anyone hearing this unexpectedly would be a shock to Shenlong. Chapter 96. Chenja nodded seriously and earnestly, yes, City Defense Officer, we want to enter the Red Moon World for training. Shenlong was an expert and quickly recovered from his shock, squinting his eyes as he scanned between the two, then slowly spoke. Do you know what you are talking about? The Red Moon World is not a place for fun, Shenlong pointed at the two of them, one of you is just an extraordinary Iron 1-star, and one isn't even a mutated person. With your strength, if you enter the Red Moon World, there won't even be bones left. Ios twitched his lips, he knew Shenlong would never agree with Chenja's seemingly absurd idea. However, Chenja was unafraid and said in the same serious tone, I know it's not a game, and I also understand the dangers of the Red Moon World. But the more danger there is, the more it can inspire a person's potential. I need to improve my strength to participate in the Advanced Extraordinary Academy examination in 3 months, and Ios wants to find an opportunity for mutation or extraordinary power. We both have reasons we must go. You young people just don't know the weight of things. I can understand your feelings, but there should be a limit. The Red Moon World is too dangerous, it is not suitable for you to use for trials, understand? Understand? Of course, I understand. I have given it a lot of thought. We are both aware of the seriousness of the situation. Please, City Defense Officer, allow us. Saying this, the two of them stood up together and bowed to Shenlong. Shenlong stared at them for a long time before finally sighing, alright, since you two have made up your minds, I won't stop you. Every extraordinary has their reasons and determination to grow stronger, it's not my place to stop you. But one thing, you absolutely cannot go deeper than 10 kilometers into the Red Moon World. As long as you aren't attacked by mutated extraordinary creatures in that area, you should still be able to come and go easily. The city defense officer relented, and the two of them immediately smiled, exchanging a grateful glance with Shenlong. Alright, you're not 3-year-olds. You know what you should and shouldn't do, and I don't need to teach you. Real combat is indeed the best way to improve strength, far better than staying in a safe zone and doing nothing. Chenja was certain of this point with Shenlong, which is why he felt proposing it to him would likely result in Shenlong agreeing to this absurd request. As the city defense officer, Shenlong naturally advocated for real combat. Otherwise, how could he protect the guard wall and the base city behind it? Alright, are you going to rest for a day inside the city wall or set off now? I'll have Ran Ming take you. Chenju exchanged a glance with Ios and decided to set off immediately.
Okay, I wish you a smooth journey, and be extra careful. The city defense officer, Shenlong, called for Ran Ming to take the two to the Red Moon World. When Ran Ming heard that Chenju and Ios were entering the Red Moon World, he was also taken aback. After sending the two into the Red Moon World, he immediately returned to Shenlong's office. City defense officer, how can you agree to such a request? Chenju is an extraordinary talent, and Ios is the son of the Wolf King. If anything happens to them in the Red Moon World, it would be hard to explain. Humph. Shenlong snorted coldly, explain what? It's not like I threw them in myself, they asked for it. Even if the Wolf King holds us accountable, it can't be blamed on us. Ran Ming's mouth twitched. Was that really the case? Chenju and Ios entered the Red Moon World, but they were still in a safe isolation zone. There was still some distance to the true Red Moon World. After exchanging glances, the two quickly rushed ahead. 5 minutes later, the two passed through the energy barrier and successfully entered the Red Moon World. The seductive, dim red made breathing extremely uncomfortable. Chenju, as an extraordinary, was slightly better off, but Ios, despite his werewolf blood, still felt a tightness in his chest and immediately injected a supplement, allowing his complexion to relax. The air here is so thick it's disgusting. Ios frowned, feeling like he would vomit after taking a deep breath. Chenju, though uncomfortable, managed to hold on and looked at Ios with concern. Are you alright? Can you withstand it? I should have known to let you buy antitoxic energy devices. Ios forced a smile and shook his head. If I can't handle this small difficulty, I shouldn't even think about awakening. Alright then, let's set off. Their purpose this time was to gain experience, so they didn't have a specific target. Based on the map Ran Ming provided for the first 10 kilometers of the Red Moon World, they chose a random path to begin their journey. The path was marked with 2 red dots. The dots were not large, and next to them, a cross indicated the power level of the demonized extraordinary creatures. Both red dots had only 1 cross, meaning the lowest level of danger. Chenju felt there was no need to worry too much. Because of the energy suppression in the Red Moon World, they hadn't walked for long before they were drenched in sweat and had to stop to rest. I really didn't expect the suppression on the human race in the Red Moon World to be so great. You're extraordinary, and I have werewolf blood, yet just after walking for a little over an hour, we are already drenched in sweat and panting. Ios sat down heavily, gasping for breath, forgetting all about the nauseating air of the Red Moon World. Chenju took a big sip of water and wiped his mouth, smiling wryly. Yeah, we are indeed too young. No wonder everyone was so surprised when we said we wanted to enter the Red Moon World. Even without demonized extraordinary creatures, it's still full of dangers. Who says it isn't? But this is good, I've discovered something. What is it? Chenju asked curiously. Ios revealed a smile, one that showed his excitement. I think I might be close to awakening. Really? Chenju was astonished. They hadn't done anything yet, just entered the Red Moon World and walked for a short time. Ios was about to awaken? Truly deserving of the Wolf King's bloodline, such talent. Chenju didn't mean to tease, instead, he felt a little envious. This natural werewolf bloodline was much stronger than his own vaccinated blood. Then he thought, wasn't the serum he injected just Ios's blood? Maybe it is precisely because of the special blue blood. This is probably what has caused Ios to change. He is a living example, having injected werewolf serum while simultaneously awakening his vampire lineage, and his heartbeat is like a giant's. Chenju has reason to suspect that all this is due to the blue blood. Lost in thought, Chenju's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Chenju stood up abruptly, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The quickening heartbeat indicated there was something nearby emitting hostility towards him. The racing heart acted as a warning, reminding Chenju to be cautious. Chapter 97. Seeing Chenju suddenly so tense, Ios stood up as well and scanned the area, asking, is there danger around? Chenju replied, there should be danger approaching. We are clearly quite far from those 2 areas with mutated extraordinary creatures. Could it be they are moving in this direction, or are they coming out to hunt? Mutated extraordinary creatures also need to hunt for food, encountering them early is not unusual. Perhaps, what should we do now? Should we find a place to hide and observe? The map shows that the 2 clusters of mutated extraordinary creatures are just a fork, and their strength is very low. Even if we encounter one group, it shouldn't pose a threat to the 2 of us. Ios wasn't being overly bold, although he couldn't use any special powers. His combat skills under his racial talent were not to be compared with the lowest level mutated extraordinary creatures, and he was not without the strength to fight. Besides, there was Chenju, a Crimson Iron rank 1 extraordinary, so encountering a dozen low-level mutated creatures shouldn't be a worry at all. After a brief thought, Chenju nodded. Okay, I see a small stream over there, let's hide behind the rocks next to the stream.
Chenja had heard the sound of water and saw various strangely shaped rocks nearby, which would serve as good cover without obstructing their view, making it a suitable hiding spot. Ayos nodded, and the two quickly moved toward the stream. Unbeknownst to them, their actions not only failed to achieve the intended concealment but instead brought them closer to danger, as if they were walking right into it. Just as they were about to approach the stream, Chenja suddenly stopped Ayos. Wait, the danger is emanating from the stream. What? Ayos, lacking heightened perception, could only rely on his racial talent, and could not compare with Chenja's awakened enhanced senses. He was taken aback by Chenja's words, but quickly calmed down to sense carefully. Upon careful examination, Ayos noticed something off, and his expression changed slightly. There are many dangerous auras in the stream, could it be mutated fish creatures? Ayos said uncertainly. Chenja nodded, that's very likely. I hope that if they are mutated fish creatures, they can't leave the water, so as long as we don't approach the water's edge, we won't be in danger. It's not that Chenja was afraid, it was just that the number he sensed was too astonishing, and he didn't want to invite so much trouble unnecessarily. Yes, what you said. Ayos was still speaking when a large number of fish-like mutated creatures, resembling koi but with exploded scales, leaped out of the water. At a glance, there were probably no fewer than 100. Their mouths began to gather power, and the targets of their attack were naturally the two of them. How can they leap out of the water to attack? Ayos was baffled, and the next moment, he was pulled by Chenja to leap left, using the rocks to shield them from the attack of the mutated creatures. Boom! The rock they were hiding behind was huge, but it still shook violently under the attack. Can this rock hold up? Ayos felt a bit uneasy, the enemies were too many. Perhaps one hit wouldn't shatter the rock, but what about 2 hits, or 3? There were over 100 in total. Chenja shook his head, he wasn't sure either. He glanced around, signaling for Ayos to follow him. The two of them pounced toward another rock, and with the rock as cover, they changed their hiding place without being noticed. In the seconds after they moved away from the original rock, the huge rock was blasted to pieces. Chenja was astonished to see the rock turn to powder. If they had been even a moment late, they could have suffered the same fate. It's really true that many ants can kill an elephant. Even if they are small, too many attacking at once can't be underestimated. We should hurry and leave this area. I feel something is wrong with these mutated creatures, they might really be able to attack humans far away from the water source, Ayos said, but Chenja covered his mouth. You really have a way with words, just look for yourself. Chenja pointed to the sky in disbelief. Ayos realized that these mutated fish creatures were indeed flying, completely leaving the water source, and were searching for the two of them. Ayos blinked awkwardly, and Chenja released his hand. There's no other way. You stay here and wait for the right moment, I'll attack. Since they couldn't dodge, they'd go on the offensive. After all, these were just some low-level mutated creatures that Chenja didn't mind at all. Cross slash. Chenja leapt high into the air, unleashing the cross slash. With his current extraordinary 1-star level in red iron, his attack range was a full 5 meters, instantly striking the group of mutated fish creatures, causing an explosion. The dead mutated fish creatures flopped onto the ground. Ayos seized the opportunity and delivered a kick to the few that were still alive, sending them on their way. After the first strike, Chenja did not stop. He knew one blow couldn't completely kill hundreds of mutated creatures, so he immediately followed up with a second attack without aiming. After all, they were gathered so densely that he didn't need to focus to hit them. That should be enough. Chenja landed after the 2 strikes. We don't need to worry about the few left, let's get closer and take a look. The map didn't indicate that there were mutated fish creatures here, so Chenja planned to observe and see what exactly was going on. Were these mutated fish creatures a coincidence in this little stream, or was there something else happening? Ayos nodded, okay. The two approached the stream's edge and encountered a few scattered mutated fish creatures that were no match for Chenja. Ayos was also no slouch. As one approached him, he swiftly grabbed it. Thanks to his racial advantage, he was strong enough that these low-level mutated creatures couldn't injure him. He squeezed hard, and the mutated fish creature tilted its head and died. Chenja took a glance at Ayos and noticed he had indeed changed. He was quick and precise, and there were signs of awakening. Otherwise, when they first met, even against low-level mutated creatures, he wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily with one blow. Noticing Chenja's gaze, Ayos looked confused. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you about to awaken? Ayos was not surprised that Chenja had picked up on it, his lips curled up with a hint of excitement. Indeed, ever since entering the Red Moon world, I felt this way. Chenja nodded. It might be the accumulation of your potential, real combat is key to improvement. I believe it won't be long before you successfully awaken. Ayos nodded vigorously. I just don't know if my first awakening will be a mutation or extraordinary. Chenja was not too sure about that. He suspected that Ayos's first awakening might indeed be extraordinary since he had half the blood of a wolf king, and his unique blood made it hard to believe he wouldn't awaken to extraordinary on the first go.
As they spoke, they had already defeated the mutated fish creatures flying out of the water attacking them, and reached the edge of the stream. Chapter 98. As they reached the stream's edge and looked down, both of them felt their scalp tingle. The bottom of the stream was floating with many translucent spheres, each about the size of a fist. Just imagine, densely packed across the water's bottom, even Chenja felt a twinge of fear from the crowding. Could these all be fish eggs? Ios felt the vitality emanating from the translucent spheres. If they really are fish eggs, how many will hatch? Ios didn't dare to think further. Just now, there were already over 100, although it didn't cause much trouble. What if there were hundreds or even thousands? Even the two of them would have to flee. Chenja's face was as heavy as water. He knew Ios was likely correct, these were indeed the eggs of the fish-like mutated creatures they had seen earlier. He just didn't know why there would be such fish eggs here. Since there were eggs, was there a female fish? It was likely that such a prolific fish-like mutated creature had a high level. We need to leave quickly. If that egg-laying mutated creature shows up, we might be in for trouble. Chenja immediately made the judgment. No matter what level the egg layer was, he didn't want to provoke it. It was better to avoid trouble. Alright, we have the advantage of knowledge, there's no need to wait for a conflict to arise. Ios agreed with Chenja's suggestion. The fish-like mutated creatures we saw earlier were probably just juveniles, those capable of long-range attacks. When they grow up, they'll be a formidable enemy. After making the decision, the two quickly backed away, hastily leaving the creek. Fortunately, after Chenja became extraordinary, he had received a special space ring equipped with a lot of drinking water. Otherwise, relying on the creek's water would have been a disaster. They ran about a kilometer before stopping to catch their breath. Chenja took out a map and marked a red circle at the spot where they found the fish-like mutated creatures, then drew an X over it, but behind the X he added a question mark. What are you doing? Ios leaned closer, looking puzzled at Chenja's actions. Chenja looked up at him and said, of course, I'm marking the discovery of a new mutated creature. We can pretend to be explorers. Ios immediately understood, the map showed an area within 10 kilometers of the guard tower's isolation zone, all of which had been mapped by the scouts of the guards. It was a way to maintain control over the safe zone. Normally, the guards would also train in this area. But now there were mutated creatures appearing in areas not marked on the map, so Chenja had to mark them down. When they returned, he could report to Shen Long, the city defense officer, to update the map. Alright, this way, training and exploration won't interfere with each other. After a brief pause, the two set off again. Since they had deviated from the previous route, they did not turn back but continued forward. When they crossed a ridge, the two stood at the summit and looked down below. Below was a dense forest, illuminated by the dim red light emitted by the red moon, giving the woods an eerie look, as if it was impenetrable. The map shows that there are blue flower blood poison beasts below, mutated creatures of the red iron 3-star level. We can't be careless, and the air in the red moon world is already unsuitable for us humans. With such a dense underground forest, there might be miasma. Chenja now genuinely regretted not purchasing gas protection equipment. He had become extraordinary and could practice internal breathing, but what about Ios? Ios understood Chenja's concern and smiled, saying, don't underestimate me, even if I breathe in miasma, it won't matter. Oh? Why? Chenja was genuinely curious, as ordinary people couldn't withstand miasma. Ios patted his chest, displaying a proud attitude. Of course, it's because of my bloodline. I am not a weak and fragile ordinary person, I have the bloodline of a wolf king. Ordinary miasma poses no threat to me, I can completely eliminate it with my blood. Chenja shook his head with a bitter smile, this is the racial talent, after all. The wolf's physique is just rugged. That makes things easier, if the miasma is not a threat, then be careful of the blue flower blood poison vine. They are massive and have strong venom that can form blood arrows to attack from a distance. Don't worry. The two began to descend the mountain and enter the dense forest. As soon as they entered the woods, they could feel the dampness in the air, making it hard to breathe. It was already approaching evening, if they had entered at noon, they would have surely been drenched in sweat and weak after just a few steps. Because the trees were too dense, with fallen leaves covering the ground and the air feeling moist, the layer of decaying leaves underneath mixed with new fallen leaves formed thick layers. Over time, it would be hard for the miasma not to emerge. We need to be careful where we step, the leaves are too thick and rotten, which could easily create swamps. If we sink too deep, it could become troublesome, Chenja reminded. Okay. The miasma had already made the dimly lit woods even darker. It was nearly impossible to see, their hands could hardly be seen in front of their faces. The two walked slowly, cautious about proceeding quickly. As they walked, Chenja noticed something. Do you think it's too quiet in the woods? Aside from the faint sound of their footsteps, Chenja couldn't hear any insects or birds. His perceptive ability was quite strong, and if he couldn't hear anything, it meant something was off in the woods. Yes, I noticed it too. As for the birds and beasts, it's understandable. The blue flower blood poison vine resides here, what birds or beasts can escape their hunting?
But the absence of insects is indeed strange, eerily quiet.
Both understood the oddity of the dense forest. Chenja's original alertness rose again. He glanced at the map, the location marked for the blue flower blood poison vine showed a cross. He felt that the strangeness of this forest deserved a cross, so he added another one but also drew a question mark beside it. After all, he wasn't clear on the level of danger this cross represented for the guarding troops. He decided to leave it as a question mark and discuss it again after returning. After marking it, Chenja and Ayos continued forward, and then they heard rustling sounds. Is it the blue flower blood poison vine?
Ayos didn't turn around but spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. It sounds like something is sliding across the ground. Chenja heard it too, but whether it was the blue flower blood poison vine was still unknown.
I don't know, but it's still quite far from us.
We just need to be vigilant and not let them get too close, Chenja replied to Ayos.
Ayos nodded, and the two continued forward seemingly unfazed.
However, the rustling sound quickened, drawing closer to them. It seems this battle is unavoidable, be ready for combat at any moment. No need for Chenja to remind him, Ayos was already ready for action.
Chenja's heart raced with excitement. Not only could battling a hostile opponent quicken his heartbeat, but it would also enhance his practical experience. Most importantly, it was the environment here.
After all, battles don't always take place in bright and open spaces.
He had never encountered fighting in such an environment before. Chapter 99.
Chenja was eager to try, his heartbeat was quickening, signaling that something hostile was approaching them.
Jump!
In the next moment, Chenja shouted jump, and grabbed Ayos, performing a backflip into the air. They landed on a tree branch, leaning down to look and were surprised to see it was not the blue flower blood poison vine.
What is that? Vines? Branches?
At this height, they couldn't see clearly, but it was certain that it was definitely not a python but a kind of plant.
Let's go down and take a look to find out.
Chenja smiled and jumped down first. Upon landing, he transformed his hand into a wolf claw and reached for that strange object. Instantly feeling the struggle of the other party like a living thing, whoa, quite a bit of strength. That thing had a lot of strength to break free, but Chenja was not an easy target either. After gathering power, he wanted to pull the thing closer to take a look, but unexpectedly, it snapped. Chenja wasn't angry, bringing the part he was holding close to examine, a branch? Chenja truly did not expect that a branch could grow endlessly, and move flexibly like a vine, leading him to think of a term, tray ant. Ayos jumped down as well, coming closer, and was equally taken aback.
Wow, I've really seen it all now, turns out it's a branch. Ayos exclaimed in surprise.
It seems the maps for the guard troops haven't been updated in a while, or we are too unlucky to encounter two mutated creatures that aren't marked on the map. The branch had already been deemed a mutated creature by Ayos, otherwise, how could it explain their ability to grow and move? In fact, Ayos wasn't wrong, this branch was indeed a mutated creature, but plant-type mutated creatures had never been able to enter the base city, so usually, when people mentioned mutated creatures, they were referring to beast types.
It's indeed strange.
The orchid blood poison WIRM possesses a strong territorial consciousness. It's rather rare that it would allow other mutated creatures to exist within its territory.
Chenja was puzzled. Ayos shook his head, why bother thinking about it?
Listen, the sounds of branches around us are rather numerous, we are already surrounded. Indeed, Chenja also heard it, all around them were rustling sounds coming from all directions, moving towards their location. Be careful, although these branches have ordinary attack power, their entangling capability should not be underestimated, especially with their sharp tips, they may just be like swords and require caution. Indeed, plant-type mutated creatures excel at entangling. Once ensnared, it is like being consumed by a venomous snake, tightening until the prey's bones crack and suffocates. As the two spoke, they already vaguely saw branches with sharp tips extending toward their feet, indeed resembling venomous snakes. Chenja even suspected whether this orchid blood poison WIRM was these odd branches. At this moment, the sound of rustling leaves echoed through the entire forest area, as if the entire forest were coming to life, causing Chenja to furrow his brow slightly. Not good, we need to escape quickly, these branches starting to sway and making rustling sounds will definitely alert the orchid blood poison WIRM. If 1 or 2 appear, we don't mind, but if 10 or 8 show up, it'll be hard to get away. Previously, there were grand words about entering the Red Moon world for training, but once one truly delved into it, they realized how difficult it was. No wonder it was called the Red Moon world. Danger could emerge at any moment, catching people off guard and hard to handle.
Yes, let's take action.
Without hesitation, the two quickly took action. Chenja relied on his abilities while Ayos relied entirely on his strong physical strength. His hand strength was definitely on par with Chenja's beastification wolf claws, so any branch he grabbed would certainly be broken. The two worked seamlessly, and the branches that had approached did not succeed in causing them any harm.
After another strike, Chenja severed several branches, and he and Ios ran forward in sync, with the animated branches closely pursuing from behind. Strange, can these branches extend this long? Ios asked, puzzled as he ran. Chenja replied, it's not that they can extend infinitely, but rather that the surroundings are filled with trees. They look like ordinary branches, who knows if there are mutated tree creatures mixed in. That makes sense. The two sped ahead, but the dense forest posed significant obstacles to their escape. These trees are such a nuisance, if we keep going like this, we'll eventually be caught. AIOSI complained as he ripped apart a vine blocking his way. This was indeed a problem, the trees were dense, and countless vines hung down, obstructing the path for the two of them. Hiss. Chenja slammed to a halt, scanning the surroundings with alertness when he heard that sound. That's the sound of a snake flicking its tongue. AIOSI also heard it, the noise was so loud it was hard to miss, indicating that whatever made that sound was nearby, very close to the two of them. Over there. Chenja spotted the source of the hissing, a giant python, as thick as a person, was coiled around a massive tree trunk. As it moved its body, the trunk creaked under the weight, and its enormous head was the size of a wash basin. Both of them felt their hairs stand on end, nerves tingling. Wow, do orchid blood poison pythons really get this big? AIOSI exclaimed. And look, it has a horn on its head. It's small, but that's definitely a horn, right? The poor visibility made AIOSI less certain. But Chenja could see it clearly, it was indeed a horn, belonging to an orchid blood poison python. It looks like we're really lucky, we've encountered the king of orchid blood poison pythons. Who do we complain to about this? Chenja felt he might need to go pray after this. How could it be that first they were chased by a plant-type mutated creature, and now they ran into the king of orchid blood poison pythons? They were simply out of luck. AIOSI's mouth twitched, he also wanted to know, but what he wanted more was whether they should keep running. Should we keep running? Chenja let out a self-deprecating laugh. Run? Look at its blood-red eyes, do they look like they want us to escape? AIOSI noticed that the orchid blood poison python had its front half already hovering in mid-air, effectively blocking the path forward. If they were to run now, they could only attempt to go to the sides, but he had no idea what dangers lurked there and didn't dare try, they might fall into a trap set by mutated creatures. After all, both front and back paths were blocked, only the sides remained, making it hard not to suspect something was wrong. Hiss. The two stood still, but the king of orchid blood poison pythons had already begun to move, the small horn on its head started to gather power, preparing to attack. Beast transformation. Chenja immediately began to transform into his wolf beast form. With the agility of his wolf form, Chenja sprang into action, using his limbs to push forcefully off the left tree trunk, launching himself into the air. In midair, expand. His beast claws expanded to twice their size, sharp enough to swipe at the massive head of the orchid blood poison python. But the python was not to be underestimated, its strong tail whipped toward Chenja in wolf form with great force. Chenja, watch out. That tail hits harder than a massive truck at full speed. AIOSI shouted loudly, warning Chenja to dodge while simultaneously moving aside to pick up a sharp broken branch from the ground. This branch was sharp enough to temporarily serve as a weapon. He couldn't let Chenja face the orchid blood poison python alone. He positioned himself in the path of the python's tail, aiming the sharp branch at the tail, intending to strike it hard. AIOSI, move. The blood moon power in its mouth is almost ready. The two reminded each other. Chenja noticed that the small horn on the king of orchid blood poison python was accumulating blood moon power, ready to launch an assault at any moment. Don't worry. The words don't worry were becoming AIOSI's motto, while he held the branch with both hands, standing ready to attack the python's tail. But the eyes were also keen, observing all directions. It had already noticed that the orchid blood poison python king had finished gathering power and could launch an attack at any moment. It is now judging who poses a greater threat between you and me, which is why it has yet to attack, Ios deduced. Although the orchid blood poison python king's body was enormous, its small horn allowed for only a single attack. In this moment, it was making a choice between Chenja and Ios. Hearing this, Chenja's eyes lit up. If we separate a bit more, this magical creature at its level must have developed some intelligence and can sense that I am extraordinary. It will definitely choose to attack me, allowing you to launch a sneak attack from the side. Don't worry, Ios replied, quickly running to the side of the orchid blood poison python king. Then he discovered that, just as Chenja said, after a moment of hesitation, the orchid blood poison python king quickly swam towards Chenja and launched an attack. Ios seized the moment, gripping a sharp branch and stabbing fiercely into the side of the python king's abdomen. Ios used all his strength. No matter how tough the python king's scales were, they should not withstand such speed and force. However, Chenja and he had underestimated the strength of the orchid blood poison python king. Its massive body was able to forcefully twist and dodge Ios' strike by using the clinging power of the tree. Be careful. Chenja was alarmed, seeing the python king's body swing and collide towards Ios. With such a massive body, even Ios's werewolf talent would likely not withstand the devastating impact. Cross slash.
There was no time to save Ios. Chinja had to attack to divert the Python King's attention, abandoning his assault on Ios. Fortunately, this tactic worked. The Python King turned its attention away from Ios and moved to attack Chinju instead, while Ios quickly withdrew from the attack range to seek another opportunity. Chinja's cross slash struck the Python King directly, causing it to howl in pain and once again start charging its small horn.
This time, the speed of gathering power was markedly faster than before.
Chinja dashed and leaped between the tree branches, transforming directly into a bat upon landing. In bat form, Chinja flew into the air, startling the orchid blood poison Python King, which displayed a perplexed expression in its not-so-intelligent eyes. It could never have imagined how a human could turn into a wolf one moment and a bat the next.
Mental curse.
Chinja seized the moment to launch the mental curse. The psychic energy waves from the curse rapidly spread towards the Python King, which, sensing the powerful ripples, directly used the red moon power accumulated in its small horn to collide with them, trying to block the approach. I didn't expect it to be successful in one strike, Chinja thought as he watched the ripples shatter. He was not anxious, he never expected to succeed in one blow. What he wanted was for the Python King to attack the ripples created by the mental curse, giving him a chance to get closer.
Hypnosis.
Taking advantage of the moment, the Python King could not launch a second attack after its first, as well as the explosion occurring from the red moon power orb attacking the mental curse ripples. Chinja quickly closed the distance and activated the hypnosis. This time, the orchid blood poison Python King was caught completely off guard by the hypnosis technique. Its gaze began to dissolve, but slowly. After all, it's a Python King. Putting it under hypnosis is indeed troublesome. Chinju exerted more power, intensifying the hypnosis.
I'm coming.
With the orchid blood poison Python King now under hypnosis and its body starting to stiffen, Io seized the opportunity, jumping high with a sharp branch, aiming directly at the Python King's vital spot and stabbing down fiercely.
Oh whoa!
The Python King gained a moment of temporary clarity in its eyes, letting out a painful howl, but soon could no longer make a sound. The small horn on its head, which had originally emitted a blood-colored glow, began to dim.
Boom!
The body of the orchid blood poison Python King crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit, showing just how heavy it was.
Is he dead? Io stepped closer, unsure if the Python King could die so easily. Chenja nodded with a smile. Yes, he's dead.
He fell into my hypnosis and you pierced him 7 inches while he was defenseless.
If he could still be alive, he would be a dragon.
Chenja could no longer feel any life force from the orchid blood poison Python King. It was clear he was dead. After getting confirmation, Ios quickly walked to the body of the Python King and used a sharp branch to cut open its belly.
Chenja looked at Ios's actions with suspicion, confused as to why Ios would want to skin the dead Python King to make leather armor.
The skin of the orchid blood poison Python King could be used for leather armor, but the quality would be very low, so Chenja did not pay much attention to it. Yet, Ios, who was not short on money, would care about such ordinary python skin? Under Chenja's suspicious gaze, Ios actually pulled out the Python King's gallbladder and swallowed it whole.
What are you doing? Chenja was completely taken aback by Ios's actions.
By the time he reacted to stop him, it was already too late.
Ios had swallowed the gallbladder.
Chenja could only exclaim, Ios, your actions feel strange to me.
Are you crazy?
If you're hungry, I have food in my space ring.
The orchid blood poison Python King is full of toxins, and you eat its gallbladder? Do you want to poison yourself?
Who would have thought? Ios chuckled. You know my blood is special, so the toxin from the orchid blood poison Python King has no effect on me. And you forgot that I have half werewolf blood.
This is good for me. Could it be?
Chenju immediately began to examine Ios closely from top to bottom. Chenju was surprised to find that Ios's energy aura was rising rapidly. He was about to awaken.
Chapter 101.
Ios clearly felt a noticeable change in his body, and the corners of his mouth were lifting uncontrollably. Chenja shot him a glance, stopped grinning and quickly find a safe place.
You are about to awaken and cannot be disturbed.
If you get attacked, all your efforts may be in vain.
Find a spot, I'll watch over you. Ios nodded, and the two quickly left the spot.
However, they hadn't walked far when they discovered a massive tree. The trunk was wide enough for 3 or 4 people. Most importantly, this tree appeared to have been struck by lightning, creating a hollow inside.
This way.
Chenja called out, and the two of them dove into the tree hollow. Hurry to the back and start your cultivation, I'll keep watch here. Ios nodded and walked deeper into the hollow, then sat cross-legged on the ground to wait for his awakening. Chenja stood at the entrance of the hollow, preventing any demonic creatures from sensing their human presence and attacking, which could ruin Ios's awakening. I wonder if his first awakening will be extraordinary, and if his first ability will be the same as Mind Beast transformation.
While keeping watch, Chenja's mind wandered, guessing what Ios's first awakening would bring.
At this moment, Ios, on the brink of awakening, was also overwhelmed with excitement.
Joining Chenja in the Red Moon world was truly the right choice. I didn't expect to begin awakening in less than a day. This is so much better than all my previous attempts to awaken. I wonder if I can achieve a mutation or an extraordinary awakening. It'd be best if it's extraordinary, that way, I can save a lot of time and greatly increase my attacking power. I can't wait to see the expressions on the faces of those in my clan who look down on me. Ios was already eager to see the expressions of those who would look down on him when they learned of his awakening. At this moment, his transformation had reached a critical point, and his body began to change. Originally, his body was incredibly strong due to his unique blood and half-wolf king lineage, making him far beyond an ordinary person, but now, his entire form had fully transformed into a werewolf, and ordinary attacks couldn't break through his body's defenses at all. Not only that, he felt the wildness from the blood in his body, and he even had a strong urge to howl at the moon, a call from his primal bloodline awakening. Chenja, at the entrance of the tree hollow, immediately sensed a powerful force emanating from behind him, and he quickly turned to look at Ios. It worked! He's awakened! This is extraordinary! Although Ios had not yet awakened, Chenja could tell he had successfully awakened and had become extraordinary in an instant. At this moment, Ios, aside from sitting upright, seemed like a wolf sitting cross-legged, which was somewhat amusing. I wonder what kind of expression the cute and obedient Ios will have upon seeing his wild appearance now, Chenja thought to himself. Ios had indeed succeeded in awakening, but his body was still digesting this power, so he wouldn't wake up for a while. Chenja stood guard until early the next morning when Ios opened his eyes. He eagerly looked at his body, and when he discovered he was covered in fur, his expression was indeed rich. Chenja, who had been staring at him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, stop looking. You're now a werewolf sitting cross-legged. Hurry and try to revert back to your human form. Ios nodded. Still a bit unaccustomed, he took some time but finally returned to his human appearance. You're extraordinary now, but you haven't entered a rank yet. What abilities do you have after your first awakening? Chenja was eager to know. Ios raised his right hand directly, and it began to transform into a wolf claw. Chenja felt that there was nothing strange about this. Even if Ios hadn't awakened special combat skills, having a half-wolf king lineage allowed him to transform without any issue. Who would have thought that Ios then struck the ground with a punch, and Chenja saw a crack spreading from Ios' fist toward him. Wow, that punch must have had a force of at least 500 pounds, right? Chenja realized that he could only reach that kind of strength after becoming extraordinary iron at 1 star. Ios raised an eyebrow proudly. After all, I am a werewolf. If I couldn't manage even this kind of power, then my primal werewolf bloodline would really be worthless. Werewolves are known for their powerful destructive force, and indeed, as Ios said, if he couldn't even reach 500 pounds of punch strength, then his Wolf King bloodline would be quite disappointing. In addition to the power boost from transformation, do you have any other skills? Chenja felt that Ios' awakening should be more than just this, and then he saw Ios gathering red energy in his mouth. Blood moon power? Chenja was taken aback. It was one thing for demonized extraordinary beings to gather red moon power, but how could Ios do the same? Could it be that he's not awakening but rather demonizing? Chenja was confused, as Ios didn't resemble a demonized being at all. Ios stopped gathering energy and smiled. Don't just see me as a human, always remember that I am a werewolf. Werewolves have an instinct to howl at the moon. The red moon is strange, but at its core, it is still a moon. So I can absorb moon power thanks to my race's innate talent. Chenja suddenly understood and chuckled. Right, I forgot. I haven't adjusted yet. It wasn't surprising that Chenja was struggling to adapt because his awakened werewolf bloodline was still different from Ios, who was entirely a werewolf. But right now, my power is still too small, I'll take my time. Since he had awakened, things would be easier from now on, and Ios didn't want to rush. Chenja nodded and said, we have delayed for too long, let's eat something and then continue on our way. You kept watch over me all night, how about you eat something and then rest? I can keep watch. Ios felt a bit guilty in his heart knowing Chenja had protected him all night. Chenja waved his hand, it's fine, I'm extraordinary, and it didn't exhaust me to sit all night. Since Chenja said that, Ios didn't insist any further, indeed, time had been wasted. So after both of them ate a little and drank some water, they began to continue walking out of the dense forest. However, they hadn't walked far, not even out of the woods, when they suddenly discovered something strange. Originally expecting to encounter the same bizarre plant-like magical creatures and orchid blood-toxic vines as yesterday, they found no trace of them. Instead, they discovered something incredibly odd. The two of them found an ordinary venomous snake, not a magical creature. This was the first time they had seen an ordinary creature since entering the Blood Moon world. It shouldn't have been so surprising, but what caught them off guard was that the snake had a green test tube in its mouth. How could an object used by humans appear in the Blood Moon world, especially in the mouth of an ordinary venomous snake? Crack! Then the snake bit down on the test tube, tilting its head up and swallowing the green liquid from inside. Chapter 102. Don't look, Chenja, something seems off.
Ayos watched the snake consume the green liquid and instinctively felt something was wrong, his heart filled with anxiety. Chenja felt something was not right as well, but he thought it necessary to stay and see clearly. He felt this matter was not simple. Seeing that Chenja had no intention of leaving, Ayos could only helplessly follow along, watching the snake drink all the green liquid without blinking.
You know, why would it drink something like that? Normally, an ordinary venomous snake wouldn't behave against its biological instincts.
If this snake was a magical creature, then Ayos could understand it biting the test tube and drinking the liquid inside. However, this was just an ordinary snake. After its first attempt to touch the solid object of the test tube, it wouldn't care anymore unless what was inside was extremely attractive, making it feel it must consume it. Chenja made a shushing gesture, signaling Ayos to keep watching. The snake began to emit a green glow, or rather, a magical aura. A hint of blood moon power intertwined with this aura, exuding a sensation identical to that of magical creatures.
No way, this is incredible.
Ayos seemed to discover a great secret, staring in disbelief at the scene before him.
Is this an ordinary venomous snake starting to become magical?
Magical creatures don't just appear out of thin air, they begin to mutate due to the erosion of the blood moon's power after the red moon rises, gradually changing, evolving into magical extraordinary beings that are vastly different from their original forms, like magical rats that transform after being infected by the blood moon's power.
This snake has started to become magical because it has been exposed to the blood moon's power for a long time?
Ayos wondered just how long this snake had been alive. Chenja replied in a serious tone, I suspect the reason it started to become magical is because of that green liquid.
What?
Ayos was so shocked he almost bit his own tongue.
Chenja, this joke isn't funny at all, do you even know what you're saying?
The blood moon itself was already enough trouble for humanity. As long as the blood moon was up, magical creatures could not be completely eradicated. Now, Chenja was saying that a tube of liquid could cause ordinary wild creatures to start becoming magical and eventually turn into extraordinary magical beings. This is too terrifying.
Chenja looked at Ayos very seriously. Do I look like I'm joking?
I don't want to think this way, but the fact is, it is so.
Otherwise, how could it start to demonize shortly after drinking that liquid? Do you really believe that it has nothing to do with that tube of liquid?
Although Ayos didn't want to admit it, he had to agree that Chenja made a lot of sense. Since the poisonous snake in front of them was starting to demonize, it meant it was going to become a demonic creature.
Ayos said, then what are we waiting for? While it hasn't fully demonized yet, let's kill it quickly. This way, we eliminate one demonic creature. God knows what level of demonic creature this poisonous snake would transform into.
After all, it wasn't a demonic creature that hatched and grew up from infancy, it was directly demonizing. So, it was uncertain what level it would become when it completed its transformation.
Strike first to gain the advantage, or suffer the consequences later.
Ayos was very clear about this, killing the danger in its cradle was the best choice.
No, this matter is serious. We might have to end our training this time.
Chenja didn't intend to kill the demonizing snake right now, he wanted to observe it, to see it completely demonized so he could understand what level it could reach. At first, Ayos didn't understand Chenja's intention, but then he realized what Chenja was getting at.
You want to observe it and report back to the defense officer and team leader in Shenlong City, right? A substance that can make ordinary wild creatures demonize, this matter is indeed extraordinary.
Chenja nodded with a smile, you're right. This snake, no matter how much it demonizes, shouldn't reach the golden level of demonic transcendent creatures.
It's still within our control. Exactly, I'm also a transcendent now.
As long as it's not golden level, even if it becomes a crimson iron 5-star creature, it can't harm us. Ayos now felt confident. In fact, the snake's demonization speed was much faster than they expected, its body began to swell, expanding to 10 times its original size. Chenja observed and judged that it was at least as thick as his arm, the enlarged snake head, now the size of a fist, flicked its tongue, and a pair of blood-red eyes radiated a red glow. The scales on its body shimmered with a red cold light under the reflection of the blood moon, and orchid-shaped patterns appeared on the scales.
At first glance, wasn't this just an orchid blood poison python?
An ordinary poisonous snake had actually demonized into a python, insane, simply insane.
A ridiculous thought sprang up in Chenja's mind. Could it be that the orchid's blood poison pythons in this forest were all demonized by this green liquid? If this is true, then someone is artificially demonizing extraordinary creatures in the blood moon world. Madman, absolute madman. Chenja couldn't help but curse. Just the influence of the blood moon on demonized extraordinary creatures had already made humanity suffer greatly, and now someone is deliberately demonizing wild creatures. Was this meant to exterminate humanity? He had automatically attributed this matter to the inversed species, who else could it be? Demonizing extraordinary creatures wouldn't be involved in research. Ayos, standing beside him, also caught on and opened his mouth in shock. Chenja, could it be that you're overthinking it? A drug that can make wild creatures demonize? This is unprecedented. It's not that Ios didn't believe Chenja, it was just that this inference was too shocking, and even just the guess made his body tremble uncontrollably. Chenja looked at Ios, his eyes serious and sharp. Otherwise, how to explain all this before us? Ios was left speechless. Yes, how to explain everything in front of them? Now that it has completely demonized, what are we going to do? Ios said. Chenja smirked slightly. Capture it alive, bring it back to the guard team's research department, let them study it. Maybe they can extract that green medicine from its body. Once examined, everything will be clear. All right. Ios felt this plan was indeed a good one. Whether it worked or not would be revealed after research. Chenja jumped out, and the newly corrupted orchid blood poison viper was still dazed, not knowing how a person suddenly appeared. Before it could react, Chenja's cross-slash was already released, avoiding the viper's vital points, aiming directly for its 7 inches, using just a little strength so as not to cut it in half. Whoosh! The cross-slash struck the viper's scales, sparking in collision. Indeed, the defense of the snake's scales was formidable. I was originally afraid of killing you directly. Since your scales are so tough, don't blame me for making you suffer a bit. Since one strength wasn't enough, then let's use 2. Chenju increased his strength, and the orchid blood poison viper couldn't hold on any longer. Its body began to sink in at the 7-inch mark. It struggled desperately against the suppression of the cross-slash, but it had just fully corrupted and couldn't control this sudden change. Slowly, it was pressed to the ground by the cross-slash. Ios assisted Chenja from the side. He held at the sky like a wolf, his beastly hands moving a large stone jutting from the ground, which was taller than a person, weighing perhaps 400 or 500 pounds. Go! Ios threw the giant stone. Just as the power of the cross-slash faded and the viper prepared to rise and resist, it was pinned down by the boulder, unable to move half its body. The orchid blood poison viper rolled on the ground, twisting its body, trying to break free from the heavy stone, but the weight was too much for it to escape. Stop wasting time, just take a good nap. Chenju approached the viper and activated hypnosis. The viper, focused on escaping, was easily put under hypnosis. Its eyelids gradually fluttered before finally closing its snake eyes, motionless. Store it in the storage ring, and let's take it back. Chenju instructed Ios to move the stone, then stored the hypnotized viper in the storage ring. Bringing the storage ring on this trip was indeed the wisest choice, otherwise, it would have been troublesome to carry such a large python back. Sigh, I hadn't properly experienced the training, yet I ran into such a tricky problem. Chenja felt a bit frustrated, though his heartbeat had quickened since entering the Blood Moon world. Facing plants that had mutated in battling with the orchid blood poison viper restored it to a wild pace, but the time was too short, leaving him quite vexed. However, he still knew the importance of reporting the matter about the liquid mutating wild creatures as soon as possible. There could be no delay. Let's go, we're heading back. Okay. Ios nodded. His gains from this outing had been the greatest, as he had already awakened his extraordinary abilities. The two began their return, moving at full speed. On the guard wall, Shenlong, the city defense officer, stood atop, gazing at the Blood Moon world, murmuring. It has been 2 days since Chenja and his companion went. I wonder how things are going? Just as he thought this, he suddenly spotted 2 figures charging toward the guard wall from the Blood Moon world. Shenlong frowned slightly. Report. 2 people are rushing towards our guard wall from the Red Moon world. Searchlights. With a command from Ran Ming, 2 massive searchlights converged in one place, shining on the approaching figures. As the light shone over, Shenlong looked as well. Although they were far away, his realm still allowed him to see clearly at a glance. He was surprised. Chenja and Ios? They just entered the Red Moon world 2 days ago. How could they return so quickly? Open the city gate. Shenlong commanded Ran Ming. Ran Ming nodded and quickly went to handle it. Charging near the city wall, Chenja saw the open gate and the beam of light from earlier. He knew the people on the wall had discovered him and Ios, and the 2 entered the city without obstruction. Quick, report to Shenlong, the city defense officer, that I have urgent news to convey. Chenja couldn't wait and said to a soldier. Just then, Ran Ming walked over. Seeing Chenja so anxious, he quickly asked, what's going on? Why the rush to see the city defense officer? Seeing a familiar face made Chenja feel more at ease, so he hurried forward. Captain Ran Ming, please take me to see the city defense officer quickly. I have urgent matters to report, concerning the entire Linhai base city and even the human world. What? Ran Ming was shocked. He never expected Chenja to say something so serious, but looking at his expression, it was definitely not a joke, so he immediately nodded without hesitation. Chenju and Ios followed Ran Ming up to the city wall. When Shenlong saw Chenju and the others, he jokingly scolded, weren't you just swearing to train? It's only been 2 days, and you've already come back? No, city defense officer, Chenja said he has important news that concerns the entire human race to report to you. Ran Ming quickly explained. Oh? Shenlong, being the city defense officer and a master, did not lose his composure upon hearing this, unlike Ran Ming. What exactly happened to you in the Red Moon world these past 2 days?
Chenja hadn't mentioned this before, indicating that something must have happened during their time in the Red Moon world. Chenja thought to himself, as expected of the city defense officer, he could see the problem immediately. He didn't waste any more words and directly took out the orchid blood poison viper from his storage ring. The massive body of the orchid blood poison viper caused quite a stir among the onlookers, but with a cold snort from Shenlong, everyone quickly closed their mouths.
Shenlong approached the orchid blood poison viper and said, "This is an orchid blood poison viper,
Strange, it seems like this orchid blood poison viper has just been demonized not long ago."
"City defense officer, your eyesight is remarkable." Chenja couldn't help but admire Shenlong. This orchid blood poison viper was indeed just recently demonized.
Demonization of wild creatures is not a rare thing. After all, if they stay in the Red Moon world too long without having any ability to counter it, they will eventually be corrupted by the power of the Red Moon and become demonized extraordinary creatures. Shenlong did not understand why Chenja would bring back such a common demonized creature. Chenja shook his head. What the city defense officer said, I of course understand, but this orchid blood poison viper, which has just recently demonized, was previously just an ordinary poisonous snake. It swallowed a green potion contained in a test tube right under our noses and then started to demonize.
What did you say?
Even Shenlong, who usually remained calm, was startled by Chenja's words, as he caught several key phrases, right under our noses, test tube, green potion, demonization.
Afterward, Shenlong directly stopped Chenja from responding. "You two follow me, and Ran Ming too, we're going to the war room." There were too many people at the city wall, this matter was too significant, and if word got out too soon, it could cause great panic, so Shenlong led them into the war room. Before Chenja could sit down, Shenlong asked again about what he had just said. "What you said earlier is true." Chenja nodded as he sat down. "Everything I said is true, both Ios and I saw it."
Shenlong looked at Ios, and Ios nodded. "This is also why we returned immediately. This matter is serious. Someone has developed a method to make ordinary wild creatures demonize quickly. This is no small matter. Once used in large quantities, it will greatly increase the number of demonized creatures, which would be a catastrophic disaster for human base cities. Currently, the defensive power of human base cities could still maintain a balance with the demonized extraordinary creatures in the Blood Moon world.
Once this balance is broken, the consequences are unimaginable." Chapter 104. Damn, hateful.
Shenlong slammed a fist on the table, his face filled with anger. These traitors are not worthy of being human. As part of the human race, they betray humanity, and they dare to study this vile potion.
This is simply an unforgivable crime. City defense officer, now is not the time to be angry.
Eliminating these traitors is inevitable, but right now we need to study that potion to know ourselves and our enemy. Chenja paused briefly and continued. Perhaps now it's only a small-scale spread, but if it is used in large quantities in the future, the number of corrupted extraordinary beings will greatly increase, and it will be much harder to defend the base city. Ios took over the conversation, saying, "Moreover, on the first day we discovered something else. There was a stream not marked on the map that had corrupted extraordinary fish appearing, and there were quite a lot of them." While speaking, Chenja signaled with his eyes, and Ios immediately took out the map and handed it to Ran Ming. Ran Ming took it and passed it to Shenlong, who frowned even deeper after looking at it. After a moment of silence, Shenlong, the city defense officer, said, "Chenja, you are right. The urgent task now is to quickly study this orchid blood poison mist to see if we can extract that green liquid you mentioned from its blood and then formulate a solution to this issue."
Chenja nodded. "This matter involves too much.
I believe this issue is not just outside our Limai base city, but may also exist in other base cities. Therefore, this needs to be reported to City Lord Lin, so that the capital base city can be prepared."
You are correct.
I will handle these matters." Shenlong finally showed a slight smile. "This time, you and Ios have made a great contribution. I will report it for your rewards, but before that, on behalf of the Limai base city's defense forces, I award you and Ios 10,000 merit points and the rank of squad leader." As soon as Shenlong's words fell, Chenju and the others had no concept of 10,000 merit points, but Ran Ming, beside them, was shocked with his mouth wide open. He knew all too well what 10,000 merit points represented. In his position as the leader of the Limai base city's defense forces, he had only garnered 5,000 merit points after years of battles. However, he did not feel jealous. After all, the information Chenju and the others brought back concerned the fate of all humanity.
Even 10 million merit points would not be too much.
Seeing Chenju look bewildered, Shenlong glanced at Ran Ming, who nodded knowingly and said, "You too should not underestimate this 10,000 merit points. This can allow you to exchange energy devices in all base city defense forces equipment departments.
This is no small fortune."
Chenju and Ios exchanged excited glances, their eyes shining with enthusiasm. They understood too well how expensive energy devices were, otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to buy even one during this expedition into the Red Moon world. Ios actually had the financial backing for this, but he was rather proud and didn't want to be seen as a rich second-generation playboy backed by a wolf king, so he kept his pocket money in order and did not use a casual black gold card. This often led to Chenju reprimanding him.
"Thank you, City Defense Officer. Since Ran Ming looked incredibly envious, Chinja realized that Shenlong's reward was indeed substantial, so he quickly expressed gratitude together with Io's. Alright, you two hurry and leave the defensive city wall to return to the special team. This matter needs to be reported to team leader Chen, so she can be prepared. Without needing Shenlong to say more, Chinja already had this plan, so he said goodbye to Ios and was personally escorted out of the defensive city wall by Ran Ming. Outside the wall, the two quickly drove towards the special team base. When they arrived at the entrance of the base, they saw many people standing outside, among them a remarkably graceful lady. Chenja looked at Ios beside him, truly because Ios resembled that lady by 4 or 5 points. Chenja had already guessed who she was in his heart. It's over, it's over. Why did my mother come here? This is a disaster. Seeing him flustered and sweating cold, Chenja struggled to hold back a laugh. The car had been discovered, and now it was hard to turn back. Chenja patted Ios on the shoulder, saying, alright, no matter what, it's a knife whether we hide our heads or stretch them out, it's better to be decisive. TCH, you say it so lightly. However, Ios accepted his fate anyway, what else could he do? He trembled as he got out of the car behind Chenja. Mom! Ios's greeting sounded like a mosquito. Ios's mother, Madame Lin, had her eyebrows raised, and the noble and gentle demeanor she usually had was nowhere to be found. She rushed to Ios, saying, you little brat, I let you come to Lehigh to protect your safety so you wouldn't be devoured in that wolf den, yet you managed to go missing. Are you itching for a beating? After saying that, she raised her hand to hit him, but Ios quickly rushed to grab Madame Lin's hand. Mom, please listen to me first, I've awakened. So what if you've awakened? Even if you've awakened, I'll still hit you. Wait, what did you say? Madame Lin finally reacted, and then her eyes widened in disbelief as she took a good look at Ios. After confirming he had really awakened, she beamed, saying, good. As expected of my son, I said my son wouldn't be a coward. Chenja didn't want to disturb the mother-son duo. He walked towards group leader Chen Hongyue, who was standing at the entrance. When Chen Hongyue saw Chenja walking over, her expression was not pleasant. Group leader. Chenja smiled as he approached. Don't call me group leader. How bold are you to dare run into the Red Moon world? Do you know how dangerous it is there? You even brought that little wolf king along. It's really outrageous. If it wasn't for the city defense officer notifying us, we would have been kept in the dark. If I hadn't stopped her, the wolf king's lady would have led people to charge in and look for you. Chenja chuckled, knowing that he had indeed gone a bit too far this time. So, he admitted his mistake very well, constantly smiling and apologizing. Ios's bodyguard stood by with a grim expression, young Master Chen, if our young master acts recklessly again, please be sure to stop him. We are almost scared to death. Understood, it won't happen again. What else could Chenja say? Regardless of the commotion, Chenja lowered his voice and leaned close to Chen Hongyue's ear, saying, Group leader, I have urgent news to report, the city defense officer is already aware of this matter. Chen Hongyue frowned slightly, wait till we go inside to talk. Chenja nodded. Because Ios awakened, the incident of sneaking out was downplayed. Ios introduced Chenja to his mother, and Madame Lin treated Chenja with great politeness, as she knew how special her son's identity was, and how rare it was to have friends one could trust with their life. If Chenja hadn't declined her offer, his bank account might have already received 10 million yuan. With Madame Ios present, Chenju instructed him to accompany his mother, while he took care of the remaining matters. Chapter 105. On their way down to the special group activity space, neither Chenja nor Chen Hongyue said a word. Chenju was thinking about how the team would react when he revealed that matter. They'll probably jump up right away. Thinking of Jean Li's personality, Chenja doubted this was unlikely. When they entered the monitoring hall, Chenja saw Jean Li, Chang Mu, Wen Hu, and Zhou Haojuan all present. Chenja nodded at them. Qing Mu and the others were relatively okay, but Jean Li indeed jumped in front of Chenja as he had imagined, slinging an arm around his shoulder and raising an eyebrow. You little guy, you're brave to secretly run into the Red Moon world. You're so bold, you even took away young Master Ios. Chenja twitched his lips, why does this sound so awkward? Ios ran away on his own. Alright, stop messing around. Chen Hongyue's face was dark, and Jean Li stuck out her tongue when she saw it, obediently shutting her mouth. Everyone come sit over, Chenja has something very important to say, you all should listen. Chen Hongyue spoke with such a serious tone that everyone became serious, and Jean Li looked at Chenja with questioning eyes, wanting to know what happened. Chenja shook his head slightly. Jean Li was anxious but had no way to do anything. Once everyone was seated, Chen Hongyue nodded to Chenja, signaling that he could speak. Chenja briefly recounted what happened when he entered Hongyue's world, Ios, and I saw an ordinary poisonous snake devouring a green liquid, and within a very short time, it magically transformed into an orchid blood poison viper. What? How is that possible? Are you sure you both didn't see it wrong?
As expected, Xingmu and the others were very excited. Chenja's words shocked them too much. Chen Hanyue remained silent, but from her expression, one could tell her heart was heavy. She knew all too well how serious this matter was.
After scanning everyone, Chenja continued, of course we didn't see it wrong.
This is also why we rushed back after only 2 days in there. This matter is of great significance. A liquid that can rapidly transform ordinary wildlife means something you should all understand very well. Certainly understood, everyone knew this was a catastrophe-level terror. Everyone's faces changed significantly, their eyes flickering, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air.
Enough! Chen Hanyue finally spoke. Since everyone is already aware, the next step is likely to be an unprecedented battle. We must all prepare in advance.
Yes.
5 people answered in unison.
Chenja said, I have already brought back that orchid blood poison viper and handed it over to Officer Shen Longchang. The personnel of the Guard Division Research Department should be studying it now, and we will be informed promptly of any research findings. The personnel at the Guard Division Research Department are very capable. I'm sure they will have results soon. I hope it's just a false alarm, otherwise, humanity is in great danger. Chen Hanyue sincerely hoped that this was just a coincidence. Chen Hanyue stood up, wanting it to be a coincidence, but still knowing the tasks that needed to be done. I need to go to the management meeting now. Xingmu, come with me. Even if this matter only has a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot be careless. Chen Hanyue and Xingmu left the base to head to the management meeting, while Chenja stayed behind, waiting for news.
Until nightfall, there was still no news from the Guard Division, and Chen Hanyue and Xingmu hadn't returned.
Chenja felt a sense of unease, having the feeling that a storm was approaching. Around 8 o'clock at night, Chen Hanyue called, telling Qinjin and Jinli to hurry to the city walls, saying that Ios was on the way too. This made Chenja frown. He didn't understand why they were being sent to the city walls at this time, especially bringing Ios along.
Wouldn't Lady Lin allow Ios to take more risks? With confusion, the two drove to the city walls and saw Ios when they arrived. What's going on? Did your mother let you out?
Ios was equally puzzled. I don't know either. I just know that my mother received a phone call and had a big fight with the person on the other end, but in the end, she still let me come out. Chenja's frown deepened. He felt that something was a bit strange, as if things were developing in an uncontrollable direction.
Forget it, overthinking doesn't make sense. We'll know once we get inside.
Jinli was more carefree, believing that pondering too much was pointless. We have already reached the city wall. Going in to see the city defense officer Shenlong will reveal everything. Ran Ming has been waiting at the door. When Chenja saw him, he immediately inquired about what happened that brought them here so late.
Unfortunately, Ran Ming kept silent and only said they would know once they saw the city defense officer.
Dejected, Chenja had to suppress his curiosity and followed Ran Ming into the operation room to meet the city defense officer Shenlong. You're here. Seeing the three of them, Shenlong nodded and said, have a seat.
As soon as they sat down, Shinju immediately asked, Master City Defense Officer, why did you call us here so late?
If it were just research results, a phone call would have sufficed. There was no need for them to guard the city wall. Shenlong glanced at him and smiled slightly. The research may not be fully conclusive yet, but your guess is likely quite close. His smile was clearly a bitter one, filled with helplessness.
Shinju exhaled deeply. What was destined to come had finally arrived. Jinli interjected, then why have we really come here? Since their earlier guesses seemed confirmed, shouldn't they be investigating the source of this green liquid?
Ios was even more confused. The severity of this matter had long surpassed what a special team could handle. Let alone the special team, even Shenlong himself was not capable. This was no longer a matter concerning the coastal base city's power, but the entire human race. I called you here because I plan to reorganize several teams of scouts to enter the Red Moon world for investigation. The green liquid is crucial and it absolutely couldn't have been researched within the base city. It is likely an evil substance produced in a secret laboratory constructed by the Reverse Tribe somewhere in the Red Moon world. So, I need scout teams to uncover the secret research facility.
And you three will be part of my reorganization.
Ha! This was truly unexpected for Chenja. The stakes were high, and he had no experience as a scout. In terms of strength and rank, he was certainly not on par with the battle-hardened soldiers of the defense team. He never anticipated that Shenlong would let him join the scout team. Ios was even more puzzled. How could his mother so easily acquiesce to such a dangerous task? But Jinli looked eager to take on the challenge. I know you'll find this surprising, but there are too many issues to handle now, and we don't have enough personnel. If it weren't for the need for people to conduct tests within the base city, I would need the others from the special team as well. Shenja, you and Ios are the ones who discovered the green liquid and know its location, so you both must join. Since Shenlong had said so, the three had no words to protest.
They got up and responded, rest assured, Master City Defense Officer.
Chapter 106. Shenlong nodded and waved for them to sit again.
Since I chose you, I trust in your abilities. Ran Ming will lead you to form a 4-person scout team.
Zhe looked at Ran Ming, who nodded in agreement. This time, a total of 10 scout teams will be dispatched. Besides your team, the other 9 teams will have the standard number of scouts, which is 10. The 10 scout teams will depart from 10 different directions. If you discover any clues, do not alarm the enemy, immediately mark the coordinates and then return. Other teams have 10 members, while Zhe's group only has 4. However, Zhe quickly understood, the reason for having Ran Ming lead them was for safety, and since they were inexperienced as scouts, it was better to have a smaller number for easier coordination. Ran Ming had the strength of a red iron 5-star. This level of power, while not invincible, was enough to keep everyone safe from general dangers. Most importantly, Ran Ming had awakened the power of the earth, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, making him a formidable ally. You 3 have relatively lower strength and have never performed reconnaissance missions, so for this operation, you must follow Ran Ming's arrangements and be very careful.
Shen Longqing's defense officer reminded them once more.
Understood, defense officer. This matter didn't even need saying, Zhe would do the same. After all, Ran Ming had the greatest strength and experience among the 3, and in the perilous Red Moon world, they obviously needed to heed his plans.
Seeing that Zhe and the others understood, Shen Longqing's defense officer didn't say much more. Ran Ming, take them down to prepare.
Yes, defense officer. Ran Ming nodded, gesturing for the 3 to follow him, leaving the operations room and heading to the equipment department. Each person received 10 recovery potions and 10 supplement potions, then they arrived in front of the energy devices.
Are we allowed to choose energy devices? Zhe asked. He had never used energy devices before.
In response to Zhe's question, Ran Ming nodded, this mission is very critical, so the defense officer specially approved providing you with energy devices. As he spoke, he directly picked up a pistol from the shelf and handed it to Koi.
I know your ability is with firearms.
Although you can use your fingers to shoot, that consumes a lot of ability every time. This energy pistol can help reduce the ability consumption when you shoot. When Koi saw the pistol, her eyes lit up. Oh my god, this one costs tens of millions at the energy device store.
I've saved for so long and still can't afford one.
As she spoke, she eagerly took it from Ran Ming's hands, handling it with great affection. Ran Ming then looked at Zhe and Ios. You 2 both have wolf lineage, and your beast forms mainly use punches for attacks. Here are the golden gloves that can enhance the power of your punches by an additional 30%.
Thank you, Captain Ran Ming.
Ios had already picked up the gloves and was getting used to them. When you don't need them, just use your mental power to store the gloves in your storage ring, Ran Ming reminded, then looked at the still motionless Zhe.
Aren't you going to choose?
Zhe shook his head slightly and pointed to a red pair of twin knives on the device rack.
I want to use that. Ran Ming looked over, slightly surprised, then asked, those are the ghost-toothed twin blades. Are you sure?
Zhe nodded, I'm sure. My main attack style is the cross-slash, so I think using these twin knives will unleash greater power.
All right.
Ran Ming handed the ghost-toothed twin blades to Zhe, and now all 3 were equipped with energy devices.
Now you can go back and rest. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, we will meet in the cafeteria for meals.
There will be food potions and some compressed biscuits distributed, and at 6 o'clock, the 10 teams will set off simultaneously.
Understood.
After Ran Ming sent the 3 to the lounge, he left.
The trio didn't rest immediately but gathered together.
Though I've been in the special team for a few years and have participated in many big and small battles, this time feels different, and I'm surprisingly nervous, Koi admitted, rare for her.
Zhe smiled slightly, it's rare for you to feel nervous. I see your eyes sparkling with excitement.
Koi shot him a fierce glare, this matter is serious.
It's normal to be excited, but nervousness is inevitable, alright? Zhe certainly wasn't mocking Koi.
To be honest, he was also feeling very anxious. Ever since Shenlong announced their formation as the reconnaissance team entering the Red Moon world to scout the secret research facility, his heart began to race. This time, his heart wasn't racing because he faced magical extraordinary creatures, but due to the sheer significance of the situation, which caught Zhe off guard.
Don't say that. Can you be more anxious than me?
Io said with a sorrowful face.
I'm not scared, but
after all, I am the only one with 0 experience here, and I just awakened without any system training.
Don't worry, aren't we all here?
Even if we are not capable, there's still Captain Ran Ming, a master of red iron 5 stars, and highly experienced in battle. I believe as long as we follow his arrangements, we will not be unable to retreat safely. Zhe comforted Ios with a few words. At this critical moment, if they were too nervous, it would be easy to make mistakes. Maintaining a calm mindset was essential.
Ios nodded, don't worry, I will definitely not hold everyone back.
You don't have to put so much pressure on yourself, young master.
We don't think you will drag us down. Besides, if we can trust anyone, can't we trust the judgment of the defense officer Shen Longcheng? If he could let your family go, there must be a reason for it. Jean Li said. This statement was correct. It was not easy to persuade Madame Lin, not to mention that there was the Wolf King behind it. The Wolf King loved his son dearly and wouldn't easily let go. Alright, we won't know if we can get some rest once we set off tomorrow, so everyone should get some early rest to recharge. Chenja concluded the topic, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Although Chenja said to rest early, how could he sleep while lying in bed? He played with the ghost-toothed double-edged knife while staring at the ceiling, not knowing what was going through his mind. His brain was just a mess. Finally, when he was truly exhausted and his eyelids were fighting, he mumbled, "Hope everything goes smoothly on this trip," and then fell asleep. At 4:30 in the morning, Chenja woke up. After becoming extraordinary, he only needed to sleep 2 to 3 hours a day to fully restore his mental strength without feeling any discomfort. He got up, washed up, then packed all the things he needed into the storage ring before heading out to find Jinli and Ios, going to the cafeteria. When entering the cafeteria, Ranming was already there, waving at them and handing over the food and equipment for the three of them. Take it all. At 6 o'clock, the 10 teams set off into the Red Moon world under everyone's watchful eyes. The 10 teams started from 10 different directions, and of course, Shenjie and his 4-member team set off following the previous two's route. However, to save time, adjustments were made to their direction because the place where ordinary poisonous snakes were discovered had already deviated from the original route of the two. This time it wasn't training, so the 4 of them proceeded at full speed towards the target, with Ranming leading the way, Jinli following, and then Shenjie and Ios. Fortunately, Shenjie was also trained, and Ios, with his werewolf bloodline, was not slow, otherwise, they really couldn't keep up with Ranming's speed. What originally required at least half a day's journey was completed by the 4 in less than 2 hours, running nonstop through the city for 2 hours. Are you alright? Shenjie asked with concern for Ios. Ios had sweat on his forehead, breathing heavily, and waved his hand, "I'm fine." At first, it was indeed a bit tough, but as I kept running, I adapted and felt a surge of power racing through my body. Shenjie smiled. Hearing Ios' words, Ranming said, "This is breaking through the body's limits, it's a form of training. The energy you feel surging inside you indicates an increase in strength." Ios' eyes lit up. "I see, that's great. Shenjie, where is the place to find the green liquid?" "It's in the grass about 20 meters at your 10 o'clock direction." Shenjie pointed out the direction. The 4 walked over, and indeed found broken test tube glass fragments in the grass. I wonder if the demonized poisonous snake accidentally got the green potion test tube, or if someone deliberately released it. If someone did it on purpose, that would be troublesome, Ranming said. Shenjie understood that if they deliberately released the entire Red Moon world on such a large scale, searching for such a small test tube would indeed be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, everyone only knew that the potion could immediately transform ordinary wild creatures into magical ones. What if a transformed extraordinary creature drank it? Would it be further mutated into a higher-level magical being? If that happened, things would become even more uncontrollable. Let's not think about so much for now. I believe that potion must have a function to attract wild creatures, so once they obtain it, they won't be too far away from us to consume it. Therefore, let's search nearby, maybe we can find something. What Koi said was indeed a bit whimsical, but right now everyone was aimlessly wandering like headless flies, so it wasn't a bad direction to pursue. Shenjie looked at Ranming, the leader of their small team of 4, and naturally wanted to see how he would arrange things. Ranming thought for a moment and said, "Koi's words make some sense, let's do as she suggested and look around." Shenjie and the other 3 nodded. They had no goals at the moment, so the 4 of them carefully searched nearby. While they said nearby, they were actually advancing in a continuous manner, with a lateral search radius of 100 meters. This 100-meter radius was of course sensed. Ios had not yet had time to learn these things systematically, so his senses couldn't be projected outward and he could only rely on his werewolf instincts and sense of smell. The surroundings were silent, with not a sound to be heard, not even the chirping of insects or the singing of birds. Before, Shenjie and the others had already realized that the Red Moon world was very strange. It seemed that apart from the active magical creatures, other wild beings did not make a sound at all. This silence put a certain amount of pressure on people's minds. Over time, it could easily lead to irritating negative emotions. So after more than an hour of fruitless searching, Ranming called for everyone to stop. "Everyone is tired, let's take a break and replenish some food and water." The group found a safe place they could attack or retreat from and sat down to rest. Shenjie took out a bottle of water and drank several big gulps. After the Red Moon appeared, there was no sun in the Red Moon world, yet the heat was even more intense than that of the sun, as if 2 suns were shining down. Along with the exhausting run and the need for perception in the dense forest, everyone was greatly fatigued. Ranming did not sit down to rest. He pressed a metal wristband on his arm, and a dialogue box immediately popped up. Shenjie glanced over and knew that Ranming was contacting the other 9 scout teams to inquire about their situation. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Ranming walked over and sat down beside the 3, also taking out water to drink. "How is it, Captain Ranming? Did the other teams have any news?" Shenjie asked. Ranming shook his head.
No, the other teams are currently safe, and there have been no conflicts with magical extraordinary creatures. However, they haven't discovered any place that might be the secret research facility. Chenjo understood that if it were so easy to find, it wouldn't be called a secret research facility. If the secret research facility was indeed built by the reverse species, they are also human, and they should be very familiar with human behavioral patterns. Therefore, they would definitely be exceedingly careful to prevent being discovered, and thus would build it in a very hidden location.
Shinja had not thought it would be so easy to find. Ran Ming replied, this task is very challenging, everyone must not lose heart. Even if we don't find anything in the end, there should be no psychological burden.
Ran Ming was worried that Chenju and the other three would put too much pressure on themselves if they did not find the secret research facility, leading to a heavy burden in their hearts.
We understand, Captain Ran Ming. We will do our best, even if we do not succeed, we can only accept our fate.
Chenju was not a person who liked to be overly sentimental or nitpick, some things were simply beyond human control.
If one becomes discouraged and defeated by this, then how can they face the magic and extraordinary creatures in the future without fear?
So, don't worry, Captain Ran Ming, I won't put pressure on myself anyway, said Koi in a joking tone.
Io spread his hands, I'm just a novice in the extraordinary.
The three spoke lightly, but how could they not feel pressure inside? Everyone understood the consequences if they truly could not find a solution. Ran Ming did not point this out, he just smiled and stopped talking. After taking about 10 minutes to rest, Ran Ming stood up, and Chenju and the others immediately followed suit.
Ran Ming glanced around before pointing in a direction, we're going that way.
I remember there's a group of Earth magic lizard marked on the map there. They are social creatures, and since our mission is reconnaissance, let's avoid conflict and wasting time.
We may also alert them. Understood.
The four of them dashed forward again, getting closer and closer to the gathering place of the Earth magic lizards.
On the way, Chenju took out the map to check.
The area where the Earth magic lizards gathered was a highly toxic swamp. They not only needed to guard against the Earth magic lizards but also make sure they didn't fall into the swamp. Once trapped inside, it would be impossible to escape, as the strong toxins in the swamp would corrode a person bit by bit until not a single bone fragment remained.
Chapter 108.
1 or 2, or even 10 Earth magic lizards weren't a problem for the four present. Not to mention Ran Ming, even Chenju was confident he could handle one alone. But if it was an entire group of Earth magic lizards, caution was necessary, as even the smallest group had over 100 individuals. If surrounded, the Earth magic lizards, which lived in the poisonous swamp and absorbed toxins, would release a paralyzing gas that could numb a person's entire body, leaving them defenseless. Not to mention that the poisonous swamp was a natural trap, which is why Ran Ming was so carefully warning them. The four gradually approached the territory of the Earth magic lizards, hiding behind the grass. They could already see a few scattered Earth magic lizards wandering around.
Hiss!
Chenja gasped in shock. The Earth magic lizards here were massive, at least twice the size of those encountered in the coastal Bay City, and as they moved, they left clear footprints on the ground, showcasing their immense weight.
A strike from their thick tail could easily break bones.
We're already in the territory of the Earth magic lizards.
Don't be fooled by how the ground seems solid, it could be a toxic swamp just below your feet at any moment, Ran Ming said softly.
Actually, Chenja had already noticed the slight toxic mist around. One Earth magic lizard was greedily inhaling the mist, and after consuming it, it shimmered with green sparkles, which eventually formed toxic lumps scattered across its back.
So disgusting.
Koi frowned, girls couldn't stand such gross scenes. Chenja looked at Ran Ming, Captain Ran Ming, right now we can see only 3 Earth magic lizards.
We can take them down without others noticing, should we take action? Take action.
Ran Ming issued the command promptly. Koi, unable to wait, wanted to test the power of her pistol energy device. She raised her gun, aimed, and activated it. The action was completed in just a second. Chenja shook his head. Koi was too quick, leaving no time for the others to react. Fortunately, the pistol energy device greatly reduced the sound when the bullet was fired, or else it would have caused quite a disturbance. As the Koi shot its energy, 3 Earth demon lizards had already sensed it, turning their heads towards the bushes where the 4 were hiding. One of them began to gather a sphere of deadly toxic energy in its mouth, aiming at the bushes. Cross-slash, Chenja leaped out as the ghost-toothed dual blades unleashed a cross-slash. Chenja sighed in his heart, indeed, only consuming 40% of my psychic energy allows me to unleash it, and even faster. With the boost from the energy device, this cross-slash swiftly struck the toxic energy sphere, shattering it in mid-air. However, as it broke, a massive amount of toxic gas surged out, making it hard for the 4 to escape harm at this distance. Earth barrier. Ran Ming acted, and the power of the earth element rose to form a dirt wall 5 meters in front of the 4, blocking all the toxic gas, spread out the attack.
Understood.
The 4 dashed out of the bushes, with Chenja circling around the dirt wall, rushing towards one of the earth demon lizards. Seeing a human, the earth demon lizard roared and stomped toward Chenja, shaking the ground. Try my cross-slash again.
While running, Chenja unleashed the cross slash once more, this time using 3 points of power, enough to chop the Earth Demon Lizard into pieces. The Earth Demon Lizard, aware of the power of the cross slash, arched its body, its back swelling with pus-filled venom sacs, spraying forth a thick wall of toxic liquid to block the cross slash. A cold smile played at the corner of Chenja's mouth. You think you can let me smash these venom sacs and then spread the gas? If I fall for the same trick twice, I might as well donate my brain. As he spoke, the cross slash Chenja unleashed actually changed direction, bypassing the wall of toxic gas and hitting from behind. Seeing this move, the Koi smirked, changing direction mid-attack. This kid's control over his psychic techniques has really improved. As Chenja shifted to the side and got behind the toxic wall, he saw the Earth Demon Lizard collapsed on the ground, a horrifying wound left by the cross slash on its back. One down, Chenja shouted. I'm almost done too. The Koi refused to be outdone, immediately entangling another Earth Demon Lizard, and after a few maneuvers, found the right moment to shoot it right in the head, killing it with a single shot. On the other side, Ran Ming didn't attack, but he was always ready to strike, wanting to give Ios a chance to train. Io's attack was quite simple and brute force. Now without any new psychic abilities awakened, relying solely on his strong physique, he jumped onto the head of the Earth Demon Lizard and started hammering it with his fists, hitting it until it was dazed, finally making it tilt and collapse. I've also taken care of my end, Io said excitedly. This was the first time he handled a demonized creature all by himself. Well done, all of you did great, Ran Ming summarized simply. He truly admired Chenju and the others, feeling that they were young and capable, and their future would be very bright. After dealing with the The lair of the Earth Demon Lizard is unavoidable. As long as we are careful, we won't be ambushed. The three nodded and followed Ran Ming to continue forward. Sure enough, they didn't go far before they discovered the lair of the Earth Demon Lizard, but Chenja was shocked when he saw it. How is this possible? I haven't heard that the Earth Demon Lizard cohabits with mutated supernatural creatures? He looked at Ran Ming and Jean Li, because he really knew too little about mutated supernatural creatures. Ran Ming and Jean Li also looked surprised, clearly stunned by the scene before them. The two slowly shook their heads, and Jean Li confidently said, "This is simply impossible. The Earth Demon Lizard is definitely not a cohabiting mutated supernatural creature. How could there be a green-scaled emerald snake here?" Two completely unrelated mutated supernatural creatures were actually living together, and they were doing so peacefully. If there were not higher-level mutated supernatural creatures to lead, there would normally be conflicts among mutated supernatural creature groups, such as fighting for territory. But right now, the Earth Demon Lizard and the green-scaled emerald snake were surprisingly coexisting peacefully. Chapter 109. In the swamp, the Earth Demon Lizard and the green-scaled emerald snake lived together with no conflicts, covering the surface of the swamp densely. The four of them didn't dare to breathe, knowing that if they disturbed them and were attacked, it would be hard to escape. However, if they took a detour, it could waste at least another day. The area of the poisonous swamp was too vast, and they would need to go far to bypass it. Chenja looked at Ran Ming, waiting for his next instruction. Chenja thought they should take a detour. If they engaged with these mutated creatures, not to mention whether they could return unscathed, the time wasted would be considerable. Clearly, Ran Ming and Chenja shared the same thought. He pointed to the left and indicated they should take a detour. Chenju and the others nodded, not opposing the idea. The four of them carefully changed direction and moved to the left. As soon as they moved, they suddenly heard a sharp bird call. Upon hearing the bird call, all four stopped moving, exchanging looks of surprise and gravity. Why did the once quiet forest suddenly burst into bird calls? And this call sounded like some kind of order. Not good, we've been discovered. At that moment, iOS noticed the Earth Demon Lizard and the green-scaled emerald snake in the poisonous swamp all raised their heads and looked towards the position of the four. Ran Ming immediately issued an order, run quickly. That bird call just now probably informed them of our location and prompted them to attack us. Damn it, there really is a leader-level mutated creature here. The four didn't dare to pause even for a moment, sprinting forward madly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not good, it's the poisonous light balls. Chenju exclaimed in alarm, glancing to the side to see countless poisonous light balls flying out from the poisonous swamp. The Earth Demon Lizard was launching an attack. And the poison scales. Jean Li also noticed that among the light balls were countless green scales resembling willow leaves, emitted by the green-scaled emerald snake, all of which were venomous. Damn it, Earth Barrier. With so many dense attacks, Ran Ming cursed under his breath and immediately made a defense, raising a soil wall barrier to separate the four from the poisonous swamp. The wall was longer and higher than the previous one, at least 2 people tall, in order to withstand the attacks from both types of mutated creatures. Chenja looked up and saw the soil wall shaking violently from the impact of the light balls and scales. With debris already falling, it probably wouldn't hold for long. This won't do, the soil wall can't last much longer. We must quickly escape the attack range. Chenja quickened his pace. But the area of the poisonous swamp was simply too vast, and both the Earth Demon Lizard and the green-scaled emerald snake were present, so escaping in a short time was utterly impossible. The earth wall could not last 2 minutes under the new wave of attacks, cracking and breaking into chunks, completely exposing the 4 people to the target of the assault. Not good, they are beginning to move ashore. Io saw the earth demon lizard shifting its massive body onto the land. Despite its gigantic size, it moved quickly, and at this speed, it would catch up in less than half a minute. As soon as Io's finished speaking, Shinja's serious voice also rang out. We're probably going to be surrounded. There are also the azure-scaled serpents ahead. Dozens of azure-scaled serpents appeared ahead, almost completely blocking the path, especially the greenish glow they emitted, revealing their deadly poison. This way. Now, all 4 directions had been blocked, behind and in front were sealed off, and on their right was a swamp with demonized creatures crawling up. The only way left was to the left, which had not yet been surrounded. Everyone immediately ran to the left. There was no time to worry about whether they were returning the same way. If they did not run, so many demonized creatures would completely surround the 4, and by then, escaping would likely take a lot of effort. At that moment, the sound of birds chirping arose once more. Hearing the birdsong, Shinja knew something was wrong and immediately transformed into a bat to fly up into the air, looking for what had made the sound. Flying high gave him a clearer view. After scanning around, Shinja did not spot any suspicious demonized creatures. Damn it! Not finding anything, Shinja flew down. When he was about 2 people high, he saw that everyone was about to be caught up with, and a battle seemed unavoidable. Mental curse! He turned to face the encroaching earth demon lizard and azure-scaled serpents, unleashing the mental curse, hoping to manipulate them into fighting each other, thus buying time for everyone to escape. Fortunately, this group of demonized creatures was not very high in level. The first wave was immediately hit by the mental curse and ceased movement. Change direction and attack. Under the control of the mental curse, these cursed demonized creatures immediately followed Shinja's commands, turning against their unaffected companions and launching an attack. Poison gas spread everywhere, and the surrounding plants suddenly turned yellow and withered from the contamination. Shinja felt his scalp tingle. He hadn't expected the poison to be this potent. If contaminated, it would likely halt their movement immediately, so they absolutely could not let the poison touch them. This poison is extremely potent, we mustn't let it touch us. Use our ability energy to form a protective layer around our body. As Shinja spoke, he had already externalized his ability energy, forming a protective shield around him. The other 3 immediately followed suit, which would at least temporarily block the invasion of the poison. What do we do now? Remaining in this situation is too passive. Koi said as he fired several shots, killing a few azure-scaled serpents. Indeed, Captain Ranming, we can't fly. To escape their encirclement, we'll have to fight our way through and try to break free as soon as possible. Ios replied. Among the 4, only Shinja could transform into bat form and fly, the other 3 could not at all. Ranming looked around to assess the current situation. Although the forefront of the demonized creatures was being controlled by the mental curse to attack their kind, it wouldn't hold for long. After all, there were many more demonized creatures not affected. Give up advancing. Let's retreat first and reassess. Ranming quickly made a decision. Given the situation, they had no choice but to retreat along the same path. This group of demonized creatures couldn't possibly pursue them endlessly. Okay, let's do that. Hopefully, the creature controlling them won't interfere. The earth demon lizard and azure-scaled serpents were just small fries. The critical mastermind had not yet revealed itself, which was what Shinja feared most. The creature capable of controlling the earth demon lizard and azure-scaled serpents. I'm afraid it must be at least an iron red 5-star existence, or even a higher level, otherwise it would be impossible to control such a large-scale dual magical race simultaneously. If it's an iron red 5-star, Shinja thinks that 4 people would have the strength to fight, and there's no need to fear. If it's golden level, this is a huge level gap, and it would be difficult for 4 people to withstand it. Escaping would be nearly impossible. Today it has been decided that the 4 people will charge to the left with all their might, attempting to shake off the poisonous swamp as far away as possible. Chapter 110. Awah! A sharp cry came from the sky, and a huge shadow floated over the 4 people's heads, blocking the red moonlight. Having already shaken off the earth demon lizard and the azure-scaled serpent, the 4 people all looked up at the sky, seeing a massive bird-shaped magical creature with wings spanning 10 meters circling above them. Not good, it's the golden-beaked iron red eagle, a peak iron red 5-star magical creature. Ranming recognized what the giant bird was. Damn, its territory is at least 100 kilometers away. Why is it appearing here? This is already within the close-range radiation of the city wall. This is bad. Pray that the golden-beaked iron red eagle fixes its gaze upon is doomed. It absolutely will not give up. Genie also knew the characteristics of the golden-beaked iron red eagle. If we don't kill it, we can never escape. If it controls the earth demon lizard and azure-scaled serpent to surround us, we'll be in real trouble. Indeed, although the 4 had already shaken off the earth demon lizard and azure-scaled serpent, they were not pursuing them relentlessly. But if the golden-beaked iron red eagle took control, the earth demon lizard and azure-scaled serpent would definitely come after them again.
At that time, with the golden-beaked iron red eagle overhead and a large number of earth demon lizards and azure-scaled serpents on the ground, the four would be utterly unable to withstand it.
Attack! We must kill it quickly.
As Ran Ming spoke, he had already taken action. Get down here. He pointed at the golden-beaked iron red eagle in the sky, and 3 iron chains made of rocks shot up from the ground towards the golden-beaked iron red eagle in midair. The golden-beaked iron red eagle flapped its wings, and feathers formed into feathered arrows shooting down, striking the chains and making metallic clashing sounds. There were so many feathered arrows that before long, they shattered the 3 chains that Ran Ming had summoned.
Damn it! Ran Ming cursed.
Genie dodged to the side. Her attack was long range, continuously pulling the trigger at the golden-beaked iron red eagle soaring in the sky, bullets firing off with a bang.
Chenja directly transformed into bat form and flew up into the sky.
Compared to the golden-beaked iron red eagle, his bat form seemed like a tiny black dot.
Chenja, be careful. The golden-beaked iron red eagle's feathers are as hard as iron and can shoot feathered needles.
Its most deadly attack is its golden beak. Its beak is incredibly strong, capable of piercing through even a small hill.
Ran Ming shouted loudly, worried that Chenja didn't understand the characteristics of the golden-beaked iron red eagle and would underestimate it, getting caught off guard. Hearing this, Chenja became alert, flying towards the golden-beaked iron red eagle to launch a hypnosis attack. It's useless. Chenja's hypnosis failed. The golden-beaked iron red eagle didn't give him a chance to use hypnosis.
To hypnotize it, he would have to attack its eyes, but the golden-beaked iron red eagle was indeed strong and avoided his gaze, knowing the hypnosis was powerful. After several failed attempts, Chenja had no choice but to give up. Resuming human form, he descended while swinging his dual-edged knife, executing a cross slash. The cross slash struck, and the golden-beaked iron red eagle crossed its wings in front of itself, using its hard iron feathers to block the cross slash. The collision of the cross slash and iron feathers sparked, only knocking off a few feathers.
Damn, this thing is really hard.
Chenja realized why it was called the iron red eagle. Its feathers really are as strong as steel, even the cross slash could spark, which shows just how high its defense is.
This is going to be tricky. If we don't break its defense, then our attacks won't have any effect at all.
After Chenja landed, he joined the others.
What should we do?
Its defense is too high, my cross slash isn't working at all.
Leave breaking its defense to me.
You all stay aside and wait. As soon as I break its defense, you must attack immediately.
We absolutely can't give it any chance to summon its minions.
Ran Ming said confidently, indicating that he had a way to break through the golden beak iron red eagle's defenses.
Okay, we rely on the captain.
Chenju and the others stepped back a bit, ready to wait for Ran Ming to break the golden beak iron red eagle's defenses before they would attack at the fastest speed. Ran Ming began to gather his strength, his whole body was filled with power, the veins on his neck bulging. He pointed at the golden beak iron red eagle in the sky, and numerous fist-sized rocks shot up from the ground with loud bangs.
Chenja couldn't help but exclaim, is this the power of a red iron stellar expert?
Just the force of these rocks, Chenja believed, was enough to knock him back several meters.
As countless powerful rocks flew into the air, the golden beak iron red eagle sensed the danger and no longer dared to be arrogant like before.
It flapped its wings, shooting out several times more iron feathers than before to try to block the incoming rocks. If you want to use iron feathers to block, you better see if you have the ability. Ran Ming smiled, clearly confident in his attack power. The frontmost rocks were indeed blocked by the iron feathers, but soon the feathers were shattered, and the rocks continued their unstoppable path toward the golden beak iron red eagle's body.
Realizing the urgency, the golden beak iron red eagle let out a cry and flapped its wings, attempting to dodge.
Seeing this, Chenja quickly transformed into a bat and flew toward it.
Want to run? It won't be that easy. Chenju immediately used hypnosis and mental curse, not so much to truly attack the golden beak iron red eagle, but to disrupt its attempt to escape. This tactic was indeed effective. The continuous attacks confused the golden beak iron red eagle's escape, and after spinning around, it found it couldn't get too far from its original position. It roared, its golden beak glowing, and its eyes shining with cold light. It planned to charge at Chenja, intending to pierce him with its hard, sharp beak. Chenju immediately transformed back into human form, activating the ghost-tooth double-edged slash with all his strength. With a clang, he blocked the golden beak iron red eagle's strike. Chenja felt the immense impact force pushing him toward the ground, while the golden beak iron red eagle also stumbled back a bit.
Just then, Ran Ming's rocks were already closing in, leaving it with no choice but to use its wings to block the powerful attack of the rocks. The sound of crashing echoed repeatedly, and the golden beak iron red eagle let out series of lamenting cries. Chenju was forced downward, losing control of his body. He wanted to transform into a bat, but at that moment, his powers were locked up and he couldn't transform.
I'll help you.
Always mindful of Chenja, Io sprinted toward his falling position and managed to catch him just in time, softening the fall so he wouldn't crash directly to the ground.
Thank you.
Chenju expressed his gratitude to Ios after stabilizing himself.
You're too polite.
Ios felt happy just to be able to help. The golden beak iron red eagle was battered by the continuous attacks of the rocks, losing countless iron feathers. It wouldn't be long before its proud feathers would be of no use. Jean Li aimed from the side, targeting the head of the golden beak iron red eagle. Chapter 111. When Jean Li attacked, it was 10 rapid shots, each one landing precisely on the head of the golden beak iron red eagle. Although it didn't pierce its head. But every time it struck, its body was thrown into chaos, swaying uncontrollably. Combined with Ran Ming's stone attacks, the golden beak iron red eagle's body was on the verge of collapse, showing a trend of falling. This is a rare opportunity. Chenja had calmed the turbulent powers and transformed into a bat, flying upwards again. Seeing this, Jean Li wanted to stop it, but it was too late, only able to shout, "Be careful!" After Chenja flew into the air, he transformed back and launched a cross slash, this time targeting the eyes of the golden beak iron red eagle. Ow! The golden beak iron red eagle's head was attacked and unable to react. It stubbornly took Chenja's strike, letting out a miserable howl. Its left eye was directly slashed blind by the cross slash. Severely injured, the golden beak iron red eagle finally couldn't control its body and began to plummet rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground after a dozen seconds, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Chenja turned into a bat and flew back to the ground, almost losing his balance due to the vibrations of the ground. How heavy is this guy? It actually cracked the ground when it fell. Chenja marveled, as the crash stirred up thick dust, making it hard for him to see what was inside. When the dust settled, Chenja gasped. The golden beak iron red eagle had created such a large pit in the ground. The four of them walked into the big pit and looked down. The golden beak iron red eagle lay still, likely dead. Ran Ming extended his hand, a spatial ring shining as it absorbed the corpse of the golden beak iron red eagle, revealing the bottom of the great pit that had been covered by its body. Hiss! Is there a hole down there? Jean Li pointed towards the bottom of the pit, where there was a hole with a diameter of about 2 meters, but they couldn't see clearly into it from their current position. Could it be that by accident, we collapsed an underground cave? The terrain in the Red Moon world was complex, so having underground caves wasn't unusual. So, Chenja thought it might be an underground rock cave or something similar, which was exposed because the golden beak iron red eagle had created a big pit. Let's go take a look. With that, Ran Ming had already jumped down. Since he had jumped, Chenju and the others did not hesitate to follow and slid down, peering into the cave below. Whoosh! A cold breeze surged up from the cave, making a whistling sound as it passed through the opening. It seemed very deep below, pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Chenja looked at Ran Ming and noticed his brow was furrowed, his gaze towards the cave carrying a hint of seriousness, which puzzled him. Captain Ran Ming, your expression tells me you think there's a problem with this hole? Jean Li and AIOSI also noticed that Ran Ming's demeanor seemed off, but they didn't feel there was anything wrong with the hole. Indeed, although I can't quite say what the problem is, I just have this feeling. Ran Ming couldn't clearly explain the feeling, he just sensed they should go down and check. Chenja knew that Ran Ming wasn't one of those extraordinary beings with awakened special perception. Among the extraordinary, there were those with heightened sensitivity that could foresee potential events or feel a sense of alertness when danger or something important was near. Clearly, Ran Ming was not one of those extraordinary beings, but Chenja felt that they shouldn't ignore his intuition, so he spoke. Captain Ran Ming has been in the guard troops for many years, with unparalleled experience. It's natural to develop a strong instinct. Maybe we really should go down to take a closer look. Yes, I was thinking the same. My heart is racing ever since I saw this hole. Ultimately, Ran Ming still felt they should check it out. Going down wasn't impossible, but how deep the hole was, no one knew. They couldn't fly, so how to descend was a dilemma that lay before them. Thinking of this dilemma, the koi fish's eyes brightened as it looked at Chenja. This hole should be very deep. We ourselves cannot fly, and without flying energy tools, going down is definitely a big problem. So it's better to let Chenja go down first to take a look. He can transform into a vampire bat. Chenja nodded, feeling that the koi fish was right. I think this method is good. I'll transform into a bat and go down to take a look. You all should find a way to make a simple rope ladder with logs and vines to go down. Then you be careful. Ran Ming thought this method was good but was worried about Chenja's safety. After all, Chenja's strength was still too low. If there really were hidden magical creatures down there, it would be extremely dangerous for him to go alone. Seeing Ran Ming's concern, Chenja smiled and said, Captain, don't worry. If there is any danger down there, although my realm is not high, if I do not get into a fight and react quickly to retreat, it should not be difficult to get away. Since Chenja said so, the three of them repeatedly urged him to be careful and watched as Chenja transformed into a bat and flew into the cave. The cold wind they felt earlier by the mountains was very obvious. Once entering the cave, Chenja even felt a chill. Fortunately, vampires love dark places, and Chenja felt incredibly comfortable, as if he had found a suitable environment. In bat form, Chenja's perception was even more astonishing. He relied not on sight but on a radar-like perception. The surrounding darkness did not affect his vision at all. Strange, this cave does not look like a natural formation. Chenja quickly noticed something amiss. The cave walls were not the natural rock formations or limestone caves they had previously thought.
The traces of manual excavation on the mountain walls were far too obvious.
Could it be dug out by the reverse species? Chenja flew toward the cave wall to observe it closely. Upon getting closer, he further confirmed that it was not naturally formed and had signs of being manually excavated. With a sense of doubt growing in his heart, Chenja became even more vigilant. An underground cave that was artificially excavated, so hidden, must be for something not good. He didn't need to think hard about it. Although they guessed the nature of the cave wrong, they were right in their assumption of its depth. Based on Chenja's judgment, he had already flown down over 10 meters yet still could not feel the bottom. This was an exceedingly exaggerated depth. Apart from the chill brought by the rising air current, there was absolutely no sound in the entire cave. Concerned that there might be hidden magical creatures or reverse species within the cave, Chenja kept the amplitude of his wing flaps very small, afraid of making too much noise and being detected. He continued flying down along the mountain wall for about 3 to 4 minutes before he discovered a flicker of fire below.
Why didn't I notice this before from this distance?
His flying speed was not fast, logically speaking. From his previous position he should have been able to see the torchlight without having to fly this far to see it. But he quickly realized why. A blood-red energy barrier was blocking the view. Only up close could he see the environment within the barrier. What a clever trick!
Chapter 112.
Chenja had already realized that with a blood-red energy barrier as a cover, even standing outside the cave, even those with astonishing perception and vision would absolutely not detect the fire. So carefully hidden, what existed within the energy barrier was definitely something that could not be found. Chenja had a vague guess in his heart, but until it was verified, everything was just talk. If I go through the barrier, will I be detected? Chenja did not understand array practitioners or barrier practitioners and had never come into contact with them. The only experience he had was during the magical Beast Tide's attack on Linhai City when they set up the teleportation array. But at that time, the goal was to cause destruction, and there was no research on this aspect at all. But he also knew that there was a kind of energy barrier. Once there was external interference, the people inside would sense it, acting as a warning bell.
No, I can't act recklessly. I need to go up and meet everyone to report what's below and see what Captain Ran Ming has in mind.
Chenja was still very cautious. If he rashly crossed the barrier, he would definitely be discovered by those inside. Chenja quickly flew upwards until he emerged from the cave and met up with everyone. The 3 people outside anxiously awaited Chenja's return, feeling quite anxious themselves. They had already prepared a very long rope ladder. At this moment, when they saw something flying out, the 3 immediately got ready for battle, but relaxed as soon as they realized it was Chenja.
Chenja, you're back.
The 3 gathered around the now human-shaped Chenja, and Jinwang couldn't wait to ask about the situation below. How was it down there? You were gone for so long, did you discover anything? Jinwang was very clever. If the lower area were just an ordinary cave or karst cave, Chenja wouldn't take this long to come back up. Chenja nodded and immediately recounted the situation below. I suspect that what lies below might be the secret laboratory we are looking for. As soon as these words came out, Ran Ming showed no extra expression, but Jinwang and AIOSI both opened their mouths wide.
Jinwang's voice trembled with excitement. Is it really that fortunate? We were still completely in the dark about the secret laboratory, and now we inadvertently stumbled upon it?
What she said was indeed correct. Everyone was genuinely at a loss regarding the existence of this secret laboratory, only casting a wide net for suspicious clues, and now suddenly discovering it due to a big hole caused by the battle with Jin Hui Tai Chi-Ying was indeed very fortunate. Ran Ming said, let's not get too excited too soon. We can't determine whether it's truly a secret laboratory down there, so we must wait until we investigate to draw a conclusion. Chenja nodded. Captain Ran Ming is right.
I can only suspect it for now and can't confirm anything.
Who cares about that?
After the investigation, we'll know.
Even if it's not a secret laboratory, with such a huge effort put into digging such a deep cave and using a blood moon energy barrier for concealment, who would believe there's nothing fishy going on inside? Jinwang had a simple mind and thought that even if it wasn't a real secret laboratory, it couldn't be a good place. Anyway, it all needed to be eliminated.
So next, should we figure out how to go down without triggering the blood moon energy barrier?
AIOSI pointed out the key issue. We need to know that crossing the barrier would alert the people inside. We might not only fail to investigate but also end up under attack.
That's true, but I know nothing about the barrier formations. Besides breaking it by force, I can't think of any other way.
Jinwang was very clear about her abilities and didn't hide her shortcomings, directly stating that she was helpless against the blood moon energy barrier. AIOSI then looked at Chenja. Chenja raised an eyebrow to indicate he couldn't help either, otherwise, he wouldn't have turned back to discuss with everyone after spotting the barrier. In the end, all 3 looked at Ran Ming. He was the strongest here, and since the guarding troops had extraordinary beings with formations and barriers, he surely had some understanding of the blood moon energy barrier.
Ran Ming said, leave the matter of the barrier to me, let's go down now.
Once we're down, everyone must not be careless. We have no idea how many people or how many corrupted extraordinary creatures there are inside, so we must be very cautious. Indeed, although they found something suspicious, they currently had no grasp of the specific situation inside. A careless attitude might just lead to being caught like a turtle in a jar. This place is filled with corrupted creatures, and it's likely that there are many magical beings guarding it, which means a hard battle is ahead. Shinja, Ios, and Jili prepared the rope ladder. Shinja looked at the length and confirmed it would be enough. As for Ran Ming, he contacted the other 9 small teams, inquiring about their situation before sending their current findings and coordinates to the other 9 groups, as well as relaying back to the city wall, asking them to send reinforcements. No matter what lies below, it would be hard for just 4 people to handle it easily. Support was necessary for potential emergencies. After Ran Ming finished contacting them, Shinja and the others secured the rope ladder. According to Ran Ming's plan, he would lead the way with Shinja, who could transform into a vampire bat to fly, followed by Ios, and lastly Jinli. Originally, Ran Ming intended for Ios to stay above to guard against the gathering of corrupted beings below, fearing they might get trapped. However, he thought that if Ios stayed up and was discovered, it might expose their whereabouts, so they decided to go down together for mutual support. Thus, following Ran Ming's plan, they descended into the cave via the rope ladder. Hiss, it's so cold. Once inside the cave, Jinli couldn't help but shiver. The cold here is intense, yet I don't see any ice. Where is this strong chill coming from? No one could answer her because everyone was puzzled. They swayed down the rope ladder into the depths of the cave and soon found the blood moon energy barrier that Shinja mentioned. Captain Ran Ming, it's up to you now. Everyone paused, and Shinja spoke to Ran Ming. Ran Ming nodded, first carefully observing the blood moon energy barrier before saying, this barrier is just for disguise, its level isn't very high, and the method isn't sophisticated, it's not difficult to break. Saying this, he pressed his hand against the surface of the blood moon energy barrier, fully activating his powers. Shinja didn't dare to take a breath, fearing that any mistake from Ran Ming might alert the enemies that could be lurking beneath the barrier. Moreover, Shinja also observed how Ran Ming was breaking the blood moon energy barrier, realizing he was synchronizing his energy waves with those emitted from the barrier to create a resonance, causing the seemingly calm energy barrier to start pulsing, forming layers of ripples on the surface. Chapter 113. As more and more ripples appeared on the blood moon energy barrier, the pulsing grew stronger, and Shinja's heart was in his throat. Wasn't this method too simple and rough? It was meant to directly shatter the blood moon energy barrier through resonance. The barrier was trembling because it couldn't handle the vibrations from Ran Ming's powers, and once it reached a critical point, it would break. But would this really not alert the enemies? Shinja didn't know, but he trusted Ran Ming. 3 pairs of eyes were fixated on Ran Ming until cracks began to appear on the surface of the blood moon energy barrier from the center of his palm. Shinja knew Ran Ming was about to succeed. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a hole appeared in the barrier. It started as the size of a fist and grew larger as Ran Ming continued to exert force, until it was at least big enough for one person to pass through with ease before stopping. Alright, to avoid alerting the enemies, I've only opened this small gap, but it's enough for us to get through. Great! Captain Ran Ming is amazing. Jinli sincerely praised, admiring Ran Ming's effortless ability to open the barrier. Ran Ming felt a bit embarrassed by Jinli's compliments. But soon he recovered, nodding to the 3, carefully placing the remaining rope ladder into the gap in the barrier, then entering the barrier along the rope ladder. Shinja reminded Koi and Ios to be cautious, and then followed, with Koi being the last and Ios right before her. Once inside the barrier, even Shinja felt the intense chill in the air. He could hardly bear it himself, as if there was an instinctive repulsion against it. What is causing this repulsion? Shinja wondered to himself. He was currently in vampire form, and normally this chill shouldn't bother him, even making his heartbeat more active. But he was shocked to discover something strange. Despite being in danger, his heartbeat, which should have quickened, was slowing down instead. Could something have gone wrong? Shinja felt increasingly uneasy. Inside the barrier, there were many torches burning brightly on both sides of the walls, yet he felt no warmth from the flames, demonstrating just how powerful this chill truly was. The rope ladder was almost at its end, but everyone was still at least 10 meters above the ground. This height wasn't a problem for anyone. Even Ios was confident he could jump down without any issues. However, the challenge lay in making sure there was no sound upon landing, which tested their control over their strength. The rope ladder has reached its end. Now we need to jump down. Remember to control your strength and don't make too much noise when you land, Ran Ming reminded everyone. Koi wasn't afraid, and with Ran Ming's assurance, Shinja felt uncertain about landing silently from 10 meters but planned to transform into bat form. Now it was just Ios. Seeing his hesitation, Ran Ming smiled. Little young master, don't worry. I will jump down first. When you jump, I will use my ability to create an energy cushion beneath you to absorb the impact and let you land smoothly. With Ran Ming saying this, Ios felt more confident. Ran Ming leaped down, followed closely by Koi. After greeting Ios, Shinja transformed into a bat and dove down. Seeing everyone jump with ease, Ios took a deep breath, released the rope ladder, and jumped down too. Ran Ming landed like a feather, not even stirring up a speck of dust, followed by Koi, who landed effortlessly beside him. Qinzhe, in bat form, flew down and then transformed back into his vampire appearance. Ran Ming looked up. Ios was now very close to the ground.
Lift. Ran Ming raised his hands high, using his earth-based ability to create an invisible force that pushed up towards Ios's feet.
Ios quickly realized it felt like his feet were stepping on a solid layer of energy. Although it couldn't fully lift his entire weight, it provided leverage.
In the next second, Ios landed smoothly, a relieved smile spreading across his face.
Now Qinzhe had a chance to look around. They were at the bottom of a huge circular cave, and the whole space gave him a feeling of being inside a large jar, with torches lining the walls, but besides that, there was nothing else.
Of course, there was an entranceway in their left diagonal front.
He couldn't understand what this space was meant for. It had no passage to the outside and wasn't a storage room.
What should we do now?
There is only one entrance and exit. We can only go out from there. Koi pointed at the entranceway.
I'll take a look first. Follow me closely, Ran Ming said, taking the lead.
Qinzhe and the other two followed behind him as Ran Ming used the wall beside the entrance to shield himself, peeking out to check both sides before quickly pulling back. But he then poked his head out again, repeating the same action a few times, even making a puzzled sound.
Captain Ran Ming, what did you see? Qinzhe thought that observing the surrounding environment shouldn't take this long.
Ran Ming showed a look of confusion. I'm not quite sure what I saw either. Hearing him say this, everyone became more curious about what could confuse Ran Ming so much. With doubt, Qinzhe moved slightly to the front and quickly peeked out.
He was also stunned upon seeing it.
Jinli couldn't hold back and went to investigate, and after Qinzhe looked, he gave up his position for Ios to take a look. As a result, Ios quickly covered his mouth, almost crying out, "How could there be such a creepy thing here?" Hearing him say this, it was clear he knew what those things were. The four of them stepped back from the doorway before asking Ios what that thing was. Ios said, "I've seen this kind of thing in the Wolf King tribe. It was only the size of my pinky finger.
My father said this thing is very cursed and can turn living beings into monsters."
They exchanged glances. Qinzhe and Ran Ming realized that the thing capable of turning living beings into monsters was precisely that green liquid. Perhaps that green liquid was extracted from this substance.
Ios, what exactly is it?
Ios said, "I don't know its exact name, but in the Wolf King tribe, it's called Green Demon Crystal. It is a product that only exists in the Red Moon world. I didn't expect it to be something from the Red Moon world." "No wonder it's creepy," Qinzhe spoke with disgust. "If that's the case, it's not surprising that it can turn an ordinary poisonous snake into a monster." When they peeked outside the doorway, it was a large space filled with something resembling crystals that emitted a faint green light. At first, they thought it was just crystal. Finding crystal in underground caves is not unusual enough to astonish everyone, but they were shocked because of the instinctive feeling of disgust that those crystals evoked.
Chapter 114.
Jinli looked disgusted. "With so many creepy things, whether or not they are materials for creating monster potions, we should just destroy them, leaving not a single piece."
Ios nodded, "That's right, but this stuff is worth a lot.
For some extraordinary races, it has immense benefits. If sold, it would fetch a sky-high price." Upon hearing that it could sell for a fortune, Jinli sprang into action, her eyes shining with the light of money. She rubbed her hands together and said, "Then let's collect them all and sell them. That way, we can gather enough funds to equip every brother in the special team with energy devices." This was not just Jinli daydreaming. The amount of green demon crystal was indeed substantial enough to equip everyone in both the operational team and the police force of the special group.
Qinzhe chuckled softly from the side. "Have you forgotten where we are? Making noise while collecting so many green demon crystals would definitely alert the enemies here."
Finally speaking, the previously quiet Ran Ming said, "We must collect the green demon crystals. This is an enormous resource that must not be wasted." Qinzhe showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Ran Ming to also be tempted by the green demon crystals. But it was understandable. There were so many, and their value was enough to make anyone envious. "Alright, since that's the case, let's find a way to gather the green demon crystals, and then we'll divide them among the four of us." Qinzhe was not one to dawdle. Since everyone was interested in the green demon crystals, that included him. After all, cultivation also consumes a lot of money for resources. So he decisively decided that they must get the green demon crystals, and the task now was to figure out how to collect them without alarming the enemies. The defenses here seem quite loose. We've been in for so long and haven't seen a single person or a demonized creature.
Maybe we can do this easily.
Qinzhe expressed his thoughts and then looked at the other three. Ran Ming responded with a hum, "Indeed, but we still need to be careful."
"No problem. Don't worry."
After agreeing, the four entered the space where the green magic crystals existed. Qinzhe did not immediately start working but observed the surroundings. There were some obvious signs of green magic crystal excavation in some places, and the vast space only had two entrances and exits. One was where they entered, and the other was on the opposite side.
"We should start mining from this side."
"We must be careful and not make too much noise," Ran Ming said. We are in a blind spot of that entrance and exit over there, but we can see clearly. The situation is in our favor. If something seems off, stop immediately. Even if we are discovered, we must shorten the time we are exposed. The three nodded and started mining the green magic crystals. After seeing the green magic crystals up close, Shinja felt even more disgusted, all because of the peculiar energy emitted by the green magic crystals. Suppressing his feelings of disgust, Shinja began to mine the green magic crystals. His mind was highly focused on mining the green magic crystals and being on guard for anyone entering, so he was completely unaware of his rapidly accelerating heartbeat, which hinted at signs of awakening a new ability. He now possessed the beastification skills of both vampire and werewolf, with the werewolf's transformation, cross-slash, the vampire's transformation into bats, hypnosis, mental curse, and blood-sucking bats. The number of abilities he had at this stage before transcending would make countless people envious and jealous. Shinja stored the mined green magic crystals into his storage ring and glanced at the other three. Their progress was not slow either. After about half an hour of mining, Shinja's ears perked up, and he immediately shushed the other three. At the same time, Ranming stopped his actions and gestured for everyone to cease. Footsteps were approaching from afar, indicating someone was about to enter the space with the green magic crystals. The four quickly hid behind a large green magic crystal and observed quietly. Not long after hiding, two figures entered the area. They were two thin men, both carrying a bamboo basket. One of the men said, "Let's mine more this time, so we won't always be called to come back." The other nodded in agreement, "Exactly. We always have to do this hard work while they are having a good time." The two men seemed very dissatisfied with being called to mine the green magic crystals. The first man had already set the bamboo basket down and began to mine the green magic crystals. Although the green magic crystals looked like crystals, they were very brittle and could be easily broken, making the mining effortless. This was also why Chinju and the others could easily mine without any tools. As the man mined, he said, "The last time Elder Lin made the magic crystal potion, it always failed. In the end, only one vial was left, but before it could be tested on a subject, the sample was lost. It's really funny." The other man laughed. "You won't believe how shocked I was when I heard about it. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. I wonder how it got lost." Now, no one knows if the magic crystal potion can produce a magical effect. That's why we need to mine the green magic crystals in large quantities. Elder Lin is almost going mad over the magic crystal potion. He definitely won't leave the lab for at least 10 days or half a month. Then we can relax. The other man scoffed. He says that, but if he can't deliver experimental results this time, who knows if this place can remain? Elder Lin might even be punished by the master. Then he would become neither human nor beast. Is it a ghost or not? Shu. Are you out of your mind? You dare to speak ill of the master? If someone hears you, even if Elder Lin hasn't changed yet, you'll be the first to change. Right, look at my mouth. Let's hurry back to mining. The two stopped talking and began to focus intensely on mining the green magic crystals. Shinja had amazing hearing, so even though the two didn't speak loudly, he heard every detail, piecing together useful information in his mind. This is the secret laboratory for the green liquid. This green liquid is called magic crystal potion. It seems they are still in the research phase. They barely got their hands on a complete vial, but it was lost. Shinja thought it must be the vial that the poisonous snake swallowed, perhaps lost without realizing it until the snake touched it. The magic crystal potion has a deadly attraction for wild creatures, which is why the snake swallowed it. The person called Elder Lin was unaware that his magic crystal potion had such great effects. Shinjo assessed that even if there are ways to obtain it, making the magic crystal potion is certainly not easy, which relieved him. If it were easy to make, that would be a disaster. As for the master mentioned by the two, it might be the leader of the reverse species, a ruthless person who could really turn people into something that is neither human nor ghost. Shinja gained a new understanding of the terrifying actions of the reverse species. Chapter 115. After the two mined a full basket of green magic crystals, they left, completely unaware that 4 people were hiding behind the crystals. Once the people were far away and Shinja could no longer hear their footsteps, he straightened up. Did you all hear their conversation? Ranming nodded, while Jinli and Io slightly shook their heads, indicating they heard some but not all. Shinja shared the information he gathered from the two's conversation with the 3. After hearing it, Ranming looked at Shinja with appreciation. Very good, you're quite clever. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. In this case, it seems our actions will be very advantageous. Absolutely. They seem quite relaxed, believing no one will discover them. This is certainly to our advantage. Maybe we can catch them off guard, Jinli noted, recalling the previous 2. Besides, those 2 were merely abnormals. Even if there were 20, it would still be a piece of cake for our 4. Alright, let's get back to mining quickly. Shinja reminded everyone not to think about finishing everything.
There's simply too much green magic crystal here, relying on just the 4 of them to mine it all would take more than a day. This isn't the time to be complacent. So after they had harvested an area of 10 meters square, they stopped. Even with this, everyone was very pleased, each person could easily take home tens of millions, so they were all very happy. Now, let's get straight to the point. Ran Ning said.
Chenja found it amusing, thinking these 4 didn't have the slightest awareness of infiltrating the enemy's camp.
They looked too relaxed to be on a mission.
Following their previous formation, the 4 left through another entrance.
Once outside, they found themselves in a long corridor.
The wall was on their right, and the corridor extended forward from the left side. Fire torches illuminated both sides, yet they still couldn't see the end of the corridor, showing just how long it was. Chenja was curious why no one was guarding the green magic crystals, even from a distance.
Were they overly confident that no one would discover them, or was there another hidden trap?
The more Chenja thought about it, the more he felt things were not simple. He couldn't let his guard down. The long corridor was too bright, lacking any place to hide. As long as there were people ahead, the 4 of them truly had nowhere to hide.
Here, we are live targets with no cover at all, so we must act quickly.
If we encounter the enemy, we must resolve it immediately and not let them react or call for help. Ran Ming made a decisive judgment. The 3 nodded in agreement. The 4 of them quickly sprinted through the corridor, which indeed stretched on for a long time. After running for several minutes, they still hadn't reached the end, nor had they passed any intersections or rooms, just a long, endless corridor. This made Chenja feel somewhat strange. Why wasn't the lab built next to the green magic crystal?
Wouldn't it be much easier to extract the crystal that way?
After running for a few more minutes, they finally spotted an exit ahead, and everyone began to slow down, getting ready for battle. However, just tens of meters from the exit, Ran Ming suddenly stopped, then lunged backward, knocking the 3 of them to the ground.
This unexpected turn of events left Chenja completely bewildered.
Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he saw a crescent-shaped blood moon energy sweeping through the air. He instantly realized they were under attack. Ran Ming had no time to warn them or defend, so he simply tackled them to the ground, otherwise, the 3 might have had their waists sliced in the next moment.
Is there an enemy?
Jin Li flipped over and crouched, holding an energy pistol in his hand. Chenju and Io stood half-crouched against the wall opposite Jin Li, while Ran Ming knelt in the middle of the corridor, his hands glowing with earth-type powers.
Where is the enemy?
Chenja peered forward but saw no signs of the inverse creatures.
Apart from the 4 of them, there were no other living beings in the corridor. What could have been the source of the attack? Could it be some kind of preset trap that triggers when someone gets close?
It wasn't impossible. After all, they hadn't seen a single guard along the way, so setting up some traps for emergencies didn't seem far-fetched. Ran Ming's dark voice rang out, "Watch the walls, there's something on the walls."
Something on the walls?
Chenju instinctively pulled away from the wall and began to carefully observe it, but he didn't see anything wrong, just the torches and the rough surface of the wall, nothing peculiar. But as he continued to look, he noticed something off because he realized the walls had originally been carved smoothly, yet the wall in front of him felt uneven, as if many pebbles were mixed in.
Apart from this detail, Chenja couldn't spot any other issues. He pointed at the wall. "That wall is wrong."
"We'll find out by trying," Jin Li, who always had a fiery temper, said and immediately pulled the trigger towards the direction Chenja pointed. The bullet hitting the wall didn't make the normal sound of bullets striking a surface, and then Chenja saw 2 eyes suddenly emerge from the wall. The owner of the eyes began to move, and that wall actually came to life. Chenja then realized it was a magically transformed chameleon monster. As it moved, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and multiple chameleon monsters emerged from the wall. There were actually no fewer than 10. Chenja felt a wave of regret for not noticing the hidden magical creatures around them. If he had discovered them earlier, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation now.
Damn it, Jin Li cursed, what do we do now?
So many magical creatures, it's impossible for us to clean them up quietly. Initially, they didn't want to make too much noise and raise suspicion, but now it seemed unlikely to deal with them quietly.
Quit the nonsense, is this really the time to be concerned about that? With their surroundings already surrounded, they shouldn't be thinking about so much anymore.
Chenja felt truly clueless as to whether everyone was taking this mission seriously. Yeah, it's really too careless that we forgot our roots. The Koi finally realized and rushed out, shooting continuously as she dashed.
Ran Ming directly used rocks to attack 3 chameleon demons on the side, blocking them against the wall so they couldn't come down. Find your own opponent.
After Chenja said this to Ios, he charged out and swung his wolf claw fist at one of the shooting dragon demons' heads.
Bang!
The chameleon demon's tail whipped around to meet his fist, and seeing this, Chenja changed his punch into a claw, grabbing its tail and pulling it down from the wall.
Bloodthirsty bats.
Chenja transformed into a vampire, flaring his tailcoat as a swarm of blood-sucking bats flew out from behind it, enveloping the chameleon demon in front of him.
Chapter 116.
A massive number of blood-sucking bats surged toward the chameleon demon, attaching themselves to its body and draining the magic blood within. In just a few seconds, the huge body of the chameleon demon rapidly shriveled down, leaving only its skin behind. Hiss! Chenju was startled by this outcome, not expecting the power of the blood-sucking bats to have increased.
My heartbeat, it's accelerating like never before.
It seems that using vampire abilities will also benefit me, increasing my power. Chenju felt like he had discovered a new world, and without hesitation, turned to his next target. He used the blood-sucking bats to drain 3 more chameleon demons, and together with the ones killed by Ran Ming and the others, all the chameleon demons in the tunnel were wiped out. Not bad, Chenju, your strength is getting stronger.
The Koi gave Chenju a thumbs up.
You did this so effortlessly, the chameleon demons didn't even get a chance to fight back.
Ayos looked at Chenju with envy, thinking about when he could be this strong.
Ran Ming also nodded with a smile, but before Chenju could be modest, a loud sound of footsteps approached from far away. They had indeed been discovered.
There are humans mixed in here.
A large number of aberrants rushed to the entrance of the tunnel and, upon seeing the 4 of them, called them humans.
What a disgrace among humans. Are you not human anymore, or do you believe that you have become demonic creatures after turning into aberrants?
The Koi couldn't swallow this insult, shooting back immediately. Chenju looked grimly at the more than 20 people in front of him. This group of seemingly human beings actually took pride in turning against humanity, willingly becoming demonic beings.
Little girl, your mouth is pretty sharp.
Just right, I've been feeling pent up lately, so I'll take it out on you. One scoundrel aberrant leered at the pretty Koi, spewing filthy words. Chenju's lips twitched, and he stiffly turned his neck to look at the Koi, only to find her smiling.
But to Chenju, that smile felt even more unsettling than anger. Oh, the Koi is about to explode.
Chenju stealthily moved a little to the side, along with Ran Ming and Ayos, the 3 praying for that man, hoping his death wouldn't be too tragic. The Koi's smile was eerie.
The man spat and said, "Stupid woman, what are you laughing at?" "Laughing that you're about to die."
The Koi made her move. With a single breath, she fired 10 shots in rapid succession. Her accuracy was at a sniper level, so before that scoundrel even reacted, he was shot 10 times in the forehead, with only 1 bullet hole showing how phenomenal the Koi's precision was, all 10 shots hitting the same spot. That scoundrel maintained the expression he had just as he spat out words, unable to believe that the Koi was so decisive and powerful as he died. The scoundrel's death was like a fuse, instantly igniting action from both sides. Chenju dashed out, his legs had transformed into powerful wolf legs of the wolf clan, bursting with explosive strength, and he rushed into the enemy horde. His hands were like the colorless hands of a vampire, with blood-red sharp nails extending from his fingers. Each time he swung his hands, it created crimson energy rays that swiftly sliced through the bodies of his enemies, leaving deep wounds that could be seen down to the bone. Moreover, these wounds had a corrosive effect. They could not be healed with recovery potions and could only be resisted using the energy of one's own abilities. However, this would limit the user's ability, causing the wounded enemies to suffer a significant reduction in power.
This surprised Chenju.
In such an important place, this group of enemies was far too weak. There wasn't a single capable fighter among them. Although they had the advantage in numbers, unfortunately, their strength was not high at all. There wasn't a single extraordinary Red Iron 5-star warrior. With Ran Ming, a Red Iron 5-star fighter on their side, they could easily suppress them.
Not good, their strength is too strong, we are no match for them.
One enemy was hit in the chest by Ayos's punch and staggered back 4 or 5 steps, clutching his chest and shouting.
Yeah, one of them seems like the captain of the guarding forces from Linhai Base City. Damn, hurry up and call Dr. Lin.
Yes, call Dr. Lin.
He is a master of Red Iron 5-star, only he can contend with that captain.
Once the group of enemies realized this, they stopped entangling with Chenju and his 3 companions and began to retreat.
Seeing their retreat, how could Chenju give them this opportunity? He immediately transformed into bat form and shouted, "Mental curse."
The space here was limited, and the enemies were in a state of panic. It was the perfect moment to unleash the mental curse. Sure enough, once the curse was cast, 4 or 5 people immediately froze in place, paralyzed.
Chenju flapped his wings and ordered loudly, "Go, attack them."
The 5 enemies who were under the control of the mental curse immediately turned around, mumbling, "Attack them, attack them."
Like mindless zombies under Chenju's control, they began to attack their own allies.
Without any autonomous awareness, they acted solely on Chenju's commands, their attacks fierce and unreserved. The enemies targeted immediately felt immense pressure, slowly retreating. Originally more than 20 enemies, now less than 10 could still move freely. They had lost all hope. However, Chenju did not dare to be careless. Besides the chameleon monster, he had not discovered any other transformed creatures, which was illogical. Seeing them retreating, Ran Ming stopped his actions as news came through the walkie-talkie. After a brief communication, Ran Ming nodded and said to Chenju and the others, "The other 9 scout teams and the defense officer of Shinlong City have sent a squad for reinforcement."
Koi scoffed disdainfully, this group of useless people, we don't even need reinforcements, just with the 4 of us, we can wipe them out. Koi wasn't just boasting, the strength shown by those 20-plus enemies was far too weak, they were no match for the 4 of them. Just as Koi finished speaking, a gust of sinister wind blew from the opposite side, followed by a thick black smoke rapidly flying toward Chenju and the others from behind the enemies. Chenju frowned, realizing this was not black smoke but a swarm of insects, a mass of armored bugs buzzing together, creating a loud humming sound as they vibrated. Extraordinary Insect Master. Ran Ming recognized the insects. I didn't expect to find an awakened insect-type extraordinary being here. Insect type? This was the first time Chenja had heard of such extraordinary beings, but he guessed from the literal meaning what kind of abilities they might have, transforming into insects and controlling insects. This insect-controlling enemy must be the Elder Lin they talked about, indeed, an insect-type extraordinary being, most skilled in researching energy potions. Ran Ming revealed the identity of the opponent, and then a sinister laugh came from the black swarm of insects. Chapter 117. You are clever, that's right, I am Elder Lin. A voice emerged from the swarm, sending shivers down the spine, making everyone feel uneasy. After admitting his identity, Elder Lin angrily scolded the useless enemies behind him, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Don't you know to call for help when you're weak? As soon as these words were spoken, the panicked enemy's eyes lit up. Chenja felt a deep sinking in his heart, the help Elder Lin spoke of was likely the demonic extraordinary creatures. He quickly warned everyone, be careful. The help they mentioned must be demonic extraordinary creatures. Although this space isn't too small, our range of movement is still limited, so we can't be careless. The space was this big, even if the human race fought each other, there was enough room to maneuver. If a group of large demonic extraordinary creatures suddenly emerged, the space for movement would be greatly hindered, and they could easily be trapped. Don't worry, reinforcements are on their way. They are the ones being hunted. Ran Ming's words felt like a reassuring pill for everyone. With support, there was nothing to fear. No matter how many demonic extraordinary creatures came, as long as the 4 of them held on until the reinforcements arrived, victory would still be on their side. Elder Lin also heard Ran Ming's words and shouted angrily, what are you waiting for? We're about to be surrounded, hurry up and summon the demonic extraordinary creatures. Yes. The 11 remaining enemies immediately pulled out a special whistle and blew it. The whistle sound was piercing, making Chenja cover his ears. Ran Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression heavy. He immediately stomped hard, causing the ground to shake, crack, and spread towards the enemies. This was an attempt to stop them from blowing the whistle to summon demonic extraordinary creatures. However, when the crack reached the massive insect smoke created by Elder Lin, a swarm of insects immediately flew down from the air to block the cracks. Damn it, Ran Ming cursed. Quick, stop them from summoning the demonic extraordinary creatures. Chenja couldn't care less about how harsh the sound was and transformed into a bat, flying towards Elder Lin in the sky. Seeing Chenja turn into a bat, Elder Lin sneered, awakened vampire? Unfortunately, you are too weak. As Chenja got closer, he immediately unleashed a mental curse. Unfortunately, it had no effect on the swarm of insects, but he didn't stop. He transformed back into a vampire human form and released blood-sucking bats. Elder Lin also sent a large number of insects to attack the blood-sucking bats. The initially unstoppable blood-sucking bats began to retreat in the face of these inconspicuous insects. Chenja's 2 attacks were ineffective, and he suffered considerable losses. Chenja, come back quickly. Your realm is too different from his, your attacks will work. Jinli immediately reminded him to come back and not push too far ahead, or he might fall into Elder Lin's trap. Want to run? It's too late now. Seeing Chenja retreat, Elder Lin would not let this opportunity slip away. A large swarm of insects transformed into a hand, reaching for Chenja. Cross slash. Chenja immediately pulled out his dual-edged blade, unleashing the cross slash. The cross slash collided with the insect hand, pushing Chenja back much farther than he could on his own. The corners of Chenja's mouth tilted slightly, this was the effect he wanted. The recoil helped him create distance from Elder Lin. Elder Lin's insect hand was slashed by the cross slash, creating a cross-shaped gap. But soon it was filled with other bugs, still rushing forward. However, compared to before, the bug hand that was struck by the crosscut slash shrank a little. Vampire bats. Chenja released a large number of vampire bats again to block the bug hand. The smaller bug hand was indeed not as strong as before, plus Chenja unleashed double the number of vampire bats from before, creating a wall of bats to block the bug hand. Hiss. Chenja took a cold breath because he was about to awaken a new ability at this moment. Noticing something was wrong with him, Ios hurriedly asked, what's wrong, Chenja? You don't look so good, are you injured? Chenja shook his head, I'm about to awaken a new ability. Ah. The 3 of them furrowed their brows. It was indeed quite coincidental to awaken an ability at this moment. Ran Ming quickly spoke, "We will handle this, you go back and focus on awakening your ability, don't let the sounds of our battle disturb you." "Thank you." Chenja didn't want to leave the three behind, but awakening his ability was too important to take lightly. He nodded and quickly ran to the back of the three to create distance from the battlefield, sitting cross-legged to quietly wait for the awakening of his new ability. The vampire bats blocking the bug hand gradually dissipated after Chenja ran far away, revealing the bug hand, which was now only half of its original size. "Disperse." Ran Ming stepped forward, pushing his palms forward to activate the earth ability, stone bullets. Many fist-sized stones rose from the ground, enveloped in earth ability. Ran Ming flicked his fingers towards the bug hand, and countless stones shot out like bullets. No wonder it was called stone bullets, they were much faster and more powerful than the bullets activated by the energy equipment of the koi. The bug hand was shot full of holes by the stone bullets, and after a round, the bug hand finally disappeared. At this time, Chenja had all his attention on the changes in the ability energy within his body. The new ability was about to arrive, and Chenja's breathing became rapid with eager anticipation. Boom! The new ability finally came forth. Chenja felt his body uncontrollably start to change, floating up, transforming from a cross-legged position to standing upright, uncontrollably shifting into a humanoid vampire. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyes were actually blood-red, like the red moon in a crimson world, deep and eerie. He was unaware that, had anyone else been present, they would not dare to look directly at his blood-red eyes, like the red moon. Soon, a red dot appeared before him, gradually growing larger, until it became a blood-red moon standing in mid-air. Blood Moon Devour. Chenja couldn't help but exclaim. He did not expect that this awakening would actually grant him the Blood Moon Devour ability, a devouring type ability. As soon as it was activated, the enemy would receive the devouring power released by the Blood Moon. Those who couldn't withstand it would ultimately be devoured by the Blood Moon, having all their ability energy drained and returned to the caster. Chenja's lips could no longer suppress a smile. This was a powerful ability of the vampire race, and he didn't expect to awaken such a high-level ability so quickly. He was eager to unleash Blood Moon Devour against the reverse species, let you pay for your foolish actions you once made. After landing, Chenja went to join Ran Ming and the others. Chapter 118. Did you finish awakening that quickly? Upon seeing Chenja, Koi frowned slightly. Generally, awakening a high-quality ability takes a long time. You wouldn't. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. She felt that for Chenja to finish awakening so quickly, he must not have awakened a good ability. Chenja smiled silently, and the Koi could only offer a few comforting words. You are too arrogant, completely ignoring this elder. Today, this elder will feed you to my bugs. Elder Lin's voice made Chenja realize that Elder Lin had shown his true form, a man who looked to be over 60, thin as a bamboo pole, surrounded by many black bugs flying around him. Is this Elder Lin? Chenja's tone carried an implication of disdain, provoking Elder Lin's furious anger. I can't believe he has a red iron 5-star or is even a researcher. No wonder, Elder Lin looked like a malnourished old hermit, totally unrecognizable as a supernatural being associated with insects, much less a doctor who could develop magical crystal potions. Go, kill them all for me, Elder Lin urged the 11 reverse breeds. The 11 reverse breeds exchanged glances, hesitant due to their fear of Chenja and his three companions' strength. This angered Elder Lin greatly as he began to curse and threaten them. A bunch of useless trash. What good are you to me? If you don't charge forward, then just be fertilizer for my bugs. As Elder Lin threatened them, his eyes were filled with a fierce glare, licking his lips as if these 11 reverse breeds were some kind of delicious meal. Seeing Elder Lin's demeanor, the 11 reverse breeds understood how ruthless he could be. He meant what he said and could really throw them into the bug pit as food for his insects. Though scared, these 11 didn't want to die a torturous death, so they shouted to boost their courage and charged towards Chenju and the others. However, the others were stopped by Chenja, who said, "3 of you, watch how my newly awakened ability works." As he spoke, Blood Moon reappeared, standing 2 meters in front of Chenja, resembling a time-space portal with its red core turning into a black vortex, a powerful absorbing force directed at the 11 reverse breeds, trying to suck them all into the Blood Moon. The rushing reverse breeds realized they wanted to stop, but the inertia from their speed gave them no chance to halt. Their bodies began to be pulled towards Blood Moon's absorbing force. Elder Lin, please, save us. One reverse breed cried out for help, but Elder Lin acted as if he heard nothing, completely ignoring the 11 reverse breeds being devoured by the Blood Moon. Seeing this scene, Chenja gained a new understanding of the ruthlessness of the reverse breeds. They were heartless madmen who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The first reverse breed was swallowed by the Blood Moon, and all that could be heard was a haunting shriek that made one's heart tremble, so tragic. Chenja was also taken aback, not expecting the Blood Moon to have such a vast swallowing power. He immediately felt a surge of energy from his own body. Soon, one by one, the reverse breeds were engulfed, their screams filling the air. In less than 2 minutes, all 11 of them were consumed, causing the Blood Moon to expand significantly, the sucking force stronger than before, threatening to drag Elder Lin in as well.
But unfortunately, Elder Lin was still very strong, fully suppressing the absorbing force.
His strength is far greater than mine.
My blood moon's absorption has no effect on him. Chenja ultimately had to give up trying.
Ran Ming walked up to him, smiling. Do you think a red iron 5-star is just a free meal?
Let me deal with him. You take this opportunity to circle around and search the secret laboratory, leaving only the samples and destroying everything else.
Understood. Ran Ming headed towards Elder Lin, who frowned, knowing this would be a tough battle.
Ran Ming was of the same level, and just him alone was enough to hold Elder Lin back, leaving him no chance to care for Chenja and the other two.
Dream on if you think you can get past me. Let you all witness my power.
Elder Lin took the first move, his huge arm swinging towards Ran Ming, a giant claw formed from his special ability smashing down towards him. Ran Ming quickly crossed his arms over his head, the surface of his arms hardening like rock in armor. As the two engaged, Chenja immediately said to Jean Carp and Ios, "Let's go, we need to move." The three of them sprinted forward. Just as they were about to brush past Elder Lin, he swept his arm, shouting, "You can't get past.
Your opponent is me."
Ran Ming quickly dodged beside Elder Lin, executing a kick to his thigh, causing a sharp pain that interrupted the attack, allowing Chenju and the others to slip past him toward the exit.
Strange, weren't those reverse creatures supposed to summon demonic extraordinary beings? Why haven't they shown up yet?
Chenju realized that it had been several minutes since the summoning, but no demonic extraordinary creatures had appeared.
Chenja, watch out above! Ios exclaimed, warning Chenju as he halted mid-run.
Chenja looked up in response, spotting a spider the size of a millstone descending from the cave ceiling, with several more following.
Black Widow Demon Spider.
Chenja recognized the creature immediately. These were transformed from regular Black Widow spiders and were far more venomous, their webs much stickier. If caught in the web, the spider would release toxins that could seep through the skin, killing most prey in under 10 seconds. Chenja felt that, given his strength, if surrounded by a large number of these webs, he would be lucky to hold out for 5 minutes.
Cross slash.
Chenja bent low, gathering his strength and unleashed the cross slash toward the air. It was twice its original size, covering a vast area, nearly engulfing all the Black Widow demon spiders above.
Explode for me.
With a commanding shout, the cross slash detonated, triggering bursts of flames in the air.
Did I succeed?
Chenja mumbled to himself. Jean Carp and Ios also looked up, hoping that the explosion would annihilate all the Black Widow demon spiders.
As the flames faded, Chenju exclaimed, "How is this possible?"
The detonated cross slash had no effect at all. A web completely covered all the Black Widow demon spiders, blocking their attack and neutralizing its power.
Is this spider web really that strong?
Chenja was genuinely shocked. This was his first encounter with the Black Widow demon spider, and he now understood that their webs were not only offensive but also had surprisingly strong defensive capabilities.
Let me handle this.
Jean Carp steadied her gun with both hands, pulling the trigger, aiming at the gaps in the web to strike at the Black Widow demon spiders behind it.
Chapter 119. The appearance of the Black Widow demon spiders disrupted everyone's rhythm, blocking their escape route. Elder Lin laughed wickedly. You fools really thought there were no defenses at my secret experimental base? Those worthless creatures are nothing but cannon fodder used to attract attention. Chenja cursed under his breath.
This Dr. Lin was ruthless, using lesser reverse creatures as bait to draw fire, all to protect his secret base from being easily discovered. Now, it seemed that these Black Widow demon spiders were merely one of the traps he'd set up here, and there were likely more surprises in store. Chenja released a swarm of bloodthirsty bats, knowing that the larger Black Widow demon spiders would provide immense power if consumed. Jinkarp's bullets pierced through the web aiming for the Black Widow demon spiders, while those spiders shot out strands to block the incoming projectiles. Unfortunately, their spider silk was completely useless against the bullets with strong penetrating power, lacking any blocking ability. The bullets shattered the web and struck the Black Widow demon spider, causing small explosions upon impact, making the spider wobble on its web. Some bullets broke through the spider's defenses, creating bullet holes from which green liquid flowed out. Seeing this green liquid, Chenja felt a sense of familiarity and immediately recalled, these Black Widow demon spiders are raised with green magic crystals, their bodies are filled with green venom, so we must avoid contact at all costs. The Black Widow demon spider hung above them, and now with bullet holes in its body, green venom rained down. Chenja had to remind Jinli and Ios, be careful, don't touch it, or you might get poisoned.
We don't know how strong the venom is.
If a mild recovery potion can heal it, that's fine, but if it can't, then we're in big trouble. Got it, you both be careful too, Jinli responded as she jumped into the air, avoiding the falling venom. Ios also replied with a don't worry, though he hadn't awakened any external abilities yet, he was quick and agile enough to evade easily. Seeing that, Chenja felt relieved and transformed into a blood-sucking bat, flying into the air. Mental curse, he released the mental curse. These Black Widow demon spiders were already mutated and had 8 eyes. As long as any one of them faced the curse, Chenja wasn't afraid they would dodge it. Sure enough, the closest Black Widow demon spider was hit by the mental curse and began to behave erratically, causing their webs to stick together, leading to chaos as they collided with each other. Forget about them, destroying the laboratory is our top priority now. Shinja quickly pulled Jinli back when he saw her making plans to wipe out the demon spiders, reminding her what was really important. Right, and we still don't know if there are other mutated extraordinary creatures behind these Black Widow demon spiders. We can't waste time, destroying the secret laboratory is most important. Jinli finally remembered what they needed to do most at this moment. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run! Ios urged. Elder Lin, after a hard clash with Ran Ming, smirked when he saw the chaos among the demon spiders and saw Chinju and the others run away. Even if you can avoid the Black Widow demon spiders, there are more exciting things waiting for you. None of you will leave here today. Hearing his words, Ran Ming frowned slightly, sensing that things were not looking good. Elder Lin probably had some tricks up his sleeve, and he couldn't help but worry about Chenjia and the others. As they ran out of the passage, the three of them discovered a long tunnel ahead. Fortunately, there were no forks, or they would have to split up. Let's go! The three of them sprinted forward. This tunnel was much darker than the previous spaces, with only a few torches far apart, making the light dim and hard to see clearly, putting Chinjia on alert. In such an environment, it was too easy to set traps, just like a chameleon demon. If a chameleon demon were hiding on the walls and ambushing them, they would have a hard time noticing it. As Chinja ran further, the effect of the mental curse began to weaken. The Black Widow demon spiders regained their awareness and landed, starting to chase the three down the tunnel. Elder Lin, seeing the Black Widow demon spiders chasing them, shot a provocative grin at Ran Ming and increased his speed, attacking even more ruthlessly. He and Ran Ming were of the same realm, and for a moment, Ran Ming couldn't easily subdue him. Trapped, he couldn't join Chinju and the others, raising his worries even higher. The more he worried, the more chaotic his technique became, allowing Elder Lin to exploit openings several times. As for the three in the passage, Chenju remained vigilant of his surroundings. His perception was the strongest among them. No rustle of grass or whisper of wind could escape his awareness, so when the Black Widow spider chased into the corridor, he sensed it immediately. Everyone be careful, the Black Widow spider should be chasing us. So soon? Does your mental curse have a time limit? Jinli was puzzled. Chenju shook his head. It's not about time but distance. I got too far away from them, and the mental curse began to weaken. With the strength of the Black Widow spider, it would be unaffected. I see, let's pick up the pace then. Jinli accelerated and dashed forward. Chenju was just a step slower, and by the time he called out a warning, it was already too late. Jinli was knocked back by the force, and Chenju quickly supported her back with both hands, preventing her from sliding too far. Jinli shook her arms, her eyes filled with sharp, furious light. There's an ambush ahead. I know, it's the chameleon demon. Chenja had noticed it when Jinli said to speed up, but she acted too quickly. As soon as he warned her, she had already charged out, right into the trap set by the chameleon demon. Fortunately, Jinli wasn't weak and managed to withstand the attack. I thought the defenses of this secret laboratory weren't much, now it seems this is just the tip of the iceberg. That group of reverse types is nothing, the most troublesome are these demonic extraordinary creatures. They are the real defensive measures of this base. Ios finally understood. The ones we dealt with earlier were nothing but decorations. These demonic extraordinary creatures are the strongest resistance causing us trouble. It's just a few chameleon demons, I don't take them seriously. Jinli was always fiery and raised her gun to shoot directly. She took action, and Chenjo along with Ios joined in the attack. They needed to eliminate the 5 chameleon demons right in front of them as quickly as possible. If they let the Black Widow spider catch up, they'd be attacked from both sides. Even if both types of demonic extraordinary creatures weren't particularly strong, the limited space made it unfavorable for the three of them if they got cornered. The dim corridor lit up with flames as the three battled against the demonic extraordinary creatures, with colorful bursts of powers flashing. Chapter 120. After dealing with the 5 chameleon demons, the three didn't stop at all and kept running forward. As they passed the bodies of the demonic creatures, Chenja directly stored them in his storage ring. The Black Widow spider continued to chase closely behind, its many legs clicking loudly against the rocky ground, moving very fast. At this speed, they believed it wouldn't take 5 minutes to catch up to the three of them. We're almost at the end. Chenjo alerted the others as he noticed the passage was coming to an end and looked towards the sides. Running for so long without seeing any exits, he knew that any turns had to be at the end of the passage on either side. Sure enough, they entered to find the split in the path, but it was unfortunate that a fork had appeared. There was a passage on either side at the end of the corridor, but whether the secret laboratory was hidden within either passage remained unknown. Searching both passages could significantly increase the time, but splitting up would likely cause one person to become isolated, which was too dangerous in this perilous underground. I'll go left, you and Ios go right. Jinli suggested. Chinju immediately retorted, no, that's too dangerous.
Who knows what demonic extraordinary creatures are in those passages? I can't rely on you going alone. Chenja continued, let Ios accompany you, it's better for both of you to look out for each other. Jili was annoyed by this statement, kid, my power level is higher than yours. Chenja smiled, of course, I know your realm is higher than mine, but I can transform into two types of races. If I encounter a situation I can't handle, I can also turn into a vampire bat and escape without any problem. This point indeed gave Chenja an advantage. Although the carp felt uncomfortable, he thought that Chenja's arrangement was the best for now. Continuing to dwell on this matter would waste too much time, so the carp nodded in agreement. Ios nodded to Chenja, and then the three of them acted separately. Chenja entered the passage on the right, while the carp and Ios went to the left. After entering the left side, Chenja quickly ran forward, while extending his senses to check for any other spaces nearby. After running for more than a minute, he indeed found a room. He kicked the door open and took a look inside. It seemed to be a living place for the reverse species. However, he did not let his guard down. If the person with the surname Lin intentionally set up a secret laboratory in such a place to deceive others, it was not impossible. The reverse species were too cunning, and he could not be careless at all. He checked thoroughly and found no hidden doors or traps before exiting the room to look for the next one. After checking 4 rooms in a row that were all living spaces for the reverse species, and finding no hidden compartments or traps, Chenja's brow gradually furrowed. He thought in his heart, could it be that this left passage is all living areas for the reverse species without a secret laboratory? If this is the case, then the carp and Ios might find the secret laboratory. Chenja was still a bit worried. Although the carp was quite strong, experienced in both long-range attacks and close combat, and with Ios assisting, as long as they didn't encounter golden-level corrupted extraordinary creatures, they definitely wouldn't run into trouble. Understanding this, Chenja set aside his worries and continued to search for the secret laboratory. When he kicked open the 7th room, several scarlet tongues shot toward him. This caught Chenja off guard, but fortunately, he reacted quickly, immediately retreating to distance himself from the crimson tongues and then transforming to grab them. The tongues belonged to chameleon demons, which could extend their tongues very long, just like ordinary chameleons catching insects. Their tongues quickly flicked out to stick to the insect before coiling back to eat it. Chenja grabbed the tongues and pulled hard. With a loud bang, several chameleon demons couldn't withstand the powerful pull and crashed into the wall. The doorway was only so big, and several large chameleon demons couldn't possibly be dragged out, resulting in them getting stuck in the doorway. How many chameleon demons are there in this underground space? Chenja indeed found it a bit strange. He had already fought with 3 or 4 dozen chameleon demons, and this number was quite considerable. 3 or 4 dozen chameleon demons could form a small group of corrupted extraordinary creatures. Chenja released his grip, and the tongue of the chameleon demon recoiled like a spring, sending the demon flying. Once the passage was clear, Chenja rushed into the room. This room was larger than the previous few. Chenja easily took a torch from the wall for lighting. He saw 5 chameleon demons lying on their backs, nearly ejected but not dead yet. Cross slash. Without hesitation, Chenja executed a cross slash against the 5 chameleon demons. The cross slash hit their bellies, which were their weak point with defenses thinner than other parts. Thus, when the cross slash landed, it directly disemboweled them. Just after dealing with the chameleon demons, Chenja noticed some liquid dripping down from above him. Raising the torch and sweeping it upward, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Above his head were countless black widow creepy spiders, much smaller than the ones before, but there were so many of them. They seemed to be the young of the black widow creepy spider, but even the young ones were as big as a 1-year-old child. As the firelight swept across, their blood-red eyes all turned cold, and the entire ceiling was filled with red dots. Chenja immediately stepped back, not because he feared this group of black widow creepy spiders, but once confronted, clearing out so many creepy spiders would take an immense amount of time. Although he intended to avoid them, this group of black widow creepy spiders had no intention of letting him go, dropping down one after another from the ceiling. Damn it, did Lin bring both the black widow creepy spiders and chameleon monsters down into this underground space? Chenja felt there was a strong possibility. Now, these mutated extraordinary creatures were enough to hold them back for a considerable time. I wonder how Koi and Eos are faring. Are they also encountering this troublesome bunch? Chenja had no time to ask on the intercom, but he guessed correctly that the situation with Koi and Eos was not optimistic either. They encountered similar circumstances, finding nothing after searching rooms, and were trapped by chameleon monsters. Die. As he ran, Chenja released blood-sucking bats behind him to block the pursuing black widow creepy spiders. However, he knew that under the circumstances, the blood-sucking bats wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. He only hoped to find the secret laboratory quickly. It had to be built very securely, making it a perfect place to hide. The blood-sucking bats created a wall that separated Chenja from the black widow creepy spiders behind him, effectively momentarily blocking the swarm of creepy spiders. Chapter 121. Chenja did not look back at the situation, he just kept running forward. A turn? After that, Chenja did not find any rooms. The passage actually began to turn. It was just a turn, not a fork in the road, otherwise, Chenja really wouldn't have been able to search both directions at once. After the turn, Chenja saw a room on his left. This time, he did not directly burst through the door but opened it and quickly slipped inside. After running repeatedly and using his abilities, he had exhausted too much energy. Upon entering the room, he took a defensive stance ready to attack at any moment. Luckily, besides signs of life, there were no mutated extraordinary creatures inside. He hurriedly took out a recovery potion and food, first injecting the recovery potion to restore his consumed extraordinary energy, then unscrewing the test tube cap and drinking the serum potion. This serum potion was not for awakening mutations, it was meant as food for vampires, a substitute for blood. He couldn't just let vampires attack people, could he? After using 2 types of potions in a row, Chenja sat in the corner to recover, while his ears listened to the movements outside. I should still be able to hold for a while, but not too long. I must recover to peak condition before the Black Widow creepy spiders discover me, thought Chenja. The recovery potion and serum potion worked quickly, and Chenja's abilities and stamina were recovering rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, he could fully recover. The wall of blood-sucking bats blocking the Black Widow creepy spiders grew thinner and thinner, with bat corpses continually falling from the air to the ground. Of course, besides the corpses of the blood-sucking bats, there were also many Black Widow creepy spider corpses on the ground, but unfortunately, there were just too many of them. Despite so many deaths, they still appeared in a dense cluster. Several Black Widow creepy spiders squeezed through the gaps in the blood-sucking bat wall and began to pursue down the passage. While recovering, Chenja heard a clicking sound. Knowing that the Black Widow spider was breaching the blockade, he focused his mind and stayed silent. The sound of the Black Widow spider's footsteps increased, indicating that the blood-sucking bat's wall had failed. The footsteps lingered outside, failing to discover the room where Chenja was hiding, giving him plenty of time to recover. 5 minutes later, Chenja finally returned to his peak state, shaking off the previous fatigue. It's time to go out and meet this group of Black Widow spiders. Perhaps if I absorb them all, I will awaken new powers. Chenja couldn't wait to try. As he opened the door, Chenja saw the belly of a Black Widow spider facing him, as it was clinging to the door. Get lost! Chenja's beast-formed fist punched the spider's belly, sending it flying and crashing into several other Black Widow spiders, causing a lot of chaos. At the same time, his appearance was also noticed, and numerous spiders began to surge toward him. Cross slash. Chenja transformed his arms into beast form and unleashed a powerful cross slash. With a loud explosion, countless Black Widow spiders were blown away, and Chenja took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. It really works. Blood-sucking bats. He transformed into a vampire, releasing a large number of blood-sucking bats to absorb the energy emitted by the dead spiders, converting it into his own. He scanned the area, noticing at least dozens of Black Widow spiders nearby. The space was limited, and he couldn't stay in one place, so he attacked while moving forward. On the other side of the hall, Ran Ming exchanged a fist with Elder Lin before separating. Both of them were sweating, showing the exhaustion from their prolonged fight. You and I are of equal realm, my methods are unpredictable. It's naive of you to think you can deal with me. Although Elder Lin had no way to overcome Ran Ming, he still put on a tough front. Originally anxious, Ran Ming suddenly smiled slyly. On my own, I truly can't do anything to you. But what if it's 10, 20, or even 100? What do you mean? Elder Lin sensed that something was amiss upon hearing Ran Ming's words. He couldn't understand why Ran Ming appeared so relaxed and confident. Thinking it over, he suspected Ran Ming was just trying to confuse him with tricks. Don't think that your words can scare me. Show me your abilities if you dare. Ran Ming did not move in response to Elder Lin's provocation. You'll find out soon enough whether I am playing tricks. Elder Lin was convinced that Ran Ming was bluffing, but his cautious nature did not allow for any mistakes, so he yelled angrily and attacked Ran Ming. Facing his fierce attack, Ran Ming remained still. When Elder Lin unleashed a swarm of shellfish-like poisonous insects, fireballs shot from behind Ran Ming, striking the insects and turning them to carbon as they fell. How is this possible? Elder Lin, who knew Ran Ming was not fire-type, was astonished, not believing he could release fireballs, especially since they clearly originated from behind him. Elder Lin hesitated from approaching and looked behind Ran Ming, seeing figures appearing from the back. He realized that reinforcements had arrived for Ran Ming. Damn it, there are other people. If it weren't for Ran Ming's constant engagement with Elder Lin, he would have noticed the reinforcements breaking the barrier upon their entry underground, but now it was too late. Captain, we're here. The other 9 scout teams, along with reinforcements sent by the Defense Department of Shenlong City, all gathered, standing beside Ran Ming and coldly watching Elder Lin. Faced with so many people, Elder Lin knew that today would likely not end well for him. He was not the type to be stubborn and reckless. Seeing that there were many people around Ran Ming, he had already started to think about escaping. Seeing his eyes rolling and his face changing, Ran Ming knew he was planning to run away. Attack, we absolutely cannot let him get away. Yes. The group responded and began to charge towards Dr. Lin.
Although they knew they were outnumbered, this group of attackers, despite their lower realms than Ran Ming, was still too many for Dr. Lin to defend against.
Explode, explode, explode.
He released a large number of poisonous insects and then detonated them. The explosions released poisonous gas, which not only blocked the guarding soldiers' advance but also obscured their line of sight.
Want to run? Dream on.
Ran Ming absolutely would not allow Dr. Lin to escape, so with a loud shout, he charged into the poisonous mist. This intensity of poisonous mist had no effect on Ran Ming, he was only hindered in his vision. He could only rely on his sense of perception to locate Dr. Lin. He discovered that Dr. Lin really was trying to escape, heading towards the passage. Ran Ming chased after him, while for the other guarding soldiers, he told them to dispel the poisonous mist quickly and catch up to him. The insects were temporarily released by Dr. Lin and were not very strong. Therefore, the poisonous gas released after their explosion was not enough to injure the guarding soldiers. Ran Ming was chasing Dr. Lin as they ran wildly through the passage, while at this moment, Qinjia had already killed dozens of Black Widow demon spiders and was close to finishing the cleanup.
Chapter 122.
After Qinju and the others had completely cleared out the Black Widow demon spiders, they stopped in the passage to rest. He glanced around, no longer seeing signs of demon spiders, and only then did Qinjia feel completely at ease. Let's rest for a moment and then hurry out.
Finding the secret laboratory is important, we can't delay. Qinjia said.
Jean Li stated directly, what is there to rest for?
It's just a little energy consumption, let's hurry up and continue. He then looked at Ios.
Ios nodded, I'm fine, I injected a recovery potion, and my energy is already recovering. Since both of them said so, Qinjia didn't hesitate and immediately set off. The three of them moved quickly, searching several rooms in succession but found nothing.
Jean Li couldn't help but begin to doubt, could it be that our method is wrong, or is there some sort of barrier or illusion that's messing with our vision and perception? It's possible. Since there was that blood moon energy barrier before entering the cave, it wouldn't be strange for an important place like the secret laboratory to have one too. What the two said made sense. If that was the case, the reverse species had already been mostly wiped out, leaving only Dr. Lin. It seems our only option is to capture Dr. Lin alive to have him take us to the secret laboratory. Although the idea was good, the difficulty was still high. Not to mention that Dr. Lin's own strength was substantial, even if they really teamed up with Ran Ming to defeat Dr. Lin, would he truly surrender quietly? Perhaps he would self-destruct instead of falling into Qinjia's hands, let alone taking them to the secret laboratory. These reverse species were all ferocious madmen, absolutely not to be judged by common sense. Let's not talk about that, we still have rooms left to search. Perhaps we're just overthinking it. Right, let's continue. They continued to search. This passage was longer than the ones they had walked through before and had more rooms. Qinjia couldn't help but suspect that there were quite a few reverse species, but the rooms they previously found were clearly not one person per room. So were there too many rooms here? It seemed completely unnecessary, and even after entering, he didn't see any signs of life, indicating that they were all empty. After searching through more than a dozen rooms, they still found nothing, and even Qinjia began to lose his patience and felt irritated. There's a room up ahead that looks quite large, let's check it out. If we still can't find anything, we'll take a detour back to find Captain Ran Ming and join him to deal with Dr. Lin. No matter what means we use, we must capture him alive. Maybe my hypnosis method can make him obediently confess, said Qinjia. Jean Li nodded to Ios, let's do it your way. The three of them walked toward the door, and Qinjia felt unsure, but this house looked very different from all the previous rooms, it seemed tightly sealed, very likely a secret laboratory. When they reached the door, Qinjia put his hand on it and pushed with all his might, but surprisingly, the door didn't budge. Jean Li laughed and scolded, what's wrong? Have you lost all your strength? You can't even push a door. As she spoke, Jean Li tried to open the door herself, but of course, it didn't move either. She couldn't help but be astonished, this isn't an ordinary stone door. Ios transformed, his hands turning into beast-like claws, and pressed against the stone door with all his strength. The veins in his neck bulged, with his werewolf bloodline and a giant's innate strength, his power was certainly not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, he still couldn't push the stone door even a little and had to give up helplessly. This door is too strange. It doesn't look heavy, yet it's so weighty. Even with my 500 pounds of force, I can't budge it at all. Qinjia carefully observed the stone door in front of him, it looked just like an ordinary stone door, not even a single rune present. It seems this stone door is riddled with mysteries, we need to plan carefully. Qinjia began pushing and pressing around nearby, looking for a mechanism to open the stone door. Seeing his intention, Jean Li and Ios also started searching for any suspicious areas in the vicinity. Qinjia noticed an inconspicuous depression on the ground less than 2 meters from the stone door.
If one wasn't paying attention, it would be impossible to find.
Could this be the mechanism?
Honestly, this slight depression, even if discovered, might be mistaken for an uneven stone wall. With no other options, Chenja decided to give it a try, so he lifted his foot and kicked at the depression. When his toe pressed down on the dip, there was a snapping sound, followed shortly by the sound of gears turning.
The noise startled Jinli and Ios, both turning to Chenja. Did you discover something?
Chenja was also surprised but couldn't be completely sure. Maybe, let's see if the stone door reacts after the gears turn. After more than 10 seconds of gear movements, the stone door made a snapping sound and slowly began to open. It is indeed a mechanism to open the door, Chenja said with delight.
Jinli clapped her hands. Great.
Finally, our time wasn't wasted, we have something to show for it. The three waited in front of the stone door, watching as it fully opened on its own. The door creaked against the ground, taking several minutes just to open. Once it did, a greenish light emerged from inside, revealing green magic crystals. The room was filled with numerous green magic crystals, likely mined by those two reverse kinds earlier. They had discovered the secret laboratory. Chenja glanced at Jinli and Ios before stepping into the laboratory, surveying the area filled with various precise instruments. In the center of the room stood a huge cylindrical transparent glass enclosure containing an unknown liquid, with a spider and a chameleon floating in it. It seems this is definitely the laboratory. The spider and chameleon inside are experimental samples. Perhaps the black widow spider and chameleon monster outside were also products of these experiments, but the experiments weren't perfect and only produced lower-level magical beings.
This is quite possible.
It looks like their experiments lasted longer than we imagined and yielded significant results. Earlier, when I heard those two reverse species talking, I thought Dr. Lin's experiments had failed or hadn't succeeded yet. How frustrating. Jinli cursed, recalling how naive she was to think that the magic crystal potion had not succeeded, feeling relieved that it reduced the danger to humanity.
Now it seems things are far from that simple. It's not over yet. Let's search first, see if there are any experiment materials or something, take them back and hand them over to the management council, said Chenja.
The three of them began searching the laboratory, looking for data related to the experiment. Chenja looked at the various strange instruments on the experimental table, and cursed Dr. Lin in his heart again. Chenja found a notebook, opened it, and found that it recorded the experimental time. At that moment, a piece of paper fell from the pages. Chenja picked it up and looked at it, his brow instantly furrowing. There's more than one laboratory, or rather, Dr. Lin isn't the only one doing this experiment.
Damn it, should have thought of that earlier.
As expected, things are far from over.
Chapter 123. Chenja put the notebook and the paper into his storage ring, then looked at Koi and Ios. Have you found anything?
The two shook their heads, just some useless things. Looks like Dr. Lin is very careful, probably to keep the experimental methods and data from leaking out, and also to prevent this place from being exposed and discovered by others.
Chenja nodded. That is possible. So far, I've only found a notebook recording the experiment time and some reactions during the experiment. We'll take it back to the city defense officer or the management council. Let them deal with it. Anyway, our mission was to find the laboratory and destroy it.
We've completed our mission, Koi said easily, not thinking too much about things that weren't her concern. Ios was even more indifferent.
We've pretty much finished searching.
Let's destroy this place and meet up with Captain Ran Ming, Chenja said, thinking that the time was about right. With Ran Ming's experience and combat skills, Dr. Lin would be no match for him. Just as he spoke, a furious roar came from the door. The three of them turned to see Dr. Lin suddenly appearing at the door.
How is this possible? Captain Ran Ming couldn't defeat him?
Koi felt shocked. In her mind, Dr. Lin was either already dead or captured by Captain Ran Ming. She never imagined he would appear here.
Chenja raised his brow, also astonished. What did you do to Captain Ran Ming? With Dr. Lin appearing here, did it mean that Captain Ran Ming had encountered misfortune?
Before Dr. Lin could speak, Ran Ming's voice came from behind.
Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Our reinforcements have arrived. Then Ran Ming's figure appeared before Chenja. Chenja breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I told you Captain Ran Ming wouldn't be so easily defeated. Captain Ran Ming, we found the laboratory.
You've done well, Ran Ming said, also seeing the laboratory. Finally, the mission had not been in vain. He sneered as he looked at Dr. Lin. Your laboratory has been discovered, now let's see how you're going to run.
Dr. Lin gritted his teeth. Today, I admit defeat, but even if you've discovered this laboratory, what can you do? There are countless such laboratories all over the Red Moon world. You foolish humans, just wait to be crushed and destroyed by the army of mutated creatures.
What did you say?
Ran Ming was furious and, with a wave of his hand, a large hand made of rock formed in the office. What do you mean? There are more of these laboratories.
Tell me where they are, and I might spare your life.
Ha ha. Dr. Lin burst into loud laughter. Tell you? Don't dream about it. Even if I die, I won't say a word. The other laboratories will be like a curse, pressing down on your hearts, making you restless. Even if I die, I will laugh out loud. Sure enough, reverse-type people are all crazy. Dr. Lin laughed wildly as if he had gone mad. Those laboratories are many times more advanced than mine. They might already have perfected the magic crystal potion. At that time, millions of wild creatures will be turned into mutated super creatures. Just wait for the army of demonized creatures to crush all human base cities. As he spoke, his body began to swell up, like a balloon being inflated. Not good, he's about to self-destruct. Chenja quickly pulled Koi and iOS back. The power from a self-detonation by a Crimson Iron 5-star extraordinary could likely flatten this area. Ranming furrowed his brow. I won't let you succeed. A massive hand made of rock came crashing down towards Dr. Lin. When the hand landed on Dr. Lin, it transformed into countless rock fragments that enveloped him, but his body still swelled, as if the rocks couldn't contain him. Gritting his teeth, Ranming pushed harder, grappling against Dr. Lin. With Ranming's continued strength, the layer of rock slowly began to shrink until it completely wrapped around without leaving a single gap. Bang! With a muffled grunt, Dr. Lin self-destructed, yet due to the protective layer of rock from Ranming, the explosion's force did not spread outwards, sending out streams of black rock instead. Ranming clutched his chest and groaned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His level was comparable to Dr. Lin's, and blocking his self-detonation caused him significant harm as well. Captain Ranming! Chenja rushed over to support Ranming. Are you alright? Hurry, inject the recovery serum. Chenja pulled out the serum and injected 2 doses into Ranming, who then looked somewhat better. Ranming waved his hand to stand on his own. Thank you, I feel much better. Now this underground secret research lab has become a wasteland without an owner. When I first discovered the lab, I suspected that the demonized extraordinary creatures here were created using demon crystal serums. However, these serums are not perfected yet, so the creatures spawned are of lower levels. The demon crystal serum in that test tube was a completed product, which was lost by chance and then consumed by that venomous snake, turning it into a high-level demonized extraordinary creature, the orchid blood venom python. It's a stroke of bad luck amidst good. Chenja indeed felt relieved about that. If there were many demon crystal serums like the one consumed by the snake, things would truly spiral out of control. But you all heard Dr. Lin just now. He said there are countless secret labs like this one in the Blood Moon world, and this level is just the lowest. The troubles we're about to face may be much bigger, so we have to make plans early. It was rare for Koi to feel anxious, now burdened by worries. However, what she said was indeed true. This was a major problem. If such a small lab could create a demon crystal serum capable of demonizing wild creatures, what about the larger labs? Could they already be mass-producing complete demon crystal serums? These are all ticking time bombs hanging over humanity, and if things go wrong, all of humanity will face extinction. The hard-earned human base cities would turn to ashes. Don't worry too much, there are also arrogant ones among humanity. Otherwise, do you think the counter-species and demonized extraordinary creatures would have launched a direct assault and taken all the base cities at once? That's because they currently can't, and they fear the imposing presence of the arrogant. Seeing the atmosphere so heavy, Ranming tried to comfort everyone to lighten the mood. True, but with such a great danger present, how can one act as if nothing is wrong? Chenja shook his head helplessly. Let's take it step by step. We still have to be on guard. We need to continue searching for other secret research labs. Ranming nodded, of course. Since we know, we cannot sit idly by. If we find one, we must eliminate it. I believe once this matter is relayed, the guarding forces of other base cities will also treat searching for secret research labs as their most important task. Chapter 124. The guard troops have completely taken control of this secret laboratory, starting a thorough search to see if there are any other clues. As for Chenju and the others, they naturally returned to the guard wall, as they were not needed for the follow-up cleanup work. This involvement in the scout team was originally meant to be a training experience for them, but unexpectedly, they uncovered such a large secret laboratory, which counts as a significant achievement. Chenja felt that this trip had brought him great rewards. He awakened a new skill and made significant progress in real combat. Upon returning to the guard wall, they met with Shenlong, the defense officer, who gave them great acknowledgement for their performance this time. Chenja had already been rewarded with a position as a squad leader in the guard troops last time, so there was no special military rank reward this time. After all, he was not technically part of the guard troops, and a higher rank might cause discontent among the soldiers. However, Shenlong did not skimp on the resources. Chenja, Koi, and Ios each received 100 medium-quality energy crystal liquids. This item is quite valuable and is a superior treasure for extraordinary individuals to cultivate. Chenja was confident that he could break through to extraordinary Crimson Iron 1-star, or even higher, with only 10. Koi naturally knew the value of this item and could not hide the joy on her face. As for Ios, he was extremely excited. Medium-quality energy crystal liquid was not much to him, but he valued the honor he gained from this achievement. After awarding them, Shenlong had many urgent matters to attend to, and naturally, Chenju and the others did not want to disturb him further. They greeted Shenlong, mentioning that it was getting late and they needed to stay at the guard wall for the night before leaving for the special group base tomorrow. Shenlong certainly did not stop them. He gestured for them to make themselves comfortable and then left the operations room. Shenlong wanted to personally check out that secret laboratory. Regarding the matters in the secret lab, Ran Ning remained there to oversee the work. The job of reporting those matters naturally fell on Shenjia, and after hearing Shenjia's reliable report, Shenlong planned to see it with his own eyes before reporting. This matter could not be taken lightly. Finding such a significant hidden danger necessitated being proactive in prevention. After the three had dinner in the canteen, they strolled around the base. They were not unfamiliar faces, especially since Chenjia held the position of squad leader in the guard troops, so no one stopped them. After wandering around, the three finally arrived at the top of the guard wall, looking out at the blood moon world beyond the walls. Chenjia couldn't help but sigh. Humans really have it hard. I don't know when we can remove this enormous tumor and restore a free world. Beside him, Koi chuckled. At such a young age, you're already learning to lament about life. Her words drew an eye roll from Chenjia. What did she mean by young age? He thought to himself that he was already an adult. Besides, wanting to live freely without fearing for one's life had nothing to do with age. The blood moon world is far more terrifying than what you and I have seen. Currently, there are less than 10 divine beings among humanity's countries combined. That sounds like a lot, but they can only barely intimidate the many magically transformed extraordinary creatures of the red moon world, and the great saints dare not act rashly. Chenjia knew this as well. Among those 10 divine beings, some had even become super gods, existing as godlike figures among extraordinary individuals. It was precisely because of their intimidation that the 9 great saints of the red moon world dared not step into human base cities or challenge them with all their magically transformed extraordinary creatures. But this delicate balance could change if one side encountered an upheaval, which is why humans were cultivating extraordinary individuals in large numbers. If the human race had one more super god, the balance of victory would shift closer to humanity. Unfortunately, super gods are rare, and they cannot be created simply by accumulating treasures, so in hundreds of years, there have been fewer than 50 super gods. Chenjia clenched his fist, determined to become a super god. Of course, he did not say it out loud, because at this moment, he hadn't even reached the red iron 1 star. Talking about becoming a super god would definitely make others laugh. Ios, however, did not think so much. He said to Chenjia, this is certainly a huge hidden danger, but what we need to consider now is the matter at hand. The matter at hand? Chenjia didn't react at first, but seeing Ios's half-smiling expression, he finally understood that he was talking about the Super Ability Academy assessment. Jinli patted both of their shoulders. You two are both extraordinary now, and your practical experience is gradually improving. Believe in yourselves, the assessment will be fine. Of course, there are still less than 3 months left. I believe we can still improve in these 3 months. Chenjia wanted to encourage himself and Ios. Ios sighed. Chenjia is almost at the red iron 1 star, but I just entered the extraordinary level. I am afraid it will be difficult to get into the extraordinary academy in the capital city. Chenjia is his only friend, and he didn't want to be separated from him, so he naturally wanted to take the entrance exam with Chenjia. But he was worried that his current level was not enough to pass. Seeing his worry, Chenjia laughed and scolded, the son of the Wolf King is lacking in ambition? There are still more than 2 months, just improve your level, worrying alone is useless. Ios took a deep breath, his eyes shifted from worry to determination. I will. The three of them chatted a bit while enjoying the breeze outside. Chenjia felt a sense of calm at this moment, but he knew this was just the calm before the storm. The matter of the magic crystal medicine is too big enough to shake the heavens. If it goes wrong, humanity will find it even more difficult. Even the controlled base city may shrink significantly. At this moment, in the underground cave of the secret research room, Shenlong also frowned tightly. Hearing it is different from seeing it with his own eyes. When he witnessed the entire scale of the secret research room, his heart sank to the bottom. If this scale is just the lowest among all secret laboratories in the Blood Moon world, what will those high-level ones be like? Even with Shenlong's temperament, he dare not continue to think. He urged his subordinates to search the base quickly. No suspicious place should be missed, and anything that could be brought back should be taken immediately. He hurriedly left the secret laboratory cave and headed straight towards the city wall. However, he did not stop at the guard wall but went directly into the base city and used the intercity teleportation array in the base city to transfer to other base cities. Chenjia naturally did not know this. He, along with Jinli and Ios, left the guard wall early the next morning after spending the night there and returned to the special group base. Upon returning to the base, Qingshu, Wenhuz, and Zhou Haojuan were all absent, but Chen Hongyue was present. Of course, after this mission, he had to report to the leader, and after 3 people reported, Chen Hongyue asked Jinli to guard the monitoring station. Chenzhou and Ios went home to prepare for the exam while she went out of the base to attend the management meeting, where she would meet with the management council, the elder council leader, and Lord Lin. The matters being dealt with were, of course, the secret research room and that so-called magic crystal medicine. Chapter 125. Chenja returned home and found that Ios had been following him. He felt strange. Was this guy not planning to go home? I say, aren't you going home? Mrs. Lin should still be at the Linghai base city, right? As soon as he mentioned Mrs. Lin, Chenja saw Ios with a sad face, knowing he didn't want to go home because of his mother. You are extraordinary now. Mrs. Lin must be very happy. She probably didn't have the time to celebrate you before. Now that the task is over, aren't you planning to go back and let her know you're safe? Io sighed, of course I want to, but my mom is keeping an eye on me. From now on, I'm going to have a hard time being free. I'll definitely be watched every day to practice. Chenja shook his head helplessly. This is also a kind of happiness. Besides, Mrs. Lin probably won't stay at the Linghai base city for too long. You should hurry home and spend time with her. Having someone watching over him was something Chenja couldn't envy. After all, he was just an orphan. The annoying situation for Ios was exactly what Chenja hoped to have, even if just once. I know, but even if my mom doesn't watch me practice this time, I still need to focus on it and strive to enter the Crimson Iron Realm as soon as possible. Go ahead, call me if you need anything. The two parted ways. Chenja went home first to take a shower and rest for a while, then began to practice using the energy crystal liquid that Shenlong had rewarded him with. Now that he mastered various extraordinary combat skills, he needed to consolidate and strengthen his power. The extraordinary energy within him was crucial. Most importantly, Chenja needed to speed up and break through to the Crimson Iron 1-star realm. This would make him more competitive in the upcoming assessments. Due to the last incident, school had been suspended, and during this time, besides reporting in the class group every day, Chenja hadn't seen any news about resuming classes. He felt that it would probably be hard to resume before the assessments, but luckily, the school had pushed back the schedule by 3 months, which was good news for students of both the normal college entrance exam and the extraordinary academy assessments. Chenja only finished practicing in the afternoon, stretched a big yawn, felt the extraordinary energy within him, and discovered that the mid-grade energy crystal liquid was indeed extraordinary. Just one crystal had significantly increased his extraordinary energy. Because he had skipped lunch while practicing, Chenja felt extremely hungry, with his stomach almost touching his back. After injecting himself with food serum, he changed into a new outfit and planned to go out to find food. Now, he could feel completely full after injecting food serum, but as a human for over a decade, he knew he could never give up on normal food. So even after injecting food serum, he still wanted to eat regular meals like an ordinary person. Just as he was about to go out, Chenja's phone rang. He opened the phone and saw it was Jiang Yu. Since he quit his job at the supermarket, he had little contact with Jiang Yu, especially since the Linghai base city had been attacked by magical extraordinary creatures, and everything was in tatters. Chenja had been busy, so he had even less time to keep in touch with his former classmates. He looked at the message Jiang Yu sent, asking how he had been doing lately. Just as he was about to reply, he noticed that Xiao Pang was also inquiring. Since he was going out to eat anyway, Chenja sent both of them a location and invited them to join him for dinner. Jiang Yu and Xiao Pang also knew each other. They were classmates from the same school, and Xiao Pang, as Chenja's friend, had often visited when Chenja was working at the store. So eating together wouldn't be awkward at all. Since it wasn't dinner time yet, Chenja scheduled the meetup for 5 p.m. Chenja initially wanted to invite Ios, but thinking that he would want to spend more time with Mrs. Lin, he decided against it. Ready to leave, Chenja returned to his room and rested until 4:30 p.m. before finally heading out. When he arrived at the scheduled barbecue restaurant, Xiao Pang was already there and waved at him from a distance. Even though their identities were now completely different, one was an ordinary person and the other was extraordinary, seeing Xiao Pang felt so familiar and warm. Chenja walked up and playfully draped his arm around Xiao Pang's shoulder, saying, "It feels like you've gained quite a bit of weight since we last met." "That's hurtful. If you didn't say that, we would still be good friends." The two teased each other for a bit, and then Jiang Yu arrived. After the three of them ordered, they chatted about everyone's recent situation. Although school hasn't resumed, Xiaopeng's parents found him a tutoring class, so his days feel just like school, as he makes his final push. When he mentioned this, he looked miserable. "Do you know why I'm getting fatter again? It's completely because of the stress." Chenja shot him a side glance, with an expression that said, "You better be serious." As for Jiang Yu, she is a top student. Because the base city had been attacked by transformed extraordinary creatures, many houses were destroyed and are under reconstruction. The old district where her family lived is now being demolished, and their family is busy packing up their belongings and looking for a rental place. The two shared their news, and Chenja briefly mentioned his recent experiences, particularly about training in the Blood Moon world, but he didn't mention the magic crystal potion matter. It would scare ordinary people. As they listened to Chenja talk about his training in the Blood Moon world, both of them sparkled with curiosity and envy. After a while, Xiao Pang sighed, "Ah, what a pity I don't have an awakened talent. Otherwise, I really want to become an extraordinary being, even if it's just a mutant. It sounds so cool." Chenja rolled his eyes at him. "All you think about is being cool, but being a mutant or an extraordinary being comes with huge responsibilities." "Yeah. Jiang Yu continued Qinji's thought, the higher your identity, the greater the responsibility. I feel very lucky to have survived the invasion of transformed extraordinary creatures. Exactly, it scared me to death. At that time, I thought I was doomed.
Xiaopeng still felt scared when he mentioned this.
Alright, since it's all in the past, let's not bring it up anymore. Chenja preferred to change the topic. Oh right, is the school really not planning to resume? There's been no news at all. I heard it's soon.
Although it's been postponed for 3 months, letting students stay home is not okay, so I heard that there might be news of resuming classes soon.
Xiaopeng said.
I also heard that because the coastal base city postponed the exams, some rich young masters and ladies from other base cities will come to the coastal base city to take the college entrance examination or extraordinary academy assessments.
Jiang Yu shared her gossip. What did you say? Qinja was surprised after hearing Jiang Yu's words. Rich young masters and ladies coming to the coastal base city to take exams and assessments?
There's no need to mention the resources of rich young masters and ladies, and to compete with students from the coastal base city is just bullying.
After all, the spots are limited.
Qinja neither hates the rich nor envies their status, but he still had objections in his heart. Although one's own strength is the most important, their joining in is still a variable.
Jiang Yu, is your information reliable?
Jiang Yu shook her head. She wasn't sure about Qinja's question. I just heard it. I don't know if it's true or not.
Xiaopeng chimed in, since there's this rumor, it's very likely it's true.
After all, it's not like smoke rises without fire, there must be some signs.
Qinja fell into deep thought.
He was confident that with his strength, he was not afraid of any rich young masters or ladies.
However, normal college entrance exams and assessments nationwide had already ended, so why didn't they participate then, and why now must they mix in with the coastal base city?
Moreover, to participate in college entrance exams or assessments in one base city means changing base identities. Previously it was common to participate across base cities, but 10 years ago, the nation mandated that crossing base cities for exams or assessments requires participation within the identity of the region. Once changed, it cannot be altered for 10 years. This means that if the base city of one's identity encounters difficulties or a conscription occurs in the next 10 years, the city lord of the base has the authority to summon these people to defend the city. Leaving the familiar base city and moving to another strange base city is something that many people usually do not want to do. This is why when Qinja heard Jiang Yu say that the young masters and ladies of other wealthy families would come to this small place called Lihai, a base city that had just experienced a siege by mutated extraordinary creatures, he was taken aback. Little Fatty looked at Qinja, knowing that these young masters and ladies must be mutated beings or extraordinary, and naturally had no competition with ordinary people like him and Jiang Yu, but Qinja was going to participate in the Extraordinary Academy assessment, which posed a competitive relationship.
Qinja, what level are you at now? Are you a mutated being or extraordinary? Little Fatty asked. Qinja did not hide it, I am extraordinary now.
The two showed admiration, and Little Fatty said, "You are so amazing, I believe you will definitely pass the assessment this time." "Of course, I also believe Qinja can do it," Jiang Yu said.
The three of them chatted and ate until after 8 o'clock before parting ways to go home.
Just as he returned home, Qinja received a call from Ios.
Why did you think of calling me at this time? Qinja asked.
Ios's voice sounded a bit dull, and Qinja thought he might be getting scolded by Mrs. Lin again. But then he heard Ios say, "I heard that the three major wealthy families of Fengcheng, the Bai family, the Shang family, and the Lu family will send family members to join the Lihai base city and participate in the Extraordinary Academy assessment." Qinja was stunned for a moment, not expecting Ios to mention this matter, so he told Ios about what he heard that evening. "I thought it was unlikely, after all, there are many factors involved, but I didn't expect it to be true." Then he heard Ios snort coldly, "These people really have no shame. Their identity is that of an extraordinary family, and the resources they received for training since childhood are not something an ordinary extraordinary person can compare to. They don't participate in the normal assessments in Fengcheng but insist on joining Lihai Base City. I think they must be aiming for extra points."
Extra points? What extra points?
Qinja was confused. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, wondering what extra points even meant. Ios exclaimed, "Oh right, I forgot about this, I was just angered by them." He then explained to Qinja that he heard the news after returning home. The capital had delayed the normal exam time due to the heavy situation in Lihai Base City and also provided additional benefits, which included extra points. No matter if it was the ordinary university exams or the extraordinary academy assessments, they would give extra points to those from Lihai Base City, allowing more people to pass. This was quite unexpected for Qinja, as even team leader Chen Hanyue hadn't mentioned this to him, indicating that she also did not know. Ios was indeed the son of the Wolf King, capable of knowing such news in advance. The matter of extra points clearly had not been officially announced yet, but some wealthy families naturally had their own means to learn of it early, hence making arrangements. How despicable. Qinja scolded, "I was not angry about them coming to Lihai Base City at first, after all, they have the capability to pass.
But now that there's talk of extra points, things are no longer simple. These people would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, even sacrificing their pride. You said it yourself, to achieve their goals. As long as they succeed, they will not care about anything else. Their identity is most important, Io said, not being very explicit, but he believed Shinja would understand. Shinja certainly understood that even if this matter was disgraceful, they had the backing of powerful families, so who would dare to speak against them? It was still up to them to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, Shinja believed that Lord Lin would be very pleased with this outcome. After all, if the coastal-based city encounters demonized extraordinary creatures attacking again in the next 10 years, even if these three families do not let their children participate, they will still send people to help. This is a considerable force that can completely influence the outcome of the battle. Understanding this point, although Shinja did not fully agree, he was not that angry anymore. For the sake of preserving the coastal-based city, such a force is naturally something that can be united. Seeing that Shinja was silent for a long time, Ios thought Shinja was worried about his assessment. You don't need to feel the pressure. Since they have managed to reach this level, they can't be exactly talented and powerful. With your strength, you can easily crush them. Hearing Io say this, Shinja realized he had misunderstood. However, he did not explain much, since this was something that couldn't be changed, he would just face whatever came his way. He was confident and completely unafraid of their threats. Shinja changed the subject and told Ios that he was planning to resume classes soon. Ah! Ios exclaimed in surprise, his voice coming through the phone to Shinja's ear. Shinja pulled the phone away from his ear slightly. Why do we have to resume classes? I thought we wouldn't have to attend anymore. Shinja smiled. Although we are participating in the extraordinary assessment, the other classmates still have to take normal exams, so we have to resume classes for teachers to help them make the final push. That makes sense. After chatting casually with Ios for a few minutes, Shinja hung up the phone, washed up, and continued his evening training. This time, he used 2 extraordinary energy crystals. Just last night, they had talked about resuming classes, and the next morning, Shinja received a message from the class teacher in the group, saying that classes would resume in the afternoon. So urgent. Shinja was surprised. However, he still prepared a bit. After having lunch, he headed to school, sending a message to Chen Hongyue to inform her about the resumption of classes, stating that he couldn't go to the base recently. Chen Hongyue told him to focus on preparing for the exams with Ios and not to worry about other things. At the school gate, Shinja saw Ios, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the classroom. However, before they reached the stairs, they faced a group of people surrounding a rebellious-looking boy walking toward them. Although Shinja did not recognize the boy, he did not pay much attention. Just as they were about to pass by, the boy blocked their way. You are Shinja? Chapter 127. Lu Lin. Ios frowned and revealed the identity of the person beside him, reminding Shinja that he was someone from the Lu family of Fengcheng. Hearing Ios say his name, Lu Lin looked at Ios. I didn't expect Lu Lin to be so famous that even the Wolf King's illegitimate son, young Master Ios, knows who I am. As soon as he said this, Ios clenched his fists, stepping forward to prepare for a fight, but was held back by Shinja. This is school, and there are many ordinary classmates watching. Don't cause trouble. Shinja scanned the surroundings. They were surrounded by classmates eager to watch the drama. If a fight broke out now, it wouldn't be good. Ios snorted coldly, and only then did he stop. Ignoring Lu Lin's provocation, Shinja pulled Ios forward. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but that didn't mean others would take the hint easily. Lu Lin was clearly not one who would take it lightly. Hey, don't walk away. Lu Lin once again blocked the way of Shinja and Ios. Shinja raised his eyebrows in impatience. What do you want? Lu Lin coldly smiled. I don't want anything. I just want to tell you, although you are also extraordinary, compared to the disciples of aristocratic families, there's a huge difference. Don't even think about getting a spot in the Extraordinary Academy. Oh. Shinja merely replied with an oh, not even looking at Lu Lin. Just that simple response made Lu Lin very unhappy. After all, he was the second young master of the Lu family in Fengcheng, and everywhere he went, he was surrounded and praised. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Even the city lord has to give me some respect. You dare to ignore the young master. Yo-ho! Shinja laughed. Are you angry out of embarrassment? The city lord gave you some face because of the Lu family behind you. Seeing that you are young, I won't hold it against you. Do you really think you are impressive? You even have the nerve to boast about it. I must really admire the upbringing of the aristocratic families. You're looking for death. Shinja's words completely enraged Lu Lin. His face turned red as he swung his fist towards Shinja's chest. This punch used all of Lu Lin's strength. If it hit hard, it would surely knock out his opponent. Get lost. Shinja directly transformed his right hand into a beastly form and clashed his fist against Lu Lin's earth punch.
Lu Lin awakened an Earth-type ability, and at this moment, his fist was wrapped in rock-like energy from his power. When Lu Lin's fist met Chinja's transformed fist, he was filled with confidence, thinking Chinja was foolish to fight him head-on. This punch would definitely crush Chinja's hand bones. However, when their fists collided, Lu Lin's confidence shattered. He felt like he had punched a hill, and the pain forced him to stagger back awkwardly. In contrast, Chinja stood still, his expression unchanged. Chinja reverted his beast form, full of disdain in his eyes. With this little strength, no wonder you came to the Linghai base city for the assessment. Useless. After speaking, he turned and walked away without looking back. If it weren't for the occasion, Ios wanted to jump up and cheer. Chinja, you wait for me. Lu Lin held his aching hand and shouted. I'll be waiting. Don't just shout threats, show me some real action, or I will truly look down on you, Chinja replied without even turning his head. Damn it, damn it. Lu Lin shouted angrily, but he was no match for Chinja at all. Lu Lin's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. Just you wait, I will make you understand the consequences of offending me. The surrounding classmates saw that there was no fun to watch and all hurriedly dispersed, afraid of being targeted by Lu Lin. After all, it was embarrassing to witness such a situation. On the way upstairs, Ios said with some worry, Chinja, you need to be careful, offending Lu Lin is like slapping the Lu family in the face. The Lu family won't let this slide. Humph. Chinja coldly smiled, so what if I offend him? If I were really scared, I wouldn't have struck back just now. If they don't mind losing face, they can come after me. Ios laughed heartily, don't worry, if they dare to use their power against you, do they think I'll just stand by? Chinja looked at Ios and gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. He had to admit that Ios was completely different from other so-called illegitimate children. He never wallowed in self-pity because of this identity. The two arrived in the classroom, and Xiao Peng approached, showing off the accuracy of his insider information to Chinja. He even mentioned Jiang Yu at the end, and Jiang Yu's news is true. There really is a young master from an aristocratic family coming to Linghai Base City for a spot. But I wonder, if they want a spot, shouldn't they go to an extraordinary school? Why would they come to our ordinary high school? Clearly, Xiao Peng knew that a young master from an aristocratic family was an extraordinary person but still chose to join their school. You don't know, when I got to school, I saw a rich young man from an aristocratic family. I heard he is the second young master of the Lu family in Fengcheng and seems called Lu Lin. You wouldn't believe how arrogant he is, just looking at him is annoying. When it came to Lu Lin, Xiao Peng didn't hold back his curses. Chinja wanted to say that he had already encountered him. Xiao Peng was racking his brain trying to find words to express his displeasure towards Lu Lin when Lu Lin, the main character, just walked in. He still had that proud look with his nostrils in the air, surrounded by a group of sycophants. When Xiao Peng saw him, he stopped and said in disbelief, no way, with such a small backstory, this guy won't be joining our class, right? In fact, it seemed to be just that way. Chinja gave a wry smile. There's a saying, enemies meet on narrow roads. Clearly, Lu Lin also noticed him, glaring fiercely at Chinja before striding directly to an empty seat at the back of the classroom. Little Fat saw Lu Lin's expression just now and curiously asked Chinja, he just glared at you, right? What's going on? Have you two met before and had a grudge? He. When it came to this, Chinja felt speechless. We've only met once under the teaching building, but some people can hold a grudge from just that. Little Fat opened his mouth wide and gave Chinja a thumbs up. I admire you, but you should still be careful. This guy looks like he's not very nice. If you have a conflict with him, he might stab you in the back. Chinja nodded, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. When the class bell rang and the teacher entered the classroom, he briefly spoke about the current study arrangements, finally fixing his gaze on Chinja, Ios, and Lu Lin. You three are going to participate in the Extraordinary Academy assessment, so the school won't require you to come here every day, you can consider it for yourselves. The teacher didn't force them to come to school every day, it was a privilege granted. How Chinja and the other two arranged their schedules was up to them. After all, they were the only three extraordinary beings in the entire school, while others had to take the regular college entrance examination. However, in previous years, there were also some changed beings or extraordinary individuals who couldn't pass the Extraordinary Academy assessment and ended up taking the normal college entrance exam, which wasn't an exception. Some people might stay as changed beings or extraordinary and never advance, so the regular college entrance examination was also a good way out. Being a changed being or extraordinary could also earn bonus points, guaranteeing admission. Chinja looked at Ios beside him. What are you planning to do? Ios answered without thinking, of course, I won't waste time coming to school. Chapter 128. Ios's answer was crisp and clear, and Chinja smiled. Great minds think alike. It's not that Chinja looked down on the regular college entrance examination, rather, his goal was very clear in his heart, he must pass the assessment to enter an extraordinary academy. The academy was not even in his consideration, it had to be a prestigious institution. So no one, including Lu Lin, could block Chinja's steps forward. Chenju and Ios were quietly chatting, while Lu Lin's resentful gaze continued to annotate their conversation, his eyes filled with malice. Let you two jump around for a while longer. If you want to participate in the assessment, you'll have to see if you live to that time. That Wolf King's illegitimate son is a bit of a hassle, but as long as we keep things clean, it doesn't matter if the Wolf King's tribe suspects us. My Lu family isn't a small household that he can easily manipulate. If it weren't for being in class, Lu Lin would have wanted to laugh out loud. Chenju and Ios both felt that continuing at school was indeed a bit of a waste of time, so after class, they went to inform the teacher about their decision. The teacher certainly wouldn't refuse. If the two could pass the assessment, it would also be a great honor and promotion for the school, so the school was certainly supportive. The teacher patted their shoulders. I believe in you both. There are less than 3 months left. Don't slack off. You must prepare well and strive to pass the assessment. Don't worry, teacher. The two packed their things, and after saying goodbye to Little Fat, Chenju walked out of the school with Ios. They planned to go to the special team base for training. Practical combat was also a good way to improve their levels. Now, both of them lacked practical experience the most. Sometimes during battles, one side may have a lower level but can still win against a higher level due to rich practical experience. That's the benefit of practical combat experience. Today, many commercial giants in major base cities also had changed beings or extraordinary individuals, but they were considered literary warriors, having levels but lacking actual combat power. They only gained enormous benefits and advantages from this identity. If they were to face the demonic transcendent beings, they would probably be inadequate to even fill the gaps in the teeth of those demonic beings. Since they were already at school, they didn't mind wasting a morning. By the time they left the school, it was already noon. Ios suggested they eat lunch first before heading to the special group base. Chenju thought this was reasonable. If they arrived at the base and everyone had already finished lunch, it would be too troublesome. So, he decided to go to a rice noodle shop he frequently visited to have a bowl of beef rice noodles, which Ios happened not to have tried. That rice noodle shop was a hidden gem for Chenju, delicious with generous portions, but it was located in an alley, making it hard to find if you weren't paying attention. As they walked out of the school, Lu Lin stood in the corridor of the teaching building, a faint, sinister smile curling on his lips. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message. The reply came quickly, simply saying 2. It was still a distance to the small shop, so the two chatted and walked, not finding it boring. After walking down a street, Chenju slightly raised an eyebrow. Don't look back, someone is following us. Following us? Ios paused for a moment and then thought of something. Ha, Lu Lin really is fast, he's already starting to trouble us. Apart from Lu Lin, Ios couldn't think of anyone else who would send someone to tail them. Since he wants to play, I'll play along. This is a perfect opportunity for practical training. Besides sparring with each other, we rarely have the chance to fight against real enemies, especially against demonic transcendents. This time is just right. Chenju wasn't worried at all. In fact, he felt a hint of excitement and couldn't wait. Ios looked eager as well. He also wanted to try his skills. How many people are there on the other side? Chenju extended his perception. 5 people, all transcendent beings. One of them has a very strong aura. It must be a red iron 3-star. Hearing red iron 3-star made Ios a bit worried. Old Chen, one of us has just entered the transcendent level, and the other is close to breaking through to red iron 1-star. Can we handle 5 of them? You have your racial talent, and I have my double transcendent racial transformation. A red iron 3-star is nothing to fear, Chenju replied confidently. Alright, then I can relax. Ios felt a surge of bravado in his heart. Since they knew someone was following them, they couldn't take the main road, so Chenju picked a small path where hardly anyone walked. Seeing the two turn into a small road, the followers realized they had been discovered, but they weren't worried. After all, the other party was also a transcendent being. If they couldn't even notice that, what was the difference between them and an idiot? Since we've been discovered, there's no need to hide any longer. Let's go. The one who was likely the leader, the red iron 3-star man, called out and quickly led the 4 others to follow. As soon as Chenju and Ios turned into the small road, they stopped. Not 2 minutes later, they heard footsteps approaching. You guys are really slow. Lu Lin is a fool, and his subordinates are all fools too. Ios gasped. Chenju's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Even if the opponents had no murderous intent before, they must now be itching to flay him alive. You dare insult the young master? You're looking for death. The muscular man, a red iron 3-star, shouted angrily and charged towards Chenju, a yellowish energy emanating from him. Chenju raised an eyebrow. Looks like the Lu family is an Earth System ability family. Even their subordinates are awakeners of the Earth System. Ios nodded. According to intelligence, it seems that way. The Lu family in Fengcheng is a family of Earth System ability awakeners, and 90% of the transcendents in the family are from the Earth System. Even though the enemy had already made a move, the two were still chatting as if they didn't take the opponents seriously at all. The furious iron red 3-star extraordinary howled repeatedly. When there were still 5 meters between them, he leaped into the air, pulling back his fist and swinging it out. Chenja saw that the power of this punch was probably around 1,000 kilograms. If it hit someone, bones would break, and the person would fly out. Be careful, he warned Ios, and then Chenja jumped up, transforming into a vampire bat. Mental curse. He activated the mental curse, sending out waves of purple light towards the opponent. This wave completely caught the Iron Red 3-star extraordinary off guard. His body froze for a moment, but still, as an Iron Red 3-star, he quickly reacted and tried to look away to avoid Chenja's mental curse. Unfortunately, even just a moment of eye contact caused him to be affected. His head obviously sank, resulting in his movements being hindered. Where are you looking? When the Iron Red 3-star extraordinary regained focus and looked at Chenja again, he found that Chenja was no longer in bat form but had transformed into his human shape, although his hands had become wolf claws. Cross slash. Chenja shouted explosively, launching the cross slash, which was immensely powerful. As it cut through the air, it even created a sonic boom. Is this still an extraordinary that hasn't even reached Iron Red 1-star? Chapter 129. The distance between the two was now extremely close. The Iron Red 3-star extraordinary had no time to react further and could only cross his arms in front of him, relying on the physical strength of Iron Red 3-star to withstand Chenja's attack. Seeing through his intentions, Chenja mockingly smiled. You think you can withstand my full power cross slash with just your physical strength? Dream on. If you were Iron Red 5-star, I might take you seriously, but unfortunately, you're only 3-star. Chenja's mocking words only further enraged the opponent. He cursed loudly to the 4 people behind him. What are you waiting for? Move already. Realizing what was happening, the 4 finally reacted and moved together. You all have to deal with me. Seeing the 4 move, Ios immediately dashed forward to block them. You're just a kid who just stepped into the extraordinary realm. Do you think you can block us 4? One of the 4 sneered mockingly. Ios showed no fear. I never planned to defeat all 4 of you alone, but stopping you is not a problem. At the end of his sentence, Ios shouted as he transformed, his limbs morphing into werewolf form. Take him down. The 4 immediately attacked. Chenja worried that Ios alone would struggle against the 4 and get hurt, but the Iron Red 3-star, though injured by the cross slash, was not seriously hurt enough to retreat. Vampire bats. He transformed into his vampire human form and released a swarm of vampire bats towards the 4 confronting Ios. Do you think I'm dead? The Iron Red 1-star extraordinary roared angrily, right in front of him. Chenja actually had the leisure to attack the other 4, completely disregarding him, which he could not tolerate. Rock cannon. He brought his fists together, and a massive amount of stones bombarded Chenja like cannonballs. Chenja understood the attack power of these rocks and did not dare to be careless. Blood Moon Devour. He immediately released the Blood Moon, which isolated him from the opponent. The rock cannon attacks were mostly swallowed by the expanded Blood Moon. The leftover ones no longer posed a threat to Chenja. The Iron Red 1-star extraordinary's 2 attacks had failed to work, and he howled angrily, charging at Chenja like a crazed tiger. Chenja engaged him in combat, while Ios clashed with the 4. He knew he couldn't handle 4 opponents alone, but fortunately, none of the 4 were particularly strong. 2 were 2-star altered, 1 had just reached extraordinary but was weaker than him, and the last was Iron Red 1-star. Because of this, Ios, relying on his racial talent, did not fall behind, but he didn't dare to be too careful. If he got cornered, it would be hard to escape. Get back! Ios struck the ground heavily with his fist, and the ground immediately caved in, scattering dirt and forcing back the 4 people closing in. After temporarily pushing them back, Ios quickly retreated to stand beside Chenja, who had just landed. Ios immediately looked at Chenja with a hopeful gaze, and Chenja gave him a thumbs up. Well done. The extraordinary Red Iron 3-star also retreated to join the other 4, panting heavily, unsure whether it was from anger or exhaustion. When the second young master gave the order, they thought this kind of opponent was as easy to crush as an ant for their 4, but they never expected to hit a solid wall this time. Be serious. These 2 are hard to deal with. That kid is particularly slippery. He actually has a charm ability and combat skills. Don't make eye contact with him. The extraordinary Red Iron 3-star was naturally referring to Chenja. Being pointed out about his combat skills did not fluster Chenja. As long as it was used, it could be seen through. It was not a secret. Chenja looked at Ios. Can you still do it? Don't worry. Another classic catchphrase. Chenja smiled. Good, let's finish this quickly and go eat. Too arrogant. Finish quickly? Eat? The extraordinary Red Iron 3-star was puzzled. Where did Chenja get this confidence to say such bold words with power not yet reaching even 1 star of extraordinary Red Iron? The corner of Chenja's mouth slightly raised, and he quickly charged out, leaving a phantom in place. This was him using the speed bestowed by both vampire and werewolf dual races, fast enough that the naked eye could barely catch it. This was his first experiment with this combination tactic, and it truly worked. After warning his companions to be careful, the Red Iron 3-star made his move. Chenja used his speed advantage to move rapidly around him, attacking, leaving the Red Iron 3-star unable to touch him, while Chenja hit his body twice in succession, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The Earth-type extraordinary had a fatal weakness when his power had not reached the gold level, speed. His speed couldn't possibly match Chenja's, so he kept suffering losses, making him so angry, but he had no way to deal with Chenja. However, Chenja also found it difficult to maintain this state. When he could no longer hold on, he closed in, delivering a punch to the Red Iron 3-star's abdomen from close range. This punch was infused with sharp wolf claws. The Red Iron 3-star, unable to defend himself, could only gather his Earth-type ability energy in his abdomen to create a defensive layer to withstand Chenja's fierce blow. Chenja smiled, too late, and too weak. Puff! The sharp wolf claws pierced through the protective layer and into the opponent's body. The Red Iron 3-star's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being 3 realms higher than Chenja, why was the defense layer pierced so easily? What he didn't know was that Chenja's internal ability energy was not weak, it just hadn't reached that realm yet. Otherwise, the intermediate ability energy liquid would have been a waste to drink. Ah! Chenja shouted angrily, directly lifting the opponent off the ground and performing a back throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. Chenja could clearly hear the sound of bones cracking, and it was likely that the opponent's arm bones were shattered. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used his arms to support himself when hitting the ground, or else he would have been in a grave situation. Withdrawing his hand, Chenju approached and delivered a kick to the opponent's head, sending him flying into another person, causing that person to slide into the corner, unable to get up for a while. Suddenly, 2 were taken down, leaving 3 remaining. Ios punched one of the mutated beings on the shoulder blade, and the shoulder blade erupted with blood like it had been shot, causing the mutant to clutch its shoulder and stagger backward. The other one was a mutant along with a newly empowered extraordinary person. Both were panicked, realizing they were no longer the ones dominating this fight. Both of them clearly began to have thoughts of retreat, but unfortunately, after taking 2 steps back, they collided with Chenja, who was watching them with a dark expression. Now, they had no chance to escape. Die! Chenju and Ios shouted fiercely at the same time and struck out. In one move, the 2 were sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in pain and howling. Clap! Clap! Chenja clapped his hands, done. Chapter 130. The 2 of them were calm and collected, but the 5 on the ground were in terrible shape, their cries echoing constantly. If it weren't for this secluded place, it would certainly attract a lot of attention. Go back and tell Lu Lin that I've already shown mercy this time. If you dare to pull this again, I guarantee you won't come back alive, Chenja said, then left with Ios, leaving the 5 on the ground still howling, unable to get up. Chenja and Ios arrived at a small shop, as if nothing had ever happened, enjoying delicious beef noodles. After finishing their meal, they bought some fruits and headed to the special group base. When they arrived at the base, they found everyone there, greeted each other, and sat down on the sofa. You guys still have the mood to buy fruits? Jean Lee took out a banana from the bag, peeled it, and jokingly looked at the 2. Chenja and Ios were confused. When Hu covered his mouth with a fan, smiling, you 2 just took down 5 people, we all saw it. Ah? The 2 were shocked. It suddenly clicked for Chenja as he remembered the surveillance screens on the control panel, but he hadn't expected that even the inconspicuous road had special group cameras. Seeing their confusion, Chen Hanyue explained, since the beast-tide attack and the previous incident of the reverse species mixing into the city, the special group has installed many cameras in the base city to avoid missing any visual blind spots. I see. Chenja realized, but he also understood that although Chen Hanyue said this, monitoring the entire base city was not an easy task, it just meant a wider surveillance range. Who are they, and why are they tracking and attacking you? Jean Lee was most curious about this. Ios recounted the events from the morning, and the expressions of the other 5 varied. Jean Lee, clearly a battle fanatic, excitedly waved his arms. You 2 are too timid. You should have taught Lu Lin a good lesson, coming all the way from Fengcheng to profit here and still being so arrogant, truly a garbage-rich clan. That's enough, Jean Lee. Chang Mo interrupted Jean Lee's provoking remarks. It's good you didn't suffer losses, but this matter is indeed tricky. The Lu family holds a significant status in Fengcheng, and their influence is strong. Offending Lu Lin is like slapping the Lu family's face, they may target you. That's right, even if it's not an open confrontation, there will definitely be covert actions against you, Wenwu said, worried about Chenja and Ios. Jean Lee and Zhou Haojuan, both fearless people and good at fanning the flames, were just about to speak when Chen Hanyue shot them a look to stop. Alright, actually, there's not much to worry about, Chen Hanyue analyzed. Ios is the son of the Wolf King, the Lu family won't dare to go too far. As for Chenja, he is a member of my special group in the base city, and he is also a squad leader in the guard unit. The guard unit's power is not something a single Lu family can compare to. What Chen Hanyue said was indeed true. The guard unit was definitely a top force among various countries, and other forces generally didn't want to offend members of the guard unit. Chenja was indifferent. When soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. If the Lu family really doesn't care about their face, then what do I have to fear? Well said. Koi excitedly waved her fist, clearly praising Chenja's reaction. Chen Hanyue helplessly shook her head and said to Chenju and Aiosi, why did both of you run back instead of staying at school? Chenju explained the school's decision, and Chen Hanyue nodded.
Well, continuing classes at school is a waste of time. What you need right now is training in actual combat, striving to reach a higher level. Only then can you be more assured. As she spoke, she got up. Let's go to the training ground. Chenju and AIOSI exchanged glances, unsure of what Chen Hanyue intended to do, but they obediently followed. Koi seemed to guess it and happily followed suit, while Qingmu, Wenhu, and Zhou Haojuan also smiled and joined the group. When they arrived at the combat room, Chen Hanyue said, "Now I will give you a little test. Everything will follow the assessment criteria of the Extraordinary Academy." It turned out to be an assessment, and Chenja also wanted to know his current level of ability. The Extraordinary Academy assesses 4 aspects: mental power, speed, realm, and real combat, all of which are predetermined. The special combat room had all the necessary equipment, so the assessment wouldn't be difficult. Now Chen Hanyue led them to a closed instrument. This is the mental power testing device. Soon, each of you will enter one by one to release your mental power, which is your perception ability. The instrument will evaluate your release level. Qingmu explained, mental power is rated from 1 to 10. 1 to 3 is low grade, 4 to 5 is middle grade, 6 to 8 is upper grade, and reaching 9 qualifies one as a mental master, capable of manipulating everything with external mental power. When one reaches 10, they are called a super god preparatory member, meaning if one's mental power reaches 10, they will inevitably become a super god unless an accident occurs. Wow! Chenja nearly bit his tongue when he heard Qingmu's explanation. He never expected that mental power had such classifications, and he was eager to find out what level his mental power could reach. He believed his mental power was decent, at least his perception ability was strong, but he had never been evaluated, so he naturally felt uncertain. AIOSI was equally excited, but he knew his perception wasn't very strong either, so even reaching a grade was questionable. After Chen Hanyue nodded, Chenja entered the device first, and then she pressed the button. A woman's voice sounded inside the instrument. Please exert your mental power to the fullest. Chenja closed his eyes and began to exert all his mental power outward, using so much effort that the veins on his neck bulged. Outside, everyone stared at the display board, watching the green light spot jump, curious about what number it would eventually reach. Koi clenched her fists, her face flushed, looking not just like an onlooker but as if she were part of the test herself. It's jumping, it's jumped past 1. AIOSI shouted excitedly. Chen Hanyue smiled with satisfaction. Reaching the first level was already considered passing for an ordinary member of the Extraordinary Academy. Although it was the lowest level, it could still surpass half of the test takers. However, the green light spot stopped after reaching 1, and it did not jump to the second, causing everyone's hearts to tighten, feeling it was somewhat regretful. After all, the higher the mental power, the more competitive one could be, and Chenja had mentioned that his goal was the Extraordinary Academy, not just an ordinary member. Come on, old Chen, you can do this. AIOSI whispered encouragement for Chenja. At that moment, Chenja continued to release his mental power, quickly consuming his internal energy. His body was starting to feel overwhelmed, but he had no intention of stopping whatsoever. I can definitely do it. Ah! Chenja let out a loud cry, releasing more mental energy, as the ability energy within him was instantly drained. What the heck, am I seeing things? Chapter 131. 9. The testing number jumped directly to 9 after surpassing 1, and the people outside were completely stunned. They were in shock. Even Jinli stammered, Chenja, his mental power reached 9, it's unbelievable. How could he have such high mental power? The vampire and werewolf races have decent mental power, but they definitely don't have this kind of racial talent. How did he do it? Never mind Jinli's surprise, if Chenju inside the instrument knew his mental power was actually 9, he would probably be stunned as well. Don't speak yet, the test isn't over. Aoki interrupted Jinli, pointing to the number display. Indeed, just like Aoki said, the mental display hadn't stopped flashing, indicating that Chenju's test was not over. His mental power was likely far beyond 9. No way, is he going to reach 10? Jinli screamed inwardly with her mouth open wide. If she weren't afraid of disturbing Chenju inside the instrument, she would have already been shouting. Chen Honyue's eyes flickered, her thoughts uncertain. Inside the instrument. Chenju felt that his mental power had already been exhausted, and the ability energy was the same, he simply couldn't continue to release his mental power. Is this how it ends? I wonder how strong my mental power can be. Inside, Chenju couldn't see the number display, so he had no idea that his mental strength had already shocked those outside. No, I can't just end like this, I can definitely do it. Chenju used the last bit of ability energy to urge his mental power to release, and his body instantly went limp, unable to move even a finger. Outside, Jinli couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, 10, it's reached 10. Indeed, the green light on the number display finally stopped at the maximum value, the number 10 no longer flashing. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Aoki couldn't help but exclaim.
Since the beginning of the alterations, there have only been a handful of people who could reach 10 at Chenja's age, and all of them had eventually reached the peak of human extraordinary beings, becoming godlike presences that look down upon the heavens and the earth. The special group's members could never have imagined that such a gifted individual would appear among them, and most importantly, Chenja had clearly never trained his mental power intentionally. It showed how extraordinary his talent was when he awakened during his mutation. Even Chen Hanyue misjudged him. She had seen clearly from the monitor the entire process of Chenja's mutation after injecting the serum. She found he was just reaching mutation, feeling rather disappointed. If it weren't for the fact that he had injected the blue serum and had been bitten by the devourer, she wouldn't have allowed him to join the special group. Quick, open the instrument and let him out, he must have overexerted his mental power. Once she regained her composure, Chen Hanyue noticed that Chenja was not in a good state and immediately understood it was due to overexerting his ability energy to release mental power. Aoki quickly pressed the switch, and the glass cover of the instrument opened. Chenja's body went limp and he fell directly from the instrument. Fortunately, Ios was quick and caught him before he hit the ground. Is he going to be okay? Ios was a bit worried. Just inject him with a recovery agent and he'll be fine. Chen Hanyue realized he was just overly exhausted, and there wouldn't be any substantial harm. However, such situations should occur less frequently. Overexerting the body too many times can lead to permanent damage. After being injected with the recovery agent, Chenja opened his eyes after more than 10 minutes, noticing everyone gathered around him with concerned expressions. Chenja's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself if he had failed the mental strength test. Seeing his gaze shift from confusion to frustration, Chen Hanyue realized he was misunderstanding. Get up and move your limbs a bit, you are being reckless to the point of exhausting your body. Don't do this kind of thing carelessly in the future, Chen Hanyue reminded him. Captain, what is my mental strength test result? Did I reach the lowest level? Chenja hurriedly asked about his test results. This was what he cared about the most at that moment. Then Chenja noticed everyone wore strange expressions, which further confirmed his previous worry that the test result might indeed be terrible. He felt like a deflated balloon. It's okay, Captain, I am prepared. I also want to know the worst result. What is he talking about? Koi looked puzzled and asked the others. Who knows? Chenja became increasingly confused. What did everyone's reaction mean? Chen Hanyue stepped aside a bit and pointed at the testing instrument. You can check it yourself. Although Chenju was somewhat prepared, he did not dare to look immediately. He took a deep breath and turned his neck to look at the testing instrument. Upon seeing it, he frowned slightly, confused as he watched the dot of light hovering at the number 10. Captain, is this number good or bad? Chenja had heard Qingmu explaining the mental strength levels, but right now his brain was almost blank, and he couldn't process it. Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter, and Ios excitedly grabbed his shoulders and shook him while shouting, You have top-tier mental strength, level 10, level 10. This means you will become a super being in the future. What? Chenja instantly jumped up from the ground. You mean my mental strength reached the highest level? If you keep this up, I'll think you're showing off. Koi said, displeased with Chenja's attitude. You didn't make a mistake or hear wrong, your mental strength is indeed the highest level of 10. Those who reach level 10 can become mentalists among the extraordinary, manipulating objects and weapons for long-distance attacks, and there's indeed a high chance of becoming a god among the extraordinary. Chenju was still dazed, unable to believe that this would happen to him. At this moment, Chen Hanyue spoke sternly, the fact that Chenja has reached level 10 in mental strength must not be disclosed to anyone outside of us here. If it gets out, it will be treated as betrayal of mankind and punished severely. Hiss. Chenja gasped, Captain, is it that serious? Qingmu answered for Captain Chen Hanyue, of course, it is even more serious than you think. Even if becoming a super god is just a possibility, the demonized extraordinary beings and reverse species will never let you go. If it leaks, you will face endless assassination attempts. After speaking, Qingmu looked at Chen Hanyue, Captain, I, Qingmu, swear I will not leak a single word. Yes, we also swear the same. Everyone understood the seriousness of the matter and vowed not to spread it. Chen Hanyue nodded, very well, Chenja, remember to keep your mouth shut as well. When participating in the official assessment, you must control your mental strength to level 3. You absolutely cannot exceed level 5. Do you understand? Knowing the severity, Chenja nodded heavily. Although Chenja said he would control it, he faced difficulties, for he knew nothing about manipulating mental strength. How could he ensure that the released mental strength could indeed be hidden and precisely controlled at level 3? Seeing his concerns, Chen Hanyue said, I will find a way to get you a mental power control manual. You should practice according to the manual. This will give you a comprehensive understanding of mental strength and help you in controlling it. Mental power control manual? Chenja heard of this for the first time. Chen Hanyue nodded, that's right, the mental power control manual is the most basic cultivation rule for a mentalist, otherwise do you think mentalists rely on feelings alone?
Without systematic cultivation, having powerful mental strength is useless. Right now, you are like a baby with a huge treasure vault. You know there are supreme treasures inside, but you can't move or sell them, nor can you enjoy them. Only after systematic cultivation will you be able to use it freely, truly harnessing the power of mental strength. This process is similar to the enhancement of energy realms for abilities. There is also a level standard. The mental power test levels are the same. 1 to 3 is low level, 3 to 4 is intermediate, 6 to 8 is advanced, 9 is king level, and 10 is god level. Chenja suddenly realized, although he was already extraordinary, he still knew so little about many things in the extraordinary world. Alright, let's put this aside for now. Chenja, you take a break, and let's have Ios take the test next. Ios swallowed hard. With Chenja being so impressive, he felt uncertain. If his test score was too low, the gap in his heart would be even larger. Chenja patted his shoulder with an encouraging smile. Come on, believe in yourself. Don't worry. Ios took a deep breath and stepped into the testing device. Once inside the device, Ios started to release mental power according to the device's prompt sound. He bit his teeth hard, desperately urging the ability within his body to stimulate and release mental power. Soon, he felt his body being drained and his brain heavy. After about 3 minutes, he couldn't hold on anymore and stopped urging the mental power. Chenja looked at the digital display and smiled. 4. Ios's mental strength actually reached 4, which is intermediate level. Jilian pouted, dissatisfied. Seriously, is mental power now as common as dirt? Just pulling out a test can reach level 4. Thinking back to when she was tested and barely reached 2, Jilian felt gloomy. Wenhu chuckled behind his fan. Alright, little sister, this is not something you can control by yourself. Mental power is innate, awakened during the transformation or extraordinary moment. It's not something that can be achieved through training. Otherwise, why do you think mentalists are so rare? Of course, Jilian understood this reason, but that didn't stop her from complaining. As the device opened, Ios rushed out and hurried to check the digital display. His expression went from blank to incredibly joyful. Oh my god, it's actually 4, amazing. Ios was extremely satisfied with this result. It was much better than he had expected. He thought if he could reach 2, he would be grateful. Great. This means we have passed the first part of the assessment. Chenja was primarily concerned with how to pass the assessment of the Ability Academy. Zhou Haojuan said boldly, with both of your mental powers, passing the Extraordinary Academy's mental power test is definitely no problem. Next up is the speed test. The speed test has a dedicated spatial folding passage. The special team doesn't have this configuration, but to convert it, as long as you can finish 100 meters within 5 seconds, that's enough. Chen Hongyue said. Chenja thought the speed requirement was indeed not high. After all, the world record for 100 meters is over 9 seconds. Being a transformed or extraordinary person with powers backing you, if you can't even do it in 5 seconds, that would be too poor. Ios obviously thought of this point too, especially since between the two, Chenja awakened as a dual race of werewolf and vampire, both of which have immense speed talents. Ios actually had half werewolf blood running in him, and he was of Wolf King level, so both of them easily passed the speed test, finishing in under 3 seconds. Very good, you have passed another assessment. The two had easily completed 2 evaluations, and now it was time for the real fight. Chen Hongyue said to Chenja, I will be your opponent, you just need to endure 100 moves from me to pass. As for Ios, Aoki will be your opponent, you just need to stay standing for 200 moves. Understood. First, it was the actual combat between Chenju and Chen Hongyue, while the others sat on the steps beside the duel arena to watch. I have awakened the power of solidification, as you know, and I am at the golden level 1 star, which is a whole big realm above you. If you can still stand after 100 moves, that's a win for you. Chenja nodded, facing the golden level 1 star expert, Chen Hongyue. He naturally did not dare to relax at all. Team leader, please. Taking the initiative, Chenju always believed that attacking was the best defense. Getting the opponent caught in his rhythm was more beneficial to him. Seeing Chenju rush in with his beast-like limbs, Chen Hongyue stood still without moving. Try my wolf claw. As he got close to Chen Hongyue, Chenju jumped up, his fist clenched and swung downwards, increasing his punch strength, crashing heavily toward Chen Hongyue. Solid shield. Chen Hongyue lightly parted her red lips, and a red shield solidified in front of her. Chenju's punch hit the shield, causing ripples to ripple out. He felt as if he was striking a hill, his hand bones trembling. Such strong resistance. Chenju quickly withdrew, just landing and immediately sensing danger, his ears perked up, hearing a whooshing sound. On the sidelines, Jinli exclaimed, the team leader isn't holding back at all. Although she controlled her strength to match Chenju's realm, her golden level 1 star combat skills are no joke. She quickly solidified the shield into a spear. Chenju probably can't dodge this. Don't rush, Chenju has been growing rapidly too. Look, even though he couldn't see the team leader's attack, his body reacted instinctively, Aoki noted as he saw signs of change in Chenju's movements. Watching, Ios was even more nervous than Chenju on the field, gripping his fists tightly, his eyes glued to the two fighting. Chenju indeed hadn't seen Chen Hongyue's attack, but when he sensed the whoosh, he leaned back, using one hand to support the ground in a bowing motion. As he leaned back and fell, he saw a blood-red spear rush past the tip of his nose, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Close call. After dodging the spear attack, Chenju sprang up and saw the blood-red spear pierce the fighting stage, cracking the ground where it hit. Hiss. At that moment, he realized just how fierce the battle of a golden level 1-star extraordinary expert was. Chapter 133. Chenju gasped for breath. Just exchanging one move with Chen Hongyue, he experienced the danger of fighting at a high level. Previously, Chenju had been confident. After all, he had gone through a beast tide and practiced with live weapons in Hongyue's world, thinking he had gathered some experience, believing that even if he faced higher-level extraordinary beings and lost, he wouldn't be too embarrassed. Now, it seemed he was still quite far off. Chenju understood he was still not strong enough. This was just a small base city by the sea. When he stepped out into the Extraordinary Academy, a place where the elite of the entire empire gathered, he might encounter people his age who had already reached the golden level. Although Chenju was well aware of his shortcomings, he definitely wouldn't let this discourage him from progressing. Instead, it made him even more excited. Come on, again. He roared and transformed into a blood-sucking bat, charging at Chen Hongyue. On the steps, Jin Li spat. What a battle maniac. I thought he would be hit hard and struggle to handle such a huge gap in levels. I didn't expect this guy to get more and more courageous. Ios laughed. He's just one person, and he won't give up easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent everything he had to secretly buy the serum to fight back after being bitten by the glutton. Everyone looked at Ios, feeling quite strange. After all, the serum Chenju injected was extracted from Ios himself. It was clear that Ios knew this, yet he could say it so calmly, which was truly admirable. On the fighting platform, with a loud crash, Chenju was hit by a sword formed by Chen Hongyue. His body flew backwards and slid along the ground for a long distance before stopping. Chenju couldn't get up immediately. Although Chen Hongyue controlled the force, the impact was still very strong. Chenju took a few deep breaths before barely managing to stand. Are you okay? Chen Hongyue didn't move an inch from her position, showing how powerful she was. I'm fine. Chenju wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with a burning fighting spirit. Let's go again. Chen Hongyue showed an appreciative gaze, and after saying good, countless palm-sized swords formed around her. This is crazy. Even if he admits defeat now, he would still pass the assessment. Why is he risking his life like this? Jin Koi exclaimed. Ios looked confused after hearing her words. The two are just exchanging moves, and team leader Chen has only used 32 moves so far. There are still 68 moves left. How can he pass? Jin Koi and others laughed. Aoki said, do you really think that Chenju's strength requires 100 moves to pass? Even if team leader can lower his level, he isn't at the stage where he can withstand 100 moves right now. The reason team leader is doing this is just to see how far Chenju can go. To put it bluntly, if team leader plays seriously, Chenju wouldn't be able to withstand even 10 moves. Hiss. Ios gasped in surprise, not expecting things to be like this. In an instant, he thought of himself, but just as he was about to speak, Jinkoi said, of course, you are too. Don't worry, you'll pass the assessment, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Ios let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he firmly thought that when he faced Aoki later, he must give it his all and absolutely cannot give up easily. Bang! A loud sound interrupted Ios' self-encouragement. He quickly looked at the fighting platform and saw Chenju fall again, looking like it was a bit heavy this time. Chenju struggled several times but couldn't get up. In the end, he simply lay flat on the stage. It seems I am really too weak, unable to hold on for even 50 moves. I lost, and I failed the assessment. Chen Hongyue walked over to Chenju, smiling. When she reached him, she said, get up, you've already passed the assessment. Chenju blinked in confusion as he looked at his team leader, and after a while, he spoke, passed? But I couldn't withstand 100 moves from you? 100 moves was just to see how much strength you could exert under pressure. You didn't disappoint me. With your practical skills, passing the Transcendent Academy assessment is easy. Chen Hongyue said seriously. Really? Is it true? Chen Hongyue's words were like a shot of adrenaline for Chenju. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, excitedly dancing around. I did it, I passed. Congratulations! Ios and others walked up from the steps to the fighting platform and congratulated Chenju one after another. Before, Chenju had no confidence in the assessment, but now he felt incredibly empowered. Now that Chenju finished his assessment, it was Ios' turn. His opponent was Aoki. If Chenju can do so well, I can't fall behind. Ios took a deep breath and charged towards Aoki. At this moment, Chenju sat on the steps, watching intently. Watching others fight is also a way to gain experience. I thought Ios could hold on for dozens of moves under Aoki's hand, but when Aoki used the vine binding, Ayos accidentally got his ankle caught. He realized this and immediately tried to cut the vines with his wolf claw to break free. Unfortunately, before he could sever the vines, Aoki's sword made of branches was already pressed against his throat. Ayos looked around and knew he had failed. Chinja stood up excitedly. Captain, did Ayos pass or fail? Chun Honyue looked regretful. He failed. With his level, he should have held on for at least 100 moves against Aoki, but he only managed 60, the gap is too big. In the remaining 2 months, he must quickly improve. I hope he can reach the Red Iron 1-star, only then will he have a chance to pass the assessment of the Extraordinary Academy. Chenja fell silent. Ayos' awakening time was indeed too short, achieving this level was already impressive. And Chenja believed that in just over 2 months, Ayos could definitely reach Red Iron 1-star. Everyone walked towards Ayos and comforted him not to be discouraged. Let's work hard together, I believe we can do it. Chenja patted Ayos on the shoulder. Think about it, we haven't awakened for long, yet we can already achieve this level, that is our strength. Don't be discouraged, we still have over 2 months, and we must not waste a single day. That's right, well said. Zhou Haojuan waved his fist, which was as big as a bowl. If you need practical training besides cultivation, just come to us. You can improve faster by sparring with us. Exactly. Koi added, and don't forget we have the rewards from Officer Shin Longcheng, 100 of them. That's plenty for you in these 2 months. Seeing everyone comforting him, Ayos reignited his fighting spirit. Don't worry, everyone, I can do it. No matter the outcome, after this small test, both of them gained a new understanding of themselves and set clear goals for their upcoming cultivation. Chapter 134. That day, neither of them left the base. Except for Chen Hanyue, the others took turns sparring with the 2 of them. In the evening, Chenja took out 2 energy crystal stones for cultivation. When the first crystal's energy was absorbed and shattered, Chenja felt his level was about to break through. I'm about to enter Red Iron 1-star. Chenja didn't stop cultivating, but inside him, he was extremely excited. When the second energy crystal was completely absorbed at dawn, the power within Chenja suddenly surged and flowed quickly through his body. Chenja opened his eyes wide. I did it. He clenched his fists, making crackling sounds as if he was bursting the air. This feeling of power is something I could not feel before reaching this level. Chenja carefully felt the flow of the power and the increase in strength within him. At that moment, he felt incredibly full of energy, as if he could take on 10 or 20 magical extraordinary beings without a problem. Getting up, he stretched widely. Chenja felt even the pores of his body were breathing in fresh air. He exited his room and walked towards the cafeteria, and on the way, he ran into Wenhu. Good morning. Wenhu smiled and nodded, and just as he was about to speak, his eyes lit up. Wenhu circled around Chenja, making Chenja feel awkward all over. Brother Wenhu, why are you staring at me like that? Do I smell weird? Chenja quickly sniffed himself. He thought he shouldn't have any strange odor since he was now so polished that even rolling in the mud wouldn't leave a single mark on him. It's important to note that Wenhu cared very much about personal hygiene, he was quite obsessive about cleanliness. Where did that brat go? Have you stepped into the ranks? Chenja was startled. It turned out Wenhu was talking about this. He smiled and nodded. Yeah, I was about to step in, but after yesterday's training, I entered ahead of schedule. Congratulations! With your skills, once you step into the Iron Red 1-star, even a 5-star would find it impossible to easily defeat you. Thank you. The 2 talked as they walked into the cafeteria and found Jean Li and the others had arrived, waving at them. Chenja and Wenhu got their meals and walked over. Wenhu said, let's congratulate Chenja, he has entered the ranks and is now an extraordinary Iron Red 1-star. Really? Jean Li looked him up and down. It's true, now even I can't be your opponent. Jean Li felt quite gloomy. After Chenja advanced, she knew she was no match for the versatile Chenja. Looks like you, Jean Li, are admitting defeat. Zhou Haojuan teased from the side. Jean Li sharply glared at Zhou Haojuan. Just because I admit I can't defeat him doesn't mean I'm afraid to fight. Yes, you definitely dare. Chenja laughed. After finishing their meal, the group headed toward the monitoring hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Chen Hanyue coming back from outside. Everyone greeted her, and Chen Hanyue nodded and called Chenju over. Come with me. Chenju was suspicious but followed Chen Hanyue to her office. This is the manual for mental energy control that I fought for you from above, do not spread it. Chenju looked at the ancient book-like manual pushed towards him by Chen Hanyue, curiosity bubbling up inside. In today's technological era, whether it's cultivating supernatural abilities or combat skills, they are all recorded on memory crystals. It's exceedingly rare to see something like this in paper form, showing how precious this mental energy control manual really is. Work hard in your training, I look forward to the moment you become a true mental master, Chen Hanyue said with a smile. Chenja held the book and nodded earnestly, don't worry, Captain, I will.
After getting the mental energy control manual, Chenja went straight back to his room. Time waits for no one, and he needed to start training. After a whole night of practicing, when Chenja opened his eyes the next morning, he was eager to test the level of his mental control after a night of training. He looked at the cup on the bedside table, stretched out his finger to point at it while letting out his mental energy. In the past, his mental energy was only used for perception and exploration, but now his mental energy felt real, an ability energy wrapping around the cup and bringing it floating towards him. Chenja held the cup, joy painted all over his face. I can't believe it really works. Chenja used his mental energy to place the blanket back on the desk, then attempted to lift the bedside table. But this time, he failed. He felt a weight. I've only just started, the ability to control the weight of objects must be limited. But this is already excellent, a good beginning. Although he couldn't lift the bedside table, Chenja was extremely satisfied with the results of a night of cultivation. Mental energy cannot be used during assessments, at least, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. For the next half-month, Chenja and AIOC stayed at the base, practicing battle skills with teammates stationed at the base during the day, and at night returning to their rooms to train with medium-grade energy liquid crystals. Chenja also added mental energy training. After this half-month of training, Chenja had solidified his Iron Red 1-star cultivation, and AIOC seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. At this moment, Chenja felt that he could face the extraordinary academy assessment with absolute confidence. On Lu Lin's side, he was furious when his subordinates appeared before him in a sore. Unfortunately, Chenja never came out of the base after entering, leaving Lu Lin with no way to act. He didn't have the courage to challenge a special team from a base city. Chenja certainly didn't take Lu Lin seriously and had no idea Lu Lin was preparing to take action against him. Having stayed in the base for half a month and constantly practicing, Chen Hongyue felt that they were under too much pressure, so she let them go home to rest for 2 days and have some fun. After all, the two weren't very old. Chenja also felt that he had been tense for too long recently, so after discussing with Ios, he decided to leave the base. As soon as they appeared, someone reported to Lu Lin. Upon receiving the news, Lu Lin sneered, "Finally, you're out. If you had stayed cooped up inside until the assessment, I wouldn't have been able to do anything, but now that you're out looking for trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Someone, bring Lu Feng to see me." Lu Feng, the top expert Lu Lin brought along, an extraordinary red iron 5-star. Second young master. A man in his 30s appeared before Lu Lin. "Lu Feng, go kill Chenja and Ios for me." Lu Feng frowned. "Second young master, the family had instructed you to never go beyond the bounds. Chenja is a member of the special group from the Linghai base city, and Ios is the son of the Wolf King. If you kill them, it could bring great trouble to the Lu family." Lu Lin immediately shouted angrily, "I'm the young master, and you're my servant. You just do as I say, stop saying so much." Although Lu Feng was unhappy deep down, he looked down on this arrogant Lu Lin. However, he knew Lu Lin was indeed a young master, even if he was an ignorant fool that the family head had banished, showing no signs of restraint. But Lu Feng also understood that if he really went against Lu Lin's wishes, Lu Lin wouldn't let it go easily. If anything happened to him, he would have a hard time explaining to the Lu family. "Yes, young master." Lu Feng reluctantly agreed, but he certainly wouldn't really kill Chenju and the others. He just needed to make it so they couldn't participate in the extraordinary academy assessment. After the assessment was over, he could release them, allowing for some room for maneuver even if things escalated without any fatalities. The two planned to have a nice meal before parting, so they chose to eat hot pot, and they went to a restaurant that was unusually crowded today. By the time they finished eating and came out, it was already past 8 in the evening. Io said, "Do you mind if I stay at your house?" Returning to his villa was boring as well. Lady Lin had gone back, and Io's going home meant he would be alone in his room training, so it was better to be with Chenja. Having someone around would make it less dull. "I can sleep on the sofa." Io's new Chenja's home was small, with only one bedroom, but a sofa was fine. Chenja smiled, "What's wrong with that? It's perfect for resting for 2 days, and when we train, we can spar with each other. It would be a bit awkward to keep troubling the special group team members, they all have tasks every day." "Right, that's the best plan." The two had eaten a bit too much, so they decided to walk home. While walking, Chenja sighed, "It seems Lu Lin really isn't giving up. We've just come out of the base, and his people have already tracked us down." After half a month of training, Ios had made great progress in his mental perception. Although he couldn't sense as broadly or keenly as Chenja, upon hearing Chenja's words and focusing carefully, he realized they were being followed. "The following presence is very strong. It's likely a red iron 5-star expert." Chenja nodded, "You're right in your perception, but this is just perfect. Jean Li said that even if I fought against a red iron 5-star expert, I wouldn't fall short. I also want to see if I can defeat one in a life and death struggle." "Hey, that's awesome. But you can't leave me behind. I feel that I am about to break through. Perhaps fighting against such a master will allow me to break through in battle as well." AOAIC was also eager to try. The two looked at each other and smiled. "It seems you are in a good mood." Lu Feng stepped out from behind, "You should have guessed my identity by now." Chenja turned to Lu Feng, "That fool Lu Lin really doesn't give up.
Last time, he sent 5 people who were no match for us, and I've already said, if there's a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Arrogant. Although Lu Feng was also unhappy with Lu Lin, he absolutely would not allow outsiders to insult his young master. How dare you disrespect the second young master and shamelessly claim you won't hold back, a kid who just reached the extraordinary Red Iron 1-star, completely unaware of his own limits. I will let you know that the gap of 4 realms between us is like a chasm. Chenja chuckled, are you filming a TV drama? So much flowery nonsense, just make your move. Chenja was too lazy to talk further. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. Lu Feng did not expect Chenja to be so decisive, but since Chenja was only a Red Iron 1-star, Lu Feng did not take him seriously. AOC stepped forward slowly. This was Chenja's main battlefield against the opponent, and he just needed to assist from the side, always ready to strike. When Chenja was less than 5 meters away from Lu Feng, he unleashed his ability, Bloodstorm. The newly awakened vampire skill, Bloodstorm. A large amount of blood mist immediately rose around them, swirling violently as it formed blades of blood sweeping towards Lu Feng. AOC murmured, Old Shen's Bloodstorm is stronger than when it was just awakened, he can actually generate 36 blood blades. Lu Feng did not expect Chenja's ability to be so troublesome. He quickly raised a rock wall to block the blood blades. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chenja's mouth. He completely looked down on the small rock wall. The 36 blood blades struck the wall with no effect. But before Lu Feng could show a smile, the rock wall in front of him shattered instantly, and the blood blades continued to fly towards him without hesitation. It can actually penetrate my rock wall. Surprised as he was, Lu Feng quickly reacted, wrapping his hands in rock to counter the approaching blood blades. Chenja clashed with Lu Feng against the blood blades. He charged at him, transforming into a vampire, Blood Bat. He unleashed a swarm of bats to distract Lu Feng while also transforming into a bat form to cast a mind curse. How is this possible? Lu Feng thought it would be easy to deal with Chenju and his partner at this level, but he unexpectedly found himself in a passive situation. The purple curse light released by the bats made him afraid to meet Chenja's eyes, fearful of falling under the mind curse. What are you looking at? Chenja's icy voice appeared, and Lu Feng was alarmed because they were already far too close. He couldn't care less about avoiding Chenja's gaze. He turned to confront him and discovered that Chenja had transformed into a werewolf, launching a cross slash towards him. Bang! Lu Feng crossed his arms and stood blocking in front of himself, his arms wrapped in rock to withstand the cross slash. Although he blocked the damage from the close-range cross slash, the powerful impact still pushed him backward. Cross slash. Chenja unleashed another cross slash, overlapping with the previous strike, greatly increasing its power and rapidly forcing Lu Feng back. Of course, Chenja did not think that this alone could defeat Lu Feng, otherwise, he would be too weak as a Red Iron 5-star extraordinary. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Feng shook off the dust to reveal his form. I truly underestimated you, a Red Iron 1-star could actually force me this hard, you have some skill. Put. Chenja chuckled, don't talk so big. Do you think the Crimson Iron 5 is strong? It's nothing special. Fine, I only wanted to teach you a lesson so you couldn't take the Extraordinary Academy's test, but now, you will die. Lu Feng was furious, and he was about to unleash a powerful attack. Chenju immediately called for Ios, and both of them stood ready. Lu Feng's earth ability glowed brightly as he stomped his foot on the ground. The earth cracked open, and chunks of dirt, the size of fists, slowly floated into the air, their numbers exceeding 100. Earth's violent strike. The chunks of dirt shot out as Lu Feng waved his big hand forward, moving at an incredible speed, trailing energy from his earth ability. Chapter 136. Blood Moon Devour. Chenja unleashed Blood Moon Devour, raising a blood moon before him and Ios. Wolf's howl to the moon. Ios, in wolf form, threw his head back and howled. After his howl, the blood moon started to grow larger, its power increasing significantly. The blood moon devoured the chunks of earth flying toward the two, and at this sight, Lu Feng's eyes widened in fury. He never expected Chenja had such a trick, his chunks of earth couldn't even hurt them. Damn it! Lu Feng roared. He realized that long-range attacks wouldn't work on Chenju and Ios, so he wrapped himself in rocks, forming a protective layer like armor, and charged forward, planning to fight them up close. Unfortunately, he forgot one thing, both of them could transform into wolves, and they weren't afraid of close combat. He's coming. I'll go. Ios charged forward in wolf form to meet Lu Feng, and the two immediately got into a fierce battle. After devouring all the chunks of earth, Chenja dispersed the blood moon and joined the fight. At first, Lu Feng had the upper hand against Ios, who could only defend passively. But when Chenja joined, Lu Feng quickly found himself struggling. Just as he pushed Ios back with a punch, Chenja darted out from the side and kicked toward his left rib. Confident in his rock armor, Lu Feng thought that even if he couldn't dodge Chenja's kick, his defenses would hold. But when the kick hit his left rib, he heard a clear cracking sound. The rock armor couldn't withstand the force and cracked. At the same time, he felt the strength of Chenja's leg and let out a muffled groan, blood quickly spilling from his mouth.
He didn't know that Chenja's kick was powered by 1,500 kilograms of force, far beyond what his thin layer of rock armor could block. Then he heard another sharp sound, not from the rock armor, but from his own broken ribs. Put! Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His broken rib had pierced his internal organs. He wanted to take out a healing potion to ease his pain, but sadly, Chenja and Ios would never give him that chance. The two of them, working seamlessly, appeared beside him, attacking him from both sides. Lu Feng could only endure the excruciating pain and raise two rock walls to defend himself. Lu Feng fell straight backward, face up. With a bang, he collapsed on the ground, his body completely limp like a puddle of mud, unable to move. Chenja was breathing heavily, the energy cost was still great, and when he looked at Ios again, he had advanced. You reached Red Iron 1 star? Chenja asked with surprise and joy. Ios nodded with wild joy. Yes, I said maybe I could awaken during real combat, this is amazing. Chenja was happy for him too, the two of them seemed to forget there was still someone on the ground, barely breathing. You can't kill me, I'm from the Lu family. If you dare to kill me, it's a total break with the Lu family, to the death. Lu Feng still tried to use the powerful Lu family to threaten Chenja. Chenja walked over to him with a smile, looking down at Lu Feng from above. I said, if there's a next time, I won't show mercy. Chenja transformed into vampire form and released bloodthirsty bats. A swarm of them appeared. Lu Feng really panicked. Before he could beg for his life, the bats covered him, biting and devouring. He let out a wail, his mouth pouring with blood, but Chenja's face showed no emotion at the sight of his miserable state. Killing, this wasn't his first time. And after the bats devoured Lu Feng, the returning power made Chenja feel that his consumed energy was completely restored. Let's go, home. Ios wasn't uncomfortable, he just didn't want to watch. For someone doomed to die, he had no interest in staying any longer. Let's walk. This matter seemed forgotten by the two after they left the alley, but it was different for Lu Lin. Lu Feng not returning for a long time gave him a very bad feeling. He sent out all the men who came with him to the base city to search for Lu Feng. By the time they found him, Lu Feng was already a dried corpse. When Lu Lin heard his men report they found a dried corpse, Lu Lin's eyes were full of disbelief. Lu Feng was a Red Iron 5 star. Though not a top master, he wasn't someone two rookie extraordinaries could kill easily. Could someone else have helped them? Lu Lin suspected someone had helped Chenja and Ios. Otherwise, how could they possibly kill Lu Feng? Second young master, what do we do now? Pretend nothing happened. Lu Feng was Red Iron 5 star, not some unknown person in the family. The Red Iron 3 star who had been beaten by Chenja looked worried, but also relieved. Luckily, Chenja didn't kill him that time, or his end would have been the same as Lu Feng. Lu Lin shouted in rage, smashing everything he could in front of him. Pretend nothing happened? Useless trash, what use are you to me? He cursed, but the truth was, among the people around him now, there was no one stronger than Lu Feng. He feared the power behind Chenja, afraid to end up like Lu Feng. He squinted forward, just wait. As long as I pass the assessment, father will surely see me differently. By then I'll have more people. I can't touch Chenju and Linhai, but outside Linhai, he won't escape me. Just like that, Lu Lin temporarily gave up on dealing with Chenju and focused fully on preparing for the test. After staying at home for 3 days, Chenja and Ios returned to the base. They trained and fought daily. When the next day was the Extraordinary Academy exam, Chenja had already stepped into Red Iron 2 star. Ios hadn't yet, but his strength had doubled. Because the test was tomorrow, the special team teammates held a farewell and early celebration for the two. Everyone had a joyful night together. Of course, since the two had to join the test the next day, they didn't party too late, so they could rest well and gather strength to shine in the test. At 5 in the morning the next day, Chenja woke up. After getting ready, they went to find Ios, and the others had also woken up early, planning to accompany the two of them to the assessment site. Chapter 137. Chenju and Ios, accompanied by all members of the special group, went to the Extraordinary Alliance Square in Linhai Base City. When they arrived at the square, Chenju realized for the first time that there were so many extraordinary beings in Linhai Base City who were of a similar age to him, filling the vast square with people standing closely together. Wow, is there really this many? Chenju couldn't help but exclaim. Jili smiled and said, of course, it's not possible, I've heard that about 36,700 to 800 students are participating in the assessment. Chenja felt a chill run down his spine, that number was quite considerable. Besides the students taking the assessment, there are mostly accompanying family members or spectators, Jili said. So that was it, after all, this was a grand event. Many students finished the assessment with some families happy and others worried. Some with weaker mental endurance even fainted right after leaving the examination room. Humph. As Chenju was reflecting, a cold snort echoed, and he frowned, looking over to see Lu Lin approaching surrounded by a dozen people. Chen Hanyue and others stood beside Chenja, also watching Lu Lin.
Lu Lin stepped in front of Chinja, eyes filled with resentment, and said, Chinja, let's wait and see. Don't think that just because you killed Lu Feng, you can climb over my Lu family. You better pray you don't pass the assessment and leave Linhai, otherwise, the moment you step out of Linhai will be your death date. Kid, who are you threatening? Chinja hadn't replied yet when Jean Li exploded. Don't think that just because you have the Lu family behind you, you can do whatever you want. This is Linhai, are you threatening us in front of the special group, thinking we're dead? Lu Lin indeed looked down upon them, laughing. Did I say anything? Who heard me threaten anyone? Did anyone? Many people around were close enough to hear, but seeing both sides were not to be messed with, no one wanted to stir trouble and silently moved away from them. See, no one. Lu Lin left with a triumphant laugh. If Aomu had not held Jean Li back, she would have made Lu Lin regret it right then. Alright, today is a big assessment day, let's not stir up trouble, Zhen Hanyue said. However, if this matter with the Lu family isn't resolved, you will indeed have trouble leaving Linhai in the future. Chenja shrugged, as long as I can get into the Imperial Extraordinary Academy, Lu's family is nothing. If he makes me emotional, he'll have to pay the price. Right, once you get into the Imperial Extraordinary Academy, your status will change immediately. By then, the Lu family will be scrambling to please you, after all, they're just a small noble family, Jean Li said. At 8 o'clock, a group of people walked out from the front of the square. They were the teachers from various recruiting institutions, and as soon as they appeared, the square fell silent. Lord Lin stepped forward, and without using a microphone, his voice spread throughout the square. Today is the day for all extraordinary beings in Linhai Base City to participate in the assessment of the Extraordinary Academy. As your city lord, I wish you all good results. Now, according to the order drawn earlier, please enter the assessment hall in sequence. The accompanying individuals moved back, leaving only the candidates for the assessment. Chen Zhou and Ios walked to the front and entered the hall to participate in the assessment based on the numbers they drew. The hall could simultaneously assess 1,000 people, and the number Chinja drew was 3,421, placing him in the fourth wave to enter the testing equipment. Seeing the students ahead finish with some laughing and others crying, Chinja couldn't help but feel nervous as well. Lu Lin entered the test in the third wave, and when his results showed a psychic power level of 2, he didn't forget to provocatively raise his middle finger at Chinja as he came out. Chinja sneered inwardly, it was only a 2. No wonder they came to Linhai. With this level, 3 months ago in Fengcheng, he probably couldn't even touch the gate of the Extraordinary Academy. Soon it was Chinja's turn. AIAOC was next in line, and he cheered Chinja on by waving his fist. Chinja nodded and walked into the testing device corresponding to his number. Lord Lin's face looked very bad because, after testing 3,000 people, not a single one had reached the intermediate level of mental power. There was only one person who reached 3, which made his expression even grimmer. God, it's 5. A teacher suddenly exclaimed, and his voice echoed throughout the testing area, followed by a chorus of chatter. How is that possible? Lu Lin pushed through the crowd. How could someone from Little Linhai have a mental power of 5? He didn't know this person was Chinja, otherwise, he would have rushed over to shout that the device was faulty. This was still Chinja controlling it, otherwise, if it was level 10, the whole place might have exploded. Lord Lin finally had a smile on his face. With a level 5 mental power, his old face was saved. Even the teachers from several top extraordinary academies showed signs of being moved. They had previously been observing with detached expressions, but now they couldn't help but cast their gaze at the testing device that registered a level 5. When Chinja walked out of the testing device, Lu Lin was dumbfounded, as if he had received a huge blow to his heart. Impossible, how could this be? It must be fake. Quiet. Lord Lin shouted, glaring at Lu Lin in dissatisfaction. That was a golden level powerhouse, and Lu Lin immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. He tried to summon all his energy to resist, but it was useless. His knees began to bend, and he couldn't stand straight. A dignified golden level extraordinary person actually dares to act against me, a red iron level 3 extraordinary. You people from Linhai Base City really have no shame. Although Lu Lin's voice was not loud, Lord Lin, being a golden level powerhouse, naturally heard it. He shot a cold glance at Lu Lin, making him quickly shut his mouth in fear. Put. Look at him, he's really humiliating himself. Just with him, he dared to challenge a golden level extraordinary. So what if they are a wealthy family? Lord Lin is still the lord of a base city, yet he dared to offend him. The surrounding discussions felt like countless slaps to Lu Lin's face. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the crowd. You all wait for me. Lord Lin quickly walked towards the testing chamber. He approached Chinja, his serious demeanor replaced by a broad smile as he patted Chinja heavily on the shoulder. Good boy, you did well. Chinja forced a smile. Just luck. It was necessary to be polite, even though he was thinking that if he went all out, the entire testing venue could be turned upside down. Lord Lin nodded approvingly. Truly, heroes come from youth. You've really brought great honor to our Linhai base city. Lord Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. After so long without any stand-up performance, he wouldn't have to worry about being accused of poor management by his superiors. Now, just one Chinja with a level 5 mental power was worth 100 with level 3. Looking at the teachers who came to participate in the assessment, it was clear that even a bit of Chinja's strength had shocked them. Chinja noticed the expressions of the dozen or so teachers, especially the 3 from the Extraordinary Academies, the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy, the Magic City Extraordinary Academy, and the Hualong Extraordinary Academy. Of course, there were more than just these 3 extraordinary academies in the entire Dragon Country, but these 3 were the ones that participated in the Linhai base city's recruitment. From their expressions, if it weren't for their status, they would have already rushed over to Chinja's side. He threw an olive branch to him. Seeing their expressions, Chinja felt relieved in his heart. Even if his scores in the following speed and strength assessments were not top-notch, just his level 5 mental power was enough to pass the evaluation. It can be said that now, Chinja has one foot already stepped into the door of the Extraordinary Academy. The city Lord Lin clearly saw Chinja's thoughts and smiled. Although your mental power is outstanding, you must not let your guard down in the upcoming speed and strength assessments. Remember, the more excellent you are, the more resources you can obtain after enrollment. For those who are extraordinary, sometimes being humble will only make you less favored. You need to have a trump card, but the strength you should show cannot be hidden, otherwise, how will others see you and cultivate you? This matter may not be a secret, but it is definitely not a rule that common people can know. The city Lord Lin telling Chinja this now is a reminder, guiding him. Chinja nodded in understanding. Don't worry, City Lord. My goal is to become a transcendent being. Ha ha. Good, you have ambition. I await the day you become transcendent. The city Lord Lin certainly does not truly believe that Chinja can become transcendent. After all, it is very difficult. Over the past few centuries, how many extraordinary beings have emerged, yet only a few have reached transcendence? Talent, determination, willpower, resources, and so on are all indispensable. You should go rest now. After all the academies complete the mental power test, we will proceed with the speed test. With so many students, the city Lord Lin also couldn't be too close to Chinja, in case it led to gossip. Chinja responded and stepped down from the stage, walking to Io's side. Congratulations, Chinja. Ios winked at Chinja. He knew the true level of Chinja's mental power. You, kid, should also work harder and show your recent cultivation results. Chinja patted Ios on the shoulder. However, due to his racial talent influence, Ios's mental power is innate and cannot grow through later cultivation. This means that his mental power results had already been reflected in Chen Hongyue's small test, scoring level 4 mental power, which is enough to be considered impressive at the intermediate level. Don't worry. Ios gave Chinja a smile that suggested good news was coming and followed the group of test takers toward the testing chamber. Chinja was not worried at all. Although Ios's mental power could not grow, it was still powerful enough to be valued by those in the Extraordinary Academy, so getting into the academy was completely no problem. As Chinja felt an unfavorable gaze, he turned to look and found it was Lu Lin. Having suffered setbacks under the city Lord Lin, Lu Lin directed all his anger at Chinja. In Lu Lin's eyes, all the humiliation stemmed from Chinja. Ha! Chinja turned around and coldly laughed, completely indifferent to Lu Lin's gaze. The new round of testing began. Because Ios didn't have to hold back and could use his full mental power, the changes happening in his testing chamber immediately attracted everyone's attention. Another student has reached intermediate mental power. What kind of luck has the Linhai base city run into this time? Just these 2 extraordinary individuals with level 4 and 5 mental powers will let Linhai base city gain 3 times more extraordinary resources than in past years. It seems we need to report this to the academy. We have to secure these 2 students by obtaining tremendous resources. More than 10 ordinary extraordinary academy teachers, upon seeing another student reach level 4 mental power, began to brainstorm. They knew they would have to secure the 3 level 5 teachers from the Extraordinary Academy for Chinja. When it came to teaching resources, they could not possibly compete. But for this level 4, they felt there was still a possibility to contend for, yet if they knew that this level 4 achiever was Ios, the son of the Wolf King, they probably wouldn't think this way. The smile on Lord Lin's face never faded, it was almost blooming, and even his posture straightened up a lot. After the test ended, Ios walked out of the testing chamber and looked back at the monitor, feeling satisfied when he saw the display showed level 4. Lord Lin couldn't help but praise him, as besides Ios's outstanding performance, there were also more than 10 candidates who reached level 2 psychic power, which was quite good. These students will be the strong support resources for the coastal base city in the future. The stronger the extraordinary individuals who emerge from the coastal base city, the more resources the city will gain, and the faster the growth will be. In the future, it would even be possible to raise the base level again. So Lord Lin had already thought it out. He planned to talk to those old folks in the management committee after the tests concluded. They have enjoyed a comfortable life for long enough,
It's time they bled a little to give certain rewards to the students who performed excellently in the assessment. This way, they can understand the good that the coastal-based city has done for them. Shenjo, of course, did not know what Lord Lin was thinking. He approached Ios and celebrated with a fist bump. One wave after another, the academy continued the assessment, and after the first round of psychic power tests, nearly one-third of the participants were eliminated. Shenja felt that the extraordinary world was too cruel. Even those eliminated students, though they were mutated extraordinary beings, would still have their realms improved in the future, but the final result would be that they could only become clerical extraordinary beings, having levels without combat power.
Alright, students who did not meet the standard will automatically exit.
The remaining students will be regrouped for the second assessment, speed, announced the teacher in charge of the assessment, pointing towards the high-speed track on the right side of the testing area. This time, Shenju was placed in the first batch, and so was Ios. Just as the host teacher was about to announce the start of the assessment, Teacher Yang from the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Institute suddenly spoke up. Hold on a moment.
The host teacher was a bit confused, and Lord Lin asked in bewilderment, Teacher Yang, is there a problem?
Teacher Yang smiled. Lord Lin, don't misunderstand, I just believe that the student named Shinja has very high psychic power. This can allow extraordinary beings to achieve combat effectiveness 2 to 3 times higher, or even more. So, I think the regular speed assessment would be too easy for him. We should increase the difficulty a bit.
Increase the difficulty for Chinja? Lord Lin's mouth twitched, wondering if Chinja would faint upon hearing these words.
However, Teacher Yang showing special attention to Chinja was a good thing. It proved he was concerned about Chinja. After all, he was a teacher from the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Institute, so Lord Lin naturally had no objections. The other 2 teachers from the Extraordinary Institute were gritting their teeth in anger and cursing Teacher Yang for being despicable, taking action at this moment.
Chapter 139. Teacher Bai from the Magic City Extraordinary Institute was also unwilling to back down. Now that Teacher Yang from the Imperial Capital had spoken, it would be easy for Lord Lin to say a few words in front of Chinja, making Chinja develop a good impression of the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Institute. I Ming absolutely could not allow this to happen. Such a good ceiling could not be snatched away by people from the Imperial Capital. I think the same thing, Lord Lin. Know that extraordinary beings contend against the heavens and struggle against the earth, but ultimately it's about breaking their own limits. I want to see exactly what level this student Chenja can reach. Lord Lin was stunned. Even Teacher Bai from the Magic City said so. He couldn't help but look towards Teacher Zhang from the Longhua Extraordinary Institute, who had been silent. Teacher Zhang was a middle-aged man over 50, and he smiled slightly upon meeting Lord Lin's gaze. What the 2 teachers said is correct. I also hope to see a uniquely different speed test. As he spoke, Teacher Zhang waved his hand towards the speed testing field, and a bracelet left his wrist, flying over and landing on the ground, where it surprisingly formed a mysterious metallic figure with different densities on the track. Van Titan Metalman. Master Lin exclaimed. This is an extraordinary energy device. The Van Titan Metalman is known for its hard strength. Even if Master Lin, a 1-star golden level expert, strikes with all his might, the Van Titan Metalman will leave no trace, showing its immense value. Seeing Teacher Zhang take out the Van Titan Metalman, Teacher Bai and Teacher Yang nearby were gritting their teeth in envy. The metal Van Titan is incredibly hard, and when made into a Metalman, its speed is greatly enhanced. It serves as an ultra-high training method for exceptional individuals to improve their speed and adaptability. When using it for testing, they will randomly move and attack the tester. During the test, Chenja must demonstrate not only his own speed but more importantly, his reaction speed. Otherwise, if he crashes into the Van Titan Metalman at full speed, he will definitely lose consciousness, not to mention it will also attack the tester. The Longhua Extraordinary Academy is indeed generous, bringing along a Van Titan Metalman, Teacher Bai said, glancing mockingly at Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang laughed heartily. Is it valuable? For us at Longhua Extraordinary Academy, it's not that big of a deal.
His tone was full of boastfulness. Teacher Yang from the Imperial Capital scoffed coldly, turning her head away to avoid looking at Teacher Zhang from Longhua.
Teacher Zhang naturally knew the 2 were quite annoyed, but unfortunately, who told Longhua to have the largest Van Titan metal mine in the entire Dragon Kingdom?
Others could only envy that. Master Lin stood by, his lips twitching. These 3 big shots were subtly competing, and as the lowest level city master of a base city, he found it awkward to interrupt. Chenju was still unaware that the 3 teachers from the extraordinary academies were indirectly squabbling over him. This was tough for the students in the second round of testing. They had learned about the Extraordinary Academy's assessment content, and now there were so many metalmen suddenly appearing on the track, leaving them all puzzled and glancing at each other.
Wait, why is this different from previous assessments? Maybe it's because there are teachers from the Extraordinary Academy participating? Impossible.
In the past, there were also teachers from the Extraordinary Academy involved in assessments, but there were never metalmen during speed tests.
Did you notice that this metalman is very special?
Everyone debated, but most of them were locals from Lianhai who had never seen a Van Titan metal man.
However, one person wasn't, Lu Lin.
He was in the next round of testing, not far behind Xingzhu in the first round.
He practically shouted it out. God, it's actually a Van Titan metal man. Does an extraordinary academy assessment really need to go to such great lengths? Are they trying to make it impossible to pass the speed test?
His voice wasn't small, so many people heard him and felt like they had heard of Van Titan metal before, but they were completely confused about what it really was.
Lu Ershao, what is this Van Titan metal man? Can you explain it? Someone couldn't help but ask Lu Lin out of curiosity.
At this moment, Lu Lin felt like he was rising to the occasion, secretly cursing these bumpkins for not knowing about the famous Van Titan metal man. He wore a proud expression, his little thoughts exposed. Everyone knew, but since it was a test, they gave Lu Lin some face and urged him to explain quickly. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Lin cleared his throat and said, Van Titan metal is one of the 5 hardest metals in the world today, a unique precious metal of our Dragon Kingdom. It is incredibly valuable and one of the top materials for making energy devices.
What do you think its value is?
The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that a simple assessment would require such a precious energy device, and they began to worry deeply about the test. It's over, the difficulty has increased.
How can we possibly pass this? That's what I'm saying.
My speed is barely enough to meet the minimum speed for a 1-star extraordinary red iron.
It's over, if I can't pass, my parents will kill me.
A female extraordinary being had a sorrowful face, her eyes were already red. Chenju exchanged a glance with Ios and said, It's strange, why did they change the assessment content without telling us?
I haven't heard anything from team leader Chen.
Io shrugged, looking completely baffled, and after a moment said, Maybe the recent tense situation is raising the difficulty to select better talents. Chenja thought about it and felt Ios might have a point, then said, Forget it, what's done is done. Since he couldn't change it, Chenja didn't want to waste any more brain cells on it.
Quiet.
The host teacher loudly interrupted everyone's discussions. This year's speed assessment has slightly changed. These vanadium titanium metal beings will randomly change positions during your tests. You must adapt, as they can attack. As soon as this was said, countless students started to complain, making it hard for the host teacher to continue.
Quiet. Lin Chengzhu had to step in. As extraordinary beings, can't you bear such a small difficulty? How can the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of humanity, be entrusted to you? Do you think the Extraordinary Academy provides resources for free?
Since you enjoy this honor, you must understand the responsibilities that come with it. Anyone who is dissatisfied, anyone who feels incapable, can leave immediately. Don't waste time here. Lin Chengzhu's cold gaze swept across, and no one dared to meet his eyes, obediently shutting their mouths.
All right, the assessment begins.
Lin Chengzhu was unhappy with the reactions of the group. It made teachers coming to participate think the Extraordinary Academy of the seaside base city was filled with weaklings.
Chenja shrugged.
Instead of complaining, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, the previous speed tests had been too easy, and now it was getting interesting. The first round of tests began, with over 100 people participating simultaneously, including Chenja and Ios.
Go for it. Don't worry.
The two motivated each other, and at the teacher's command, they both surged forward at the same time.
Chapter 140.
A total of 100 people were testing simultaneously, and the two had the fastest reactions among them.
I'll go first.
Chenja transformed directly into a werewolf, his beast form on all fours, charging out like lightning.
I'm coming too.
Ios was not to be outdone, directly transforming into a werewolf to chase after Chenja. Currently, Chenja was heading straight for the finish line, but after advancing for a brief distance, a vanadium titanium metal being blocked his path. The host teacher had mentioned before that the vanadium titanium metal beings would attack the assessors, so Chenja didn't want to waste time negotiating and planned to go around the metal being. Unfortunately, he underestimated the being's speed. Just as he attempted to change direction, the being reappeared in front of him, blocking his path.
Damn, is this teleportation?
Chenja hadn't noticed how the vanadium titanium metal being appeared in front of him. Luckily, Chenju was quick to react and immediately transformed into a half-beast state, launching a punch at the vanadium titanium metal being.
Straight punch. As his fist drew close, the vanadium titanium metal being mirrored Chenja's punch. Chenja secretly thought, was the metal being planning to trade blows?
Chenja's fist struck without hesitation, but the moment his fist collided with the metal beings, Chenja regretted it because he felt as if he had hit a mountain that couldn't be shaken at all.
Foolish.
Chenja cursed himself. Its body is made of one of the hardest metals in the world, vanadium titanium.
Going head-to-head with it is like hitting a rock with an egg.
After thinking this through, Chenja had already tried to retract his fist, looking for ways to dodge or bypass the opponent. Unexpectedly, his fist felt as if it were stuck to the fist of the vanadium titanium metal man. No matter how much he pulled and tugged, he couldn't move it at all.
It's over.
If he couldn't break free immediately, it would definitely take a lot of time, and this was a speed test. Time was the most crucial factor. But soon, Shinja noticed something surprising. All 100 test trainees were trapped, not a single one could get past the vanadium titanium metalmen blocking them. In the stands, Lord Lin watched the situation with great concern. Although the assessment increased in difficulty, the test results would likely be lenient, given the circumstances, but based on the current situation, the results would definitely be terrible. Even if the time limit was relaxed, the final outcome would not be ideal. At this moment, Shinja was also anxious. If this continued, the test results would be dreadful, and he absolutely would not allow this situation to happen. But right now, his fist was indeed hard to free. Suddenly an idea struck him: since he couldn't break free, why not test their strength against each other? With that in mind, Shinja used his other hand to swing a punch directly at his trapped fist, using his own strength to help himself break free. The punch was a hook, hitting the spot where Shinja's fist intersected with the vanadium titanium metalman's fist, using the force from the side to knock the two fists apart. He succeeded. After breaking free, Shinja showed no signs of hesitation. He swiftly sidestepped the vanadium titanium metalman. No matter how strong he was just an energy tool. On a mental level, he could not match a human. Losing a relative target caused the vanadium titanium metalman to stumble forward, giving Shinja the chance to dodge. Shinja took a sidestep and immediately lunged forward, successfully avoiding the vanadium titanium metalman blocking his way. Roar! Amazing! Shinja, go! The onlooking trainees, who hadn't yet participated in the assessment, cheered loudly, rallying behind Shinja. Among them, Lu Lin had a dark and terrible expression, his tightly clenched fists dug into his palms because he was gripping them too hard. Damn it, he actually got past them. This group of vanadium titanium metalmen is utterly useless. Although Shinja had avoided the metalman, he didn't relax at all, because two more vanadium titanium metalmen were already appearing ahead, blocking his path tightly. If he wanted to avoid them now, he would have to veer off his forward route, taking a long detour, which would greatly increase the time. Damn, these guys are really clingy. How long do they need to block me? This was just a speed test, and Shinja couldn't understand why they had to place these metalmen here, and they were way too tough to deal with. However, soon Shinja felt a surge of excitement as he noticed his heart rate speeding up and the flow of blood throughout his body racing 3 times faster than before. This was a sign of awakening a new skill. Wasn't this feeling only experienced when facing monstrous, malignant beings? Why am I feeling this way facing the vanadium titanium metalmen, who aren't even real enemies? What he didn't know was that, although the vanadium titanium metalmen posed no lethal threat to him, they were indeed a true form of obstruction. The relationship was adversarial, so his heart naturally viewed the vanadium titanium metalmen as enemies. Shinja hadn't anticipated that he could awaken a new ability during the assessment, which naturally made him happy, even making the frustration of being entangled by the metalmen disappear. I wonder what kind of ability I will awaken this time. If it can help my speed, that would be great, allowing me to take the lead in the test. Shinja thought, but his movements showed no signs of slowing down, instantly transforming into a vampire bat. Transformed into a bat, he swooped upward, planning to fly over from above. He couldn't believe that the vanadium titanium metalmen could fly as well. In fact, the vanadium titanium metalmen really couldn't fly. But they would jump, and the height was astonishing. On the viewing platform, Teacher Zhang smiled. This student named Shinju is quite clever, but unfortunately, he is still too naive about the methods of the vanadium titanium metal people. He had an expression on his face as if to say, just wait to see the excitement. Lord Lin couldn't help but say, Teacher Zhang, the speed test originally did not include the vanadium titanium metal people. Now, increasing the difficulty is no longer consistent with the test standards, and to have the vanadium titanium metal people fully obstruct him might be going a bit too far. Lord Lin was already quite dissatisfied, hoping that Teacher Zhang could be a little more restrained. Unexpectedly, Teacher Zhang laughed heartily. Lord Lin is worried about his own students. Don't worry, since the difficulty has been increased, the assessment results will certainly be different. I don't know about others, but I will handle it appropriately. Before Lord Lin could respond, Teacher Bai from the Magic City mocked, Teacher Zhang really knows how to play the game. You've done the deed and you're still speaking good words. Truly worthy of the style of the extraordinary academy in the Magic City. Teacher Yang from the Imperial capital also teased from the side. Lord Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. He would not participate in the open and hidden struggles of the three, but if the results harmed the assessment students from the Lin High Base City, he would definitely not let it go. At this time, Shinju actually stopped, leaving everyone greatly puzzled. The entire venue fell silent. Why did he stop? Could it be that he is going to give up? Lord Lin also became anxious. If not for his status, he would have rushed directly into the testing ground. Teacher Yang's eyes flickered, a bit surprised as he said, he is actually trying to awaken at this moment? Chapter 141. That's right, originally transformed into a vampire bat, Shinja wanted to rush past the two vanadium titanium metal people blocking his way in one go. But as he approached, he suddenly felt his heart stop. There was not even a weak beat, and he knew he was about to awaken. With no choice, he could only stop to revert to his human form and land on the ground. The two vanadium titanium metal people did not immediately accelerate to block him due to Chinja's retreat. This was their system setting. Their goal was to block all approaching beings. As long as they did not get too close, their systems would not react. Chinja's current state was like being hit by a freezing spell, standing still. After a few seconds, as his heart beat for the third time, it began to thump wildly, and a layer of dark, otherworldly energy immediately wrapped around him. At the scene, at least they were all mutants, familiar with the awakening of abilities. Oh my god, he actually awakened a new ability during the assessment. It's hard to tell if this is good or bad. One student shook his head and sighed. You must know that awakening an ability takes time. In the speed test assessment, this equates to falling behind and giving competitors a chance. Just like now, other students from the same batch were approaching Chinja. The whole process was only 100 meters long, and in just 1 second, a significant distance could easily be opened up. At this moment, Chinja was completely immersed in the awakening of his new ability. He still felt no improvement in any aspect of his body, completely unaware whether his new ability was a vampire skill or a werewolf skill. This sense of confusion lasted about 3 to 4 seconds before Chinja realized something. He felt as if his body had become extremely light enough to feel as if he was floating in midair, even though he clearly stood on the ground with both feet. Yet, his consciousness felt as if it were adrift in the air. This feeling was not just about his body becoming light, but there seemed to be some kind of pulling force moving his body. He was entirely absorbed in this state of consciousness, but the outside world was different. Voices of astonishment rang out, with many people rubbing their eyes. Am I seeing things? Did he just move? If he didn't move, how did he get over there? I don't know, I must be dreaming. How could I see 4 or 5 Chinja moving? Teleportation? No, he's only at the extraordinary red iron 1-star level. How could he do that? I must be seeing things. Many people felt deep doubt about what they saw, but some others had a brilliant sparkle in their eyes, thinking of a possibility. You didn't see it wrong, this is probably the new ability that Chinja has awakened. Ah. If that's true, then his new ability is too incredible. If he uses it in battle, he could catch the opponent off guard or use it as a sneak attack. It's a sure kill. Everyone discussed animatedly. For just a few seconds ago, Chinja had stood still, but suddenly moved to the right. No one saw how he moved. He was already 5 positions away from his original spot. Not only that, but between his original and new position, there were 3 afterimages of Chinja, showing just how fast he moved. Those testing students were too low in level to see clearly, but the teachers in the stand saw it vividly. This was a moving technique. Although it was only at the entry level, it was still an extremely extraordinary skill. It's a vampire skill, Shadow Flash, exclaimed Teacher Yang. I truly didn't expect it. The increase in difficulty was meant to see how far his potential could reach, but I didn't expect it would force him to awaken Shadow Flash, which is an amazing movement skill. Teacher Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Teacher Zhang squinted, his gaze towards Chinja filled with heat. In the distance, among the onlookers, Chen Hanhua and other special team members were now excitedly high-fiving each other, happier than if they had awakened a new skill themselves. Well done, Chinja. With this new skill, you shouldn't even break a sweat in the speed test. Jean Li exaggeratedly waved her fist. In her eyes, Chinja had become the undisputed first in the speed test, and no one could shake that position. Just with 1 Shadow Flash, Chinja evaded the activation range of 2 vanadium titanium metal beings. The student who had previously approached Chinja deviated and ended up crashing into the 2 vanadium titanium metal beings. He cursed Chinja's whole family in his heart, but it was his own fault. Who told him to have bad intentions and planned to use the still Chinja? Now, he ended up with nothing. Not far away, Io couldn't help but shout, "Good job, Chinja." He had wanted to intervene but hadn't had time because of the entangled vanadium titanium beings. Now, seeing that student suffer a loss on his own, he felt thrilled. Oblivious to all this, Chinja was still exploring the technique of Shadow Flash. At this moment, he already knew that the newly awakened ability was the Shadow Flash of the Vampire clan, and he was overjoyed. Once he memorized the entire trajectory of the Shadow Flash ability, Chinja opened his eyes. He looked ahead, and apart from the vanadium titanium beings, there were no other students in sight. Looking behind, the nearest student was still 4 to 5 positions away from him, and he smiled slightly. Just then, a student crashed into the vanadium titanium being, and unfortunately, the direction of the crash was exactly where Chinja was. Chinja sensed it, Shadow Flash. For the first time, he activated the Shadow Flash skill proactively. He had already planned his route ahead, so he directly activated Shadow Flash to leap 4 to 5 meters, right next to a vanadium titanium being. The system activated, and that vanadium titanium being swung its arm toward Chinja. When its arm was less than 30 centimeters from Chinja, he activated Shadow Flash again. The arm of the vanadium titanium being only struck the afterimage left by Chinja. The body had long pulled away to a safe distance from him. If viewed from the sky, Chenju was darting between the vanadium titanium metal people like lightning, each time precisely triggering the mechanisms of the metal figures. Unfortunately, the metal figures could not obstruct him at all.
2 minutes and 32 seconds, Chenju reached the finish line. Impressive. Wow, watching it got my blood boiling, my palms are sweaty.
As Chenju kept appearing and disappearing, everyone's gaze was focused on him. Every time he got close to the vanadium titanium metal people, everyone held their breath, afraid he would get stuck inside and have a hard time getting out. Among them, only Lu Lin was cursing him continuously, and he spat hard when Chenju arrived safely at the finish line first. Chenju looked at the countdown display. When he saw 2 minutes and 32 seconds, his heart sank a little, as this was far beyond the normal assessment range, and he started to feel anxious. I wonder if this counts as successfully completing the assessment.
If he, the one who finished, was nervous, then how about those who hadn't finished?
They were all anxious and irritable. These vanadium titanium metal people really were hard to deal with.
Chapter 142.
Chenju was the first to reach the finish line, and Lord Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling on his face. 2 minutes and 32 seconds. I wonder how the three teachers view this result? That expression was not a question at all, it was simply showing off. The three extraordinary academy teachers certainly wouldn't expose Lord Lin's thoughts. Other ordinary students' teachers wanted to join in, as Chenju's displayed strength was too outstanding. If they could recruit him as a student, it would surely boost the performance of the whole academy. But upon seeing the three extraordinary academy teachers, they felt like deflated balloons.
No matter how much they spent, they could not compare to those top extraordinary academies.
According to the same assessment within the academy, the result is indeed somewhat lacking. However, considering he is an extraordinary Iron Star and hasn't entered the academy system for study yet, this result is quite good, said Teacher Zhang, speaking honestly. Chenju's result is indeed low compared to those who are already students of the extraordinary academy, but for Chenju's current identity, it's an extremely impressive achievement.
Though teachers Bai and Yang couldn't stand Teacher Zhang's smugness, they found no way to refute his words, for they were facts.
Indeed, very good, rare. He awakened Shadow Flash a bit late. If he had that skill when the assessment began, the test results would have been under 1.5 minutes. Both teachers expressed their views, and Lord Lin knew they were speaking the truth, but no matter what, Chenju passed the assessment with an excellent result. The test finally ended. The second person to cross the finish line was nearly 5 minutes behind Chenju, and Ios was the third to finish, less than a minute behind the second place. The last one took a full 17 minutes and 45 seconds, a score that was indeed far too poor even with the vanadium titanium metal people in play. Of course, this was the thought of the three extraordinary academy teachers. For the other ordinary extraordinary academy's teachers, it was still quite acceptable. Alright, we got the results we wanted, so there's no need to continue with the vanadium titanium metal people, Teacher Zhang said, once again tossing out the bracelets and recalling all the vanadium titanium metal people. This scene excited all the assessment students, cheering as it proved they wouldn't have to face those vanadium titanium metal people, of course excluding Lu Lin, who viewed it as an insult and contempt.
Teachers, why don't we have the vanadium titanium metal people? Do you look down on us?
Lu Lin, being the second batch of test takers, was very close to the platform, and he stepped forward to question the teachers on stage.
The other students around couldn't help but murmur. Is he crazy? Isn't it better to be a little more relaxed without the vanadium titanium humanoids getting in the way? He insists on questioning the teacher. I think this guy must be crazy.
Lu Lin shot a glance over, and the chatting students all shut their mouths. They dared not offend Lu Lin, who was a disciple from a prominent family.
The Lord of Lin chuckled lightly. It's not that I look down on you.
There was originally no test, it was just that Teacher Zhang from Longhua Academy had a sudden idea. The Lord of Lin didn't want to take the blame, so he directly pushed it onto Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang from Longhua Academy cursed the Lord of Lin in his heart as a sly old fox, but on the surface, he remained composed, smiling at Lu Lin. The vanadium titanium humanoids also need energy crystals. They just consumed too much. If they continue to use them, it will only cause unnecessary trouble.
When the energy crystals run out, just add more.
Lu Lin had no sense at all. Teacher Zhang just didn't want to assert his status to intimidate people. He found an excuse to dodge the topic, which anyone could tell was an excuse. Smart people wouldn't pursue the topic further, but unfortunately, he ran into Lu Lin. Faced with such an impudent questioning from a newcomer, Teacher Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, showing his displeasure.
Are you questioning me? Teacher Zhang's tone turned cold, making Lu Lin's bodyguards in the distance sweat nervously, wanting to rush over and cover their young master's mouth.
Lu Lin felt a chill all over his body. He realized that he was facing a peak 5-star golden rank, someone he, a mere 1-star red iron, could not question. Lu Lin bit his lip hard, daring not to speak again. At the right moment, the Lord of Lin stepped in to break the awkwardness. Alright, the second round of assessments has begun. The first batch, including Shinja, walked out of the testing area to the side. Ios whispered to Chinja, I think the earlier use of the vanadium titanium humanoids was just to increase the difficulty for you, wanting to see how far your potential could go. When the vanadium titanium humanoids were put away, Chinja understood, shaking his head with a bitter smile, thinking, what did I do to deserve this? However, he awakened a new skill, so the result was ultimately good. I see that the 3 teachers from the extraordinary academies all hold you in high regard. It's already a done deal that you will enter the academy, Ios sincerely advised. If all 3 teachers extend an olive branch to you, which one do you plan to choose? Chinja looked ahead without any hesitation, the extraordinary academy of the imperial capital, my goal has always been the same. Good, you will definitely be fine. I hope I can also pass the assessment of the extraordinary academy, preferably the imperial capital's extraordinary academy, so we can be classmates again, Ios truly thought so. Having a familiar classmate or close brother by his side would make him very happy and at ease. Chinja turned to him and smiled, don't worry, your performance is also extremely excellent. You should know that in the mental power assessment, apart from me being a level 5, you are the only level 4. Entering the extraordinary academy is definitely no problem. The speed assessment had ended, and except for the first batch whose results were suspiciously uncertain, everyone else had passed the speed test. After all, every extraordinary person focuses on speed training, even those whose awakenings pertain to physical strength or transformation prioritize speed training. Just like Zhou Haojuan from the special group, who awakened strength but was definitely not slow either. With 2 assessments completed, the participants took a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, the final test would be conducted, strength. Sitting on the steps to rest, Chinja watched the staff bringing the testing machines for fists and legs. In fact, the machine was very simple in structure, there was a striking target in front with a sensor connected to a display at the back. The display was cylindrical, marked with power measurements in grams at equal intervals. The lowest is 100 kilograms, because among the evaluated trainees, there are transformants, and a first-star transformance strength is at least 100 kilograms. The highest is 1,000 kilograms. It's not just about reaching this number, in fact, for extraordinary individuals, the Red Iron 3 star's highest strength is also just 1,000 kilograms. This time, the trainees participating in the evaluation at the coastal base city, the highest is also the Red Iron 3 stars, like Lu Lin. The break time is up, and the host teacher announces the start of the final strength assessment. This time, Chinja and Lu Lin unexpectedly end up in the same group. Things have gotten a lot more interesting. Chapter 143. As the 2 walked towards the testing equipment, Lu Lin deliberately stepped closer to Chinja and sneered softly. Chinja really couldn't be bothered to deal with such a person, but Lu Lin insisted on making his presence felt. So what if your mental power is high, and you're fast? In battle, whoever's strength is stronger is the victor. How can you, a Red Iron 1st star, compete with me, a 3-star? Lu Lin looked down on Chinja with a haughty gaze, he was full of confidence. Chinja had received much praise in the first 2 rounds of testing, and he wanted to defeat Chinja in the strength test, making him fall from the sky to the bottom, shattering his pedestal. Chinja didn't even bother turning his head, he merely glanced sideways at Lu Lin and said lightly, then you better not disappoint me. Lu Lin's blood pressure rose in anger because of Chinja's attitude, which left him feeling insignificant. He just wanted the test to hurry up, he wanted to slap Chinja in the face and let him know what real pain feels like. The strength testing equipment was limited to 10, so 10 people tested at a time. The host teacher urged the students to complete their tests quickly, while the next round of testers waited behind them, making the rounds speed up. Chinja went to station 1, Lu Lin to 2, and Ios to 5. Because of Chinja, he could say that all eyes were on him, drawing everyone's attention, which made the other testing students feel overshadowed and dimmed. I wonder how strong this kid Chinja is. The city Lord Lin felt a little anxious, he didn't know Chinja's strength well. He hoped Chinja could also come first in strength, so that he would be first in all 3 tests, undoubtedly making a name for himself. Among the cheering squad of relatives and friends watching from afar, a few members appeared particularly calm. They were aware of Chinja's strength. Although vampires don't value strength, Chinja awakened not only the vampire lineage but also the werewolf, whose power is not weak. The test begins. As soon as the host teacher gave the command, the 10 testing students started to act. Chinja directly beastified his right arm, the entire right arm took on a werewolf beast form, and especially the hand visibly swelled up, the wolf claw was even twice the size of Ios's. Humph. Lu Lin caught sight of Chinja's werewolf beastification and sneered, under the gap of realms, even if you enlarge your fist to the size of a grinding disc, it won't matter. Now, let you see the power of the Red Iron 1st star's Earth ability. The Lu family's inherited Earth ability does indeed cause the Rocky Fist's power to geometrically increase, presenting a formidable attacking force not to be underestimated. Lu Lin was not skilled in boxing but in leg techniques, so he directly turned his right leg into rock. With a booming shout, he launched a powerful kick at the target. With a loud bang, there was a booming sound as the air was compressed, demonstrating the strength of this kick. Then the cursor on the test instrument column instantly shot up, skyrocketing from 500 kilograms, drawing gasps and astonished exclamations, making other testers in the group fade even more from notice. The cursor rose quickly, 505, 600, 605, until it slowed down at 900 kilograms. Even if the cursor stopped at this moment, the force of Lu Lin's kick was indeed not light.
It can be said to be outstanding.
In the stands, a teacher from the Extraordinary Academy nodded in approval. No wonder he is a direct descendant of the Lu family, a prestigious clan in Fengcheng. His blood is pure, and his earth-based abilities are exceptional. The academy where this teacher worked was located in Fengcheng, so he was certainly generous with his praise for Lu Lin. Although there was some suspicion of favoritism, Lu Lin did indeed perform excellently, with several teachers nodding in approval, acknowledging that Lu Lin's power was remarkable, making him a good prospect. Some teachers felt that this was merely the normal performance of an Iron Red Tier 3 extraordinary, and there was no need for such flattery. Lu Lin maintained a calm expression even when he saw the cursor stop at 900 kilograms, because he knew the result would be far more than that. Sure enough, after a pause of about 2 seconds, the cursor rose again, reaching 1,000 kilograms, making him a standout even among those of Iron Red Tier 3. Once again, gasps of astonishment erupted around him, and Lu Lin savored it immensely. He glanced at Chen Zhe, who had not yet made a move, deliberately raising an eyebrow in provocation. "Aren't you going to take your turn? Don't tell me you've been frightened into inaction. It's normal if you only weigh 200 kilograms, after all, you're just Iron Red Tier 1. At first, Chen Zhe didn't want to stoop to Lu Lin's level, but Lu Lin's repeated provocations enraged him. Chen Zhe coldly sneered, "Let me show you just how far apart our talents are. Let's let the facts speak. I can talk big too." Lu Lin would never believe that Chen Zhe could be very strong. Chen Zhe took a deep breath. He actually wanted to just play around and not make too much of a show. It was just an assessment, after all, and as long as he could smoothly enter the Extraordinary Academy, that would be enough. Now, gathering all his extraordinary energy, he prepared to test his limits, while iOS, who had already calculated his result, shook his head helplessly. "Old Chen is about to get serious." A nearby student exclaimed, "From what you're saying, can Chen Zhe's strength truly rival Lu Lin's, who is Iron Red Tier 3? That seems improbable given their two-tier difference." iOS offered little explanation, "Just watch for yourself." Chen Zhe made his move. To others, his arm's punching speed seemed slow, but the teachers in the stands felt differently, instinctively standing up, some even rising fully. How is that possible? He's only Iron Red Tier 1, how could he have such power in his punch? What on earth happened at his awakening? Could he be a descendant of a hidden noble family? The teachers speculated about Chen Zhe's background, believing him to be practicing outside as a descendant of a hidden noble clan. With a loud bang, it wasn't just the sound of air bursting. Chen Zhe's punch actually smashed the target to pieces, leaving it utterly destroyed under that force. The fragments from the broken target flew into Lu Lin's face, but he was beyond disbelief. If there were special effects, his face would now be covered in countless handprints. The cursor on the measuring column shot up like it was on a rocket, climbing straight to 600 kilograms, already higher than Lu Lin's starting point, and without any pause, it continued to rise rapidly, instantly reaching 1,000 kilograms. Thought that was the end? Chen Zhe shocked everyone for the third time because the measuring column had marked scales, but there was still a blank area above. If the cursor reached that area, although not clearly marked with a specific weight, it would indicate that it exceeded 1,000 kilograms. At that moment, Chen Zhe's cursor was indeed hovering in that blank area, indicating that the power of his punch surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Impossible, he must be cheating. He's just an Iron Red Tier 1 extraordinary, how could he achieve a punch exceeding 1,000 kilograms? This time, Lu Lin's outcry did not attract mockery. Instead, many people thought in their hearts, could it really be true? It is simply beyond common sense. Chapter 144. The atmosphere became whispering under Lu Lin's lead. Although no one shouted loudly, it was clear that the situation was a bit beyond expectations. If it couldn't be calmed down, this matter would definitely become a stain on Chen Zhe's reputation later. The host teacher also couldn't make up his mind and could only look to Lord Lin for help. Lord Lin knew he had to step in. He stood up and walked to the edge of the viewing platform, not directly answering Lu Lin's question, but instead looking at Chen Zhe. "Chen Zhe, can you unleash another punch with all your strength?" Chen Zhe did not answer immediately but sensed the condition in his body and nodded to Lord Lin. "I can." "Good." Lord Lin waved his hand. "Since Lu Lin doubts the accuracy of your testing device, now you will use the device in front of him to test your punch again. If he still finds the result problematic, then this lord reasonably suspects his own test results are also flawed, and we will retest." These words left Lu Lin speechless. If Chen Zhe could still deliver a punch with a force exceeding 1,000 kilograms and Lu Lin still had doubts, then his proud expression earlier would be no different from that of a clown. No matter how much he suspected in his heart, he had to swallow it back down. However, Lu Lin was sure Chen Zhe could not do it, so he felt no worry as he took a few steps back, conceding the device. "Please go ahead, Chen Zhe." Each word he spoke was heavy with mockery, and his face wore an expression of eager anticipation. Chen Zhe didn't even spare him a glance and walked straight over.
This time, he didn't even gather momentum, he just threw one punch. This was unexpected for everyone. After all, didn't Chenja just finish testing? Wasn't he supposed to adjust his internal energy? Was he really going to throw a punch so quickly? Countless eyes were glued to the cursor, which did not stop and shot straight to 1,000 kilograms. Seeing this result, Lu Lin was already grinding his teeth in hatred. Regardless of whether Chenja could eventually exceed 1,000 kilograms, this result was enough to smash Lu Lin's face. Chenja stood calmly in front of the testing device, as if all these results were already expected by him, without a hint of surprise or joy. Ding! The cursor rose again, entering the blank area exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Seeing this result, Chenja shrugged and turned to Lu Lin. What do you say now? Do you still doubt the result? Chenja raised an eyebrow at Lu Lin, and the meaning in his gaze was very clear. If Lu Lin admitted it, then Chenja was stronger than him. If he denied it, then Lu Lin's test result was also 0. Lu Lin bit down hard on his lower lip, nearly drawing blood. His expression shifted between anger and despair, wanting to say something but unable to open his mouth. He wanted to question, but to question would result in his own failure. Lu Lin believed he had used all his strength in that last kick. If he tried again, he would definitely not achieve the same result. In that case, it was not Chenja who would be humiliated, but him. Seeing him silent, Chenja huffed coldly and turned away, not bothering to talk to him anymore. At this moment, Lord Lin spoke. Since no one disputes it, I announce Chenja's test results are valid. Let's not waste more time. Next group. Following that, one group after another of students underwent testing, but no particularly outstanding students emerged. Chenju and iOS completed all assessments, waiting in an open area for the teachers to make their final selections. Lu Lin stood far away from them, not wanting to see Chenju at all, fearing that he might die from anger. Old Chen. iOS nudged Chenju's arm. Look at the teachers on the platform, they are all glancing your way, either intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that after everyone finishes testing, they will come down to pick you. Chenja smiled slightly. Your performance wasn't lazy either. Rest assured, you definitely can enter the Extraordinary Academy. Not to mention that iOS performed very well, plus his identity. The Extraordinary Academy will definitely give the Wolf King some face. This is also a way for both sides to build a good relationship. iOS nodded. I think so too. Don't worry, wherever you go, I'll go. Chenja looked at iOS with surprise, smiled, and said nothing. Once all the students completed their assessments, all the supervising teachers began to organize all the data. After the data was sorted, it was passed on for Lord Lin and others to review, and each major school selected their favorite students. Of course, the climax was snatching each other's students. There were only a few good candidates, and the probability of being chosen repeatedly was high. At this moment, it all depended on the teacher's means of persuasion. To win someone over, they naturally had to offer benefits. The school gave a general framework before they set off, but the benefits weren't much, as this was only for one student from the coastal city. The other base cities had already completed their assessments, and many excellent students had been recruited by the major schools. After Lord Lin reviewed all the data, he smiled and nodded at the other teachers, loudly announcing, "Okay, next is the teacher recruitment time." As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen teachers disappeared from the stands in a flash, moving so fast it was astonishing. Lord Lin shook his head and smiled wryly. However, the three teachers from the Extraordinary Academy did not move. Their target was very clear, Chenja. Chenja originally stood with iOS, but was suddenly dispersed by the influx of teachers. Now, a dozen teachers surrounded Chenja, while other students naturally had other senior students led by different teachers to recruit them. Their most important target was Chenja. "Chenja, I am a teacher from Xiqing Extraordinary Academy, my surname is Shen. Our academy is really looking forward to your joining. You can rest assured, as long as you agree to join our academy, we promise to give you an A-level energy device, whether it's offensive, defensive, or supportive, you can choose. An A-level energy device is worth 50 million. In addition, after you enroll, you will receive 100 recovery potions each month, 100 replenishing potions, and we promise a scholarship of 10 million every year." Wow! After hearing this series of numbers, Chenja was utterly astonished. The strength of Xiqing Extraordinary Academy was only average among the national fried rice academies, yet they were willing to offer so many resources, showing their eagerness to recruit him. Don't listen to him, our Haicheng base city is an A+ level base city. Besides the cultivation resources provided by the country every year, the base city also offers substantial support. Additionally, our academy ranks among the top 20 extraordinary academies nationwide. If you agree to join our academy, you will receive a set of A+ level intelligent protective armor, 10,000 credits, an ability element awakening stone, and a dark attribute assassination skill set that matches your vampire racial talent, the 3-step slash, along with a scholarship of 50 million per year. Wow! This teacher spoke loudly when announcing the benefits. Everyone present was stunned, and the entire venue went silent.
Even the surrounding teachers fell silent as they all felt embarrassed to mention their own benefits after hearing the advantages offered by the Haicheng-based City Extraordinary Academy, as there was no comparison.
Chapter 145.
The teacher from Haicheng Extraordinary Academy appeared confident. Even if it was the Extraordinary Academy, he was not afraid. The Extraordinary Academy had money and resources, but it also had many talented students. Chenja had performed remarkably, but he still had not reached the level of a top-notch genius. Therefore, he was confident that the resources offered by the Extraordinary Academy could not surpass theirs. Chenja looked at this teacher with slight surprise. He truly did not expect such a substantial offering.
This kind of benefit, let alone him, a resourceless orphan, wouldn't even someone like Lu Lin, a scion of a wealthy family, couldn't help but feel jealous.
Sure enough, seeing Chenja being flattered by many teachers, Lu Lin nearly ground his teeth in anger, especially after hearing the benefits offered to Chenja by the Extraordinary Academy of Haicheng. Lu Lin was on the verge of losing his composure, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles turned white.
Damn it, what is so great about Chenja that he can receive so many olive branches from various academies?
It would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous. He wished it was him being flattered by so many teachers right now.
Lu Lin, have you considered joining our academy?
At that moment, a senior from one of the academies approached Lu Lin with a smile, asking if he would be willing to join. Lu Lin glanced at the badge pinned to the senior's clothing and snorted in disdain. With an academy like yours, do you really think you're worthy of recruiting someone like me? Such an outright contemptuous remark made the senior frown, the smile on his face instantly turning dark.
Do you look down on our academy?
The senior was already angry. Although their academy might not be the top tier, it was certainly not one that Lu Lin could disdain so lightly. Lu Lin had no idea how serious his rudeness was. All his thoughts were focused on the three teachers from the Extraordinary Academies present who were not yet finished. He was proud and arrogant, convinced that he was qualified to enter an extraordinary academy.
Don't get in the way, get lost. Lu Lin waved his hand impatiently.
The senior gave a faint cold smile. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, you ignorant fool, so you understand what the gap is, and that there are always people better than you. If you lack strength, just accept your fate. Being proud only shows your stupidity. The senior's words were already quite rude, and after hearing them, Lu Lin's eyes widened in fury. You're asking for death. He actually raised his leg and kicked with a whip kick toward the senior in front of him. The sudden fight took everyone by surprise.
The senior looked at Lu Lin's attack with disdain. Is that it? Too weak.
With the same whip kick, Lu Lin's leg was easily brushed aside by the senior. I know your goal is probably the 3 extraordinary academies, but you also need to know that talents at extraordinary academies are like cabbages, countless and hard to stand out among them. This statement, though rough, holds truth. The Linghai-based city is too small and weak, and Chenja has not been able to see the world outside. Talents in extraordinary academies are numerous, making it difficult to obtain rich resources. Chenja certainly understands this, and he nods firmly. Of course I understand, but the more challenging it is, the more I want to pursue it. As an extraordinary person, remaining in peace without competition will only cause myself to regress, weakening my drive to become the strongest.
Well said.
A figure lands. It is Teacher Yang from the imperial capital, looking at Chenja with appreciation. You are a good kid, with ambition. As extraordinary beings, it is inevitable to struggle against heaven and earth, but the more important thing is to compete with oneself.
Only by constantly pushing oneself to break through limitations can one grow and improve.
Chenja's words resonate deeply with Teacher Yang. His arrival causes other teachers to clear a path. It's not that they don't want to compete, but the face of the Extraordinary Academy must be respected. Although the Extraordinary Academy and the Academy are independent, their connections are intricate, even resembling a superior-subordinate relationship. Many teachers from the Extraordinary Academy come from the Extraordinary Institute, holding very important positions within the Extraordinary Academy. Sometimes, the Extraordinary Academy can even receive benefits from the Extraordinary Institute. Teacher Yang moves, and teachers Bai and Zhang cursed this old fox for making the first move as they jumped down from the stands. Now, only Lord Lin remains in the stands. He finds it awkward to stay and also walks down, eager to see what resources the 3 extraordinary academy teachers will offer. Teacher Yang comes to Chenju and says, "Let me introduce myself. I am a teacher at the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy. My surname is Yang. I hold you in high regard and would like to invite you to join our Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy.
The only benefit I can offer you is one." Only one benefit?
The Grand Extraordinary Academy is actually this stingy. Even those far inferior to them, like extraordinary colleges, offer rich rewards, yet they can only provide one competent benefit? However, the benefit offered by the Extraordinary Academy still piques everyone's curiosity. What could it be that would attract Chenja's attention amidst the other 2 academies and numerous colleges? I wonder what this benefit is. This is the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy, Chenja's only goal. He suppresses his inner excitement and asks Teacher Yang what the benefit is. Teacher Yang scans the crowd and smiles slightly. This benefit is
Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Teacher Yang is very pleased with the effect. This is the advantage of a strong academy. What he says makes others think for a long time, speculating many things. Teacher Yang deliberately does not say immediately. Beside him, Teachers Bai and Zhang exchange looks, their expressions changing drastically, with Teacher Bai exclaiming, "Teacher Yang, you can't be referring to." Shocked, he cannot finish his sentence. Teacher Zhang can no longer contain himself. "The Super Divine Tower, your Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy really is generous." The Super Divine Tower? What is that? Why have I never heard of it? Many students find the three words unfamiliar, but some who know of it have their expressions change drastically, unsure of how to express their astonishment. Even Lord Lin standing nearby is stunned, his expression frozen, even forgetting to breathe. The Super Divine Tower is a treasure land that countless extraordinary beings dream of entering to cultivate, and the entire Dragon Country has only one at the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy, established many, many years ago when the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy was founded. 5 founders of the Extraordinary Academy in the Imperial Capital spent countless amounts of extraordinary energy and materials to create it. It is said that just spending 1 hour inside the Super God Tower will bring endless benefits, attracting extraordinary individuals, but it is not something just anyone can enter. Either one must achieve great merit or genuinely possess extraordinary talent with a bright future, otherwise there is no chance to enter. This alone shows how much the Extraordinary Academy values Chenja. Many teachers are surprised, as Chenja's displayed abilities are indeed strong, but he cannot be considered a top genius. The Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital is actually offering the Super God Tower as a condition, which they really find difficult to understand. Could it be that the Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital thinks Chenja has the potential to become a super god? Perhaps this Chenja truly has talents that I cannot see. Unfortunately, our academy cannot provide such a high-level benefit. The Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital is indeed spending big, showing Chenja's importance. Unfortunately, many of the teachers' own Extraordinary Academy cannot offer too many valuable resources, leaving them to watch an excellent seed slip away right under their noses. After Teacher Zhang mentioned the Super God Tower, Teacher Yang smiled and said nothing, not denying it, indicating it is indeed a good benefit. After a long time, Teacher Yang slowly spoke, "It is the Super God Tower. Our Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital only offers this one benefit. I wonder if it is enough." Everyone was stunned. Who would dare say it is not enough? Not to mention Chenju is only an extraordinary iron star currently, even diamonds, black gold, and transcendental level extraordinary individuals would be envious. Teacher Yang turned to Chenju, seeing him in a daze, and smiled to explain, "The Super God Tower is a crystal tower crafted by 5 super gods back in the day. It contains abundant extraordinary energy, comprehension consciousness, extraordinary battle skills, and other powerful treasures. Not to mention anything else, just this comprehension consciousness can greatly benefit extraordinary individuals. How many transcendental level extraordinary beings would sign a pledge to serve the Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital for 10 or even 100 years just to enter the Super God Tower?" Ah! Chenja's expression gradually froze, his mouth wide open, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the first time it had raced like this outside of battle. His fists gradually clenched tighter, feeling the unusual stirring. Logically, racial instincts shouldn't change easily, yet just hearing about the Super God Tower's abilities made his heart thump wildly. This can only indicate one thing: he must obtain the Super God Tower. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Bai had the words of benefit on the tip of their tongues but did not say them because the Super God Tower was too strong enough that even if it were the only benefit, it would be worth 10 or 100 others, they would gain nothing. So both simply stopped talking. Teacher Bai even clapped from the side. Then truly, congratulations to Teacher Yang for gaining this excellent student Chenja. Teacher Zhang's mouth twitched. Although he was unwilling, he still pretended to congratulate them blandly. They had already decided that Chenja would choose the Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital, and not choosing would be foolish. Teacher Yang looked surprised at the two, but understood that they must know they had no competition and simply did not fight for it. Dazed Chenja saw City Lord Lin, who was eagerly signaling to him, looking very funny in his anxiousness. Teacher Yang did not continue, he just quietly watched Chenja. Chenja knew Teacher Yang was waiting for his choice, and without hesitation he said, "My original goal was the Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital. Thank you, Teacher Yang, for your kindness. I choose the Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital and wish to become a member of the Academy." Good. Teacher Yang laughed heartily. "Since that is the case, from this moment on, you are a first-year student at our Extraordinary Academy of the Imperial Capital. I have high hopes for you, and I hope you can continue to work hard and not forget your original intentions after joining the Academy." Don't forget your original intention. The students understand. Chenja answered serious and sternly. Chenju was extremely excited, and so were the members of the special team like Chen Hongyue in the distance. They were even more thrilled than Chenja, cheering loudly. Chen Hongyue looked at Chenja, unable to help but sigh. She initially didn't want to give up on this experimental subject, but she never expected Chenja's growth performance to astonish her so much. Io stepped forward to give Chenju a big hug, but before he could say anything, Teacher Zhang pulled him away, since Chenju couldn't bring him in. This son of the Wolf King, with decent mental power, couldn't be taken by anyone else. Teacher Bai was slow to react, so mad that his mouth twisted, looking at Teacher Zhang with fiery eyes. Ios had never seen such a scene. He suddenly felt lost, constantly sending desperate looks for help to Chenja. Chenja shrugged, looking helpless. But he knew that regardless of what benefits others offered, Ios wouldn't care. He wanted to enter the same school with him, continue being classmates, and be brothers. Sure enough, Ios declined Teacher Zhang, then rejected Teacher Bai, and other teachers from colleges that had lost out on the recruitment. Finally, Ios walked up to Teacher Yang, who wanted to smile proudly, looking unbearable. Teachers Zhang and Bai hated him, wishing they could beat him into a pig's head. Of course, neither of them was as strong as Teacher Yang. In the end, it was uncertain who would really turn into a pig's head. Ios, your performance was also great. You are more than qualified to join our Capital Extraordinary Academy. Do you wish to? Ios nodded. The student is willing. Good. Teacher Yang nodded. Then from this moment on, you are also a member of our Capital Extraordinary Academy. As for the benefits, rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. Regarding whether the benefits were good or not, Ios didn't care but still expressed his thanks to Teacher Yang. Next, other students successively chose their preferred academies. Lu Lin certainly couldn't catch the eye of the three academies. Watching Chenju and Ios join the Capital Extraordinary Academy, his face fell. Clearly, the other students just glanced at him accidentally, yet he felt their gazes were full of disdain. Chapter 147. Around 4 o'clock in the evening, all the admissions were completed. A total of 3,147 people had finished the admissions. Originally, there were some who passed the assessment, but none caught the eyes of this group of teachers, leaving them to be chosen again by other colleges. This was a matter for another time. After the host teacher announced the end, Mayor Lin gave a speech, which was nothing more than some praises and encouraging words. Finally, he said, because our coastal-based city has extended the extraordinary assessment for 3 months, it is already 3 months late, so starting today, you must report to your chosen academy within 1 week. Being late means giving up. Ah. No way. This is too rushed. The students below complained. They hadn't even packed up their things to celebrate what had already been confirmed, and those who were uncertain still had to wait for replies from the second-round colleges. In short, there were just too many things to do. It was just too rushed. Chenju and Ios didn't mind. One was an orphan, and the other was an outside illegitimate child. Returning to the Wolf King tribe to celebrate was clearly unrealistic. For them, whether it was a day earlier or later made no difference. The only thing they couldn't let go of was the members of the special team. Chenju looked toward them in the distance. Upon seeing him, they immediately smiled and waved. Chenju smiled and nodded. Everything was arranged properly, and after Mayor Lin announced the end, everyone dispersed. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful. Chenju and Ios turned to prepare to meet with the special team members. Tonight, Chenju would treat them to a meal because the special team members had taken very good care of him. It has been several months since they left, and Chenju certainly wanted to celebrate with everyone. Chenju, Ios. Teacher Yang called out to the two. Go back and prepare well. I look forward to seeing you at the Extraordinary Academy in the Imperial Capital. Teacher Yang said with a smile. We do too, the two answered in unison. As the two approached the special group members, Zhou Haojuan directly squeezed them both in. Good kid, not bad at all. You've really brought face to the special group leader of the Linhai Bay City. That's the Extraordinary Academy in the Imperial Capital. Exactly, don't forget us once your strength increases. Even though Koi usually acted carefree, she became sentimental at this moment, her eyes turning red. Chenja burst into laughter. Koi, you really don't fit this little girl act. Of course, Chenja felt a myriad of emotions in his heart, saying this was just a joke to lighten the sad atmosphere. As expected, Koi waved her fist and punched Chenja's shoulder. Are you looking for a fight? Don't forget, it was me who invited you to join the special group. I'm your senior. Yes, senior. Their banter drew laughter from everyone, and the sad atmosphere disappeared. Chenja quickly said, Tonight, I'm treating everyone. We won't stop drinking until we're all drunk. In the special group, drinking alcohol isn't taken lightly, so when Chenja said this, everyone looked at Chen Hanyue. Chen Hanyue rolled her eyes at everyone and then smiled. Alright, it's a happy day. We'll make an exception this time. We won't stop until we're all drunk. Great. Everyone cheered. That night, they chatted while offering their blessings and reminders to Chenju and Ios, happily drinking together. In the end, even though they tried to control it, they still drank a bit too much. When Chenju woke up the next day, it was already past 10. He exclaimed, this was the first time since becoming extraordinary that he woke up so late. He hurriedly washed up and rushed out of his room to the monitoring hall, where he found only Chen Hanyue, Qingmu, and Wenhu present. You're awake, Wenhu giggled. Chenja scratched his head in embarrassment. It's my first time drinking so much. Ha ha. Wenhu covered her mouth with a fan and laughed. Once you enter the Extraordinary Academy, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink with your classmates during classes, training, and battles.
Just try not to drink too much, and never let drinking interfere with your work.
Chenja nodded. He wasn't someone who drinks a lot, so he naturally wouldn't drink often.
Behind him, Koi, Ios, and Zhou Haojuan all gradually woke up and came to the hall, exchanging hearty laughs. Those who were drunk feared their friends, recalling events from the night before. Chenja and Ios had already become students of the Extraordinary Academy.
The special group would still keep them as team members and reserve members, but they wouldn't have to participate in everyday tasks anymore. Here are 2 cards, each with 10 million.
Chen Hanyue pulled out 2 cards. Seeing Chenju and Ios' shocked expressions, she smiled. This is your reward for entering the special group of the Extraordinary Academy. The rewards from the management meeting, City Lord's office, and Shenlong City Defense Officer will arrive shortly.
Ha! Chenju was very surprised. Isn't this too much? What's wrong with it?
Koi took the cards and handed them to the 2. The rewards from the Shenlong City Defense Officer are given based on your previous performances, totally personal favoritism.
As for the management meeting in City Lord's office, that's what you deserve. You 2 entering the Extraordinary Academy in the Imperial Capital is a huge honor for Linhai Bay City. If there's a crisis in Linhai in the future, you will also be their backbone, so taking this is not being soft.
Chenja smiled bitterly, though what she said was true. Koi was a bit too blunt. As expected, Chen Hanyue shot her a glance. Be cautious with your words and actions.
Oh.
Koi playfully stuck out her tongue. Chen Hanyue said to the 2, her words may be blunt, but they are the truth, so take them. In the future, as much as possible, I still hope you remember that you come from Linhai. At the end, Chen Hanyue's voice was not loud and her expression was quite serious. She didn't want to trap the 2 of them morally, but Linhai was really too small, and the power was too weak. No one could predict what might happen in the future. What if there was another beast tide? A crisis that was even bigger and fiercer? Linhai simply did not have enough power to protect itself. That's why she had no choice but to say these words. Chenju exchanged a glance with Ios and said seriously, Team Leader Chen, you are being too polite.
No matter how far I go, Linhai will always be my home.
If Linhai faces difficulties in the future, I will not stand by. This was the truth. Chenju was not someone who forgot his roots just because he flew high. Linhai would forever be his home, it was his starting point and where his friends were. How could he turn a blind eye? Although Ios had not been in Linhai for long, he had been very happy during these few months. It was more joyful than any other place he had been before, and he had already integrated into it.
Me too. Good, no wonder you're excellent members of my special team.
Even though Chen Hanyue had prepared them, when they received the rewards from the management committee, Lin Chang and Shenlong, the city defense officer, Chenju was still speechless. The total bonus he received exceeded 50 million.
50 million.
It was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Compensations, restorations, food, and potions were all minor things. There were even energy crystal stones, and Shenlong, the city defense officer, had actually gifted them energy devices.
Chapter 148.
When Chenja and Ios looked at the 2 energy devices placed before them, they were stunned. The value was astonishing. Shenlong had also thought long and hard about it. The energy devices he gifted were very suitable for their characteristics. Ios' device was a 1-star energy gauntlet, which had 3 ability spikes embedded in it. There was a slot for an energy crystal on the back, and if an energy crystal was inserted, it could enhance the punching power by 3 levels. The spikes were made of super high alloy, capable of piercing through ordinary energy armor. As for Chenja, he received a bone snake short dagger. The dagger was the length of a forearm, and before charging, the bone snake was in an open state, appearing segmented and could be tucked into his waist. After pouring in ability energy, it could instantly close into a solid short dagger, perfectly suited for Chenja's vampire identity, allowing quick and bloodthirsty combat techniques to be used in combination. The members of the special team looked enviously at the 2 energy devices, and Chenju exclaimed that he had struck gold. The 2 of them made a special trip to the city defense officer Shenlong to express their gratitude. 1 week was indeed not long. Although Ios would not return to the Wolf King tribe to celebrate, if he dared not tell Madame Lin that he was admitted into the Extraordinary Academy in the Imperial Capital, Madame Lin would undoubtedly come over the next day to confront him. So when she learned that her son was admitted to the Extraordinary Academy, especially one in the Imperial Capital, Madame Lin's scream almost shattered Ios' eardrum on the other end of the phone.
Good job, son.
Mom will send you money and buy you energy devices, you mustn't fall behind in the academy.
Madame Lin enthusiastically spoke nonstop for half an hour. Ios looked at Chenja, laughing bitterly.
Chenja, however, felt a warmth from this, a feeling he probably would never experience in his lifetime again. Ios didn't have many things to deal with, but Chenja had important matters to attend to.
He went to the bank to handle a personal check.
Now he could be considered to have a large sum of money, and he needed to visit the orphanage after a few months away. He bought a lot of delicious food and fun items to take to the orphanage.
the little kids were all very happy to see him. Although they didn't fully understand what the extraordinary academy represented, when the director and teachers told them it was a place for very powerful people, they believed that Chinja must be the most powerful. The director's mother smiled as she watched Chinja play happily with the children. After Chinja stood up, she stepped forward to congratulate him and expressed her gratitude for his generous donation of supplies. Chinja took out a check and handed it to the director's mother. Ever since he started working, he would visit the orphanage every month. When he had more money, he would donate cash, and when he earned less, he tried to buy useful items for the orphanage, so the director's mother was not surprised. However, when she saw the amount on the check, she was almost shocked enough to drop it. Aja, this is too much. Now that you have entered the extraordinary academy, there will be so many places where you'll need money. It's also my fault as the director, the number of children in the orphanage is increasing, but our funds are tight. I feel very guilty asking you for money every month. This amount is too much. I can't accept it. 10 million. The check was for 10 million. Chinja, however, held the director's mother's hand. He knew that the orphanage received funding from the Lord's office, and there were donations from various sources. It was more than enough to support the orphans' good growth until they reached adulthood and left the orphanage. But the director's mother wished for the orphans who left here to live the lives they desired, just like children from normal families. Therefore, she wanted to give these children a better start, an education, and if she noticed any capable ones who could awaken their potential, she would generously support them without hesitation. During times of financial shortfall, the teachers would take on some manual work to fill the gaps, all to ensure that the children here could have brighter futures. Whether Chinja's intentions were sincere, the director's mother could see that, which is why he continued to send money every month despite his own hardships. Director, don't worry. I'm already extraordinary, and earning money as an extraordinary person is very easy. This amount is nothing for me, but it can sustain the orphanage for a long time. Please take it. After Chinja's persistent persuasion, the director's mother reluctantly agreed, realizing that this money could indeed sustain the orphanage for quite a while. That day, Chinja cooked with the children in the orphanage and left only after dinner. Later, he went home to pack a bit. He had a storage ring, so he could store as many things as he wanted without needing to drag a suitcase. During this time, he talked to OSI, he also had almost finished packing, and they still had 6 days until they reported. It took 3 days by the super high-energy train to get from Linhai to the imperial capital. They decided to arrive a bit earlier to familiarize themselves with the environment. Neither of them had been to the imperial capital, and Chenja felt a bit excited. So they stayed another day in Linhai, and under the special team's escort, they boarded the super high-energy train. Honestly, this was Chenja's first time on a super high-energy train, and he felt a bit overwhelmed with excitement. OSI had ridden it before, but Chenja was alone. OSI had 2 bodyguards accompanying him, which was the result of his repeated refusals, otherwise, Madame Lin would have sent 10 or 8 along. They had a private compartment with 2 comfortable single beds, a bathroom, shower, small refrigerator, and a TV, everything was like a miniature hotel room. The 2 bodyguards stayed next door, ready to respond quickly if there was any disturbance. As for the super high-energy train, aside from traveling between cities, most of the route passed through sea areas. The tracks were hundreds of meters above the water surface, a necessary measure since there were more magical extraordinary beings in the water than on land, and being too close to the water could easily lead to attacks from those magical creatures. Thus, the super high-energy train felt as if it were flying in the air. They hadn't reached the golden level of 3 stars, so they couldn't fly with their own powers. Of course, Chenja could become a bat and fly, but the height was ultimately limited. Although he had to stay on the train for 3 days, Chenja did not feel bored. However, the excitement he originally felt did not last long, as something strange happened on the train that night. It was already past 11 at night, and Chenja and Ios were sitting cross-legged on their respective beds, cultivating, with a piece of energy crystal liquid awarded by Shenlong floating in front of them, absorbing its energy. Suddenly, the super high-energy train jolted, which was common, but Chenja immediately opened his eyes and wanted to get off the bed, only to find himself unable to move. The reason he opened his eyes was that he felt a powerful and vast strange energy surrounding them, and Ios also opened his eyes a few seconds later after Chenja. Old Chen, something's not right. Chenja wanted to nod, but his head wouldn't move, so he could only speak, be careful, there may be something strange on the train. As soon as he finished speaking, a wailing sound like a ghost crying rang in his ears, just like the spirits in the movies. Was the super high-energy train haunted? Chapter 149. Ios thought for a moment and exclaimed, could it be the undead race? Undead race? Chenja shook his head, the undead race was a very mysterious group. It wasn't that they lived in seclusion, but because their racial characteristics were too strange, they rarely showed up. Even if they stood in front of you, if they didn't display their racial traits, you would never know they were undead. Having the undead race on the super high-energy train from Linhai to the imperial capital, and being so high-profile that people could notice them, didn't fit with the style of the undead clan at all.
That's why Chenja felt it was impossible.
Let's observe and remain vigilant at all times. One cannot be careless, who knows what may happen.
There could be no mistakes on the way to the imperial capital.
If they were late, it would be considered giving up. After finally getting this opportunity, Chenja did not want to lose it.
The two sat cross-legged on their beds, releasing their mental energy but didn't dare to spread it too far to attract each other's attention. They tried to minimize their presence as extraordinary beings, which made it much easier to handle things while hiding in the shadows. If the other party harbored evil intentions, it was also better to hide themselves and catch them off guard. Time passed little by little, and the ghostly wailing echoed throughout the carriage. Chenja heard someone scream and the sound of fright, but the corridor was quiet without any footsteps. Clearly, they were terrified, yet no one left their compartments, which didn't make sense. Thinking of this, Chenja immediately got up, got off the bed, and walked to the compartment door to try pulling it open, and sure enough,
the door is locked by a force, I can't open it.
Chenja turned to Ios and said.
What? Ios hurriedly got off the bed to check, indeed. No wonder there are no footsteps in the corridor. What could their purpose be? Could it be just to scare people? So far, Chenja had not sensed any death energy. With his vampire racial talent, he was a half-living dead and was quite sensitive to death energy. He didn't feel any death aura, at least in their compartment area, indicating that no one had died due to the current weird situation. If it's just to scare people, that's too twisted. Who could it be? Chenja wondered. There were extraordinary security forces on the super high-energy train. Although they might not be very strong, they were still extraordinary. Making such a big noise, it could get out of hand. Disturbing public safety as an extraordinary being was a serious crime and could easily lead to a trip to the extraordinary criminal court. The strange sound lasted for a full half-hour before suddenly stopping. It ended very abruptly, along with the terrified screams disappearing. For a moment, Chenja's consciousness became a bit fuzzy, but he immediately became alert. The glow of his strange energy flickered in his eyes, and his mind quickly cleared up. He hurriedly looked at Ios and found that the latter's eyes were blank and his body swayed slightly. This was very familiar to Chang'e, hypnosis. Wake up! Chang'e used his psychic energy to jolt Ios, who immediately came to, drenched in cold sweat. I was hypnotized. Ios quickly understood what had happened to him. Chang'e nodded, his eyes becoming sharp. It seems the opponent is not just playing games, he must be plotting something. But what could be on this train that would make him go to such lengths to hypnotize everyone? Now was not the time to sit still. Chang'e moved to the door, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled with slight force. The doorknob broke with a crack, and the door swung open. Chang'e cautiously peeked his head out into the corridor. The corridor was pitch black. It should have been brightly lit, but now it was shrouded in darkness, with no shadow in sight. Aside from his compartment being open, all the other compartments had their doors tightly shut. You can come out. Chang'e nodded at Ios, then stepped out of the compartment first to check the nearby cabins. The reason Chang'e was not overly worried was that even though the cabins were quiet, there was still no deathly stillness, suggesting that everyone was merely asleep due to hypnosis, safe and sound. Ios also stepped out to check the other side. Lao Chen, it's all very quiet, but I can sense their steady breathing. They should just be in a hypnotic sleep. What do we do now? Since the other passengers were not in immediate danger, Chang'e felt it best not to disturb them. So he said, let's head to car 9. I remember the extraordinary security is there. Let's go take a look. Their compartment was in car 1, so they had to walk a long distance to get to car 9, passing through the restaurant along the way. Cars 2 to 8 were all soft seats with many passengers, so the one behind all this might be hiding among them. They couldn't afford to be careless. After agreeing with Ios, the two walked towards car 2. Fortunately, the door between car 1 and car 2 was not locked and opened easily. The interior was still in complete darkness, with only the artificial moonlight streaming in through the windows so they could see. Chang'e was very alert, keeping a psychic barrier around his 3-meter radius. He had practiced the psychic control manual and had a rough understanding of how to control his psychic energy. Those like him, with a psychic level of 10, could practice, otherwise, it could only be called mental power, like Ios's. Even if someone were to launch a surprise attack, Chang'e could respond at the fastest speed possible, ensuring a safe distance. So far, neither of them had found anything suspicious. The passengers looked like they were peacefully asleep, slumped in their seats. As they approached the end of the car, Chang'e accidentally kicked something underfoot. He looked down and saw a fruit. His first instinct was not to think much of it, assuming it was a fruit that a passenger had accidentally dropped. He raised his head, ready to continue walking, but the next moment, he looked down at the fruit again, his eyes filled with shock. What's wrong? Ios, seeing Chang'e stop and appear uneasy, quickly approached to ask. Chang'e pointed at the ground, and Ios looked surprised. Following his direction, he said, "Isn't that just a fruit? Why the fuss? Although this fruit does look rather peculiar, I've never seen it before." Given Ios's background, he had seen and eaten various fruits from different regions, but he found it strange that there was a fruit he had never encountered before. There is only one possibility. This fruit is a unique special product from the extraordinary virtual world where the Red Moon world. It is worth a fortune and cannot be obtained by ordinary people. If I'm not mistaken, this fruit is probably a pseudo-extraordinary fruit. What? Ios was confused. He had heard of extraordinary fruits, which are extremely rare, with just one having over a 50% chance of awakening an ordinary person. They are produced in unbelievable scarcity, and to obtain them, one needs not just money but also status, channels, and many other factors. But how could such a clear and vibrant fruit appear right before him? Chapter 150. Shinja crouched down to pick up the fruit, and after careful observation, he became even more certain that it was the pseudo-extraordinary fruit he had seen in the coastal base city before. But weren't all those reverse species wiped out? Although the incident had been left unresolved due to the beast tide attack at the time, he was sure it was that group of reverse species. After all, he hadn't seen any pseudo-extraordinary fruits since then. Now, a high-energy train starting from the coastal base city had unexpectedly revealed one. Could it be that there were reverse species on this train, planning to steal and take the pseudo-extraordinary fruit away from coastal city to spread this evil fruit to other base cities? Shinja first stored the fruit in his storage ring, then said to Ios, "Check every person in this carriage again to see if there are any reverse species." Ios nodded. He knew the seriousness of the situation. Reverse species are unforgivable. The two of them split up and thoroughly rechecked all the passengers in this carriage, but they found nothing abnormal. This meant there were no reverse species or extraordinary beings among these people, not even any mutated individuals. This fruit might have been passed over from another carriage. "Let's check there," Ios suggested. Shinja remained silent for a moment, pondering, then said, "What you mentioned is just one possibility, but we can't rule out another." "What is it?" "That is, this reverse species could be an ordinary person. After all, it's easier for an ordinary person to slip through unnoticed. In everyone's minds, reverse species are either mutated beings or extraordinary beings, and suspicions usually fall on ordinary people, creating a fixed perception. So the reverse species may actually do the opposite, having an ordinary person responsible for transporting such a critical item." After hearing Shinja's words, Ios thought he made a lot of sense. "But right now, we have no other options. They are all ordinary people, we can't just arrest all of them, right? It's not easy to manage the situation on the train." Ios analyzed their current predicament. With limited conditions, it was impossible for Shinja to control all these people and investigate them one by one. Shinja understood this as well, so he didn't have such plans. No matter what, they needed to find the extraordinary security personnel first before making any decisions. After leaving the second carriage, they entered the third one. To Shinja's surprise, he found two more pseudo-extraordinary fruits on the floor of the third carriage. Even pseudo-extraordinary fruits are incredibly precious. In such a short time, discovering three has raised questions about who could bring three pseudo-extraordinary fruits onto the train at once. I remember that after the appearance of pseudo-extraordinary fruits, the coastal base city has always investigated this matter very strictly. People have to go through thorough security checks when entering or exiting the station, and even storage rings can be scanned. Who could have brought pseudo-extraordinary fruits onto the train so smoothly? This was what truly worried Shinja. The other party's methods were too clever. If the pseudo-extraordinary fruits spread in the imperial capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. That area is the core region of the Dragon Country. If it were paralyzed, the outcome is beyond imagination. The twisted hearts of the reverse type are truly malicious and even crazy. The imperial capital is a place where masters gather. How dare they stretch their hands there? It's like seeking death, unless they have other support. After putting away the two fake extraordinary fruits into the storage ring, he began to check the passengers in the carriage. There were no anomalies, all were ordinary people. Then came car number 4, 5, and 6. Thankfully, he did not find any more fake extraordinary fruits, which eased Shinja's expression significantly. Otherwise, his heart couldn't have taken it. That would have been a disaster. Further ahead was the dining car. So far, besides Shinju and Ios, who were extraordinary, everyone else was ordinary people. At least the two had not detected any abnormal beings or extraordinary individuals, unless the other party's realm was much higher than theirs or they were skilled at concealment. Otherwise, it was impossible for them not to notice any anomalies. The dining car is just ahead. But at this time of night, could there be any guests? When the strange sound occurred, it was already midnight. There shouldn't be any guests in the dining car at this hour. Even if there were, it shouldn't be too many. Shinja nodded. There shouldn't be too many people, but the dining car operates 24 hours, and the environment is better than ordinary carriages. It's normal for guests to be in the dining car, plus there's the kitchen. We can't overlook it. Don't worry. Ios was no longer a rookie, he knew exactly what to do. Chenja pushed open the dining car door, and in that moment, the cold hairs on his body stood up as the originally dark dining car suddenly illuminated brightly, and at the same time, a palm-sized flying knife shot towards his face. Beast transformation. Chenja also reacted quickly, immediately transforming his arms into wolf claws to block in front of his face, taking the hit from the flying knife directly. Fortunately, the other party seemed only to be testing and did not exert much force. Even so, it still made Chenja stagger back a few steps and crash into Ios behind him. Ios also transformed into beast form, ready for battle. He braced his hands against Chenja's back, blocking the impact of the blow. "Who are you?" Chenju immediately shouted, questioning. Then he heard a woman's cold voice, "This is a question I should be asking you. Who are you?" Chenju looked over and found a woman appearing in front of him. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a full figure, and her long legs were longer than his life. The black tight-fitting suit perfectly showcased her figure, and her long brown wavy hair flowed behind her. Especially her red lips, simply fire red, adding an extra touch of seduction. "Sister." The phrase popped into Chenja's mind. If she didn't have a flying knife dancing between her fingers at this moment, he would have liked to compliment her. The woman looked sharply at Chenja and Ios. Chenja didn't know this person but recognized the bracelet on her arm. City Guard Squad. The City Guard Squad, although it had the title of City Guard, was actually a private armed force belonging to the city lord, generally undertaking very covert and inconvenient tasks. All this was told to Chenja by Jean Li after he joined the special team, so he recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Upon having her identity revealed, the woman was slightly surprised and became even more vigilant. "You actually know about the City Guard Squad. Tell me, who are you? Who sent you here? Are you here to rob the criminals? Who sent us here? Robbing criminals?" Chenja was a bit confused by the woman's repeated questioning. What is this all about? Wait a moment. Chenja instantly caught on to the main point in her words. Are you saying there are extraordinary criminals on the train? Chenju immediately frowned. This is against regulations. According to the rules, extraordinary criminals must be transported with special escort vehicles. How can you bring extraordinary criminals onto a high-capacity train? There are countless ordinary people on the train. Chapter 151. The cool woman didn't expect to be questioned back by Chenja, and Chenja was so clear about the rules for escorting extraordinary criminals. Tell me, who exactly are you? Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. That previous stab was just a test, but next time I won't hold back. The cool woman raised her eyebrows, her special power swirling around her body, and the flying knife dancing at her fingertips was like a spirit, but Chenja would never doubt its strong attacking power. Chenja also noticed that there were not only this cool woman in a tight black suit, but also two men. They sat on the chairs with their arms crossed, quietly observing, but from their sharp gazes, it was clear they were all masters, seasoned by countless battles. He didn't want to cause more accidental harm, so he immediately introduced himself. My name is Chenja, and this is Ios. We are freshmen going to the Extraordinary Academy in the capital. You are the guards of the city, Lord Lin? The cool woman let out a surprised sound, then her expression softened, and she looked at Chenju and Ios with a hint of admiration. You are the Chenju and Ios who performed excellently in the extraordinary assessment just a few days ago? This time it was Chenja who felt surprised. He didn't expect the other party to know him. Chenja nodded. That's right, it's us. The cool woman's expression completely relaxed, obviously realizing that Chenju and Ios were not bad people and were not here to capture criminals. She said, it's very dangerous on this train right now. You should not wander around, hurry back to your seats and play along like you're being hypnotized. Chenju and Ios exchanged glances, and they both noticed that in between the two silent men sat another person, but this person currently had a black cloth bag over his head, which should be the criminal the cool woman mentioned. That means when she spoke of capturing criminals, someone wanted to capture this person. The earlier wailing was caused by their side, and putting the passengers into a hypnotic state was all aimed at creating chaos to take advantage of the situation. An extraordinary criminal who can be escorted by the city guards must have a significant background, otherwise, they wouldn't go to such great lengths for escorting. This criminal, likely a male based on size, must have committed something heinous. Such a person must not be allowed to escape. After exchanging looks with Ios, Chenja said, we can help. I know you're strong, but the enemy's methods are strange and their numbers are unknown. Having two more people assisting will make you feel more at ease. The cool woman smiled. Since you know we are strong, you should also know that no matter how many they are, they cannot be our opponents. You are the freshmen of the Extraordinary Academy in the capital. The future of Linghai must not have any accidents. Hurry back. Since the conversation had reached this point, Chenja felt it would be ungrateful to persist. It would be like a hot face pressed against someone's cold rear. He simply nodded. All right, you two be safe. We'll be in car 1. If you need help within our capabilities, we are willing to lend a hand.
The cool woman lightly nodded and waved her hand to let them leave quickly. She no longer wanted to say much. Being so underestimated made Chenja feel a bit unhappy, and he didn't mention the fake extraordinary fruit. Chenja and iOS turned to leave the dining car, but just as they turned, Chenja immediately frowned. Not good, they'd made their move. What did you say? The cool woman's cold voice immediately rang out. What do you mean by that? As she questioned Chenja, she looked at her two companions, who were also puzzled and didn't understand what Chenja meant. Instead of answering the cool woman's question, Chenja quickly rushed toward the previous carriage to check on the passengers. After testing with his senses, his expression darkened. They are dead. The passengers here are the same, they have lost all breath. Ios checked several passengers, all were without breath. Chenja had suddenly sensed the breath of death earlier, which is why he urgently checked the passengers in the cabin. The beautiful woman followed up at this moment. You say they are dead? Can't you see for yourself? Chenja replied bluntly. The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, displeased with Chenja's attitude, but she knew it wasn't the time to get angry. After confirming several passengers were dead, her brow furrowed together. This is the consequence of bringing extraordinary criminals onto the train. Knowing that someone would come to rescue the criminals, you still did this. You are treating ordinary people's lives like a joke. Chenja harshly criticized the other party. He knew this might be a decision from above, something that the beautiful woman and the other city guards couldn't control, but so many people had died, and Chenja was furious. He couldn't just call Lord Lin to question him. I will overlook your questions because you care about ordinary people's lives, but what happens here is not something you can interfere with. Return to your compartment immediately. With your strength, self-protection should be no problem. The beautiful woman said and turned back without looking to regroup with her companions. Chenja's face darkened, and Ios was also displeased with the beautiful woman's attitude, still pretending to be aloof at a time like this, making people frustrated. Old Chen, what do we do now? What to do? They don't allow us to act, does that mean we do nothing? Chenja clenched his fists. We absolutely cannot let the person behind this take action again, we must find out who they are and resolve it. He slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze sharp and terrifying. This was the first time Ios saw Chenja like this and knew he was genuinely angry. For an extraordinary person to harm ordinary people was truly shameful, and to have killed so many at once, how could such a ruthless killer be easily let go to continue their misdeeds? I know you are anxious, but the other party is too hidden. How do we find them? The other party was really expert at hiding, no one knew how they struck. Chenja also knew Ios was right, someone who could cause so many deaths instantly yet remain undetected was indeed alarming. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on him. Dark systems of mental devouring. After joining the special unit, Chenja had received training in extraordinary knowledge from the Aoki system. Among extraordinary individuals, there were those who awakened dark system abilities, which were best at assassination, surprise attacks, and hiding methods that were truly troublesome and detestable. Ios frowned and said, but those who awaken dark system abilities are extremely rare, belonging to a small number of extraordinary beings. What kind of background does that criminal have to be able to use a dark system extraordinary to escape? Now is not the time to worry about their identity. If they really are a dark system extraordinary, then things would indeed become tricky, and we would be very passive. As soon as Chenja finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the dining car. Chenja exclaimed in alarm and immediately turned to run toward the dining car. At the moment he opened the dining car door, Chenja saw the beautiful woman and two male companions forming a triangle to protect the criminal in the middle, surrounded by shattered tables and chairs everywhere. Chapter 152. What is going on? Where is the enemy? Chenja only saw the three guards and the ruthless criminal alongside the debris scattered on the floor. There was still a feeling of death in the dining car, likely from the previous passengers and staff. But Chenja did not see the person responsible for all this. Seeing the city guards so on guard indicated the enemy was inside the dining car. Chenja immediately released his mental power to cover the entire dining car in search of the enemy's traces. But no matter how hard Chenja tried, he couldn't find where the enemy was, yet he didn't come up completely empty-handed. His sharp eyes were fixed on the chandelier on the dining car ceiling. Noticing his gaze, Ios followed Chenja's line of sight to the chandelier's position, but there was nothing there. At this distance, he could sense with his mental power that apart from the chandelier, he found nothing else, so he couldn't help but feel curious. Is there something wrong with the chandelier, old Chen? Why are you staring at it? I don't know. Chenja shook his head. I can't tell specifically, but I just feel something is odd there. The conversation between the two was not quiet, allowing the three ladies to hear them, so the lady in charge immediately turned to Chenja. Can you feel him? Him? Chenja was momentarily confused by the question. Who are you referring to? The lady in charge grew anxious. Of course it's the enemy, the one behind everything that's happening on this high-speed train, his accomplice. As she spoke, she pointed to the criminal in the middle. This person is currently inside the dining car, but his combat skill should have some type of invisibility effect, making it impossible to catch his breath even with mental powers. Chenja was shocked. He didn't expect such a mysterious ability. He knew that there were combat skills that could render a person invisible, but it was usually hard to escape the search of strong mental power. Yet, this enemy was able to conceal himself completely. It was truly amazing. Fortunately, his mental power was high, being strong enough to produce mental energy. He might not be able to confirm the enemy's actual presence, but this small doubt was enough. Chenja immediately pointed at the chandelier. I'm not sure if I caught a glimpse of his trail, but something seemed strange over there by the chandelier. Almost as soon as Chenja mentioned the chandelier, the three members of the city guard sprang into action. Leading the charge was the flying knife of the lady in charge. It was clear that among the three, she was the strongest, likely already a bronze-level expert. In less than a second, the flying knife shattered the chandelier into dust. Such a fierce attack still couldn't force the enemy to reveal himself. However, a faint splash of blood did emerge, confirming that they indeed found him. Seeing the result of the attack, the lady in charge immediately directed the flying knife to follow the trail of blood to chase after the enemy. She succeeded 2 more times, and when she attacked a 3rd time, her flying knife missed its target, and after a quick scan, she found no new traces of blood. The enemy has stopped the bleeding and concealed themselves. The enemy was not foolish. Knowing that blood traces would become a locator, they would certainly clean it up quickly. The enemy's strength was evidently weaker than the 3 members of the city guard. Invisibility was their trump card. Once they lost that, they wouldn't stand a chance against the 3. Chenja. Losing their target, the lady in charge immediately turned to Chenja. Chenja knew what she wanted to do and promptly unleashed his mental energy to search for the enemy's traces, not letting any suspicious details slip by. Southeast corner. Chenju immediately reported a location. I'll handle it. One of the male city guard members promptly opened his palm towards the southeastern direction, a water ball quickly forming and shooting forward. As a water attribute awakener, the water ball looked ordinary, yet it was surging with hidden power, resembling a giant vortex spinning rapidly inside. Once it struck its target, it would not only carry the impact force but also have the strong driving force of swirling water. 3 seconds later, Chenja saw the water ball freeze in midair as if it were experiencing some kind of resistance. It seemed the enemy was aware of this attack's power and was forcibly opposing the approach of the water ball. He. The male team member who launched the water ball sneered, "Is that all the power you have? No wonder you can only hide and sneak around." With that, he immediately increased the energy of his ability, and the water ball shattered the enemy's defense. Then, a scream echoed, revealing a thin figure in front of everyone. This strike broke the enemy's concealment technique, and the skinny man was thrown about in the air by the fierce flow of water. Finally crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. Cough, cough. The thin man spat out blood, his eyes glaring at Chenja with hatred. If it weren't for Chenja, he would have never failed this mission. No need to stare, you brought this on yourself. The lady with a cold smile said, "We knew he had accomplices, but we had no leads, and who would have thought you would actually come to rescue him?" Hearing the lady's words, Chenja frowned. Was it worth risking so many lives in the car just to draw out the criminal's accomplices? As if knowing what Chenja was thinking, the lady smiled, "Little guy, don't think of us as cold-blooded. Don't worry, these people are just in a fake death state. You don't need to know what methods we used." Chenja breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he knew these hundreds of people were not dead, he didn't care about the means used by the city guard. But Chenja still had questions that needed answers. Isn't the fake extraordinary fruit something you brought onto the car? Huh? What fake extraordinary fruit? How could we bring such forbidden items onto a high-energy train with so many people? The lady replied, indeed, she hadn't brought any fake extraordinary fruit, as the entire Linghai Bay city official hadn't captured any either. Chenja frowned and looked at the thin man. Then it must be you who brought it onto the car. Ha ha. The thin man coughed a few times and then burst into laughter. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? You'll never know. Upon hearing this, Chenja sensed danger. By the time he swiftly reacted to stop it, it was already too late. The thin man actually struck his own forehead, ending his life. No one expected this scene, not even the 3 members of the city guard, who were slow to act and watched the thin man die in a pool of blood. Damn it, he actually killed himself, and the clue is cut off again. The lady stared angrily at the thin man lying in the blood and then turned to the man in the black hood. Don't think anyone will save you, your accomplice has already committed suicide. Just wait for judgment from the extraordinary criminal court. Though the criminal couldn't see, he could hear everything happening in the cart. A muffled sound of fury came from under the hood, indicating that his mouth must have been sealed. 3 of you, the issue of the fake extraordinary fruit is serious. If it really wasn't him who brought it onto the car, then there might still be. Before he could finish, the sound of ghostly wails echoed again, and the 5 people present were all shocked. How is this possible? Didn't he just die? Yes, the thin man was indeed dead, but who could determine that the sound was coming from him?
Chapter 153. At the moment the ghostly cry sounded, the lights in the dining car instantly went out. The lady quickly warned her companions, "Be careful watching over the criminal, we must not let anything go wrong." Understood. The two men immediately flanked the criminal in the middle, releasing their mental powers to be alert to their surroundings. Chenja quietly reminded Ios, "There might still be enemies on the train, be careful. Now that we've disrupted their plan, we can no longer isolate ourselves, we might become their targets." The reverse species acted ruthlessly and inhumanely. How could they let Chenja go since he disrupted their kidnapping? The opponent's strength was far above that of Chenju and Ios, and with such strange methods, one wrong move could lead to disaster. "You too, be careful," the lady reminded, as throwing knives glinted coldly in the dark. Chenja directly released his mental power. Fortunately, his current mental power level was not high, otherwise, if detected, he wouldn't care about the criminal being held hostage, killing him would be the priority. Ios stood back to back with Chenja, each entrusting their backs to the other. The ghostly wailing initially sounded distant, then gradually approached their dining car. Chenja narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the location of the sound. It should be from the car ahead, so it wasn't coming from the carriages they had passed. "I should have known you wouldn't be easy to deal with. I didn't expect even the shadow would be kidnapped, needing me to step in. After hiding for so many years, I finally have to expose myself." A cold voice rang out. Although the voice had some changes, Chenja felt it was very familiar, he had only heard it recently. A few seconds later, Chenja realized who the voice belonged to. "You are the extraordinary security of the train," he exclaimed in shock. "What did you say?" The lady exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't expect that. The extraordinary security of the ultra-high energy train is supposed to check 3 generations, yet someone with ulterior motives managed to infiltrate, so there is a traitor." Chenja understood. Since there was a traitor, it made sense how the counterfeit extraordinary fruit got onto the train. "You brought the counterfeit extraordinary fruit onto the train, trying to harm people. This is simply insane." The person laughed coldly. "Don't guess with your foolish brain, such lowly tricks are beneath me. As for releasing the counterfeit extraordinary fruit, it was only to distract the security team's attention, to create a chance for the shadow to escape." He didn't hide it and directly stated his intentions. Hearing him say this, Chenja finally let out a sigh of relief since his target wasn't the ordinary people on the train, and as for distracting the security team, he had utterly failed. "You brat have ruined my good plans, rest assured, you will pay for this. Since you insist, oh." The chance of successfully attacking Chenju is too small, his ultimate goal this trip is to kidnap that criminal. So, of course, his target is that criminal. The 2 male city guard team members holding the prisoner immediately retreated with him, and the confident woman blocked the path of the traitorous extraordinary security guard, saying, "Your opponent is me. If you want to save him, you'll have to see if you can get past me first." The confident woman spun her throwing knife rapidly in her hand as she spoke. "The strength of the city guard team's first squad captain, Dushiru, is certainly not weak, but this time my target is only him. There's no need to fight to the death with you." The traitorous extraordinary security guard grinned, causing Dushiru and the others to frown, their spirits highly alert, fearing that this traitor had some sinister scheme. Chenju immediately focused his mental energy on locking onto this traitor. As long as he showed any signs of unusual movement, Chenju guaranteed he would strike first to stop him. This murderous criminal must not escape, otherwise, more people would face disaster. The traitor once again activated the high-pressure electric pistol. The previous attack was just a buildup of energy. After all, the power of the high-pressure electric pistol is astonishing but has a downside: it requires some time to recharge after each use. However, this time the target of the traitor's attack was not a person but the ceiling of the dining car. Chenju was puzzled when he saw the attack directed at the ceiling, but he quickly recalled something and exclaimed to stop him, "Oh no, hurry and stop him from attacking the ceiling. That hit will definitely be too much for it to bear. If he pierces through the train's ceiling at such high speed, the pressure will lose balance, and the consequences will be unimaginable." Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. They all understood the potential outcome. If the train cars were damaged and the pressure lost balance while traveling at such high speeds, the cars would instantly disintegrate, causing the high-energy train to derail. There were hundreds of people here. Under loss of consciousness, how many could survive? Chapter 154. After hearing Chenja's words, Dushiru and the others rushed to stop the traitorous guard's attack. Chenja quickly ran to the nearby window and pulled back the curtain to look outside. Waterway. Chenja discovered that the train tracks were laid over water, and he immediately thought of something. The brochure, the brochure. Ios quickly looked around at his words and finally found the high-energy train's brochure amidst the rubble of the collapsed bar. "What do you want the brochure for?" "There's a map on it." Chenja snatched the brochure and opened it to reveal the map of the train's travel route, guiding himself with the decorative lights along the outside track, saying, yes, it's right here. This train has a section where the tracks are elevated above the water, serving as a promotional highlight for the train. Chenja looked up at the ceiling. Dushiru and the others were indeed powerful enough to block the traitor's high-pressure electric pistol attack. But if the attack misses, how could the opponent possibly let it go? Chenja suddenly furrowed his brow, something seemed to be missing. Where's that criminal? With all three focused on dealing with the traitor's attack, the criminal was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the traitor intentionally directed the attack at the ceiling to have Dushiru and the others intercept it, allowing the criminal to escape in the chaos? Chenja shouted that it was a bad situation. Had they walked into a trap? But then he thought, that criminal was a serious offender and would definitely have a psychic suppressor installed on them. No matter how extraordinary they were, wearing that device would make it impossible for them to unleash their powers. It looked small but was heavy. With it on, the extraordinary's capabilities would be less than that of an ordinary person. So Chenja was convinced that the prisoner could only be hiding and could not escape. Looking back, the traitor was entangled by the three. The high-pressure electric pistol had fully charged but had no opportunity to use it. Chenja said to iOS, "Hurry, go find that criminal, we must control him and absolutely cannot let him escape, or everything will be for nothing." "Don't worry." In this chaotic situation, iOS remained calm. After reassuring Chenja, he swiftly left. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a beast, with wolf eyes glowing with a blue light in the darkness. The dim environment had no effect on him at all. Chenja stood at the spot, looking at the traitor. He was searching for an opportunity. He wanted to seize the traitor's ultra-high-voltage stun gun. As long as this major threat was gone, the traitor would be nothing to fear, utterly no match for the three of them. After all, the three had not directly taken down the traitor yet because they were wary of the stun gun. As he watched, Chenja noticed that the traitor was now very relaxed, exhibiting a kind of ease that suggested a mission had been accomplished, completely different from his previous state. Earlier, the traitor had been arrogant, looking down on the three members of the city guard, but his eyes had been tense. Now it was different. He displayed an attitude of indifference, as if he wouldn't mind dying at all. "You three, his mission has been accomplished, and he has a definite death wish. We must not let him burn the ships and drag the whole train down with him." Chenja's words made Dushiru raise an eyebrow. She was a smart person and immediately caught the key issue, grinding her teeth in anger and becoming even more rapid and fierce in her attacks. "You are so damned, so damned." The traitor naturally heard Chenja's words. He laughed loudly. "As the leader of the city guard, you are still not as smart as a child. But little brat, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans, how despicable." Having been called out by Chenja, the traitor was furious and actually abandoned the three and charged towards Chenja. Surprised that the traitor was coming towards him, Chenja felt a bit astonished, but he showed no fear. Even the Iron 5-star was nothing to him, let alone the traitor, a mere 3-star like Lu Lin. He faced the charging traitor with 2 cross slashes. Chenja didn't use full force. Thus, the traitor remained calm against the 2 cross slashes, defending himself with ease. Unfortunately, Chenja's target wasn't those 2 attacks, the main act was yet to come. As Chenja jumped into the air, he transformed into a vampire bat, mental curse. Although the space was dim and visibility was somewhat hindered, it should be noted that the traitor had absolutely no defense against this. His eyes, filled with rage, glared at Chenja, eager to devour him whole with his gaze. This provided Chenja with a perfect opportunity. Even if he couldn't completely control the traitor, as long as he could create a few seconds of daze, the traitor would surely be doomed. Indeed, it worked. Caught off guard, the traitor was hit by the purple wave of the mental curse right between the eyebrows. His eyes instantly turned vacant, and his body staggered forward. Upon seeing this, Chenja immediately transformed back into human form. "I've got him." Quickly, slam him into the suppressor, he shouted to Dushiru. Dushiru, experienced from countless battles, charged forward and pulled out the ability suppressor, preparing to act. However, just as she was about to make her move, the traitor's ultra-high-voltage suppressor unexpectedly activated. Damn! No one expected this scene. He had clearly been affected by the mental curse. With his brain unable to function autonomously, how could he still pull the trigger? When the 3 members of the guard, along with Chenja, reached to intercept the ultra-high-voltage stun gun, it all failed, watching helplessly as the attack hit the ceiling. Silence. The entire dining car fell into a dead silence as the 4 of them looked up at the ceiling. No one spoke, only listening to the sound of their own heartbeats. It's over. This was what Chenja thought at that moment. With a loud boom, the ceiling was pierced, creating a fist-sized crack. This is naturally not the effect that a high-voltage electric shock gun attack can produce. It is truly because the materials used to make the high-energy train have been specially treated to withstand extraordinary attacks. But even so, it was still damaged. The train was traveling at super high speed, and Chenja's forehead was drenched with cold sweat because he saw the cracks almost instantly being forced open by the pressure difference inside and outside. The gap was already twice its original size, then 3 times, and finally the whole section was torn off as a strong gust of wind rushed into the dining car compartment. The wind was too strong for Chenja to stand steady. The scattered tables and benches on the floor began to fly out of the carriage as he leaned against the wall, his brow furrowed tightly. "We must stop the train quickly, or else we are all doomed," Chenja shouted to the 3 members of the city guard. I'll go. One of the men stumbled toward the carriage door, saying, I will definitely stop the train. Dushiruwa was gritting her teeth, her voice almost squeezed out through her clenched teeth. Externalize the extraordinary energy to protect the carriage, minimize the damage and keep it within the dining car. As she spoke, she released all the extraordinary energy from her body, enveloping the dining car. As for where the criminal was, she couldn't care less anymore. Chenja sighed, the situation had finally come to this point. Dushiruwa made her move, but the speed of the train and the pressure difference inside and outside were such that even she, as a bronze-level extraordinary being, could not control it alone. Another member of the guard team also released his extraordinary ability. He had earth-based powers, which were very good at defense. A layer of yellow-brown energy wrapped around Dushiruwa's milky white energy. Chenja, who was externalizing his mental power, felt the train's speed slow down a bit, and most importantly, the strong wind entering the compartment through the gap was noticeably weakened. I'll help too. Although his level was not high, in this situation, he could not miss any power he could use. Even a little effect was significant. Chenja externalized his extraordinary energy, but when he attached his power to the carriage, he realized he was being too naive. The impact of a super high-energy train moving at full speed was too strong, probably comparable to a blow from a golden-level extraordinary being. His body shook, and he almost lost control of his extraordinary energy. Sweat beads appeared almost instantly on his forehead. Chenja gritted his teeth and held on, but he knew he couldn't last much longer this way. When exactly will the person going to stop the train manage to do it? At this rate, none of us can hold on much longer. Chenja knew the current situation all too well. With the externalized energy and the train's impact, the speed of energy consumption was too fast. With the three of them at their current levels, it was impossible to last more than 20 minutes. Dushiruwa's face was grim. She certainly understood this principle, but aside from this method, what more could be done? The lives of hundreds of people in the carriage depended entirely on them, so she coldly said, no matter what, even if I exhaust myself to death, I will hold on. At that moment, she was already prepared for the possibility that overexhausting her extraordinary energy could lead to death. She had no other choice. At that time, iOS was staggering back to the dining car, pressing down on the criminal. Upon seeing the situation inside the dining car, he was also shocked. How could this happen? When he found the hiding criminal earlier, he felt the train tremble and had a bad premonition, but he still held on to the hope that it was caused by the fight with that inner spy, not expecting that the train had actually been broken. Knock him out, then come help. With one more person, there would be one more bit of strength. The immense pressure on the three of them can also be relieved. Understood. Ios's beastly wolf claw struck directly at the back of the criminal's head, and the criminal immediately went limp on the ground like a deflated ball. Then Ios, along with Chenju and the other two, released their special abilities, wrapping 4 streams of power around the surface of the dining car in this train compartment. Chenja felt a slight relief in pressure, but it was just a tad. Time passed little by little. Each second felt like a year for the 4 people. Chenja felt that the energy of his special abilities was draining beyond his limit. If he were not a dual extraordinary race, he would have collapsed by now. He wanted to inject a supplement to refill the consumed energy, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it and could only endure. Dushiruwa and another team member were not well either. The two of them bore the main impact, so their consumption was much greater than Chenja's. Has old Wang arrived at the driver's cabin? If this goes on, we won't last 5 more minutes. The team member complained, his knees starting to bend, and his trembling arms were struggling to hold up. Stop talking. Even if we die, we have to hold on. If we remove our powers now, the entire carriage will instantly crash, and anything above car 6 will derail immediately. This is a water route. If the carriage falls into the lake, those people won't wake up, they wouldn't get a chance to save themselves and would certainly die. This was what Chenju worried about. Everyone on the train was in a death-like sleep due to a spell cast by the city guard. If they fell into the water, they would drown without waking up. Bang! As the 4 of them struggled to hold on, a loud crash struck their hearts, as if the train had been hit by something. Chenja frowned. What hit the train? Before they could figure it out, another series of crashes left them unsteady. Chenja stumbled, almost cutting off the output of his ability, and shouted, "What is hitting the train? Could there be enemies?" Dushiruwa furrowed her brow. Absolutely impossible. I don't sense any extraordinary powers. It should not be the enemy. If it wasn't the enemy, then what was it? This was a water route, surrounded by an endless lake, with no buildings or mountains. What could possibly hit the train? Wait. Chenja thought of a possibility, though it seemed absurd. He still voiced it. Could it be that aquatic creatures are attacking the train? Impossible. Almost simultaneously, Ios, Dushiruwa, and another male team member all dismissed Chenja's idea. It was a high-speed train. Was the creature in the lake suicidal enough to leap out and crash into a speeding train? The result would be that the creature would turn into a puddle the moment of impact. Even if your idea is correct, what kind of aquatic creature would make such a huge noise? The male team member thought it was ridiculous. But Chenja's face was grim. What if it's a large aquatic creature?
The lake here isn't small, it's quite deep and vast, so it wouldn't be surprising to find large fish. Although it was an artificial lake, fish must have been introduced, and it was possible for some lakes to have fish growing over 10 meters long. A fish of that size could surely make such a noise if it struck the train. Dushiruwa interrupted the speculation. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't cause substantial harm to the train, we don't need to worry about it. Chenja thought this made sense. After all, it was just some sounds of impact, and as long as it didn't cause new damage to the train, they shouldn't be concerned.
However, their indifference didn't mean the thing hitting the train would remain unperturbed.
Soon, the point of impact reached the dining car they were in.
The car shook violently, and if Chenja's feet had not transformed into giant wolf claws gripping the ground, he would have been slammed against the wall, cutting off his energy output.
What a strong impact, what should we do? Ios was already drenched in sweat, his knees almost buckling to the ground.
Why yes.
At that moment, the male teammate seemed to have seen something terrifying, stuttering his words.
What is it? Dushiruwa asked loudly. Water element mutated extraordinary creature. What?
Chenja, Ios, and Dushiruwa all shouted in unison, and the male teammate thought the three didn't hear clearly, repeating himself.
I said it's a water element mutated extraordinary creature that is colliding with the train. Chapter 156.
Chenja looked up at the hole in the ceiling, and indeed saw a fierce-looking mutated extraordinary creature opening its mouth, gathering a blood moon energy sphere inside. Although this creature looked far from normal, it could still be vaguely identified as a fish. It really is a water element mutated extraordinary creature.
How could there be mutated creatures in an artificial lake within the base city?
There is no external water source, it couldn't have flowed into the lake, so the only explanation is that it originated within the lake itself.
This was simply absurd. There was no blood moon in the base city. How could normal wildlife mutate?
As Chenja contemplated this, a thought flashed across his mind. While there was no blood moon in the base city to induce mutation, it didn't mean that wild creatures couldn't mutate.
Pseudo-supernatural fruits. Chenja thought of this. The mole brought the pseudo-supernatural fruits onto the train. Who could guarantee that he hadn't thrown the fruits into the lake?
Chenja remembered that when looking at the map, there was a stop before the train entered the water track. The next stop was right in front of the lake. If the mole threw the pseudo-supernatural fruit into the lake when the train stopped, and the lake's fish consumed it, it wouldn't be impossible for the fish to have mutated during this time. What a vicious scheme, Chenja thought. Even if the mission failed, it would drag the entire train down with it. The reverse type really were a bunch of madmen, heartless and cruel beasts. I'm afraid this mole threw the pseudo-supernatural fruits into the lake ahead of time, and the fish in the lake consumed them and mutated.
This is bad. We don't know how many fruits he put in.
Fighting on the train was inconvenient, being careful wouldn't help. Those water element mutated extraordinary creatures wouldn't care about that, they wouldn't mind attacking the train.
Unless there was overwhelming power to instantly kill or control these mutated creatures, all previous efforts would be in vain.
I can't hold on any longer, Io shouted, one leg already kneeling on the ground, his arms bent and barely able to release any energy. He truly couldn't hold on anymore. Chenji immediately said, stop now, then inject the replenishing serum and quickly recover your energy.
We may face a tough battle ahead. If we can't release any energy, we will just be waiting to die.
The situation had reached this point, it was likely already difficult to salvage. Since it couldn't be saved, Chenja wouldn't hold on desperately, knowing that it was futile. Dushiruwa also knew that what Chenja said was the right choice, so even though her heart was reluctant, she still said to her teammates, stop, quickly inject the replenishing serum, we need to recover more energy to face the attack from these water element mutated extraordinary creatures outside. The male team member, as if granted a reprieve, immediately stopped his actions and took out the serum to begin injecting. Chenja also stopped, injecting 2 ampoules of the replenishing serum in one go, then sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. The 4 of them were very anxious. The energy of the psychic barrier wrapping the carriage, without continued support, would inevitably dissipate completely in no more than 3 minutes. Coupled with the constant attacks from the magically altered extraordinary creatures, this time frame would shrink significantly. It was likely that within 2 minutes, it would vanish entirely.
Bang, bang.
The aquatic magical extraordinary creatures continued to ram against the carriage, causing it to sway side to side. They were attacking the cracks that had formed in the carriage, where there were 4 layers of psychic energy, but it was already very weak. Chenja's psychic energy was recovering quickly, but due to the previous heavy consumption, even though recovery was fast, it hadn't reached a single layer yet, but time was of the essence.
It's going to break.
Chenja kept an eye on the psychic energy at the gap above his head, and as the fish-like magical extraordinary creature struck, the blood moon sphere shattered it. The power of the blood moon still surged fiercely against the inside of the carriage. Chenju immediately swung his short knife, sending a cross slash to meet it, shattering the blood moon force that was involved. After breaking the layer of psychic energy, the enormous fish-like magical extraordinary creature actually attempted to squeeze through the gap. Its huge head got stuck at the opening, and it twisted constantly, trying to widen the gap.
It's stuck. Now's our chance to attack. At this moment, if they didn't attack now, when would they?
Chenja swung across toward the fish head.
Dushirua's flying knife shot directly toward the fish head.
The Earth Element male team member summoned a spike of earth from his palm, while Ios, clad in spiked gauntlets, pushed off forcefully from the ground and jumped up to punch down hard.
For attacks launched simultaneously, the fish monster realized the danger and opened its spiny jaws to spray the blood moon power in defense. Unfortunately, how could its strength withstand the attacks of 4 people?
Swish! The fish head exploded, spraying green, viscous blood everywhere. Luckily, the 4 of them dodged in time, otherwise, they would have all suffered from this blast. Having dealt with one fish monster, the 4 had no time to celebrate before another fish monster appeared. This time, the fish monster was smaller than the previous one but rushed straight through the gap.
It's a water element magical extraordinary creature, it cannot be away from water for too long.
This was also a fish-like creature transformed into an extraordinary being. After its transformation, its tail fin had swollen to over 10 times its original size. It swung its tail fin toward the nearest male team member. The male team member quickly raised his palms to erect an earth wall for defense. The tail fin struck the wall with immense impact, shattering it to pieces, and sent the male team member staggering backward. Fortunately, Dushiruwa supported him from behind, otherwise, that strike could have sent him flying.
Not good, the gap is starting to tear.
The ceiling was made of pieced metal plates, the previous high pressure had blown off one piece, creating a gap. Now, without the protection of psychic power, the high pressure had caused another metal plate to start rising, and soon it would be torn apart as well. When that happened, it would create a chain reaction like dominoes, causing all the metal plates of the carriage to be blown away, squeezing the train. Other carriages would start to experience similar situations, leading to disconnections, loss of control, derailment, and the entire high-energy train moving toward destruction. At this critical moment, Chenja heard the screeching sound of the train wheels against the tracks. The train began to decelerate. It worked, the train is going to stop. Chenja shouted excitedly. It was indeed a dire situation. If they had been a moment later, the train would have surely been ruined. I just don't know if this train, clearly having problems.
Will the dispatch center notice the anomaly and send someone to check it?
The ultra-high-energy train operates under computer control, with a central dispatch center.
If there is an anomaly with the train, the dispatch center will definitely see it. Let's hope they notice the problem and send extraordinary beings to come. Chapter 157.
The ultra-high-energy train finally came to a stop. At least, this was a small blessing amid misfortune. It wouldn't lead to the tragic death of all passengers on board. As the train stopped, so did those water element magical extraordinary beings.
They surprisingly ceased their attacks on the train. Old Chen, did that group of water element magical extraordinary beings give up? Ios cautiously leaned closer to Chenja.
Normally, magical extraordinary beings would never stop attacking humans, they would fight to the death. Now the train was on the water's surface, making it like a target. If they could throw the train into the lake, it would mean they had won half the battle. Aside from awakened water element extraordinary beings, others would greatly diminish in strength underwater. For extraordinary beings like Chenju and Ios, who only had 1 star in the Crimson Iron rank, they couldn't stay underwater for more than 3 minutes. With just 1 star in Crimson Iron, they couldn't utilize their powers for a sustainable cycle, so 3 minutes was already the limit before needing to surface for air. If they were caught by water element magical extraordinary beings during this time, they would surely drown. What a great opportunity, and yet they stopped attacking. But Chenja felt no happiness or relief. He was worried that this group of water element magical extraordinary beings was plotting something else.
The most important thing now was to quickly leave the water track. When can your other teammate return here?
We must quickly understand the situation of the train and get it off the lake's surface and onto the shore.
Chenja looked at Dushiruwa. Dushiruwa tried to contact the teammate they called Old Wang with a headset intercom.
From her expression, it seemed she had not made contact.
Dushiruwa frowned and said coldly, "The intercom is filled with static. The signal must be poor. Let's wait a bit longer."
At that moment, Chenja heard footsteps.
"Shu, I hear footsteps." The 4 immediately became alert, they couldn't be careless. No one knew if there were other enemies on the train. Soon, a figure appeared before them, and the 4 immediately relaxed. It was Old Wang.
Seeing the 4 so tense, he hurriedly spoke, "Don't be nervous, it's me."
The train has already stopped. Well done. Dushiruwa praised. Chenja quickly asked Old Wang, "What happened during your trip? What about the other extraordinary security? What's the situation with the train driver?"
Old Wang shook his head. "Some passengers in the carriage are safe, but some have already died.
All extraordinary security were killed, and the driver fell into a coma."
He briefly outlined the situation. Chenja frowned, but this was within his expectations. After all, he had felt the deathly aura on the train when he noticed the shadows. It was impossible for there to be no deaths. The extraordinary security must have been taken out by the insider.
What method did you use on the passengers? Can you wake up the driver so he can restart the train?
The ultra-high-energy train was programmed in advance based on the route, and the driver's duty was to operate manually in case of emergencies. Now that the train had been forced to stop and no one present could drive the ultra-high-energy train, the hope was placed on the driver.
It's possible, Dushirua said. But in the current situation, if the train restarts, won't it face the danger of being torn apart again?
Just earlier, Shinja had clearly identified the safety risk and forcefully reminded everyone to intercept the insider using the high-pressure electric shotguns.
Now, how could they want to restart the train again?
In Dushirua's eyes, the safest thing to do now is to wait for the control center to realize there is a problem with this train and send someone to check. When that happens, they can send a ship to safely evacuate the passengers on the train, and after that, no matter what issues arise, everyone will not be scared anymore. Right now, the main concern is the lives of the passengers on the train. Dushirua has tried to contact the outside world, but unfortunately, there is no signal, probably due to an insider tampering with the communications and installing a blocker on the train, otherwise she would have contacted the city guard long ago to handle this matter.
Shinja shook his head. I understand the problem you're talking about, but right now the train is on a water track. If there are still a lot of mutated extraordinary creatures in the water, do you think the train can stay steadily on the track while they attack? Dushirua is not a fool, she just hadn't thought of it before.
Now hearing Shinja's words, her brows furrowed. This is indeed a huge safety hazard. If the train tips over into the lake and sinks to the bottom, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Exactly, that is what I'm worried about.
Shinja also knew that even if they managed to restart the train, it would only be able to move at a much slower speed, absolutely not at the normal pace, otherwise, the train could fall apart in an instant. Dushiru ordered Old Wang to go to the control room with another male team member. Be careful, after you wake up the driver, make sure to tell him to think of a way to start the train quickly, but the speed must be slow. We shouldn't be too far from the shore track, so moving slowly shouldn't take too long.
The two nodded.
The remaining three, Shinja, Ios, and Dushiruwa, looked at the knocked-out criminal while remaining alert for the attacks of water-based mutated extraordinary creatures. Shinja looked out the window at the surface of the water. It was calm and showed no signs of the turbulent waves or the mutated extraordinary beings that had appeared earlier. However, Shinja did not relax at all. Instead, he grew more tense. I just have this feeling of an impending storm. Clearly, Shinja is not the only one with this feeling. Ios's brow has been furrowed, and Dushiruwa's sharp eyes continuously scan the surroundings. Here, on the surface of the lake, water-based mutated extraordinary creatures gain power. Even those at the red iron 1-star level can reach 2 or 3 stars in power, which is not good for them. Shinja said, it has been more than 10 minutes since they stopped attacking, yet they are not appearing. Could it be that they've really decided to give up attacking the train? The pseudo-extraordinary fruits may be fake, but they do have a mutation effect, and they are very rare. There shouldn't be too many of them. Perhaps the insider didn't have many pseudo-extraordinary fruits to begin with, and the water-based mutated extraordinary creatures we killed earlier were not few either. Maybe they've all been cleared out? It's not that Dushiruwa is naive, but it is indeed possible because no one knows how many pseudo-extraordinary fruits the insider released. If those things are small, it's quite difficult to sneak in a large quantity unnoticed. Extraordinary security does not allow carrying any storage energy devices, so it's impossible for him to bring a large number of fruits onto the train. I hope it's as you say, otherwise, we... Ios didn't finish his sentence when the train violently shook. Not good, something is hitting the train from below. The three of them had a hard time standing steadily. Luckily, in the past 10 minutes, their abilities had recovered quite a bit. Be careful, with the intensity of this impact, there must be numerous attacks. Shinjo immediately released his mental power to search below the track. His mental power radiated outwards from Shinja as the center. In any area swept by mental power, nothing can escape Shinja's eyes. He spotted a dense swarm of water-type mutated extraordinary creatures moving toward the train and couldn't help but exclaim, not good, a large number of mutated extraordinary creatures are gathering here. We must escape quickly, or the train will definitely be in danger. They could still escape safely, but what about the others on the train? Waking them up now would be futile. After all, they were just ordinary people. Are we supposed to make them jump into the lake and swim to shore? There were plenty of mutated extraordinary creatures underwater. If they jumped in, it would be like delivering themselves right to death. Damn it! Dushiruwa cursed. She never expected this mission to develop into such a situation. They were too few in number and had no advantage. They could only brace themselves. Shinja began to act. He jumped through the crack in the ceiling to the roof of the train, gazing down. Ios followed closely, and Dushiruwa also jumped up. Shinju and Ios were on the left side, while Dushiruwa stood on the right. No matter what, we must hold on until the train restarts, Dushiruwa said to the two. Shinja and Ios nodded. Understood, be careful. Wait. The three didn't immediately take action, as the mutated extraordinary creatures were still underwater. Attacking now would be futile, their attacks would lose power when entering the water. Even if they hit a target, it would only deal with the weaker mutated extraordinary creatures and would have no effect on the stronger ones. They could only wait for them to surface. The supporting pillars of the track beneath the train were still under attack, causing the train to sway. Chenja felt worried. The track pillars won't be shattered, right?
Of course not.
Dushiruo replied immediately. Although the track is built in the artificial lake within the base city, the construction definitely didn't only consider its durability and corrosion resistance in water, but also its strength to withstand attacks from mutated extraordinary creatures. So, this group of low-level creatures thinking they can crush the pillars is just wishful thinking. Shenjo and Ios knew nothing about this, but as one of the leaders of the city's guard team, Dushiruo surely did. Hearing this, Shinja felt much more at ease. They just had to wait for the mutated extraordinary creatures to leap out of the water. The long knife was already in his hand, ready for battle.
They're coming out.
Before the mutated extraordinary creatures even appeared, Shinja shouted and swung his long knife to launch a cross slash. Almost right after his strike, a giant fish-like mutated extraordinary creature, over 2 meters long, surged out of the water and leaped into the air, meeting his cross slash head-on.
Bang!
The mutated extraordinary creature was disemboweled and fell back into the water. Before the corpse even floated up, a swarm of mutated creatures tore it apart and devoured it clean. Seeing this scene, Shinju was astonished. These water-type mutated extraordinary creatures even ate their own kind. More water-type mutated extraordinary creatures kept popping up near the surface, including shell-like mutated creatures and serpentine ones, likely formed from the mutation of soft-shelled turtles and water snakes. Their numbers were considerable, but fortunately, their levels were low, not even reaching the rank level. Creatures of this strength would only be around the 2nd star level of mutation. Shenju again launched his cross slash at the water's surface. Since there were so many mutated creatures, he didn't even need to aim, he could just attack the surface to kill several of them. Blood from the mutated creatures immediately churned in the water. Ios's attacks were much simpler and more brutal. Equipped with energy devices, he leapt down, punching straight down at the shell-like mutated creature on the water's surface. One punch only focused on a single target, but the resulting energy wave was enough to radiate out 2 meters to affect other mutated creatures. Then he relied on the recoil to return to the train, and Dushiruo's attack became even simpler, controlling the flying knives to weave through the mutated creatures, with the knives attacking continuously like lightning wherever they passed. If it weren't for Shinja's high mental power, he wouldn't even be able to see the trajectory of the flying knives.
With a single move, Dushiruo could send away over a dozen mutated creatures in an instant.
It must be said that even if they were only at the bronze level, this strength was something Shinja couldn't achieve at the moment. The three were fully focused on attacking the mutated creatures, ensuring that none reached the body of the train. On the other side, 2 members of the city guard had already woken up the driver. Upon waking and learning what had happened, the driver was quite startled but still very professional in starting to operate the computer instruments.
"Driver, how long will it take to restart the train?" Old Wang asked.
The driver quickly operated the control panel without lifting his head and replied, "Because the train's control computer was forcibly shut down without any system issues during operation, it will probably take at least 10 minutes to restart."
10 minutes?
Old Wang furrowed his brows, and after a slight pause, said, 10 minutes should be fine.
"Please hurry, it's a matter of hundreds of lives."
The driver certainly knew the severity of the situation, so he used the fastest speed of his life to operate the instruments. His hands were flying over the controls, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, showcasing his inner tension and anxiety. The 3 people above the train had already attacked countless times, and their newly recovered ability energy had also been mostly consumed. Chenju immediately took out a replenishing agent to inject, hoping to speed up the recovery of his abilities. Ios also pulled out a replenishing agent and injected it, breathing heavily. "We must have killed at least 100 mutated extraordinary creatures by now. How come there are still so many?
How many fake extraordinary fruits were spread? Is this reasonable?" Hearing Ios's complaint, a lightning bolt flashed through Chinja's mind. Yeah, is this reasonable? He had been thinking that the trader shouldn't be able to release too many fake extraordinary fruits, so the number of mutated creatures shouldn't be too many. But given the current number, he could believe that a truckload of fake extraordinary fruits was dumped into the lake. This lake is very suspicious. There are definitely things we don't know about. Damn it, isn't the control center a bit too slow? Have they really not noticed something went wrong with the train for so long? Chenja cursed. At the speed of the train, they should have long arrived at the next station. Didn't the staff at the next station notice the train's absence and report to headquarters? What's the rush? Maybe they're on their way. Dushiruo, being the cool-headed woman she was, remained calm despite the urgency of the situation, striking without hesitation. Although she was also consuming a lot of energy, her attack speed and power remained undiminished. Chenja couldn't help but admire her. "It seems I'm still a bit too inexperienced. I don't know how many situations worse than the present I will encounter in the future." Chapter 159.
Eliminating a wave of water-type mutated extraordinary creatures, the remaining ones temporarily lurked beneath the water surface and did not immediately emerge, giving the three a chance to catch their breath. If this goes on, it really won't work. The environment is not in our favor. Ios, who currently had no means for long-range attacks, consumed more energy jumping around than Shinju and Dushirua, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. Shinju nodded. Indeed, while they haven't attacked us yet, let's quickly replenish our energy. If we run out now, it will truly be over. The three each injected a replenishing agent to restore their internal ability energy, but the speed of replenishing agents was ultimately slow. The best option was definitely the ability energy crystal stone, however, it took a long time to absorb, so they could only make do with the replenishing agent. The mutated extraordinary creatures under the water were not attacking anymore. While waiting patiently for the moment to strike, the driver in the cockpit was busy preparing for takeoff, constantly urged by Old Wang and the others, sweating profusely from the stress. One of the team members said, "Old Wang, you go back to help the captain? I'll take care of things here." Old Wang thought for a moment and agreed. Given the violent shaking of the train, they knew it was facing a fierce attack. With only Dushiru and the other two, they would surely be overwhelmed. One more person would lighten the load, so Old Wang quickly left the cockpit and ran toward the dining car after telling his companions to be careful. Passing through the carriage, he glimpsed outside, seeing a large number of mutilated corpses of magical creatures floating on the river's surface. It seemed there were other magical creatures lurking beneath the water, ready to strike. Old Wang gasped, "How many magical creatures are there? Isn't this an artificial lake inside the base city?" He wouldn't be shocked if a few or even dozens had popped up, but the current sight was overwhelming. He couldn't understand how the large number of magical creatures had evaded the notice of the base city's patrol teams and special units. If they were lucky enough to be discovered, what if they hadn't been? If one day these magical beings suddenly attacked passing trains, the consequences would be unimaginable, with casualties absolutely exceeding hundreds. Boom! The hidden magical creatures broke through the surface again after minutes of waiting. This time, there were even more than before, attacking with greater ferocity, determined to overturn the train. "Everyone guard one side, we absolutely cannot let them crash into the train." Dushiru immediately instructed Chunja and Aiosi. This time, their numbers and strength are both stronger than before. If they hit one side of the train, it could easily overturn. Without needing Dushiru to speak, Shinjo understood. He transformed into a bat and released a swarm of blood-sucking bats, saying, "Eat them all up." The massive swarm of blood-sucking bats numbered over 100. Compared to the magical creatures bursting from the water, they were certainly outmatched, but their speed and small size allowed them to evade attacks, quickly attaching to many magical beings. These creatures were consumed before they could even get close to the train, dragged down and devoured before they reached their target. Shinja felt the energy replenishing in his body, his powers recovering faster than any supplement could manage. The more energy he restored, the more bats he could release. After all, some bats would inevitably be lost, especially against those shell-covered magical beings where the bat's fangs couldn't penetrate. With his blood-sucking bats in action, at least the pressure on the three of them was relieved. Dushiru released flying knives, and it was the first time Shinja saw her control 3 knives at once to swiftly weave through the magical creatures, easily piercing through their bodies and splattering blood everywhere. Aiosi grabbed a metal plate that had been bent up from the ceiling and used it like a dart, throwing it at a dense cluster of magical beings. The metal plate was made of ultra-strong material, and its rapid throw packed a punch equal to that of a flying knife. Shinja watched as a fish-like magical creature, as large as Godzilla, was sliced in half. "Well done, Aiosi." Shinja couldn't help but laugh and praise him. Aiosi waved his hand, and the now dull metal plate flew back into his grip. After gathering strength, he threw it once more, treating the massive plate like a boomerang. The three of them defended against the new wave of attacks. At this moment, Old Wang had returned to the dining car. Seeing the three on the roof, he leaped up as well. With his addition, the pressure on the three definitely eased quite a lot. After the four of them dealt with all the mutated extraordinary creatures that had jumped out of the water, they all sat down on the train, gasping for air. The constant waves of attacks had put significant stress on them. While they were resting, Shinja was the first to notice that the train seemed to be moving slowly. He immediately exclaimed, "Great! The train has restarted." It really has, but at this speed, we are still several kilometers away from the shore's track. "How long will this take?" Old Wang complained. Shinja replied, "It should just be the initial startup. I believe it will speed up soon. It can't be slower than a bicycle, right?" Although he did not want the train to go too fast and risk tearing apart, this speed was undeniably too slow. At this rate, it was indeed slower than a bicycle. Sure enough, just as Shinja said, the train began to accelerate, but the speed was very steady, not too slow, and it posed no danger of damage to the train. Shinju was resting, but his eyes and mental energy did not stop. He was monitoring the water surface. Since the last round of attacks, the mutated creatures had been calm for at least 10 minutes. The last time they had a long quiet period, a large wave of them appeared, so with this silence lasting 10 minutes, Shinja couldn't help but worry that the next wave of attacks would be fiercer. Everyone, stay alert. There were many mutated creatures in the previous round, we don't know what will come next, so let's be cautious. Yes, indeed. Everyone, be ready to attack. As soon as any mutated creature shows its head, we will strike to kill, Dushiruwa said. Buzz. Before the new wave of mutated extraordinary creatures could attack, Shinja heard the sound of a yacht speeding toward them. A yacht is approaching us. Is it a rescue boat? At this moment, the boat was still quite far away. Shinja was the first to hear it, with Dushiruwa only slightly delayed by 2 or 3 seconds. Shinja sharpened his senses with mental power, while Dushiruwa relied on her own high realm. That's great. With rescue boats providing escort, we don't have to worry about the upcoming situation. Ios let out a long breath. He was genuinely afraid that the train wouldn't make it to the shore track. Soon, everyone could see a large number of yachts appear. Shinja squinted slightly, clearly seeing the markings on the yachts. Shichen Guard Team. Rescue has finally arrived. After the extraordinary beings on the yacht got closer to the train, they saw the mutated extraordinary corpses floating on the lake, and their faces turned pale. Chapter 160. Who is on the train? Is it the extraordinary security on board? A middle-aged man on the nearest yacht shouted at Shinju and the others on the train. At this moment, Dushiruwa stepped forward. She walked to the edge and replied, all the extraordinary security on the train are dead. We are from the coastal base city guard team, my name is Dushiruwa. Dushiruwa was indeed a comrade with the people on the yacht, both belonging to the same base city guard team. Sure enough, when the middle-aged man heard that Dushiruwa was from the coastal guard team, he immediately relaxed. Hello, Miss Du, I am Luda, the captain of the second rescue team from the Shichengard team. After introducing himself, Luda immediately asked, what exactly happened on this train? Where did these mutated extraordinary creatures come from? Shinja smiled beside him, he also wanted to know where they came from. Captain Luda, this is not the time to discuss that, there are still mutated creatures lurking beneath the water. We must ensure the train safely reaches the shore track and gets all the passengers off. We can discuss the follow-up investigation later. Dushiruwa rationally prioritized the situation, there was no time to share information now. Perhaps at the next moment, the mutated extraordinary creatures will suddenly emerge from the water. Yes, I put things in the wrong order. Ludi immediately signaled his subordinates to begin their actions, each splitting 5 speedboats to escort the train on either side. The speedboat he was on immediately accelerated to catch up with the front of the train, serving as the leader. With plenty of helpers appearing, Shinja finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's good, even if more mutated extraordinary creatures come, we won't be afraid. iOS said with a smile. The 4 did not return to the train car and continued to stand on the roof. Even if the train was now moving slowly, it wouldn't affect the 4 of them, even if it were moving at a normal speed. At this speed, we should reach the track on shore in half an hour, just half an hour. No way they can stir up any trouble. Although the train was moving slowly, it was still the speed of a car in normal operation, just a few kilometers, half an hour is enough. You're right, if this group of monsters doesn't appear, that's fine, but if they do, I'll make sure their heads are separated. Dushiruwa's throwing knives danced at her fingertips. Shinja shrank his neck, he had no doubt in Dushiruwa's words. She truly kept her promises. Just moments ago, when she attacked that group of mutated extraordinary creatures, she was incredibly decisive, taking out 3 or 4 large mutated extraordinary creatures with just one throwing knife. The train slowly moved forward under the escort of the speedboats. The mutated extraordinary creatures underwater seemed to know they were no match and were reluctant to act, which puzzled Shinja. These mutated extraordinary creatures were all low-level and had not awakened their minds, they acted purely on their bloodthirsty instincts, so they should be in a fight to the death. Could it be that the last wave was the final one, and all were eliminated? Shinja pondered, feeling uncertain. Even though they were ready to face whatever came their way, he still felt a sense of unease in his heart. Shinja's mental power was always in an outward state, monitoring every movement around them. No rustling leaves or gusts of wind could escape his mental reach. At first, his mental power was simply spread around the train, but feeling uncertain, he decided to project it underwater. What he saw stunned him. Really nothing left? Apart from the floating bodies of the mutated extraordinary creatures, Shinja actually found no other mutated extraordinary creatures lurking, which surprised him even more. Maybe they really have all been killed. After all, this is an artificial lake within the base city. Having mutated extraordinary creatures is already rare. If they kept appearing, wouldn't they have been discovered long ago? However, being cautious by nature, Shinja focused his mental power to search deeper underwater, and he did discover a clue. He found traces of the mutated extraordinary creatures. They were quickly swimming deeper, seemingly called by something in their mouths.
Could there be a more powerful mutated extraordinary creature at the bottom of the lake commanding them, or is there something else going on?
Chenja was filled with suspicion. He wanted to follow the mutated extraordinary creatures with his mental power to explore deeper, but unfortunately, he had not controlled his mental power for long enough, and his mental reach was only at the entry level. He couldn't go too deep into the lake. Chenja helplessly withdrew his mental power and then said, "Everyone doesn't need to be so alert, all the mutated extraordinary creatures have gone deep into the lake."
What's going on? How do you know this?
Dushiruo raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing Chenja's words, while also feeling doubtful about how he knew this. Chenja noticed Dushiruo's scrutinizing gaze and guessed her doubts.
He quickly explained, "Captain Du, you don't know, I am awakened by an injected serum. During the mutation, my senses greatly enhanced, which is different from ordinary awakenings.
As one's realm improves, the 5 senses will become sharper." This explanation is reasonable, and since Lord Lin greatly appreciates Chenja, Dushiruo no longer doubts it.
Please tell me in detail, what exactly happened?
I discovered that there are still magically transformed extraordinary creatures in the lake, but they no longer come out.
Instead, they swim in groups deeper into the lake.
I suspect there is a serious problem at the bottom of the lake. This matter must be reported to Captain Luda, and after that, someone must dive into the water to investigate carefully.
We cannot be careless. Dushiruo nodded, what you say makes sense. Regardless of whether there really is a problem at the bottom of the lake, we must eliminate the magically transformed extraordinary creatures inside. I will inform Captain Luda about this.
Chenja nodded. Naturally, this matter should be entrusted to Dushiruo. They were all members of the city guards, and it mattered greatly when she spoke to Luda. Due to the lack of attacks from the magically transformed extraordinary creatures, the train arrived safely and smoothly at the shore. Only after the last carriage had completely reached the land did it finally come to a stop. Dushiruo went to find Luda to discuss the matter, while old Wang stayed behind to guard the prisoner. As for Chenju and Ios, they returned to their compartment, sitting across from each other in silence, both wearing bitter smiles.
Really, are we just lucky or unlucky? How could we run into such things? Ios chuckled bitterly.
Not just Ios, Chenja even began to suspect if he had a special ability to attract magically transformed extraordinary creatures, as he seemed to encounter these troubles repeatedly. In any case, it only delays our time, as long as it doesn't affect our reporting to the Extraordinary Academy in the Imperial City, just that.
He didn't finish his sentence. Just what? Ios noticed Chenja's heavy heart and couldn't help but be curious. Sigh, I can't quite explain it, but I feel like there's something I'm not understanding.
Chenja truly couldn't figure out where this sense of unease came from, he just felt it but couldn't articulate it clearly. Seeing Chenja struggle to articulate, Ios waved his hand, forget it. Anyway, this matter has ended for both of us, and from now on, the city guards will take over.
We don't need to worry about it. Chapter 161.
The train was damaged and could no longer operate normally. The personnel of the Xicheng High Energy Train Bureau were transporting a new carriage to replace it. Fortunately, each carriage was uniquely spliced together, or it would really have been troublesome. Even so, it took quite a bit of time, so they would have to stay put tonight. Dushiruo had already explained the situation to Luda, who recognized the seriousness of the matter and immediately dispatched a water-type extraordinary person to dive in and investigate. After giving her instructions, Dushiruo went with another team member to awaken the passengers who had fainted but not died. Although they had prepared in advance, they still counted nearly 30 people who had died at the hands of the Shadow's poison. Chenju and Ios stayed in their compartment and did not go out. Even though they wanted to help, some matters were better handled officially, they felt it was inappropriate to intervene too much. As a result, the next morning, they were both startled awake by a series of knocks at the door before they could shake off their meditation.
Who is it?
Chenja, sitting on the bed, didn't get up but shouted toward the door.
It's me, Dushiruo.
Dushiruo's voice came from outside the door. Chenja glanced at the communicator, which read 5:37 in the morning.
So early.
Dushiruo coming to find Chenja meant something serious must have happened.
He hurriedly got out of bed and opened the compartment door. What happened, Captain Du? Let's talk inside.
Dushiruo furrowed her brow slightly, looking around as if she was afraid of being overheard by passengers from other compartments. Chenja stepped aside to let her pass, and Dushiruo entered the compartment without hesitating.
Ios was also jolted awake. Go ahead, Captain Du, what has happened?
Dushiruo didn't beat around the bush and spoke clearly. Chenja, your suspicions were correct, there really is a problem under the lake.
Have high-level magically transformed extraordinary creatures been discovered?
Dushiruo shook her head. It's much more troublesome than that. Underneath this lake, there is actually a secret laboratory, and inside it, there are a large number of pseudo-superior fruits.
What?
This was indeed something Chenja did not expect, both he and Ios could not help but exclaim in surprise. Chenja's emotions were somewhat excited, since a large number of pseudo-superior fruits have been discovered inside. Does that mean all the reverse breeds in the laboratory have been dealt with? Dushirua nodded. Ruta sent quite a few water-type extraordinary beings in. According to the reports, there were only a dozen reverse breeds in the laboratory, and they have all been captured. During the search, we found thousands of pseudo-superior fruit seedlings and over 100 semi-mature fruits. Chenja's chest rose and fell violently, truly shocked by this news. He suspected that the people by the sea had been unable to find the circulation of the pseudo-superior fruits for a long time. It turned out that the source of these pseudo-superior fruits was in Xiqing. These reverse breeds were really crafty, managing to open a laboratory in an artificial lake within the base city. Who would have thought that if it weren't for this coincidental discovery, they might never have found it? They hid in the secret laboratory at the bottom of the lake to grow pseudo-superior fruits. They must be incredibly cautious, fearing detection. If it weren't for that trader who released pseudo-superior fruits early, causing the wild fish in the lake to become corrupted, it wouldn't have attracted other corrupted extraordinary creatures hidden in the lake. Chenja said. Dushirua replied with an and Chenja's words made a lot of sense. The reverse breeds in the lake had always acted cautiously, otherwise, they couldn't have cultivated so many pseudo-superior tree seedlings and grown mature trees that could produce fruits while corrupting so many wild aquatic creatures. They must have controlled these corrupted extraordinary creatures to remain hidden at the bottom of the water to avoid exposure. But this unexpected event broke that pattern. The trader's release of pseudo-superior fruits corrupted some of the wild aquatic creatures, and their presence stimulated the corrupted creatures underwater, causing them to break free of control and surface to attack the train. As for the sudden stop of their attacks, it was because the reverse breeds in the secret laboratory had noticed and forcibly controlled them to abandon the attack and retreat underwater to avoid exposure. Unexpectedly, they were still exposed. Chenja smiled bitterly. With all the calculations, I never expected things to turn out like this. I really don't know what to say. Dushirua deeply resonated with Chenja's words. Yeah, who could have anticipated this? Many things can go wrong despite meticulous planning. Just like this time, we lured the snake out of its hole, but the result also cost dozens of lives. Who can clearly say what is right or wrong? Next, they let out more reverse breeds, also for the safety of the base, the safety of humanity. But while doing so, they also caused some deaths. How do you determine if it was right or wrong, and how do you judge it? You two don't need to sigh endlessly. No matter what, the criminals were not rescued, and 2 reverse breeds were killed. The most important discovery was the secret laboratory in the lake, capturing over a dozen reverse breeds and seizing a lot of pseudo-superior fruits. These are also immensely important, otherwise, the harm caused by the pseudo-superior fruits would be even worse. Ios couldn't help but say as he saw the two feeling discontented and vexed. Chenja understood that some things were unpredictable, and besides, this matter had nothing to do with him. If it weren't for him and Ios, the casualties on the train would probably have been more than this. As for Dushirua, of course, she felt guilty. Her responsibility was to protect the human beings in the base city. Because her plan went awry, it led to the deaths of dozens, and this burden was not something she could easily let go of. However, she was not an overly sentimental person, so she quickly changed the subject. Now Ruta is extremely busy, transferring the captured reverse breeds to the Xiqing Supernatural Crime Management Bureau. He is currently directing personnel to salvage the pseudo-superior fruits. We must ensure that not a single one is overlooked. Moreover, underwater exploration has revealed at least 200 to 300 magically mutated extraordinary creatures. This is not a small number. If the reverse species that controls them is captured and they lose control, Creek City will suffer significant losses. I believe Creek City can handle this matter well. Chenja didn't want to get involved since it was their issue. I wonder when the train will resume normal operation. We still need to report to school, and if we miss the time, it will be considered as voluntarily giving up. Dushirua smiled and said, Don't worry, the dining car is already being replaced. I believe the train will be back to normal operation soon and won't delay your reporting. Chenju and Ios had come out in advance, so a delay of 1 or 2 days would still be manageable for them. After Dushirua exchanged a few polite words with Chenja and Ios, she left. The train resumed its journey shortly after 9 in the morning. Dushirua watched as 3 members of the coastal city guard successfully escorted the criminal off the train and onto a special vehicle heading for Feng City. 2.5 days later, Chenja and Ios arrived in the imperial capital. The moment they stepped out of the ultra-energy train station, both were taken aback. Is this the splendor of the imperial capital? They felt like it was their first time in the city, gazing at the towering skyscrapers around them. Not a single one was shorter than 50 floors. Wow, the tallest building in coastal city is only 48 floors. It's truly incomparable. Chapter 162. Not only the tall buildings, but on the streets, besides the various vehicles on the ground, Chenja also saw flying cars and small fighter jets in the air. Fighter jets are outrageously expensive, there probably aren't even 10 in the entire coastal city, yet Chenja saw no less than 10 right before his eyes.
How could he not be astonished? It's truly worthy of being an S+ level base city.
It's beyond comparison, I've really expanded my horizons, Ios exclaimed. Not just him, even Shinja was deeply shocked. The two stood in the square for a long time before Shinja finally said, "Alright, let's take a taxi to the hotel under the Imperial Extraordinary Academy.
It will be convenient for reporting later."
This was Shinja's plan before coming. The Imperial Extraordinary Academy indeed had a hotel right across from it, specifically catering to students and their families, offering special discounts and making it easy to walk over for reporting. Ios nodded, and the two walked to the waiting area for taxis, where a row of cabs stood ready for passengers. After stating their destination, the driver looked at them with envy and admiration.
"You are students of the Imperial Extraordinary Academy?"
Shinja did not hide it. "Yes, we are freshmen here to report." The driver appeared surprised. "Oh, you must be from Coastal City." This time, it was Shinja and Ios who were astonished.
Ios curiously asked, "How did you know we are from Coastal City? Is it our accent?"
The driver smiled. "Freshmen have already reported.
Only you from Coastal City were delayed for 3 months due to the tide of magical extraordinary beast attacks."
Shinja couldn't help but admire the knowledge of the imperial capital. Even a taxi driver knew about such matters. It's worth noting that ordinary citizens in base cities wouldn't pay special attention to this unless they had experienced anomalies or had extraordinary beings in their families. The driver was very talkative, chatting with Chenju and Ios all the way to the hotel, discussing many things about the Imperial Extraordinary Academy. Shinja gathered that if you don't have a background and your talent is average, it is best to avoid making trouble in the Imperial Extraordinary Academy and remain a low-profile student. After all, many students inside are either rich or noble, and a seemingly inconspicuous student might very well come from a wealthy family. Moreover, the Imperial Extraordinary Academy does not prohibit private fights, as long as both parties go to the competition stage. Life and death are determined by fate. The driver mentioned that every year, the Extraordinary Academy in the capital city has death quotas.
This truly shocked Shinja. Nowadays, human power is still small.
It is already rare to maintain the current situation alongside the extraordinary beings from the Red Moon world. Anyone entering the Extraordinary Academy must have certain qualifications. Losing one is a significant loss to humanity's extraordinary power.
It's unbelievable that the Academy just lets it go. However, Ios didn't have any special feelings about it.
He believed that as an extraordinary being, it was nature's way of survival. Not just for humans, even demonized extraordinary beings operate on a survival of the fittest basis. After all, to improve oneself, tons of resources are needed. Resources don't just fall from the sky, they must be fought for. Where there are benefits, there will be competition.
It's perfectly normal. Even wealthy families are like this.
They have countless disciples under their wings.
How could every single one receive focused training and abundant resources?
Those who don't receive training and resources, of course, will feel unsatisfied and will want to seize resources from elsewhere to improve themselves, hoping to shine in their family. Listening all the way, Shinja felt a strange emotion about his future life as a student at this extraordinary academy in the capital. He felt both anticipation and resistance, his emotions a bit complicated.
After getting off the car, the two looked at the towering hotel in amazement.
A hotel affiliated with the academy was of such scale, it truly deserved to be in the capital.
Old Chen, look. The bellboys are actually mutated beings.
Ios nudged Shinja with his elbow and whispered.
Shinja looked over.
At the hotel's entrance stood two bellboys, both actually mutated beings at the 3-star level. If this were in Linhai, they couldn't possibly just be a bellboy regardless of status.
The phenomenon of the capital city deepened.
Seeing Shinja and Ios approach, the two bellboys enthusiastically came forward to greet them.
"Two esteemed guests, are you students of the Capital Academy?"
Shinja took out the admission notice.
"We are new students checking in.
There are still 2 days until the check-in date, so we plan to stay here temporarily."
All right. Two esteemed guests, please follow me."
One of the bellboys warmly led the way, guiding Shinja and Ios into the hotel lobby.
Just the appearance was enough to shock Shinja.
Once inside the hotel, looking at the lofty lobby again left Shinja with his mouth agape. It wasn't that he wanted to be so foolish, it was simply too exaggerated. The height of the lobby seemed to be about 10 normal floors high. Speaking here produced echoes, walking in the lobby made people feel like ants. The bellboy took the two to the service desk and introduced them as new students checking in, where the waitress greeted them with a professional smile, which also happened to be that of a mutated being.
"You two are from Linhai Bay City, right?
You've worked hard. Teacher Yang from the academy has already specially instructed that if you stay at our hotel, you must be well taken care of. You endured a lot during the beast wave attack." Shinja felt warm inside, partly due to Teacher Yang's special care, and partly because of the waitress's comforting words. It seemed that the human race still had hope after all.
You're too generous. I appreciate all the trouble you'll take for us in these 2 days. Since they were so warm, courteous, and thoughtful, Chenja naturally wanted to express his gratitude. The waitress smiled and shook her head. This is what we should do. Our hotel's purpose is to serve the academy's teachers and students. We just happen to have a top-level suite available for you too. A top-level suite? Chenja was about to refuse, but it was only for 2 days, and at this hotel standard, even the most ordinary room wouldn't be bad. Before he could say anything, a very proud and arrogant voice rang out. Wait, the top suite has been taken by the young master. Although Chenja wanted to refuse, being cut off like this made him very unhappy. He turned to Ios and looked back, where a proud-looking young man was hugging a girl, led by the doorman who was bending down. The boy almost seemed to breathe through his nostrils, while the petite girl next to him leaned on his shoulder, her flattery evident, and his hand resting unashamedly on her chest, making it hard to watch. Old Chen, don't you think this person looks a bit familiar? Ios asked. Chenja frowned. He hadn't seen such a person before, but looking closely, that face did seem a bit familiar, though he couldn't remember from where. What are you two country bumpkins staring at? Get out of the way for young Master Lu. The woman nestled against the man smiled sweetly at her so-called young Master Lu, then turned to Chenja and Ios with a face full of disdain, simply infuriating. Chapter 163. Did you hear? My beauty told you to move aside. People like you don't deserve to stay in the top suite. Remember, some people are just born to be what they are, don't think about touching things you shouldn't. Young Master Lu's dismissive eyes made people's anger surge, and his words were incredibly unpleasant. Chenja didn't want to cause trouble right after arriving in the capital, but now that it had come to his doorstep, he wasn't afraid. It seems your hearing isn't too good, I suggest you check it out first. Do you, such a big person, not know what first come, first served means? Chenja smiled. Of course, if you ask me nicely, I don't mind giving the top suite to you. While Chenja spoke, he had already taken the keycard for the top suite from the waitress, who looked confused as the card slipped from her fingers. You little brat, do you know who I am to dare speak to me like this? Young Master Lu had never been disrespected like this before, and Chenja's words made him even more annoyed. You think I would beg you? Kid, I advise you to hand over the keycard obediently, or don't blame me for being rude. The atmosphere grew tense, which scared the hotel staff. No one here was someone they could afford to offend. Not to mention that young Master Lu came from a wealthy family, but despite Chenju and Io seeming to lack background, who knew where they might land since they had been admitted to the capital's prestigious school? If they offended someone now and that person later rose to power seeking revenge, they would die without knowing how. Gentlemen, you are both esteemed students from the extraordinary academy in the capital. Please don't let a room spoil your mood. Let me check if there are other high-end rooms available. The waitress was afraid the two would start fighting. Even if the situation had nothing to do with her, she would still be held accountable. High-end rooms? Young Master Lu didn't wait for the waitress's solution. This young master always wants the best top suite. Do you think you can just brush me off with a mere high-end room? The waitress turned red with fear at young Master Lu's words and hurriedly waved her hand. Chenja stepped forward to block the waitress. As a big man, how can you bully a girl? Using your status to oppress others, I'm truly curious about which family raised you, as their education seems quite lacking. You're outrageous. Young Master Lu exploded with anger. Who do you think you are to criticize me? Let me tell you, country bumpkin, I am young Master Lu of the Lu family, a wealthy family in the city, the future leader of Lu's business. Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel before me, apologize, and hand over the keycard. I can show mercy for your rudeness. Fengcheng, the rich family, the Lu family? Chenja smiled bitterly. Aiaos rubbed his forehead. Both of them felt how unlucky they were. Wherever they go, they would meet stupid people like the Lu family. One Lu Lin wasn't enough, now they meet his brother in the capital. Seeing the strange expressions of the two, young Master Lu furrowed his brow. Chenja smiled and said, the eldest young master of the Lu family from Fengcheng, oh my, I am so scared. Chenja really looked a bit provocative. You're looking for death. Young Master Lu was furious, pushing away the girl beside him, ready to take action, but before that, he asked, state your names. I don't fight nameless individuals. Put. Chenja couldn't hold back. He truly believed this young Master Lu was even dumber than Lu Lin. Have you watched too many ancient costume dramas? Just state your name, but I will show some kindness and let you know who kicked you out of the hotel. Linghai, Chenju. Aiaos also said from the side, Linghai, Aiaos. Upon hearing their names, young Master Lucen raised his brow and smirked. So you are the Chenja and Aiaos from Linghai Base City? I've heard my stupid brother mention you, saying you made a big splash during the assessment, but it seems nothing much. That idiot Lu Lin couldn't even deal with people like you, asking me to take action against you at the Capital Academy. Just right, even if Lu Lin is foolish, he is still my Lu family's young master. If you dare to hit him, you're hitting the face of the Lu family. None of you will leave here. It seems Lucen looked down on his younger brother Lu Lin. He wasn't defending Lu Lin but rather felt that Chenju and his companion disgraced the Lu family, and he wanted to regain his face. That also depends on whether you have that ability. Chenja had already transformed his hands, preparing to fight. Lu Sen's eyes were cold, the earth-based power swirling around him, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. The waitstaff was anxious. No matter how they tried to persuade, it was useless. In desperation, the female staff member quickly ran out from the service desk to find the manager. They were just a group of altered beings, while Chenju and the others were extraordinary, not something they could stop. Although Lu Sen's mind seemed a bit unclear, his strength was still considerable, already at 4-star extraordinary, soon to reach 5-star extraordinary. For his age, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, Chenju was a dual extraordinary species, not someone he could easily handle. Lu Sen stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and the marble floor suddenly became soft, creating waves like water. Chenju immediately found it hard to stand and leapt up, transforming into a vampire bat. "Oh, a vampire, let's see what tricks you have." Aiao's also jumped up, directly landing on the service desk behind him, his hands transformed into wolf claws, and his eyes turned blue. Transformed into a vampire bat, Chenja coldly laughed. "You and your foolish brother are both from the Lu family, equally arrogant and self-important. Today, I will let you know that even with our 2 levels of difference, you are still not my opponent." After speaking, Chenja unleashed the bloodthirsty bats. Hundreds of vampire bats filled with blood mist swooped down from the air towards Lu Senior. The girl who came with Lu Sen was so scared she covered her mouth and stepped back repeatedly, afraid the vampire bats would bite her. Seeing hundreds of vampire bats charging fiercely, Lu Sen remained calm. Earth barrier. A wall of earth 5 meters high appeared in front of Lu Sen to block the vampire bats. Child's play. Blood Moon Devour. In his bat form, he opened his mouth and spewed out blood mist. The blood mist formed a blood moon in front of the earth wall, and the vampire bats surged into the blood moon. Then they heard Lu Sen's exclamation. "How can this be? Get away, dirty thing, don't approach me." The vampire bats surged through the blood moon, directly crossing the earth wall and appearing right in front of Lu Sen. It caught Lu Sen off guard. Lu Sen swung his fists at the vampire bat, and each punch created a shadow of a rocky fist. The earth element's heavy power enhanced his strikes. The rocky fist shadow struck the vampire bat, instantly shattering it into a mist of blood. Not much, just a bluff. Chapter 164. Chenju would not allow him to keep killing vampire bats without intervention. He dove down, launching a mental curse. At this moment, Io's sharp wolf-like eyes spotted the gap when Lu Sen attacked. He exerted force, pushing off from the service counter, leaving behind 2 wolf claw marks. He shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Lu Sen, shouting, "Wolf King Fist." He didn't use energy tools or gauntlets. This was just a matter of pride, wanting to teach Lu Sen a lesson for being so arrogant. He had no intention of taking Lu Sen's life. If he used the energy gauntlets, a punch from him would definitely break several of Lu Sen's bones. Lu Sen had all his attention on the vampire bats, but he wasn't a rookie. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chenju and Ios lunging at him simultaneously. The corner of his mouth curled up. "Foolish, you think 2 1-star supers can challenge me, a 3-star? Today, I'll let you feel the gap between us." He suddenly halted and stopped attacking the vampire bats. His eyes glowed with a yellowish light, and instantly, a layer of rocky armor covered his body. It blocked Ios's Wolf King Fist. Ios didn't expect Lu Sen's rocky armor to be so tough. Just as he was thinking of retreating to find another opportunity, Lu Sen grabbed his wrist. "Want to leave?" "Not a chance." Ios immediately felt a tremendous pulling force on his wrist, and then he was thrown backwards. Chenja's mental curse, shining with purple light, hit Lu Sen, but since they didn't make eye contact, the curse failed to take effect. "What's wrong? Weren't you just arrogant? You didn't even regard me, a 3-star super. Now you see the gap, trying to deal with me in numbers, but in the face of absolute power, you are nothing." Lu Sen laughed triumphantly, and yellow rocky spikes appeared one by one in front of him. "Now, it's my turn." He pushed his hand forward, and dozens of rocky spikes shot toward Chenja and Ios. "Be careful!" Chenja shouted urgently, immediately transforming into his vampire human form. Cross slash. The cross slash shattered all the rocky spikes flying towards Chenja, and Ios also swung his Wolf King Fist to smash his spikes. Looking back, Lu Sen had already vanished from his original spot. Chenja immediately searched for Lu Sen's whereabouts. Ios was also looking for Lu Sen, when suddenly he heard Chenja's cry of alarm. "Watch out, he's behind you." "What are you looking at?" Lu Sen's sinister voice appeared behind Ios. Ios couldn't turn in time. As the rocky blade formed by Lu Sen stabbed towards him, he realized it was too late to evade. Even if Chenja tried to intervene, he wouldn't make it in time. Lu Sen seemed to foresee Ios bleeding on the spot, his whole demeanor turning savage as he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Great job, Lu Sen.
The girl next to him clapped her hands, cheering him on, providing immense emotional value to Lucen, causing him to forget that this was not a life-and-death contest within the academy. Killing a fellow student could send him to the court of extraordinary crimes, and being from a wealthy family wouldn't matter. With blood-red eyes, Jinja dove down, he had developed a killing intent towards Lu Sr. What was initially just a lesson for this arrogant guy had turned serious. Just when the rocky blade was less than a centimeter from AI. Ios, trapped by Lucen, suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving Lucen's attack to hit nothing but air, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Ios transformed into a wolf form in a split second, quickly darting away to put distance between himself and Lu Sr. Once he was free, he reverted back to human form, while nearby, a hotel waiter was so scared his legs went weak. If a student really fought to the death in the hotel, and someone died, they would be in serious trouble. You, damned. At this moment, Jinja's voice sounded, and when Lucen turned to look in his direction, he saw a powerful cross rushing toward him. Lucen could not dodge and could only turn his arms to stone and block in front of him. Seeing this, Jinja sneered, "Useless, you should die." With a loud bang, the cross struck Lucen's stone arms, and Lucen immediately felt the sensation of his skin tearing. How is this possible? I've turned my arms to stone, how can your attack hurt me? Jinja, getting serious, unleashed an attack that was 5 times stronger than normal. How could Lucen, a mere extraordinary red iron 4-star, compete with that? Holding a short knife, Jinja pressed Lucen to retreat continuously, and after retreating several meters, Lucen's back hit the service counter, his body paused, furious to the point of breaking, being pushed into this situation by a mere extraordinary red iron 1-star, especially the disdainful look in Jinja's eyes made it hard for him to accept. Lucen, feeling furious, wanted to retaliate against Jinja, but soon he discovered something. The stone arms he had transformed were actually starting to crack. If this continued, the rock layer formed by his ability would completely collapse, leaving his body directly facing Jinja's short knife. Enough! Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted, and a glowing sphere enveloped both of them. Jinja felt his eyes could not see anymore. Light-based ability. This was his first encounter with an awakener of light-based abilities, and the other party's strength was definitely in the bronze realm. Jinja stopped his actions and stepped back, closing his eyes and using his ability to shield his eyes, to avoid being hurt by the bright light. Lucen did the same but didn't forget to roar, "Jinja, I will kill you, kill you. I said enough." The woman's cold voice rang out again, "This is not a place for you two to throw tantrums. Take your fight to the death arena in the school, don't dirty my place." Lucen still wanted to rush towards Jinja to attack, but was suddenly thrown back by the strong light, crashing against the wall before he came to a stop. "You're nothing but a hotel staff member and dare to lay hands on me, a student. You're looking for death." Slap. The sound of a slap echoed, and as Chenjo opened his eyes, he saw Lucen sitting in the corner, covering his face, while standing beside him was a woman in professional attire, exuding even more cold beauty than Du Shiruo. "Lucen, I told you this is not a place for you to create havoc. If you want to stay in the hotel, I welcome you, but if you want to keep causing trouble, don't blame me for throwing you out." The woman completely disregarded Lucen, signaling to a few waiters, and immediately 4 waiters approached Lucen, lifting him up and escorting him out. "Let go of me, what do you want?" Lucen struggled, but it was completely useless. The cold beauty smiled, "I think Lu Xiao has no mood to stay here anymore, so let the waiters take you out."